On a branch as thick as a bucket, more than 20 meters above the ground, a man was holding on to the branch tightly, afraid that he would fall from the tree in the next second. The man, named Meng Yuqing, was walking down the street when someone threw something from a high-rise building and he was hit. After being hit, he fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he found himself not in the hospital, but on an extremely huge tree. The surrounding trees were lush and dense, like the primeval forest seen on TV. Meng Yuqing called out loudly, hoping someone would hear him and come to save him. As Meng Yuqing shouted loudly, there was some restlessness in the forest. Hearing the noise, Meng Yuqing immediately turned his head and saw many birds startled by his voice. He looked at the birds flying overhead, his eyes slightly widened. In his memory, there was no type of bird that matched the creatures flying before him. Meng Yuqing pursed her lips, propped herself up, leaned against the tree trunk, sat on a branch, forced herself to calm down, and thought carefully about what was happening. What on earth was going on? This couldn't possibly be a prank. Meng Yuqing frowned, then a bold idea came to mind: time travel. Meng Yuqing was at a loss for words. She had only just been out for a normal day, and yet she encountered something like this. Since it had already happened, she had to accept it calmly. The most urgent thing was to get down. The leaves beneath him suddenly began to rustle. Meng Yuqing's body instantly tensed up, and he looked down nervously. The leaves were so dense that he could only vaguely see through the gaps a black object, moving rapidly upwards towards him. Soon, the thing below moved to a very close position. The leaves beneath were pushed aside, and a huge black beast head appeared in sight. Meng Yuqing's pupils suddenly widened. A shadow enveloped her body, the beast's massive claws digging into the tree trunks on either side of her. Its hot breath brushed against the hair on the back of her head. His hair stood on end. Was he going to die just after crossing over? He turned his head sharply and looked at the beast behind him. A black panther? Meng Yuqing opened his eyes wide and stared at the black panther. Can you let go of the vines? I can't pick you up and take you down like this. A crisp and energetic voice came to my ears. Meng Yuqing's hand trembled, and he almost lost his grip on the vine and fell down. Seeing this, the black panther stretched out a front paw to place under his feet, and he stabilized his body. Hey, are you listening to me? As the black panther's mouth opened and closed, the sound he had just heard rang in his ears. Meng Yuqing's lips moved. Miraculously, Meng Yuqing understood Black Panther's expression. However, because Black Panther could speak and communicate, he felt relieved and no longer felt the fear he had just felt. Meng Yuqing came back to her senses, pursed her lips, and nodded vigorously with determination. She looked at Black Panther and decided to go down first. Then I'll leave it to you. With his permission, Black Panther nudged his body with his nose, making him turn around. Then he felt his collar being pulled up from behind. A low growl came from the Black Panther's throat behind him, signaling him to let go. Meng Yuqing made up his mind and let go of the vines completely. The sound of wind whistling past my ears, my body was suspended in the air, bobbing up and down as the Black Panther descended the tree. The Black Panther descended the tree very quickly and soon reached the ground. As her feet touched the ground, Meng Yuqing was about to burst into tears. Which tribe sub-beast are you from? Why are you alone in the forest? Where are the orcs from your tribe? 3 questions in a row completely confused Meng Yuqing. Seeing that he didn't say anything again, Black Panther moved his head closer. Meng Yuqing quickly took a step back. Although he could still communicate, he still couldn't adapt to such a big Black Panther coming close to talk to him. I don't have a tribe, and I don't know why I appeared in the forest alone, said Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing glanced at the Black Panther, which was sitting in front of him, with its long and thick tail resting on the ground, the tip of its tail swaying slightly. Black Panther's voice sounded a little surprised, and then he didn't know what he thought of, and his eyes suddenly became pity when he looked at Meng Yuqing. My name is Xuan. What's your name? Xuan lowered his head, as if he was afraid of scaring him, and even his voice became much gentler. My name is Meng Yuqing. Are you willing to go to my tribe? Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing seriously. If you go to our tribe, we will all be your people, and you can have a new home. When talking about his tribe, Xian's voice rose slightly, and the tip of his tail swung more happily. He liked his tribe very much and was very proud of it. Meng Yuqing was completely bewildered, but that didn't stop him from sensing Xian's kindness towards him. Can I go check it out first? I don't have a tribe. Meng Yuqing clenched his fists slightly. Now he was in a different world and had no idea what was happening. The most urgent thing was to find a way to survive. After turning around a few times, he could only ask the most common words that beast men say when comforting sub-beasts. I'll take you to a safe place first. You stay there and don't move until I come back from hunting. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Qian move closer to his hand that was grabbing his clothes and arched it. After he let go, the clothes were lifted up and the whole person was lifted into the air. Qian let out a low growl from his throat and flew out like lightning. The trees around him moved backwards rapidly, so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Qian was running at a very fast speed, and Meng Yuqing was bouncing up and down with his running movements. His chest and abdomen were bearing the force of his body falling, and he felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Qian was very fast. After running for 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Qian put Meng Yuqing on the ground. As soon as Meng Yuqing landed, he could no longer hold back and bent over and began to retch. "Are you okay?" His reaction scared Qian. Qian was a little panicked and circled around him anxiously, raising and lowering his huge claws. Meng Yuqing bent over and closed his eyes, adjusting his condition while waving at the anxious beast. "It's okay, just take it easy," he paused and continued. "I should stay here, right?" In front of him was a cave entrance, about 3 meters high. The surrounding vegetation was particularly lush, and there were many vines hanging above, blocking the cave entrance tightly. "Yes, it's here. You stay inside and don't make any noise or come out. Have a good rest. I'll be back soon." As he said that, Qian raised his paw and gently pushed Meng Yuqing, signaling him to hurry in. Following the force of Qian's touch, Meng Yuqing walked into the cave. The cave was relatively dark, with sporadic light shining into the cave through the grass and trees. With this little light, he could see the whole cave. The interior was much larger than he had imagined, about 5 meters high, 7 or 8 meters wide, and more than 20 meters deep. The innermost part was no longer visible. Touching the mountain wall, Meng Yuqing continued to walk inside. The cave was very clean, and there was no strange smell. Qian was still squatting at the entrance of the cave, looking down at him. The cave entrance was small compared to Qian's size, so Meng Yuqing couldn't see Qian's entire body from inside the cave. She could only see him lower his head and stick it into the cave, nodding at Meng Yuqing. "I'll be back as soon as possible," Qian said as he walked out of the cave, circled around the entrance twice, leaving behind his own scent. Listening to the sound of Qian leaving, Meng Yuqing groped his way back inside, hiding himself deeper. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice sounded. "Okay, I'll bind." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a very warm breath wrapping around his whole body. His soul trembled, and he felt extremely comfortable. Binding successful. Host, please create or join a tribe as soon as possible. After completing the task, the system will be officially activated and more functions will be enabled. The system's voice awoke Meng Yuqing from his immersion. He opened his eyes and saw a translucent system interface appear before him. Explore, identify, warehouse, mall, encyclopedia, characters. There are a total of 6 sections, and now only the exploration and identification sections are dimly lit. There's a line of small words under each section. The exploration section says range 50 meters, and the identification section says number of times 3/3, refreshed every 5 days. Recalling the first task mentioned by the system, to establish or join a tribe, Meng Yuqing crossed out the option of establishing a tribe without thinking. Given the current situation, I should follow Qian to his tribe for a look. A tribe that can support someone like Qian shouldn't be the kind of place I'd hate. Rubbing my brows, I desperately hope Qian returns soon. Chapter 3. Qian's Adult Hunt. As Meng Yuqing sorted out the information he had received, he considered his next move. The sound of grass being rustled came from the cave entrance, and Meng Yuqing immediately became alert. Was it Qian who had returned, or some other beast? He quietly retreated, hiding deeper into the cave. Fortunately, the grass and trees parted, revealing Qian's huge head. "I'm back, Meng Yuqing." Qian moved his ears and called out Meng Yuqing's name a little unfamiliarly. Seeing that it was Qian, Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. While waiting for Qian, despite the occasional interruptions from the system, he remained highly alert. Recalling the journey Qian had taken him on, Meng Yuqing vaguely saw some wild animals that Qian had scared away. To Qian, these beasts may be insignificant, but to Meng Yuqing, any one of them is enough to threaten his life. "I'm in there. I'll be right out," Meng Yuqing responded, gathering his thoughts and preparing to leave the cave. Qian stood at the entrance, two unusually large leaves at his feet. One section contained processed animal meat, while the other contained some large fruits. Meng Yuqing couldn't identify what they were. Each fruit was about the size of a fist. I have already processed the meat and can roast it directly. If you are hungry, eat some berries to fill your stomach first. I will be able to roast the meat soon, Xuan said. Meng Yuqing looked up at Xuan, feeling puzzled. He still couldn't understand how Xuan, a big black panther, could roast meat. Xuan took 2 steps back, his body suddenly shrank and gradually became blurred and illusory. A young man with shoulder-length black hair appeared in front of Meng Yuqing, his naked upper body only wearing a black animal skin skirt. The young man was tall and slender, half a head taller than Meng Yuqing, about 1.9 meters tall, with healthy honey-colored skin and well-proportioned and powerful muscles. Although not exaggerated, he gave people a sense of strong, explosive power. His features were deep and delicate, tinged with wildness. Through the tangled hair on his forehead, Meng Yuqing could clearly see his pair of dark green eyes. His extremely handsome face was like a gorgeous yet sharp knife, full of aggression. When he saw Xuan transform from a black panther into a real person, Meng Yuqing finally felt that he had truly entered the world of orcs. Xuan picked up the meat and fruit on the leaves and walked towards the cave. When he passed by Meng Yuqing, he paused slightly and looked at him doubtfully. Receiving Xian's question, Meng Yuqing touched his nose awkwardly and quickly followed Xuan into the cave. The sky was gradually darkening, and the cave was completely dark. Meng Yuqing couldn't see clearly around him. He only heard Xuan put the meat and fruit on the ground and walk deeper into the cave. After a while, he came out with some dry branches and wood and rubbed 2 stones together for a while, and a faint firelight lit up. "Come here quickly." Xuan waved his hand. "Eat the berries first. The meat will be roasted soon." As he said that, Xuan stuffed 2 berries directly into Meng Yuqing's arms, signaling him to eat quickly. "When are we going back to the tribe?" Meng Yuqing remembered the system task prompt and was eager to go to Qian's tribe. Qian didn't answer immediately, but instead showed a tangled expression. Meng Yuqing was startled. Could something have gone wrong? Qian had invited her to his tribe before, so why would he suddenly change his mind? However, Qian quickly regained his composure and continued to grill the meat while saying, "I left the tribe this time to go on an adult hunt. I've locked on my target, a shadow beast. It's incredibly cunning, and I wounded it, but it escaped. I chased it for days and finally found its trail. I followed it here. It's nearby now, hiding from me." Qian frowned and continued, "If I leave, the shadow beast will definitely run further away." Meng Yuqing nodded, understanding that the adult hunt sounded like a very important matter. "Understand. We'll leave after you finish hunting. How can I help you?" "Well, no need. It's already injured. It's just too cunning. I can't find its exact location for the time being, but I will be able to find it soon." There was a hint of confidence in Qian's words. Qian's ears were dyed red. He turned his head and continued to stare at the barbecue. The barbecue made a sizzling sound, and the aroma was everywhere. The golden fat slid down the surface of the meat and fell into the fire, looking extremely tempting. "It's ready, come and eat it." Qian handed Meng Yuqing a piece of barbecue. Meng Yuqing took the barbecue. Although there was no seasoning, the barbecue tasted surprisingly good. The slight sweetness and the aroma of gravy filled his entire mouth, and Meng Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim, delicious." Soon, Meng Yuqing finished the barbecue in his hand, and Qian handed him another piece. After eating, Qian and Meng Yuqing cleaned up the cave together. Qian brought back a lot of dry grass from outside and spread on the ground. Meng Yuqing touched it and found it dry but soft. Lying on it was more comfortable than he had imagined. After lying down for a while, Meng Yuqing realized that Qian didn't come in, but walked towards the cave entrance. "It's so late. Why are you going outside?" "I'll sleep at the cave entrance. You can rest in peace," Qian replied calmly. After he finished speaking, he transformed back into the form of a big black panther. Seeing Qian standing there motionless, Meng Yuqing finally had no choice but to lie down. Everything that happened today made him exhausted. As soon as he closed his eyes, sleepiness swept over him, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 4. Hunting. When Meng Yuqing woke up, the fire had long gone out and the cave was silent. He approached the leaves where the fruits were placed and found that in addition to the fruits he brought back yesterday, there were also some newly picked fruits. After casually eating 2 fruits, Meng Yuqing sat down and rubbed his face, thinking that the system had not made any sound since Qian came back last night. While there was no one around, he had to understand the functions of this system. System, are you there? He asked softly. Yes, host, the system responded quickly. Let me try the exploration function. The system is exploring. The exploration range is 50 meters, and there is no threat. There is hemostatic grass 10 meters west of the cave entrance. The host is advised to collect it. After hearing this feedback, Meng Yuqing happily walked towards the cave entrance. After identifying the direction, he lowered his head and moved forward carefully. Soon, he found a spot surrounded by ankle-high grass. Is this it? System, Meng Yuqing asked in a low voice. Yes, host. You could try the identification function. Okay, let's identify these hemostatic herbs. Identification in progress. Hemostatic herbs, medicinal herbs, suitable for external injuries, have hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. Meng Yuqing nodded and squatted down to pick the hemostatic herbs. It wasn't long before he had finished collecting them. It was almost noon, and Xuan hadn't returned yet. He decided to return to the cave and wait. Only after the system announced that there were no threats around did Meng Yuqing dare to leave the cave. If it weren't for this, he would never have left the cave so easily. The exploration range was not large, and the system functions were still cooling down. He knew he couldn't stay outside for too long. Back in the cave, he sorted the hemostatic herbs he had collected and placed them on the leaves. These large leaves prevented the herbs from mixing with other things. While he was busy sorting, Xuan came back halfway with a large piece of fresh animal meat. You can eat this meat after it's cooked. After that, I'll go out and look for the shadow beast, Xuan said as he started to roast the meat. Meng Yuqing nodded, feeling a little worried about Xuan's safety. As the sky darkened, Xuan returned to the cave again, this time bringing back even more meat. Today I found traces of a shadow beast. Tomorrow I'll hunt it, Xuan said as he grilled the meat. I won't be back at noon. I have prepared 2 days' worth of food for you. Don't leave the cave. Okay, you have to be careful. Be careful when hunting, Meng Yuqing replied. Xuan nodded, stood up, and walked out of the cave. He transformed back into the big black panther and lay down to keep watch at the cave entrance. Meng Yuqing lay back on the straw mat, hoping that Xuan's hunt would be successfully completed. In the dense jungle, a huge black panther walked out silently, lowering its head and sniffing the ground, as if tracking something. Suddenly, it stopped, a cold light flashed in its dark green eyes, and it rushed forward and disappeared into the dense forest. Xuan could already smell a hint of blood, the scent of the sharp-toothed beast mixed with the breath of the shadow beast. He quickened his pace and quickly ran towards the source of the smell, where he saw the body of an adult sharp-toothed beast. It had obviously just been hunted by a beast, and the body was gnawed away to the point that only the skeleton remained. He circled the carcass and confirmed that the sharp tooth was preyed upon by a shadow beast. The shadow beast ate very quickly, devouring all the meaty parts. Xuan carefully identified the smells around him. The traces left by the shadow beast were very complicated. It was obvious that it was very cunning. It filled all directions around with its own scent, making it difficult for Xuan to even determine where it was going. But Xuan knew that the shadow beast was deliberately guarding against something. So he gradually calmed down and began to think about its possible escape route. Suddenly, Xuan thought that if he ate so much meat, he would definitely be thirsty. So, he decided to chase in the direction of the lake. Sure enough, he could smell the scent of a shadow beast along the way, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind from the right, and a huge black shadow pounced towards him. Xuan reacted quickly, spinning and leaping, flipping mid-air to face the shadow beast head-on. The two beasts faced each other, growling deeply and staring intently at each other. The air was filled with tension, as if a conflict might erupt at any moment. The shadow beast finally lost its patience, roaring and charging at Xuan. Xuan didn't flinch, charging head-on. The two beasts collided, claws tangling, bodies dislocating. Xuan dodged the shadow beast's attack and seized the opportunity to strike back, severely wounding it. The shadow beast tried to fight back, but Xuan had already pounced on its back, attempting to overpower it. The shadow beast quickly rolled over, using its limbs to block Xuan's attack. The battle was extremely fierce, with the shadow beast and Xuan exchanging blows, each receiving more and more wounds, and the ground was also devastated. The shadow beast was clearly no longer as cautious as before, becoming increasingly frantic and even actively attacking Xuan. It suddenly opened its mouth and attempted to bite Xuan's neck. Xuan struggled to resist, finally using the opponent's attack to counterattack, scratching the shadow beast's chest and dealing it a fatal blow. The shadow beast sensed the danger and tried to escape, but Qian did not let it go. It rushed forward with all its might, its speed so astonishing that it almost threw Qian off. However, Qian did not give up and continued to pursue it. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the battle erupted again, the beasts clashing once more, rippling the lake and splattering blood. The battle raged for a long time, until all was quiet. The lake's surface was a cacophony of blood and the reflection of the setting sun, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Qian stood up, dragging the shadow beast's corpse ashore, blood streaming from his wounds. With his back to the setting sun, he looked like a demon god, filled with tyranny and murderous intent. Putting the shadow beast's corpse down, Qian sat there in a daze, gazing up at the sky and roaring in rage. This sound was filled with a long-lost joy, as if a long-cherished wish had finally been fulfilled. Chapter 5. Qian returns in the cave. Meng Yuqing sat by the fire, gazing at the already dark sky, his brow furrowed, his heart filled with worry. Did Qian's hunt go well? Was he injured? Could he return to the cave tonight? Questions kept popping up in his mind. Before leaving, Qian had carefully cleaned the surrounding area and left his mark nearby to ensure that no wild animals would threaten Meng Yuqing's safety. When it got dark, Qian used the system again to confirm that there were no threats around, and Meng Yuqing felt a little relieved. It was almost midnight, and Meng Yuqing stretched his legs, which were sore from sitting for so long. Thinking of Qian's peculiar tone when he mentioned the shadow beast, he had no desire to rest. He stared at the cave entrance, anxiously waiting. Just as he looked up at the cave entrance again, he heard the sound of something heavy dragging on the ground and heavy footsteps outside. Meng Yuqing immediately became alert, his heartbeat accelerating. "System Explorer," Meng Yuqing whispered, extinguishing the fire, holding his breath, and clinging to the mountain wall. He couldn't help but wonder, could the voice outside be Qian? If it was Qian, why were his steps so heavy? Was he injured? "System, can you find it?" Meng Yuqing asked hurriedly in his mind. "Exploring. The creature the host wants to explore has not yet entered the range. Exploration is continuing for 20 minutes. Please wait." The system's voice remained calm. Meng Yuqing's mood instantly became tense, and he couldn't help but hold his breath. At this moment, the system spoke again. "According to the current information, this creature possesses the power to threaten the host's life. The system will provide the host with energy to conceal its aura. Please overcome this difficulty and strive to complete the mission." An invisible force enveloped Meng Yuqing, and he felt unable to move, feeling slightly uncomfortable. "Host, please do not attempt to move. This will consume more energy," the system reminded again. Meng Yuqing was so nervous he didn't dare move, relying entirely on the system's energy to protect him. He quietly listened to the sounds outside the cave, and the approaching footsteps made him even more nervous. "Target has entered exploration range." Target confirmed. "Qian." "Host, are you ready to unhide?" the system reported. "Really? Cancel. Cancel." Meng Yuqing reacted almost immediately and hurried to the cave entrance. Outside, Qian's massive figure, hidden in the darkness, approached, dragging something heavy. Meng Yuqing saw his back and felt relieved. Qian was walking very slowly. When he saw Meng Yuqing running out, he slowed down his pace, stopped, and let go of the thing dragging on the ground in his mouth. Meng Yuqing approached, and his eyes widened involuntarily. He was surprised to see that Qian was covered with wounds. The 2 large holes on his shoulders were bleeding continuously. His black fur was stained red with blood. He was panting and even unable to stand steadily. "Qian, you're back. I left some roasted meat for you to try." Meng Yuqing walked quickly to Qian's side and looked at him with heartache. Qian looked at Meng Yuqing, then slowly lay down and lowered his head, as if waiting for Meng Yuqing's touch. Meng Yuqing reached out and gently touched Qian's head, feeling the black fur was softer than he had imagined. "Are you still awake at this hour? Or did I wake you up?" Qian said in a low voice, his eyes closed. "I can't sleep." Meng Yuqing pursed her lips gently and continued. "I haven't seen you come back, and I've been worried. Now that I'm back, you should go to sleep. I still have to deal with the corpse of the shadow beast tomorrow, and I have to take it back." Qian said lightly. "Rest for a few days. What about the wound?" Meng Yuqing looked at Qian, frowning slightly. "It's okay. It's just a superficial wound. A night's rest will be enough," Qian replied. "Who are you kidding? You're so out of breath, you can barely stand." Meng Yuqing looked at Qian and gently patted his forehead. It was already dark when we killed the shadow beast. We didn't deal with it and rushed to drag it back, which took some effort, Xuan said, his ears twitching slightly. Then why didn't you take care of it before taking a break? Why are you in such a hurry to come back? Meng Yuqing asked doubtfully, her hand unconsciously ruffling Xuan's fur. I'm worried about you, a sub-beast, spending the night out here. Even though I've cleaned up the area, I'm still worried about something happening. Xuan lowered his head, his voice tinged with resignation and guilt. Meng Yuqing was stunned when he heard this, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Although he and Xuan had only known each other for a short time, only 3 days at most, and they didn't have a deep friendship, Xuan's concern for him surprised and overwhelmed him. Meng Yuqing paused, his eyes a little confused. Wait a minute, I'll get something. He turned and ran into the cave, leaving Xuan scratching his head. System, how do I use the hemostatic grass? Meng Yuqing asked as he picked up the hemostatic grass and walked toward Xuan. Just crush it and apply it externally, the system replied quickly. When Meng Yuqing walked over to Xuan and looked at the small hemostatic grass in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Xuan's injuries were too severe, and the hemostatic grass didn't seem to be enough. Xuan, can you transform into a human form? If it's inconvenient, forget it, Meng Yuqing asked, looking at Xuan. Xuan was a little confused, but he did as he was told, slowly transforming into a human form. The Xuan before him was a handsome man with black hair and blue eyes, but the wound on his shoulder was particularly shocking. Meng Yuqing stuffed a few hemostatic herbs into his mouth, chewed them up, and then applied them to Xuan's wound. I found some herbs that can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. It might be a little painful, just bear with it, he said, gently treating Xuan's wound. Xuan looked at him quietly, without refusing, and sat obediently, letting Meng Yuqing treat his wound. The hemostatic herb's effect was immediate, and the bleeding on Xuan's shoulder wound quickly stopped. Seeing the effect, Meng Yuqing decided to use up the remaining hemostatic herb and continue treating Xuan's other wounds. Xuan cooperated quietly until most of the wounds were treated. Then, he asked, Do you understand medicine? Are you a witch? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. No, I'm not a witch, nor an apprentice. Meng Yuqing quickly denied, feeling confused. What exactly was a witch? But you know medicine, right? Xuan ignored Meng Yuqing's denial, his voice filled with anticipation. Maybe, Meng Yuqing replied vaguely, silently sighing that with the system, perhaps he really did understand something. Seeing that he was so humble, Xuan suddenly stood up excitedly, walked around him a few times, and then calmed down and sat back on the ground. Go and rest quickly. Everything will be settled tomorrow. I can't wait to take you back to the tribe. Meng Yuqing, I really hope you can stay in our tribe, Xuan said seriously. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan in front of him, and an emotion surged in his heart. Thank you, Xuan, he said, a soft look in his eyes. Don't hesitate any longer. Get some rest. Xuan smiled, his figure gradually fading into a black panther again. He squatted down and urged Meng Yuqing on. Meng Yuqing couldn't help but reach out and touch Xuan's head, sighing inwardly. This black panther, who had gone from being indifferent at first to being warm now, was truly extraordinary. He lay back on the straw mat, secretly thinking that perhaps staying in Qingshan's tribe wasn't such a bad choice after all. Chapter 6. Preparations before returning. Meng Yuqing was awakened by a burst of fragrance. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xuan had transformed back into human form, sitting by the fire roasting animal meat. The sun was already high in the sky, and it was probably almost noon. Why didn't you wake me up? Didn't you say you had something to do today? It's almost noon, Meng Yuqing said a little embarrassedly after taking the meat from Xuan. It's okay, you slept late last night, so it won't hurt to get some more rest. Xuan waved his hand casually. What about you? Why don't you take a break? Is your wound okay? Meng Yuqing put down the barbecue and leaned closer to Xuan to examine his wound. Xuan cooperated, revealing the wound on his shoulder. The wound was healing well, especially the area that had been treated with medicine, which was much better than the untreated area. The untreated wounds were still a little red and swollen, but Meng Yuqing could still tell that the orcs had a strong ability to recover. We still need to find some more hemostatic herbs. The other wounds are a little inflamed, Meng Yuqing said with a frown. It's okay, they're just minor injuries. They'll heal in a few days. Herbs are precious. If I can find any, I'd like to keep them and bring them back to the tribe. Qian's tone was a little reluctant. Meng Yuqing was slightly stunned, lowering his head and using the gesture of grilling meat to hide his doubts. He asked the system in his mind, "Are herbs in this world very rare?" "There are many herbs, but the orcs don't understand them," the system replied briefly. "Yesterday, Xian mentioned witches. What do witches represent here?" Meng Yuqing recalled the conversation last night, feeling puzzled, and continued to ask. "A witch is the tribe's wise man, recording the tribe's experiences and selecting successors to pass on knowledge. Herbal medicine falls under the witch's domain, but because it's passed down orally, it's easily lost," the system explained. "Huh, doesn't it involve metaphysics?" Meng Yuqing's eyes lit up. "Not involved." The system's voice was cold, leaving Meng Yuqing somewhat bewildered. Did he say something wrong? He internally complained. As expected, time travel wasn't scientific, and the system didn't seem to like supernatural things. He didn't continue to ask the system about other things. Instead, he thought that if witchcraft only involved knowledge, then he might be able to develop in this area. Soon, Meng Yuqing finished the beast meat in his hand, wiped his mouth, and followed Xian out of the cave. The shadow beast's corpse lay near the cave entrance, its wounds already treated, and the bloody smell was gone. Meng Yuqing walked around the shadow beast and noticed it was a size larger than Xian. Its fur was gray-black, its claws were sharp as knives, and its fangs were longer than a palm. It looked extremely ferocious. Xian used vines to bind the shadow beast's limbs and tail, then tried to carry it on his back. Meng Yuqing helped secure it with vines. After Xian carried the shadow beast for a few laps to get used to it, he transformed back into human form. "Are these vines no longer needed? I want to make something with them." Meng Yuqing looked at the remaining vines, his eyes flashing. "No, take it. But what are you going to do with it?" Xian asked curiously. "Weave a sack," Meng Yuqing said. "Sack? What's that?" Xian looked confused. "It's for storing things. You put them in so they can be taken away easily," Meng Yuqing explained. "What are you trying to pack?" Xian was a bit confused. After all, there wasn't anything special to take with you from the cave. "I'm not trying to pack anything. I'm trying to pack me," Meng Yuqing suddenly blurted out, leaving Xian stunned. "You? What?" Xian's eyes widened. "Put me in the bag and carry me on your back. I don't feel comfortable holding my clothes in my mouth," Meng Yuqing explained. He felt that he hadn't showered for several days and his clothes were dirty. He didn't want Xian to hold them in his mouth. Xian was a little confused, but nodded in agreement. "I can help." Xian picked up the vines and squatted beside Meng Yuqing, awaiting instructions. Meng Yuqing began weaving the sack, but the process wasn't smooth. It had been a long time since she'd done this sort of thing, and she made several mistakes and had to start over. Fortunately, Xian was patient and didn't get impatient at all, quietly cooperating with him. As the sun gradually set, and when the sacks were finally woven, Meng Yuqing heard the system's voice in his mind. "Beep. Hidden mission completed. Teach Xian of the Qingshan Tribe to use vines to make woven bags. This will promote the tribe's development and gain energy." Meng Yuqing froze for a moment, then glanced up at Xian, who was excitedly fiddling with the sack. The system seemed somewhat arbitrary. She hadn't even intended to complete the task, but she'd unexpectedly completed it. "Meng Yuqing, you're amazing. This method allows us to bring back more stuff, and it's much more convenient than using animal skins." Xian marveled at the finished sack. "Ahem. It's just Meng Yuqing waved his hand, feeling a bit smug. After packing up the sack, Xian covered the body of the shadow beast with hay and then looked at the sky. Meng Yuqing remembered Xian's wound and asked, "Can you walk around with me? I want to see if there's any hemostatic grass nearby." "Great." Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly very interested in the hemostatic herb. Meng Yuqing took him around the cave, even washing his face in the stream and collecting some water to bring back to the tribe. However, Meng Yuqing was somewhat disappointed because he didn't find any more hemostatic herb. Xian comforted him. "It's normal that you can't find it. Medicine isn't that easy to find." When they returned to the cave, Xian made a simple little kettle out of vines and grass. Meng Yuqing looked at the little kettle, feeling a sense of accomplishment, and asked, "How did you come up with the idea of making a kettle out of fruit shells?" "We used to use wild animal stomachs or stone bowls to hold water, but I never thought this method could work," Xian said with surprise. "I figured it out the moment I saw it. It's a little leaky, but I'll improve it when I have time," Meng Yuqing said with a hint of pride. The system rang again. Ding! Hidden task completed. Use the shells of palm fruits to make simple kettles, which will facilitate the daily life of the tribe and obtain energy. Meng Yuqing was puzzled by the standard of the system in issuing tasks. He felt that he had not actively completed any tasks, but it inadvertently completed many hidden tasks. He felt that the system was a bit arbitrary. Back in the cave, it was already completely dark. Qian built a fire, settled Meng Yuqing, and then left. I'm going out hunting and will be back soon. The shadow beast's body is here. No other beasts will come near, so don't run around, Qian instructed. Got it. I definitely won't run around. Bring back some more fruit so I can put in my bag, Meng Yuqing said playfully. Qian nodded, leaped, and disappeared into the night. Meng Yuqing walked over to the shadow beast, curious about its situation, so he asked the system. System, identify the shadow beast. Adult shadow beast, dead, high-level carnivorous beast, extremely intelligent, brutal, and cunning. It requires at least 2 to 3 ordinary adult orcs to contend with it. It likes to eat sub-beasts and orc cubs, and is a nightmare for weak tribes. The system's voice sounded. Didn't Qian hunt alone? Meng Yuqing asked in surprise. Qian is different, the system replied briefly. How is he different? Meng Yuqing pressed on curiously. The host permissions are insufficient. Please upgrade the system level. The system still offered no detailed explanation. Meng Yuqing sighed, deciding not to dwell on these issues for now and focus on waiting for Qian's return. Chapter 7. Returning to the tribe after dinner. It was completely dark. Meng Yuqing yawned and felt sleepy. He found that he seemed to have become much sleepier. He lay back on the bed made of hay and watched Qian eating the beast meat that he had not finished. Qian usually didn't eat with Meng Yuqing. When he was hungry, he would eat on his own. He would then bring back roasted meat for Meng Yuqing. But since Meng Yuqing had a small appetite, Qian would always eat the leftover meat. Meng Yuqing thought that her appetite was normal and that they must have eaten too much. Gradually, Meng Yuqing's eyes began to lose focus, and he began to feel drowsy and soon fell asleep. Qian glanced at the already asleep Meng Yuqing, cleaned up the cave, extinguished the fire, covered Meng Yuqing with the hay beside the fire, and then walked out of the cave. Qian cleaned the body of the shadow beast, applied some medicine with grass, and then transformed into a large black panther. He licked his wounds and lay down to rest. The next day, as the sun shone, Qian opened his eyes, stretched, looked at Meng Yuqing who was still sleeping, flicked his tail, and walked towards the stream. By the time Qian returned with the water and meat, Meng Yuqing was already awake. He sat blankly at the cave entrance, yawning, his eyelids battling sleepiness. This was the earliest he'd woken in days. He'd made an agreement with the system last night not to let him sleep in until noon. Recently, he found that he had become inexplicably sleepy. He didn't notice it at first, but as he was preparing to return to the tribe and his body relaxed, he realized the problem. This situation was clearly abnormal, so he decided to find an opportunity to ask the system about it. However, the system hadn't mentioned it, so it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, the system was tied to him, so it wouldn't cause any problems for him. Good morning, Qian. Meng Yuqing forced herself to cheer up, washed up briefly, drank some water, and then followed Qian to prepare to set off. Qian looked at the prepared shadow beast corpse, patted it, and changed back into beast form. Unlike their first encounter, Qian's body was now covered in scars and bruises, but after some work, they had healed considerably. Qian had already placed the small water bottle and the fruit he had gathered into a woven bag, padded with hay. Meng Yuqing slipped inside and tried it out. It felt quite comfortable. Qian carried the shadow beast on his back. Meng Yuqing came out of the bag and helped secure it before returning to the bag. Feeling the bag carrying him up into the air, Meng Yuqing adjusted for a moment, pried open the gap to take a look outside, and said to Qian, "Let's go." Qian responded and jumped out, moving quickly with Meng Yuqing in the bag. The rocking along the way was much more comfortable than being held in the mouth before, and Meng Yuqing suddenly felt sleepy again. He reached out and patted his face, forcing himself to wake up. This wasn't normal. He immediately called the system. System, what's wrong with me? My sleepiness is abnormal. The host's body is adapting to this world, the system replied. Then I won't have extra functions, right? Meng Yuqing's sleepiness instantly disappeared. No, the creatures in this world are much stronger physically than the host's original world. The system helps the host adapt and strengthen themselves. Physical transformation will need to be unlocked through later upgrades. That's good, but we'll discuss the body modification later. Don't do it secretly, Meng Yuqing warned, breathing a sigh of relief. Everything regarding the body modification will be approved by the host, so please don't worry, the system confirmed. Hearing the system's confirmation, Meng Yuqing felt relieved and changed into a comfortable position. Sleepiness returned, his eyelids slowly drooping, and his consciousness began to blur. System, how long will this state last? He faintly heard the system's reply, 1 month. When Meng Yuqing woke up again, he found that Xuan had stopped. He poked his head out of the bag and saw that it was already afternoon. Xuan was sitting by the fire, roasting meat, with several packages of food wrapped in leaves next to him. Meng Yuqing walked over, pointed at the small package, and asked, "What is this?" "I brought the roasted meat with me, so you can eat it easily. I've never lived in the wild with a sub-beast before, and I didn't know you needed to eat on time, so I didn't prepare enough food this time. I didn't expect you were different. We can survive for a day or two by eating in our beast form." Xuan said a little embarrassedly. "I see. You're very thoughtful." Meng Yuqing finished speaking and added, "Don't worry about me. I also want to go to the tribe as soon as possible. And there's fruit in the bag. I can eat that too." After finishing the barbecue, Meng Yuqing took a brief rest and then communicated with the system in his mind. "System, let's explore the area now to see if there are any usable herbs or something like that." During the exploration, I found a small amount of hemostatic grass 36 meters behind the host and blackthorn grass 20 meters to the right. Meng Yuqing stood up and walked towards the blackthorn grass. Although the name sounded unfamiliar, he was a little curious about the function of this grass. Xuan saw him walking out and immediately followed him. "Where are you going? I seem to see some herbs over there and want to go over and take a look." Meng Yuqing answered as he walked. "Oh, can I go take a look?" Xuan seemed very excited. "Of course, it's a good opportunity for you to come and identify these herbs so you can pick them later," Meng Yuqing said, and Xuan was also very excited and followed him. Soon, the two arrived at the blackthorn grass. Meng Yuqing carefully wrapped his hands with leaves to avoid being pricked by the thorns. After plucking the blackthorn grass, he used the identification function. Blackthorn grass is a poisonous herb. When it pierces the skin, it produces an anesthetic effect. The anesthetic effect is strong, but there are no other side effects. The juice of the crushed grass also has an anesthetic effect. Isn't this a natural anesthetic? Meng Yuqing was delighted. He thought this grass was very useful, whether for self-defense, hunting, or medical treatment. He turned around and said to Xuan, "This is called blackthorn grass, and it's poisonous." Xuan immediately took a few steps back, his eyes wide, clearly frightened. "But don't worry, it's not a fatal poison. It just pierces the skin and causes paralysis for a while, but it will heal quickly," Meng Yuqing added, unable to help but laugh at Xian's reaction. Xuan heaved a sigh of relief, walked closer to the blackthorn grass, took a look, and said seriously, "Being poisoned in the wild is still very dangerous if there is no one around. However, this grass is too small, and the thorns are too soft to pierce the skin of an orc. It is very dangerous for you sub-beasts." "I see. Applying the juice of the grass on your weapons might help." Meng Yuqing nodded and added. Xian's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "I'll try it when we get back to the tribe. Let's go check that out too. I saw some hemostatic grass." Meng Yuqing pointed in another direction. The two quickly gathered the hemostatic herbs. Meng Yuqing returned them to the woven bag, while Xuan carried the shadow beast on his back and continued on his way towards the tribe. This time, the journey continued until the second night. On the evening of the third day, Xuan stopped to hunt. This time, Meng Yuqing was awake and watched Xuan easily capture a beast about the size of a calf. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, as Xuan easily knocked the beast down and finished it off right there. Watching this scene, Meng Yuqing was a little stunned. He had a hard time catching a chicken. So was this an orc? As Xuan expertly dissected the beast, Meng Yuqing felt a little uncomfortable. He had always lived in the city, and seeing such a bloody scene was a little difficult to adapt to. But he knew that this was the way of survival in this world. Xuan quickly ate the beast. Meng Yuqing felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, but still symbolically ate 2 bites of barbecue. "I slept too much today, so I'm not too hungry." Meng Yuqing lowered his head and spoke softly. Xuan looked at him with worry in his eyes. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. Maybe I slept for too long and my head is a little dizzy. I'll be fine after sitting for a while." Meng Yuqing looked at Xian's concern and felt relieved. The orcs in this world are no different from the people in his own world. Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing and prepared to move on. "Hurry up and rest. You can have a good rest as soon as you reach the tribe tomorrow." Meng Yuqing nodded, closed his eyes and rested, preparing to face a new journey. Chapter 8. Out of Control Yang. Meng Yuqing vaguely heard a few shouts in the distance. Xuan seemed to quicken his pace, and his voice gradually became clearer. Someone shouted happily. Xian, you're back. What took you so long? We were so worried. Another person followed up. Yes, Xian. Other people usually go out hunting and come back in 6 or 7 days. How come you've been away for almost a month? The tribe leader is about to send someone to look for you. As the sounds got closer, Meng Yuqing heard a young man excitedly ask, Wow, you brought back such a big prey. Xian, you are so awesome. What's in your mouth? Let me taste it. Another young man asked mischievously. The surrounding teenagers were full of energy, their voices ringing in Meng Yuqing's ears. Then, the teenager who said he wanted to taste what Xian was holding in his mouth moved closer and closer. Meng Yuqing heard Xian's voice. Moo, this is not edible. Stand back and don't scare him. Then Xian looked down at Meng Yuqing and said, Meng Yuqing, do you want to come out? Meng Yuqing was hesitating whether to show up, worried that the novice boy might mistake the bag for food. Hearing Xian's question, he stopped worrying and opened the bag to stick his head out. The scene before him startled Meng Yuqing, for enormous animals surrounded him. They were a lion, 2 leopards, and a black bear, all slightly smaller than Xian. The large black bear, in particular, was the one eager to try what Xian was holding in his mouth. When these giant beasts turned back into human form, Meng Yuqing discovered that the 4 orcs looked to be 17 or 18 years old, over 190 centimeters tall, with strong muscles and 8 abdominal muscles that were particularly prominent. Standing at the entrance of the tribe was a group of adult orcs. The leader, who was nearly 2 meters tall, walked up to Xian and patted him on the shoulder. His tone was full of satisfaction. Good boy, you are finally back. You hunted such a big prey. It seems that you are really a leader among the younger generation. He turned to Meng Yuqing and gave her a friendly smile. Although it looked a little scary, Meng Yuqing still managed to force a smile in response. Since there were strangers around him, he subconsciously shrank behind Xian. The young beastmen nearby saw Meng Yuqing's reaction and started to tease Xian with winks. Meng Yuqing didn't notice this because of his social phobia. If he had known, he would definitely be unhappy. Xian scratched his nose, ignored the others' teasing, turned to the boys and said, Come with me to carry this prey inside. The shadow beast is too big to be dragged on the ground and damage its skin. The patrol's leading orc nodded and said, Carry it to the square first. Dan has spread the news, and the chief will be waiting for you there. Your father is very worried about you. Let's go on patrol and chat no more. Mu took the lead and walked to the shadow beast. The other young beastmen followed and lifted the shadow beast up. Xian stood in the front, holding the shadow beast's head. Meng Yuqing wanted to help, but was stopped by Xian. You can't help. How can we let the sub-beast do this kind of thing? Soon, the 5 men carried the shadow beast to the square. The square was huge, as wide as 5 or 6 football fields. In the center was a platform made of stone and wood, and the surrounding area was already crowded with people. A tall orc who looked to be in his 30s stood in the front, with a leopard pattern on his animal skin skirt. Next to him stood a shorter man with black hair and black eyes, with a handsome and gentle appearance. His eyes were always fixed on Xian with deep concern. When they reached the square, Xian put the shadow beast down. The man with black hair and black eyes walked quickly forward, grabbed Xian's arm, and examined it carefully. He asked with a smile, Why did you go out for so long? We were really worried about you. Seeing the wound on Xian's shoulder that had not yet fully healed, the man's smile instantly turned into heartache. Xian moved his shoulders a little uncomfortably and whispered soothingly, It's okay, I'm back safely, don't worry. The orc standing nearby also came over and looked Xian up and down seriously. After confirming that he was okay, his expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, Good boy, you're back. Let me see what you hunted. Then he turned to Xian and said, Dan was shouting from a distance that you hunted a big one. Xian smiled and nodded, then turned sideways to reveal the shadow beast. The man's gaze fell on the shadow beast, his eyes instantly filled with shock. Is it that thing? His voice trembled. Xian nodded. Yes. The man's expression became solemn. He turned to an orc and said, Li, go call Yang over. Not long after, the orc with Yang returned. Yang was even taller than Xian's father beast, with a noticeable scar on his leg, and he walked with a slight stumble. Yang walked up to Xian's father beast and said in a hoarse and cold voice, Xia, what do you want from me? Xia looked at him and reminded him, Yang, don't get too excited about what you see. Control yourself. When Yang saw the corpse of the shadow beast, his reaction was very intense. His eyes almost spitted fire. His eyes turned red, and his body instantly became violent. He pounced on the shadow beast, releasing his beast form, his teeth exposed, and his claws turned into beast armor. Seeing this, Xia rushed forward without hesitation and hugged Yang tightly around the waist. Calm down. It's dead. Yang struggled violently, tried to attack Xia with his claws, completely ignoring his advice. Several orcs quickly stepped forward to help hold Yang down. Pinned to the ground, Yang struggled frantically, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. He roared, his voice tinged with tears and pain. Let me go. I'm going to kill it. Yang kept shouting, his fingers digging into the ground, his nails peeling and leaving deep scratches. Lai, go to your father beast. Xian shouted, commanding Lai to come forward. Lai quickly ran to Yang's side and began to comfort him. Father beast, calm down. Look at me, I am Lai. Lai's words made Yang pause slightly. Xia saw the opportunity and continued to persuade. Yang, this is Lai, your and Chie's child. You will make him very worried. The shadow beast is dead, and Chie's revenge has been avenged. Yang's eyes became empty in an instant, and he murmured Chie in a voice full of pain. Seeing this scene, Lai looked at the shadow beast in surprise and suddenly asked, Is this the beast? The beast men around him fell silent, as if they had some guesses about the truth of the matter. Yang slowly regained his composure in the silence, and finally stopped struggling. His body was covered in dust and tears, and his face was filled with a trace of helpless sadness. Xia signaled the other orcs to let go. Although Yang had regained his composure, he still looked a little depressed. Chapter 9. The Pain of 10 Years Ago. Xia was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and looked around at his fellow tribesmen. Go get the rest of the tribesmen and talk together, he said, his eyes glancing at the shadow beast. A flash of pain flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. As the tribe leader, he couldn't let his emotions show too much. Because it was the tribe leader's order, the tribesmen quickly gathered. After about 20 minutes, Xia estimated that most of the tribesmen were present, and those who hadn't arrived yet gave up waiting. He stepped onto the stage and signaled the beastmen around him to carry the shadow beasts up. The clamor in the square gradually died down, and the tribesmen looked up at Xia. Xia cleared his throat and spoke slowly under the gaze of the tribesmen. Do you remember the beast attack 10 years ago? At the mention of this incident, the tribesmen immediately began to whisper, and the square was filled with discussion. The attack 10 years ago is an eternal pain for our tribe. We lost too many people in that attack. Orcs, sub-beasts, and many children. Xia said in a low voice. Many people might think it was just an ordinary beast attack. He paused, turned to look at the shadow beast, and continued. But that's not the case. It was this despicable shadow beast that caused the attack. It wanted to steal the food we had painstakingly stored before winter. It greedily devoured sub-beasts and cubs and carefully planned that disaster. It took advantage of the fact that most of our tribe was out hunting, using its powers to command a large number of beasts to attack us. Xia's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. There were only a few orcs left in the tribe at the time. Those who remained fought desperately against the beasts. Even minors and elderly orcs joined in the battle. He closed his eyes, recalling the painful memory. However, there were too many beasts. By the time the orcs who had gone out returned, the entire tribe had suffered heavy casualties. The shadow beasts took advantage of the chaos to sneak into our food warehouse, stole all the food, and were still not satisfied. It avoided the orcs and only attacked the sub-beasts and their young hidden in the warehouse. Xia's voice trembled, and he closed his eyes to hide the pain. It brutally mauled the sub-beasts and their young to death, piling their bodies together until they were piled high by the time we found it. Xia's eyes grew firm. We tried our best to fight it, but it was cunning and powerful. We couldn't catch it, and only left this scar on its face. After he said that, he walked to the head of the shadow beast and lifted its head so that everyone could clearly see the hideous scar. The tribesmen in the audience were in an uproar. The attack 10 years ago was actually planned by a shadow beast, and its brutal behavior was unacceptable to many people. Some tribesmen suddenly realized that the usual beast attacks usually occurred during the long and harsh winter. The beasts attacked the tribe because of hunger. Yet, the attack 10 years ago occurred in the autumn when food was plentiful. The beasts had no shortage of food, and certainly wouldn't attack the tribe without reason. Damn it! Damn it! The tribesmen in the audience were furious, shouting out their rage. My child, he died because of it. I want revenge. Someone choked up, tears welling up in their eyes. My father also died in that attack. Another person cried out in tears. It's dead. Finally dead. Who killed it? Another tribe member asked excitedly. It was Xuan. He found it during his adult hunt, someone answered. No wonder he's been out for so long. Turns out, he went looking for the shadow beast. Another burst of excited discussion erupted from the crowd. Well done, the tribesmen cheered. Xiao remained silent, letting the tribesmen vent their pent-up emotions. Few knew the truth back then. Only a few orcs who had fought the shadow beast knew the truth. After a long moment, the clamor in the square gradually died down. Xiao Kai spoke again. After 10 years, Xuan finally found the shadow beast through adult hunting. Today, he returned to the tribe with its corpse. This decade-long feud has finally come to an end. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xuan, whose face was expressionless, looking unusually indifferent. Hunting Captain Lan approached Xuan and patted him firmly on the shoulder. You're doing great, he said, turning away and wiping away tears. Lan's father had died in that attack 10 years prior. The crowd erupted in cheers again, this time focusing on Xuan. It was already completely dark, and as the event ended, Meng Yuqing followed Xuan toward the clan leader's home. He recalled everything he had heard today, felt the emotions of the Qingshan Tribe members, and made up his mind. Soon after, Meng Yuqing and Xuan arrived at the clan leader's home. Lifting the animal hides from the doorway, they found a room as warm as spring. Xia and his companion, Chuya, sat in the center, waiting for them. Father Beast, Sub-Father, this is Meng Yuqing, Xuan introduced, leading Meng Yuqing inside and seating her across from them. Seeing them come in, Xia and Chu immediately smiled gently, although their eyes were red. Obviously, they had just cried. Meng Yuqing, right? Welcome to the Qingshan Tribe, Xia said gently, and Chuya also smiled and handed over the food. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Chuya scooped out the broth from the stone pot and handed it to Meng Yuqing first, and then poured a bowl for Xuan. As Meng Yuqing ate, he felt the warm atmosphere and couldn't help but think of home. Chuya seemed to notice his mood and said gently, I heard from Xuan that he met you in the wild. Xuan doesn't have much contact with sub-beasts. If he does something wrong, please don't bother with him. No, Xuan is a good person. If I hadn't met him, I might not have survived. Meng Yuqing shook his head hurriedly. Qiu Yi continued. Xuan said that when he met you, he couldn't take you back to the tribe immediately, but asked you to wait for him in the cave. This was too dangerous. He shouldn't have insisted on hunting without caring about the safety of the sub-beasts. I hope you can forgive him. Qiu Ye's eyes were full of apology. Xiao also patted Qiu Ye's shoulder, expressing his understanding. They both looked at Meng Yuqing with gentle expressions, clearly taking his feelings very seriously. Xuanzi lowered his head, not daring to look at Meng Yuqing, his face filled with guilt. Seeing this scene, Meng Yuqing hurriedly explained, No, I'm fine. I'm very lucky to meet Xuan. He has done a lot for me. I have caused him a lot of trouble. Qiu Yi looked at Meng Yuqing's reaction in surprise. Meng Yuqing was obviously too excited and misunderstood their concern. Eat something first. The broth is getting cold. Qiu Yi changed the subject, calming Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing then realized she had overreacted, sat down, and began to gulp down the broth, finding it incredibly delicious. Eat slowly, don't choke. Qiu Ye's eyes were filled with love as she watched Meng Yuqing wolf down his food. He inadvertently caught sight of Xuan, whose gaze remained fixed on Meng Yuqing, a complex mix of emotions visible in his eyes. You can consider this place your home, and the tribe your family, Qiu Yi said gently. Meng Yuqing paused, her eyes slightly red. She lowered her head, fighting back tears, and nodded gently. That night, Meng Yuqing lay in the room prepared for him by the clan leader, feeling a mixture of emotions. At this moment, the system's mission completion notification rang out. Mission completed, joining the Qingshan Tribe. All existing functions are enabled. Some fine-tuning functions are subject to personal review. Start the main quest. Develop the Qingshan Tribe, long-term quest. Discover or invent anything beneficial to the tribe, or implement measures that benefit the tribe to gain energy. Note, the system advocates healthy development and rejects vicious competition. System upgrade reward, an unknown landscape painting. Please explore its specific function. Chapter 10, Xuan's Memories. Just as he was listening to the system notifications that were flooding the screen, footsteps were heard outside the room, stopping at the door of his room, and then Xuan's voice was heard through the animal skin curtain. Meng Yuqing, are you asleep? Not yet, come in. The animal skin was lifted up, and Xuan walked in with some clean animal skins in his hands. It's cold at night. and my father asked me to bring you some animal skins. Thank you. Meng Yuqing took the animal skin and turned around to spread it on the stone bed. After the floor was laid, I found that Xuan had not left yet. He was standing by the stone platform, by the wall, looking at the things on the platform. Meng Yuqing remembered that there were some small wooden toys and some beautiful stones on the stone platform. They were probably what Xuan played with when he was a child. This room should be his room, but he would occupy it temporarily. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing walked to Xuan's side. Xuan was staring at the small toys on the stage in a daze. Is this your childhood toy? No, that's not it. Xuan came to his senses and denied it. Then why is it placed in your room? Meng Yuqing asked puzzledly. This isn't my room. Xuan's voice was unusually low. This is my brother, Anin's room. He's a little sub-beast. Meng Yuqing was even more puzzled. Xuan had just reached adulthood, and his younger brother should be even younger than him. How could a room be free for him to live in? Moreover, he hadn't seen the little sub-beast at the clan leader's house today. By the way, Meng Yuqing. Xuan's voice interrupted his thoughts. What's wrong? Actually, I came to you because I have something to say to you. Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing with a serious expression. You say. Seeing him like this, Meng Yu immediately became serious. Although my father has already said it, I still think I should apologize to you in person. Meng Yuqing was even more confused. What apology? Regarding my insistence on hunting shadow beasts and leaving you alone in a cave in the wild without considering your safety, I feel I should personally apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. When Xuan was talking, he was looking at him sincerely. It could be seen that even though Qiu Yi and Xia had already apologized for this matter, he still couldn't let it go and wanted to talk to him in person. No. I really didn't care about this matter, and I've never blamed you for anything. You don't have to take it to heart. I heard everything this afternoon. The shadow beast once brought great pain to your tribe. You finally found it, and you definitely couldn't let it go. I understand. After you killed it, I saw the tribesmen in your tribe. Although they were sad because of what happened before, they were also very happy and relieved. You are the hero of your tribe. Meng Yuqing explained hurriedly. He didn't expect that Xuan would still remember such a thing. They had only known each other for a short time, but Xuan's sincerity every time made him unable to cope. Hearing Meng Yuqing say this, Xuan's eyes were a little complicated. He knew that Meng Yuqing had never cared about this matter, but he thought it was his fault and he must apologize. What he didn't expect was that in Meng Yuqing's heart, his act of hunting shadow beasts could be called heroic. He looked at Meng Yuqing for a while and spoke slowly. Actually, I must kill it, not just because of the tribe. Having said this, he paused and seemed to want to say something several times, but Meng Yuqing could feel that he was suppressing something. He wanted to talk, but he was unwilling to tell Xia and Xiuya. Would you like to talk to me about it? Meng Yuqing spoke cautiously. Xuan's gaze drifted away, as if lost in memories. Next, Meng Yuqing heard everything that Xuan saw from his perspective during the attack 10 years ago. It was more cruel and heartbreaking than Xia's brief description. That was the autumn 10 years ago. Every year at this time, the orcs would send out most of them for autumn hunting. The tribe would only leave 1/3 of the orcs to guard the area. The sub-beast would also take advantage of this harvest season to actively collect various edible plants in preparation for winter. At this time, both wild animals and plants are the fattest and most abundant, and carnivorous beasts can easily hunt fat prey that has little fighting power. They would never list the tribe as a target for attack. After all, the orcs were not easy to mess with. The sub-beasts and cubs under 10 years old that were easy to catch had little meat and fat, and could not provide them with enough energy to survive the winter. If they attacked them, they might encounter tough orcs and lose their lives. However, the attack still happened. It happened half a month before winter. The tribe was preparing for the last autumn hunt. Xia Heong led 2/3 of the orcs in the tribe out hunting. Each hunting trip would last for 7 days. On the 3rd day after their departure, Xuan and Lai, as usual, followed the adult orcs who were teaching the young orcs hunting techniques on the flat ground behind a mountain. The orcs who study here are between 4 and 14 years old. After they turn 14, they basically have a certain ability to protect themselves, so they leave here to become reserve warriors and start learning actual combat with the hunting team. At noon, Qiu Yi brought food to the back mountain to deliver to Xuan and Lai, and was not feeling well, so she stayed at home and asked Qiu Yi to take care of her. Just at this moment, the warning roar of the patrolling orcs was heard. Xuan, who had received several years of training, easily understood the meaning of the roar. There are wild beasts attacking the tribe. There are many of them. It's dangerous. The orc instructor's face changed, and he immediately arranged for 3 orcs to take the little orcs in training and the sub-beasts who came to deliver food to a special cave for refuge. The other orcs transformed together and rushed towards the place where the roars of beasts were the loudest. Qiuyi took Xian and Lai and followed the orcs to the refuge cave. While waiting, other cubs and sub-beasts were escorted here by the orcs, and then the orcs immediately left and continued to fight. This place is hidden and difficult for wild beasts to find it, but this time for some reason, wild beasts frequently jumped here. Fortunately, they were dealt with by the 3 orcs left behind. "Ping, are you okay?" one orc shouted to another. "I'm more worried about the front. Did something go wrong? How come so many beasts came here?" Ping replied while dodging the beasts' attacks. "Ping Tao, be careful. There are too many beasts," shouted the 3rd orc. As more and more wild beasts rushed here, there would always be 1 or 2 that slipped through their defenses and ran towards the cave. Seeing this situation, the older orcs in the cave transformed into beast forms, gathered together, and fought with the beasts that broke through the defense, reducing the pressure on the 3 adult orcs. Seeing this, the 3 adult orcs focused on stopping those powerful beasts. Gradually, fewer and fewer wild beasts came here, and just when they thought the attack was about to pass, an orc ran over from a distance. His body was covered with wounds, and his hair was covered in blood, and he brought news from the front. "Ping Tao Shu, there are too many beasts." Lan said he's calling on all orcs over the age of 12 to join the battle. He's already sent Fei to find Xia Heong. We must hold out until Xia Heong leads the orcs back. Only 2 orcs will remain here. All other orcs who meet the requirements, follow me. This is not good news. When the tribe is attacked or faced with genocide, the first to join the battle are the adult orcs in their prime. Secondly, when the adult orcs are not strong enough, the elderly orcs and orcs over 14 years old will take over. Finally, all the orcs over 12 years old will join the battle. If they really cannot be saved, some adult orcs, those seriously injured and unable to move, and all the elderly orcs will risk their lives to give the less seriously injured orcs, sub-beasts, and cubs a chance to escape. Upon hearing the news, the little orcs, as long as they were 12 years old or above, immediately transformed into beast forms. Their beast forms varied in size, with the large ones being only 2/3 the size of adult orcs, and the small ones being less than half the size. They were all ready to fight. Many sub-beasts in the cave watched their children transform into beast forms and follow the adult orcs away, their eyes turning red. Even the adult orcs had a hard time resisting. So how many of these little orcs could survive safely? Xian took advantage of Qiu Ye's inattention to transform into a beast and try to sneak into the team. He wanted to find an inn and Uncle Qiyi. They had been waiting here for so long, and many sub-beasts and little orcs were escorted in along the way, but they still hadn't waited for an inn and Qiyi. Yafu was so anxious that he dug his nails into his flesh, but still didn't notice. Lai was only 6 years old, and only he could go out to look for them. But he forgot that he was only 8 years old. Although he was bigger than other orcs of the same age, he was still discovered and dragged out by the leading orc among a group of 12-year-old orcs. He was thrown back into the cave. 8-year-old brat, just stay here. It's not your turn to join the battle yet. After saying that, the leading orc took Tao and a group of little orcs who were over 12 years old away. They waited in the cave for a long time, and several sub-beasts and cubs were brought in along the way. But there was still no sign of an Qiyi, especially when several of the little orcs who participated in the battle fell into a coma or were sent back with serious injuries. He became even more worried. The fathers of the unconscious little orcs held them in their arms and cried silently. They didn't know if their children would ever wake up. The other injured little orcs who were sent back licked their wounds and curled up in their father's arms to comfort him. As for the little orcs who did not return, they may be alive, or they may never have the chance to be sent back. Xian still took the opportunity to run out when 5 more wild beasts rushed here. The little beastmen who were over 10 years old also changed into animal forms, followed Pingy Shu, bared their still tender fangs, and confronted the wild beasts. Xian's beast form is about the same size as a 10-year-old orc and is inconspicuous among the others. Everyone watched the battle nervously. Compared with the huge beast, the 10-year-old orc was so small. Pingy Shu fought desperately with the beast. The small beastmen use their small size and agility to harass the beasts when they're focused on attacking the peaceful bundle, then attack them and run away. When the beasts chase them, they will run away without looking back. The peaceful bundle will take this opportunity to give the beasts a fatal attack. After dealing with the third beast, Xuan withdrew from the battle range and took the opportunity to run away. When the battle was over, all 5 beasts were killed, and the little beastmen turned back into human form and returned to the cave. Qiu discovered that Xuan had not returned. When he found out Xuan was missing, he almost went crazy. He ran to the cave entrance, grabbed Xu, and cried. Xuan didn't come back. He must have run out to find an inn in Qiyi. Please bring him back. He is only 8 years old. I am sorry. I can't leave here. Xu reluctantly rejected Qiu Ye's request. He was the only one guarding here, and he couldn't let anything happen. He had to wait for news here. If necessary, he would be the first one to lead the people in the cave to escape. Qiu understood Xu's intentions, so he released Xu and retreated back into the cave. As the clan leader's companion, he had already acted recklessly by running out to beg Xu to go find Xuan. Now he couldn't do anything to embarrass Xu anymore. Chapter 11: Witnessing Death. Xuan moved quickly through the tribe. He was covered in black and was small in stature, making him inconspicuous in the tribe full of wild beasts and adult orcs. He knew that running out was a very risky move, but he also knew that all the sub-beasts and cubs that were escorted back were escorted to a safe place because they happened to meet orcs who were not entangled by wild beasts. In such a chaotic situation, no orcs would go out of their way to look for the sub-beasts and cubs scattered throughout the tribe, nor would they have the time to do so. Father Beast and Uncle Yang are not here. If I don't come to find them, no one will go out of their way to look for them. He also has confidence in himself. Since he started training at the age of 4, he has clearly realized that he is much stronger than the orcs of the same age. Xuan ran quickly along the shade of the trees and the shadows of the ruins. The smells were so mixed that he could only see with his naked eyes. He avoided the wild beast and ran back to his home first. There was no trace of Qiya left in the house. They are not at home. He immediately turned around and ran towards Yangha Qiya's home, which was closer to the outside of the tribe. It is also the closest place to the invasion of wild beasts. If an Enchi were there, then Xuan didn't dare to think further. He carefully avoided the orcs and beasts, crossed the square from the side, and headed straight for Qiya's home. When he arrived, he saw a mess. Qiya's house had been ravaged by wild beasts. Instantly, he felt his limbs freezing cold, as if his blood had frozen. He immediately ran inside, but he didn't see Qiyi and inside, and fortunately, there was no trace of their blood either. He carefully distinguished the smell, and soon he locked on a direction. He ran in that direction, and several times wild animals discovered him along the way, but he used his familiarity with the terrain to shake them off. For a 12-year-old orc, if they're discovered by a wild beast, it will be difficult for the beast to keep them as long as they want to run away. And Xuan, his strength is about the same as that of a 12-year-old orc. Xuan followed the scent of Qiyi and An, but before he got far, the scent was covered by the thick smell of wild beasts and orc blood. A large-scale fight had taken place here, and the smell was so complex that he could not distinguish it. Xuan hid under the ruins and looked around anxiously. There were too many wild beasts and orcs nearby. If he went further, he would be at the main battlefield. If he ran over rashly, he would be in danger. He was so anxious that he scratched his head and tried to find a solution. Finally, the orcs who went out hunting came back. Their roars shook the sky, filled with endless rage, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. When the orcs who were still fighting in the tribe heard this, they felt like they had been given a shot of adrenaline and roared in response, many of which were more childish than those of adult orcs. Xuan knew that they would be safe soon. All the orcs who had gone out had returned, and he became even braver. It would take time to clear out all the beasts, so he decided to continue looking for them and protecting them. He could fight with the beasts and buy time until the adult orcs came to rescue him. He climbed to a high place and looked around. Uncle Qiya had red hair and was very eye-catching. As long as he climbed to a high place and looked for them, he would definitely find them. Xuan discovered Qiya. Near the warehouse, there was a huge gray-black beast attacking them. Qiya was knocked down by the beast. The food stored in the warehouse had been turned out and piled on one side and on the other side. Xuan's pupils suddenly contracted. It was many corpses of sub-beasts and their cubs, also piled up in a heap. The beast used its sharp claws to poke at Qiyi, who was lying on the ground from time to time, trying to turn him over. He held An in his arms, protecting An tightly under his body, allowing the beast to leave wounds on his back. It seemed to find Qiya's reaction very interesting, gently wagging its tail and making excited noises. Every time it pokes Qiya, it leaves a wound on his body, but doesn't kill him. Chia tried to get up several times and run away with it in his arms, but was knocked down by the beast every time. The beast then bit his back and legs as if to vent its anger. Soon Chia turned into a bloody man, but the beast was not satisfied and was not ready to kill him. Xian's eyes were red as he watched all this. He ran towards them like mad, and a low growl of extreme anger came from his throat. Suddenly, the beast stopped moving, raised its head, and looked provocatively in another direction. Then it lost interest in torturing Chia, and it bit Chia to death with one bite. Then Xian heard a heart-wrenching roar, and Yang rushed out from that direction and attacked the beast. After dodging Yang's attack, the beast used its claws to knock Chia's corpse off the ground, and it landed heavily near the pile of sub-beast corpses. Xian saw that Chia was still holding an tightly in his arms. Xian saw that Yang rushed towards the beast like mad and attacked it desperately. Xian saw the disdain and teasing in the beast's eyes. He witnessed all of this and saw that Yang was no match for the beast and was almost killed by it several times. He couldn't help, so he could only roar towards the sky, calling on the nearby orcs to come and help. Yang was still fighting with the beast. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat the beast, he would have no problem saving his life. However, he saw with his own eyes his partner being slaughtered by the beast in front of him, and he was unwilling to leave. Soon, some orcs heard Xian's roar and rushed over here. It was Xia and 3 orcs from the hunting team. Seeing that Yang was no match for the beast, they immediately joined the battle. The beast was very powerful, more powerful than they had ever seen before, and the 5 beasts in their prime had a slight advantage. You should know that an adult orc can easily fight with 2 ordinary beasts and even kill one of them. Not to mention that those who came here were the best of their tribe. As the wild beasts in the tribe were killed or driven away by the returning orcs, the huge beast in front of them gradually began to retreat. It pretended to be vulnerable, withstood 2 attacks, and then ran outside. Just when Xia and the other 3 orcs breathed a sigh of relief and were about to go and clean up the other beasts, Yang ran out directly after the beasts. Xia had no time to stop it. You 2 go get Yang back, and the other one will go with me to clean up the beasts in the tribe. When Xian, Xia, and the others arrived, they ran straight to Qi Ye's side. Seeing Qi Yi covered in blood and lifeless, they let out a sad whimper from their throat. He rubbed his head against Qi Ye, hoping he would wake up, but he was destined to be disappointed. Suddenly, he felt a breath ruffling his beard. He looked up at an in Qi Ye's arms. He was still breathing, and was still breathing. He pulled in out of Qi Ye's arms. Qi Yi was holding her tightly, and he didn't want to hurt Qi Ye's body. It took him some effort to get in and out. However, Anan's breath was very weak and could stop at any time. He had a serious impact injury on his head, and there were deep teeth marks on his back from the beast that were so deep that the bone could be seen. Xian didn't know what to do. He kept licking Anan's wound and praying that Anan could survive. After a long time, the wild beasts in the tribe were gradually cleared out, and the orcs roared that the tribe was safe and asked the orcs responsible for guarding the hiding place to bring out the hiding tribesmen. But Xian found that Anan's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and his tears wet the hair on his face. He squatted there helplessly and wailed. When Xia arrived with Qiu Yi and Lai, Anan's breath was already barely audible. Xian used his front legs to circle Anan and leaned his head gently against Anan's body, whimpering. In the end, Anan died in Qiu Ye's arms. Xia had a blank expression on his face, but his nails dug deep into the flesh, and his palms, stained with blood, betrayed his emotions. And Xian's younger brother, the one who likes to follow him and call him brother since he could speak. A younger brother who likes to hug his neck and act coquettishly. A younger brother who loves to ride on his back and follow him around the tribe. There is none left. Qiu Ye fainted directly, and Lai lay on Qi Ye's chest and wailed until he fainted. When Li Hihi brought Yang back, it was already late at night. They brought the unconscious Yang to Xia's home. They said that they chased Yang out and encountered other wild beasts blocking the road. When they dealt with the beasts and went to chase him again, they could no longer see Yang. When they found Yang, one of his legs was broken and he was being pinned down by the shadow beast, which had a deep scar on its face that was visible to the bone. Just when the shadow beast was about to kill Yang, they arrived. The shadow beast was afraid that someone was following it, so it ran into the depths of the jungle without killing Yang. Yang was seriously injured and fell to the ground with one leg broken. He lay on the ground, but did not forget to crawl in the direction the shadow beast ran away. They immediately ran over and tried to forcibly bring him back to the tribe. During the process, Yang struggled to chase the shadow beast until he was exhausted and fainted. After returning, everyone saw that Yang was so badly injured that they all thought he would not survive. But Xie is dead. Xia and Xuya also lost an. They can't and are unwilling to give up Yang. Xia presided over the reconstruction of the tribe every day, directing the tribesmen to deal with the corpses of wild animals and the bodies of the dead tribesmen. He returned home very late every day, and the first thing he did when he got home was to see Yang Healy. Qiu forced herself to cheer up and stayed at home with Xian and lied to take care of Yang. Yang was still unconscious. Qiu ground the meat into minced meat and mixed it with broth and carefully fed it to Yang. Xia turned into a beast every night to lick Yang's wounds to disinfect them. The best food in the house was given priority to be made into minced meat and broth for Yang. Yang almost lost his breath several times during the process. 5 days. Yang was in a coma for a full 5 days. The old people who were still alive in the tribe said that with such a serious injury, Yang would usually die in 3 days at most. Now it has been 5 days, and he has survived several dangers. With the orc's recovery ability, he might be able to survive. Finally, on the 7th day, Yang woke up. The elders said that Yang was obsessed with not wanting to die, so he managed to survive. Xia thought that Yang would collapse and vent his anger after waking up. So he sent an orc to guard his house and prevent Yang from hurting himself or others when necessary. However, after waking up, Yang became very quiet, completely different from the confident and flamboyant first warrior of the tribe. It was as if all his energy and spirit had disappeared overnight, and he became incredibly obedient. But it was all an illusion. Just when Xia relaxed his vigilance and thought that Yang would not cause any trouble, Yang ran away, avoiding the patrolling orcs, and ran into the forest. He wanted to find the shadow beast. In the end, Xia personally led people to capture him. Yang struggled like crazy, trying to break free and run away, but Xia tied him up with vines. Xia brought light to him and told him, "Looking for revenge on Shadow Beast? Sure, but take a good look at this child, yours and Chie's child. If you die, what will happen to Lai? The tribe will raise children who have lost their parents free of charge, but you should know that even if the tribe raises them, there is a huge difference between children with parents and those without. Even if Xuya and I are willing to adopt him, don't forget that Xuya has always been in poor health. We've lost an eye, and his health is worse than before. How can he take care of 2 little orcs when the time comes? I've said this much. If you still want to die, then go ahead. I won't stop you." After that, Yang was completely quiet. After Xia let go of the vines, he walked to Lai, hugged Lai in his arms, stared blankly at the void for a long time, and then burst into tears. Later, the once unbridled Yang disappeared, leaving behind only a gloomy and indifferent figure standing forever in the shadows. Even the sunlight could not dispel the darkness around him, because the light in his heart was extinguished forever. Meng Yuqing listened quietly to Xian's narration. Xian's voice was very calm, just like putting a piece of sharp-edged stone into his heart, grinding it with flesh and blood, and then polishing it smooth after suffering torture. When Meng Yuqing came to his senses, he looked at Xian, half of whose body was in the shadow. He slowly reached out his hand, patted Xian's shoulder, opened his lips, and after a while, he found his voice. "It's all over." He spoke in a low voice. The room fell silent again. Finally, it was Xian who broke the silence. He spoke with a smile as usual. "I'm sorry for talking to you about something so random in the middle of the night." His voice was as clear and energetic as the first time I heard it, without a trace of gloom. "It's getting late. You should get some rest. I'm leaving first." Without waiting for Meng Yuqing to reply, he stood up, walked to the door, lifted the animal skin curtain, and walked out. Meng Yuqing took off his coat and lay on the clean animal skin, still thinking about everything Xian said. No wonder there are so few sub-beasts in this tribe, and there are not even a few sub-beast cubs. At a glance, there are basically orcs and little orcs. If Xia announced the cause of the attack 10 years ago to the tribe members from the perspective of the tribe as the patriarch, it was to give an account of what happened in the tribe. Then Xian was standing from the perspective of an ordinary tribesman, telling him everything an ordinary orc had suffered in the attack, the helplessness, despair, and the pain of losing his loved ones. This made Meng Yuqing realize more deeply that the attack 10 years ago brought not only the apparent population loss to the tribe, but also the permanent psychological trauma left to those who survived and lost their loved ones. Even after 10 years, there is still no healing, and it will only be buried deep in my heart as time goes by. Chapter 12, Building a House. With chaotic thoughts in his mind, Meng Yuqing fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Meng Yuqing quickly climbed out of bed. It was really embarrassing to sleep in someone else's house until noon. While I walked out of the room, Qiu was already preparing lunch. Xian and Xia were not at home. When they saw Meng Yuqing coming out, they greeted him with a smile. Are you awake? Did you sleep well last night? I slept very well. The animal skin was very soft and comfortable. Thank you, Meng Yuqing replied with a smile. In fact, he did not sleep well last night. His mind was in a mess after listening to Xian's story. Xian was the first person he came into contact with after coming into this world, and he had always been very kind to him. Even though he was an adult man with mature thoughts, he still inevitably developed a fledgling complex. He could feel Xian's sadness and pain, and his feelings for the tribe and his people. So Meng Yuqing wanted to do something for this tribe, not just because he needed to develop a tribal upgrade system, but because he really wanted to do something. That's good. The food will be ready soon. Meng Yuqing smoothed her hair, walked outside, filled the small kettle she had made earlier with water, and washed herself briefly. He still needed to get a toothbrush. He hadn't brushed his teeth properly since he came here. He could ask Xian if he had any animal hairs suitable for making bristles. Also, willow branches seemed to be useful as toothbrushes. He wondered if there were any similar trees here. He could ask the system about that. Thinking about the system, I have completed it after completing the first task, and the functions of other sections have also been unlocked. However, because Xian came over temporarily, I didn't have time to check it. I could take some time to study it carefully today. After spitting out the last mouthful of water, Meng Yuqing wiped his mouth and returned to the house. Qiu had already prepared lunch. Meng Yuqing looked at the amount of food and asked, "Won't the clan leader and Xian be back at noon?" Qiu shook his head and replied, "They are on patrol. They won't come back unless there is something else at noon. Xian is already an adult and needs to learn a lot of things as soon as possible. He can't be like the backup soldier before." Meng Yuqing took the food handed to him by Qiu and sat on the stone bench. When he had almost finished eating, he looked up and asked Qiu, "How can I get my own house in the tribe? Do I need to make any contribution?" Qiu looked at him in surprise. "Are you going to live alone?" Meng Yuqing was puzzled but nodded. "Yes, is it not possible?" "It's not impossible. Anyone in the tribe can build a house here." Qiu continued, looking at him. "But you can live in our house." At this point, he seemed to remember something and added, "Xian is already an adult. He will move out soon. Don't worry." Realizing Qiu had misunderstood, Meng Yuqing quickly explained, "No, I just feel really embarrassed to be staying at your house all the time. But you're not an adult yet. How can a non-adult sub-beast live alone? If you're the only one left, there will be other families who will adopt you. You don't have to be embarrassed." Qiu really wanted to adopt Meng Yuqing. He discussed it with Xia last night, and Xia also agreed. "I'm already 22 years old and an adult." Meng Yuqing was surprised. However, Qiu was more surprised than him. "But Xian told me that you haven't done it yet." "But I have never discussed this issue with Xian." Meng Yuqing was shocked. What gave Xian the illusion that he was not an adult? Maybe he misunderstood. Qiu apologized immediately. It's okay. Maybe I did something that gave him an illusion." Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Just explain it clearly. However, even if you are of age, you can live in our house until you find a partner." Qiu was puzzled as to why the Orcish cubs without parents in the tribe were gathered together to be raised by the tribe. But little sub-beasts are different. They are not as tough as little orcs and need more careful care to survive, so they are generally adopted by healthy families in the tribe. After all, sub-beasts eat less, and for families with adult orcs, raising one more is not a problem at all. The young orcs start learning hunting at the age of 4. The adult orcs who teach them will take them to the patrol area to find small wild animals for practice. They can add meals to themselves. In addition to the food allocated by the tribe, the older young orcs can always find ways to find food for themselves. "Thank you so much for your kindness, but I still want to live alone." Meng Yuqing still refused. He had a system on him, and after spending so much time together, it was inevitable that some abnormalities would be discovered. Moreover, he also needed space to study some things that would be useful for the development of the tribe. Qiu looked at him, making sure that he was not being polite but serious, and did not try to persuade him anymore, but just said with some disappointment, "I see. Xian is also planning to build a house and move out. I'll help you build it when the time comes." At this point, he suddenly perked up and continued, "Your house can be built closer. If you have any difficulties, you can ask him for help, and you can also come to our house often. Okay. Meng Yuqing did not refuse Qiu Ye's kindness again. He could see that Qiu Ye liked him very much and even wanted to adopt him. This reminded him of what Xian said yesterday. Hearing Meng Yuqing's agreement, Qiu Ye was very happy and his eyes narrowed with a smile. Qiu Ye is a very friendly person and it is very comfortable to get along with him. When Xian and Xia came back in the evening, Qiu Ye had already skipped Meng Yuqing's surname and only called him by his first name. While preparing dinner, Meng Yuqing helped Qiu Ye. Although he had little experience in cooking, the way people here cooked was really simple. Apart from roasting and boiling, he was very good at it. After all, he had to live here until the house was built, so he couldn't just do nothing. During the meal, Qiu Ye mentioned that Meng Yuqing wanted to live alone. Xian, when you build your house, please help Yuqing build one. Won't he live with us? He wants to live alone. Xian's reaction was exactly the same as Qiu Ye's at noon, and Xiao also told him today that Qiu Ye wanted to adopt a child. Yes, that's Yuqing's idea. He and I have decided and discussed it. You should build the two houses closer together. If he has any difficulties, you can help him conveniently. Now eat quickly. We can talk about it tomorrow if you have any questions. Qiu Ye stopped Xian, who wanted to continue asking questions. Then you can only go to the patrol for half a day these 2 days. As for the hunting team, wait until you finish building the house before going. After listening to Qiu Ye's words, Xia quickly arranged the time for Xian. He was not too surprised that Meng Yuqing had the idea of living alone. He was just a little surprised that Qiu Ye would agree to let an underage sub-beast live alone. He looked at Meng Yuqing and thought that maybe this sub-beast just looked like an underage. Seeing that all three of them agreed with this matter, Xian did not ask any more questions and instead asked about the details of the house. What kind of house do you want to build? Do you have any special requirements? Well, I mainly want to enclose a small piece of open space near the house, preferably somewhere I can grow things. Meng Yuqing thought for a while before answering. After dinner, Meng Yuqing and they cleaned up the stone pot and bowls and returned to the room to sit on the stone bed. System, he shouted in his head. Yes, host. The system responded immediately. Chapter 13 Research Systems. As the system answered, a translucent system panel appeared in front of him. All the unlocked sections have been unlocked, and there is an additional void space where energy can be used. It now looks empty, with occasional wisps of mist-like gas floating by, which should be the so-called energy. This is a space for storing energy that the host can use. When energy is obtained, the system will extract a portion of it and fill it into this space for the host to use freely. There is no upper limit to the energy storage, and the energy has a huge impact. Please actively develop the tribe. I remember the last time I used energy to cover and hide myself in the cave system. At that time, I even owed the system energy. This should also be considered a way of using energy. Although this space is empty now, there is still some energy in it. It should be the energy obtained from completing the 2 hidden tasks and the remaining energy after repaying the debt. After realizing this, Meng Yuqing stopped looking at it and turned his attention to the 6 major sections. The previously available exploration and identification functions have also undergone some minor adjustments and additional explanations. Exploration, range 50 meters, 1 out of 1, cooldown 1 day, can be open continuously for 20 minutes. I haven't identified any changes or it's refreshed every 3/3 5 days. Meng Yuqing's eyes fell on the 3rd section and he was a little excited. Warehouse, isn't this equivalent to having a portable space? When I clicked the warehouse button, a 3M times 3M times 3M space image suddenly appeared in my head. At the same time, I received a prompt about this warehouse. No living things can be stored there, and the things stored inside will be frozen in time. Meng Yuqing touched his chin, looked at the animal skin on the stone bed, and thought to himself, put it away. The animal skin immediately disappeared from his sight and appeared in the warehouse. His eyes lit up, and he silently told himself to take it out. The animal skin immediately disappeared from the warehouse and appeared on his legs. He looked at the hide from left to right, then thought of something and put it back in. When he took out again, it was not on his legs but in a corner of the bed. You can specify a location. After discovering this function, Meng Yuqing took the animal skin and conducted several more experiments. Finally, the scope of income and expenditure was determined. Within the range of a 1-meter radius with himself as the center, he could collect and place items at will. This is truly the most practical function so far. The exploration range is too small, and there are not many places he can go. The identification function is like opening a blind box. The number of times is too small, and the CD is too long. Whether you can identify something depends entirely on luck, and there are not many things he can touch that need to be identified. After exploring the warehouse, Meng Yuqing looked at the 3 sections at the back: Mall, Encyclopedia, and Characters. He first opened the mall and found that there were more detailed classifications in the mall, including finished products, picture albums, and materials. Purchasing things in the mall requires energy. He looked at the goods inside. Finished products mainly sold some ready-made items that could be used as soon as they were purchased, and the energy required was the highest. If you buy the design and materials and make the same thing yourself, it will be much cheaper. As long as you have enough materials, you can keep making it. If the finished product you bought is damaged, it is also damaged. Looking at the empty available energy storage space, Meng Yuqing silently closed the mall. He couldn't afford to buy anything now. If he could afford it, he could make it himself, such as the toothbrush he wanted very much now. Then he clicked on the encyclopedia section. He had a rough idea of what it was just by looking at the name, but when he opened it, Meng Yuqing was still surprised. The encyclopedia is divided into 2 modules. One is the search function, which can connect to the modern world. That is, he can use this function to search for a lot of knowledge he needs, but it also has a flaw. He can only search and cannot communicate with the modern world through this function. Moreover, each use requires energy, and the longer it is used, the more energy is consumed. However, this also gave him great encouragement. The system can connect to his world, and there's really a way for him to go home. Another module was the Beast World Continent Data Encyclopedia, which recorded every creature and thing that existed on the Beast World continent. As long as Meng Yuqing could read and memorize this complete data set, there would be nothing in this world that he didn't know. But after looking at this huge database, Meng Yuqing swallowed his saliva. Let alone writing it down, it would probably take more than 10 years to finish reading all of it. Well, I'll put it aside and take a look at it when I have time. However, this complete information can be used in conjunction with identification. If you find something you don't recognize in the future, you could check it first. If you are really anxious to know the purpose, you can use identification. After defining this module, he looked at the last section. Characters. View character status 1 out of 1, refreshed once a day. This section made him a little confused. Just looking at the name, he had no idea what it was for. Character. Was it referring to himself? He tried clicking on the function. The target of use has not been confirmed, and the use has failed. The system's voice sounded. System, how do I use this? Meng Yuqing asked the system. The host needs to specify the target. After specifying, the system will scan the target and provide the host with feedback on the target's physical status. Can I use it on myself? Yes, host. Okay, confirm to use it on me. After Meng Yuqing finished speaking, the 1/1 under the character became 0 out of 1. It took a while to receive feedback from the system. Meng Yuqing, 22-year-old male human. Physical condition, healthy compared to humans of the same age in their original world. Unhealthy compared to the physical condition of sub-beastmen in this world. Negative state of sleepiness, no other illnesses. After checking his own information, Meng Yuqing let out a hiss. With this, wouldn't he be able to easily see through other people's physical conditions? He could find out if they had any diseases with just a scan and then prescribe the right medicine. This is incredibly useful. As long as I have the right herbs, I can save many lives. If used well, it will definitely be beneficial to the development of the tribe. After a long while, Meng Yuqing finally suppressed his excitement and closed the section to continue reading. Below was the task panel, and he looked at the entire panel. Main quest. Develop the Qingshan Tribe. Long-term quest in progress. Upgrade reward. An unknown landscape. What does it do specifically? Please upgrade actively and explore on your own. Random task. Not triggered yet. Hidden task. The host must complete it before it will be triggered. Note, if the completed task has a sustained positive impact on development and can continue to gain energy, the system will not notify you again. Last rating. Not rated yet. Suggested direction. Everything has not yet begun. Please take positive action. Chapter 14. Sub-Beast Talent. After reading all this, Meng Yuqing closed the system panel and lay on the bed to think. Some of the existing functions of the system were quite comprehensive for him, but there was a bigger problem now. He was too weak compared to the natives of this world. If you limit yourself to the tribe's activities, some of the system's functions will be limited. So you either need to find a way to improve your own strength or find a reliable and trustworthy partner to run the business together. However, The existing functions of the system do not include any function that can improve his strength. He can buy some weapons that can improve his strength in the mall, but he can't afford them now. Is he only able to choose the second option? But it is too risky. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask the system, is there no way for me to improve my strength and go out into the wild on my own? Not yet. Temporarily? That means it will be available in the future and the level needs to be upgraded, right? Meng Yuqing asked. Yes, new functions will be unlocked after the system level is upgraded. But now, due to the limitations of my strength, the use of some of the system's functions has been greatly reduced, which will slow down the upgrade speed. The system was silent for a while, and just when Meng Yuqing wanted to ask again, it spoke. The host can disguise the system's functions as talents. As long as they're used properly, they can seek help from trustworthy orcs. What does it mean to disguise it as a talent? Meng Yuqing immediately jumped up and asked. A very small number of sub-beastmen possess unusual talents, but most of these talents are useless and unnoticeable, and even the individual themselves are unaware of them. However, there are indeed some sub-beastmen who are aware of their own unusualness, and hosts can disguise themselves as such sub-beastmen. You said it's a very rare thing. Many people don't even know that sub-beastmen have this possibility. If others don't know about this, I will be regarded as an alien, and my life may be in danger. After listening to the explanation, Meng Yuqing was not bewitched by the system. Instead, he bluntly stated the risks of this method. So you need to find someone you can trust who won't treat you like an alien. After the system finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Meng Yuqing had a sullen face, staring straight ahead in silence. The atmosphere was terribly depressing. After a long while, he finally spoke. This candidate is Xuan, right? You are guiding me to find Xuan. The system was silent, and Meng Yuqing didn't expect it to answer, so he spoke to himself. You said he was different. When I first came to this world, you didn't immediately appear to bind me. Instead, you appeared when Xuan brought me to a safe place. So I subconsciously trusted Xuan more and became closer to him. When you showed up, my first reaction wasn't to happily agree to be bound to you. Instead, I questioned you. But you know I wouldn't reject this golden finger of yours no matter what. Later, on the night Xuan returned from hunting the shadow beast, you revealed that you had the ability to protect me, meaning you could shield my presence so the beast couldn't find me. Then I can guess that after I fainted in the tree and screamed for help, no wild beasts attacked me. Instead, you waited until Xuan came and discovered my existence. This is because you used this ability so that Xuan, who was not far away from me, could take me away. As for why you didn't just throw me in front of Xuan, it was probably because you were afraid of arousing my suspicion. You have a purpose for Xuan, and you need me to use you to help Xuan, right? But I'm confused. Why don't you just bind to Xuan directly? TSK, I guess you'll just tell me I don't have enough authority for this question. I'm too lazy to pursue it. I just want to ask you one thing. Is what you said about my death in the original world true? At this moment, Meng Yuqing showed his sharpness for the first time since coming into this world. It's true. The system answered quickly this time, but it did not deny what Meng Yuqing had said before. Meng Yuqing saw his reaction and nodded in understanding. So, you saved my life. So helping you complete the upgrade is my way of repaying you for saving me and the price of returning home. After saying that, Meng Yuqing paused and asked slowly, System, do you have good intentions or bad intentions towards this world and the creatures here? He didn't mind helping to upgrade the system, but he didn't want to be an accomplice to evil. The system can guarantee that it will never do anything harmful to this world or this tribe. This time, Meng Yuqing actually heard seriousness and earnestness in the cold mechanical voice of the system. After receiving the system's assurance, Meng Yuqing nodded and stopped talking, then lay back on the bed. He was very tired. The confrontation with the system had kept him extremely nervous. Now that everything was over, he felt extremely sleepy, his head was throbbing with pain, and he still had the debuff of sleepiness. As soon as he relaxed, his consciousness began to blur. Chapter 15 Teaching Qiuye to Identify Herbs. The next day, Meng Yuqing woke up earlier than yesterday and did not see Qiuye when he walked out of the room. Qiuye, are you there? He shouted towards Qiuye's room. No one answered. Maybe he went out. Meng Yuqing thought about it, picked up the small kettle, and went out to wash up simply like yesterday. There were many people passing by outside. Most of them looked at Meng Yuqing with curiosity for a while, but did not say anything and left in a hurry. It seemed like everyone was very busy. Meng Yuqing touched his chin, making it seem as if he was the only one who was idle. Yesterday afternoon, I followed Qiuye around the tribe. The entire tribe covers a large area, but there are not many people, so the houses are not densely packed. Back in the room, Meng Yuqing took out the bag he had brought back and looked at the things he had brought back from the wild. A large handful of hemostatic grass and blackthorn grass, a small handful of blood-producing grass, a simple water bottle made of palm fruit, and then this woven bag. When he came here, he found that many people were staring at his woven bag. Most of them were sub-beasts. He took everything outside and sorted the herbs in the sunlight. When Qiuye came back, he saw Meng Yuqing hiding on the flat ground in front of the door. There was a pile of grass on the ground. He didn't recognize this grass, and it was not the wild vegetables they usually ate. "What are you doing?" Qiuye walked over and squatted beside Meng Yuqing and asked curiously. "You're back." "I was sorting the herbs. I was in such a hurry when I came back that I didn't clean them up. They were still covered in dirt. I stuffed them directly into the bag, and I don't know if I damaged any of them," Meng Yuqing said as she fiddled with the herbs. "Herbs?" Qiuye's voice suddenly rose. "You said this is a herb?" As he said that, he quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back, fearing that he would break it. At this time, the system sends a task notification in a timely manner. Random quest. Teach the suborc Qiuye to identify 3 kinds of herbs. "Why did you run so far? You're back just in time. Help me clean these herbs." Meng Yuqing waved and asked Qiuye to come over quickly. Qiuye still refused to come over and waved his hands and said, "I don't know the herbs and I can't do it. I will ruin it." "It's okay, I'll teach you. It's not a difficult herb to find. Come quickly." Meng Yuqing continued to call him over. "Are you sure you want to teach me?" Qiuye said in a low voice with hesitation, but still walked over carefully. Come on, Meng Yuqing urged. After Qiuye came over, Meng Yuqing grabbed a handful of hemostatics and stuffed them into his hand. "This is hemostatic grass. It can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. Crush it and apply it directly to the wound. It can quickly stop bleeding and prevent inflammation, swelling, and pus from forming in the wound. Clean the dirt off the roots first." "Okay, I will be careful not to break it." Qiuye held the hemostatic grass as if facing a great enemy. "Don't be so nervous. This herb is really not difficult to find. Xuan has used a lot of it." Seeing his reaction, Meng Yuqing said with a smile. Hearing Meng Yuqing say this, Qiuye relaxed a little and spoke softly. Was Xuan seriously injured at that time? He came back at night, dragging a shadow beast. His body was covered in wounds and smelled very bloody. He was a little unsteady on his feet. "It's good that you're okay. At least we can drag the shadow beast back." Qiuye breathed a sigh of relief, but the pain in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Seeing Qiuye like this, Meng Yuqing felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the hemostatic grass in Qiuye's hand was almost cleaned up. Meng Yuqing immediately took a few pieces of blood-producing grass and stuffed them over to change the subject. This is a blood-producing herb. After eating it, it can speed up the body's blood production. It can be used in cases of heavy blood loss. Combined with hemostatic herb, it can save lives. After hearing Meng Yuqing's introduction, Qiuye quickly withdrew his thoughts and looked at the 2 herbs in his hand seriously. He understood how much benefit it would bring to the tribe if he had these 2 herbs. "Yuqing, is it true that you said these 2 herbs are difficult to find?" Seeing what Qiuye was thinking, Meng Yuqing nodded and said, "Although they're not everywhere, they're certainly not hard to find. Xuan also recognizes them. These are what Xuan and I picked up on the way back. If we go out specifically to look for them, we should find even more. Can you teach it to others as well? Especially the people in the hunting team that can help go out and search, and they're also the most dangerous of all." Qiuye's voice became lower and lower as he spoke. He knew that the knowledge about herbs was only known by the witch, and the witch was the treasure of a tribe. Although their tribe looks good, they don't have a witch, and much of what they know now is accumulated by themselves. Other things can be accumulated through life, but they cannot try herbs one by one. Many herbs are highly poisonous, and every member of the tribe is very precious. The elders told him that the wild vegetables they often eat now were tried and tested by the previous tribesmen, but at that time, in order to find edible wild vegetables, many tribesmen died of poisoning. Of course you can. Herbs are meant to be used. If no one knows about them, and someone gets hurt in the future and misses out on life-saving medicine because they don't know how to use it, it would be such a shame. As soon as he finished speaking, the system issued another task. Random task. Promote 3 kinds of herbs. After accepting the task, Meng Yuqing did not show it on his face and continued to talk to Qiuyi. "Qiuyi, find some time to have the hunting team identify these herbs. If they see them in the wild in the future, ask them to bring them back." Qiuyi smiled gratefully at Meng Yuqing and said, "I'll talk to Xia and ask him to arrange a time as soon as possible. If you see this kind of herb, please bring some back for me." Meng Yuqing waved the blackthorn grass in his hand. "What kind of medicine is this?" Qiuyi asked curiously. "Blackthorn grass. It can't be said to be a medicine. It's more like a weakly toxic grass with a special effect. Look at the black thorns on its leaves. If the skin is pierced by these thorns, the whole person will feel paralyzed and unable to use any strength. If the amount is too much, the whole person may fall into a coma, but after a while, the person will recover," Meng Yuqing explained. "Is it poisonous?" "Put it down. What do you want this for?" "It's very dangerous." Hearing that it was poisonous, Qiuyi was stunned and immediately asked Meng Yuqing to put down. "It's okay. I know what it does. I'm definitely not afraid of it. I need to make something with it." Qiuyi still frowned and looked at him disapprovingly. "Don't worry, I know my limits. I've told Xian before that I'll ask him for help when the time comes. Nothing will go wrong." After hearing what Meng Yuqing said, Qiuyi relaxed his brows, but still warned him, "Don't do it secretly by yourself. If you want to do it, you must find Xian to help you." I know. I promise I won't do it secretly, and I will definitely tell Xian." Meng Yuqing nodded obediently. After hearing his assurance, Qiuyi stopped worrying about this matter. Chapter 16. Rescue. The two of them cleaned up very quickly together, mainly Qiuyi's speed. After the sorting is completed, the system will send a prompt indicating that the task is completed. Random quest. Teach the subword Qiuyi to identify 3 kinds of herbs. Completed. Gain energy. The host can use more energy. Please check for details. Qiuyi stood up, looked at the sky, and said, "I'll go prepare the food. You take a rest first." "No, I'll go with you." After sorting the sorted herbs and putting them into a woven bag, Meng Yuqing stood up and prepared to follow Qiuyi into the house. Qiuyi glanced at the woven bag without saying anything, then turned around and prepared to go into the house. At this time, a noisy sound was heard not far away. "Xian, why are you running so fast? What happened? Why are you running around the tribe in beast form?" Hearing the sound, Qiuyi immediately stopped and looked over there with Meng Yuqing. Soon Xian ran up to them and spoke hurriedly. "Luo is injured and bleeding a lot. He can't stop bleeding. He doesn't look well." Meng Yuqing and Qiuyi looked at each other and said immediately, "I'll be right there." Qiuyi had already climbed onto Xian's back and waved at him. "Yuqing, come up quickly." Xian lay on the ground looking at Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing did not waste any time, picked up the woven bag, and immediately stepped on Xian's front legs and climbed onto Xian's back and sat in front of Qiuyi. Feeling that the person on his back was firmly seated, Xian immediately stood up and ran towards the square. Along the way, many people looked out of their houses to see them. When they ran to the square, there were already a lot of people surrounding Luo. Xia brought the people who brought Luo back to maintain order. When he saw Xian running over with Meng Yuqing and Qiuyi, he immediately spoke loudly. Get out of the way, let Xian bring his men in." The people around didn't understand what was going on, but they obediently made way. Xian ran to Luo's side and bent down. Qiuyi slid down with Meng Yuqing. The two immediately ran to Luo's side and squatted down to check. Luo's consciousness had begun to blur, and he could go into shock at any time. There were several wounds on his body. The most terrifying one was a very long wound on his hind leg. The bone was visible and blood was gushing out. It was very likely that an artery was injured. The system checks his character status. While communicating with the system, Meng Yuqing took out the freshly sorted herbs from the woven bag and spoke in Luo's ear. "Can you still transform into a human form? That way it will be easier for me to rescue you." Fortunately, although Luo was conscious, he had not fainted. When he heard someone say that they wanted to save him and let him turn into a human form, he forced himself to turn back into a human form, but this action also consumed his last strength. The members of the patrol team who brought Luo back looked at him anxiously and tried to step forward several times, but were stopped by Xuan. "Don't go over there. He's the only one who can possibly save Luo now." Hearing Xia's words, the people around him didn't dare to breathe. They had seen this kind of injury before, and it would soon cause death from bleeding. "I hope this new sub-beast can really find a way to save Luo." Soon the system gave Meng Yuqing feedback. Luo, 37-year-old adult orc. Physical condition, near death, bleeding profusely, leg artery injury. Sure enough, just as he had judged, Meng Yuqing stuffed a handful of hemostatic grass in his mouth, and then stuffed another handful into Qiu Yi and said, "Chew it up and apply it to the wound on his leg that's bleeding the most. Stop the bleeding there first." Qiu Yi took the hemostatic grass and immediately put it in his mouth and chewed it into pieces, imitating Meng Yuqing's behavior. Seeing Meng Yuqing smear all the chewed herbs on Luo's legs, he immediately applied his own chewed herbs. The wound on the leg was so large that they chewed it several times before covering it completely, and then used the remaining hemostatic grass to treat other wounds. The hemostatic grass worked quickly, and Luo's legs stopped bleeding, but his condition was still not good. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and he had completely fainted with a terribly low body temperature. Meng Yuqing glanced at Luo's character status. He was still on the verge of death, but later it turned into excessive blood loss. "Qiu Yi, blood-producing grass, quick!" Hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Qiu Yi immediately took out the blood-generating grass from the bag and handed it to Meng Yuqing, but he didn't know how to use it. Meng Yuqing pinched Luo's chin and tried to pry his mouth open to stuff the blood-producing grass in. Qiu Yi also helped, but Luo was already unconscious and could not pry his mouth open successfully. "Xian, come and help. Pry his mouth open, otherwise the medicine can't be fed in," Meng Yuqing shouted. Xian immediately ran over, took Luo from Meng Yuqing's hand, and pried open Luo's mouth. Meng Yuqing and Qiu Yi tore the blood-producing grass into small pieces and then rolled them into small grass balls the size of mung beans and stuffed them into Luo's mouth. "No, he's unconscious and can't swallow it," Qiu Yi said anxiously. "Water? Who has water?" Meng Yuqing looked up and looked around. "I have it home. It's very close. I'll go get it right away." Several voices in the crowd answered and turned around and ran home. The water was brought quickly. Xian pried open Luo's mouth to prevent him from closing it, and Qiu Yi carefully fed Luo water. Meng Yuqing tore the blood-producing grass into pieces and rolled it into a grass ball according to the situation, and stuffed it into Luo's mouth as Qiu Yi was feeding him water. Luo swallowed subconsciously, and Qiu Yi shouted happily when he saw this scene. He swallowed it. Meng Yuqing took another look at the character's status and said, "Don't stop, keep feeding him. Wait until his complexion clears up a bit before checking again." As the blood-producing grass was fed, Luo's complexion gradually began to improve, from the deathly blue-gray color at the beginning to white, and then slowly regaining its blood color. In the character state, Luo has escaped from the near-death state. Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was saved. Luo's partner and children came when Meng Yuqing and Qiu Yi were stopping Luo's bleeding. They thought Luo was dead and wanted to come and see him for the last time, but were stopped by Xia. His partner held the 10-year-old orc in her arms with tears in her eyes, staring at this side intently, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing Meng Yuqing's rescue, praying that Meng Yuqing could save Luo. When Meng Yuqing announced that Luo was out of danger, he hugged the child and finally cried out loud. Xia looked at Meng Yuqing, and only after getting Meng Yuqing's consent did he let Luo's partner take the child over. Luo's partner approached Luo carefully and touched his body gently. He felt that Luo's body temperature was lower than usual, but not dangerous. He lay on Luo's chest, sobbing and looking at Meng Yuqing and Qiu Yi. Thank you. The little orc had been following his father-in-law, trying hard not to cry, but now he couldn't hold it back any longer, and tears fell like beads. Seeing that Luo was out of danger, the people around him breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then they secretly looked at Meng Yuqing. They remembered Meng Yuqing. She was the sub-beast that Xian brought back a few days ago. She now lived in Xia and Qiu Yi's home. They knew that Qiu Yi didn't know how to save people before, and now Qiu Yi can follow this sub-beast to save people. It can only be because this sub-beast taught him. They looked at Qiu Yi with some envy, thinking that Qiu Yi would also be a sub-beast who could save people in the future. But they didn't have any other ideas. After all, they were all people in the tribe, and they could ask for help in the future. Once everything is done, the system will also send a notification. Complete the hidden mission. Save the dying orc Luo. Gain energy. The host can use more energy. Please check for details. Chapter 17, Promoting Herbal Medicine. Xia arranged for several orcs to send Luo and his partner and children back, and asked people to take turns guarding them and inform him in time if there was any situation until Luo woke up. Meng Yuqing watched Xia arranging the affairs of the tribe in an orderly manner and felt that this tribe was really good. Even after returning home, Qiuyu was still staring at his hands in a daze, still a little dazed. Just now, I really followed Meng Yuqing to rescue Luo. In the past, if an orc suffered such an injury, he would basically not survive. The bleeding could not be stopped at all, and he would bleed to death. Xia seemed to know what he was thinking. She walked over, hugged him gently, and touched his back soothingly without saying a word. Meng Yuqing glanced at them and turned around and walked out of the house with some embarrassment. He decided not to be a third wheel. Xuan also followed him out and brought 2 large pieces of meat. You and Yafu probably haven't eaten yet. I'll grill some meat for you. He skillfully found an open space, built a fire, and started grilling meat. Meng Yuqing went over to help him process the meat and felt a little worried when she thought that her herbs were running out. Xuan looked up at him, not quite understanding why he suddenly became so unhappy when he was fine just now. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly unhappy? It's not that I'm unhappy, but the herbs I collected earlier are running out. If it happens again, I won't have enough herbs to use. I see. I'll help you find it when I go out next time. I told Qiuyu today that I'll have everyone in the hunting team identify these herbs and bring them back if they see any. Are you willing to teach everyone about this herb? Xuan was a little surprised to hear him say that. Why not? This herb should be very useful for orcs like you who hunt frequently. You should definitely stock up on it. I'm the only one who knows about it, and I can't go out to collect it. It would be a shame if casualties were caused by not having enough herbs. And if you know about these herbs, even if you get injured in the wild, you can treat it in time. Meng Yuqing repeated to Xuan what he had said to Qiuyu. Why did they always feel that he couldn't teach them about herbs? Did the witches in this world still practice a knowledge monopoly? Meng Yuqing frowned. They had no written language, yet they practiced a knowledge monopoly. No wonder the inheritance was so easily broken. It is undesirable to develop a tribal knowledge monopoly. The barbecue was quickly cooked. Meng Yuqing held a piece of barbecue and ate it. He decided to find a way to improve the food after his house was built. Although the barbecue was delicious, it was a bit greasy. By the way, Xuan, there's also blackthorn grass. I want to make something with it. I might need you to bring back a few living animals for me to experiment with. The grass that can make people lose their strength and fall in a coma? I understand. I will bring back some wild animals tomorrow. Xuan nodded in agreement. We don't need a very big beast. A small one will do, but they don't have to be the same size. I want to try out the effects of different sizes. Once I have a rough idea, I'll try a large beast. Meng Yuqing added. I understand. Is there enough blackthorn grass? I'll check to see if there's any when I go out and bring you some more. If you see it, bring some back. I'm sure it'll be used quite a bit in the experiments. Good. At this time, Qiuyu calmed down and pulled Xia out. Xuan handed the other piece of roasted meat to Qiuyu. Qiuyu sat next to Meng Yuqing and took the roasted meat and ate it. Xia looked at Meng Yuqing and said, Qiuyu just told me that you plan to let everyone in the hunting team know about this herb, right? Yes, this herb is very useful, especially for hunting orcs. If possible, I would like to let everyone in the tribe know about it. Meng Yuqing replied, How about tonight? When the hunters come back today, I'll notify everyone to go to the square. Xia quickly arranged the time. Okay, let everyone know as soon as possible so that we can have more guarantees. Meng Yuqing had no objection to Xia's arrangement. After eating, Qiuyu went to the collection team and Xia went to the patrol team, leaving Xuan and Meng Yuqing staring at each other. Xuan suggested, Shall I take you to see the place where the house is going to be built? Okay. Meng Yuqing stood up and followed Xuan. The chosen site wasn't far from Qiuyu's home, so they arrived in no time. 2 young orcs were already waiting on the open space. They were Mu and Lai, whom Meng Yuqing had met before. They had been summoned by Xuan to help. Nearby were stones and timber, which they had brought in that morning. Mu greeted Meng Yuqing enthusiastically. You're here too. What's the name of the sub-beast Xuan brought back? My name is Meng Yuqing. You could just call me Yuqing. Meng Yuqing answered Mu with a smile. These past few days had made him realize that the names of the sub-beasts here all had 2 syllables. No wonder Xuan always paused every time he called his name. Xuan looked back at Meng Yuqing without saying anything. Lai also came over and nodded as a greeting. He was much quieter than he had been in the past few days, and perhaps he needed a few days to recover. Meng Yuqing spent the whole afternoon watching them build the house, and Xuan asked Meng Yuqing from time to time what he thought of the house. The sun was setting in the west, and the orcs worked quickly, laying the foundation in just one afternoon. At this time, an adult orc ran over from a distance. Xuan, the hunting team has returned. and the clan leader asked us all to gather in the square. After saying that, he turned and ran in another direction. He also had to notify other people. Xuan took Meng Yuqing back home and brought the remaining herbs to the square. Quite a few people had already gathered in the square. After waiting in the square for a while, the orcs who were sent by Xia to inform their tribesmen came back one after another. Xia glanced at Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing's palms were sweating. He took a deep breath to suppress his social anxiety that was constantly emerging and nodded to indicate that he was ready. Xuan accompanied him onto the stage in the square, and Xia had already started talking. I called everyone here today because there's something very important that everyone needs to know. Luo came back seriously injured today, bleeding profusely and unconscious. If it weren't for the herbs Meng Yuqing brought to save him, he might have died. At this point, discussions immediately broke out from below. Is Luo okay now? How did he get injured so badly? Oh my god, herbs? This sub-beast knows herbs. I was sent home by some orcs at noon today. I was covered in blood and didn't look well. I wonder how he is now. His partner hasn't come out since he went back, but his kid did come out. He didn't look sad, so he's probably okay. Xia stopped the discussion in time and continued. Quietly, I called everyone here today so that everyone can recognize this herb, especially those in the hunting team and patrol team. You often go out, so if you see this herb, you must pick it up. What? We can also identify herbs? Someone exclaimed. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Chief, please take it out and let us identify it. This statement was echoed by many people. All right, let Meng Yuqing introduce this herb to everyone. Everyone, please keep quiet and don't make a sound until he finishes. Otherwise, I'll take you out and stop you from listening. After Xia finished speaking, he stepped aside, revealing Meng Yuqing behind him. Everyone's eyes in the audience instantly focused on Meng Yuqing. It was really shocking. Meng Yuqing took 2 steps forward stiffly, took out the 3 existing herbs from the bag, cleared his throat, and began to introduce the effects and appearance characteristics of the herbs. After talking about the effects of hemostatic grass and blood-generating grass, the people in the audience were very excited, but they all covered their mouths tightly to prevent any sound. The discipline is really good, Meng Yuqing thought to himself. Then he took out the last of the blackthorn grass, thought for a moment, and said to them, this last one isn't medicine, but a poisonous herb called blackthorn grass. It can make people lose their strength, paralyze their entire body, or even cause them to fall into a coma. However, it's not fatal. After a while, the poison wears off and the person will recover without any sequelae. This grass is not very effective in healing wounds. If you see it in the wild, you'll be fine as long as it doesn't pierce your skin. Meng Yuqing paused and continued. If you come across any grass with strange uses in the wild, please bring it back to me for identification. I might be able to find a use for it. For example, I'm currently researching some of the uses of blackthorn grass. I will hand these grasses over to the tribe leader later and display them so that everyone can carefully identify their appearance. After saying that, Meng Yuqing handed the 3 kinds of grass to Xia. He ignored the excited shouts of the people in the audience and slipped behind Xuan. He was so nervous. From childhood to adulthood, he had only been stared at by people when he was introducing himself while reading, but the number of people there was nothing compared to this. A rough estimate was that there were probably 800 or 900 people here. Meng Yuqing reached out and touched his back, probably because he was sweating. Chapter 18, Experimenting with Blackthorn Grass. Meng Yuqing handed over the subsequent matters to Xia, and Xuan took him off the stage. As soon as he went down, many people surrounded him enthusiastically and greeted him. Meng Yuqing stuck close to Xuan and responded to them with a smile. Xuan separated himself from the enthusiastic crowd and walked out with Meng Yuqing. It was not until Xia asked someone to bring a large flat stone and place the 3 herbs on it and told everyone that they could view the herbs that he drew everyone's attention away. Everyone may come up now and carefully identify the herbs. You're only allowed to look, not touch. I will have someone guarding them. The herbs will only be on display for 3 days. Hunting teams and patrols will be given priority. Hurry and identify them, and keep an eye out when you go out tomorrow. After leaving the crowd, Meng Yuqing patted his chest and said, they were so welcoming. Because you did something great, everyone likes you very much. Xuan looked at him with a smile. After returning to the room, the system sent a notification that the task was completed. Random task. Promote 3 kinds of herbs completed. Gain energy. The host can use more energy. Please check for details. When he opened the energy storage space, The mist-like gas inside increased a little, but it was still not enough for him to go shopping in the mall. Closing the space, Meng Yuqing thought about the uses of blackthorn grass and how to discover new herbs. The effect of the herbs in this world is much greater than he imagined. Saving Luo today was also forced. He was not sure whether he could save himself until Luo was out of danger. Fortunately, the two herbs were very effective. The next morning, Meng Yuqing took the remaining blackthorn grass and asked Qiu Yi for a stone bowl and a wooden stick to use as a pestle. Qiu Yi looked at him disapprovingly, insisting that he wait for Xuan to come back before letting him mess with the blackthorn grass. Meng Yuqing couldn't persuade him and could only look through the complete data of the Beast World continent in the system first. When Xuan came back, he saw Meng Yuqing sitting at the door, staring blankly ahead. "What are you thinking about?" Xuan approached him and waved. Meng Yuqing came back to her senses and was instantly excited to see Xuan coming back. She jumped up and hugged Xuan. "You're finally back." Xuan was frightened by his enthusiastic attitude and stood there at a loss. As soon as he loosened his grip, the small wild animal he brought back ran away. "Hurry, catch them back. They will be very useful." Meng Yuqing let go of Xuan, and seeing that he had no reaction, he slapped him twice and went to chase them himself. How could Xuan let a sub-beast catch a wild beast, even a small one? He immediately took action to catch the fleeing beast. Qiu Yi heard the noise outside the house and stuck his head out to take a look, then retreated back into the house. Well, you don't have to worry too much about young people's affairs, as long as they get along well. After finishing lunch quickly, Xuan was ready to continue building the house. Meng Yuqing looked at Qiu Yi with a sharp gaze while holding the blackthorn grass and the medicine pounding tools. Qiu Yi waved his hand helplessly and said, "Go ahead, be careful." Having obtained permission, Meng Yuqing happily followed Xuan. "Xuan, what weapons do you usually use?" Meng Yuqing said happily behind Xuan. "Weapons? We orcs don't use weapons. Our teeth and claws are our best weapons." Xuan looked at him in confusion. "So, when you transform into human form to fight or hunt, do you just go in without any equipment? Why we have to fight and hunt in human form? We could just use animal form," Xuan asked back. This really stumped Meng Yuqing. "Yes, the beast form of the orcs is the best weapon. No, there are also sub-beasts, and sub-beasts don't have beast forms. But sub-beasts don't have animal forms. Without weapons, we have no power to protect ourselves." Xuan paused and turned to look at him, his eyes showing a look of heartache again. Meng Yuqing was stunned. What was Xuan thinking about again? He had imagined that he was not an adult before. So what was he thinking about this time? "We will protect you. If we can't protect the sub-beasts, the orcs will be useless," Xuan said seriously. "That's not the case. Even if you're very powerful and can withstand all dangers, we are not the same person after all. It is inevitable that we will be separated. What if the danger happens when you're not around? Then we will have no power to resist at all." When Meng Yuqing said this, he suddenly realized something, immediately closed his mouth, and looked at Xuan cautiously. Xuan Dingding looked at him without saying a word, his eyes somewhat sad. Meng Yuqing immediately explained, "Sorry, I'm not." "You're right." Xuan spoke before Meng Yuqing could finish her words. "So this is what you want to make with this grass? A weapon?" Looking at the blackthorn grass in Meng Yuqing's hand, Xuan remembered what Meng Yuqing had said before about the function of the blackthorn grass, and he began to understand what Meng Yuqing wanted to do. Yes, if you apply the juice of the grass to a knife, then as long as you use the knife to break the skin, the toxin will quickly enter the body and subdue the enemy. In this case, we need something sharper. A stone knife may not be suitable. It takes too long to polish it to the point where it can easily pierce the skin of a wild beast, and it wears out easily, so is not suitable. After understanding Meng Yuqing's idea of making weapons, Xuan seriously began to think about suitable weapon materials. "Don't worry, we still need to test the medicinal properties first. If a large amount of herbal juice is needed to take effect, then there's no need to apply it to the weapon." Xuan nodded to show that he understood. They arrived at the site where the house was to be built. Mu and Lai were already waiting there. After a quick greeting, Xuan led them to continue building the house. The few small wild animals he brought with him were tied up by vines and could not move. Meng Yuqing squatted aside and put the blackthorn grass into a stone bowl and crushed it. When it was almost crushed, he dipped some grass juice on a small wooden stick and walked towards the beast. Xuan had been paying attention to his movements. When he saw him about to approach the beast, he turned around, said something to Lai, and walked to Meng Yuqing. "Give it to me. Tell me how you plan to do it, and I'll do it." Qian stretched out his hand and said to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing looked at the small wild animals, the smallest of which was as big as a large dog, and decisively handed the thing to Qian. Let Qian go, even though he's tied up and can't move. But what if something happens? This isn't something I can subdue with my bare hands. Apply the grass juice to their wounds and see the effect. Be careful not to get it on yourself, Meng Yuqing warned. Okay, I'll pay attention. The beasts had wounds on their bodies for being caught. When Qian approached them with a small wooden stick, they began to struggle and make threatening sounds toward Qian. Lai had stopped and was looking over here. Qian smeared the grass juice into the wounds of each beast and carefully observed the condition of the beast. Meng Yuqing also walked over to Qian and stared at the beast. Can the system keep time? Yes, host. Time. The beast's struggling movements gradually subsided. The smallest one had already closed its eyes and was completely motionless. The others, depending on their size, also stopped moving one after another. The largest one, only the size of a yellow ox, held out the longest, but it didn't last more than a minute. Chapter 19, Sending a Knife. The medicinal effect was so strong that Meng Yuqing was a little surprised. He had only dipped a small wooden stick as thick as a chopstick in it, and it was just a little bit of grass juice. Qian was also shocked and looked at the small wooden stick in his hand in disbelief. Lai Mu also ran over, and Lai asked softly, "Are they dead? What did you apply to them?" Mu said as he moved closer to the beast and sniffed it. "They're not dead, but they're all unconscious. It's the juice from the crushed blackthorn grass. I only used a little bit." Qian stretched out his hand to show Lai the wet part on the small wooden stick. "The medicinal properties are very strong." Lai said affirmatively. "Can they wake up?" Mu walked back to Qian. "He will wake up, but I don't know how long it will take. This is the first time I use this kind of grass." Meng Yuqing's expression was rare and serious. "If this grass juice is used in hunting, it will be much easier for us." Lai looked at Qian, his voice a little excited. "This is just a small beast. We don't know how much effect it can have on large beasts." Meng Yuqing said, looking at the stone bowl in his hand. "I'll find a way to try it on a large beast." Qian looked at Meng Yuqing. "I'll find a beast for you to try." The four of them waited around the unconscious beasts. After about an hour, the eyelids of the largest beast twitched. "It's about to wake up." Meng Yuqing pointed at the beast excitedly. The four people's eyes instantly focused on the beast. After a while, the beast opened its eyes, felt the gazes of the people around it, and immediately struggled, but it still looked very weak. As the effect of the medicine wore off, the beast's struggles became louder and louder, and other beasts woke up one after another, making threatening noises. "They're all awake, and they look no different than before." Mu moved closer to the beast and checked it out. "I don't know if it will be useful to orcs." Lai picked up the grass residue in the bowl. "You'll know if you try it," Mu said carelessly, snatching the stone bowl and smelling it. "It smells pretty good," he said, and then he took a sip. "Moo." Lai didn't react at all, and Qian didn't have time to stop him. "This bear is too reckless." Meng Yuqing roared inwardly. Mu took a lot of food, and soon he could no longer hold the stone bowl, and his whole body began to stagger. "I have no strength left, and I feel like my body is not responding to my commands." Qian immediately rushed forward to support Mu. Lai immediately caught the stone bowl to prevent it from falling to the ground, and Meng Yuqing also ran over to comfort him. "It's okay, it's okay. This stuff has the same effect as applying it on a wound. It's not life-threatening. You just sleep for a while. But you ate a bit too much, so you might sleep a little longer." After hearing what Meng Yuqing said, Qian Healy felt relieved. At this time, Mu's eyes were closed, his breathing was even, and he looked like he was asleep. Qian put Mu on the ground and rubbed his forehead. "Mu is too reckless." "Yes, fortunately it's just blackthorn grass this time, not a highly poisonous herb. I'll have to talk to him when he wakes up." Meng Yuqing agreed. "I'm going to beat him up when he wakes up." Lai raised his fist angrily. If it was a highly poisonous drug, his life would be over. There was no choice. The three of them could only guard the unconscious Mu, and no one dared to leave. Qian looked up at the half-built house and was afraid that not much could be built today. He had originally planned to complete it in 4 days, but now it would have to be postponed for 1 day. Fortunately, the orc had a strong physique. Although the grass juice from Mu's lick was more than that from Qian's, he woke up in about an hour. Seeing Mu open his eyes, the three of them immediately leaned over. "You're awake. Are you okay?" the three of them said in unison. Mu moved his lips, making a mosquito-like sound. Meng Yuqing put her head close to him before she could hear, clearly what he said. I still don't have the strength. It's okay. Just rest for a while, and you'll be fine. Meng Yuqing comforted Mu. Mu's animal form was a big black bear. Originally, Meng Yuqing thought that he only looked stupid in animal form, but she didn't expect that he was really stupid, both stupid and reckless. Everyone sat there and waited for a while. Mu slowly regained his strength and propped himself up to sit up. Mu, how do you feel? Qian reached out and supported Mu, helping him sit steadily. Mu scratched his head and recalled the feeling just now and said, I suddenly lost my strength and couldn't feel my body. I felt dizzy and then I didn't know anything. When I woke up, my head was empty and I didn't know what happened. I just felt weak all over. It took a while for me to get better. Mu explained in great detail. Qian turned to look at Meng Yuqing, his eyes asking what he meant. Meng Yuqing thought for a while and said, this should be a stronger version of anesthetic. Anesthetic? What is that? Qian was a little confused when he heard the unfamiliar word. Oh, this refers to the juice squeezed from the blackthorn grass. I changed the way I describe it. After all, it can make people feel numb and weak all over, just like being drunk. Meng Yuqing made up a lie. What is being drunk? Lai also became interested. It's just wine. Never mind. I can't explain it now. I'll make it for you guys to taste later, and you'll know. When they heard it was edible, the three orcs' eyes lit up. This was something they had never heard of before. It was edible. Seeing them like this, Meng Yuqing silently moved back. Okay, I'll write it down in my notebook and try it when I have the chance. After all this trouble, most of the afternoon had passed. Qian looked at the sun and called on the other two to continue working. Let's go. Get back to work. We can still do it for a while. The three of them continued to work. Meng Yuqing felt a little worried as he looked at the beasts that were tied up and threatening him with bared teeth. The beasts in this world are really too big and too wild. If we can't find suitable ones, the plan to raise wild beasts in captivity will be scrapped. Meng Yuqing was thinking about where to start developing the tribe, and before he knew it, the sun was almost setting. After work, Qian divided the beasts and asked Lai and Mu to take some back. Lai and Mu did not refuse. After returning home, Chuya had already prepared food for dinner. After eating, everyone went back to their rooms without chatting. Not long after returning to the room, Qian came to the door of Meng Yuqing's room and asked softly, May I come inside? Gomein. Meng Yuqing was puzzled. Why did she come to see him again after just separating? Qian lifted the animal skin curtain and walked in, holding a curved object in his hand, about half a meter long. Is there anything wrong? What is this? Meng Yuqing pointed at the thing in Qian's hand. The bone spurs on the thorn beast's tail are the hardest and their sharpest weapon, capable of splitting rocks with ease. Qian handed the bone spur to Meng Yuqing and continued. I've thought about it. Stone knives are easy to wear out and time-consuming to make weapons. They're also heavy for you. The thorn beast's thorns might meet your requirements. Would you like to take a look? Meng Yuqing opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect Qian to find a suitable weapon so quickly. He took the bone spur and felt it was cold to the touch. He looked at it carefully. The bone spur was black in color. From the tip of the spur, the curved surface extended upward like a blade, ending 15 centimeters away from the root, leaving just enough space for the hand to hold it. A natural scimitar. As long as a little protection is added to the handle, he can use it. After shaking the bone spur, the weight is just right. Very good. It fits very well. Meng Yuqing waved the bone spur in his hand and couldn't let it go. As long as you like it, Qian said with a smile when he saw him touching the bone spur and refusing to let go. Meng Yuqing took out a small piece of animal skin, dipped some blackthorn grass juice in it, and carefully smeared it on the blade of the bone spur, sighing. It would be great if I could have a chance to test its power. Do you want to go out and try it? Chapter 20. Let's go to the patrol area. Is it okay? Can you take me out? Out of the tribe? As soon as Qian finished speaking, Meng Yuqing immediately responded, without even looking at the knife in his hand, and stared at Qian. Seeing the expectant look in Meng Yuqing's eyes, Qian raised his eyebrows, feeling a little proud. Yes, you can leave the tribe, but you can only wander around the patrol area. Now, let's go. Meng Yuqing was very happy. Xiuye's collection team collected in the patrol area during the day, but Xiuye didn't take him with them. He asked him to have a good rest and wait until the house was built and everything was on track before going. He was craving the patrol area so much that he had already wasted 2 days exploring. He had to use up his time before midnight today. We have to wait until Yafu falls asleep before we go. Otherwise, he won't agree to let me take you out at night. Qian lowered his voice. Be quiet. Don't let Yafu hear. Hearing Qian say this, Meng Yuqing immediately covered his mouth with his hand and nodded, then glanced in the direction of the room door. Seeing him like this, Qian couldn't help laughing out loud and was immediately covered with a hand. Meng Yuqing's hand had moved from her own mouth to Qian's mouth. Qian was stunned for a moment, then immediately stopped smiling and nodded at Meng Yuqing, indicating that he would not make any sound. Meng Yuqing withdrew her hand and asked in a low voice, "When will Qiuye rest?" He was anxious. If Qiuye rested too late, wouldn't all his exploration today be wasted? And if it was too late, his sleepiness debuff would probably kick in. Tomorrow's collection team will be led by Yafu. He will be out very early and will probably be asleep soon. Qian walked to the wall and pressed his face against it to listen to the noise next door. With his back to Meng Yuqing, he gently touched his lips with his fingers. "It's very quiet. Let's wait a little longer." Meng Yuqing nodded and sat on the bed obediently, waiting for Qian to announce the departure. About half an hour later, Qian suddenly stood up, and Meng Yuqing immediately looked at him expectantly. "Let's go." The two of them walked out of the house quietly. Qian took 2 quick steps forward to distance himself from Meng Yuqing, and then a familiar big black panther appeared in front of Meng Yuqing. Just as Meng Yuqing was wondering if the hide on his body could withstand Qian's bite, Qian walked over to him and lay down, motioning for him to climb up. Meng Yuqing stared at Qian blankly. "Huh? Aren't you supposed to carry it in your mouth?" He immediately became excited. He thought that he was allowed to ride on Qian's back yesterday because they were in a hurry to save Luo, and Qiuye was also there. He didn't expect to receive such treatment today. Does this mean that he won't have to be carried around in his arms anymore in the future? All kinds of middle school scenes of riding majestic mounts to dominate the world flashed through my mind. But it didn't prevent him from climbing up. Qian's beast form is 4 meters tall when squatting, and nearly 2 meters tall when lying down with shiny fur. Yesterday, Qiuye went up first and then pulled him up. This time he had to rely on himself alone, which was really difficult. Qian turned his head to look at him, and he looked up at Qian. He dared to swear to God that he saw the expression on Qian's face change from surprise to speechlessness to helplessness. Qiuye looks so weak, but she's absolutely unstoppable when it comes to climbing. And yet, I can't even get up there after spending ages. Damn it. System, let's conquer another world. Fortunately, Qian didn't let Meng Yuqing feel embarrassed for too long. He stretched out a thick tail and gently patted his leg. This was the way orcs took care of their cubs, by helping them climb into beast form, and now it was used on Meng Yuqing. Using the tail to gain leverage, he finally climbed onto Qian's back. The back was very wide, and he had no problem lying on it. Meng Yuqing resisted the urge to lower his head and take a deep breath. To be honest, no matter how many times he saw Qian's beast form, he always felt it was very majestic and elegant. I restrained myself and touched the hair on Qian's back. It was much harder than the hair on his head and so thick that it could completely cover his wrist. It felt really good. "Hold on tight. I'm ready to go." Qian turned around and reminded him. Meng Yuqing's touch on his back made him feel a little uncomfortable. Meng Yuqing scratched the fur on his back and asked, "Will it hurt?" "Don't feel anything. Just hold on tight." Qian shook his head. Meng Yuqing leaned over and grasped the fur on Qian's back to steady himself. "I'm done. We're ready to go." Qian nodded and looked back at the door before leaving. There was a tall figure behind the animal skin curtain. It was Xia. When he saw that Qian had discovered him, he didn't say anything, just waved his hand and disappeared behind the door. Meng Yuqing didn't know about the interaction between Qian and Xia. He was very excited now, his eyes turned into stars, and he rubbed Qian's back. Big cat, hee big black cat, the big cat he had been craving for a long time finally got it. They soon arrived at the patrol area. When they left the tribe, the orcs on duty smiled at Qian when they saw them coming out. At this time, Meng Yuqing was still immersed in the joy of petting cats. It was not until Qian stopped that Meng Yuqing struggled to pull herself out of the fur. "Why don't you leave? I'm thinking about what kind of beast is suitable. Do you have any target you want to try?" Qian sniffed and smelled the scents around him carefully. "I don't know much about wild beasts, so you decide. Try to choose a bigger one. It's meaningless to choose one that is too small. I need to know my limits." Meng Yuqing said softly. "The fighting power of wild beasts is not entirely determined by their size. Let me look for them first." After saying that, Qian carried Meng Yuqing on his back and walked forward. Meng Yuqing looked at Qian, who was carefully screening the wild beasts, and his heart moved slightly. He remembered that the system had said that he could disguise himself as a sub-beast with special talents to find a trustworthy orc to help him maximize the function of the system. He knew that the orc the system was referring to was Xuan. So should he do this? Feeling the slightly prickly fur and warm body under my palms, I gently put my face against Xuan's back. Is there any orc more suitable and trustworthy than Xuan? No, at least not now, and he doesn't have that much time to wait and waste looking for it. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing made a decision. Xuan, I want to see if there is anything useful here. Xuan paused. Did you find anything? Xuan's question was very interesting. Meng Yuqing lowered her eyes and said nothing. Xuan did not ask any further questions, but just slowed down his pace. It took a while before Meng Yuqing spoke. If you run along a road for 20 minutes, I can identify things along that road. Okay, but how long is 20 minutes? Xuan didn't ask him what solution he had. He just asked about the time. Just keep running. Stop when I tell you to. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan ran away quickly. Meng Yuqing hurriedly called the system. System, start exploration for 20 minutes. The exploration has begun. It will last for 20 minutes without interruption. Start the timer. Chapter 21, Xuan's Secret. Xuan ran very fast, and Meng Yuqing could only cling to his back tightly. The system had begun to explore, but there was no feedback. As time passed, Meng Yuqing thought that he would return empty-handed today, but the system finally gave him a message. 42 meters to the right, there's a knotty forest, similar to the bamboo forest in the host's original world. Xuan, stop! Xuan stopped suddenly and stopped immediately. Meng Yuqing on his back was almost thrown off. Fortunately, Xuan's hair was long enough to hold on tightly. He didn't care about it. There was no time to waste in the 20 minutes. The right side of the forest. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan, he had already rushed into the woods. Meng Yuqing slid down from Xuan's back, walked up to the thickest one, reached out and touched it. The appearance and touch were exactly the same as bamboo. This is an enlarged version of bamboo. If there's a bamboo forest, there must be bamboo shoots. Meng Yuqing bent down and looked for the bamboo shoots. Xuan changed back into human form and followed behind him, while being alert to his surroundings. Found it. Spring bamboo shoots. Meng Yuqing squatted down and used his hands to dig away the weeds on the ground. Did you find what you wanted? What is it? Xuan stood beside Meng Yuqing and saw him squatting down and digging through the weeds on the ground with his hands. It's for food. Haven't you guys ever come here to pick bamboo shoots? There are so many bamboo shoots here. Xuan shook his head, thinking he was talking about the knotwood. The knotwood can't be eaten, and it doesn't taste good. Of course we don't eat grown trees. Look at this. Meng Yuqing reached out and grabbed Xuan's hand, motioning him to squat down. Xuan squatted down obediently and looked at what he was pointing at. Huh, what kind of food is this? The sub-beasts in the tribe have never gathered this before. These are bamboo shoots that haven't grown into bamboo yet. They're edible and very delicious. As he spoke, Meng Yuqing reached out to break off the bamboo shoots. The bamboos here were bigger than the ones in his original world. The skin is also rougher, and it will cut your hand if you apply a little force. If you try to break it open forcibly, your palm will definitely be rubbed and bleed. No wonder no sub-beasts have discovered it and picked it. Seeing him hiss and retract his hand, Xuan pulled him aside. Is this it? Let me do it. As he said that, Xuan stretched out his hand and grabbed the bamboo shoots. With a little force, the bamboo shoots were easily broken off. Meng Yuqing's words of caution were stuck in his throat. Very good, very good. Meng Yuqing took the bamboo shoots, looked at them carefully, smelled them, and confirmed. That's it. It's edible. There's probably a lot of bamboo shoots in this large bamboo forest. We can ask the collection team to bring their tools and go collect them. Well, do you want to collect it now? Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing. Let's remember this place first, and then we'll look for it somewhere else. My time is almost up. Meng Yuqing looked at the remaining time for exploration and saw that there were only 5 minutes left. Okay. After hearing what he said, Xuan changed back in a beast form. After Meng Yuqing climbed onto his back and sat firmly, he quickly ran out of the bamboo forest and ran in the direction he had chosen before. Nothing new was discovered in the next 5 minutes, but a small clump of hemostatic grass and a brown-shelled fruit tree were found along the way. Hearing Meng Yuqing's reminder, Xuan silently noted down the locations of these places and prepared to return to pick them after the time Meng Yuqing mentioned. Stop, Xuan, the time is up. Hearing this, Xuan slowed down and slowly stopped. Let's go pick some hemostatic herbs. You can never have too much of this kind of herb. Okay, I remember that location. Qian turned around and trotted towards the place where the hemostatic grass grew. He waited until Meng Yuqing wrapped the hemostatic grass with animal skin before speaking. What are we going to do next? Continue searching for beasts to test the swords on, or go pick those, bamboo shoots you mentioned? Meng Yuqing thought for a moment and said, I'm not going to pick bamboo shoots, but I want to take some back to make furniture. By the way, Qian, do you know of any wild animals whose fur is about the same hardness as dead grass? It should be finer and denser. Meng Yuqing couldn't stand it anymore. The toothbrush had to be made. I'll bring the bamboo back for you when I go on patrol tomorrow morning. Qian already understood that the bamboo Meng Yuqing was referring to was the gnarled tree. As for the beast's fur, he thought for a moment and immediately locked onto his target. The fur on the sharp-toothed beast's neck should meet your requirements. I'll show it to you when we get back. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Seeing Qian agree to his requests one by one, Meng Yuqing didn't know what to say for a moment. The two were silent for a while, and it was Meng Yuqing who spoke first. Qian, don't you have anything you want to ask? Qian looked at him, his eyes unwavering. You mean you can find what you need without even looking? Yes, Meng Yuqing nodded. I had suspected it, and it was confirmed today. When did you find out? Meng Yuqing was really shocked. What did he get exposed? On the way back to the tribe, when you discovered the blackthorn grass. Qian saw his puzzled expression and continued. You were sleeping in the bag the whole time, and you didn't look in that direction when you came out to eat. Plus, there was a tree blocking the view. Even if you looked, you couldn't see what was behind the tree. But you suddenly stood up and walked over there, as if you already knew what was behind it. Meng Yuqing was shocked, extremely shocked. Just from such a small detail, Qian guessed that he had strange abilities. Qian's observation and thinking abilities were too terrifying. Seeing his mouth open in surprise, Qian reached out and touched his head to comfort him. I have my own differences, but don't worry, no one else in the tribe will know. He continued without waiting for Meng Yuqing to ask further questions. Since I was 4 years old, I've felt a power within me. It's been growing stronger as I've gotten older, so I've always known I was stronger than any other orc my age. Especially on the day I became an adult, the power grew immensely. No orc in the tribe could rival me. But I can sense that this isn't my limit. I'm missing something, but I don't know what it is. Qian frowned. This power made him unexpectedly strong, but the shortcomings bothered him, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Meng Yuqing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Qian had a secret that even he himself didn't know. System, is this what you call the mysterious difference? Meng Yuqing frantically poked the system in his mind. Yes. What's going on with him? Will something happen to him? Meng Yuqing was a little worried. It's not a bad thing. After saying that, he kept silent and didn't answer no matter how Meng Yuqing poked him. Okay, I guess it's due to insufficient permissions, but it's not a bad thing. Seeing Qian frowning and looking distressed, Meng Yuqing reached out and gently patted his arm to comfort him. Don't worry, it's definitely not a bad thing. I haven't heard of any bad things that make him particularly powerful. Chapter 22, Knife Testing. After hearing what Meng Yuqing said, Qian thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he relaxed his brows. Let's go. While it's still early, let's see if there's a suitable beast. My sword is thirsty for food. Seeing that Qian was no longer concerned about the power, Meng Yuqing immediately changed the subject and urged him while holding the bone spur. Okay, I've thought of a suitable beast. I just don't know if I can find its trace tonight. It doesn't matter if I can't find it tonight. I can take you out every night. Qian's voice regained its former vigor, and he transformed back into the Black Panther and stretched. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the faint moonlight cast a layer of silver light on Qian, reminding Meng Yuqing of the first time he saw Qian. He was sitting upright in front of her, and the sunlight covered him with a golden coat. Stepping on Qian's tail and climbing onto his back, Meng Yuqing patted Qian lightly. Pippy Shrimp, let's go. Qian didn't move, turned his head to look at him, and receiving Qian's eyes full of question marks, Meng Yuqing coughed lightly. Let's go and find a suitable beast. This time Qian understood. He looked around to determine his direction and then ran in that direction. Meng Yuqing, who had no idea where to go, naturally went wherever Qian told him to go. The moon, like a silver disk, hung in the sky, and a black panther was running across the vast continent under the moonlight. After running for an unknown amount of time, Qian slowed down, took lighter steps, and observed his surroundings vigilantly. There's a small spotted beast nearby. It's medium-sized among small beasts, and its combat power isn't very high. It doesn't have any particularly powerful weapons. Why don't you try using it? After putting Meng Yuqing down, Xian told him the target information. Okay, how should I find it? Meng Yuqing held the bone spur tightly, feeling a little excited. You lie in ambush in the bushes over there, I'll drive it out, and you find the right opportunity to attack. Xian whispered his plans. Okay. Meng Yuqing nodded, walked into the bushes designated by Xian, squatted on one knee, and looked at Xian nervously. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid. No wild animals will come while I'm around, except for the little spotted beast that I will chase away soon. After saying that, Xian didn't waste any more time and turned to walk into the woods next to him. Meng Yuqing stared at the direction where Xian disappeared, breathing lightly. He licked his lips, feeling both nervous and excited. Time passed very slowly. I didn't know how long I had been waiting. Then I heard the sound of grass being trampled in the direction Xian left. Meng Yuqing's body instantly tensed up, ready to rush out at any time. The swish sound was getting closer and closer. The beast that made the sound was running very fast. Several times it tried to run in other directions, but was blocked by something and could only move in the designated direction. Meng Yuqing knew that it was Xian who was driving away the beast, and soon the beast's figure appeared in his sight. It was a wild beast about 1 meter and 3 meters tall, with mottled colors. A huge figure was looming behind it. Meng Yuqing knew that this was the small spotted beast. He clenched the bone spur, staring at the small spotted beast that was getting closer and closer, calculating the distance between them in his mind. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Attack! He jumped out of the grass. The little spotted beast was startled by him and immediately turned to the left, but the distance was too close. This turn exposed its side profile to Meng Yuqing without reservation. Meng Yuqing seized the opportunity and chopped down the bone spur with his right hand, blood splattering on his face. The little spotted beast cried out in pain and turned around to see that the one attacking it was just a sub-beast. A sub-beast. A sub-beast that it could easily kill dared to attack it. It roared, turned around, and charged towards Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing had been prepared for it to turn around and attack him, so he immediately rolled on the ground to avoid the collision. Seeing that its collision missed, the little spotted beast immediately changed direction, rushed to Meng Yuqing, and stood up. It wanted to trample this sub-beast to death. It raised its front legs high and stomped hard at Meng Yuqing. When Meng Yuqing saw it turn around, he knew that the little spotted beast would continue to attack him, so he made preparations early on. Seeing the little zebra raising its front legs to step on him, he immediately jumped to the other side and slashed with his backhand, but unfortunately the little zebra dodged it in time, and no wound was left. While dodging the attack of the small spotted beast, he was also anxious in his heart. Why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? It must take effect soon, otherwise he really won't be able to hold on. On the other side, Xian looked at this place nervously, ready to rush up and kill the little beast if Meng Yuqing was in danger. Just as the little spotted beast raised its front limbs high again, ready to continue the pursuit, it suddenly felt dizzy. A feeling of numbness and weakness spread from the wound on its side to its entire body, making it unstable. Bang! There was a dull thud as a heavy object fell to the ground, and the little spotted beast fell to the ground with a thud. Ahem! Meng Yuqing waved his hand to disperse the dust raised by the little spotted beast as it fell to the ground, and looked happily in the direction of Xian. Xian! Xian! Look! I caught it! Come and see! Hearing the shout, Xian relaxed instantly, retracted his sharp claws, and walked to Meng Yuqing as if nothing had happened. If it was a little later, if the medicine took any longer to take effect, he would rush out and kill the little spotted beast with his own hands. Hurry up and find some vines to tie it up, and we'll take it back to the tribe. Oh my God, this is a beast I caught with my own hands. Meng Yuqing was so excited that he circled around the little spotted beast several times. Aren't you going to kill it? Xian squatted beside Meng Yuqing. Not now. We have to wait until the effect of the drug wears off. If we kill it now, the drug will remain in its body. If we eat it directly, it might even faint from the drug. After all, if it dies, it will not be able to metabolize, and the oral administration of blackthorn herbal medicine is also effective, so don't take the risk. However, he remembered that the indigenous people in some parts of the modern world used frog venom to hunt, a poison that only worked when blood was seen. This kind of thing is edible, but unfortunately this world is quite different from the original world. If you are not particularly short of food, forget it. While Meng Yuqing was thinking about these things, Xian had already found some vines and tied up the little spotted beast tightly. Are you going back now? Or do you have somewhere else you want to go? Xian turned back into his beast form and looked down at him. Let's go back. It's getting late, and I'm a little sleepy. Meng Yuqing yawned, and the sleepiness debuff came back. Okowo. Lying on Xian's back, Meng Yuqing mumbled, "This knife works quite well. Let's give it to Qiuya. He has to go out gathering every day, so it would be good to have a weapon to protect himself. Anyway, I won't go out to collect until the house is built. Even if I go out for a walk, Xian will follow me, and there is still time to make another one. Qiuya needs weapons more now. You keep it. We will tell Father about the new use of the blackthorn grass juice we discovered. Father will make a suitable weapon for Subfather. Father has much more good things in his hands than I do." Having said this, Xian paused. "I will find you a better and more suitable weapon later." "That's good. When we get back, I'll ask the clan leader to get one for Qiuyi." Meng Yuqing rubbed his eyes, which were almost closed, and spoke softly with his face pressed against Xian's back. "This one is perfect and suitable now. I like it very much." Chapter 23 Moving. When they returned to the tribe, it was already late and quiet. Xia hadn't rested yet. When Meng Yuqing arrived home and saw Xia sitting at the door waiting for them, she was so startled that she woke up from her nap. He lowered his head guiltily and glanced at Xian. He was caught. Will he have a chance to escape in the future? Xian greeted Xia calmly. "Father Beast, you haven't rested yet? Well, I'll wait for you to come back." Xia was surprised to see the little spotted beast they brought back. "Is everything okay?" Nothing happened. Xian raised the small spotted beast in his hand. Xia looked at them seriously for a while, then turned and went into the house. "Xian, what should we do? We've been caught." Meng Yuqing reached out and poked Xian's waist. Xian moved uncomfortably and said softly, "It's okay. Father Beast knew when we set out. As long as we don't let Subfather know, it'll be fine." "Will the clan leader tell him?" Meng Yuqing became nervous. "Don't worry. The Father Beast won't tell." "Really? That's good. We can come out again in the future, right?" Meng Yuqing asked worriedly. "Of course, don't worry." Following Xia, the two entered the house. Meng Yuqing looked up and exchanged glances with Xian. It was a good opportunity to talk to Xia about what happened tonight. "Chief, I have something to tell you." Just as Xia was about to return to his room, Meng Yuqing called out to him. Xia stopped and turned to look at him, then glanced at the little spotted beast that was still struggling. "Say what?" Meng Yuqing took 2 steps forward and handed the bone spur knife and a broken bamboo shoot to Xia. "These are spring bamboo shoots. They haven't grown into bamboo yet. They're from knotty trees. They're edible, and they grow very fast. There are a lot of them in the knotty forest. You can have the collection team collect as much as possible in the next few days. After a while, these shoots will grow into bamboo, and the knotty trees will be inedible." Xia took the spring bamboo shoots handed to him by Meng Yuqing, looked at them carefully, peeled off the skin to reveal the flesh, and lowered his head to sniff them. "Are these growing in knotwood?" "Lots of them." "Yes, the bamboo shoots we collect can be processed and preserved for a long time, but you may need some tools. The skin is too rough, and it can easily scratch your hands." Recalling the scene of herself picking bamboo shoots, Meng Yuqing added. Xia nodded seriously. "I understand. I'll tell Qiuya about it. I'll go collect it in the next few days." "And this?" Meng Yuqing handed over the bone spur knife in his hand. Xia looked at it quietly, waiting for them to explain. Yuqing smeared the juice of blackthorn grass on it. "He caught this little spotted beast with this knife. I didn't help." Xian dragged the little spotted beast in front of Xia and pointed at the knife wound on the side of the little spotted beast for Xia to look. Hearing Xian say this, Xia showed a rare expression of surprise and immediately squatted down to check the body of the little spotted beast. The spotted beast struggled even more violently. Xia looked at the little spotted beast carefully, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Apart from the knife wound on its side, the little spotted beast had no other wounds on its body. "How did you do this?" Xia suddenly raised his head and looked at Meng Yuqing. "Blackthorn grass. I crushed the blackthorn grass and smeared its juice on the blade of my knife. When the little spotted beast attacked me, I took the opportunity to injure it. The medicinal properties of the blackthorn grass quickly paralyzed its entire body, and it fell to the ground unconscious." Meng Yuqing explained carefully, "But it doesn't take effect immediately. From the time the wound is created until the effect takes effect, it takes about 10 breaths. If it's a larger beast, this time will be longer." Hearing this, Xia's eyes widened slightly. Although the small spotted beast is not a particularly powerful small beast, its size is very impressive among small beasts. It is definitely not something a sub-beast can contend with, let alone catch it. If this method could be generalized, even if it only worked on small beasts, maybe not. In an instant, Xia thought a lot. Just as Xia was immersed in his own thoughts, Meng Yuqing really couldn't hold on any longer. I yawned so hard that tears came out. How long will it take for this debuff to disappear? Half a month? About right. He slapped his face, forced himself to cheer up, and finished the last words. I still have some blackthorn grass left. Chief, please make a weapon like this for Qiuye. If possible, collect more of this grass so that every sub-beast in the tribe can be equipped with a weapon. Although we haven't tested it on medium and large beasts, it will have a certain resistance against small beasts. We can also paint it around the tribe. As he spoke, his voice became weaker and weaker, and he really couldn't hold it in any longer. Meng Yuqing opened his mouth, but his voice was already too low to be heard. Before he could utter the last words, his body went limp and he fell asleep completely. Xuan, who was standing next to them, immediately reached out to catch the sleeping Meng Yuqing, picked him up sideways, and nodded to Xia. Father, I'm going to take him to rest first. Xuan paused and continued. Doesn't understand a lot of things. I'll have to trouble Father Beast with some of the tribe's matters. Xia looked at Xuan quietly, then nodded slowly. He understood what Xuan meant. Meng Yuqing knew a lot of knowledge that they didn't know, but he was like a newborn cub, understanding nothing. Although he tried his best to cover it up, he couldn't hide it from Xia. When he woke up again, it was already bright outside. Meng Yuqing ran out of the room to check the position of the sun. It was already noon. Strangely, even Qiuye was not at home. When I returned to the house, I saw food already prepared on the stone table. It seemed that he had come back to have lunch and then went out again. While eating the food left by Qiuye, he was thinking about what he should do after the house was built to quickly accumulate energy and exchange it for some things that could be developed in the mall. He had read the encyclopedia of information on the Beast World continent and knew that many kinds of plants in the modern world could find similar substitutes in this world. But knowing is one thing, and whether you can find it in a short period of time is another. It is more convenient to exchange it directly through the system. As long as you develop quickly, the speed of obtaining energy will also be faster. There is no need to slow down the development speed in order to save a little energy, which will result in losing the big picture. The system suddenly said, complete the hidden task. Develop new uses for blackthorn grass. Complete the hidden mission. Discover new food. Release random tasks. The purpose of the section tree. After completing 2 tasks at once, Meng Yuqing's eyes lit up. He opened the energy storage space and found that the fog had increased a little. Open them all immediately and pass the finished products directly. If you can't afford the useful ones, you can make them yourself. It is spring now, so he can see if there are any high-yield and easy-to-grow food seeds he can buy. He remembers that seeds are relatively cheap among the materials. The first thing that comes to mind is sweet potatoes and potatoes. Potatoes have a higher yield and are more durable in storage, but they have no taste. Sweet potatoes have a lower yield, are naturally sweet, and can be eaten raw, which is more convenient. Meng Yuqing looked at the shopping mall panel, found potatoes and sweet potatoes, and rubbed his chin, thinking, which one should I buy? I really want to buy both. Planning to make some practical daily necessities with bamboo after the house is built, which will be another source of energy to be earned, plus the follow-up income from the tasks completed before, Meng Yuqing smiled and said, only children make choices. I want them all as an adult. Time passed quickly, and the construction of Meng Yuqing and Xian's house was coming to an end. In the past few days, Xuan took Meng Yuqing to the patrol area every night to search for useful things. But they only collected some hemostatic grass and a few blackthorn grasses and did not see a single blood-producing grass. The blood-producing grass nowadays is basically brought back by hunting teams that go out hunting. They hand over a large portion of it to the tribe, and the rest is distributed by the hunting teams themselves. Because Meng Yuqing discovered the efficacy of the 3 herbs and was the only person in the tribe who understood herbs, the tribe would give him a share every time a certain amount was accumulated. During these few days, Meng Yuqing used the bamboo that Xuan brought back to make a bamboo chair and some bamboo tubes to store things. On the day of moving, Meng Yuqing stood at the door of Qiuye's house holding a woven bag. Qiuye held his hand and looked at him reluctantly. Why do you have to live alone? Can't we live together? Living alone means you have to do everything by yourself. What's the point? Meng Yuqing didn't know what to say, so she could only keep smiling and not say a word. She had to live alone. Fortunately, Xia saw Meng Yuqing's embarrassment, walked over and hugged Qiuye, signaling Meng Yuqing and Xuan to leave quickly. Children have their own ideas when they grow up. Anyway, we are not far away, so we could just visit each other often. Isn't that what we did before? As soon as we became adults, we wanted to break free from the control of our father beast and subfather. Just when Meng Yuqing was still confused, Xuan, who had a deep understanding of his father and inferior father, grabbed Meng Yuqing's arm and whispered in his ear, "Hurry up and go. If we don't leave now, my father will start crying and we won't be able to leave." Hearing this, Meng Yuqing immediately came to her senses, hugged her bag tightly, and followed Xuan away quickly. When he was about to walk out of Xiuye's sight, he looked back and saw Xia had already hugged Xiuye, blocking Xiuye's sight and whispering something. The houses built by orcs are much more spacious than those in the modern world, and the living rooms are large enough for orcs to transform into beast form and roll around on the ground. At Meng Yuqing's request, Xuan chose a relatively remote location with a large open space surrounded by a wooden fence, roughly estimated to be 3 acres. The two houses are not far from each other, and it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to walk to each other's house. When the house was almost completed, Meng Yuqing spent some energy searching for the methods of making ancient wooden doors and windows. He asked Xuan to do hard labor for him for 2 days and made a bamboo door. He also installed bamboo windows using the same principle. When the house was completely completed, I also received a notification of a hidden task, making and using wooden doors and windows. The night after catching the little spotted beast, Xuan brought back animal hair suitable for a toothbrush. While Xuan was studying the bamboo door, he made the toothbrush himself. Another energy credited. I walked into the house, opened the window, and the sunlight came in. The room was empty except for a stone bed covered with animal skins, a stone table in the living room, and a small space on the right that served as a kitchen. The entire stove was also built according to Meng Yuqing's requirements. Meng Yuqing was very satisfied with the house he had built. It was exactly as he had imagined. Xuan, Lai, and Mu's craftsmanship was truly excellent. He would definitely let them know if he had any good things in the future. Just as he was sorting out the things that Xiuye had forced upon him in the woven bag, a somewhat unfamiliar voice came from outside the house. "Is Meng Yuqing home? I am Luo's partner, Ronglin." Luo's partner? Meng Yuqing recalled that the orc who injured his artery and nearly bled to death a few days ago seemed to be named Luo. Why did his partner come to see him? When the door was opened, Ronglin was standing outside with 2 animal skin bags on his back, looking a little stiff. Next to him was a 10-year-old orc who was dragging a beast that looked a bit like a wild boar, but was much larger and more ferocious than a wild boar. "Hello, I'm Meng Yuqing. What can I do for you? I heard you moved to a new house today. I thought you might be short a lot of things, so I packed some things you might need in your daily life and gave them to you." He put down the animal skin bag, took out one of them, and handed it to Meng Yuqing. There are salt stones, wild vegetables, and some stone bowls, stone pots, and stone knives inside. They are all newly made, and we haven't used them yet. Ronglin hurriedly opened the bag and counted the things inside. After he finished introducing everything inside, he immediately took out another animal skin bag. This bag contains animal skins which have never been used. They are all new. He pushed the bag of animal skins to Meng Yuqing. "Oh, and this one, a full-grown sharp-toothed beast. This is the most beloved beast in the tribe." When the little orc beside him heard his words, he immediately dragged the boar-like beast to Meng Yuqing's feet. Looking at the pile of supplies before him, Meng Yuqing subconsciously waved his hand to refuse. Seeing his refusal, Ronglin immediately spoke. "Please accept it, otherwise we will feel uneasy." "Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, Luo might." When talking about this, Ronglin's eyes were slightly red. The child is only 10 years old. Without a father, he will have to find ways to hunt for food on his own in addition to the food allocated by the tribe if he wants to grow stronger. I can't raise him well, so please don't refuse our gratitude. Having said this, Meng Yuqing, who was not good at saying no, couldn't even say anything to refuse. "How is Luo recovering now?" asked Meng Yuqing, who could only watch Ronglin move things into the house. "He's fine. He caught the sharp tooth. He'll be able to return to the hunting party in a few days." Speaking of this, Ronglin smiled and looked at Meng Yuqing with gratitude. Luo recovered very well and was no different from before. "That's good. Did you identify the herbs that were used to save Luo?" "I didn't see you that night." "Yes, he did. Luo woke up the next day. I went with him to recognize him." After all the things were moved into the house, Ronglin took the little orc away soon after and said to Meng Yuqing before leaving, "If there's anything we can help you with, please let us know." Only after seeing Meng Yuqing nod in agreement did he leave with peace of mind. Because of the things Ronglin brought, the room was finally not as empty as before. Meng Yuqing walked up to the sharp-toothed beast and took a look. It really looked like a wild boar, but it was more than twice as big as a wild boar. He couldn't handle such a big beast by himself. After thinking about it, he happily decided to let Xuan handle it. He would make a barbecue on the stone slab and invite Mu and Lai to dinner to thank them for their help in building the house during this period. He could also give some to Qiu Yi and Xia to thank them for their care these days. After deciding where to put the sharp-toothed beast, he opened the bag containing the animal skin. The animal skins sent by Ronglin were all very good, and there was even a large piece of pure white animal skin. You should know that the animal skins worn by the sub-beasts in the tribe at home are mostly dark brown or gray-black, and there are very few light-colored animal skins, let alone pure white. Chapter 24 Planting. When preparing to pack up the animal skins, Meng Yuqing realized that he had not made a cabinet. Scratching his head, Meng Yuqing selected a few animal skins to spread on the stone bed and temporarily put the others in a bag, then rubbed his hands. It was time to go to the mall and buy sweet potatoes and potatoes. As for how to tell the people in the tribe, when he could go out to collect them, he would say that he had found them himself, but he might not be able to hide it from Xuan. Never mind, since it's still spring, we can still plant some sweet potatoes and potatoes. Open the mall, find sweet potatoes, and click to buy them in one go. The energy mist in the energy space seemed to be sucked away by something and disappeared in a flash. The next second, Meng Yuqing was submerged in sweet potatoes and potatoes. Purchase successful, 100 kilograms of sweet potatoes and 100 kilograms of potatoes. Hearing the system's notification, Meng Yuqing crawled out of the pile of sweet potatoes and brushed off the dirt. With a thought, the sweet potatoes and potatoes in front of him disappeared. A pile of sweet potatoes and a pile of potatoes appeared in the warehouse, automatically separated and stored. There were so few things in the room that Meng Yuqing quickly finished tidying it up. He carried a stone knife and came to the land that was fenced off for planting. He made a simple plan of the land, and then squatted down in a corner less than 10 meters away from the house. He looked up and saw that there was no one around, so he immediately took out the blood-growing grass and blackthorn grass that he had picked a few nights ago from the warehouse. Because he picked the fruits himself and had already thought about planting them, Meng Yuqing specially dug out the land where the roots were and immediately threw them into a warehouse that could freeze time. He did all this without turning his back on Xuan. Xuan watched him dig out the grass and hold it in his hand, and then the grass disappeared again. He didn't ask any more questions and just said it lightly. "We haven't found any blood-producing grass here. Can I bring you some with the roots when I go out hunting?" Meng Yuqing used a stone knife to dig a hole, measure the depth, and then put the hemostatic grass in and buried it carefully. Then he planted the other hemostatic grasses according to the same pattern. He chose a place far away and near the corner to plant the blackthorn grass. He was not sure whether there would be any impact if two medicinal herbs with very different medicinal properties were planted together. The only thing missing is the blood-producing grass. This kind of grass is really too rare compared to the hemostatic grass. Although Xuan said that he would bring it back with the roots if he saw it, he would rather Xuan take him out to pick it. After all, the freezing time in the warehouse can better preserve the activity of the herbs out of the soil. After arranging the herbs, Meng Yuqing left the area planned for herbal planting and came to the area prepared for planting grain. He took out 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes and potatoes from the warehouse, cut them into pieces with a stone knife, making sure there was a bud nest on each piece, and then buried them separately in the soil. After doing all this, Meng Yuqing stood up and clapped his hands, looking in the direction of Xuan's house. He was a little hesitant about whether to go there now, wondering if he had tidied up the house. Before he could hesitate for long, Xuan came out of the house and walked towards him. "Forget it. Don't worry about it." "Xuan, come quickly. Ronglin sent me a big, sharp-toothed beast, and I don't know what to do with it." Meng Yuqing waved and called Xuan. "Sent by Ronglin? Is Luo ready now?" Xuan walked over and sniffed the sharp-toothed beast on the ground. "Yes, Ronglin said he's almost recovered and will be able to return to the hunting team soon." "That's good." Xuan walked to Meng Yuqing and pointed at the sharp-toothed beast. "Do you need me to help you deal with it?" Yes. I have no idea how to handle it. I'm going to ask you for help. I'll grill some meat for you when the time comes." Remembering that the orcs had barbecue almost every day, he added, "It's a different way of cooking, completely different from usual. Call Lai and Mu over when the time comes." "Why do you still call them Lai and Mu?" Xuan frowned, feeling a little unhappy. After relaxing his brows, he turned to look at Meng Yuqing. They put in a lot of effort and help a lot in building the house. I should thank them. Meng Yuqing was a little puzzled as to why Xuan reacted like this. This shouldn't be the case. Xuan shouldn't be a stingy person. But I've already caught the beast and given it to them. But I haven't thanked you yet. I can't ask you to give me my thank you fee just because you helped me build the house. That would be too shameless of me. Meng Yuqing smiled. Xuan was really something. He had obviously helped her build a house, but he not only forgot his share, but also thanked Lai and Mu for their help. Okay, I got it. I'll let them know when you're going to make the barbecue. Xuan looked away, suppressing the disappointment in his heart. Let's do it tomorrow night. I'll go out and gather some bamboo shoots tomorrow and bring them back. When I'm done marinating the meat, remember to bring them back for Qiuye. Is there still a place for the father beast and the sub-father? Xuan widened his eyes slightly. Of course, the clan leader and Qiuye have taken such good care of me these past few days, so of course I have to thank them very much. We all treat you as family. There's no need to be like this. Xuan pursed his lips, his voice unable to conceal the disappointment. Sensing Xian's emotions, Meng Yuqing immediately explained, I also treat you as family, so it's normal to send food to your family, right? Well, you're right. Hearing him say that, Xuan felt a little better and turned to deal with the sharp-toothed beast. Xian's movements were quick and skillful. The beast armor he transformed into in his human form was sharper than a knife, and the sharp-toothed beast was quickly processed into an edible state. Meng Yuqing brought a few leaves that were taller than him and spread them on the ground. Xuan placed the processed meat on the leaves and waited for Meng Yuqing's next instructions. Take out the salt stone that Ronglin sent from the house, crush it, and spread it evenly on the animal meat. From time to time, let Xuan make a cut in the meat to make the marinade more flavorful. By the time all the meat was processed, it was almost dark. After this period of time, the system had adapted to the body and Meng Yuqing's night vision had improved a lot. Their dinner was a piece of marinated animal meat, which Xuan cut into small pieces and roasted. It's so delicious. Xuan looked at the barbecue in his hand in surprise. I'll just keep it simple today. I'll prepare it properly tomorrow, and it'll be even better. It would be even better if I could find some more seasonings. Meng Yuqing sighed after finally eating the familiar barbecue he had been eating for a long time. It would be even better if it had chili and cumin. Can you bring me some more wood tomorrow? I want to make a cabinet and some shelves to store things. Meng Yuqing hesitated for a moment before continuing. I might make a lot of weird things. I know. If you have any needs, just tell me directly and I'll find a way. Don't worry. Xuan understood Meng Yuqing's meaning very well. He also knew that Meng Yuqing had many magical qualities, but he did not choose to ask further questions. Maybe one day he would be willing to tell him everything, Xuan thought. Chapter 25 The First Time to Gather. The next day, Qiuye came to Meng Yuqing's house early. They had agreed that from today on, Meng Yuqing would follow Yasho out to collect. Sub-beasts do not have to go out to collect every day. Each sub-beast can choose to participate once every 3 days. Qiuye volunteers to go out to collect every day because he is the patriarch's partner, but if there are other things, he can also choose to do other things. Yuqing, get up. Let's go out and collect things today. Qiuye's voice came from outside the house. Meng Yuqing, who had already greeted the system, had woken up and washed up before Qiuye arrived. When he heard Qiuye's voice, he had already opened the door with his woven bag on his back. Qiuye, good morning. Are we leaving now? Yes, let's go. It's almost time to gather. Qiuye, carrying a fur bag, pulled Meng Yuqing's arm and led him out. Along the way, several sub-beasts came out of their homes, and Qiuye greeted them all the way. Some sub-beasts joined them and went to the gathering place with them, while some sub-beasts just smiled and greeted them, and then hurried away, looking very busy. They're not going to collect today. They have to take care of things at home. This is what Qiuye said. Arriving at the gathering place, Meng Yuqing saw from afar more than 30 sub-beasts waiting in the open space. There were 4 adult orcs standing next to them. Today it was their turn to protect the sub-beasts collected in the patrol area. What was surprising was that Lai and Mu also came. They were 2 years younger than Xuan and were only 16 years old and not yet adults. However, this age group was also the age when the little beastmen had the most freedom. After 2 years of learning practical combat in the wild from adult orcs, they have acquired strength close to that of adult orcs, but have not yet shouldered the responsibilities of adult orcs. As long as they complete their own practical tasks, basically no one will care what they are doing. Lai Mu, why are you two here? Qiuye was a little curious. Little orcs of this age group can't sit still. They often run away and disappear after completing actual combat. Qian told us that Yuqing said she would treat us to a meal today. We thought since we have nothing to do today, we might as well follow you to collect the food. After we finish collecting, we will go directly to Yuqing's house. Mu spoke excitedly. He always looked full of energy. Lai nodded, agreeing with him. Are you going to treat them to a meal today? Qiuyi looked at Meng Yuqing with an even more puzzled look. Yes, I was grateful for their help when I was building the house. Yesterday, Ronglin sent a sharp-toothed beast, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to treat them to a meal as a thank you. And Xian, it was Xian who helped me deal with the sharp-toothed beast yesterday. I also left a portion for you and the clan leader. I'll have Xian deliver it to you when the time comes. No need, just keep it for yourself. We don't lack food. Qiuyi quickly waved his hand to refuse. This is the meat I specially marinated. Xian tried it yesterday, and it was delicious. You guys should try it too. If it tastes good, I'll teach you how to make it. Cured meat? What is that? Can I see it too? A young sub-beast in the team came over when he heard them talking. He knew Meng Yuqing and knew that it was this sub-beast who discovered the life-saving medicine. He was a very powerful sub-beast. This time, he heard something from him that he had never heard before, so he wondered if he could learn it too. Ruya, come back. An older sub-beast snorted softly and called out to the young sub-beast that was approaching, then looked at Meng Yuqing and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Ruya is still young and doesn't understand. He didn't mean to listen to you. He was just curious and didn't want to steal your knowledge. The older sub-beast looks somewhat similar to the sub-beast named Ruya, so they must be related by blood. Ever since they learned that Meng Yuqing knew about herbs, the older people in the tribe thought that Meng Yuqing must be the witch's apprentice or even the witch himself. Not everyone is qualified to learn witchcraft. Meng Yuqing's willingness to teach everyone 3 kinds of herbs, 2 of which can even cure diseases and save lives, is his kindness, but they are not allowed to covet the witch's knowledge. Before Xian brought Meng Yuqing back, there was no witch in this tribe. They were worried that their coveting of the witch's knowledge would make Meng Yuqing unhappy, and he would become dissatisfied with the tribe and leave the tribe. After all, Meng Yuqing was not born in this tribe. If he wanted to leave, the surrounding tribes would rush to have him join their tribe. Xian was of course aware of the tribesmen's speculations and thoughts, but he chose not to tell them that Meng Yuqing had denied being a witch. He did not tell Meng Yuqing what his people thought of him. He just quietly let this matter go from speculation to a fact recognized by most people. The sub-beast, named Ruya, shrank his shoulders when he heard his sub-father scolding and immediately ran back to his sub-father's side, but he still looked over here from time to time. When his sub-father found out, he hit his head hard several times. Meng Yuqing felt a headache when he heard the sound. Well, it's just a way to make meat taste better. It's not a secret. If you want to learn, I can teach you. It's not a big deal. Meng Yuqing didn't quite understand why Ruya's father reacted like this, but when he saw Ruya grimacing after being hit, he immediately tried to smooth things over. After hearing what he said, Ruya's father breathed a sigh of relief and let Ruya go. They soon arrived at the place where they were going to collect the crops today. More than 30 sub-beasts scattered and concentrated on collecting edible plants on the ground. Meng Yuqing followed Qiuyi. Qiuyi looked around, pulled Meng Yuqing to a place with few people, and mysteriously took out a long object wrapped in animal skin from the animal skin. Guess what this is? Qiuyi smiled with curved eyebrows. What kind of treasure is so mysterious? Meng Yuqing moved closer to the thing. It was wrapped tightly in animal skin, and he had no idea what it was. Qiuyi smiled without saying anything and began to take apart the animal skin to reveal what was inside. A 50-centimeter-long dagger. Double-edged, it gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Sword! Meng Yuqing screamed in surprise, and Qiuyi immediately reached out to cover Meng Yuqing's mouth. Keep your voice down, you call this a sword? Meng Yuqing looked at the weapon in Qiuyi's hand in surprise and doubt. Does he already have an iron sword now? How'd this come from? Meng Yuqing asked softly. If there's an iron sword, it means there must be iron, or if an iron mine could be found, the tribe's military strength would definitely increase exponentially. As long as I exchange for the iron smelting method, I can concentrate on development in other areas, and the system can be upgraded quickly. Unfortunately, Qiuyi's answer disappointed him. Xiao made this for me. He said that when he's not around, I'll have the power to protect myself. He used the hardest bone from the iron bone beast and smeared it with the juice of the blackthorn grass. Speaking of Xia, the happiness in Qiuyi's eyes is about to overflow. Xia said you discovered this method, and Xian has already made a weapon for you, right? Xia also said that after we collect enough blackthorn grass, We will equip every sub-beast in the tribe with a weapon, and then we will surround the outside of the tribe with sharpened wood and coat it with blackthorn grass juice. From now on, our tribe will no longer be afraid of being attacked. Qiuye's eyes were suddenly filled with sadness, but she quickly concealed it. Meng Yuqing reached out and patted his shoulder gently. We'll get better and better. Chapter 26, Danger Warning. Yes, we will get better and better. Qiuye lowered his eyes and smiled gently. He always hid his pain under gentleness. Cheer up, today is my first time out collecting. I have to perform well. Meng Yuqing clapped his hands, bringing Qiuye's thoughts back to normal. Then he looked around and found that everyone was collecting seriously and didn't notice this side, so he said in a low voice, Qiuye, can you help me secretly? Ha, I don't want to help you. Go collect it yourself. Collect as much as you can. I'm a tribe leader's partner, and I'm fair and just. After saying that, he ignored Meng Yuqing's wrinkled face and ran away with a smile. Watching Qiuye recover his spirit, Meng Yuqing sighed softly, hoping that he could exert his strength to truly help this tribe, protect this tribe, and guard everyone in this tribe. He patted his face. He was just cheering Qiuye up, but why did he feel sad again now? Instead of spending time thinking about random things, it is better to do more practical things and save more energy to exchange for useful things. Because the promotion of the 3 herbs has a relatively large impact on the entire tribe. As long as someone directly or indirectly uses these 3 herbs to their advantage and happens to be connected to Meng Yuqing, he will receive energy, which can be regarded as a long-term income. Following the example of other sub-beasts, Meng Yuqing bent down and began to look for some commonly eaten wild vegetables. He was lucky enough to see quite a few, picking them as he walked, and before he knew it, he was some distance away from the main group. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something familiar out of the corner of his eye. Meng Yuqing immediately turned his head. It seemed to be onion? Not sure. Take a closer look. He walked over quickly and squatted down, looking at the plant in front of him that looked familiar, but twice as big as the one in the original world. He reached out to pick it up and leaned over to smell it. It's green onions. Of the 3 major seasonings, green onions, ginger, and garlic, he finally found one. It would be great if he could find ginger and garlic too. I don't know if today is his lucky day or his strong desire for ginger and garlic has moved God. After picking all the green onions and storing them in the warehouse, he actually found ginger and garlic along the way. He deftly dug the ginger and garlic out of the soil and stuffed them into the space. When he looked up, he realized that he was some distance away from the crowd. I glanced at the woven bag quickly. Because I had collected onions, ginger, garlic, and no other wild vegetables except for some at the beginning, there seemed to be quite a few left. Meng Yuqing decided to return to the main group and join them in collecting some more wild vegetables. Suddenly, a rapid mechanical sound came from the system. Host, do you want to use extra energy? Host, do you want to use extra energy? Host, do you want to use extra energy? The system is basically emotionless. Aside from the night of their confrontation, when the system had let out some serious emotion, when it assured him that it held no ill will towards the tribe or the world, he had never seen the system show such emotion. The mechanical sound was so sharp because of its rapidity that it made Meng Yuqing feel a sharp pain in his head like needles. System, what happened? Keep your voice down. I have a headache. Meng Yuqing almost couldn't stand still. He immediately squatted down, holding his head with one hand while asking about the situation. Host, do you want to use extra energy? The system's voice immediately decreased. Although it was not loud enough to give Meng Yuqing a headache, it was still extremely rapid. Use it, use it. Meng Yuqing replied immediately. The system is usually very quiet when it is not working. It was as if it didn't exist. There was absolutely no way such a rapid alarm would suddenly sound for no reason. I couldn't even control the volume for a moment and shocked myself. Although he didn't know why the system didn't tell him the situation directly, but instead frantically urged him to make a decision quickly, it didn't prevent Meng Yuqing from making a choice directly. The system was definitely not really asking for his consent in such a hurry. He had to use this energy, otherwise something uncontrollable would definitely happen. 44 roving orcs are attacking from the south. System analysis shows these orcs pose a significant threat to sub-beasts. Host, please leave this area and return to the tribe immediately. Host, please leave here immediately and return to the tribe. Host, please leave here immediately and return to the tribe. What? Meng Yuqing was shocked. Such a huge threat to the sub-beasts. Qiuye and the others were still here. There were 37 sub-beasts here. How long will it take them to arrive? Meng Yuqing ran towards Qiuyi. He had to tell Qiuyi the news. He was the clan leader's partner, and only he could force everyone to go back. 10 minutes, host. Please return to the tribe as soon as possible. Ignoring the system's urging, Meng Yuqing ran to Qiuyi and pulled Qiuyi up. What's wrong, Yuqing? What happened? Why do you look so unhappy? Qiuyi was suddenly pulled up and was a little confused about the situation. After seeing Meng Yuqing's anxious face, he immediately asked softly, Chia, gather the sub-beast back to the tribe immediately. There is danger. Meng Yuqing said hurriedly. What? There is danger somewhere. Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Don't be afraid. We have 6 orcs here. No wild beasts will come. Qiuyi didn't react for a moment. This was in the patrol area, and there were 6 orcs guarding it. So how could there be danger? Meng Yuqing pursed his lips, feeling extremely conflicted. He didn't know how to tell Qiuyi how he knew that, and he didn't have time to make up excuses for him. Qiuyi, do you believe me? He said with trembling lips. Seeing him say this with a grim expression, Qiuyi rarely looked serious, looked at him, and said softly, You say, there are 44 roving orcs heading this way. These orcs are very dangerous to sub-beasts. We must return to the tribe immediately. Meng Yuqing clenched his fists so tightly that his eyes began to turn red with anxiety. Don't worry about how I know this. You have to believe me. We must return to the tribe immediately. They will be here soon. Unexpectedly, Qiuyi was stunned when he heard him say this, and then his face suddenly became extremely ugly, as if he remembered something. He didn't ask anything, but immediately shouted in an extremely serious and strong tone. Everyone, put down everything in your hands immediately and return to the tribe. Fei, you immediately go find the patrol and have them rush over here to meet us. Everyone, gather in front of me within 10 breaths. Those who don't will have their 3-day food allocation forfeited. His expression was solemn, and his tone was filled with unquestionable authority. Everyone gather immediately. The orcs who heard Qiuyi's order immediately shouted loudly. Although I don't understand why. Qiuyi is the clan leader's partner and has the qualifications to give orders, but Qiuyi never uses this right. Everyone was relatively scattered when collecting, but fortunately, they were all not far away. Those who heard the sound immediately stopped what they were doing. Although they didn't understand why, they still ran towards this side at a very fast speed. When Qiuyi gave him the order, Fei had already transformed into a beast and flew into the sky, a huge eagle. The patrol area is extremely large, and they don't know where the patrol team is patrolling now, so they can only send a plane that can fly to search for them. When Fei flew high into the sky to look for the patrol team, he inevitably saw the group of strange orcs rushing towards the sub-beasts. Chapter 27 Attack. Fei suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a sharp cry. The 5 orcs on the ground heard his cry and instantly understood what had happened. They immediately transformed into beast forms and urged the sub-beasts to gather. Seeing the orcs who followed to protect them like this, all the sub-beasts became nervous. In less than 20 seconds, everyone came to Qiuyi. The orcs all lay down, let the sub-beasts quickly climb onto their backs, and then rushed madly towards the tribe. Each orc carried 7 sub-beasts on his back, and the largest beast-shaped one even carried 9 on his back. Considering that they were carrying several sub-beasts on their backs, the orcs could not run at their fastest speed. Meng Yuqing and Qiuyi were on Li's back. Qiuyi looked up at the sky from time to time. Fei had not returned yet, and he had not found the patrol team yet. The system kept refreshing the distance between them and the roaming orcs in Meng Yuqing's mind. Hurry up! Hurry up! We're about to be caught up. However, he discovered to his despair that the distance between them was getting closer and closer. I was about to be caught up. Just as this thought flashed through my mind, I heard the roar of orcs behind me. Qiuyi's face instantly became extremely ugly. He was familiar with the roars of all the orcs in the tribe. This sound definitely did not come from any orc in the tribe. The group of wandering orcs were catching up with him. The force beneath him heard the sound, stopped immediately, turned around and roared. The voice was filled with anger, and the other 4 orcs followed suit, roaring threateningly at the wandering orcs. They slowly lowered their bodies and let the sub-beasts get off their backs. They stood in front of the sub-beasts, using their huge bodies to block the sight of the wandering orcs who were looking at the sub-beasts wantonly. Qiuyi pulled Meng Yuqing and asked him to stand behind him. Meng Yuqing shook his head at him and stood beside him. The 2 of them followed closely behind Li, standing in front of all the sub-beasts, and watched the confrontation between the 2 sides nervously. The stray orcs that were chasing them scattered and surrounded them, howling with excitement. It was no different from an unintelligent beast. Meng Yuqing looked at the opposite side through the gap between the orcs in front. Their beast forms are generally smaller than the orcs in the tribe. He was probably about the same age as the underage lion Mu, but he had an extremely fierce aura and a cruel look in his eyes. The sub-beasts who were protected in the middle didn't dare to breathe and huddled together with pale faces. Several young sub-beasts could barely stand, their faces filled with fear. "Leave these sub-beasts behind, or I will kill you." The leading wandering orc looked at Li. He could feel that among these orcs, Li was the strongest. "Get out of our tribe. Li ruada druveli. Get out, get out, get out, get out." The other 4 orcs shouted in unison. "Just you? Are you sure you want to fight us to the end? We will just leave the sub-beast behind. We won't kill them. We will return them to you in a few days. Don't worry, there's so many of them, they won't die." The leading wandering orc sneered. "Get out. Unless we kill us all, we won't let you take any sub-beasts away. Get out now." Li ignored the other party's words and immediately responded firmly. "Are you sure you want to steal our tribe's sub-beasts? When our tribe members come, they will definitely kill you." Another orc roared angrily. "You're the only ones who want to stop us? And there are 2 underage brats? By the time your people arrive, this will be over. Haha, since you want to resist, then start by killing these 2 brats." The other person's gaze fell on Mu Healy. There was a cruel smile on his face. He really couldn't wait to see their expressions when they saw the young ones of their tribe who were about to grow up being killed. Mu Healy was not afraid at all. He met the gaze of the other leader directly, lowered his body, and let out a low growl in his throat. Baring their teeth and claws, they are no different from those of adult orcs, and they will never retreat in the face of battle. "Go, kill them all, starting with these 2 little ones, and take all these sub-beasts away." At the command of the enemy leader, the wandering orcs following him immediately rushed towards them with strange cries. The orcs of the tribe stood back to back in a circle, protecting the sub-beasts tightly in the middle, and were unwilling to move an inch no matter what. The wandering orcs began to circle around them, rushing up to attack the tribal orcs from time to time. Mu Healy, in particular, suffered the most attacks. At least 10 stray orcs rushed forward to attack them, almost drowning them. Fortunately, they were not overwhelmed because of the help of adult orcs nearby. The sub-beasts moved quickly and approached the adult orcs. Meng Yuqing followed Qiu Yi and immediately moved behind Mu Healy. The orcs were fighting fiercely, their hair flying everywhere, their roars shaking the sky, and blood splattering from time to time, landing on the faces of the sub-beasts in the middle of the circle. Several sub-beasts looked at this situation, their eyes turned red, and they covered their mouths tightly. I silently prayed that nothing would happen to the fighting tribal orcs, and that they would find the patrol team quickly. Fortunately, the tactic of forming a circle with shoulders against shoulders and back-to-back was quite good. The orcs of the tribe were larger in form than the other side and had higher combat effectiveness. Although the other side had a large number of people, they were unable to exert all their advantages. Qiu Yi looked at Lai and Mu worriedly. They were not yet adults and were still children in the tribe, but they suffered the most attacks. The other party seemed to use them as a breakthrough point and attack them frantically. There were dozens of wounds of varying sizes on Lai's body that were bleeding, turning his rose-patterned fur almost black. Mu himself is a big black bear, and his body is covered with bloody wounds, alternating between black and red. Li also looked over here from time to time, but he couldn't come over to help. They had to maintain their formation, especially he had to keep an eye on the opponent's leader. The opponent had not taken any action and was also staring at Li. Roar! A painful roar sounded, and Mu slapped the eye of the wandering orc who was rushing towards him. The claw was so fierce that it directly blinded one of the opponent's eyes. However, Mu did not get away with it either. Before he could retract his giant claw, it was bitten by another wandering orc. Mu felt pain and immediately pulled back his claw. But there were too many orcs staring at him and Lai, and another orc immediately found an opportunity to hit him hard. The orc who was biting him pulled hard, and Mu was dragged sideways, and a gap appeared in the beast-shaped wall blocking the sub-beast. "Be careful!" Qiuya's voice came to his ears, and his body was pushed suddenly. Meng Yuqing was pushed directly to the right and fell to the ground. When he came to his senses, he found that Mu had escaped and returned to his original position with the help of the adult orcs, blocking the gap, and Qiu Yi was standing beside him. Gone! He was caught! Chapter 28 Attack 2. Kiye! Meng Yuqing suddenly took out the bone spur scimitar from the warehouse and wanted to rush forward. But someone was faster than him. Roar! A huge figure shot out like lightning, letting out an extremely angry roar. Sure Lai, when he saw Qiuyi being taken away, rushed out without thinking. When a shadow beast attacked the tribe, he was still too young. Qiuyi had been holding him and hiding in the cave, and even ignored Xian, allowing Xian to run away. Xian also witnessed the entire process of Qiye's death with his own eyes. He remembered it for 10 years, and the first thing he did after he became an adult was to find the shadow beast and kill it. In the years after Qiye's death, Lai was almost entirely taken care of by Qiuyi. How could Lai just watch Qiuyi being taken away in front of him? Mu and Lai grew up together and trained together. He knew Lai too well. The moment Lai rushed out, he immediately turned his body sideways and filled Lai's position. Strong! Seeing Lai chasing out, the besieging orcs immediately surrounded him, rushing over like hungry wolves sharing food, surrounding Lai in the middle. Lai left the team and had no sub-beast to protect behind him. He became extremely ferocious and instantly knocked down a stray orc who was rushing towards him head-on. Just as he was about to kill the opponent by aiming at his neck, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his back. A stray orc attacked him from behind and jumped directly onto his back. He swung his arms wildly, trying to throw the wandering orc off his back. The wandering orc who was pinned to the ground by him took the opportunity to run away immediately. However, there were too many orcs around, and soon, 2, 3, 4, they all pounced on him, and many stray orcs took the opportunity to attack his limbs or hit him from the side. When he was about to be overwhelmed, Lai rolled on the ground and threw the wandering orc on his back directly to the ground, then immediately leaned back on the ground, waving his limbs wildly upwards for protection. When the wandering orcs saw Lai finally fall to the ground, they rushed forward and soon drowned Lai. Because he was lying sideways, Mu's entire side was exposed to the wandering orcs. Those wandering orcs who were unable to attack Lai immediately turned their attention to Mu. There's another little kid, isn't there? The 3 adult orcs were extremely anxious when they saw this situation, but they had no way to deal with it because there were too many roaming orcs. Each of them had to face the attacks of several wandering orcs head-on, and also had to protect the sub-beast behind them and could not move at will. It's impossible to find time to go out and help Lai. Bang! Mu was knocked down from the side. He lay on his side and struggled to attack the wandering orcs who tried to break through him. Lai's figure had been completely blocked out of sight. One could only judge that Lai was still alive by seeing the occasional stray orcs being repelled. Mu's 2 front paws were bitten by the 2 wandering orcs again, and they worked together to drag Mu out. The other adult orcs were also busy with their own affairs and were unable to help Mu. Li's eyes were red, and he kept looking back at this side. Mu was his child. Several times he couldn't help but run over to help Mu, but he forced himself to hold back. System, cover me with energy. After saying that, Meng Yuqing didn't wait for the system's reaction and rushed towards the wandering orcs who were towing Mu with the bone scimitar. We can't let them drag Mu away. Otherwise the formation can't be maintained, and all the sub-beasts will face the attack of the roving orcs. The orc form was too huge for Meng Yuqing. Especially when they were fighting, they didn't notice that the little Meng Yuqing was approaching. Not to mention that he was covered in energy by the system, making him even less aware. Approaching the orc who was struggling to drag Mu, he raised the bone scimitar in his hand high and chopped it down with all his strength. Blood spurted out instantly, splashing directly onto Meng Yuqing's face. The wandering orc's attention was all on Mu, and they had no idea that a sub-beast was so bold as to dare to approach the fighting orcs and attack them with weapons. The unexpected pain made him pause, and he subconsciously let go and cried out. Mu took the opportunity to struggle hard, pulled back one of his front paws, and immediately counterattacked, forcing back the other orc. The orc who was slashed by the knife lowered his head to avoid Mu's counterattack, and glanced at Meng Yuqing running behind Mu with a thorn beast tail in his hand. It was he who attacked him just now. With a roar, he was ready to kill Meng Yuqing. A sub-beast actually dared to attack him. Mu also noticed Meng Yuqing's actions and the intentions of the wandering orcs. He immediately met the opponent's attack and let Meng Yuqing hide behind him. Mu, there's anesthetic on my knife. He'll fall down soon. Don't fight him head-on. Hold him back and let the drug take effect. Meng Yuqing did not call out the name of the blackthorn grass directly. He was afraid that the wandering orcs might recognize this grass. After all, The appearance of the blackthorn grass is easy to identify. Anesthetic, Mu was stunned. He heard Meng Yuqing say that it was the juice of the blackthorn grass. He had tried this medicine himself. Thinking of the medicinal properties of the blackthorn grass, Mu slowed down his attack and focused on defense, blocking the wandering orcs who tried to rush in from him. The drug took effect quickly, and the wandering orc who had just been attacking Mu madly suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. He struggled twice, but found that he could not stand up. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally he closed his eyes and fainted. The sudden situation stunned everyone except Mu and Meng Yuqing. They didn't understand why he suddenly fell to the ground when he was fine just now, and there were no fatal wounds on his body. When Li saw this situation, he remembered what Meng Yuqing had said just now, and also remembered that Xia had told him about the use of blackthorn grass. His eyes darkened slightly as he looked at the leader who was still in a daze and said, "I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise your people will become like this one after another and never wake up again." He wanted to scare the other side away. There were too many people on the other side, and they could not hold on any longer. The other wandering orcs looked at their comrade who had suddenly fallen down and heard Li's words, and they hesitated and did not dare to attack. But the other party's leader is not easy to fool. If they have such a powerful method, why didn't they use it at the beginning but wait until now? A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. No retreat allowed. Everyone attack. Kill one of the enemies, and I'll give him a sub-beast all to himself. Until we're done, and I throw them back to the tribe, it's all yours. This sentence directly aroused the fighting spirit of the wandering orcs. They screamed with excitement, wishing they could kill a tribal orc immediately. Especially on Li's side, there were several more orcs joining the siege. Mu. Li's side. Meng Yuqing stared at that side intently. There were more than a dozen wandering orcs surrounding Li. Because there were too many of them, even a few wandering orcs were squeezed out and could no longer get close to Li, but they were unwilling to leave. Now Li is the best target to be killed. Don't come out. It's not that easy for an orc to kill an orc, even if it's for a siege. We have to hold on until the orcs from the tribe arrive. As long as Li doesn't die, we can save him, right? Mu repelled an orc who rushed forward and stood in front of Meng Yuqing. Chapter 29, Attack 3. Meng Yuqing stepped back because several wandering orcs had noticed him because of what had just happened. It was already difficult for Mu to resist the opponent, and he couldn't let Mu be distracted anymore. With the leader's order, the roving orcs' attacks became more fierce. The protective circle shrank again and again, and the sub-beasts surrounded in the middle were all squeezed together. Some people have already started wiping away tears when they think about what will happen to them if they are abducted. Just when everyone was in despair. Sudden, an eagle cry came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a roar came from not far away. Then, roars rang out one after another. All the sub-beasts turned their heads suddenly. This voice. Meng Yuqing was shocked and turned to look in the direction of the voice. He was so familiar with it. It's Xuan. A huge black panther came running from a distance, with the figures of many giant beasts following faintly behind it. Flying at the fastest speed, he swooped down from the sky and attacked directly towards the wandering orcs who were besieging Li. The sharp eagle claws brought up a string of blood flowers. The attacked, wandering orc roared in pain. 2 wounds deep enough to see the bone appeared on his back, making it almost impossible for him to stand. He wanted to fight back, but Fei had already flown back into the sky. He hovered above Li, and if Li was in danger, he would rush down and attack the wandering orc hard enough to cause serious injury. The tribal orcs who came to rescue quickly rushed over. A part of the orcs were assigned to protect the sub-beasts and their companions who had been fighting for a long time. The rest rushed directly towards the wandering orcs and fought with them. The number of people instantly surpassed the opposite side. When the wandering orc leader saw this, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he understood that he had to leave, otherwise he would be the one to die. He uttered several rapid calls. All the wandering orcs began to retreat while fighting. Meng Yuqing climbed onto Mu's shoulders and looked anxiously at the wandering orcs who were preparing to retreat. Akiha! Akiha! Where is she? Which wandering orc captured Akiha? Suddenly, a stray orc who had retreated to the back suddenly raised a claw and let out a low growl. Under his claws, a small black shadow was lying on the ground, waving a long object. It's autumn leaves. Meng Yuqing instantly grabbed the long hair on Mu's neck and shouted at Xuan. Xuan, don't let that hyena beast man at the back get away. He's captured Qiu Yi. He called out to him while anxiously patting Mu with his hands. The roar of the beasts here was too loud, and he was not sure if Xian could hear it. Mu understood what he meant instantly, and then Mu also yelled at Xian. Hearing Mu's roar, Xian Ming pushed away the wandering orcs in front of him and rushed straight to the back of the wandering orcs. After someone took over to protect the sub-beast, Li had nothing to worry about. He simply opened his palms and pushed away the wandering orcs in front of him and followed Xian. After confirming that Lai had been safely protected, Fei flew directly in front of the hyena orc to block his retreat. The tribal orcs were unstoppable, and Xian had already rushed to the front of the hyena orcs. The other wandering orcs were already too busy to take care of themselves, and were all busy escaping from the pursuit of the tribal orcs. No one will care about him. He can't escape. They were not as strong as the tribal orcs to begin with, not to mention that the two strongest orcs had already set their sights on him. There was also a flying orc above his head that attacked him from time to prevent him from escaping. If the other party had not taken care of the sub-beast in his hand, I am afraid that his first attack would have seriously injured me. After all, although flying orcs are not good at head-on combat, their attack power is top-notch. Even if he lets go of this sub-beast now, the other party will not let him go. Thinking of this, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Since you want to save this sub-beast, I will kill him in front of you. He raised his front paws and aimed them in Qiu Ye's direction. Qiu Ye was lying on the ground. His knee was injured and he couldn't stand up and run away. He could only watch as the hyena orc's huge claws slashed down and closed his eyes in despair. The attack did not land on him, but instead he heard the panicked cry of the hyena beastman. When Qiu Ye opened his eyes, he had been flown into the sky. On the ground, Xian had already knocked down the hyena orc, and Li had also arrived from behind. He guarded behind Xian and drove away the leader of the hyena orcs who tried to come and rescue him. As the wandering orcs retreated, the tribal orcs began to run towards this side one after another. When the other leader saw that the people could not be rescued, he growled and turned and ran away with the other wandering orcs. The hyena orc had already fainted, and Xian stepped on him with one of his front paws. Only then did he feel a sense of fear. Almost. Yafu was almost killed by this orc right in front of him. If the opponent had not suddenly lost his balance and started swaying from side to side when he was about to attack, delaying the attack. There was no way he could be knocked aside and knocked down in time. It is even more impossible to save Yafu. Thinking of this, he tilted his head slightly and looked at the silver-white weapon made of the bones of the iron-boned beast that fell to the ground. The tip of the weapon was stained with blood, and Xian could easily tell that it was the blood of the hyena orc. This weapon was given to Subfather by Father Beast a few days ago, and it is smeared with the juice of blackthorn grass. The drug takes effect when the opponent is about to kill you. Only then could he successfully rescue his father. Fine. This time, the tragedy that happened to Uncle Chia 10 years ago did not happen again. The wandering orcs retreated quickly, and the tribal orcs chased after them. After confirming that the other party had completely left the patrol area, they returned. After Fei Zixuan knocked down the hyena orc, he immediately rushed down and took Qiu Ye away. At this time, he had brought Qiu Ye back to the orc's protection circle, and Lai was also here. Dan and Dong surrounded him and gently licked his wounds. He was badly injured and could hardly stand up. There was not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body. Seeing Fei coming down with Qiu Ye, he ignored his injuries and crawled to Qiu Ye's side with difficulty. He gently touched his huge head against Qiu Ye, with tears in his eyes. Qiu Ye gently stroked Lai's head, and looking at Lai, who was covered in wounds, tears rolled down her face like beads from a broken string. After he was captured, the hyena beastman quickly retreated to the back and held him down with one of its front paws, preventing him from moving. He could only see Lai rushing out, and then being surrounded and drowned. He saw Meng Yuqing rushing towards the orc who was trying to drag Mu away with a knife, injuring him, and watching him being drugged and knocked unconscious. He had wanted to do this since he was captured, but he was completely restrained and couldn't move at all. Later, people from the tribe came, and the hyena orcs retreated in panic, loosening their control over him. He then found an opportunity to pull out the weapon Xia had given him and stab the other party. It also allowed people in the tribe to discover his location. Rescued at the last moment. Finally, the wandering orcs were besieged by the tribal orcs, leaving behind the bodies of more than a dozen of their companions, and ran away. Do any of you have any herbs? Lai is badly injured and needs to stop the bleeding immediately. Meng Yuqing pushed aside the crowd surrounding Lai and ran to squat beside him. Hearing him say this, Qiu immediately stood up. He wanted to find some herbs to treat Lai's injuries. After Chapter 30, he had severe abrasions all over his body, especially his knees. When he was dragged away, his knees were rubbed to a bloody mess, and one could even see the bones. He couldn't stand up at all. "I have it here. I have it here." A young voice in the crowd immediately responded, and soon the crowd parted to let the owner of the voice in. "It's the sub-beast named Ruya." He ran to Meng Yuqing and tremblingly took out a hide package from the hide bag. "This is what my father got from the hunting team. I brought it out today because I wanted to look for it in the same way and see if I could find it too." His face was pale and his voice was trembling, with tears still on his face. He stuffed the animal skin bag directly into Meng Yuqing's hand. "It has herbs for both treatments. I don't know if it's enough. I'll go look for more right away." As he said that, he immediately stood up and went to look for herbs. "Enough, enough." Meng Yuqing opened the animal skin bag. The herbs inside were well preserved and the quantity was sufficient. "Sit down first and help me chew these herbs and apply them to the wound that is bleeding the most." Putting the herbs into his mouth, Meng Yuqing whispered to Lai, "Lai, can you change back into human form?" Lai nodded slightly, and then his figure became illusory and shrank, and a young man covered in blood appeared on the ground. Ruya imitated Meng Yuqing's actions to prepare the herbs and applied them to Lai. The wounds that bled the most were treated quickly. Lai's face was still very pale, and he lay quietly on the ground, allowing them to do what they wanted. After the wound slowly stopped bleeding, Qiu picked up the blood-growing grass and put it to Lai's mouth. "Eat something." Lai obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-producing grass. After a while, some color returned to his face. After seeing that Lai was obviously getting better, Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Ruya, "The herbs come from the tribe. Go find Xia after you return to the tribe." Ruya nodded randomly, her whole body still trembling. It was unclear whether she heard it or not. There was still some hemostatic grass left. Li took the hemostatic grass from Meng Yuqing and pulled Mu over. He let Mu change back into human form and silently applied medicine to Mu. The other sub-beasts with partners were gently held and comforted by their partners, while the sub-beasts without partners huddled together to support and comfort each other. Ruya didn't bring many herbs, and after Lai used them up, she used the remaining ones to treat Mu's wound. Fortunately, the injuries of the other adult orcs were not serious, and they could lick their wounds in animal form. When Xian came over with the iron bone beast sword left behind by Qiu, Lai had almost healed his injuries. "Is Lai okay?" Meng Yuqing used the system to scan Lai's condition and found that he was basically stable. He nodded to Xian. "There's no danger to his life, but he has too many wounds and has lost too much blood. No bones are broken. He just needs to go back and rest for a while." Hearing him say this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. There were not many cubs in the tribe, and every member was precious. "These roving orcs are so despicable," said an orc in the crowd hatefully. His partner was one of the people who came out to collect today, and she was almost kidnapped. "How dare they come to our tribe and rob our people?" Another orc also shouted. "We must kill them, drive them away, and not let them live near us. We must drive them away. I've only heard of them robbing the Shijiao and Xuan tribes before, but I never thought they'd come and rob our tribe this time. Yes, they are too much of a threat to the sub-beasts here. They are no different from wild beasts. The last time the Xuan tribe had 20 sub-beasts stolen, only 4 returned. Kill them." More and more people in the crowd echoed the sentiment. They had only one idea, which was to completely kill or drive away this group of roving orcs. After Xian returned the iron bone beast sword to Qiu, he listened to the orcs' angry speeches in silence. He turned to look at Li. "Li, are they okay?" His eyes were deep, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Except Lai and Mu, the others are not seriously injured. Li looked up at Xian. "Okay, let's go back to the tribe first. I will tell my father about what happened today." Xian's eyes were calm, but Li had watched Xian grow up, and he knew that Xian would definitely not let go of what happened today. Li nodded, stood up, and stopped the noisy crowd. "Okay, let's talk about this back at the tribe. We will tell the chief what happened today." The crowd gradually quieted down, and Xian directly changed into a beast form and looked at Meng Yuqing and Qiu and said, "Father, Yuqing, you and Lai sit on me. Li, please carry Lai up." Seeing this, the others also changed into beast forms. The sub-beasts who had partners sat directly on their partners' backs, while those who did not have partners sat on other underage beastmen. The orcs who were not carrying sub-beasts protected them, and the underage orcs in the middle. A group of people walked towards the tribe. The people in the tribe saw them coming back in a large group, and they didn't know what had happened. It was not until they got closer that they discovered that Xian was carrying Lai, who had fallen asleep, and Mu, whose body was covered with wounds. What happened? Why is Lai like this? And why is Mu also injured? Someone asked with concern. Xian and Li said nothing, and the others didn't say anything either. They just walked silently. Everyone, please disperse. Several people are injured. Don't crowd around here. Let them go back and rest. Let's go inform the clan leader first. If there's anything, the clan leader will tell everyone. An orc in the crowd who was familiar with Li stood up to maintain order after seeing Li's expression. Yes, let them in first. I'll tell the patriarch right away. Hearing this, someone immediately left the crowd to look for Xia, and the rest of the crowd dispersed to make way for them. The injured orcs all went home. Lai was taken directly to Qiuya's house by Xian, and then he went out to deal with the follow-up matters with Li. Because Qiuya took care of Lai for several years when he was a child, Qiuya's family has always kept Lai's room. Qiuya, your injury needs to be treated. Meng Yuqing looked at Qiu Yi, who was sitting on the bed. His body was covered with scratches, which made Meng Yuqing tremble with fear. If Qiu Yi hadn't pushed me away, I would have been the one who was taken away. Thinking of this, he looked at Qiu Yi with guilt in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Qiu Yi couldn't help but reach out and pat his head, pretending to be angry, and said, "What are you thinking? I really treat you as my own child. What's wrong with me saving my own child? Don't look at me like that." As he spoke, Qiu Yi lowered his head and murmured softly, "I saved my own child this time." The hair and eye colors of people in this world are all varied. Before Nin was born, Qiu Yi was the only sub-beast with black hair and black eyes in the entire Qingshan Tribe. On the day Xian brought Meng Yuqing back, Qiu Yi saw Meng Yuqing following Xian from afar. For a moment, he thought Xian had brought his Nin back. Seeing Qiu Yi like this, Meng Yuqing understood that he was thinking of Nin again, the child who died in his arms. Slowly approaching, Meng Yuqing stretched out his hand and gently hugged Qiu Yi. It is impossible to say that he is not anxious and homesick when he travels to another world alone, but from now on, he has a home and family here. Chapter 31 Robbers. Xian comforted the other people in the tribe, and when he came back, he saw Meng Yuqing and Qiu Yi hugging each other. He was completely confused. Why was his father crying? Why did Yuqing look so sad? Did something happen that he didn't know about? He walked over with a confused look on his face and opened his mouth, but his intuition told him that it would be better not to speak now. Standing aside and looking at the two people on the stone bed, he was neither standing nor sitting. Finally, Qiu Yi came to her senses and found him. Qiu Yi wiped away her tears and returned to her previous state. "Xian, are you all comforted?" "Well, everyone's been calmed down and sent home." "That's good. Have you notified Xia?" Qiu Yi nodded and asked in a low voice. "Fei has already set out to find his father and the others. Remember to send the herbs to Ruya's family. His father is in the hunting team, and these herbs are very important to him." "How is Lai?" "Dan and Dong have already delivered the herbs, and Lai is asleep, so don't worry." Xian sat down on the bed and spoke softly. Hearing that Xian had arranged everything, Qiu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Yuqing helped him lie down and took out the herbs at home to treat his wounds. After Qiu Yi fell asleep, Xian Kai pulled Meng Yuqing out. In the open space at the door, Xian looked at Meng Yuqing seriously and said, "I'm really grateful to you today, otherwise we wouldn't be able to save them, let alone save Yafu." "Don't say that. We are a family, aren't we? I'm also a member of the tribe. Li and the others are trying their best to protect us, and Mu has always been standing in front of me." Meng Yuqing shook his head and continued to speak while looking at Xian. "Besides, if Qiu Yi hadn't pushed me away, I would have been the one who was captured. I'm not as capable as him. I couldn't find a chance to save myself after being captured. To be honest, I should be grateful to him." At this point, he paused and spoke softly. "If I could have found them earlier, maybe—" "No, that's not the case. Don't think that way. If you hadn't discovered the use of the blackthorn grass, Mu would have been dragged away before we arrived, and all the sub-beasts would have been captured. By then, our arrival would have been useless. We wouldn't have been able to save everyone. If you hadn't told me to use the blackthorn grass as a weapon, then the sub-father would have been killed by that orc." Xian interrupted him, his tone becoming excited and even a little incoherent. "Of the sub-beasts they captured, very few can return alive. Even if they do, their personalities will become very strange. They only captured sub-father this time. If I hadn't snatched him back, sub-father would never have returned alive. It was the first time Meng Yuqing saw Xuan like this. He immediately went forward and hugged Xuan, gently stroking his back with one hand. Xuan, calm down. It's okay. Everyone is back safely. Xiaoyi is fine. He is resting in his room now. After all, Xuan is only 18 years old and has just become an adult. With Meng Yuqing's comfort, Xuan buried his head in Meng Yuqing's neck and gradually calmed down. Only after discovering that Xuan's emotions had stabilized did Meng Yuqing let him go, frowning and hesitant. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he didn't know whether he should ask them. Fortunately, after Xuan calmed down, he noticed his dilemma, pulled him to sit on a rock beside him, and spoke softly. Just ask me whatever you want to ask. Hearing Xuan's words, Meng Yuqing relaxed his brows. Who are those roving orcs? Why are they attacking us? Xuan's expression was somewhat serious, and he was silent for a while before speaking. They came here 3 years ago in the autumn. They stole 20 sub-beasts from the Xuan tribe and killed more than a dozen of their orcs. Because of this incident, the Xuan tribe's autumn hunt couldn't proceed normally. The Xuan tribe sent people to ask for help, and only then did we know that there was such a group of people coming here. Meng Yuqing was a little surprised. The combat effectiveness of the wandering orcs was much lower than that of the orcs of the Qingshan tribe. If it is a one-on-one fight, Lai and Mu can definitely beat each other. You have to know that Lai and Mu are not yet adults, while the opponents are all adult orcs. Where did they come from? How dare they come here and rob the tribe? Aren't they afraid that the tribe will organize orcs to hunt them down? Hearing Meng Yuqing's doubts, Xuan explained. They're not just these people, there are nearly 200 of them. All of them are adult orcs. There are no cubs or sub-beasts, so they can move around all the time. It's difficult to track them down, and it will take a lot of time. There are only a little over 300 orcs in the Xuan tribe. It's impossible for them to ignore the tribe and hunt them down. Moreover, the orcs of the Xuan tribe are not as strong as those in our tribe. Having said this, Xuan also showed a puzzled expression. Apart from the fact that he himself possesses a strange power, there's not much difference between the other orcs. The combat effectiveness of the orcs from the Xuan tribe and the Shijiao tribe is similar. But the orcs of his own tribe are obviously stronger than those of other tribes, even if they are in the same beast form. But he didn't hesitate for too long and continued to tell Meng Yuqing the story. About 5 or 6 days later, the orcs from the Xuan tribe discovered the stolen sub-beasts in their patrol area. The orcs of the Xuan tribe thought these sub-beasts had escaped on their own, but the sub-beasts that were still conscious said they were thrown into the patrol area by roving orcs. Those who weren't thrown back died. They all have forced wounds on their bodies. They only have 20 sub-beasts, but there are nearly 200 wandering orcs. Xian's expression was very angry. His fists were clenched and veins were bulging. Could it be that they... Hearing this, Meng Yuqing's eyes widened with disbelief. Xian spoke cryptically, but Meng Yuqing was not a child who knew nothing. He understood what Xian meant. Later, they attacked the Xuan tribe more than once and also attacked the Shijiao tribe, but they never came to our tribe. Because they've been robbed before, their tribe has taken precautions. They don't always succeed. From last summer until now, we haven't heard of them robbing a tribe in a long time. We all thought they had left. I didn't expect that this time they would target our tribe. Their target this time is the sub-beasts we collected. If Lai and Mu hadn't gone with us temporarily today, they might have succeeded. If we don't get Yafa back, he will never come back. After hearing Xian's story, Meng Yuqing was incredibly angry. This was simply the beastly version of a robber, a bandit. He reached out and gently patted Xian's shoulder, saying solemnly, I will definitely make the tribe stronger. I will. Xian turned his head and looked at him steadily, then spoke slowly after a long time. I will protect you. If there is anything you don't understand, you must tell me first, understand? Chapter 32 Meeting. Meng Yuqing was stunned. He stared into Xian's eyes. His dark green pupils were so clear without a trace of haze, but they made him feel inexplicably at ease. He lowered his eyes and made a soft hum sound through his nose. There was a commotion in the tribe. Xia and Lan had returned from the hunting team early. From a distance, they saw Xia rushing over here, and Meng Yuqing and Xian stood up immediately. Akaba, how's Akaba? Xia looked anxious, completely different from his usual calm appearance. My father was injured and is resting now. Hearing Xian's answer, Xia ran into the house without saying anything, and Xian and Meng Yuqing followed behind. In the room, Qiuyi lay quietly on the bed, and Xia half knelt beside the stone bed, looking at Qiu Yi quietly. He slowly stretched out his hand, but immediately retracted it when it was about to touch the autumn leaves. He lowered his head, covered his eyes with his hands, and sighed softly. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. There was an imperceptible tremor in the voice. Outside the door, Meng Yuqing looked at Xia like this, and he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. He had only been here for a short time, but the people he met here and the feelings between them moved him. There was a pat on his shoulder, and he turned around to see Xian standing behind him. Father Beast and Subfather grew up together. They became partners as soon as they reached adulthood, and have been together ever since. Subfather is not in good health, so whenever Father Beast finishes his work in the tribe, he will always be by his side. After listening to Xian's story, Meng Yuqing lowered the animal skin curtain and left the space to Xia. After a long time, the animal skin curtain in the room was lifted again, and Xia had calmed down and walked out. He regained his usual calm and composed appearance, but his clenched fists revealed his current mood. He walked up to Meng Yuqing, bowed slightly, and his voice trembled slightly. Thank you so much. If you hadn't told me that I could make a weapon for Qiu Yi, I wouldn't know what to do now. Xia's action startled Meng Yuqing, and he immediately hid behind Xian. You all take care of me like family, and I treat you like family too, so please don't say that. I cannot accept this gift. When Xian saw that he hid directly behind him and made him face his father's beastly ceremony, he lost his composure and immediately jumped to the side. How could Meng Yuqing let him go? She clung to his arm tightly. Xian didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting Meng Yuqing, nor did he dare to accept Xia's courtesy. He turned sideways and leaned back, looking awkward and funny. Their reaction made Xia feel a little more relaxed. After standing up straight, he looked at Xian and said, Let's go to the discussion room. Hearing that they were going to talk about serious business, Meng Yuqing let go of Xian's arm, tactfully stepped back a few steps, and prepared to go to Lai's room to see Lai. Seeing that he was about to leave, Xia added another sentence. Yuqing, you should go too. Me? Meng Yuqing was stunned and asked, pointing at his nose. Xia nodded and strode out of the room. Meng Yuqing turned to look at Xian. What should I do? No, I can't do it. I have social anxiety. Hearing that the tribal leadership was about to hold a meeting, Meng Yuqing instinctively wanted to slip away. He had never seen such a scene before and couldn't handle it. He slipped away, but before he could take a step, Xian reached out and restrained him. Although he didn't know what social phobia Meng Yuqing was talking about, it didn't stop him from knowing that Meng Yuqing wanted to escape. Xian turned Meng Yuqing around and touched his head. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You can just hide behind me when the time comes. Xian smiled and said with a hint of teasing, You do this all the time, don't you? Meng Yuqing was still trying to refuse. He struggled and said, No, I really can't. However, his struggle was of no use to the orcs and was easily suppressed by Xian. His body was in the air, his feet off the ground, and Xian picked him up with one hand and walked out. Xiaodu Sack. If you have something to say, just talk it over. Don't resort to violence. We can discuss it in a meeting or something. Put me down. Meng Yuqing was completely shocked. Seeing Xian about to walk out the door, I can't. There are so many people outside. If I get seen, I'll be socially devastated and have to find another world to conquer. Put me down. Put me down. Someone will see us. Meng Yuqing struggled frantically on Xian, but Xian acted as if he heard nothing, had no reaction, and walked straight out of the house. I'm going, isn't it okay? I'm about to fall, put me down. I can walk by myself. Meng Yuqing's voice is starting to sound crazy. Hearing that he agreed to go to the discussion room, Xian stopped, put him down, supported him, and said, Don't worry, I won't let you fall. After landing on the ground, Meng Yuqing felt confident again. He rolled his eyes at Xian, followed Xian a few steps forward, and walked out of the house. He raised his head and glanced cautiously at Xian in front of him, making sure that he was concentrating on walking and would not see him. I'm not going to meetings or anything like that. I'm leaving now. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing raised his foot and ran towards his home. This time there was progress, running 3 steps. Suddenly, an arm crossed over his waist, and then his feet left the ground again. He even turned a circle in the air, and by the time he reacted, he had already been carried on Xian's shoulder. Host, what gave you the courage to sneak away from the orcs? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my head. Shut up. Meng Yuqing was furious. There was no time to pay attention to the system's ridicule. Xian walked faster and faster, and could already hear the voices of other people in the tribe. Meng Yuqing could only pat Xian on the back and speak in a gentle voice. I won't run away anymore. I really won't run away. Put me down, I promise to get through. Really? Qian looked unconvinced. You just said you were going. Really? I didn't promise anything just now, but I promise this time. I will definitely go, and I won't slip away. Hearing him say this, Qian did not put him down immediately this time, but said, If you try to run again, I'll carry you directly to the discussion room. Yeah, I definitely won't run away. Put me down now, or someone will see us. Meng Yuqing immediately responded. Just go. No matter how socially anxious you are, or how much you don't want to attend meetings, there is no more horror than being carried on Qian's shoulders through the tribe to die. This time, Qian put him beside him, holding his arm tightly with one hand, and led him to the discussion room. The discussion room was a bit far away, and Qian and Meng Yuqing walked for more than 20 minutes before they arrived. This house was built very large, 3 or 4 times larger than the residential house. A huge animal skin was used as a door curtain, and an orc stood on each side guarding the door. When I went in, I found that Xia was already waiting inside, and there were 7 orcs around him, each of them very tall. Chapter 33 Problem. Not enough people. When they saw Meng Yuqing following Qian in, they just glanced at him indifferently without any expression of surprise. It seems that Xia had told them in advance. Meng Yuqing only knew 3 of the 7 orcs, Li, Fei, and Lan, who was in charge of the hunting team. He had met Lan once on the day he arrived at the tribe, and had no contact with him since then. In comparison, Li is more familiar. He often assists Xia in dealing with many matters in the tribe. He is also Mu's father, and they have dealt with each other several times. Fei is one of the only 2 flying orcs in the tribe. The other flying orc has just reached adulthood and is about the same age as Qian. He was picked up and raised by Fei when he was 10 years old. Meng Yuqing had never seen the other 4 orcs before, but those who were called by Xia to attend the meeting must be important figures in the tribe. He hid behind Qian and looked at these orcs. Come to think of it, he was the only sub-beast here. What he didn't know was that if Qiuyi hadn't been injured and needed rest, he would also be qualified to attend this meeting. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xia waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. Meng Yuqing found a seat next to Qian and sat down, waiting quietly for the meeting to begin. Based on his limited work internship experience, the topic of the meeting is usually not introduced so quickly. First, all leaders have to make some speeches. He was ready to pinch himself at any time to keep himself from falling asleep. Unexpectedly, Xia did not have this kind of leadership speech segment, but went straight to the point. This morning, our gathering team was attacked by roving orcs. They wanted to steal our tribe's sub-beasts. Although we managed to drive them away, what do you think we should do next? As soon as Xia finished speaking, Li looked at Qian. Qian nodded slightly at him. He showed a look of understanding and looked at Xia and said, They've robbed the Shueilin and Shijiao tribes before, more than once. Now they've come to our tribe. I feel I have to teach them a lesson. I agree with Li's idea, and I think we should not only teach them a lesson, but also completely drive them away or kill them. Otherwise, no one knows whether they will come to attack our gathering team again next time. An orc sitting next to Lan said angrily, They're so cruel. Almost all the sub-beasts they abduct die. Fei frowned and looked at Xia. Sub-beasts have a harder time surviving than orcs. They actually dared to target our tribe. It's simply unforgivable. Although the other orcs didn't say anything, it could be seen from their angry expressions that they very much agreed with Li's idea. Only Greedy frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Gone, do you have any ideas? Xia asked, noticing Lan's expression. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lan. Gone, tell me what you think. We all think we should drive them away completely. Do you have a different opinion? The orc sitting next to Fei asked. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Lan relaxed his brows, thought for a while, and then spoke slowly. I also think we should drive them away completely. After all, they're a threat to our tribe all the time. Lan paused and continued. But their numbers are not small. If we want to go to war with them, we must send at least a similar number of people. Our tribe still needs guards and daily hunting, so we can't send too many people out. We must resolve these issues first before we can talk about going out to fight. What Lan said was very realistic and a problem that had to be faced. After hearing his words, everyone calmed down a little. Meng Yuqing also supported his face with his hands, frowning as he thought of a solution. When we fought them today, we found that their fighting power was completely inferior to ours. If they weren't outnumbered, Mu and Lai could have defeated them. It wouldn't be difficult for our adult orcs to kill them. Even 1 versus 2 wouldn't be a big problem. Qian, who had been silent from the beginning, finally spoke at this time. To be honest, Meng Yuqing was surprised by Xian's words. She didn't expect that Xian had such a strong side. He said that in a one-on-two situation, it seemed that he was very angry. If that's the case, then we can reduce the number of people we send out, but it's still very risky. Lan was not convinced by Xian. That's right, if we reduce the number of people, it would be equivalent to risking the lives of the orcs in our tribe. I feel that with my strength, I can easily deal with the two of them. The other orcs in our tribe should not be much worse. Li touched his chin and looked at Lan. And we have medicine. If we treat the injured orcs in time, the danger will be greatly reduced. They are much weaker than us in combat power, so it will be difficult for them to kill us directly. Xian immediately added, and if we don't drive them away, they will affect the lives of our tribe. Yeah, if we want to drive them away completely, we have to take this risk. If we don't drive them away, it will have a great impact on the future life of our tribe. An orc sitting next to Xia sighed. Yes, the Xuan and Shijiao tribes have been greatly affected by them. Every autumn hunt, they can only barely get enough food. I heard that more people from their tribe have died in the past 2 winters than before. Fei scratched his head in annoyance. It's really annoying, these roving orcs. Lan also sighed. He also wanted to drive away those wandering orcs, but the tribe always needed people to guard it, and people had to hunt for food. It would be dangerous to send too few orcs to fight. In the end, there was still a lack of people. Xiaocong never participated in the argument. Qiuyu was injured by those roving orcs, and he was afraid that his emotions would affect everyone's thinking. He really wanted to drive away and kill those wandering orcs, but he knew that he was still the chief of the tribe and could not be controlled by his emotions. He was afraid that he would lose control of himself once he opened his mouth. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and all the orcs in the discussion room felt a little depressed. Meng Yuqing looked left and right. Are all the orcs in this world so straightforward? They just want to work alone for their own tribe. He hesitated whether to mention his ideas, but he had just arrived after all and didn't understand many things, so he was a little afraid of saying the wrong thing. Xian, who was sitting next to him, noticed his little action and gave him a questioning look. Meng Yuqing's face was wrinkled as he looked at Xian, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Xian lowered his head and smiled silently, then reached out and patted him gently on the back, his eyes full of encouragement. Ugh, I really can't stand this expression. Never mind, let's talk about it first. After adjusting his sitting posture, Meng Yuqing restrained his expression, looked up at Xia, and slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, all eyes shifted to him. Meng Yuqing shuddered slightly. It would be too late to regret putting his hands down now. Fortunately, no matter how much he thinks, Meng Yuqing is still very reliable when it comes to serious matters. He took a deep breath, organized his words, and slowly spoke under everyone's gaze. Chapter 34, Unite. I do have an idea, but I don't know much about your situation here. Please don't mind if there's anything I say that's not right. The first sentence is to give them a shot of prevention. Fortunately, those who were able to come here for the meeting were relatively calm and composed. They only showed a slight expression of surprise, but they quickly restrained it. Tell me about it, and let's discuss it together. Xiao looked at him gently and said, I heard from Xian that these wandering orcs have always harassed the other 2 tribes more. This is the first time they came to our tribe, and we directly repelled them. So they're actually a greater threat to the other 2 tribes, right? The orcs present nodded in unison. Xian looked at Meng Yuqing with a pensive expression and motioned him to continue. So dealing with the roaming orcs isn't just our tribe's responsibility. We don't have to take it all on ourselves. The other 2 tribes should also share some of the responsibility. We can visit the other 2 tribes, unite, and drive the roaming orcs away. Since there were not enough people in his own tribe, he dragged the other 2 tribes into it. As soon as these words were spoken, Lan's eyes lit up. Then he frowned slightly and asked a question. Will the other 2 tribes be willing? The orcs in their tribes are not as strong as ours, and their numbers are not as large as ours. Meng Yuqing's idea is very novel. The people here live in tribes. The hunting range of a tribe is very large, and the hunting ranges of 2 tribes basically do not overlap. Even if there is overlap, it is only a very small area. Therefore, the distance between each tribe is quite far, and when encountering problems, it basically will not consider asking other tribes for help. The reason why the Xuan tribe came to the Qingshan tribe for help was because the wandering orcs left too suddenly during the autumn hunt, and the impact they caused to their tribe was so great that they could not survive the winter on their own. Unless the survival of the tribe is at stake, tribes will not think of asking for help from other tribes. I can't guarantee this because I don't know much about their tribe, but if the roaming orcs really have a serious impact on their lives, there's a high possibility that they will agree. Meng Yuqing looked at Xia. Can you tell me in detail? Xia was a little tempted. He felt that Meng Yuqing's idea was very feasible. Meng Yuqing felt Xian's hand patting his back, comforting him, and he sorted out his thoughts and continued his analysis. Driving away the roaming orcs benefits all tribes. It's not like we alone can handle it, and they can just enjoy the benefits. Furthermore, the tribe most affected by the roaming orcs isn't ours, but those two tribes. They will only be more anxious than us and want to drive them away more, but they just can't do it. Although our tribe has this ability, the risks we face are also not small. The best way is for the three tribes to share the risk. We just need to make them feel that the risk is within their tolerance range. We can take the lead and unite them together. After talking a lot, Meng Yuqing licked his lips, and Xian handed him a stone bowl full of water at the right time. After watching Meng Yuqing finish drinking the water, Xian continued. So you mean that we should send some orc from each of our three tribes to join together and look for the wandering orcs, right? Yes, and they will definitely agree. After a while of analysis, Meng Yuqing became more and more certain. If they want to completely drive out the roaming orcs, they must seize this opportunity. Our orcs are stronger than them, which is also a guarantee for them. Right. Lon suddenly stood up excitedly. If one of our tribes goes to deal with them, we'll have to send nearly half of our orcs. But if the three tribes work together, each tribe can send a small number of people to make up the number. Most of the orcs can still stay in the tribe to maintain normal operations. Xia also perked up and spoke with bright eyes. It's the same with their two tribes. They can drive away the roving orcs, but they need to send out most of their tribe's orcs. They're unwilling to do so because after sending out the people, the tribe wouldn't have enough people to guard and hunt. But if we unite, we won't have that problem. Yes, as for how to arrange the specific number of people, it depends on how you allocate them. I'm not very clear about the strength of the other two tribes, so I won't make any random arrangements. Seeing that they had figured it out, Meng Yuqing lowered his head and prepared to continue, slacking off. At this time, Xian got a berry from somewhere and secretly handed it to him. Meng Yuqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the berry and took a bite, secretly glancing at the others who were having a heated discussion. Their tribe has fewer people than ours, and fewer orcs. That definitely can't send as many people as we do, so we may need to send more people than them. An orc analyzed. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing secretly pulled Xian's arm and lowered her voice. Xian, how many orcs are there in the three tribes? Our tribe has 462 orcs, and the other two tribes have a little over 300 each. How about this? Our tribe sends 100 orcs, and their tribes each send 50. That'll bring together 200 people. That's enough for us to go out, and enough for us to stay behind. After he finished speaking, he felt silence all around him. He looked up and saw that everyone's eyes were on him again. The hand holding the berry trembled slightly. What's going on? Weren't you all having a heated discussion? I've already lowered my voice so low. How come you still heard it? Puff! Hearing Xian's chuckle in his ears, Meng Yuqing immediately turned around and cast a condemning look at him. We're in a meeting. Seriously, why are you laughing? You're such a jerk. You look so respectable, but you're actually slacking off in a meeting and gloating over other people's misfortunes. Receiving his gaze, Xian restrained his smile and looked in Xia's direction. Father Beast, what do you think? I think it's great, that's it. Xia nodded decisively. The other orcs also nodded in agreement. After the number issue was resolved, it was time to consider the selection of candidates, and Li took the lead in speaking. I have to go this time. Those guys bit my little guy into that state. I have to avenge my moo. I want to go too. Fei also said. Several other orcs also expressed their desire to go. Xia looked at them quietly, his hands clenched in a fist behind his back. He wants to go too, but he is the patriarch of the tribe after all. This time he will not go out hunting for a few days and come back as usual. He has to be prepared to stay outside for a while, but the tribe cannot leave him for too long. Those who can hold a meeting here are the most capable orcs in the tribe. Lan decided to stay, and together with Xia, they need one more person to stay. Just as they were arguing over the chance to leave and were about to transform into beasts and fight, an orc next to Xia stood up and said, Forget it. I'll stay. Those orc cubs still need my guidance. If I'm gone for a while, they'll all go wild. Hey, Shu, you are really my good brother. Lipata Shus Shulde. Seeing that they had already decided on the candidate, Xia adjusted his mood, clapped his hands lightly, and drew everyone's attention back. Since it's already been decided, let's do it this way. We'll leave in 10 days. Take care of your own affairs these few days and avoid any complications. Let's go. Xia's voice was calm, but Meng Yuqing could feel that he was actually very depressed. Meng Yuqing frowned slightly and looked at Xuan. Receiving his gaze, Xuan shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the animal skin curtain was suddenly lifted and a limping figure walked in. Young, why are you here? All the orcs present were a little surprised. Ever since the incident 10 years ago, he rarely appeared except for the necessary hunting with the hunting team and patrolling with the patrol team. Especially in the discussion room, he had not participated for a long time. Ignoring everyone else, Yang walked straight towards Xia. He stared into Xia's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Xia. He stopped 1 meter away from Xia. You really want to go, Xia? Chapter 35, How to Eat These Two Things. The only answer he got was Xia's silence. Go if you want. I'll guard the tribe. Now the others around were even more surprised, especially Fei, who opened his mouth wide and asked in a daze. Yang, are you willing to come back? Yang glanced at him, and Fei immediately closed his mouth, indicating that he would remain quiet. I know how you feel. Yang stepped forward and patted Xia's shoulder. Go do what you want to do. Looking at Yang in front of him, Xia's lips trembled. Positive. Stop talking nonsense. Were you worried about me in the tribe? Don't think that I can't do anything just because I have a lame leg. I can still beat you up. Yang's expression and tone were a little impatient. Yeah, Xia, Yang is willing to help, so what are you still hesitating about? Do you really want to try fighting with him? Li supportet Yang. It's a good fight. It's been a long time since I saw Yang fighting with an orc. He used to like fighting the most. He dared to fight an adult orc when he was underage. Don't be a coward, Xia, beat him now. Fei started to boo. Lan folded his arms and looked at them without saying a word, but it was obvious that he was happy. He was happy about Yang's arrival and what Yang was doing now. Fight, 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 fight. Several other orcs also started to join the fun. Finally, Shu walked to Xia's side and spoke softly. Don't hesitate. It's rare that Yang is willing to come out and take charge. Why don't you relax and relax? With his back to Yang, Shu frantically gestured to Xia. Don't you want to personally wipe out the roaming orcs? Haven't you always wanted Yang to cheer up? With such a good opportunity, why are you still hesitating? Xia looked at everyone in the room, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again and looked at Xianyang, his eyes had regained their former firmness. Okay, I'll leave the tribe to you. Nonsense. After the meeting, Meng Yuqing followed Xian back to Chuye's house. Chuye was still resting, but Lai had already woken up. Seeing them come back, he struggled to get out of bed, but Xian pushed him back onto the bed. You are seriously injured. Rest well and don't move. Ow, is Uncle Chuye? Uncle is fine. He is resting in the next room. You are the most seriously injured among all of you. Hearing Xian's words, Lai felt a little relieved and lay down obediently. He turned his head and found Meng Yuqing standing beside him. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke to Meng Yuqing. Yuqing, you're here too. Are we still having barbecue today? Meng Yuqing was stunned. He was so badly injured that there was not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body, and he was still thinking about the barbecue tonight. He was so hungry that he didn't want to die, right? Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing decisively refused. You're still thinking about eating even though you're in this state. Wait until your injuries are healed. But being injured doesn't prevent me from eating. Lai's face fell. Barbecue is more fun if you make it yourself. Especially my barbecue tastes better if you make it yourself. Meng Yuqing fooled Lai. Seeing Lai's instantly depressed expression, Meng Yuqing thought for a moment and comforted him. We'll make up for it when you're better. I just found a seasoning, and next time it will be even better than this time. Really? Lai became alert, and Xian also turned his head and looked at him with bright eyes. Really, I promise. You promise, Xian said meaningfully. Yes, I promise. Meng Yuqing resisted the urge to roll his eyes at Xian. After watching Lai, Meng Yuqing directly took Xian to her home. 10 days later, the tribe will be ready to set out to look for the wandering orcs. Now, they have to send people to the other 2 tribes to inform them of this matter and confirm cooperation. The ones sent out are the only 2 flying orcs in the tribe. At his speed, a round trip within 10 days is enough. During these 10 days, Meng Yuqing also decided to do something within the effective time. Xian has already told Xia that he will stay with Meng Yuqing and help him for the next 10 days. After arriving home, Meng Yuqing took out the sweet potatoes and potatoes that he had exchanged yesterday from the warehouse and handed them to Xuan. Xuan, these are two kinds of food. They are very filling, and they can be grown easily. The yield is very high, and they can be stored for a long time. I think we can promote them and let everyone grow them. Then we won't be short of food in winter. At least the sub-beasts won't be short of food. Orcs have a very high demand for meat. Although they also eat wild vegetables, they can only fill their stomachs. Meat can allow them to replenish enough energy and become stronger. And the leaf can also be eaten as wild vegetables. Meng Yuqing waved the sweet potato in front of Xian's eyes. Seeing Xuan open his mouth slightly to speak, he immediately interrupted him. Don't ask where it came from. I won't tell you even if you ask me. No, I want to ask, how do you eat these two things? People in our tribe have never seen or eaten them. Xuan spoke weakly. He didn't want to delve into Meng Yuqing's secret. If Meng Yuqing was willing to talk, then he was willing to listen. Meng Yuqing touched his nose and thought, well, Xuan would never ask these questions. If he wanted to ask, he would have asked them long ago. Recovering his thoughts, Meng Yuqing picked up a potato and introduced it carefully. You can eat it boiled, roasted, or fried. It doesn't matter how hard you cook it, especially potatoes. The important thing to remember is that they must be cooked thoroughly before eating. If you see them sprouting, don't eat them. Just bury them in the soil and water them. They will grow on their own. After saying that, he picked up another sweet potato. This is called a sweet potato. Compared to potatoes, the yield is lower. It's very sweet and can be eaten raw, but if you can cook it, then cook it. I'll give you a few to try later. If you're interested, plant a batch now while it's still spring. You can harvest it around autumn, but I'm not sure if I can plant 2 batches this year. Xuan held the potatoes and sweet potatoes and watched Meng Yuqing chattering nonstop. He wanted to speak several times, but couldn't get a word in. He didn't find a chance to speak until Meng Yuqing finished introducing both foods and was about to find some water to drink. You mean these are 2 kinds of food that can be planted, right? Then if we have these, the tribe will not be short of food, especially in winter. Xuan looked at the 2 things in his hands with some surprise. Planting? What is planting? And how do you plant it? After drinking some water, Meng Yuqing heard Xian's question, grabbed Xuan and took him to his vegetable garden, took out a stone knife and demonstrated to Xuan how to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. After cutting the potatoes and sweet potatoes into pieces and burying them in the soil, Meng Yuqing scooped water with a stone bowl and poured it over the potatoes. That's it. Potatoes will be ready for harvest in about 3 months, and sweet potatoes will take longer, for months. I have over 90 kilograms of each left. I'll have the tribe allocate some land to plant them. Chapter 36. Melee weapons are not enough. Xuan watched him do all this in surprise, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I'll leave it all to you. The people in the planting tribe you mentioned don't understand. If I give it to them, they might ruin it. When my father-in-law is healed, I'll have him bring people over to help you. I'll have them all obey your orders. Xuan made a decision quickly. If what Yuqing said was true, it would definitely be a very beneficial thing for the tribe. Giving Yuqing full authority to handle this matter will be very helpful for him to improve his status and establish prestige in the tribe. Yuqing has many secrets, and he certainly cannot hide them from everyone. It is better to let him stand at a higher position and let him handle other things. Meng Yuqing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xuan to say that. He looked at Xuan steadily, and Xuan looked at him with a calm look. He suddenly understood what Xuan meant. Okay, leave it to me. After talking about potatoes and sweet potatoes, Meng Yuqing pulled Xuan to see the herbs he planted and said with some concern, I'm also trying to grow herbs. After all, relying solely on collecting them from the wild isn't a long-term solution. But I don't have any ideas yet. I'll give it a try and let you know if I make any progress. Xuan placed his hand gently on his shoulder, comforting him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's good now. You made the tribe better. Meng Yuqing smiled faintly and did not continue the topic. I want to go to the bamboo forest this afternoon. I have an idea that I want to make. Okay, I'll take you there. At noon, Meng Yuqing and Xuan returned to Qiuye's house and made some simple food to take care of Qiuye and Lai. After they finished eating, Xuan came to the open space at the door and turned into a big black panther in front of Meng Yuqing. After lying down and letting Meng Yuqing climb onto his back and sit firmly, he ran toward the bamboo forest in the patrol area. Arrive. Meng Yuqing slid off Xian's back and wandered through the bamboo forest looking for a tree that met the requirements. He quickly picked out 2 trees, shook them vigorously, and nodded with satisfaction. Xuan, let's take these 2. I want to take them back to make something. The two bamboos were quickly cut down by Xuan. Meng Yuqing looked at the two bamboos in front of him. Before this, he only thought that he would need close protection if he encountered a wild beast, so he only made a knife. However, after this attack, he realized that a knife alone was not enough. Even though they encountered so many attackers, there were only a few orcs who could fight. The sub-beasts could only be surrounded in a protective circle. More than 30 sub-beasts could not help at all. If there were long-range attack weapons, we would definitely not be so passive this time. The orcs would protect and resist the attacks in the outer circle, and the sub-beasts could harass remotely inside. The first thing he thought of when he had this idea was the bow and crossbow. However, he didn't know how to make a crossbow, so he was afraid that he could only use energy to exchange for the blueprint. But now his energy was running out, so he probably wouldn't be able to make it before departure. He could give a bow a try. He had seen a video of someone making a simple bow with bamboo before and thought it was very interesting. He also searched for related information, and there happened to be reinforced bamboo here, so he could try making it. He remembered that the bowstring in the video was made of a kind of tree bark, but it should not be difficult to find animal tendons suitable for making strings here. The hunting team brings back a lot of wild animals every day, and he can ask Xuan to look for them. If the bow is successfully made, the tribe's defense capabilities will be greatly improved, and the sub-beast's self-protection and attack capabilities will also be greatly improved. They dragged the bamboo back to the tribe. Along the way, many people looked at them curiously, and Dan and Dong even ran over. Xuan, Meng Yuqing, why did you bring back two such large knot trees? Meng Yuqing, are you planning to make something new? That thing you asked Xuan to make before? Doors and windows. My father-in-law loves it, but I'm embarrassed to ask you. Yes, I'm going to make something. You remember these two young boys, the two young orcs who came out with Mu and lied to greet Xuan before, a big lion and a leopard. They are 1 year younger than Mu Healy and are still learning practical combat from adult orcs. Can we go take a look? Asked Dan, the big lion, curiously. Dong also looked at Meng Yuqing with anticipation. To be honest, the orcs in this world are all good-looking, especially the two underage orcs opposite him, who are 7 years younger than Meng Yuqing. When they look at him with their innocent big eyes full of expectation, it is really hard to refuse. Okay, but you can't just watch it for free. You have to help me. Okay. They both responded happily and started to help Xuan drag the bamboo. Xuan looked at them helplessly and let them go. Back in the open space in front of Meng Yuqing's house, the three orcs stood in front of him waiting for his instructions. After carefully recalling the process of making the bamboo bow in his mind, he slowly spoke. First, cut the bamboo into sections according to the lengths I marked, and then split the middle sections in half. The three orcs who received the order immediately started to act. Xuan dealt with one tree alone, while Dan and Dong dealt with one together. They handled it very quickly, completing it as required in less than an hour, which made Meng Yuqing sigh at the orc's extraordinary talent. If he had done it himself, it would probably take him an entire afternoon. He carefully selected the split bamboo and finally picked out the 6 most suitable parts. We're going to polish these next. Don't worry, this is a slow process. Just follow my instructions. Under Meng Yuqing's guidance, the three orcs began to fight with the bamboo pieces in their hands. It was not until dark that they got 3 bows that barely met the requirements. It's barely okay. We have to continue tomorrow. There are still a few places that need to be fixed. Meng Yuqing looked at the 3 bows carefully. They already had a rough shape. After a little polishing tomorrow, it should be almost done. Okay, then we'll come again tomorrow. Dan and Dong said happily. After having a simple barbecue for dinner and seeing Dan and Dong off, Meng Yuqing turned and looked at Xuan. There are some things I might need you to find. What is it? Xuan sat on the ground, holding a bow in his hand and looking at Meng Yuqing. He was also very interested in the thing in his hand. His intuition told him that Meng Yuqing was making something very powerful, which made him very excited, and his eyes immediately turned into animal pupils. Beast tendons, especially those with good toughness. Resilience? This was another thing he didn't understand, and Xian's eyes showed confusion. Well, it's the kind of animal tendon that's the hardest to break, at least the kind that even a sub-beast can't break, even if they use all their strength. Meng Yuqing tried to explain to Xuan in simple and easy-to-understand words. Many sub-beast tendons can't be pulled apart. Xuan scratched his head, not quite understanding. If you want this kind of animal tendon, there are plenty in the tribe. Chapter 37, Are You a Professional System? Hearing Xuan say this, Meng Yuqing was speechless for a moment. Well, I underestimated the strength of the beasts in your world. Well, let's do this. The sub-beast needs to be able to pull it, and you orcs can't just break the tendons. Hearing Meng Yuqing slightly change the request, Xuan nodded. Okay, how much do you want? I'll ask my father for it tomorrow. 10 of them, please. Long ones, so they're easier to modify. Oh, and some of the resin you use to build your house, and some bird feathers, preferably wing feathers. Okay, I'll get them all tomorrow. After seeing Xuan write down everything he asked for, Meng Yuqing looked at the sky. It was almost time to go to bed. The sleepiness debuff would last for about 8 days. After enduring these 8 days, he would be free to stay up late. Meng Yuqing, who was preparing to rest, didn't know that a flying orc shivered inexplicably. Is something targeting him? Fei raised his head and looked around. Let's do this for now and go to bed early. After tidying up the things in the open space, Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing and said, Okay, you should go to bed early too. Meng Yuqing waved at Xuan and watched Xuan walk toward his own home. After returning to the house and boiling 2 pots of hot water in a stone pot, Meng Yuqing took a quick shower and lay down on the bed, looking at the empty room and the animal skins still piled in the corner of the bed. Cabinet. So many things happened today, I forgot about it. Let out a long sigh. There's still a long way to go to improve our lives. Take your time and do the important things first. Just as Meng Yuqing was thinking about this and that, the system came back to life. Complete the hidden mission. 1. Escape from the attack of the wandering orcs without any deaths. 2. Teach the tribe to plant crops, sustainable energy. Gain energy. The host can use more energy. Please check for details. Release random task. Complete the production of bamboo bough. Meng Yuqing looked a little strange when he saw the notification released by the system. The system rarely issues tasks proactively. Most of the time, it will pop up after you complete something and tell you that you have completed a hidden task, gained energy, etc. As for the few times when I actively posted tasks, except for the first one that required me to join or create a tribe, the others were tasks that I had the tendency to do or were in the process of doing but had not yet completed. To put it bluntly, I always feel like this system is a bit of an afterthought. Moreover, it seemed that this system was quite arbitrary, so arbitrary that it made him feel that the system only knew that its goal was to develop the tribe, but it had no idea how to develop it or what to do. Everything is left to Meng Yuqing to handle on his own, and there are no restrictions on Meng Yuqing at all. Meng Yuqing does whatever he wants. When he needs it, he looks for it, and it appears. If he doesn't look for it, it will be quiet as if it doesn't exist. He has no idea what it wants to do. However, after what happened today, Meng Yuqing trusted him more. At least it was just as it said, and had no ill will towards him or the tribe. Moreover, the time it appears is always perfect. It will never disturb me when I am busy or have nothing important to do. It usually comes out before going to bed or when eating or relaxing. It's quite humane. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing shouted with some ill intention. System. Yes, host. What instructions do you have? The system's voice was cold and rigid. Just asking a question, don't be angry. The system won't get angry. Well, then let me ask, is your system a professional one? After analyzing it in his mind just now, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but ask this question, because this system really looks too unprofessional. The host doesn't need to be so clear about system matters, the system said coldly. Previously, the host requested energy coverage. After detection, the host's energy storage space was insufficient, so the system paid for it. Now that it has detected that the host's energy storage space has sufficient energy, it will automatically repay the debt. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy in the energy storage space suddenly decreased by half. Oh no, are you mad? Meng Yuqing widened his eyes slightly and looked at the half remaining energy in disbelief. System, are you sure you're not taking revenge? Danger warning consumes the most energy. Once the host confirms they need the system to notify them of the danger, the host's energy storage space has been used up. Subsequent coverage is when the system sees the host taking actions that could threaten their life and safety, and it draws system energy to lend to the host. There is no personal revenge involved. The system answered meticulously. After hearing the system's answer, Meng Yuqing touched his nose and said, How come the energy is just used up? Not a bit more or less. It seems that the system secretly lent him energy. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't been so rude as to provoke the system and angered it. The system would not have been prepared to let him pay back. Just don't be so rude. Next time, don't provoke the system casually. After all, we have been getting along quite well until now. It's better to leave some room for others so that we can meet again in the future. You may need to borrow energy from the system later. Yawning, Meng Yuqing rubbed his eyes and spoke to the system. Good night, system. Good night, host. He had a dreamless night, and when he woke up, it was already dawn. After a simple wash, Meng Yuqing walked out the door, scooped water to the vegetable garden to water the potatoes and sweet potatoes, and then squatted down to observe the hemostatic grass and blackthorn grass he had planted. It looks good and quite vigorous. Maybe I can keep it alive. I'll see if it can produce seeds after a while. With the seeds, if we can plant them, the tribe will never be short of herbs in the future. After finishing all these things, Xuan had already come over with Dan and Dong. Good morning. Meng Yuqing waved at them. Good morning. Xuan tilted his head and waved like Meng Yuqing. Was this how everyone in his previous tribe greeted each other? Dan and Dong didn't think about anything and just smiled broadly at Meng Yuqing. Xuan walked quickly to Meng Yuqing and handed him a piece of roasted meat wrapped in leaves and some berries. I thought you hadn't eaten yet, so I brought it here. Please eat first. After taking the barbecue and berries, Meng Yuqing realized that his stomach was rumbling with hunger. While eating the barbecue, I watched Xuan take out the half-finished bao from yesterday and share it with Dan and Dong. Let's get on with it. If you see anything you want to change, just tell us. The animal's sinews, resins, and feathers you want will be delivered to you shortly. After saying that, he took Dan and Dong to continue the work that was not completed yesterday. Soon they polished the last few details on the bao, and Mu also came over with what Meng Yuqing needed. He looked much better than yesterday. It turned out that the orc's recovery ability was truly terrifying. Chapter 38, The Power of the Bamboo Bao. Mu, how is your injury? Can you walk now? Meng Yuqing was a little curious. Mu was stunned by the question, scratched his head, and smiled foolishly. Only my palms were seriously injured, and they almost bit the bones. The rest of the wounds were minor. I have thick skin, so the flesh was not hurt. As he said this, he changed back into beast form and showed the wounds on his body to Meng Yuqing. My father also applied herbs to my wounds, so they didn't get red or swollen. I also ate a lot of meat, so they healed very quickly. Meng Yuqing walked around Mu and found that the wound had indeed scabbed over and it would probably heal in 2 or 3 days. I was a little envious of the orc's recovery ability. If I were injured like this, I would probably be unable to get out of bed unless I stayed in the hospital for a month. Shaking his head to get rid of these wild thoughts, Meng Yuqing carefully looked at the animal tendons brought by Mu. They were very tough, and the elasticity met the requirements. Meng Yuqing tried to braid the animal tendons and then tied them to the grooves at both ends of the bao where the strings were hung. After tying one end, he needed to use force to bend the bao into the appropriate arc. Perhaps because the bamboo in this world was an enhanced version of the bamboo in a modern world, this step was much more difficult than he had imagined. He had to use a lot of effort to barely bend it a little. In the end, it was Xuan who helped, and it was tied up successfully. Holding the finished bao in his hand, Meng Yuqing tried to pull the bowstring. It was barely possible for him to pull it open, but it was quite difficult. Do you want to try it? Be careful with your strength. I'm afraid yours will break. Xuan took the bao he handed over, pulled the string like him, felt the tension of the bao, thought for a while, handed the bao to Dan, and looked at Meng Yuqing. It's easy for me to pull this string. It doesn't require any effort. Dan also tried to pull the string and said, Xuan and I feel the same way. It's quite easy for us orcs to pull this thing over. After saying that, Dong also tried the bao and said that it was not difficult for him. When Mu took the bao to try it, Meng Yuqing wanted to stop him. After all, the injury on his palm was the most serious. But Xuan held him down. It's okay, pulling this thing won't affect Mu's injury. After hearing Xuan say this, Meng Yuqing felt relieved and once again marveled at the strength of the orcs. Mu casually pulled the bao and handed it back to Meng Yuqing. It's hard to use the force, but it's fine to pull it open. After receiving their feedback, Meng Yuqing nodded and looked at Xuan. What about the sub-beasts in the tribe? It should be possible to pull it open, but it requires some force. I'm not sure how to do it. After Xuan finished answering, he asked Meng Yuqing curiously, What is this? I still haven't figured out its purpose. Meng Yuqing smiled mysteriously. It's not finished yet. We still have some bamboo left. Let's make the other part now. You'll know when I use it. Hearing him say this, Dong immediately ran over and picked up the bamboo that had not been split before. What should we do next? Xuan picked up the bamboo and looked at him. Chop them into pieces about this thick and this long, then polish them smooth and sharpen one end. Meng Yuqing gestured with his hands to measure the size of the arrows. You 3 can do that first. Mu and I will light a fire and then take care of the feathers. The 4 orcs who received the order took action one after another. Mu followed Meng Yuqing and helped him. He was also very interested in what Meng Yuqing wanted to do. After the fire was lit, Meng Yuqing took the feather Mu had brought. Huh? This feather is so big, and it looks a little familiar. What bird is it from? He asked casually. What bird's feather is this? It flew. I just pulled it off his body today, Xuan said without raising his head. Meng Yuqing was shocked. Could he pluck flying feathers just like that? He stared at Xuan with wide eyes. Feeling Meng Yuqing's gaze, Xuan stopped what he was doing and looked up and spoke. We in the tribe rarely hunt birds, so there are no feathers. Finding a flying bird is the fastest. Mainly, it doesn't shed feathers much, otherwise we wouldn't pluck it, Xuan said seriously, as if it was the most normal thing. Is it still possible to do this? Of course, the other flying orc went out hunting today. We didn't find him, otherwise we could ask him for it. Xuan lowered his head and continued his hand movements while saying, Is this enough? If not, we'll go find Feeble later. Tomorrow, the 2 of them who can fly will set off for the Xuan and Shijiao tribes. Looking at the pile of feathers that Mu brought, Meng Yuqing said decisively, That's enough, there's no need to pluck his feathers. Next time you hunt, just bring back one of the birds and beasts you see, and it will last you a long time. It's better not to harm the orcs in the tribe. After all, the demand for arrows is quite high. It would be bad if they pluck out too many hairs and blame you for it. After figuring out the origin of the feathers, they stopped chatting and worked very efficiently. In no time, they had made the bamboos into the prototypes of arrows as required. Meng Yuqing took the arrow and put the pointed end into the fire to carbonize it. Then he used resin to stick the feathers to the tail of the arrow and carved a groove for the string on the tail of the arrow. The other 4 people also followed his example to process the other arrows, and soon 10 arrows were made. Meng Yuqing excitedly put the arrow on the bow. Quick, quick! Let me show you how to use a bow and arrow. The 4 of them retreated silently. Xuan looked at the finished bow and arrow and was slightly surprised. When the first arrow was completed, he had already roughly guessed how to use it, and Meng Yuqing's current actions just confirmed his guess. If it is really useful, it is not limited to sub-beasts, but also a very good weapon for orcs. Meng Yuqing aimed at a tree less than 20 meters ahead and pulled the bow to the maximum limit he could. Aim. Shoot. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning. Unfortunately, it missed the target and instead shot directly into the ground, with the arrowhead slanting into the ground for nearly 1/3 of its length. Wow, what a powerful force. It's much more lethal than the bamboo bows of the modern world, and the range is definitely longer. Is it because of the material? Aside from Xuan, the other 3 beastmen were stunned, especially Mu, who scurried over to the shot arrow, squatted down, and pulled it out, even using some strength. This. Dan and Dong were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Are you also planning to use this for sub-beasts? Xuan walked to Meng Yuqing and asked softly. Yes, I was thinking about this when I came back yesterday. If we, the sub-beasts protected by you in the circle, had a way to attack from a distance when we were attacked, maybe Chua wouldn't have been captured, Lai wouldn't have been so seriously injured, and Mu's palm wouldn't have been almost bitten off. Meng Yuqing smiled and looked at Xuan. It's a pity that you beastmen are too powerful, and you all fight in beast form. I can't think of any way to help you improve your combat effectiveness. No, you've already helped us a lot. If an orc is determined to escape, it will be very difficult to kill him, unless his combat power is much stronger than his, or he is under siege, like Lai. Xuan leaned over to Meng Yuqing's ear and whispered to him. Most of the orcs died when they were fatally injured during hunting, such as Luo, who was injured in a place that bled profusely. Also, when protecting the tribe or sub-beasts, they could not retreat, especially when protecting sub-beasts. Many orcs were unable to exert their full strength. You found herbs to help us heal our hunting wounds, protect the tribe and the sub-beasts, and you made 2 weapons that gave the sub-beasts a certain degree of self-protection, which was a great help to the orcs. Meng Yuqing understood the last point Xuan said very well. When Lai was protecting them, he was mostly taking beatings and passively counterattacking. When he pounced out, he instantly knocked down an orc on the other side. Chapter 39 Selection. While they were talking, Mu had already run over. He looked at Meng Yuqing and said excitedly, Yuqing, can you make one for my father-in-law? And can you also make one for the knife you use? I can catch wild animals for you. Dan and Dong, who had come to their senses, immediately ran over. Me too. I want to make one for my father too. I can help you with the work. I can also catch wild animals. Can you make one for my father? In an instant, Meng Yuqing was surrounded by 4 tall orcs. They were all over 190 centimeters tall, especially Xuan, who was almost 2 meters tall. Meng Yuqing, who was only 180 centimeters tall, instantly felt a lot of pressure. "We have everything. I'll pass the bow-making method to the tribe leader and spread it to the entire tribe. Everyone has one. If you want to make it in advance, here are 5 unused bamboo pieces. You can make it yourself, and I'll help you watch. As for my knife, you could just go home and find some blackthorn grass to make it yourself. It's very simple." Pushing them away, Meng Yuqing got behind Xuan and said, "Don't surround me." Hearing Meng Yuqing's agreement, the 3 of them cheered immediately and ran to choose bamboo. Mu had an injury on his hand, so he planned to watch how they did it first and learn it himself, and then take it back to let his father do it. In a flash, 3 days passed, and the production of bows and arrows was handed over to Xia, who immediately arranged people to be responsible for mass production. The completion of the bamboo bow also brought Meng Yuqing a lot of energy. During this period, he also studied the slingshot, but unfortunately he almost hurt himself, so he gave up on it temporarily. In the past few days, under Xia's arrangement, the tribe has vigorously developed defense construction. They used sharpened wood to surround the tribe and coated it with blackthorn grass. They also captured large wild animals for experiments. When the orcs transformed into beast form and fought with wild beasts, they slammed the beasts in a sharp wood coated with blackthorn grass. The wood pierced the beast's skin. After about 2 minutes, the beast began to stagger. This degree was enough for the orcs to kill them quickly without waiting for the beast to become completely unconscious. Following Meng Yuqing's suggestion, they tried to kill the wild beast before the effect of the medicine wore off. The feedback I got was that I felt weak, but it was very short-lived, disappearing in about 10 minutes. I didn't fall into a coma, and I certainly didn't fall into a coma for more than an hour like Mu did when he ate the blackthorn grass directly. However, everyone unanimously decided that there was no need to rush and decide whether to wait until the effect of the medicine wore off before taking it. After all, for orcs, this kind of grass is more used to make weapons for sub-beasts for self-defense and for tribal defense construction. It is not difficult for orcs to capture most small and medium-sized beasts. When they are alone outside, they will not deliberately go out of their way to cause trouble for large beasts. The combat effectiveness of large beasts is completely not on the same level as that of small and medium-sized beasts. When Xuan explained this to him, Meng Yuqing realized that orcs classified wild beasts according to their size: large, medium, and small. The system divides beasts into high, medium, and low levels based on their combat power. After reading the Beast World Data Encyclopedia, I learned that there are also high-level beasts among small beasts, but they are extremely rare. There are also very few among medium-sized beasts, and there are not even a few among large beasts. Shadow beasts can only be considered as medium to low level among high-level beasts. System, when we were identifying shadow beasts before, didn't it say that 2 to 3 ordinary adult orcs could compete? Why didn't the 5 orcs in the tribe gain the upper hand at that time? Meng Yuqing raised this question that had been bothering him for a long time. According to the system's standards, only Yang, before he became lame, reached the standard of an ordinary orc in this tribe. That's why the 5 of them were unable to surround and kill the shadow beast. Meng Yuqing took a breath of cold air. Xuan actually killed the shadow beast alone. It seemed that the power in Xuan was much stronger than he had imagined. How can I ever reach your ordinary standards? The orcs of this tribe are already very powerful. Host, please work hard to upgrade the system. Well, it seems that this world is not as simple as I thought. There are still many secrets, and there are wider places that need to be explored by myself. Because of Xia's promotion of the 2 weapons and the use of black thorn grass for defense construction, Meng Yuqing gradually gained a lot of energy. Remembering that when he first linked to the system said that it did not approve of the development of extreme force, Meng Yuqing decided to start by improving his life. The cabinet at home has been completed in the past few days. It was made by Xuan. After it was finished, Dan and Dong saw it and asked to make one for their own home. So they also used wooden cabinets at home. He also took off his original pair of shoes, washed them, and put them together with his clothes as a souvenir. Now he wears straw sandals that he made himself, which also attracted the attention of some sub-beasts. Another energy gain. It seems that the wooden cabinet and Liu Bei's straw sandals can also be promoted. Feeling rich again, Meng Yuqing opened them all, but skipped the finished products and went straight to look at the drawings. Passing over those that he could make, Meng Yuqing turned his attention to those things whose production methods he didn't quite understand. Cement? The materials are hard to find, so I'll put it on hold for now. Pottery? Weaving cloth from bark fiber? Using wood ash instead of clay to make pots? This is possible, but the current energy is only enough to exchange for two, and Meng Yuqing is a little conflicted. He had seen and used pottery and weaving, but he had never heard of a pot made of wood ash. After looking at the energy, I quietly opened the search function to look for relevant information. Making jars with wood ash is simpler than making pottery. It can also be used as clay. It does not require kiln firing and can be exposed to the sun for a few days. However, if water is contained in it, it will slowly seep out. Meng Yuqing frowned and thought, pottery must be made, but the wood ash clay needs to be carefully considered. After all, fiber weaving is also necessary. After organizing his thoughts, Meng Yuqing decided to change the methods of pottery making and weaving. He would start with wood ash. It was still spring, and there was no direct sunlight. Besides, since he knew the raw material of wood ash, he could study it and see if he could make it by himself. Just when Meng Yuqing had just exchanged the methods of pottery making and weaving, a noise came from afar. I saw Xuan walking towards me quickly, looking like he was in a very good mood. Are you busy now? Xian's clear voice was filled with a smile. Not busy. Meng Yuqing shook his head. What happened? Why do you all seem so excited? The tribe is going to have a competition among underage orcs. The top 10 can go out with us. Right now, all the orcs over 14 are very excited. Xian explained softly. Do you want to go with me? When Meng Yuqing looked up over there, Xian's hands hanging by his side nervously scratched the animal skin around his waist. Of course we have to go. It must be very interesting. Come on, let's go together. Is it about to start? Meng Yuqing excitedly grabbed Xian's wrist and pulled Xian towards the square. Xian stared at his wrist being held in a daze, and a layer of red flush quietly appeared on his ears. Meng Yuqing, who was completely absorbed in the orc competition, asked Xian as they walked, why did the tribe suddenly come up with this idea? They didn't even mention it in the previous meeting. He has been staying at home these days, tinkering with various things, making some daily necessities and planting onions, ginger, and garlic. He didn't know that the tribe had made such a decision. Chapter 40, Fight. It's Mu. He was just resting at home, recovering from his injuries. But he wanted to tell those young orcs how powerful he is and how he can fight alongside adult orcs. He even showed off his bravery. If he were not old enough, he would definitely follow them out to drive away the stray orcs. Xian said helplessly. Then Dan and Dong followed suit and said that they were already able to fight with adult beastmen. So why couldn't they go out with them? They looked down on them because they were young. Then, one by one, they ran to the father beast to make trouble. Oh, it turned out that Mu ran out to brag to his friends. Meng Yuqing thought with some amusement. However, Xiao's agreement was quite surprising. He was a man of principle. So he asked, so the clan leader agreed? Yes, but the father beasts originally wanted to take them out for actual combat. After all, the opponent is not strong, and this is a good opportunity to train them. They also don't plan to let them fight in the front. They mainly want them to be responsible for guarding the herbs in the back and treating the injured orcs in time. Xian told Xia and the others their plan. Oh, that's great. Meng Yuqing nodded in understanding. When they arrived at the square, there were already many people there, with a large space left in the middle. Xianhu and Meng Yuqing squeezed to the innermost part. Seeing Mu Healy waving at them, they immediately walked over. Mu's injuries have almost healed, and his palm is fine. Lai looks much worse, with scabs and scars all over his body, but fortunately he is in good spirits. Are you two going to participate too? Are your injuries okay? Meng Yuqing walked over to them and sat down. We don't have to participate. As long as our injuries are healed before departure, we can go directly without having to compete with them. Mu said with a smile. Meng Yuqing was puzzled. We too participated in the battle, and our strength was recognized. Lai raised his head, feeling a little proud. Xian leaned down and whispered in Meng Yuqing's ear, if they don't participate, they won't take up the 10 spots. They can just focus on recovering from their injuries. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao walked onto the stage in the square and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. The duel is about to begin. Everyone, leave the center open for them to fight. The rules this time are that any orc over the age of 14 can participate. There's no age limit for either team. The winner is the one who knocks their opponent out of the circle or holds them down for 3 breaths. The top 10 will be chosen at the end. After explaining the rules, Xiao looked up at the sky and waved his hand. The fight begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, A red figure jumped to the center of the open space like lightning. It was a red fox orc with crimson fur all over its body. Its limbs looked like they were wearing black boots, and its big fluffy tail was swinging back and forth. This fox orc is 17 years old this year. His strength ranks very high among the young orcs who have not yet reached adulthood. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be a spot for him. The moment the red fox orc came on the court, Xuan whispered his introduction in Meng Yuqing's ear. Hearing Xuan's words, Meng Yuqing turned around and looked at him. He was only 18 years old, only 1 year older than Xuan, but he called him a little orc? What Meng Yuqing didn't know was that adulthood was extremely important for an orc, and it was a qualitative change. On the day of adulthood, the little orc would feel his strength, speed, and reaction ability increase exponentially. In the entire Qingshan Tribe, everyone knows that only Yang in the past and Xuan now had the strength to fight adult orcs before they reached adulthood. As for Mu and Lai, although they can deal with the adult roving orcs who come to attack, there's still no match for the adult orcs from their own tribe. The red fox orc's opponent soon came on the field. It was a serval orc. They were of similar size, slightly larger than Lai and Mu. The body size of the orcs in the tribe is based on their age and has nothing to do with the shape of the beast. Unlike animals in the modern world, different species have different sizes. The fight soon broke out on the field. You give me a claw, I give you a bite, and the dust on the ground was raised. The red fox orc is considered a relatively agile orc, but is still not as flexible as the serval orc. Fortunately, the red fox orc also has his own advantages. He stays in place, and his big tail, which is almost as long as his body, is very flexible and powerful. Whenever the serval orc comes around behind him and tries to knock him down, he can sweep it with his big tail and force the serval orc back. After the serval orcs saw that they had tried to go around the rear, but failed several times, they stopped attacking and cautiously kept their distance. The two sides faced each other at a distance of more than 10 meters. This cat orc is his old rival, and their strength is similar. They often fight each other. When Meng Yuqing was concentrating on watching the fight, Xian's voice came again. Does that mean they're both very strong? Wouldn't it be a shame if one of them lost? The duel will last for several rounds. Don't worry, unless your luck is really bad. Those who are capable will not lose their chance. Xuan patiently explained that there were only 46 orcs in the entire Qingshan Tribe who were 14 years old or above, but not yet adults. After a few rounds of competition, the 10 strongest ones would be selected. As they were talking, the fight had already entered a fierce stage. The two giant beasts pounced on each other, collided head-on, entangled with each other, and fell to the ground together. When they found themselves pinned down, they immediately fought back with all their strength to adjust their positions. The entire fight lasted nearly 20 minutes, and in the end the red fox orc was slightly superior. He understood that both sides were equally strong, so he did not choose to win by forcibly suppressing the serval orc, but instead continued to force the opponent's movement head-on. The serval orc did not notice his own position. When the adult orc in charge of order came on the scene to separate them, he found that he had been driven out of range. After the adult orc announced that the red fox orc had won the fight, Meng Yuqing saw a look of deep regret on his cat face. Well, it seems that he is really regretful. Xuan saw Meng Yuqing staring at the serval orc, so he lowered his eyes and moved his finger slightly. After realizing he couldn't subdue his opponent by circling him, he gave up his advantage and opted for a head-on confrontation. His loss wasn't unfair. His opponent was calmer than he was. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan in surprise. Was he explaining himself to her? He is such a considerate person. I wonder which sub-beast will be so lucky to become his partner in the future. He will definitely be very happy, just like Xiuya talking about Xiao now. Just as he was daydreaming, the second group's competition began. The one who came on the field was Dong. His beast form was the same as Lai's. Both of them were big leopards. His opponent was a lion of his own age. A puma? A puma, right? He has seen many African lions, but only a few cougars. He has rarely seen cougars when watching Animal World before. If he had not watched a movie about it, he would not have known about cougars. Chapter 41 links. Seeing him staring blankly at Dong's opponent, Mu thought he was worried about Dong, so he came over and said, "Don't worry, Dong will definitely win. Among the orcs of his age, only Dan is his match." Meng Yuqing came back to his senses when he heard Mu's voice. He pointed at the orc and said excitedly, "His animal form is a puma." "Cougar, are you talking about the lion beast man?" Xuan was a little confused. "Yes, that's him. Cougar is what we call it," Meng Yuqing explained. "Then what do you call my beast form?" Dan came over. He was also a lion beast man. In an instant, several orcs around looked at Meng Yuqing. The orcs here are divided into some general categories based on their animal forms, such as leopard orcs, lion orcs, and cat orcs. Their animal instincts would tell them what kind of orcs the orcs in front of them belonged to, but there was no more detailed classification. They were surprised by Meng Yuqing's detailed classification of animal shapes. African lion. Your animal form is called an African lion in our place. Thinking of Dan's thick mane, Meng Yuqing said affirmatively. Dan nodded in satisfaction after getting the answer, narrowed his eyes, and shrank back to his seat. Hee, you know so much. What do you call my beast form? Mu Hee smiled and approached Meng Yuqing, but was pushed away by Xuan with a slap. He didn't care. He sat back in his seat and looked at Meng Yuqing with burning eyes. Mu's question made Meng Yuqing a little confused. His beast-like body looked like a brown bear, but its color was black. Recalling that Li's beast form looks like a brown bear, and Mu is his child, then Mu should be considered a brown bear. Looking at your animal form, you should be a brown bear in our place. Although you are black, he is brown, so you should be a black brown bear. Meng Yuqing said, half-jokingly. Mu scratched his head and said, Is that so? Then I am quite special. Then he smiled innocently. However, the body size here depends on age rather than breed. Even if you meet a black bear orc in the future, it is estimated that he will not be much different from Mu. While the discussion here was intense, the fight on Dong's side was nearing its end. Although the puma orc tried his best to resist, he was eventually controlled by Dong. 3 breaths of time passed quickly, and the adult orc came on the stage to separate the two of them. Dong was very happy and couldn't stop smiling. However, the puma orc next to him had been unhappy since the end of the fight. He knew that he was no match for Dong, but he didn't expect that the gap between him and Dong was so big, and he was subdued so quickly. Although this was just a fight, and he did not fight to the death, the result did hit him hard. Dong is amazing, Meng Yuqing praised. Hearing the praise, Dong raised his head and flicked his tail. I'm very good too. Xian's voice was a little muffled. Yes, the most powerful one among us is Xian. Mu immediately came over and agreed. Yes, Yuqing, you don't know, but Xian is the most powerful among us. He has been the most powerful among the underage orcs since he was 14 years old, until he started learning actual combat. Lai immediately came over to help. Meng Yuqing secretly glanced at Xian and found that his expression was a little unhappy. He immediately said, Of course I know that Xian is definitely the most powerful. Hearing this, Xian turned his head away a little embarrassedly. This reaction made Meng Yuqing laugh. She didn't expect Xian to have such a childish side. After thinking about it, Meng Yuqing decided not to tease Xian anymore. After all, he was a brother 4 years younger than her. Attention returned to the fighting arena. The next few fights were all between young orcs about 14 or 15 years old. Meng Yuqing didn't know them, and the fights were not as exciting as the first one. However, it allowed Meng Yuqing to see a variety of beast shapes. It's my turn. Dan, who had been sitting here, suddenly stood up and ran towards the field while turning into a big lion. Meng Yuqing also perked up, holding Xian's arm with one hand. Dong is so powerful. Dan should be no problem. As long as he doesn't meet an orc 2 years older than him, he'll be fine. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Mu's surprised voice sounded beside him. Why is it him? It's over. Dan is in trouble. Lai was so shocked that he grabbed Mu fiercely, causing Mu to cry out in pain. Don't even mention the danger. He's doomed to fail. How'd he run into this guy? Dong sighed directly. Looks like we can only abandon Dan and go out together as a group. Meng Yuqing was very surprised by their reactions and turned to look at Xian inquiringly. Xian, what is this? Meng Yuqing gently pulled Xian's hand. It's Fong, the lynx beast man. Dan on the field looked at the giant beast coming towards him. His hair stood up and a low roar came from his throat. Seeing Dan's reaction, Meng Yuqing was a little surprised. He's so powerful? Yes, he is the most powerful one among the underage orcs now, and Dan can't beat him. Xian made a conclusion directly. It's only because Xian has grown up that he got this title. Otherwise, Xian is the most powerful, and he has always been ranked behind Xian. Dong curled his lips and said with some dissatisfaction, He is really powerful. He can even fight with adult orcs. However, not many people know about this. His father beast thinks highly of him. Xian looked down at Meng Yuqing. Before I came of age, he even came to me and fought with me. Xian, you can fight adult orcs even when you're not an adult. You're the most powerful one. He will definitely lose. Dong muttered, unconvinced. Yes, I won, but if I were the same as him, it might not be so easy to win. Qian looked into Meng Yuqing's eyes. Everyone else thought Qian was talking about what would happen if they were the same age, but Meng Yuqing knew that Qian was talking about what would happen if he didn't have that power in his body. Dan's fight started quickly and ended quickly, with almost no suspense, and he was subdued by the lynx orc. After it was over, Dan looked very dejected, while the lynx beast man had no expression at all. He just turned around and glanced at Qian when leaving the venue. What's so arrogant about this guy? His personality is so weird. Wait until he grows up, Qian, and then go beat him up. Ha ha ha, Dong. Why don't you go and beat them up yourself? You always call Qian to cause trouble for you. The other orcs around heard their conversation and teased them with a smile. Ha, Dong, you're not still holding a grudge against him for ignoring you when you were a kid. Another underage orc who was about the same age as them laughed wildly. Ha, ha, ha. The laughter of several underage orcs rang out again around. Get out of here. I'm not holding a grudge. I just feel sorry for Dan. If you lose in the first round, you'll have to fight several more rounds. If you're not in good shape, you won't have a chance. Dong immediately glared at the group of laughing orcs. Chapter 42, The Feud Between Dongha and Lynx. The first day's competition lasted from morning until almost evening. The 46 underage orcs were divided into winning and losing groups. The winning group would compete in the morning and the losing group in the afternoon. What amazed Meng Yuqing was that they chose their opponents by drawing lots. In a large stone bowl are 46 dice-sized wooden blocks, each with a different simple pattern engraved on one side. There are 5 patterns: circle, triangle, horizontal line, cross line, and fan. There are 10 wooden blocks engraved with circular patterns, 5 of which are engraved with 1 to 5 circles, and the other 5 correspond to them. 1 circle pairs with 1 circle, 2 circles pair with 2 circles, exactly 5 pairs. The same goes for triangles, horizontal lines, and cross lines, which each have 5 pairs, and sectors, which have 3 pairs. The orc who draws the lot needs to turn his back and put his hand into the stone bowl to draw a small wooden block. The one with the same pattern is his opponent. This is how they chose their opponents in the first round. When they drew lots for the second round of group competition, they picked out 12 pairs. The person who drew a single pattern would be given a bye. After their group finished competing, they would draw another opponent from the winner. Then the winner of the losing group draws lots to fight with the loser of the winning group, and the winner fights with the previous winner of the winning group to decide the 11 people. Finally, there is a draw for the competition. Those who are not awarded a spot will draw lots to challenge the winner after the competition. The 5 winners will determine their spots, and the remaining 6 will compete for 5 spots. After the final 10 people are determined, others can challenge the 10 of them once. Each person can only be challenged once, and once they hold their spot, no one else is allowed to challenge them again. After understanding all the rules, Meng Yuqing was a little surprised. This was actually not much different from many modern competition systems. The orcs in this primitive world were much more intelligent than he had imagined. After the losing and winning groups drew their lots, Xia announced the end of the first day's competition. On the way home, Meng Yuqing said to Qian with a lingering feeling, "This is the first time I've seen orcs fight like this. It's really exciting." Qian turned his head and looked at him. This is just a fight between underage orcs. After the autumn hunt is over, the tribe will hold a larger fight with adult orcs participating. It will be even more exciting. After saying that, Qian lowered his eyes and hesitated a little. He stole a glance at Meng Yuqing and found that the other party still looked very excited and interested. He whispered, "I will also participate this year." "Really? You'll be participating too?" Meng Yuqing looked at Qian in surprise and said excitedly, "That's great. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring Lai, Mu, and the others to cheer you on." "Yeah." Qian lowered his head, the tips of his ears slightly red. "I will try my best." After sending Meng Yuqing to the door of her home, Qian was about to leave. As soon as he turned around, he found that someone had pulled his animal skin skirt. He looked back at Meng Yuqing with some confusion. "What's wrong? Anything else?" Meng Yuqing looked at him with a gossipy look on her face. "It's about Dong. What's going on between him and that lynx beast man? If it was just because the other party beat Dan, he wouldn't be so resentful towards him." "Zong?" Qian was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized he and ya, He sighed deeply, smiled helplessly, and said, "He was brought back by an orc from our tribe when he was 10 years old. It was just winter then, and he wandered near our tribe and was caught stealing food from the Dongfu beast. The Dongfu beast saw that he was a little orc, very thin, and had injuries all over his body. He knew that he would never survive the winter alone outside, so he brought him back. Because he was very aggressive when we first brought him home, we didn't put him with the orcs who had lost their parents. Instead, we found him a separate house and let the orcs look after him. He was very resistant to us at the time. He wanted to run away as soon as he got the chance. Even when he was almost fainting from hunger, he refused to eat the food we offered him. He only ate the food he stole when no one else knew. He also wouldn't let the orcs get close to him. It took some effort for Dong's father to bring him back. Later, it was Dong's father who discovered that he would accept anything given by a sub-beast, and that he wouldn't be so resistant to orcs when a sub-beast was present. That's when we found a way to get along with him. Dong's father-in-law took pity on him and often visited him. He also told Dong to be friends with him and help him integrate into the tribe. Dong then stupidly ran up to him and said he wanted to be friends with him. He had just started to be less resistant to us, and he was about to pat him on the shoulder, but he dodged and ran away. At this point, Xian continued with a hint of amusement. After being rejected, Dong came to me angrily and said a lot of bad things about him in front of me, and kept trying to encourage me to beat him up. Did you go? Meng Yuqing asked curiously. Xian nodded with an awkward expression on his face and said sheepishly, "At the time, I thought he was the one who bullied Dong, so I went to find him. However, before we could even start a fight, my father-in-law found out and I got scolded." Pucci, Meng Yuqing couldn't help laughing out loud, but when she saw Xian's embarrassed expression, she immediately covered her mouth to suppress her laughter. Xian reached out and touched his ears, which were a little hot, and continued. But Dong was even worse off. When his father-in-law found out, he had his father beast drag him to you and beat him up right in front of him. He was so scared that he immediately went to stop his father beast. He escaped, but because of this incident, you finally regarded our tribe as his own home. This is also a good thing. But has Dong been holding a grudge against me for this for so long? Meng Yuqing said with a smile. Yes, it was because of this incident that Dong couldn't stand him anymore. From childhood to adulthood, he would instigate me to pick a fight with you whenever he had a chance. But I didn't fall for it after that, Xian said with some pride. But speaking of it, what happened to you before? How could a little beast man wander outside in the middle of winter? After laughing, Meng Yuqing realized that something was wrong. Hearing his question, Xian shook his head and said softly, "I don't know." Later we asked him, but he didn't want to say. He only said that Qingshan Tribe would be his home from now on. Xian's expression was a little heavy. Maybe something bad happened. Otherwise, the tribe wouldn't let a 10-year-old orc wander around. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing sighed softly, and both of them were speechless for a moment. Finally, it was Xian who broke the silence. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Will you still go to watch the fight tomorrow?" Meng Yuqing was a little hesitant. He had not yet researched the pottery making method and the bark fiber weaving method he exchanged today. He wanted to make a small kiln while Xian was still in the tribe for a few days, but the orc fighting was also very attractive to him. It was really difficult to make a decision. Seeing his tangle, Xian tilted his head. "You have something you want to do tomorrow, right?" A muffled voice came, and Meng Yuqing scratched his head irritably. "But I really want to see the fight. The competition only lasts 3 days. It ends the day after tomorrow. Will we have enough time to do it after it's over?" After hearing Xian's words, Meng Yuqing calculated the time. There were still 3 days left after the competition. Materials and other things were easy to find, so it should be in time. Thinking of this, he said uncertainly, "Should it be in time?" "Should?" Xian erased his eyebrows. "There's still time, definitely still time. Let's go watch the fight tomorrow." Meng Yuqing nodded firmly. At worst, he could just get the materials back and study them slowly by himself. He didn't have to ask Xian for help. It was just a small pottery kiln. Couldn't a grown man like him handle it? Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but despise himself. It seemed that he was too dependent on Xian. It must be Xian's problem. It was Xian who always worked so actively and reliably, making him more and more lazy now. Chapter 43. Qiu Yi is here too. The next day, Meng Yuqing was woken up by the system. "Host, get up. Xian will be here soon." Hearing the system's voice, Meng Yuqing opened his eyes in a daze. Just as he got out of bed and put on his fur coat, he heard Xian calling at the door. "Yuqing, are you up?" Meng Yuqing ran to the door holding a toothbrush and responded while opening the door for Xian. "Wake up and wait for me for a moment. It will be ready soon." The door was opened, and Xian saw Meng Yuqing, who was sleepy and blinked uncomfortably. Meng Yuqing didn't notice his little action. After opening the door, she ran back to the house. "Wait for me." I'll brush my teeth and wash my face. I'll be done soon. As he said that, he sprinkled a little salt on the toothbrush, then walked out the door holding the toothbrush and the bamboo cup. Xuan stood obediently at the door and watched Meng Yuqing put the toothbrush into his mouth and asked curiously, "Do you want to grind your teeth too?" "What?" Meng Yuqing was stunned, not quite understanding what Xuan meant. Xuan said, pointing to the toothbrush he stuffed in his mouth, "Grinding teeth? I remember that Yafu and the others didn't need to grind their teeth." "Huh? No, this isn't teeth grinding, it's brushing." Meng Yuqing held the toothbrush in his mouth and said vaguely, "It's for cleaning teeth and keeping your mouth clean." "Is that so? Your method is different from that of Yafu and the others." Xuan came over and stared at Meng Yuqing's mouth. Meng Yuqing leaned back uncomfortably. "How do Chioye and the others clean their teeth?" "Yafu and the others use the furry side of animal skins dipped in water to clean their teeth." "What about you? How do you clean up the orcs?" Meng Yuqing was a little curious. "Just like my father-in-law and the others, sometimes I need to find some wood to grind my teeth." Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing in surprise. This sub-beast really lacked common sense. Fortunately, Meng Yuqing was concentrating on brushing his teeth and didn't notice Xuan's expression. After brushing his teeth, he simply wiped his face with animal skin, packed up his things, and walked towards Xuan. "When the time comes, make a toothbrush for Chioye as well. It will be much more convenient for you and Xia to use this." Xuan nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll go find the materials later." Meng Yuqing ate the food Xuan brought, and the two walked towards the square together. It was still early for the fight, and there were not many people in the square. Meng Yuqing saw Chioye sitting at the bottom of the stage from a distance, and Xia was standing next to him, talking to him with his head down. When Chioye looked up, he saw Meng Yuqing walking towards him and immediately waved to him. "Yuqing, come quickly and sit here with me." Hearing Chioye calling him over, Meng Yuqing ran over in 2 steps, stopped not far in front of Chioye, and looked at him carefully. Most of the scratches on Chioye's body have almost healed, except for the wound on his knee, which is covered with thick blood scabs and still looks a bit scary. Seeing Meng Yuqing staring at his injury, Chioye said nonchalantly, "Don't look at it anymore. It's almost healed. I can walk now. I'll be back to normal in 2 days. I'll come and help you then." Xuan had already told him that Meng Yuqing had discovered 2 kinds of food and wanted to try to grow them himself, and needed him to find a few reliable sub-beasts to help. He had always kept this in mind and had been thinking about candidates for the past few days. Seeing that Meng Yuqing and Xuan had come, Xiao was not planning to stay here any longer. He still had a lot of things to do. After Meng Yuqing gave him the method of making bamboo bows, he suggested to him that they could give it to the elderly or disabled people in the tribe to make. "I had this idea when I was chatting with Lai one time. Lai mentioned that these people had done things for the tribe when they were young or healthy, and they became disabled because of the tribe. Now that they have retired, the tribe treats them very well and distributes food to them for free, which is considered as their retirement support. However, these people still hope that they can do something for the tribe instead of being treated like useless people." Although Yang's leg was lame, he was not disabled. His fighting ability was reduced compared to before, but he was still very advanced in the tribe. He often dealt with these people and naturally understood their thoughts. Occasionally, he would say a word or 2 in front of Lai. Meng Yuqing felt that although they might not be as good as the young and healthy orcs in combat, it would not be a problem for them to make some tools. This would just allow them to realize their desire to continue working for the tribe and reduce the workload of others. After hearing his suggestion, Xia thought it made sense, so he immediately organized them, and they are now responsible for the production of bamboo bows. When they heard the news, they were very excited and grateful to Meng Yuqing. After Xia left, Shu took over as the host of today's event. After all the little orcs were taught by him, and he knew very well the abilities and limits of these little orcs. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the square, and the little beastmen who were going to participate in the fight had also gathered. They were all very energetic and ready. Today's fight begins now. The first group is on stage. Following Shu's order, the 2 giant beasts jumped to the center of the field. Without any unnecessary movements, they collided with each other and started wrestling. The beast-type orc's fighting style is very simple and brutal, without any specific moves or fancy techniques. They only have to do one thing, which is to find a way to overwhelm their opponents and seize every opportunity to inflict fatal wounds on them. Of course, the fights within the tribe would not be so brutal. Wounds and blood were common, but everyone exercised restraint and stopped at the right time without killing anyone. If the two sides were mortal enemies, then the outcome of many evenly matched duels might not be the same as it is now. Dong is on the field, Qian said softly. His opponent is a young orc who is 1 year older than him. Oh, can Dong win? Meng Yuqing was a little worried. Qiu Yi, who heard their conversation, turned around and looked at Qian, waiting for Qian's answer. It's not a big deal. Qian paused and continued. Dong and Dan are very strong. They are very keen in combat and can always choose a way to fight that is very advantageous to them. Many 17-year-old orcs are not as good as them. Mu and Lai are also like them, very good at fighting. Meng Yuqing understood that they had a strong sense of combat. Although they were not as strong as the other party in terms of hard power, as long as the other party was not overwhelming them, they had a chance of winning. After hearing Qian's answer, Qiu Yi lowered his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "The orcs of your generation are stronger than ours as a whole, and there are more exceptionally strong ones." Back then, only Yang was exceptionally strong. He was the only one who was far superior to the others. Xia and Lan were also stronger than the others, but they were not as strong as Yang. The gap between them and the others was not as obvious as Yang's. Yang was still the youngest among us. Although I don't know why this is happening, it's a good thing. A strange voice came, with some gloom and indifference. Meng Yuqing raised his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Chapter 44. This generation of orcs is stronger. It was Yang. He limped to Qiu Ye's side. Xia asked me to come over and take a look. After saying that, he glanced at the wound on Qiu Ye's knee, his eyes moving slightly. Meng Yuqing was deeply impressed by Yang, but was not familiar with him. He only knew that he was Xia's younger brother and Lai's father. Unchile Yang. Qian greeted the other party obediently when he saw him coming, and Meng Yuqing also nodded obediently. Yang nodded slightly to them as a greeting, then looked at Dong, who was fighting. Dong's battle was not as easy as yesterday's. His opponent was quite strong among the 16-year-old orcs. Dong was almost forced out of the fighting range several times, but fortunately Dong discovered the opponent's intention in advance and cleverly avoided it. Dong is going to win, Yang suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong, who was forced into a corner, suddenly dodged the opponent's attack. The opponent missed. Dong quickly adjusted his position to get behind the opponent and hit him hard, knocking him out of range. Dong is such an awesome kid. He actually beat a little orc who was 1 year older than him. An orc-surprised voice came from the crowd. He looked at another adult orc standing next to him. It's okay. This kid has been training hard these days for this fight, and he even let me play with him in a few rounds. Another orc scratched his head with a smile, his tone full of pride. He looked somewhat similar to Dong, so he should be Dong's father. Your kid is pretty good. Yeah, that's amazing. When I get back, I'm going to take my kid out for practice. How old is your kid? Is he 14? There was a burst of praise from all around. Dong's father stood proudly in the crowd, looking at Dong with satisfaction. When Shu announced that Dong had won, the other party was a little confused. They didn't quite understand why Dong suddenly turned the tables on them when they clearly had the advantage. After Dong, it was the duel between the Lynx and the Beastman Ya. When his opponent found out that he was fighting Ya, his expression became a little ferocious, but he quickly changed into beast form and went on the field, looking at Ya, who was slowly approaching very cautiously. He is very strong and can grab a spot if nothing unexpected happens. It would be fine if he met someone else, but if he met Ya, he probably won't win this game. He will have to fight another game with the people in the losing group. If Dan is unlucky and meets him, Dan will be doomed. Seeing this situation, Qian folded his hands in front of his chest and said seriously, "Yeah, Dan is still a little bit worse than him." Mu came over at some point. Lai, who was inseparable from him, did not stand with him this time. Instead, he walked obediently to stand next to Yang. Dan's luck can't be that bad, Lai said uncertainly. They still wanted the 5 of them to go out together and kill everyone. Yang glanced at Lai calmly. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to be afraid of these things. He pointed at Qian and then at Ya and continued, "Look at those two. If you were as strong as them, you wouldn't have to be afraid no matter who you meet." Yes, father's right. I understand. I will work harder in the future. Lai nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing Lai like this, Meng Yuqing put her hands up to cover her face so that Lai wouldn't see the smile on her face. Turning around, she discovered that Mu was also looking as delighted as a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. The two looked at each other and covered their mouths even tighter, afraid that they would laugh out loud. Qian was sandwiched between the two of them and looked at them helplessly. He raised his hand and finally hit Mu on the head. "Mu, who was knocked, immediately tried to put on a serious face and said, "Watch the fight. Concentrate on watching the fight." Seeing this, Meng Yuqing immediately put away his smile and looked at the two people fighting on the field seriously. Ye's opponent was worthy of being recognized by Xuan. Although he was always at a disadvantage in the battle with Ye, he still had the strength to resist and found opportunities to launch favorable counterattacks several times. Unlike when Dana met Ye, he was easily subdued by Ye. The fight between the two of them lasted for quite a while. The orc was very smart. He seldom fought Ye head-on. He mostly dodged and defended, and occasionally found the right opportunity to counterattack. He was unable to suppress him or drive him out of the fighting range for the moment, so he temporarily suspended his attack, increased the distance between them, and stood not far away, staring at each other. Suddenly, he rushed towards the opponent at an extremely fast speed. The opponent was unable to dodge and collided heavily with him. The opponent was knocked back several steps. At the same time, he raised his front paws and swung towards the opponent, who hurriedly resisted. A fake move. Taking advantage of the opponent's resistance, he jumped up on the spot, stepped on the opponent's raised forelimbs with his front paws, and used the force to jump onto the opponent's back. He slapped the opponent hard, and the opponent shook his body wildly, but the feline's flexible claws allowed him to cling to the opponent tightly. The orc had no choice but to lower his body and roll on the ground to try to shake off the tooth, but it was just this one action. He's going to lose. Two voices came to my ears at the same time. Xuan and Yang spoke at the same time. Sure enough, when the orc made his move, Ye had already made preparations. He simply changed positions, and his sharp hind claws avoided the opponent's limbs and stepped on the soft abdomen. The two front paws restrained the opponent's front paws, and with the fangs bared, it rushed towards the opponent's neck and locked the throat. The picture stopped instantly. I lost. The orc stopped all movements, and Ye let him go the moment he spoke. "You are really strong. I can't beat you now, but I will become stronger and defeat you in the future." After saying that, the orc left the venue in a free and easy manner. Meng Yuqing watched this wonderful fight intently and wanted to share it with Xuan with excitement. But when he turned around, he found that Xian's expression was a little strange. "Xuan, what's wrong with you?" He pulled Xian's arm with concern. "Nothing." Xuan came back to his senses and looked at Meng Yuqing's worried eyes and said softly, "You said the same thing to me before." "Xuan, you're so awesome." Meng Yuqing looked at him with eyes slightly wide open. "Yeah." Xuan lowered his head, a little embarrassed by the praise. The voices of other people discussing things could be heard one after another around. Looking at Ye's strength, I'm afraid there's no one stronger than him among the underage orcs. I think so. He's a good fighter. Before, when Xuan was still a child, he was the only one stronger than him. Now that Xuan has reached adulthood, there will definitely be no one stronger than him among the young beastmen. This group of little orcs are really good. Xuan, and you're no worse than Yang back then. Mu, Lai Dong, and Dan are also very good. There are also several other little orcs who are also very powerful. Yes, they will definitely be stronger than us when they grow up. Our tribe is getting better and better. Chapter 45, Flying Back. Meng Yuqing heard all these discussions. She didn't expect to hear people praising Xuan in a fight between underage orcs. It seemed that Xuan was also recognized as powerful in the tribe. If it was a life-and-death fight just now, and the orc's throat was locked with his teeth, would that orc be in great danger? Meng Yuqing gently pulled Xuan and asked with some confusion. Mu had said before that it was very difficult for an orc to kill another orc. Choke? You mean you attacked his neck? Seeing Meng Yuqing nod, Xuan continued. No, the orc surrendered because Ye's hind paws were already on his stomach, not because he attacked his neck. If he only attacks the opponent's neck, the opponent can easily take the blow with his front paws and attack Ye's head. He won't be seriously injured, but you will be forced back. However, before he attacks, his hind paws will already be on his stomach. If he attacks Ye or protects his neck, his stomach will definitely be torn open by Ye, and that would be fatal. Unexpectedly, Yang actually started to give Meng Yuqing additional explanations. Qiu listened to Yang's explanation and nodded continuously as if he had suddenly understood something. You two go back and think carefully about the battle just now. Think about what you would do if you encounter this situation. He patted Lai's shoulder and looked at Mu again. When the two little orcs heard this, they immediately nodded seriously and were thinking about something. Although they didn't want to admit it, they clearly understood that except for Xuan, who was not yet an adult, no little orc in the tribe could defeat Ye, even if everyone grew up in the future. The following matches were mostly evenly matched. What surprised Meng Yuqing the most was a 17-year-old elk orc. In the fight yesterday, this elk orc met a 14-year-old little orc. He won the game with almost no effort, and it was hard to tell how strong he was. But Meng Yuqing was deeply impressed by him because his animal form was so unique in the Qingshan Tribe, where the majority of the inhabitants were cats. However, his opponent in this match was an orc of the same age as him. After fighting with the opponent for a while, he suddenly rushed forward and knocked the opponent out of the fighting range. He didn't use his full strength. If he had wanted to, that attack would have caused serious injuries to the opponent. Xuan continued to explain to Meng Yuqing. He is also very strong. Meng Yuqing exclaimed. Yes, when his father first came to our tribe, we all thought he would go to the Stonehorn tribe after staying for a while, but in the end he chose to stay in our tribe. After the fight between the elk orcs ended, the morning fight was over, and Meng Yuqing followed Xuan to send Qiuyi back. The fight in the afternoon ended relatively quickly, probably because of the difference in strength, and it was not as entertaining as the one in the morning. This time, Dan met a little orc who was 1 year older than him, and he won relatively easily. After the fight was over, just as Xuan was about to send Qiuyi back first and then go back with Meng Yuqing, an orc sent by Xia came and walked straight towards the three of them. Fei has just returned. The chief asked me to call you three to the discussion room. The orc who was sent said in a low voice. Meng Yuqing and Xuan looked at each other and nodded, then took Qiuyi, Mu, and Lai's goodbyes and went directly to the discussion room. Did they bring back news about the other two tribes? Meng Yuqing was a little nervous along the way. After all, it was just his own analysis before, and he couldn't guarantee 100% that the other two tribes could figure out the key. What if one tribe was particularly stubborn and refused to agree? I'm not sure. After meeting with the chief, they went straight to the discussion room. But they looked fine, the orc replied. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing felt slightly relieved. This time, because he brought Qiuyi with him, Xuan directly transformed into a beast form. Qiuyi and Meng Yuqing sat on him and were carried over by him. They soon arrived at the destination. The orc dropped them off and then left. After entering the house, I found that everyone except Lan and Shu had arrived. Lan was in charge of the hunting team and had not returned from leading the hunting team out hunting. Shu was presiding over the competition and still had some things to deal with. Meng Yuqing noticed that there was a young, strange orc standing next to Fei. After thinking about it, he thought that this should be another flying orc in the tribe. Seeing the three of them arrive, Xia didn't plan to wait for Shu any longer. Everyone is here, let's start flying. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fei. Fei didn't waste any time and just started with the content that everyone was eager to know. It worked. They agreed to our proposal without much hesitation, especially the Xuan tribe. They agreed without a second thought. We went to their place a few days before the roving orcs attacked us. Fortunately, they didn't let their guard down, so they weren't robbed. However, more than a dozen orcs were injured. After hearing our proposal, they couldn't wait to send out people. After saying this, he looked at the young orc next to him. The young orc nodded after receiving Fei's gaze and said, I went to the Stonehorn tribe. When I arrived, their sub-beasts were out gathering. When they heard about the wandering orcs, they immediately called them back to the tribe. After listening to our tribe's proposal, they quickly agreed. After hearing the two people's replies, Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. It was similar to what he had analyzed. Both tribes agreed to cooperate. Next, each orc will explain the progress of the work at hand and the arrangement for the next few days to ensure that they can set off on time after 10 days. Qiuyi had been sitting quietly beside Xia, listening to their discussion. He knew that Xia was going out this time, and the tribe will be temporarily guarded by Lan and Yang. All he needed to do was to calm the emotions of the sub-beasts in the tribe. After all, 100 orcs went out this time, which would greatly reduce the sense of security for some sensitive sub-beasts. The meeting ended quickly. Walking home with Xuan, Meng Yuqing suddenly felt that he seemed to be too lazy and had made many plans but had never implemented them. Thinking of this, he looked at Xuan and said, I'm not going to watch the fight tomorrow. I want to do what I wanted to do before. Xuan looked at him in surprise, but didn't ask why he suddenly changed his mind. He just said softly, then I'll accompany you to find the materials. Good. The next day, when Xuan arrived at Meng Yuqing's house early in the morning, he found that Meng Yuqing was sitting at the door waiting for him. At that moment, he couldn't describe what he felt in his heart, but he knew he was very happy. Changing into beast form, Meng Yuqing climbed onto Xuan's back and patted him gently. Set off. In an instant, Xuan almost became a black shadow, and Meng Yuqing had already gotten used to Xian's fast running after some training. Chapter 46: Dinner before departure. Soon, Xian brought him to a stream. Meng Yuqing squatted down and pinched the soil nearby, then looked up at Xian and nodded. "Not bad, let's try this." After saying that, he dug a large lump of mud and stuffed it into the space in front of Xian. Xian was no longer surprised. Watching Meng Yuqing busy collecting mud with his head down, a trace of struggle flashed across Xian's face, and finally he seemed to have made up his mind and squatted down with him to dig the mud. In order to prevent himself from wasting time due to failure, Meng Yuqing plans to dig more and build several small pottery kilns at one time, and then use the one that succeeds. The two squatted by the stream and dug for 2 full hours, until Meng Yuqing felt that he could build 5 small pottery kilns, and then asked Xian to stop. Without wasting any time, the two immediately returned to the open space in front of Meng Yuqing's house, found a corner, and took the mud out of the space. While talking to Xian about the production method, he started to knead the mud. Meng Yuqing was very happy during the whole process of kneading mud. When he was a child, his mother would always pull his ears when he played with mud. When he grew up and became sensible, he was too embarrassed to play with mud. This time, he finally found a reason to play with mud openly, and he was extremely excited. First, dig a hole 1/2 meter wide and 1/2 meter deep in the ground, and then use the separated clay to make a grate and place it on the hole. Then, the pit was covered with mud layer by layer, forming a cylindrical shape 70 centimeters high, with a hollow center and a diameter of 40 centimeters. The grate and the pit can be seen from above. The wall is about 15 centimeters thick. Overall, it looks more like an earthen stove than a small kiln. You can cook by just putting a pot on it. Then what should we do? Looking at the things in front of him, Xian still didn't understand what Meng Yuqing wanted to do. Make a fire in the pit and roast it until it's dry. Meng Yuqing looked around and made sure that nothing was missing, then asked Xian to make a fire. After finishing this, Meng Yuqing thought that he could first use clay to mold the embryos of pottery pots and bowls, and when the embryos were almost ready in the kiln, he could put them in for firing. To be honest, neither of them is a person with artistic talent. The things they made can only be described as practical and not very good looking. After making some pots, pans, and utensils, the two finally stopped. Xian looked at the things he had made and asked Meng Yuqing with some confusion, "Wouldn't it be better to make these things out of stone?" As he said this, he shook his hands gently to get rid of the mud on them. "You don't understand. You'll understand when you make it and use it." Meng Yuqing shook his head in a pretentious manner. The molded utensils should be placed next to the fire pit to be dried by the fire and then burned. This process cannot be rushed, and the rest is basically just a matter of waiting. Just after everything was done, Meng Yuqing didn't know what to do for a moment. No one could leave here, and firewood had to be added to the pit to ensure that the fire would not go out. Just as the two of them were staring at each other, he suddenly remembered the method he had seen before of using wood ash instead of clay to make utensils. At that time, due to lack of energy, he did not choose to exchange it and prepare to do his own research. Isn't it the perfect time now? Thinking of this, he suddenly became interested. "Xian, let's build another fire on flat ground. I just remembered something." As he said that, he immediately pulled Xian to the open space on the side and started to pile up wood. Xian followed him obediently and did whatever he said. Soon a new fire started, and this time fuels such as bark, leaves, and grass were added to it. After burning, there would be basically no lumps left, and they would all turn into ashes. After the fire died down and cooled, Meng Yuqing gathered the ashes together. "Xian, bring some water over." Hearing his words, Xian immediately turned around and scooped a large basin of water with a stone basin. Under Meng Yuqing's command, he poured the water into the pile of wood ash. Meng Yuqing carefully controlled the amount of water poured and stopped immediately when he was sure that it had turned into mud. Xian put down the stone basin in his hand, hesitated for a while, then squatted down and started making pots, pans, and utensils with Meng Yuqing again. Because wood ash is relatively easy to obtain, they made relatively more this time. They worked for a long time, and when they came to their senses, it was already afternoon. It's still spring and the temperature is not hot. Even with the help of fire, these things cannot be made in one day. After arranging the things one by one on the open space, Meng Yuqing looked at today's masterpiece and felt so proud of himself that he put his hands on his hips. The underage orcs fight lasted for 3 days before the final 10 people were decided. Dan narrowly grabbed the last spot. It is now confirmed that there are a total of 12 underage orcs, including Lion Mu, who followed them out. Among them, Dong Heden is the youngest, but after this fight, many people have seen that their strength is not inferior to orcs older than them. As for Lai and Mu, they were able to fight alongside adult orcs in previous attacks, and held on despite being besieged by other adult orcs. Mu even blinded the eyes of an orc on the other side, and Lai was surrounded alone and inflicted wounds on several orcs on the other side. His strength had long been recognized. After careful calculation, it was found that there was only one 16-year-old orc besides Lai and Mu, and the rest were all 17-year-old orcs who were about to become adults. The lynx orc Fong mentioned by Xian before got a spot without any surprise. To be precise, as long as he participated, he would definitely get a spot with his strength. Apart from these few people, the strength of most orcs before they reach adulthood is mostly based on their age. Except for the bug Xian, those who can play with him are not simple people. On the 9th day, Lai's injury had almost healed. Meng Yuqing decided to make up for the barbecue he owed Lai and Mu before leaving, and also planned to call Dan and Dong to come along. He asked Xian to make a relatively thin and flat stone slab, and temporarily build a stone stove in the open space at the doorstep. Several of the utensils made 2 days ago are ready for use, but most of them are not yet completed. The larger utensils made of wood, ash have not yet dried, and only 2 small bowls can be put into use. The only pottery that was finished were 2 small bowls that Meng Yuqing threw directly into the fire and 2 pots that were placed in a small kiln. The others were still waiting in line to be fired. The wood ash container is the same as the information found before. When water is placed in it, it will slowly seep out. Meng Yuqing has done an experiment. If a wood ash jar filled with water is left for 1 day, half of the water will seep out, but there is no problem using it to hold other solids. Mu Healy was amazed at the temporary stone stove. The stove in Meng Yuqing's house was made by them and Xian according to Meng Yuqing's requirements. However, they had never seen Meng Yuqing use it, and they thought that Yusho simply asked for it because he thought the house would look good, and it actually had no use. I didn't expect that the temporary stone stove would be used first. Xian and Mu went out to hunt another sharp-toothed beast. The one Ronglin had given them had been eaten long ago. After all, orcs were really big eaters. Xian and Xia, even if they were just in human form, finished eating the sharp-toothed beast that was twice the size of a wild boar in just 3 days. This time, 5 orcs worked together to deal with the sharp-toothed beast. They quickly processed the meat and cut it into half-finger-thick pieces according to Meng Yuqing's request. Xian crushed the salt stones skillfully and made garlic and ginger into paste at Meng Yuqing's request, mixed them with salt, and spread them all over the meat. After 2 hours of marinating, Meng Yuqing estimated that it was almost done, so he instructed Dan and Dong to start a fire and place a clean stone slab on the stove. He made a pair of long chopsticks out of bamboo, and after the stone slab was thoroughly heated by the fire, Meng Yuqing prepared to start grilling meat for them. As soon as the meat was placed on the stone slab, a sizzling sound was heard, and golden oil seeped out of the meat and flowed onto the stone slab. It's really thanks to the fact that the sharp-toothed beast is fat and has enough oil that it can be grilled directly on the stone slab without sticking to it. After roasting for a while, the meat had changed color, and a rich aroma penetrated everyone's nose. Mu opened his mouth and stared at the barbecue, his saliva flowing down. It smells so good. Yuqing, can I eat it now? I see the color of the meat has changed. Can we eat it now? Lai stared blankly at the meat on the stone slab. Dan and Dong looked even more impatient. Xian was fine. Most of the sharp-toothed beast that Meng Yuqing pickled before was eaten by him and his father, so he could barely resist the temptation now. But why did he feel that this one was more delicious? Not yet. It's not cooked yet. We have to wait a little longer. Meng Yuqing looked carefully at the barbecue on the stone slab and shook his head in refusal. When is the best time? It smells so good and must be delicious. Mu squatted beside and stared at the barbecue intently. It's almost done. Just wait a moment. He skillfully turned the barbecue over, thinking that it would be almost done once this side was done. Under the scorching gazes of the 5 orcs, Meng Yuqing sprinkled chopped green onions. Barbecue is finally ready. Okay, you can eat now. Be careful, it's hot. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu had already picked up a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. Hot, 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 delicious, hot. He opened his mouth and fanned himself with his hands while staring at the remaining meat on the stone slab. Except for Xian, the other 3 people reacted similarly. They grabbed a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into their mouths without caring about the heat. Xian, who had been prepared, took out 2 small wooden sticks from somewhere, and pushed all the meat pieces into the 2 small ceramic bowls cooked by Meng Yuqing, and immediately swept away half of the barbecued meat on the stone slab. He walked over to Meng Yuqing and gave her half of the barbecue. Have some yourself. If they want to eat the rest, they can grill it themselves. You've already demonstrated it, so let them do it themselves. After saying that, he pulled Meng Yuqing aside. Meng Yuqing happily took the barbecue that Xuan had snatched from him and started eating it with big mouthfuls. Wow, it was really delicious. Chapter 47 Departure. Hundreds of giant beasts gathered in the tribal square, surrounded by circles of people in the center. The orcs set out from the Qingshan Tribe, went to the other 2 tribes to pick up their orcs, and then went together to look for the wandering orcs. This time is estimated to be not short. Xuan roughly estimates that it will be at least 1 month, and at most 2 months. This is where their 3 tribes were born and raised. As long as the wandering orcs are still here, they will definitely be found within 2 months. A huge leopard stood in the front, with a brown bear, a lion, and a black panther following closely behind him, and a giant eagle circling in the sky. Lan stood in front of the leopard and looked up at the giant beast. Xia, we'll take care of the tribe. Just go out and look for those guys. Yang looked steadily at Xia in front of him, then turned to look at Qiu Yi standing behind him, pursed his lips, and said to Xia, "Be careful. Everyone's life is the most important thing." Xia followed Yang's gaze to Qiu Yi and finally nodded heavily. I will bring them all back." After saying that, Xia turned around and looked at the 112 orcs who would follow him out this time. Our outing this time is different from a hunting trip. Usually, our opponents are all kinds of wild beasts, but this time is different. Our enemies are nearly 200 adult roaming orcs. They are brutal and like to plunder tribes, maim sub-beasts, and kill orcs. For the safety of our tribe, for the safety of our orcs and sub-beasts, we must drive them away and kill them. Going out this time is more dangerous than usual. Warriors of the tribe, are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Drive them away and kill them. Don't be afraid. Drive them away and kill them. Don't be afraid. Drive them away and kill them. The orcs in the square roared in unison, their voices resounding through the sky with overwhelming force. It was the first time Meng Yuqing saw this kind of scene, and he was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously wanted to look at Xuan beside him, but when he turned his head, he remembered that Xuan was also among the more than 100 orcs who went out. His gaze turned to the Black Panther standing behind Xia, howling towards the sky. Feeling his gaze, the Black Panther paused and lowered its head to look over here. The eyes of the man and the beast met in the air, and the fierce aura around the black beast instantly subsided. Only the dark green eyes still retained a hint of sharpness that had not disappeared. When the orc's momentum reached its peak, Xia gave an order. Set off. He walked out of the tribe without looking back, and the giant beasts behind him followed his pace one by one. The Qingshan tribe has lived and multiplied in this area for many years. The two surrounding tribes also live their own lives with almost no conflicts or fights. The relationship between the three parties can even be considered friendly. For them, they have not personally experienced large-scale battles between orcs for many years. But this does not mean that Xia and his friends have never seen it. Before the Qingshan tribe learned how to find salt, they went with people from two other tribes to a market held by a large tribe to exchange salt. There were many tribes that went there, and there were countless tribes that were stronger than the Qingshan tribe. They had witnessed the fights between the two large tribes, as well as the wars between other tribes and the destruction of tribes. Xia understood that sometimes simply giving in would not make the other party kindly let them go. In the tribal square, Meng Yuqing looked at the orcs who had completely left the tribe, retracted his gaze, and gently patted Qiu Yi, who was still looking in the direction the orcs left. Let's go back. We can't see them anymore, he said softly. Qiu Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Meng Yuqing beside him. We haven't had a fight between orcs in a long time. The other two tribes here are also very good people. We have never had any conflicts. His eyes drifted away. I'm a little worried. They will all come back. Meng Yuqing looked at Qiu Yi firmly and said, what we have to do is to protect the tribe. Hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Qiu Yi nodded. Xin said before that you found some edible plants and wanted to try to grow them yourself, and you needed my help. It's a good opportunity to do it during this time. Seeing Meng Yuqing glance down at his knee, he immediately added, it's almost healed. It's no longer a problem. How many people do you need? Let's find 3 more people who can learn quickly. Meng Yuqing pondered. Qiu Yi was a little surprised when he heard Meng Yuqing's request. He thought Meng Yuqing would want someone who was efficient and didn't talk much, but he didn't expect that he wanted someone who could learn things. His eyes lit up slightly. Does this mean that Yuqing wants to teach them some knowledge? By the way, Chuya, what should I do if I want to ask the orcs for help? Thinking about it, he used to go directly to Xian when he had something, and when he needed help, Xian also went to the orcs. Now that Xian is out, he really doesn't know how to ask the orcs for help. Xiao Yu was a little confused when he asked this. Do you still need orcs? If you need orcs, just talk to Yang or Shu. Xia and Xian told them before they left that you can contact them directly if you have any problems. Not for now. I'll talk about some things after I figure out how to do them. They also have to protect the safety of the tribe. If we can avoid asking them for extra help, then we won't ask them. Xiao Yi nodded to show that he understood his idea. After all, now 100 adult orcs and 12 young orcs who were about to become adults had to leave the tribe to find the wandering orcs. The remaining orcs had to defend the tribe, patrol the area, and go out hunting. The manpower was indeed much tighter than before. Go back first. I'll bring people to your house to find you tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Yi looked up at the sun. Okay, it's just right that I can plan what I want to do during this time. After sending Chuya home, Meng Yuqing returned to his own home, took out the potatoes and sweet potatoes from the warehouse, and piled them in a corner of the house, waiting for Chuya to bring people over tomorrow to move them out of the house and deal with them together. Yesterday, he asked Xian to take him to the creek again and dug up a lot of clay, preparing to make some more pottery. Although it was a bit troublesome to make, the pottery jars were still very practical. There were also wood ash jars, which were simple to make. Except for the fact that they were not very good at holding water, their other functions were very good. On the other side, Xian followed behind Xia. They planned to go to the Shijiao tribe first, and then to the Xuan tribe. The younger of the two flying orcs stayed in the tribe, and Fei followed them out. This was also decided long ago, so that both sides can communicate with each other in a timely manner. As far as they knew, although the group of roaming orcs would plunder the Stonehorn tribe, they mostly stayed around the territory of the Waterforest tribe. The plan of the three tribes was for the orcs of the Qingshan tribe to go to the Shijiao tribe to meet up with their orcs, and then go to the Xuan tribe to pick up the orcs of the Xuan tribe. After that, they would start from the Xuan tribe and search for the traces of the wandering orcs inch by inch. Chapter 48 Thoughts. For orcs, traveling all night is not a problem. They can travel for 2 days and 1 night in a row, and then recover their energy after a night's rest. Especially when going out together, they can take turns traveling at night. Half of the people can transform into human form at night and rest on the backs of orcs who remain in beast form, and then take turns the next night. It had been half a day since they left the tribe, so they stopped together to catch wild animals, eat something, and rest. This time, they brought nothing but 4 large bags of herbs. They needed to get to the other 2 tribes as quickly as possible. Xian, what are you thinking about? During the break, Xiao walked to Xian's side. Are you worried about the people in the tribe? He hinted at something. Since leaving the tribe, Xian has been silent. Others may not have noticed, but Xian knew at a glance that Xian had been thinking about something. No, it's not. Xian came back to his senses from his thoughts and looked at Xia with some hesitation. It was rare to see him like this, and Xia became even more curious. He squatted down beside Xian, wrapped his tail around his front paws, and gently swung the tip of his tail. Tell me about it. We haven't talked for a long time. He now looked like he had lost the dignity of a clan leader and was no different from any ordinary father beast in the tribe. Xian looked up at the tall trees that blocked out the sky and said softly, I was wondering why we didn't think of working together to deal with the wandering orcs when they first appeared. He tilted his head, a bit puzzled as he continued. When the wandering orcs first attacked the Waterforest tribe, we helped them survive the winter. If we had united to drive them away in the spring, wouldn't the subsequent events have happened? Would the Stonehorn tribe and our tribe have been spared their attacks? Xiao was a little surprised to hear Xian's words. He didn't know why Xian had this idea, but he still told him what the tribe was thinking at that time. At that time, they only attacked the Xuan tribe and did not affect our tribe, so we did not intend to drive them away, nor did we expect them to attack our tribe again. At this point, something flashed through Xia's mind, but he couldn't grasp it. He frowned slightly and showed a puzzled expression. Because they didn't harm our tribe at the time, we always thought it was okay to ignore them, right? Xian looked at Xia, gently scratching the ground with his front paws, and continued. But that's not actually the case. Just like Yuqing said, although we are 3 tribes, the existence of roaming orcs is a threat to all 3 of us. It's not just a matter for one tribe. I was thinking our 3 tribes have all lived here for so long, and nothing bad has ever happened. But when one of them is threatened from somewhere else, does that really have nothing to do with the other two tribes? Will we really not be affected at all? The more Xian spoke, the more confused he became. He looked at Xia. Xia Jingjing listened to Xian and looked at him seriously. If it were before, I would answer, yes, it has nothing to do with our tribe, but now, I'm not sure. His eyes were a little confused. They were obviously 3 different tribes, so why would the other 2 be affected when one tribe was threatened? Xian saw Xia's rare expression and nudged him gently. No matter what happened before, we now know that when the other 2 tribes encounter problems they can't solve, we can't just turn a blind eye. We also need to think about whether it affects us and whether we can contact them to help them solve the problem before something bad happens, rather than allowing the other 2 tribes to be threatened and harmed. After a pause, Xian's voice became more serious than before. If one day they're truly gone, then we won't even have a place to find help. Can our tribe really face a danger that could wipe out their entire tribe? If Meng Yuqing heard Xian's words here, he would definitely think of a word to summarize Xian's meaning. The lips and teeth are cold when they are gone. After hearing Xian's words, Xia also lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. He had been a chief for so many years and had also visited larger tribes and seen the world. It was easy for him to think of some things, and what Xian said made sense. Their tribe has always had a good relationship with the other 2 tribes. Compared with other tribes, the 3 tribes are not far apart. Living together in this area, they have a natural advantage of uniting when facing threats. Just as they were both silent and lost in their own thoughts, a voice came. Xia, we should get ready to go. A big brown bear was walking towards them. It was Li. His beast form was even bigger than Mu's. He looked strong and powerful and very majestic. Xia suddenly came back to his senses, stood up, and looked at Xian. Xian, I know what you mean, but this still requires time. Now is not the time. Xian nodded clearly. The 3 tribes have been living independently for a long time, and it will take more than a day or 2 to change. Unless their tribe becomes stronger and makes the other 2 tribes feel that the existence of the Qingshan Tribe is a guarantee for them. Thinking of this, he looked at Xia. I understand, Father Beast. Li scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what the father and son were talking about, but he was too lazy to ask. He has never been one to use his brain, nor does he like to use his brain. He is only responsible for working and fighting. He does whatever Xia asks him to do. Let the father and son deal with the twists and turns of these smart orcs. In his opinion, this kid Xian might be even better than Xia in the future. And the sub-beast he brought back is also very smart and very brave. Mu will definitely not suffer any loss if he follows them in the future. Thinking of this, Li walked to Mu, raised his huge paw, and patted Mu. Mu looked at him in confusion. Father Beast, why did you hit me? Oomph. Li glanced at his little boy, snorted without answering, and walked to the front of the team. Mu scratched his head in confusion and looked at Lai beside him. Lai, why did my father Beast suddenly hit me? Lai rolled his eyes at Mu, imitating Meng Yuqing's behavior. If your father wanted to hit you, you would have already been lying on the ground. Why are you standing here asking questions now? After saying that, Lai didn't bother to pay attention to this fool. He swung his tail and walked towards Xian. Li just came over from Xian and Uncle Xia's place. Xian and Uncle Xia had been talking before, and both of them looked like they were thinking. They must be talking about something very impressive. They must have heard something, so he came over to take a picture of Mu. Just follow Xian, and that's it. Why think so much? Seeing Lai's reaction, Mu was even more confused about what was going on. At this time, he also walked past him. He looked sideways at Mu, shook his head, and said nothing, and followed Lai towards Xian. Many people thought that he was dissatisfied with Xian, but that was not the case. He recognized Xian's strength and ability very much, and he knew very clearly the gap between himself and Xian. He always regarded Xian as his benchmark and had never been dissatisfied. It was just that no one knew it, and he was too lazy to explain. Chapter 49, Stonehorn Tribe. The orcs were traveling at a very fast speed as they were traveling at full speed. The territories of the 3 tribes were connected, and when they arrived at the Stonehorn Tribe, it was already noon on the 6th day of their journey. From a distance, they could see the orcs of the Stonehorn Tribe guarding the entrance of the tribe. The orcs of the Green Mountain Tribe stopped 500 meters away from the tribe. At Xiao's command, everyone squatted down. Xiao walked to the front and roared in the direction of the Stonehorn Tribe. We are orcs from the Qingshan Tribe. I am Xia, the tribe leader of the Qingshan Tribe, and I want to meet your tribe leader, Shi. Hearing Xia's words, the orcs of the Stonehorn Tribe let down their guard a little, looked at each other, and finally one of the orcs turned and ran into the tribe, while the other orc stepped forward and shouted back. The chieftain told us that you would be here in the next few days. Please wait a moment. We will go and tell the chieftain that you are here. After saying that, he retreated again. After receiving the reply, Xia did not continue to shout, but returned to the crowd and stood with Qian. The territory of the Shijiao tribe is different from that of the Qingshan tribe. The Qingshan tribe lives by the mountain, located on a large flat land at the foot of the mountain. There are mountains on two sides, and there's a large river outside the patrol area on the other side. Many tributaries flow into the patrol area and become small streams. There are even 3 small streams in the tribe. The Shijiao tribe lives in an endless grassland. The orcs of the Qingshan tribe squatted on the ground. The sun here was bigger than that in their tribe, and it felt warm on their bodies. Lai lowered his head and yawned inconspicuously, feeling a little sleepy. This thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly he felt someone looking at him. He looked up and saw it was Qian. Lai moved his ears embarrassedly and pretended not to see it. After a while, there was a commotion coming from the direction of the Shijiao tribe. Everyone looked up and saw a rhinoceros nearly 5 meters tall slowly walking out of the tribe with several huge beasts. Seeing this, the orcs of the Qingshan tribe immediately put away their lazy looks and stood up one by one. Qian and Heli even stood on both sides of Xia. Although the relationship between the two tribes has always been good, this large-scale meeting of so many orcs was the first time for many of the orcs present. The other party walked to a distance of 50 meters and stopped, looking at Xia. Long time no see, Xia. I didn't expect you to bring people out in person. His voice was loud, and his tone was very cheerful. Long time no see, Shi. The last time we met was 15 years ago. Xia responded with a smile, his voice full of familiarity with an old friend. Yes, it's been a long time. Ever since I became the chief of the tribe, I have not been free enough to challenge you. Is this Qian? As he spoke, Shi's eyes fell on the Black Panther beside Xia. Yes, the father beast, he is Qian. I told you. A crisp voice came from the back of the rhinoceros beast man, who was smaller than him. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sub-beast who was not yet an adult. He answered Shi's words with a smile, then turned his gaze to Qian and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Qian, long time no see. Why don't you come to our tribe to see me? Hearing this, everyone immediately focused their attention on the Black Panther, especially the orcs from the Qingshan tribe, whose eyes lit up and looked at Qian with curiosity. Mu even tiptoed behind Qian and gently pawed him with his front paws. Lai, on the other hand, frowned slightly and looked at Qian with a slightly condemning look. Qian was stunned by Lai's gaze, but then he reacted, moved his ears, turned his head, and looked straight at Xia without answering. Seeing Qian like this, Xia thought of someone who was still in the tribe. He shook his tail lightly and spoke. Rhino, the orcs from our tribe have already told you about what happened before, right? How are you preparing now? The sub-beast, who didn't get a response from Qian, pouted in dissatisfaction and wanted to continue talking, but was stopped by the rhino beast man who was carrying him on his back. Hua Ku, Chief Xia and the father beast have something important to say. Stop making a fuss. The sub-beast named Hua Ku curled his lips. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't say anything else. We've been preparing since the day we got the news, and we're ready to go any time now. Speaking of business, she became serious. He looked at Xia. We've been harassed by them for a long time. This time, we must completely eliminate them and avenge our people. Then shall we set off in the afternoon? Xia looked at the other party. Okay, I'll go back and arrange some things. I'll bring people out after we finish eating. You could just hunt here for whatever you want to eat. After saying that, she nodded at Xia and took his people back to the tribe. Before leaving, the sub-beast sitting on the rhino's back kept looking back at this side, but unfortunately Qian never looked over there from beginning to end. Most of the people brought this time are older, experienced, and powerful orcs who have been in patrols and hunting teams for 20 or 30 years and are among the strongest. The other small half are young people who have only reached adulthood for a few years and have great potential. The oldest of them is no more than 25 years old. Just after the people from the Stonehorn tribe left, the young orcs, in particular, excitedly surrounded Qian and looked at him with gossipy expressions. Qian, how do you know that sub-beast? When did you meet? Tell me the truth. Tell me quickly, when did you sneak out and meet the sub-beast from other tribes without our knowledge? I really envy you. There's a sub-beast in the Stonehorn tribe that's thinking about you. He even picked up a sub-beast during an adult hunt. Maybe that sub-beast was also tricked back from another tribe. Qian was dizzy from being questioned one by one. When he heard someone mention Meng Yuqing, he shook his head frantically. No, don't talk nonsense. I didn't trick Yuqing back from another tribe. He came back with me of his own accord. I didn't lie to him. Okay. Then how do you know this sub-beast? Someone asked relentlessly. Mu was also curious and frantically scratching Qian with his claws. Lai saw it and slapped him on the head. Mu, stop making trouble. After calling Mu, Lai frowned and pushed aside the other orcs to get in front of Qian and look at him seriously. Qian, you have to explain clearly what's going on between you and this sub-beast. We can't have orcs in our tribe, like so many people at once. After hearing Lai's words, Mu also reacted. He stopped fooling around with others and walked to Qian, sat down, and looked at Qian seriously. Qian was bewildered by what Lai said, and then he shook his head even more frantically. Who are you talking about? I don't like many people, don't talk nonsense. Looking at Qian, who looked dazed, Lai sighed. Then tell me about this sub-beast from the Stonehorn tribe. How did you two know each other? Why did he say you didn't even bother looking for him? Chapter 50. Rhino was surprised. When everyone heard Lai's words, they all quieted down and stared at Qian with shining eyes, waiting for his explanation. After all, there are far fewer sub-beasts in the Qingshan tribe than orcs, and many people here have never even had much contact with a sub-beast in the tribe. Seeing that Qian not only brought back a sub-beast from outside, but was also coveted by sub-beasts from other tribes, they were really curious and wanted to know how he did it. They decided to try it in the future. Just when everyone was waiting for Qian to explain, Qian looked at them blankly for a long time without saying anything. What's wrong? Qian, why don't you speak? An orc squatting next to Qian stretched out his claws and poked him, looking puzzled. Don't poke me. Don't rush me. Let me think about it. Qian frowned, his face serious. I can't remember clearly. Lai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seemed that it was not what he thought. That was good. Otherwise, he would have to beat Qian up even if he couldn't beat him. The others who heard Qian's words all had an expression on their faces that said, No way. How could you forget such a thing? Fortunately, Qian didn't hesitate for too long before he revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I remember now. I remember the rhino orc who carried him on his back. We are asking about the sub-beast, not the orc. Someone said dissatisfiedly. Yeah, Qian, we are not interested in that orc. Someone echoed. No, because I remember that rhino beast man. Qian immediately spoke up to stop the crowd from making another noise. That was 2 years ago. At that time, you couldn't beat me. I felt bored, so I ran out alone. Then I saw that sub-beast alone in the wild. At that time, a wild beast was about to attack him, so I killed it. He told me at the time that he was the son of the chief of the Stonehorn tribe, and that his brother, the rhino orc, had secretly brought him out. Who knew that after they came out, they encountered several wild beasts. The rhinoceros orc hid him in a cave to lure away the wild beasts and let him hide in the cave. He waited for a long time, but saw no one coming back, so he ran out to look for the rhino orc. He was discovered by a wild beast roaming outside and was almost attacked by it. I happened to show up and saved him. Later, he asked me to accompany him to find the rhino orc, but I was planning to send him directly back to his own tribe and have the orcs from their tribe come out to look for him. When I was sending him back, I ran into the rhino orc who was looking for him. I handed him over to his brother and left. After listening to Qian's simple and rough narration, the orcs didn't know what expression to make for a moment, especially when they heard Qian say that no one could beat him and that he just handed the sub-beast to his brother and left. They looked like they wanted to beat him up immediately. However, after listening to Qian's story, Lai felt more relieved and said that Qian was not that kind of person. Only Mu asked in a daze after listening to it. So what are the names of that sub-beast and his brother? This question came from the heart, and everyone looked at Qian with curiosity again, only to see Qian with a confused expression again. Did you forget or don't you know? Someone asked weakly. Qian scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't ask. I was only thinking about finding a powerful beast to fight. I didn't say anything to them. Silence. Fortunately, Xia came over and interrupted the awkward situation. If you have nothing to do, go hunting and eat. We'll be leaving soon. If you get hungry, I won't give you time to find food. At this moment, a cuckoo sound suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw Mu sitting on the ground, touching his stomach with one hand and his head with the other, smiling innocently. I'm hungry. Let's go hunting together. After everyone had solved their stomach problems, she had also finished explaining almost everything he needed to explain. When he brought out the orcs from the tribe who were participating in this operation, the orcs from the Qingshan tribe were lazily lying on the grass, basking in the sun, and they were all drowsy. They are coming. When Qian discovered that Rhino was leading the orcs of the Stonehorn tribe out, He immediately got up from the ground and walked to Xia's side. Hearing Xian's voice, the other orcs lying down also stood up and shook off the weeds and dust on their bodies. In an instant, they all regained their brave and fighting appearance, and there was no trace of their previous lazy look. The 12 underage orcs also returned to the center of the team. 4 of them carried 4 animal skin bags filled with herbs, and the other 8 were scattered around to protect the 4 in the middle. When the orcs from the Stonehorn tribe approached, the orcs from the Green Mountain tribe had already packed up and were ready to set off. Xi's gaze fell on the 12 underage orcs in the middle of the crowd. Xia, you brought the underage orcs out? His tone was very shocked. Isn't Xia afraid that the underage orcs will die in here? Yes, on the day that group of roving orcs attacked the sub-beasts we were collecting, we had 4 adult orcs and 2 16-year-old cubs. We immediately went to find the patrol. When we faced them, I only had 3 adult orcs and 2 cubs. But they held on until our patrol arrived, and no one was taken away. Before she could ask, Xia continued. Later, they said that if it was a one-on-one fight, our 2 young orcs wouldn't lose to the wandering orcs. So, we decided to hold a young orc competition in the tribe. In addition to the 100 adult orcs, we selected these 12 young orcs to come out with us. Don't worry, I won't let them rush to the front. After hearing Xia's words, she looked at them with a complicated expression. Although the strength of the wandering orcs was not as good as that of the adult orcs in his own tribe, the underage orcs were no match for them. He always knew that the Qingshan Tribe was stronger than them, but he never expected that the underage orcs in their tribe would have the power to fight against the wandering orcs. The other orcs from the Stonehorn Tribe who heard this were also shocked, and they all cast their eyes on the group of little orcs standing in the middle of the crowd. Feeling the gazes of the Stonehorn Tribe, Mu Healy looked back directly, and he also stepped forward to stand in front and stare directly at the opposite side. The other little orcs also stood up straight and allowed the other party to look at them. Fortunately, although she was shocked, he quickly recovered and coughed to draw the tribe's attention back. Okay, everything is ready, let's go. He looked at Xia, who nodded and turned to the tribesmen behind him and said, let's set off to the Xuan tribe. Everyone responded and moved. The footsteps of more than 100 giant beasts raised layers of dust and moved forward in the same direction. Many wild beasts were startled by the noise and avoided them from a distance, not daring to block their progress. Chapter 51 Farming begins. In the Qingshan tribe, Meng Yuqing had already sorted out what to do next. He found a thin piece of animal skin and made a list of things to do. At this time, the system suddenly appeared and started issuing tasks. Random task: teach at least 3 people in the tribe to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes. Random task: teach the tribesmen to weave baskets and bags. Random task: teach the tribe to make pottery and wood ash products. The day after Xian left, Qiuyi took the 3 sub-beasts to Meng Yuqing's house. Yuqing needs me to find a few people to help him. I thought you guys are very down-to-earth and smart, so I called you over. If he teaches you something, you must learn it well. This is what Qiuyi told them on the way here. Hearing Qiuyi's words, the 3 people who were brought here were very excited. They knew that Meng Yuqing was very powerful. Not only did he know about herbs, but he could also make powerful weapons. I heard that these weapons were specially made for sub-beasts, so that they could protect themselves. There is still a chance of survival if you encounter danger without the orcs around. They also knew that Qiuyi was saved alive from the roaming orcs because Xia made him such a weapon. Xia also specifically sought out the sub-beasts who had experienced the incident and the orcs who had participated in the battle from the beginning to tell everyone what had happened. It was really thrilling. The orc was actually preparing to kill Qiuyi. Fortunately, the weapon worked and the orc lost his strength in an instant, and Qiuyi was rescued by Xian Hefei in time. When I arrived at Meng Yuqing's house, Meng Yuqing had already opened the door. They were carrying potatoes and sweet potatoes out, and the 4 people saw this and immediately came over to help move things. Among the people Qiuyi brought with him was a face Meng Yuqing was familiar with, Rong Lin, the partner of the dying orc Luo whom he had rescued, and who had brought him food. Last night, he looked at his energy and bought another batch of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Now he has 190 kilograms of potatoes and sweet potatoes each. After moving the potatoes and sweet potatoes to the fenced vegetable plot, Meng Yuqing pointed to the enclosed land and said, I'm going to plant potatoes in this area and sweet potatoes in that area. As he spoke, he took out a potato and a sweet potato and introduced them to them. The yellow one is a potato and the red one is a sweet potato. They are 2 different kinds of food. What we're going to do today is plant them in the soil. Qiuyi took the 2 objects from Meng Yuqing and asked, Just like trees and grass grow in the soil, should we put them in the soil and let them grow on their own? Yes, when they grow up, there will be a lot more than now. Meng Yuqing calculated the yield in his mind and compared it with Qiu Ye's appetite. The potato yield alone is enough to feed all the sub-beasts in our tribe for 10 days. Adding the sweet potatoes, it's enough for all the sub-beasts in our tribe for 16 days. Hearing this, Qiu Yi and the other 3 people's eyes widened. So many. Ronglin murmured, "If we only eat this these days, we can leave a lot of meat for the orcs. They will become stronger." Qiu Yi looked at Meng Yuqing excitedly. "If we can find more to plant, can we eat this all winter?" Hearing Qiu Ye's words, Meng Yuqing touched his nose awkwardly. "Xian and I have been searching for a long time, and these are all we have found for now." Seeing Qiu Ye's disappointed expression, he quickly added, "When they grow up, we can harvest them all and not eat them for now. We can continue to plant them. The more we plant, the more we will harvest. There will always be enough for us to eat and still have enough left for more planting." "Really?" Meng Yuqing's words made Qiu Ye's eyes light up. "Really, I promise." He also wanted to take out enough at one time, but this required energy. He couldn't possibly exchange all of it with energy. The things in the system all were extremely expensive, and he still had a lot of things he wanted to exchange. Moreover, after the attack, he discovered that energy has many other uses and can save lives at critical moments, so a portion must be reserved for emergency use. "Great, what should we do?" They all looked at Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing didn't waste any words and poured out all the potatoes and sweet potatoes. After briefly introducing to them how to eat potatoes and sweet potatoes and the precautions to take, Meng Yuqing took out the small stone knife that he had asked Xian to grind a few days ago, gave one to each of them, and taught them on the spot what cutting and planting is. Each cut potato retains a sprout nest. After cutting, apply wood ash on the cut to prevent rot and sterilize. Then sprinkle a layer of wood ash in the pit to prevent insects, put the potatoes in with the buds facing up, and finally cover them with soil to form small mounds. It sounds simple, but it takes time to do. The 5 of them worked together for a whole day before they managed to plant all the potatoes and 100 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Meng Yuqing pulled Qiu Ye and filled a bamboo tube with clean water and poured it on the potatoes. In the end, there were still 90 kilograms of sweet potatoes that had not been processed. Looking up at the sky that was about to get dark, Meng Yuqing stopped everyone and said, "Let's stop here for today. We'll plant the rest tomorrow." "Is that all?" Qiu Ye asked softly. "It's almost done. This kind of crop is easy to grow. You don't need to take care of it too much during the few days after burying it. Just make sure to water it. Not too much, just keep the soil moist and not dry." Meng Yuqing recalled the method of planting potatoes. After sending the other 3 away, Meng Yuqing grabbed Qiu Yi and said, "Qiu Yi, there's still some things." He took out the vine-woven bag he had brought back at the beginning and a small vine that he had taken the time to weave a few days ago. "I want to teach the people in my tribe how to make these too. I usually see you all use animal hide bags to carry things. After all, animal hides aren't as easy to come by as grass or vines. Using these is much more convenient. If they get torn, you can just replace them. You don't have to worry about carrying rough things in them." Qiu Yi was a little surprised when he took the small rattan basket from Meng Yuqing. Looking closely at the materials used to make this thing, it is actually made of some large leaves and thin bamboo strips. And that bag is actually made of only vines, which is much better than making it with animal skins. "Do you have to teach us this too?" Qiu Yi asked. "Yes, of course I have to teach you these. Do you want me to compile them for the entire tribe alone?" Meng Yuqing said in surprise. "I don't want to make these every day. You know I'm very lazy and don't like to get up early in the morning. You have to find someone who is good at handcrafting to learn from me. I don't want to teach you many times." Holding the wicker basket in his hand, Qiu Yi looked at Meng Yuqing steadily. "Okay, I understand. I will bring a few more skillful sub-beasts over tomorrow. Okay, let's give the remaining sweet potatoes to the 3 of them tomorrow. You and I will make the rattan baskets and woven bags tomorrow." Seeing Qiu Ye agreed, Meng Yuqing told Qiu Ye directly about his plan for tomorrow. "Okay, I'll arrange it." He nodded seriously. Chapter 52. Make More Friends. After seeing Qiu Ye off, Meng Yuqing returned to the room, and the system spoke at the right time. Random task. Teach at least 3 people in the tribe to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes completed. Gain energy. The host can use more energy. Unfinished tasks. Random task. Teach the tribesmen to weave baskets, bags, and so on. Random task. Teach the tribe to make pottery and wood ash products. Opening the energy storage space. Meng Yuqing saw that the energy had increased a little compared to before, and he touched his chin. System, how far are you from upgrading? It has been a month since I came to this world. It may not seem like a long time, but it feels like I have experienced a lot. According to the system's analysis, the host's contributions to the Qingshan Tribe's military strength, defense, and livelihood, if nothing unexpected happens, will allow the tribe to successfully enter winter and reach the system's second-level standard. However, the host has not yet made any contributions to population growth, and the Qingshan Tribe's population has not yet reached the second-level standard. Therefore, the system cannot be upgraded to the second level. When hearing the first half, Meng Yuqing's eyes lit up. Upgrading wasn't that difficult, but the system immediately poured cold water on him in the latter part. This population growth is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. How can there be a significant increase in population without more than 10 years? He frowned and said with some annoyance, as long as the host doesn't expand the population by maliciously plundering and harming other tribes, the system will recognize the host's contribution. You mean, we can let others join our tribe? Hearing this, Meng Yuqing propped up his chin thoughtfully. System, how many people must reach the second-level standard? Based on the tribe's comprehensive strength in terms of military power, defense, and livelihood after winter, a tribe with more than 1,000 people will reach the Level 2 upgrade standard. The Qingshan Tribe now has a total of 821 people, which means that at least 179 people must join the system to be upgraded to Level 2 after winter. Meng Yuqing scratched his head in annoyance. He definitely couldn't wait for the people in the tribe to give birth on their own. He still had to find a way to bring in people from outside, and they had to be reliable people. If it is someone like the wandering orcs, there is no need to do so. Not to mention that the people in the tribe will not agree. Even I cannot find and accept such a person just to upgrade the system. The system probably won't take this kind of people into account. After all, its goal is to develop the tribe in a healthy way. This kind of people will only destroy the tribe if they enter. Forget it. I can't figure out now. I still don't understand this world very well. There's no rush. Take your time. Let's test Xian's attitude when the time comes. Xian also hopes that the tribe will be strong, so he shouldn't be opposed to this kind of thing. We can discuss it with him in detail then. The next day, Meng Yuqing waited for Qiu Yi and the others at the door early as usual. Good morning. Meng Yuqing saw them coming and greeted them with a yawn. Good morning. Before Qiu Yi could speak, another voice responded. Meng Yuqing was startled when he heard the voice, which seemed familiar. He opened his half-closed eyes and looked. It was a familiar face, the sub-beast named Ruya. He stood beside Qiu Yi, waving at Meng Yuqing and smiling brightly. He wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly seemed to remember something and closed his mouth again, but his eyes were still shining as he looked at Meng Yuqing. When the others heard Ruya's words, they thought about it and followed his example and said to Meng Yuqing, "Good morning." To be honest, this scene was a bit embarrassing. Meng Yuqing touched his nose. Fortunately, Chuya spoke up in time. He looked at Ronglin and the other two. We still have some sweet potatoes that we didn't finish planting yesterday. I'm sorry to bother you three. Yuqing wants to teach them how to make something else today, so I have to accompany him. Ronglin and the other two nodded without saying anything else. They turned around and carried the remaining sweet potatoes into the vegetable garden. The three people brought by Qiu Yixin all looked at Meng Yuqing with burning eyes. These three newcomers were not very old, just looked like adults, and their personalities were more lively than the three farming people. Especially Ruya, because he had treated Lai's injuries together with Meng Yuqing before, he was braver. He looked at Meng Yuqing curiously and said, "What are you going to teach us? We are the best among the young sub-beasts in the tribe." At this point, he seemed to think of something, scratched his head embarrassedly, and blushed. "Except you." The sudden and direct praise made Meng Yuqing feel a little confused as to what to do. Qiu Yi watched their interaction with a smile, with no intention of interfering at all. Yuqing is good in every way except that she is too dull. When Xian is around, she stays with him every day, thinking about this and that. Xian is the same. He just follows others to work every day and doesn't even take them out to play. He just took Yuqing to hang out with a group of little orcs and didn't even think about finding some sub-beast playmates of similar age for Yuqing. This really broke Yuqing's father's heart. Meng Yuqing felt embarrassed by the compliment. He nodded at Ruya, coughed twice, and said to the other two sub-beasts he had never seen before, "What are your names?" The two sub-beasts immediately answered when they heard Meng Yuqing's question. Liushi, Shushu. Okay, Ruya, Liushi, Shushu, and Chuya. Today I'm going to teach you how to make a rattan basket. Meng Yuqing took out the materials he had prepared long ago and handed them to the four of them. First, identify the materials we'll be using. As soon as he finished speaking, the three young sub-beasts came forward, surrounded Meng Yuqing, and started chattering. They're the leaves of the fork-leaf tree and thin nodes of bamboo strips. Liushi took the things from Meng Yuqing's hand and identified them carefully. These are all very common trees. It's easy for us to get them. Ria held up a leaf of the fork-leaf tree. We have a lot of fork-leaf trees in our tribe. As for bamboo, the father beast can bring it back when he comes back from the patrol or hunting team. Shushu gently swung the thin bamboo sticks. After Meng Yuqing handed all the things in his hands to the three of them, he twisted his body and wriggled out of their encirclement. Although I am classified as a sub-beast in this world, when I really face these young sub-beasts, I still feel a strong sense of the opposite sex. This made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he didn't have this feeling when he was with Xian and the others. After all, I am the weird one in this world. When she slipped over to Qiuyi, she saw that he was still watching the show with his arms folded, as if he was just hanging out with you guys. Meng Yuqing felt so terrified. Yuqing, what are you doing? It's so itchy, ha ha ha. When Meng Yuqing suddenly grabbed his waist, Qiuyi shuddered and dodged to the side, while reaching out to grab Meng Yuqing's still restless hands. The noise of the fight soon alarmed the three people who were studying the materials. Meng Yuqing saw that they all stopped and looked over here. Then he snorted and stopped, letting Qiuyi go. Qiuyi laughed so hard that she was almost breathless. She waved at the three of them while pulling Meng Yuqing with her. It's okay. You guys keep watching. I'll have a chat with Yuqing. After saying that, he pulled Meng Yuqing aside, and Meng Yuqing followed him with a puzzled look on his face. Qiuyi stopped only when he was close enough that the three men could no longer hear what they were saying. He looked at Meng Yuqing. They are all sub-beasts who are about to reach adulthood. I have watched them grow up. I also know they're sub-fathers and father beasts. They're all very easy to get along with. He gently touched Meng Yuqing's head with a loving look in his eyes. I hope you can make more friends. Xian and Lai are orcs after all. Sometimes orcs' thoughts are different from those of sub-beasts. And there are always times when they are careless and do not consider the feelings of sub-beasts. If Xian and the others make you unhappy, you will have more people to talk to. Even if we curse Xian and the others together, it doesn't matter. After all, orcs are always aggressive and reckless. Sometimes it's hard to understand what's going on in their heads, and it always makes people angry. Meng Yuqing listened quietly to Qiuyi's words, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. Ever since she came to this tribe, Qiuyi has been helping her integrate into this tribe. Although he felt that his overall way of thinking was actually different from that of the sub-beasts, he was still very touched by Qiuyi's concern and kindness and was willing to accept it all. I understand. I will. He looked at Qiuyi with a serious look. Seeing that he agreed, Qiuyi smiled and patted his shoulder. Let's go and see how they recognize each other. It's time to start working. Qiuyi pulled Meng Yuqing over to Ruya and the other two. Have you guys recognized each other? The three nodded, and Ruya stepped forward. Identify them all. They're the leaves and bamboo sticks of the forkleaf tree. Okay, now that you've identified the materials, let's start learning how to weave these things into baskets. After saying that, Meng Yuqing walked over, picked up bamboo strips and leaves, and began to demonstrate how to weave a rattan basket. Chapter 53 is a clean and powerful Black Panther brother. On the other side, Xian and his companions had left the Shijiao tribe for several days and had entered the territory of the Xuan tribe. The Xuan tribe lives here. Mu Zuio looked at the surrounding environment while scratching Xian. It's quite similar to where we live. Lai also observed the surroundings curiously. Suddenly, his expression twisted as he raised his front paws and swung them wildly. No, this is nothing like ours. It's too wet here, and there's mud everywhere. My paws. I saw that Lai's raised front paw was covered with mud, which directly covered his wrist. As Lai swung his claws, the mud on his claws flew everywhere, and some mud was directly thrown onto Mu's face. Lai, you threw mud on my face. I will beat you up when we get back. Mu waved his front legs at Lai and said, gritting his teeth. However, he forgot that there was a lot of mud on his front paws, and as he waved his paws, a lot of mud flew through the air. When the other little orcs around saw Mu Healy throwing mud, they all moved away for fear of being accidentally hurt. Only Xian had been keeping his head down, frowning, and saying nothing since he entered this jungle with humid air, wet soil, and mud everywhere. He didn't notice Mu and Lai's fight, so he didn't distance himself from them in time. There was a pop sound, and a large piece of mud was directly stuck on Qian's face. His forward steps suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the other little orcs looked as if they had seen a ghost and immediately ran towards the adult orcs, away from the three people. He was no exception. He looked at Mu Healy with some sympathy. All the little orcs who grew up with Qian in the tribe know that Qian loves cleanliness the most. Dust and dirt were fine, but what he hated most was getting covered in mud. Someone had secretly said before that Qian was the same as the sub-beasts, and even loved cleanliness better than some of the sub-beasts. Just as the other little orcs dispersed, Qian moved. He raised his front paws, rubbed off the mud on his face, and slowly turned his head to look at Lai and Mu, who were completely frozen. Qian, you listen. Let me explain. I didn't mean to do it. It's all Lai's fault. He was the one who threw the mud on my face first. Mustaterd. Hearing Mu's words, Lai immediately retorted, "It has nothing to do with me. It was Mu who threw the mud on your face. I was so far away from you that I couldn't shake it off." While trying to distance himself from the matter, he looked at Dan and Dong for help. Dong and Dan looked at each other and saw sympathy in each other's eyes. They shook their heads and said, "It's no use. The source of the mud was that you two were playing around and threw it on his face. You can't escape it." Sure enough, before Dan and Dong finished shaking their heads, Qian jumped between Mu and Lai like lightning. He raised his paw and slapped both of them, knocking them down. The other little beastmen who had been observing this side silently saw this scene. Imagining that this palm would fall on me, I couldn't help but tremble. But forget it, Qian Jun is too scary. The adult orcs advancing had already noticed the movement here and were quietly waiting to watch the show. They had also heard that Qian was particularly fond of cleanliness and especially disliked mud. And in their eyes, it was just a fight between little kids. Although Qian is an adult, he has only just reached adulthood. He grew up with Mu and Lai since childhood, and he just educates his naughty younger brother. After all, kids of this age are quite noisy and energetic. This is a good opportunity for Qian to intimidate the other kids so that they don't have to teach them a lesson before the war starts. Fortunately, Qian was very sensible. After all, he came out to do serious business, unlike in the tribe where he could play around without any scruples. He didn't plan to really beat them up. He just slapped each of them down and let them go, then walked forward without looking back. Before leaving here, he didn't want to walk with these two guys anymore. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would not be able to help but beat them up. However, his action of slapping Mu Healy to the ground with one slap had a completely different meaning when seen by the adult orcs. Seeing Lai and Mu crawling up from the ground, their bodies covered in mud, the adult orcs who had watched the whole process looked at each other. I'm afraid Qian's strength is not inferior to Li. You should know that in their tribe, the beast form people with the strongest advantage are the bear people, and Li is the best among them. This scene had the greatest impact on the orcs of the Stonehorn tribe. Most of the orcs in their tribe are known for their strength, such as rhino orcs, elephant orcs, bull orcs, and some deer orcs. They thought they could do this, but Qian's beast form was a leopard, which was not an animal form like theirs that was naturally good at strength. She turned to look at his son Jian. Feeling the gaze of his father, Jian pondered for a while. A struggle flashed in his eyes, but in the end he shook his head at Shi. He had to admit that although he could do this, he simply did not have Qian's speed, so whether he could hit the target was still a question. Seeing his son shaking his head, Shi roughly understood what Jian meant. He looked up at Xia, who was walking in front. Before they became patriarchs, they each learned from the previous patriarch of their tribe. In terms of strength, Yang from the Qingshan Tribe surpassed all the others from the three tribes. Apart from Kaiyang, he and Jia of the Shuilin tribe are comparable to Xia in strength. But besides Xia, there's another Lan in the Qingshan tribe who is at the same level as them, and his strength is not much different from theirs. When their previous patriarch chose only one of them as the successor and focused on training him. The old patriarch of the Qingshan tribe was independent and took Xia, Lan, and Yang with him to learn. At that time, his old chief said that the Qingshan tribe had 3 chiefs at a time, and when he stopped taking care of things, the tribe would be in chaos unless he gave the position of chief to Yang and let Yang suppress the tribe violently. However, unexpectedly, it was Xia who got the position of the patriarch, and the imagined tribal chaos did not happen. Instead, Lan and Yang assisted Xia very attentively. If it weren't for the incident 10 years ago that made Yang completely depressed, I'm afraid the Qingshan tribe would not come to them for an alliance now. According to Yang's temper, he led his men to chase the roving orcs and attack their lair that day. Thinking of this, she sighed slightly. He thought that after Yang stopped intervening, the gap between them and the Qingshan tribe would narrow. But this time he saw Xian and the 12 little orcs they brought with them. He understood that the Qingshan tribe had never retreated. They were always getting stronger. The body was gently pushed. Father Beast, watch the road. She turned to look at his son, looking at him calmly and firmly. Humph, my own son is not bad either. Who says that being a clan leader must depend on strength? Didn't the Qingshan tribe also choose Xia instead of Yang as their leader? And they still thrived. Chapter 54, Water Forest Tribe. As the orcs went deeper, the surrounding trees became more lush and dense, and the environment became more humid. In some places it's not just mud, but muddy water, and you can even see streams and puddles not far away. Xian frowned. He didn't like this kind of environment very much. It made him feel stuffy and suffocated. The group of little beastmen had gathered around him again at some point, and they were all silent, having lost their previous energy. The environment here makes them uncomfortable. The adult orcs were fine and quite accustomed to this. Xia keenly noticed the condition of the little orcs and stopped. Life in the Xuan tribe may seem similar to ours, but the environment is actually quite different. It's normal for you to feel uncomfortable the first time you come here. You'll get used to it after a few days. Lia nodded in agreement. We were also very uncomfortable when we first came to their tribe. You must adjust to your current state as soon as possible. Orcs cannot be afraid of any environment. Fei Yi landed and turned back into human form. He sat on Li's back and said, yes, if your strength is affected by the environment, it will be fatal. You must learn to adapt and make use of the environment. Hearing the words of their elders, the little beastmen shook their hair and forced themselves to cheer up. They're the most outstanding orcs in the tribe and cannot be defeated by the environment. Seeing that they had regained their spirits, Xia nodded slightly, turned around, and walked to the front to continue moving forward. Suddenly, he raised his head and twitched his nose a few times in the air. We have entered the patrol area of the Xuan tribe. Hearing this, Li raised his head and sniffed the air. Their smell is still fresh. They must have just left not long ago. It must be their patrol team. Fei jumped up from Li's back and transformed back into an eagle in the air. I'll go look for them. Okay, go quickly and come back soon. Xia nodded in agreement. She walked forward and stood beside Xia. I remember your people are the ones who least like to come here. Xia twitched his ears and looked behind him at the people from the Stonehorn tribe. Not to mention us, even the hairy people in your tribe don't like this place very much. The little orcs who secretly heard the conversation between the two chiefs immediately turned to look at the people of the Stonehorn tribe. There were many long-haired deer orcs and cow orcs among them, all of whom looked impatient. He flew back quickly. I've found them. They'll be here soon. After saying that, he turned back into human form and fell on Deli's back again. He also didn't like the environment here. Everyone who got the news stopped, and the little beastmen pricked up their ears curiously to listen to the movements around them. Didn't they say they would be here soon? Why can't I hear any sound from them? Dong said, somewhat puzzled. Dan gave him a listless look and said nothing. The thick hair on his neck made it really uncomfortable for him to be here. Xian also pricked up his ears to listen to the sound. They should be coming. Their voices are different from ours. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound was heard, and the sound of leaves rubbing against each other on the ground came from them. They looked in the direction of the sound. A dark green, reticulated python appeared not far from them. The little orc closest to the giant python was so frightened that he jumped up, bared his fangs, and popped out his claws, and almost attacked with a claw. The python was 1 meter thick, with strong muscles and a head bigger than a bucket. He raised his body so that he and Xia could look at each other at eye level. You guys are here? I'll take you to the tribe. After saying this, he turned around and glanced at the little orc who had jumped up in fright and said in a cold voice. The little guy reacted well. This sight made the little beastman's hair stand on end. You just love to scare these little guys. Look at this little brat in the tribe, who is willing to avoid you. Another cold voice came. When the little beastmen looked again, they saw a giant python with a dark red body without a trace of other colors coiled on the tree, with the front half of its body leaning down, staring straight at Xian. This scene made some little beastmen who had never seen such a scene stand up nervously. Xian looked up calmly at the giant python that was only 1 meter away from him. His body was tense, indicating that he was ready to fight at any time. He noticed the other person the moment he appeared on the tree. He watched the dark red python slowly lower its body after seeing that he had discovered him, while speaking casually. When Lai Hea saw the actions of the dark red python, he instantly stood behind Qian with the hair on the back of his neck standing up and his fangs bared. This silent appearance is so disturbing. Mu leaned back. He had never seen this kind of beast-like orc, but his intuition told him that his beast-like form had no advantage against this kind of beast-like orc, especially now that the situation was favorable to the opponent. You're still blaming me, but aren't you also bullying the little orcs? The dark green reticulated python spoke up, interrupting their confrontation. The dark red python glanced at the other party, slowly retracted its body, and slid down from the tree. Xiao watched all this quietly, gently shaking the tip of his tail. He was obviously in a good mood. The performance of the little orcs in the tribe did not disappoint him. They may have been startled by the sudden appearance of the orcs from the Water Forest tribe, but they were not afraid. Let's go. Take us to see your clan leader, Xia said lightly when the confrontation between them ended. With orcs who were familiar with the environment leading the way, their progress was much faster. The Xuan tribe is built in a jungle where water and land intersect. The houses are built on the land and are surrounded by puddles and puddles. Some places are even dug out by them. They used felled trees to build a single log bridge between the two areas that were completely separated by water for the sub-beasts to pass through. The tribe is surrounded by a muddy ditch 100 meters wide, and there are only a few roads leading to the interior of the tribe, which were also specially dug by them. Everyone looked at the Xuan tribe's residents silently. Given the environment, they had no idea why the roaming orcs would target their tribe and rob it. The roads are difficult to travel, so if we want to rob them, shouldn't we prioritize the Shijiao tribe? They have a better environment, but their strength is not as strong as the Qingshan tribe. Many people who came to the Xuan tribe for the first time couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. Even some people from the Shijiao tribe didn't quite understand. Isn't their tribe the best target? The two python beastmen brought everyone to a relatively dry and spacious land 300 meters away from the tribe. You guys rest here for a while. We'll go inform the tribe leader. Our tribe has been prepared for a long time, and it will be quick. After seeing Xia and she nod and lie down, the two python beastmen crawled toward the tribe. They did not need to walk on land, but went directly into the muddy ditch and swam towards the tribe. This scene made the little beastmen's scalps tingle again. Dan licked his lips and said, I finally understand why Xian hates mud so much. I feel sick all over just thinking about falling into this water. The other little beasts around nodded in agreement. They would never again secretly say behind Xian's back that he loved cleanliness as much as a sub-beast. He was right, and they also decided not to like mud. Chapter 55 Gathering. The people from the Xuan tribe came very quickly. One could see ripples in the ditch, and soon they reached the land where everyone was settling. The surface of the water was broken, revealing an uneven back, followed by ochre-colored eyes with a cold glow and a huge mouth. A crocodile over 20 meters long emerged from the water. He spoke slowly, his voice cold and hoarse. Xiaxi, you're here. We're ready. Once you've rested, we can set off at any time. Okay, the environment here is a little bit difficult for our people to adapt to. We'll take a day off today and set off tomorrow morning. Xiaohashi looked at each other and said, No problem for me. If you're hungry, just go hunting by yourselves. By the way, do those cubs you brought need us to provide food? The crocodile orc looked at Xia. No need. Since I dare to bring them out, they have the ability to take care of themselves. Jia, you don't have to worry about them. Xia shook his head and looked at the little orcs behind him who had recovered some spirit, with relief in his eyes. They adapted faster than he had imagined. Jia followed his gaze and saw that the little orcs were in good condition and looked well fed. They gathered together and surrounded their companions who were in slightly worse condition, carefully observing the surrounding environment. They did not show any signs of laziness or relaxation just because they were there and there were adult orcs around them. They're pretty good. Yes. Xia answered with some pride after hearing what Jia said. He also said that your black cub is very powerful and makes them feel threatened. As he said this, his eyes fell on Xian, and Xian keenly noticed that someone was looking at him. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards A with sharp eyes, and their gazes collided in the air. Very impressive. A withdrew his gaze. He has surpassed Yang. Xia looked at Jia and said seriously. As Xian's father, he knew Xian's strength very well. He knew that Xian was much more than what he showed now. Otherwise, he would not have let him run so far away from the tribe alone when he was still a minor and accidentally saved the little beast of the Shi family. Especially as someone who had fought against the Shadow Beast 10 years ago, Hili, and the orcs who had fought against the Shadow Beast together back then, They were all unable to be sure how powerful the adult Qian was. At dawn the next day, in the jungle where land and water intertwined, the figure of a giant beast lay on the ground, rising and falling slightly. Qian's ears moved, and he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the Xuan tribe. Xiao woke up just a little later than Qian. He sat up and followed Qian's gaze. They're coming. Qian looked up at the sky. It's almost dawn. His voice was loud, and the other orcs who were resting also stood up. All the people from the Xuan tribe who were preparing to participate in the encirclement and suppression had followed A to the tribe gate. Jia had already gone into the water and was swimming towards this side. Qian was awakened by the sound of him going into the water. We're ready. Jia surfaced, his eyes fixed on Qian. Qian scratched his ear with his hind legs without caring and turned to look at Xia. Xia stood up, stretched, shook off the grass debris on his body, and looked behind him. All the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe have woken up and are ready to set off. Qian nodded towards Xia. People from our tribe can set off at any time. Okay, let's go. You're most familiar with this place. Do you have any suggestions? Ever since they came to plunder our tribe last time, we have been on guard against them and paying attention to their movements. Especially after you sent people to tell us that you wanted to encircle and suppress them together, I specially sent people out to investigate their location. I turned his head and looked at the direction where the sun rose. Over there, the tribesmen told me that they smelled the scent of their activities over there. Then let's go over there and look for it first. What do you think, Shi? After listening to the information provided by Jia, Xiao looked at Shi. No problem. Let's go over there first. She had no objection to their suggestion. After making the decision, they turned around and swam to the front to lead the way without saying anything more. The people of the Xuan tribe followed his actions and went into the water. It was not until then that Qian discovered that the number of people Jia brought out was more than 50, but should be 70. It seems that the Xuan tribe really hates these roaming orcs. Xia and Shi raised their feet and followed them walking on the land. Father Beast. Qian took 2 quick steps and stood side by side with Xia. What's wrong? Xia looked at Qian with some confusion. I don't quite understand why the wandering orcs choose to stay near the Water Forest tribe and plunder them. The environment here doesn't offer any advantages to them. This problem also troubled other people who came to the Xuan tribe for the first time. Xia did not answer Qian immediately, but looked at Jia, who was leading the way in front. Without even turning his head, Jia said, "Just tell me if they ask. Even if they don't know now, they will know after a few days of contact." After hearing what he said, Xiao no longer bothered about analyzing the other person's strengths and weaknesses in front of the other person and teaching his own son how to defeat the other person. Many interested orcs quickened their pace to get closer to Xia, especially those who came to the Xuan tribe for the first time and came into contact with the orcs of the Xuan tribe for the first time, and their ears pricked up. Under everyone's gaze, Xia spoke slowly. Although their beast forms can survive on both land and water, sub-beast forms cannot. Sub-beast forms cannot live in water for long periods of time. Moreover, most of the orcs in their tribe can't run as fast as us on land in their beast forms. When fighting orcs on land, they need to rely more on ambushes. Some orcs can't even leave the water for too long. Their beast forms aren't like ours. They can't protect their sub-beasts well on land. It's not convenient for them to escape with their sub-beasts. As for the sub-beasts, they mostly live on land. It would be easy for roaming orcs to attack them when they're least prepared, and it would be difficult for them to catch up and snatch the sub-beast back. But as long as the sub-beasts run into the water, even if there's only one orc, they will be absolutely safe. You've noticed, right? They always appear without making any noise, making it hard for us to spot them. If we don't spot them in time before they get close and attack, we're basically halfway done. If we're dragged into the water, we're doomed. Xiao spoke to them patiently and carefully, and Qian nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Their strengths and weaknesses are too obvious, making them easy to target. At this time, Jia also slowly spoke. Did you all hear what Patriarch Xia said? Think carefully about how to use your strengths and avoid your weaknesses in battle. At this time, everyone discovered that among the 70 people brought by, 20 were young orcs who had just reached adulthood. Looking at the 2 cunning old friends in front of him, Rhino sighed in his heart. It was a good thing that when he was selecting the people, he also chose 10 young orcs who had just reached adulthood and had potential, and also brought his own son out. Otherwise, it would have been a big loss. Thinking of this, he looked up at the young orcs from his tribe following behind him. They also looked thoughtful after being taught and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 56, Double Standards. On the 10th day after Qian left, Meng Yuqing finally led Qiu Yi Ruya and others to weave 2 rattan baskets with a diameter of 60 centimeters and a height of 70 centimeters. Looking at the wounds on his hands caused by the bamboo sticks and leaves, Meng Yuqing shed sad tears. It was not easy, much more difficult than the figurine-sized wicker basket he had woven by himself before. Yuqing, Ruya's voice came from a long distance away. Liushi and Shushu followed behind him and ran towards Meng Yuqing. When they got closer, the 3 of them immediately surrounded Meng Yuqing. We've already learned how to make that rattan basket. What are we going to learn today? Faced with the enthusiasm of the 3 of them, Meng Yuqing was a little overwhelmed and shrank back to increase the distance between them. Not yet. You're not proficient in weaving yet. You need to practice more. Huh? Is that so? Can we practice it later? We want to learn new things. Ruya collapsed, looking pitiful. Acting cute is useless. Meng Yuqing crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. No, I still want you to be teachers to the other sub-beasts in the tribe. Be a teacher? What is a teacher? Ruya was a little confused. It was something she had never heard of. Well, a teacher is someone who teaches others. Meng Yuqing explained in words they could understand. Oh, like teaching orcs? They specialize in teaching young orcs, and we specialize in teaching young sub-beasts. Liushi's eyes lit up. That sounds amazing. I not only teach small sub-beasts, but also large sub-beasts. What I teach you can be learned by everyone in the tribe, and I can also teach orcs. Meng Yuqing continued. If you teach others before you've mastered the technique yourself, what if you're stumped by a question you don't understand? Or if someone else does it better than you the first time, won't everyone else just go find someone else to learn from? Hearing this, the 3 sub-beasts immediately became serious. Yuqing, you are right. I feel that I am not proficient enough. Some parts of my weaving are not good enough. I will practice more. As soon as Shushu finished speaking, she immediately ran to the pile of materials for weaving rattan baskets, picked up the materials, and started weaving. Seeing this, Ruya and Liushi were unwilling to fall behind and immediately followed. After sending away the 3 sub-beasts, Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the vegetable field. The vegetable garden has been taken care of by Ronglin and the other 2 these days. They are very down-to-earth and careful in their work. Meng Yuqing has watched them a few times and found that they do a better job than himself, so he just lets them do it and only gives them some advice occasionally. Just as he was walking towards the vegetable field, he saw Ronglin walking towards him in a hurry. What's wrong? Did something happen? Meng Yuqing took 2 quick steps to Ronglin and asked anxiously. Ronglin shook his head and said excitedly, Hufeng said that leaves have sprouted where you planted potatoes and sweet potatoes. Leaves? You mean the seedlings? Meng Yuqing grabbed Ronglin's arm and said excitedly, Let's go and take a look. According to the time, the potatoes and sweet potatoes that I planted on the first day of moving should be sprouting in the next few days. The 2 ran to the vegetable garden. Meng Yuqing squatted down and looked at the growing leaves. After carefully comparing them with the potato and sweet potato seedlings in his memory, he said to Ronglin and the others affirmatively, Yes, that's it. Not a weed. Will these leaves we planted grow out in a few days? Hifeng looked at Meng Yuqing with anticipation. It should be able to grow out in a dozen days. Meng Yuqing calculated the time. Hearing this, the 3 farmers looked at each other and smiled happily. After pouring some water with a clay pot, Meng Yuqing left the vegetable garden. He returned to the house and filled 3 cups of water with the ceramic cups he had made in the past few days and gave them to the 3 people who were still working hard to weave wicker baskets. Liushi stroked the ceramic cup that Meng Yuqing handed him. This thing is really beautiful. It's different from those made of stone, and it's much lighter. This is Tao. I plan to teach everyone how to make this when the orcs in the tribe have some free time and more manpower. Are you going to teach everyone how to make this? Shushu looked up in surprise. Yes, this thing is much easier to make than polishing it with stone, and it is also lighter. If it replaces the stone pot, food can be cooked faster. Meng Yuqing introduced the advantages of this utensil to them. The Qingshan Tribe sent out more than 100 orcs. Excluding the hunting team, patrol team, and the orcs guarding the entrance of the tribe, the other orcs who remained in the tribe were busy surrounding the tribe with deer fences coated with blackthorn grass juice. Some orcs are specializing in making bone knives and bamboo bows, and they really don't have the manpower to make pottery. After all, there are only 3 streams in the tribe, and the stream water and clay are limited, which cannot provide pottery for all the people in the tribe. They can only dig clay from the streams or even rivers outside, which is not something that sub-beasts can do alone. Can't we do it? Rhea said a little disappointedly. The young beast urgently hopes that he can do more to make the tribe better. Especially after the attack, he was greatly encouraged when he saw Meng Yuqing actually helping the orcs in the battle. Seeing what Rhea was thinking, Meng Yuqing said softly, "Of course it's okay for you to make pottery, but making pottery requires a lot of clay. The 3 streams in the tribe are not enough. We need the orcs to go to the streams outside, or even the river to bring back clay." "Is that so? I understand. We'll learn it then, right?" Rhea perked up, and the other 2 also looked at Meng Yuqing expectantly. "Yes, I'll teach you then." "Yuqing, is the clay you were talking about the mud by the stream?" Liushi suddenly asked. "Well, that's about right. I never thought that mud could be made into something like this. It's amazing." Rhea sighed softly, touching the ceramic cup, and unable to let it go. "Yes, it could be made even better. Xuan and I spent the whole morning digging clay and the whole afternoon shaping it to make something like this." Looking at the ugly cup in Rhea's hand, Meng Yuqing scratched his head and continued. "This is our first time, so our pinching isn't very pretty. After I teach you, you'll definitely be able to make it look better." Hearing this, the 3 people who were stroking the cups suddenly looked up at Meng Yuqing, their expressions a little strange. "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Meng Yuqing was startled by their actions and touched his face in confusion. "You mean Xuan dug the mud with you and molded the mud with you?" Shushu looked at Meng Yuqing, who knew nothing in front of her, and raised her eyebrows. "Yes, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with Xuan digging mud with him? Xuan is so good to you." Liushi sighed, holding her face. "Huh? What is that?" Meng Yuqing was even more confused by what he said. Seeing him like this, Rhea approached him mysteriously. "Xuan, he hates mud the most." As he spoke, he winked at Meng Yuqing again. "I remember when Xuan was 14, some little orcs threw mud all over him during a fight. Xuan pinned him down and beat him up. It was a terrible beating." Shushu also came up and said gossipingly, "The little orcs who were there at the time said that Xuan was chasing 4 little orcs alone, and 2 of them were a year older than Xuan." Liushi nodded and added, "Xuan usually has a good personality. That was the first time they saw him so angry. I heard that after beating him up, he jumped into the water and washed for a long time, wishing he could pull out all the hair on his body." Meng Yuqing listened to their story in shock. Is this really the Xuan I know? Chapter 57 Search. At the edge of the Qingshan Tribe's patrol area, a giant dark green reticulated python raised its head, its tongue rapidly extending and retracting. It was in this area that I sensed the nasty smell. This is the most recent and freshest smell we've detected. They're moving too fast and there's a lot of land nearby, so it's difficult for us to catch up with them. Hearing this, Xuan raised his head and sniffed violently. There are a few familiar smells in there. He turned to look at Li Mu and Lai. The 3 of them were also carefully distinguishing the smell left nearby. Lai bared his teeth and said, "I also smelled several familiar smells. They were the guys who besieged me." When he said this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Li and Mu also nodded affirmatively. "Let's split up and search for traces. Keep an eye on the footprints on the ground. If we find any news along the way, send someone to contact us again." After saying that, Xia turned to look at Shi, "I'll give you 20 people. We are responsible for all water sources." I nodded without objection. "Okay, no problem. Once we find new information, we will notify the other party and take unified action." Xia agreed readily. After receiving Xia's order, 20 older and more experienced orcs quickly came out of the Qingshan Tribe and headed towards the Shijiao Tribe. "Let's act." Seeing that they had made all the arrangements, Jia said softly and sank into the water. The other people from the Qingshan Tribe also disappeared. The Qingshan Tribe and the Shijiao Tribe also chose to go in 2 directions respectively. Fei rushed directly into the sky. He was in a group by himself. "Li, Xuan, you 2 take half the people over there, and I'll take the rest over here. Let's search separately." Xia looked at the 12 underage orcs and thought for a moment before adding, "You shouldn't gather together. Split into 2 groups and follow one side each." Everyone nodded when they heard the arrangement, and each of them divided into sides. Li walked to Xian's side and counted the number of people. Mu, Lai, Dong, and Dan of course followed Xian. He also came over leisurely, which made Dong stare at him. Fortunately, he knew that they were doing serious business now, so he just snorted lightly and didn't say much. The underage orc also came to their group. After dividing into groups, Li and Xian looked at each other and nodded to Xia, then led their people in another direction. Xiao watched for a while, then led his men in the opposite direction. The biggest difference between looking for orcs' tracks and looking for wild beast tracks is that orcs will consciously hide their tracks. They may even create some illusions to mislead the trackers, but most wild animals will not have this awareness. So far, Xian has only seen a kind of beast called shadow beast with such high intelligence, which can create illusions like orcs. After walking in the direction for a while with everyone, Li and Xian stopped to make sure that there was a distance between their group and Xia's group. Now, look for any traces as we normally would when hunting. Report any traces you find immediately. All underage orcs follow Xian and me. Li turned to them and said, "Now disperse." As soon as he finished speaking, the orcs tacitly split up into teams of 4 to 6 people and acted separately. 6 little orcs followed Xian Heli, carefully observing all the traces around them. There is no shortage of water in this place, and finding them is harder than I thought. Li looked up at the setting sun. They have been searching for 12 days, and the search area has been expanding. They can always smell the remaining scent of wandering orcs, but they can't find any trace of their activities. There's still some residual scent of them here, but it was from 5 or 6 days ago. We never got close to them. You said seriously, frowning. Tracking orcs in the wild is much more difficult than tracking wild beasts. It is impossible to tell which direction they are going. Lai shook the fur on his body. Yes, we have gone in the wrong direction several times, and there is no news from other people. There is not even any smell of wandering orcs from the Stonehorn tribe. Mu sat on the ground, looking around. This is not a solution. Xian frowned. Tracking roving orcs is more difficult than tracking shadow beasts. Let's try looking for food scraps. They can fake the smell, but they have to eat, which is unfathomable. Besides, our tribe only recognizes the scent of a small number of them, which will cause us to miss a lot of clues. That makes sense. There are quite a few of them, and the noise they make when eating will definitely be quite loud. We'll go where the smell of blood is strongest. Li nodded after hearing Xian's words. Okay, let's give it a try. We've been searching by smell for so many days without any progress. Lai had no objection. The other little orcs also nodded. Li was a strong man in their tribe and an experienced elder, and they all recognized Xian's abilities. After we hunt and eat food outside, we will dig a hole and bury the remaining remains. As long as we find this kind of buried food remains, it must be left by the orcs. Xian looked at Li and analyzed. You're right, let's go on. Following Li's command, everyone continued to search with their heads down. No sleep all night. The next day, Li ordered everyone to rest and take turns hunting to fill their stomachs. Roar. A roar came from not far away. It's Mu. He's calling us over. Li stood up suddenly. Aren't he and you hunting? Could something have happened? Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Xian took the lead and ran towards Mu. After all, this is not the tribal territory that he is familiar with, so it is inevitable that something will happen. Li followed closely behind, and the other little beast men who were resting on the ground also stood up nervously and ran towards Mu behind them. Passing a fallen giant tree, Xian's eyes immediately locked onto Mu's location. He and you were circling a huge rock that was half sunken in the mud. A medium-sized beast they had just hunted was left aside. Mu, what happened to you? Xian ran over and stopped suddenly when he saw the mud on the ground. He looked hesitant, but in just a moment he walked in. Mu He didn't notice his little action, but just excitedly dug something in the mud. Seeing Xian coming over, Mu looked up and said excitedly, "We found food remains here, buried in the mud, and there is a smell belonging to orcs." Ye raised his head and looked at Xian, speaking in a more serious tone. "It's the scent of an orc, but I don't know if it belongs to a roving orc. It's very faint and covered in mud, so I can't tell how long ago it was." Chapter 58, Delivering the Message. Really? Dig it out and see if you can tell when it was left behind by the degree of decay. Xian said as he jumped onto the huge rock in the middle, changed into human form, and reached out to pull out something in the mud. At this time, Li arrived with Lai and 4 other little orcs. "What are you digging?" "Mu, nothing happened, right?" he said anxiously. "Father, come and look at this. Can you tell that these are the food remains left over from a few days ago?" Mu He also turned into a human form, dragging the things he dug out of the mud with his hands and walked towards the dry shore. Xian changed back into beast form and jumped directly from the boulder to the land, constantly rubbing his claws. "Let me see." Li walked over quickly, changed into human form, took the wreckage from Mu's hand and looked through it carefully. This was at most 2 days ago. Li raised his head suddenly. Maybe it was even more recently. This means that we have found the right direction, and the distance between us and them has become closer. Lai looked at Qian excitedly. Yes, we are only 2 days away from them at most. They ate here, so there must be other traces. Let's look carefully to see which direction they left. Qian lowered his head and sniffed the nearby scent. No wonder the scent we smell is always so faint and intermittent, and sometimes it even disappears completely. He looked at the mud-covered wreckage. They used the mud. At this point, an expression of disgust emerged on his face, but he quickly restrained it and turned to look at everyone and said, "Everyone, look carefully nearby for any other traces. Look everywhere, whether in trees, grass, mud, or water." Hearing Qian's words, everyone nodded seriously, and without further ado, they each dispersed and chose a direction to begin searching for clues nearby. "Qian, lead this way." Just as everyone scattered to look for traces, a hurried voice was heard. Qian heard the sound and looked over, only to see the elk orcs running towards them quickly. "Mi, what did you find?" Qian trotted over to Mi's side. "Over there, I found something." Mi pointed with his front hoof in the direction he ran from. "Mi, have you found any trace?" Li heard the noise and ran over from not far away. "These should be traces left by orcs." Mi said seriously. "Let's go. Let's take a look." Qian and Li looked at each other and signaled me to lead the way. "Come with me." After saying that, Mi turned and ran in the direction he came from. The three of them ran for nearly 10 minutes before Mi stopped and slowly walked to an inconspicuous tree, looking down at the grass at the roots of the tree. "Here." Mi raised his front hoof and pointed at the tree roots. Qian Heli leaned over and looked carefully at the grass at the roots of the tree. "Why are some of these grasses missing their tips?" Li asked in confusion. "Has it been eaten?" Qian looked at me. He was the only one among the three who would occasionally eat grass. "Yes." Mi nodded in agreement. "In addition to meat, we deer beastmen also eat some grass, and this kind of grass is our favorite. Many herbivorous wild animals also like this kind of grass. If they find it, they will definitely eat all the grass here. But you see, the grass was eaten very discreetly, with only a little bit missing in each place. It was definitely done by orcs, and most likely roving orcs." After hearing what Mi said, Qian looked at him seriously. "So that's how it is. Fortunately, you came out with us. Otherwise, if it were just us, we wouldn't have discovered this information at all." Hearing Qian's words, Mi was slightly stunned and moved his ears embarrassedly. "And this?" Mi raised his head and looked at the tree trunk. "What is this again?" Qian Heli asked at the same time. "Traces of grinding." Mi looked at the two of them and explained seriously, "If a beast grinds its horns, it definitely won't leave such shallow marks, unless it discovered danger when it was grinding and fled immediately. Moreover, the height of this mark is the same as the height of the horns usually polished by horned orcs. It must be that they were used to polishing their horns, but they held back. The grazing tracks extend from here to there, so they are likely heading in that direction." After saying that, Mi looked at the two of them with burning eyes. "I think what Mi said makes sense. This must be the trace left by the wandering orcs. There are no orcs with horns in the Xuan tribe. The Stonehorn tribe is also impossible. They're not on the same page as us, and if they want to taunt us, they can do so. There's no need to endure it. If they are ordinary wandering orcs, they will also give priority to seeking shelter from the tribe." After Li finished speaking, he turned to look at Qian and asked for his opinion. "I think so too. Let's send a message to the father beast first. I hope it's flying nearby. 2 days ago, it was still a little far away from us. Let's continue tracking in this direction and leave a mark for them." After making the decision, Qian jumped directly onto the tallest tree nearby and climbed onto the highest branch he could reach. At this time, he was more than 60 meters above the ground. After he stood on the tree, he looked up at the sky. "Roar!" He roared as loudly as he could. And this is the purest roar, without any meaning in it, no different from the roar of a wild beast. However, as long as the orcs of the Qingshan tribe heard it, they could tell that it was Qian's roar and not the roar of a wild beast. Xuanzai used this method to tell them where he was. The other 5 little orcs who were following Qian's team stopped their actions the moment they heard the sound and ran towards Qian's direction. Why did Qian suddenly roar like that? He must have received some news or something happened. Just after Qian roared, Li followed closely behind, roaring loudly from time to time. This can create an illusion for wild beasts or orcs who do not belong to the Qingshan tribe. These are 2 powerful beasts confronting and fighting each other. Their voices traveled far away, and all the orcs of the Qingshan tribe who heard Qian Heli's voice stopped moving at once. They all listened to their voices intently, carefully distinguishing their position and distance. Those who were farther away also made the same roar as a response, and it could also convey information to the tribesmen who were farther away and could not hear the mysterious roar. The most important thing is to convey the message to Faye. Qian Heli's roar continued intermittently for nearly 2 hours. The other 5 little orcs had already joined them and were moving forward in the direction discovered by me to look for more information to more accurately determine the direction in which the wandering orcs left. Qian Heli and his companions heard a lot of responses while conveying the information, and they stopped only after they were sure that most of the tribesmen should have known it. Qian jumped down from the tree. Let's wait a little longer and see if Faye can make it. If he can't, I'll leave a mark for him on the top of the tree and let him follow the mark to find us. Okay. Linudda. Chapter 59 found them. Fortunately, they were lucky. Just before they were about to leave, an eagle's cry was heard from the sky. It's Faye. Lai raised his head and said excitedly. As he spoke, Qian had already jumped onto the tree next to him like lightning. Roar! Qian roared from the tree, allowing Faye to determine their location faster. Faye, who heard the sound, immediately locked onto the tree where Qian was and rushed over. Seeing that Faye had found their location, Qian jumped off the tree, and Faye also lowered his altitude and fell from the air, turning back in a human form and still sitting on Li's back. Do you have any news? He said hurriedly as soon as he sat down. Yes, we found the remains of food they had eaten 2 days ago. We also found traces left by orcs. We roughly know the direction they left. Li turned to look at Faye on his body and told him about the team's discovery. Qian walked over to Li and squatted down, licking his paw as he said, "We will continue tracking in this direction and leave marks along the way. Please inform the others of this news." After a pause, he added, "They're very cautious and have been moving around. They might have noticed we were looking for them. We can't delay too long. We have to quickly follow the current trail and not wait for everyone here. Otherwise, we'll lose them and have to spend all the time looking for them again." After listening to Qian's story, Faye immediately stood up and looked at them seriously. "Understand. I will inform everyone of your discovery as soon as possible. You must be careful and keep a good distance. If you really encounter it, don't force it. Your life is the most important thing." "I know." After hearing Faye's instructions, everyone nodded in understanding. Especially the 6 little orcs. They all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They knew it was dangerous, but they were also very excited. This is the nature engraved in the bones of orcs. After seeing that everyone in front of him nodded in agreement seriously, Faye didn't say anything more and directly changed back in a beast form and flew into the sky. "Keep in touch anytime. I'll always keep an eye on you guys." After saying that, Faye disappeared into the sky. Now all he needed to do was to convey this message as quickly as possible. After Faye left, everyone didn't waste any more time and got up to follow the traces of eating grass that Mi had discovered. As they tracked deeper, the smell that had been faint from the beginning gradually became clearer and no longer intermittent. This is the right direction. Their scent is getting clearer and clearer. You said affirmatively while looking ahead. "Leave a mark here too, and we'll continue chasing," Li said decisively. "Force, Qian." Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction where the sound came from with vigilance. A pitch-black python poked its head out from the side of a small river not far from them. "Is it someone from the Xuan Tribe?" Lai looked at the other party and took 2 steps back vigilantly, away from the water source. This ability to appear and disappear at will was really disturbing. "Have you found any trace of those guys?" The black python orc ignored Lai and just looked straight at Li and Qian. "Yes, and we're getting closer and closer to them." Li raised his front paws and pointed forward. Upon hearing this, the black python orc raised his head and his flexible tongue stretched and retracted quickly. Suddenly he stopped, looked at Qian Heli, and spoke with a rare fluctuating tone. "I sensed it. I'll go and notify the others immediately. Leave a scent by the water, and we'll follow it to find you. We'll also notify the Stonehorn Tribe. Just chase them, and we'll handle the rest." "Okay, come as soon as possible. We're not far from them. We will find them soon." Qian's tone became very cold. As soon as the words fell, the black python dived directly into the water and disappeared. Lai looked at the water surface, which soon calmed down and couldn't help but sigh. The people of their tribe are really amazing. They appeared without any sound or smell. "Let's go. We should be careful and not expose ourselves. Wait for our people to meet up, then surround them and don't let any of them go." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Qian Yolu's eyes. If you dare to come to our tribe and plunder our sub-beasts, you must pay the price. Jungle. An orc with a scar on his face angrily threw the thing in his hand at another brown-haired orc. Waste. The scarred orc looked at the brown-haired orc, his eyes full of murderous intent. Roar. The brown-haired orc glared at the other party the moment he was hit, and actually let out a beast roar in human form. Why are you yelling? If it weren't for you, a piece of trash, how could we have fallen to this point? The scarred orc was enraged and instantly transformed into a beast and pounced on the other party. The brown-haired orc reacted quickly as well, transforming into a beast in an instant and meeting the opponent's attack. The two of them collided with each other in an instant. All right, stop fighting. Instead of fighting, you might as well think about what to do. The other orcs around came up to persuade them to stop fighting. How many times have I told you not to go to that tribe to rob people? Our beast types have no advantage in robbing them. How dare you secretly bring people over there without telling me? The scarred orc who was stopped looked at the brown-haired orc hatefully. Why can't you go? They're just small tribes. You're just timid and cowardly. You are not worthy of the position of leader. The brown-haired orc replied unwillingly. You took 44 people with you, but you were held back by 5 orcs, 2 of whom were underage orcs. You dragged them along until the people from the tribe arrived. Not only did you not get anyone, but you also lost 16 of us. The scarred orc suddenly pushed away the other orcs who were trying to stop him, pointed at the brown-haired orc's nose, and sneered. Are you a loser? Do you still want to be the leader? If you had let me bring more people with me, I would have killed those orcs and snatched all the sub-beast away, and my brother would not have been killed. At this point, a flash of hatred appeared in the brown-haired orc's eyes, both towards the orcs of the tribe and towards the leader in front of him. Hearing this, the scarred orc showed a mocking expression on his face. Speaking of your brother, he's the worst of the worst. He even caught the sub-beasts, and they were able to rescue him. I heard that he was injured by the sub-beasts, so the orcs took the opportunity to kill him. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but a lewd expression appeared on his face. If he comes back alive, I won't let him be an orc anymore. I'll just use him as a sub-beast for us. You. These words made the brown-haired orc, who had calmed down a little, instantly furious. He pushed aside all those who were blocking his way and rushed towards the scarred orc. This time, everyone who went to mediate the fight was attacked indiscriminately. Among the few half-naked people thrown at the outermost edge, some of them had their eyes slightly lit up. The scene was in chaos. In the river less than 50 meters away from them, the water ripples gently and then returns to calm. Thousands of meters above the sky, a dark brown figure passed by. Found them. Xuan raised his head and looked forward. Chapter 60, Eve. For 4 days, the orcs from the 3 tribes followed the marks left by Xuan Heli and gradually reunited. After counting the number of people, the chiefs of the 3 tribes gathered together again, accompanied by their capable assistants from their respective tribes. We've determined their location. When are we going to take action? Rhino asked first. A lay on the ground, a faint cold light in his khaki eyes. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, we will be out of our tribe's territory. By then there won't be enough water, and it will be difficult for our people to travel. What's their current situation? Tell me in detail. Xiao looked at Fei and a black python orc. Following the clues provided by Xuan, they had already explored the place where the roaming orcs were. There are a total of 174 orcs now, and they are fighting among themselves. I saw the orc they called the leader and another orc arguing and fighting. I heard from them that the orc was the one who led people to your tribe. The black python orc looked at Xia. Fei frowned and added, Yes, I saw it too. They also brought 8 sub-beasts with them. I don't know when they stole them. Those 8 sub-beasts are not in good condition. I don't know how long they can survive in their hands. When we were tracking them, we found several broken animal skins hidden in the bushes. They had the scent of sub-beasts on them. They must be traces they left for us on purpose. Xuan looked at the 3 clan leaders seriously. They are asking us for help. Li Xiongzhua slammed the ground. How do they know we are tracking the wandering orcs? Asked an orc from the Stonehorn tribe. Maybe it was mentioned during the internal conflict and heard by the sub-beasts. Another orc from the Stonehorn tribe answered. Now that we have determined their location, let's act as soon as possible. Xia said in a deep voice, looking in the direction of the wandering orcs. Hearing this, all the orcs became serious and followed Xia's gaze to the depths of the jungle. Deep in the jungle where land and water intersect, on a rare night without wind, ripples occasionally appear on the water surface. All around is silent except for the mournful chirping of insects. The silvery moonlight sprinkled on the pool and not far from the pool, a group of slightly disheveled orcs sat on the ground to rest. The beasts that had been killed not long ago were piled up randomly on one side. The broken carcasses were bleeding all over the ground, and the smell of blood was so strong that it was sickening. Suddenly, an orc stood up from the crowd and walked towards a few people who were left at the outermost edge and were so thin that they seemed to be broken at a touch. "Go find them again? Be careful not to kill them," someone in the crowd shouted to the orcs who were leaving. "It's okay to die. At worst, we can rob again after we get rid of these annoying tribal orcs," the orc said nonchalantly. Seeing the orcs' actions, several orcs in the crowd frowned and murmured softly, "I really don't understand why the leader didn't just throw these burdens away and ignore them, and why he still has the mind to do such a thing at this time." The orc who heard the muttering nearby raised his eyes in the direction of the leader and said in a low voice, "This is the person he had taken people to snatch back from outside before. He kept him here specifically to annoy that guy." As he spoke, the orc nodded his chin towards a brown-haired orc. "You're still thinking about this at this hour." The orc took a deep breath, looked around, and then lowered his voice into his throat. "Are you leaving or not?" "Leave." The other orc was slightly startled. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and whispered, "Leave by yourself?" The orc who suggested leaving nodded slightly and looked in the leader's direction. "We'll go on our own. Quick." After saying this, he pointed with his finger at the orcs who left the crowd to look for the kidnapped sub-beasts and shook his head slightly. "If you stay here, you'll be caught up sooner or later." After hearing his words, the other orc looked around again, gritted his teeth, and said, "Let's go." After saying that, the two orcs stood up and walked out together. "What are you going to do? The sub-beasts are not there," others in the crowd shouted. "Huh? Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a piss, and we'll be back soon." The two orcs laughed. On the other side, watching the orcs walking towards them, the sub-beasts huddled together showed expressions of fear on their faces, and they all supported themselves and backed away, fearing that they would be chosen by the orcs in front of them. The orc reached out to grab one of the sub-beasts, only to see that sub-beast instantly collapse and crawl backwards screaming. Seeing him like this, the other sub-beast subconsciously pounced over and stood in front of the sub-beast. Seeing this, the orc did not insist on catching the sub-beast that was screaming in fear. It didn't matter to him who it was. Sure enough, the sub-beast that pounced forward had its arm grabbed and was dragged to the ground. The orc didn't even look at him and dragged him towards the bushes in the distance. At this time, the sub-beast that was dragged away came to his senses. He struggled frantically, but their strength was no different from a tickle to the orc. The orcs walked very fast, and there were many scratches on the sub-beast bodies. Blood was oozing out of the wounds. The orcs who smelled the blood did not stop their steps at all, but instead showed an excited expression. "Let me go! Let me go! You wandering orcs, you will definitely be killed. Your heads will definitely be hung on the highest branches, and your bodies will be thrown into the forest to be eaten clean by wild beasts." He lost his mind and screamed wildly, attacking with all his might. The orc did not respond to his words or actions at all, but just dragged him forward. With the orc's heavy swing, the sub-beast was thrown directly to the ground, and the sharp stone hit its knees. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" The sub-beast got up and ran towards the depths of the jungle. However, he fell to the ground before he had taken 2 steps. Hearing the sound of orcs slowly approaching from behind, he crawled on the ground using his hands and feet. Suddenly, he stopped moving and stood there in a daze. The orcs were still approaching, so he immediately lowered his head and stopped struggling. The orc had already walked up to him and reached out to knock him over. He stared at the sky motionlessly. Seeing him scratching his head in confusion, the orc stopped and looked around. A ball of mud mixed with weeds hit the orc directly, and the sub-beast's cursing sounded again. "You guys are worse than beasts. Go to hell." The orc who was hit by the mud immediately lowered his head and looked at the sub-beast on the ground with a fierce look in his eyes. He reached out and slapped the beast hard, causing its head to tilt to one side and blood to flow from the corner of its mouth. The only remaining worn animal skin on his body was torn off, and the orc pounced directly on him. The sub-beast who had been cursing just now did not make any resistance. He turned his head to look at the tall grass not far away, and a faint light appeared in his eyes, which had been dead. Chapter 61 begins. He stared in that direction motionlessly, ignoring the orc's movements. He slowly stretched out his hand, reached the animal skin thrown aside, and crumpled the broken skin into a ball. His other hand quietly moved to the back of the orc's head and hovered in the air, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, he used up all his remaining strength, hooked his arms around the orc's head, and stretched out his hands holding the animal skin to cover the orc's mouth and nose. The orc was startled by his sudden action and subconsciously tried to push him away. Suddenly, the orc's veins bulged and his eyeballs bulged, as if he was enduring great pain. He frantically reached behind him with his hands, but was restrained by huge claws. Sharp nails pierced his palms, nailing his hands to the ground. He wanted to transform into a beast, but was unable to do so due to the restrictions behind him. His mouth and nose were tightly covered by the sub-beast. When he wanted to open his mouth, the sub-beast stuffed the entire piece of animal skin into his mouth, so he couldn't make a sound. Blood spurted out, and the sub-beast's entire body was dyed red. Soon, the surroundings returned to peace. It only took a blink of an eye from the time the sub-beast launched the attack to the time the orc was completely killed, but it was an extremely long time for him. If the orc is not subdued instantly by accident, his casual attack will be enough to kill him. The orc corpse that was pressing on him was lifted up and thrown far to the side, making a dull sound when it landed on the ground. The beast raised his bloody hand and covered his mouth tightly, crying silently. After a brief emotional outburst, he looked up and saw a huge lynx squatting beside him, a little orc who was about to reach adulthood. Seeing that the sub-beast's mood had calmed down a little, he lowered his head and gently nudged the other party. "Let's go." After hearing what you said, the beast slowly sat up and turned to look in the direction of his companions. "Don't worry, our people are here." After saying that, he opened his mouth, which was stained with the blood of the orcs, and held the sub-beast in his mouth. The strong smell of blood made the sub-beast feel particularly at ease. In a flash, Fong and the sub-beast jumped into the tall grass and disappeared. The night was so quiet that there was not a sound at all. Even the insects stopped chirping. The wandering orcs sitting together finally realized that the silence was abnormal. "Something's wrong." The scar-faced leader suddenly stood up and turned into a beast. In an instant, the wandering orcs stopped all conversations, transformed into beast form, and became alert to everything around them. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. There was a swish sound coming from all around very close. "They're coming. They found us. Damn it, how could it be so fast? We have clearly cleared all traces very carefully. Let's kill those sub-beasts first. We've always thrown them back after using them, and there's never been a precedent of them being snatched back." The scarred leader's eyes were fierce. Upon hearing this, the sub-beasts showed despair in their eyes, and they all got up from the ground and ran outside. But they could not outrun the orcs who had transformed into beast form. From behind, I could hear the sound of orcs running closer. There was a rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other in front of them, but the sub-beasts, who were completely caught up in the fear of being killed, did not notice it at all. Suddenly, a huge black shadow emerged from the bushes. The black shadow passed behind the fleeing sub-beasts, separating them from the pursuing orcs. At the same time, another black shadow appeared instantly, and with a curl of its long tail, it circled the sub-beast in the center of its body. It was a dark green, reticulated python. What separated the pursuers was actually a giant crocodile over 20 meters long. It opened its huge mouth and attacked fiercely, biting the opponent's neck with just one bite. Blood flowed out from between its teeth. The bitten, wandering orc attacked and struggled frantically, but the hard armor on the giant crocodile ignored all his attacks. The giant crocodile shook its head wildly, and the wandering orcs let out bursts of wailing from its mouth. After a while, the sound gradually disappeared, and there was no breath. At the same time, different dark shadows appeared from behind trees, in the grass, and in the bushes in other directions. Not far away, where the wandering orcs gathered, the roars of beasts could be heard one after another. The long-hidden tribal orcs also emerged from the pools and rivers. Any wandering orcs who approached the water source were instantly attacked fiercely by them. The giant python suddenly emerged from the water and bit the wandering orc near the water's edge. Its rows of barbed teeth embedded into the opponent's flesh, and its long and powerful body instantly wrapped around it. Tie up the wandering orc tightly and then roll into the water. As long as it is brought into the water, this wandering orc will definitely die. The hippopotamus suddenly rushed out of the water and opened its huge mouth. If you were bitten hard, your bones will be shattered. There are also lizards and otters, each with its own means of attack. As long as they drag the other into the water, they will be the masters of the world. On the shore, all the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe have appeared. They rushed towards the fleeing orcs with fierce attacks. and their sharp claws and fangs left bloody marks on their opponents' bodies. The flying disc hovered in the sky, took aim at the target, and then swooped down. The huge impact force knocked the target down directly, and then the sharp eagle claws took away a large piece of flesh from the opponent's body. In the Stonehorn tribe, Rhino led the charge, and the orcs of their tribe followed closely behind. Like a sharp arrow, they rushed directly into the area where the roaming orcs were most concentrated, separating the other side. Their sharp horns are like razors. Once they are cut, deep blood holes or large wounds with continuous bleeding will instantly appear on the body. The wandering orcs who were not far from the water's edge, but were not within the optimal attack range of the Waterforce tribe orcs, were also constantly forced to move, slamming into the water's edge or even directly into the water. Any wandering orcs who fall to the ground will face the iron hooves of the Stonehorn tribe, who will trample them to death. When the sub-beasts that were protected by the dark green, reticulated python saw this scene, they all sat down with relieved expressions. Suddenly, one of the sub-beasts stood up suddenly, ran to the front of the giant python, knelt on the ground with a plop, looked at the giant python in front of him with tears in his eyes, and cried for pleading. "Please, save Ling Xuan. He was taken away by a wandering orc in order to help me. Please, save him, Wu." When he finished speaking, he burst into tears and covered his face with his hands. "Yes, there's also a spirit ring. Please, save him. He is in the best condition among us. He must still be alive. Please, Wu." The other sub-beasts reacted one after another and ran to he to beg. The giant python looked at the crying sub-beast expressionlessly and kept swinging the tip of its tail, showing that his heart was not as calm as it appeared. "ASU, I'm here." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the sub-beast immediately looked up in the direction where the sound came from. Chapter 62, Fighting. They saw that the companion who had been taken away before was being held in the mouth of an underage lynx beastman and was walking towards them. There were also many young orcs who were not yet adults around. Among them, 4 young orcs carrying large animal skin bags were protected in the middle together with the lynx orcs. "Spirit ring, spirit ring." Asu supported himself and stood up, trying to run over there, but was stopped by his big dark green tail. "Don't run around. It's dangerous here. They will come over." When the cold voice came, Asu stopped immediately, looked at the giant python, then turned his head and looked in the direction of the spirit ring with burning eyes. The little beastmen came over quickly. Lai walked to his side, glanced at the people fighting fiercely not far away, and said to he solemnly, "Leave this to us. We will protect them." He glanced at them one by one, and every little orc who was seen straightened his chest and looked directly into his eyes. "Then I'll leave it to you." After saying that, he stretched out his body, released all the sub-beasts circled in the center, turned around and crawled towards A. Seeing he leave, the little beastmen stepped forward and formed a circle with their bodies, protecting the sub-beasts in the middle. You walked in and put the spirit ring out of his mouth, then walked to the front and stood side by side with Lai. Mu stood on the other side of Lai. The 3 of them stood at the front, ready to fight any roving orcs that rushed over. The others were also observing everything around them vigilantly, and they were also prepared to fight against the wandering orcs. The roving orcs were caught off guard and lost many people in an instant. But they are not really useless since they have been able to dominate this place for so long. An effective counterattack was quickly organized. "Don't panic, stay away from water, and don't get dragged down by them," the scarred leader shouted. The brown-haired orc was no longer angry with the leader at this time, and immediately took a few people to meet up with the leader's people. They gathered together and quickly formed an effective protective circle. The tribal orcs who attempted to besiege them were forced back again and were unable to get close for a while. The other wandering orcs also moved towards the direction of their leader. The tribal orcs tried their best to prevent them from joining together, but they had already realized that the roving orcs could not be stopped so easily. After reuniting, the wandering orcs immediately began to resist fiercely. They understood that since the tribal orcs had taken so much effort to organize manpower to encircle and suppress them, they would definitely not let them leave alive. Their counterattack was so fierce that the offensive of the tribal orcs was temporarily blocked. Gradually, people started to get injured, but fortunately, no one died yet. The battle situation was at a stalemate for a while. Fei no longer took the initiative to attack. He circled in the sky, and when he saw an orc in danger, he would rush over to rescue the person. She and Li cooperated with each other and continued to lead their men in the front. Zhao was a little slower, but he was still following closely, and it was difficult for the wandering orcs to leave any wounds on him. "Father, this is not a solution. More people are getting injured." Xuan knocked a stray orc away and said to Xia, "If this goes on, even if we kill all the enemies, people on our side will inevitably die." Xia said in a deep voice, turning to look at the underage orcs. The little orcs are no longer as free as they were at the beginning. Under the organization of their leader, the wandering orcs gathered together to carry out a defensive counterattack, and it was no longer possible for them to attack them. But many of the orcs fighting in the front were injured. Yanlai took a few nimble little orcs and shuttled around the center of the battlefield. They do not take the initiative to fight against the roving orcs. What they have to do is to rescue the injured tribal orcs in time. Mu stayed where he was with a few other less agile little orcs, responsible for guarding the herbal bags they brought and protecting the sub-beasts. "Change into human form. We will apply medicine to you." Dong Hedden held a bamboo tube in his hand and looked at the injured orc brought back by Ya and others with a serious expression. The injured orc was a little surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions and turned back into human form. Dong opened the bamboo tube and poured out the herbal paste from it. He applied it directly on the other person's biggest wound and immediately went to the other person. If you have lost too much blood after stopping the bleeding, put a handful of blood-producing grass directly into your mouth. Orcs have strong vitality, and as long as they are treated in time, there will not be any major problems. Suddenly, there was a chaotic sound of running. Both sides of the battle became alert and looked in that direction. I saw a small group of orcs running straight towards this side. There were about 30 of them, and they looked extremely embarrassed, with deep hatred in their eyes. Seeing the appearance of the group of orcs, the wandering orcs sounded a little panicked. "Chief, it's those guys. What should we do? How come they are here? They will join forces with the horde orcs against us. I should have just chased them down and killed them all." In a flash, the group of orcs rushed forward. They bypassed the tribal orcs and attacked the wandering orcs directly. They attacked the roving orcs recklessly, not hesitating to exchange injuries for injuries. "Brother, it's brother. Brother and the others are here to save us too." A surprised voice came from the protected group of sub-beasts. Ling Huan ran to Ya and explained anxiously, "Those are orcs from our tribe. My brother is the leader. They will fight with you. Please don't hurt them." He was afraid they would be accidentally injured. After hearing his words, the tribal orcs no longer paid attention to that group of orcs and focused on dealing with the enemies in front of them. The group of orcs also deliberately avoided the tribal orcs and fought on their own. "Father, we still have to find a way to deal with their leader and that brown-haired orc. We can't let them continue to command." Xian's voice sounded again. Xia looked at Xian. "Do you dare to go in with me and kill them both and end the battle as soon as possible?" "Go." Xian agreed without hesitation. After the two reached a consensus, they quietly withdrew from the center of the field and walked to an inconspicuous corner. The two looked at each other, jumped up, climbed up the tree beside them, and quickly disappeared. The Qingshan Tribe is not the only one that can appear silently. This is also one of their most adept tactics. Xian and Xia moved between trees, leaping from one tree to another, carefully planning their route. In a flash, they were above the heads of the scarred leader and the brown-haired orc. The two men who were concentrating on directing their companions to deal with the tribal orcs under the tree did not notice the two orcs lurking above their heads, eyeing them covetously. Silently, they swooped down from the tree. Xian rushed directly towards the scarred leader. At the same time, Xia also attacked the brown-haired orc. Chapter 63 Epilogue. In an instant, they threw each other to the ground. Their appearance caused a commotion among the wandering orcs. The brown-haired orcs were pinned down by Xia. They were not as strong as the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe, not to mention that Xia was the strongest man in the tribe after Dong Yinyang. If the brown-haired orc was panicked when facing Xia's attack, then the scarred leader was terrified when facing Xian. He was subdued by Xian almost instantly, and the huge force made it impossible for him to resist. Xian tore off a piece of flesh from his back. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his spine would have been bitten off. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? He tried his best to protect his vital parts and only dared to defend himself, not daring to fight back at all, for fear that if he fought back, Xian would seize the opportunity to kill him. Feeling Xian's strength, he was completely frightened and shouted loudly, "Come and help! Quick! Kill them! How dare they come in? Come and save me!" The wandering orcs who heard his voice immediately turned around and besieged Xian and Xia. Seeing this, Xia gave the brown-haired orc a fierce claw and the wound went straight across his entire face. Then he immediately pulled away and jumped onto a huge tree nearby. Looking at Qian's side, the scarred orc was desperately calling for help in a completely defensive posture. When the other orcs around saw that Xia didn't bother with him and just climbed up the tree, they all surrounded Qian. Only the brown-haired orc remained where he was without moving. When Qian saw the wandering orcs surrounding him, he had no intention of leaving at all. He still suppressed the scarred orc tightly, facing the wandering orcs surrounding him, and let out a threatening growl from his throat. For a moment, the orcs did not dare to move forward. What are you still hesitating about? Come on, he's just an orc who just reached adulthood. What are you afraid of? The scarred leader saw that his companions were frightened by Qian and were hesitant to come forward to save him, and he roared in panic. If no one comes to rescue him, he will be killed. Hurry up! What are you afraid of? His voice was a little crazy. The wandering orcs were brought back to their senses by his voice and immediately rushed towards Qian with murderous eyes. Qian suddenly roared and attacked the scarred leader's vital points. This time, the scarred leader failed to protect his vital parts, and Qian directly opened a big hole in his abdomen. He screamed and attacked Qian with all his limbs. The violent movement made the wound on his abdomen bigger and bigger, and his internal organs actually fell out. When the wandering orcs around saw this scene, they immediately pounced forward, but Qian had already made preparations and rushed towards the nearest wandering orc. He knocked the opponent to the ground directly and grabbed him with his sharp claws. The fallen wandering orc covered his eyes and wailed. Another stray orc attacked from behind and jumped directly onto Qian's back. Qian immediately shook his body violently and rushed straight towards the other wandering orcs with the person on his back. He knocked the two wandering orcs to the ground and threw the orc on his back out. With a grab and a slap, the orc who was about to get up was knocked down to the ground again. Another 7 or 8 orcs came up and surrounded Qian completely. His figure was almost invisible from the outside. Xia stood on a high branch, staring intently at the battle below, ready to rush down to support Qian at any time. But Qian below had no intention of retreating. Although he was surrounded, any stray orcs who rushed up to attack him were forcefully repelled by him and knocked to the ground in an instant. As time passed, the wandering orcs surrounding him stopped attacking and just surrounded him in a circle, growling. No one dared to move forward. Beside Qian lay the corpses of 2 wandering orcs. Under siege from nearly a dozen roving orcs, he was able to kill 2 of them directly. The scarred leader had quietly crawled into a corner where no one was paying attention when his accomplices were besieging Qian. He looked at Qian in fear, muttering softly, "How is it possible? In such a remote place, in such a small tribe, how is it possible?" "What are you talking about?" Xia appeared behind him silently. Sharp teeth approached the scarred leader's neck, and sharp claws pressed against the wound on his abdomen. "What do you know?" Xia looked at the orc in front of him dangerously. The scar-faced leader turned around and looked at Xia in horror. "When did he appear? I'm asking you a question." Xia moved closer, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Let me go. I will tell you whatever you ask me." Seeing the murderous intent in Xia's eyes, the scarred leader's eyes rolled around in a hurry. "Really?" Xia looked at the scarred leader expressionlessly and took a step back slightly. Seeing Xia's actions, the scarred leader breathed a sigh of relief. "What do you want to know? As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything." As he spoke, he lowered his head, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. "As long as I leave alive, then you'd better go to hell. I'm not interested at all." "You?" The scarred leader raised his head suddenly, but before he could say anything, his neck was bitten tightly by Xia, and his abdomen was torn to pieces by Xia's sharp front claws. Only after he felt the scarred leader was completely dead did Xia open his mouth and mutter to himself indifferently, "I have no interest in secrets. I only know that I promised others to raise him well. He is my child now." After getting rid of the scarred leader, Xia returned to his original appearance and climbed up the tree. As for the brown-haired orc, it was now his turn, and he couldn't let him run away. The death of the scar-faced leader greatly boosted the morale of the tribal orcs. They fought more and more bravely. The brown-haired orc had secretly walked away when Qian was surrounded. The roving orcs who lost their leader and the command of the brown-haired orc were defeated, and many were killed or wounded. The tribal orcs had no intention of leaving any survivors. After snatching the sub-beasts, this group of wandering orcs never thought about whether they could survive. The sub-beasts that were thrown back were considered lucky. They never thought of holding back when attacking the tribal orcs. Xiao was running at full speed among the trees. He smelled the scent of a brown-haired orc. This orc had abandoned all his companions and escaped, but Xiao was not going to let him go. Following the smell of blood left by the other party, Xiao quickly found the other party and rushed directly towards him. The brown-haired orc was very panicked when he saw Xiao. He tried hard to resist Xiao's attack and said, "Let me go. Please let me go. I promise I won't come here again." Xiao ignored the other party's pleas for mercy. This orc had a high status among the wandering orcs and could even compete with the Scarface leader. He must not be allowed to leave alive. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the brown-haired orc also became ruthless. He fought back desperately and roared, "Why do you have to kill me? Your tribe has suffered no losses at all. No sub-beasts were taken away, and no orcs of yours were killed. Why can't you let me go?" Xiao dodged the opponent's attack nimbly, and when the opportunity arose, he pounced on the opponent and pinned him to the ground. The fight lasted all night. When Xiao returned to the place where the tribal orcs and the roving orcs were fighting, covered in blood, it was already dawn. There were not many wandering orcs left after being killed, and a small number of them who wanted to escape from the battlefield were blocked by the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe. This is the environment they are most familiar with, and the wandering orcs cannot escape. Chapter 64 End. The hunt didn't end until the afternoon, and there wasn't a single living wandering orc left. I looked at the corpses of orcs scattered all over the ground and let out a long sigh. We finally got rid of them all. Thank you so much this time. Otherwise, they would have continued to plague our tribe for who knows how much longer. Our tribe won't be able to survive if these people stay here, she continued, waving his hand. Don't forget, they've come to our tribe several times, snatched away many sub-beasts, and killed many orcs. This was also for my own tribe. But Xia and his men are the ones who contributed the most. It's nothing. They also went to our tribe and almost took away our tribe's sub-beasts. Mu and Lai were also bitten by them, and Lai almost died. Speaking of what happened that day, Xia felt a pang of fear. Xiao Yi and Lai were almost dead. After a pause, he continued, "If we don't deal with them, no one knows when they will come back to harass our tribe. We can't just lock up all the sub-beasts in the tribe and not let them go out to the patrol area." That's right. During that time, our tribe's sub-beasts couldn't go out to gather wild vegetables. Without enough wild vegetables, many sub-beasts complained of mouth pain. Talking about these things, Jia felt irritated, especially the first time these roaming beastmen attacked them during the autumn hunt, which almost prevented them from surviving the winter. Father Beast. Xian came over as they were talking. There are only 171 wandering beastmen here, 3 less. Is the brown-haired orc I killed counted? Xia asked. Even after taking it into account, there are still 3 missing. Xian frowned. Could 3 more of them run away? She said in a deep voice. It would be very troublesome if they ran away. There were too few of them. If they were accepted by other uninformed tribes, it would bring disaster to that tribe. I killed one when I was rescuing that sub-beast. The body is over there, quite far away. Yeah, who heard their discussion, came over and said softly, "That's still too short. The 2 you mentioned should have been killed by us. We met them on the way here." The leader of the small group of orcs, who came later, said while standing not far away. After saying that, he walked back to where his companions were and lay down. They gathered together and lay at the outermost area, keeping a certain distance from the orcs from the 3 tribes. They lay there licking their wounds, occasionally looking up at the sub-beasts surrounded by the little beasts, but they did not go over or say anything else. Ling Huan sat in the circle formed by the little orcs, looking at the group of orcs from afar, his fingers gently grasping the ground. He wanted to go and stay with his brother, but he was hesitant because they were rescued from the roaming orcs by orcs from another tribe. He didn't know whether this tribe was willing to let them return to their tribe. If his rash actions made the orcs of this tribe angry, then his brothers might be in danger. He looked up at Xia. He knew that this orc named Xia was the leader of the tribe of the little orc who saved him. However, Xia Zheng was discussing something with Jia, and Xian was sitting next to Xia and didn't pay attention to this side. He looked at Li again. Li was busy with his men, dealing with the corpses of the wandering orcs. Ling Huan lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. None of the orcs who could make decisions had the time to pay attention to him. The little orcs were also observing and caring for the seriously injured orcs. Ya and Lai were still at the front, though now more relaxed, while Mu lay on the grass beside them. Ling Huan looked at Ya and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stood up. He walked behind Ya. Ya was yawning, his paws rubbing against the grass, and blood had formed scabs on his fur, which made him very uncomfortable. He noticed the sub-beast he had rescued approaching him, but he paid no attention and just focused on rubbing his claws on the grass. Ling Huan stood beside you for a long time without saying anything. You looked up at him with some confusion. Lai and Mu also turned to look at Ling Huan. Ling Huan just stood there quietly, with his eyes lowered, looking nervous and hesitant, not daring to look at them. What's wrong with you? Are you hungry? You stopped rubbing his claws. Ling Huan twisted his fingers nervously and looked up at you. He opened his lips but couldn't say a word. However, his eyes couldn't help but glance in the direction of his own people. Seeing him like this, you understood what he was thinking, retracted his gaze, moved his body to make way for him, and then continued to rub his paws with his head down. Mu had already turned his head and continued to lie down, while I had already walked to the water's edge to drink. Seeing their reaction, Ling Huan breathed a sigh of relief, and without hesitation, he ran towards his people. Seeing this, the other sub-beasts followed closely behind. They ran all the way to the orcs of their own tribe without any hindrance, and no one stopped them at all. The leading orc stood up when he saw them running towards him, and looked at them nervously until they came over safely. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he immediately changed into human form and took 2 steps forward to catch Ling Huan, who was running towards him. Ling Huan jumped into his arms, hugged him, and started crying loudly. The orcs from the 3 tribes who heard the crying just glanced over there and continued doing their own things. Jia looked at Xia in surprise. I thought you would want to bring them back to the tribe. Xia stretched and said calmly, I have thought about it, but they are sub-beasts who have a home to return to. Their tribesmen have come to find them. Our tribe does not have the rule of forcing others to join. That's right. None of our 3 tribes have this rule, but your tribe does have too few sub-beasts. It would be great if they were willing to go back with you on their own. She looked at Ling Huan and said, After all, the Qingshan Tribe had the most orcs among the 3 tribes, but the fewest sub-beasts. Find a chance to ask those little guys to go and persuade them. If they can come, they can come. If they can't, forget it. Xiao wagged his tail indifferently. Xian, on the other hand, kept staring at that place, not knowing what he was thinking about. While they were talking, there was a commotion from the group of orcs. They turned around and saw that the leading orc pushed away the spirit ring and took 2 steps back. He looked a little reluctant, but extremely determined. He transformed into beast form and let out a low roar. The other orcs in their tribe also stood up and followed him, ready to leave at any time. Brother, Ling Huan's voice was filled with surprise, confusion, and a bit of grievance. He immediately rushed forward again and tried to hug the other person, but the leading orc pushed him away again with his front paws and turned around without looking at him. Don't follow us. The leading orc's voice was a little choked. Live a good life with them. Their tribe was gone, and there were only 34 adult orcs and a few underage orcs left. Apart from the 8 Ling Huan people who were rescued, there are no other living sub-beasts. Ling Huan and the others would not be able to have a good life if they followed them. Chapter 65. You can come to our place. Don't follow us. The leading orc's voice was a little choked. Live a good life with them. Their tribe was gone, and there were only 34 adult orcs and a few underage orcs left. Apart from the 8 Ling Huan people who were rescued, there are no other living sub-beasts. Ling Huan and the others would not be able to have a good life if they followed them. They had come to find a wandering orcs with a determination to die, but unexpectedly, they met 2 wandering orcs who were leaving on the road. When they were surrounding and killing the 2 men, they learned that 3 tribes had united to encircle and suppress the roaming orcs, so they hurried over as fast as they could. Now that the wandering orcs have been completely wiped out, they are not dead. Ling Huan and the others have also been rescued, and it is time for them to leave. Sub-beasts are easily taken in and accepted by other tribes. Ling Huan and his companions are 8 young and healthy sub-beasts, and no tribe will refuse them from joining. But they are different orcs, especially since they are a group of more than 30 adult orcs, and no tribe dares to accept them casually. He could see that these tribes were much stronger than their original tribe. If Ling Huan and the others could join, they would definitely live a better life than following him. These tribes should be very willing to accept Ling Huan and the others. But if I were here, it would be hard to say. No tribe would be willing to accept more than 30 strange orcs for a few sub-beasts. This is too dangerous for the tribe. Even if they have no bad intentions, the tribe will not take the risk. Xian Zaixiao was watching everything that was happening here from afar, his tail wagging constantly, expressing his inner restlessness. Xian. Xia withdrew his gaze from the spirit ring and saw Xian like this. Huh? What's wrong? Father Beast. Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at Xia. Xia looked at him calmly, as if seeing through his inner thoughts. You have an idea, right? Hearing Xia's words, Xian looked straight at Xia and did not answer, but wagged his tail more impatiently. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. Xian's tone was a little irritated. Then go and try it. Xia's tone was flat, as if he was talking about what he had eaten today. Xia, what do you mean? You don't want to take them all back, do you? She said in surprise as he looked at the interaction between the father and son in front of him. We won't bring them directly into the tribe. Xiao lowered his head and licked his paws. If they were the only ones left, they wouldn't cause us any trouble. They're not even as strong as the little orcs I brought with me. Have you thought it through? Zhao looked at Xia seriously and was not surprised by his decision. It will be the worst if we let them wander around. No matter what, it's always best if they are within our sight. Without waiting for Xia to speak, Xian answered A's question first. Zhao looked at Xian in surprise. He didn't expect that this black guy would have such an idea. But seeing that Xia didn't seem to object, he nodded in understanding. I understand. If there's anything, let Feilai inform us. We will definitely help if we can. Don't worry. Xia smiled faintly and turned to Xian and said, Go. Xian stopped hesitating and stood up and walked towards that direction. On the little orc side, Lai saw Xian's actions and was a little confused. Why is Xian going over there? I'm not sure. Shall we go and take a look? Mu stood up and prepared to follow. Yeah, are you going? Lai asked you again. Go and take a look. Don't let him go alone. As he said that, he also stood up and walked towards Xian. Soon after, Dong, Dan, and me also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, the other little orcs looked at them, turned around twice, and finally saw that there were still several seriously injured orcs lying there, so they still did not follow them. Ling Huan didn't know what the leading orc was thinking. He only knew that his brother was about to leave him, so he immediately ran in front of him and opened his arms to stop him. The leading orc still tried to push him away, but was held tightly by his front paws. This time he didn't dare to use force, for fear of hurting his younger brother. When Xian walked over, the two were in a stalemate. He deliberately made footsteps to let the other party notice him. In an instant, the eyes of the group of orcs all fell on Xian. They looked at Xian warily, and when they found that the people following him were all underage orcs, they were obviously relieved. When Ling Huan saw them coming, he immediately let go of his brother and ran to stand between the two groups of people, looking at Xian and the others nervously. We'll leave soon. The leading orc looked at Xian. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at Ling Huan's back, standing in the middle. A trace of reluctance flashed across his face, and he turned around and prepared to leave. This time Ling Huan just turned around and looked at him without stopping him, standing stubbornly between the two groups of people. Wait, are these the only ones you have? Xian called out to them in time. The leading orc paused, and Ling Huan looked up at Xian in disbelief. Brother, he shouted hurriedly. The leading orc immediately came to his senses. We still have 2 adult orcs and 6 young orcs who are not yet adults. We are not many. 2 of the young orcs are not even 10 years old yet, and the oldest of the other 4 is only 16. After hearing their answer, Xian did not reply immediately. He tilted his head as if thinking about something. His appearance made Ling Huan nervous again, and the leading orc also waited anxiously in place. After a long while, Xian finally spoke. You can come with us to our place first, but you orcs cannot enter the tribe. You can only stay nearby. Yes, the leading orc answered immediately. This was a completely unexpected result for him. The other party allowed them to live near the tribe. He doesn't have to be separated from his younger brother. The other party only said that orcs cannot enter the tribe, which means that his younger brother can live in the tribe and get good care. This is the best outcome. We won't cause you any trouble, he said solemnly. The other orcs behind him also showed happy expressions. Once we're done here, we'll go pick up the rest of your people, and then you can come with us. Okay, they're not far from here, so we won't waste any time. The leading orc looked at Xian seriously. My name is Bo. Just call me Xian. After saying that, Xian turned and left, and the little beast men immediately followed him. Seeing them walking away, Ling Huan turned around and ran back to hug Bo. Did they agree? Xia asked softly after returning to his side. Yes, they still have 2 adult orcs and 6 little orcs. They said they are not far from here. Xian Xia said what he asked about. Xiao pondered for a moment and whispered, with sub-beasts and little orcs, the problem shouldn't be too serious. We'll just observe them more when the time comes. Chapter 66, Someone I Care About. Now that everything is settled, let's go get something to eat and wait. Rhino looked at the sky. We haven't eaten all day. Those sub-beasts probably can't take it anymore. The wandering orcs won't be so kind as to let them have enough to eat every day. Well, let's go hunting first. After we finish eating, shall we go and rest outside our tribe for a night? I looked at the two and asked, I have no problem with that. What about Xia? That's fine with me. Let's do it. After they dispersed, the three clan leaders began to arrange for their tribesmen to go out hunting. Seeing this, Bo also took more than 10 people out hunting. After everyone had eaten their fill, a slowly paddled into the water. Let's go to our tribe first. The seriously injured orc still maintained his human form and was carried by the orcs of his own tribe. Xuan and his companions also climbed onto the backs of the orcs from their own tribe, and they followed the Qingshan Tribe. The Water Forest Tribe returned faster than they tracked the wandering orcs. It only took them half the time to reach the dry land where they had stayed before. I can finally have good rest. Mu immediately lay down on the ground as soon as he arrived. The time spent tracking the roving orcs kept their nerves on edge. Now I can finally relax a little. The little beastmen crowded around Xian again. They all saw Xian's final battle. It was simply amazing. There was absolutely no orc in the tribe who could do that. Xian Yu was very patient and let them surround him. He lay lazily on the grass, yawned, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Have a good night's sleep. When the day broke, all the orcs had already woken up and were just lying lazily on the ground, waiting for the chief to give orders. I came to them again with a few tribesmen. This time they did not dive over from the water, but swam over floating on the surface. Several sub-beasts stood on their backs, each holding an animal skin in their hands. After Jia reached the shore, the sub-beast on his body walked to the shore and said, Here are some clean animal skin clothes. Let's change them into them. Then he handed the thing in his hand to Xia. Xia looked down, then turned to the spirit ring and said, Come and take it. Hearing Xia's words, Linghuan immediately ran over and took the animal skin coat from Yashou. Thank you. After saying that, he immediately ran back. When the sub-beast who delivered the things saw that the things had been taken away, he did not stay for long and walked directly back to Jia's back. Jia floated in the water, looked at Xia, hesitated for a long time, and then said, Xia, do you know medicine? Hearing this, she paused and turned to look at Xia. Xia pondered for a moment, then called out to the little orc carrying the bag behind him. How much medicine is left? There's a little over 1 bag left. Taking the animal skin bag containing medicine from the little orc, Xia walked back to Jia and she. This is the remaining medicine we have this time. We're giving it to you. Your injured orcs should have seen how to use it. But I'm sorry, we can't tell you how to find these medicines without the witch's permission. After a pause, he continued, If you need it in the future, you can send someone to our tribe to exchange it. However, we don't have much left. Most of what we collected before has been brought out this time, so it's best to use it when life is threatened. We understand. The medicine you brought this time saved many people in our tribe. I nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The knowledge of the witch is the most precious thing in a tribe. Your tribe has a witch? She said in surprise after hearing Xia's words, and then immediately shut his mouth. The matters concerning the witch were not something that could be asked casually. Well, Xian brought it back. It's staying in our tribe for now. Xia didn't continue the topic. We should set off. We've been away from the tribe for so long. It's inevitable that we'll miss it a little. Ha ha ha. You're worried about the people in the tribe, right? She laughed heartily and didn't ask any further questions. In that case, Jia, let's go back. Okay, be careful on the road. After saying goodbye, all the orcs stood up and followed Xia Hushi in the direction they came from. In the tribe, Meng Yuqing danced with joy as she looked at the potatoes and sweet potatoes that had sprouted in the vegetable garden. Juya, Ronglin, let me tell you, these things grow fast. If we can harvest them before autumn comes, we can plant another batch, and we won't be short of food in the winter. Qiu Yi and Ronglin also followed behind with delighted expressions. Really? That's great. Winter is the most difficult season. After the first snow falls, wild animals become difficult to find. The orcs could only eat as much as possible in the autumn and catch as many wild animals as possible in the last autumn hunt closest to the snow and bring them back alive if possible. The temperature was already very low at that time, and the dead beasts would be processed and placed in a cold cave, where they would be kept under constant watch and eaten before they spoiled. If they are lucky enough not to be broken when it snows, they will be taken out and buried in the snow for preservation. Orcs also try to maintain their human form in winter, which allows them to eat less food. The sub-beasts also need to go out in the autumn to collect wild vegetables and various fruits and store them for winter. People die every winter. Meng Yuqing patted their shoulders gently and said seriously, "Even if we can't catch up with the second wave of planting, I will find a way to help everyone survive the winter." Hearing his words, Qiuyi said with some worry, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Our tribe is already doing well. The orcs are very strong. They even survived the winter 10 years ago." Ronglin also looked at him worriedly. "Don't worry." Meng Yuqing smiled and waved his hands. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked at Qiuyi. "By the way, Qiuyi, has anyone among the beastmen been free lately?" "Not yet, but what you said outside the tribe. The deer fence is almost completed, and there are almost enough bone knives. We should have manpower in a few days." Qiuyi thought for a while and looked at Meng Yuqing. "Is there something else you want to do? Do you need the help of orcs this time?" "Well, the orcs need to go out and bring back the materials." Meng Yuqing nodded. "Then we can all use this." He picked up the ceramic bowl in his hand and handed it to Qiuyi. "Do you want to teach us this too?" Ronglin widened his eyes slightly. "Of course, I can't do so much by myself." Meng Yuqing continued with a smile. "Chia, if I take this thing to exchange with other tribes, do you think we can get something in return? You want to trade it with other tribes?" Qiuyi looked at him in surprise. Of course, they've never seen something like this before. There will definitely be people willing to exchange it, maybe even for salt. But our tribe doesn't lack salt, so we can exchange it for other things. Well, we'll talk about this later. Let's let everyone in our tribe use it first. Meng Yuqing put down the pottery bowl. "Yuqing, do you want to go with me to see Ruya and the other teachers? They're very energetic now." After finishing Tao's topic, Qiuyi looked at Meng Yuqing with a smile. Hearing Qiuyi's words, Ronglin also covered his mouth and laughed, saying, "Now, they tell everyone they meet that you taught them how to make rattan baskets and bags, and they praise their work and say that others have to learn from them." "Ha ha 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 ha, you're still a child," Meng Yuqing said with a smile. Chapter 67 Return. After leaving the Xuan tribe, the Qingshan tribe and the Shijiao tribe traveled together for a while until they left the patrol area of the Xuan tribe and separated. After Shi and Xia said goodbye, Shi and his people returned directly to the Shijiao tribe, carrying the medicine Xia had given them. Xia took the people of Qingshan tribe and went with Bo to pick up the remaining members of his tribe. Bo's people are now in the territory of the Xuan tribe, but they did not live here before. They came here later following the traces left by the roaming orcs. After arriving here, they quickly lost track of the wandering orcs because they were not familiar with the place. If the three tribes had not organized themselves to encircle and suppress the wandering orcs, causing the wandering orcs to move over a large area and expose their tracks, they might not have been able to find the area, and they would have encountered two wandering orcs who fled from the battlefield. The people of the Qingshan tribe followed Bo for 2 days. His tribesmen temporarily settled in a hidden cave, waiting for news from Bo and his men. It was there that Bo separated from them and took his men to look for the wandering orcs to see if he could find a chance to steal the people back. They agreed to wait only 10 days. After 10 days, regardless of whether there was any news or not, the two adult orcs must take the little orc away. After Bo brought the people of Qingshan tribe to the place, he began to call his own people. About half an hour later, the two adult orcs left behind in their tribe came out with the little orcs. They all looked to be in poor condition. The little orcs were very thin and weak, not as strong and healthy as the little orcs from the Qingshan tribe. The people of Bo brought the little orcs out and immediately became alert when they saw the orcs from the Qingshan tribe. "Bo, what is this?" One of the adult orcs looked at Bo. "Don't be nervous, Jia. These are orcs from the Qingshan tribe. They worked together with the other two tribes to kill those wandering orcs and rescued Xuan and the others." After hearing Bo's words and seeing the 8 sub-beasts behind Bo, they obviously breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. "So now," asked another orc, "they are willing to take us in, and we can live near their tribe." Having said that, Bo's expression revealed some joy. He walked over and whispered to them about everything that had happened in the past few days. After listening to Bo's story, the other two orcs completely relaxed. Their little orcs were even more delighted and looked at the people of the Qingshan tribe with curiosity. They also brought immature orcs with them, but each of them looked much more powerful and stronger than themselves. Under Bo's leadership, they walked towards the people of Qingshan tribe and completely joined the team. Xian frowned as he looked at their miserable appearance and the skinny little orcs. This was too tragic. How could tribe become like this? He couldn't help but ask, "How did you become like this?" After hearing Xian's question, Bo was silent for a moment and then said somewhat sadly, "Our tribe is originally a very small tribe, with only about 140 orcs and sub-beasts in total. We had been living very carefully in another forest, not near the Qingshan Tribe at all. But just a while ago, I don't know how the wandering orcs ran to the forest where we live and discovered our tribe. When we found traces of their presence, we wanted to leave for a while or move to another place. After all, our tribe is small and there are few people, so moving to another place is not a difficult task. Who knew they could come so quickly? The next day, the leader with the scar on his face led all of them into our tribe. They had many more orcs than we did, and our strength was about the same. They used their numerical advantage to kill the orcs we had left in the tribe and took away all our sub-orcs. Only these few little orcs ran away, while more than 30 of us escaped because we were out hunting. They took away all 42 sub-beasts from our tribe. Bo's voice choked with emotion as he spoke. Now only 8 of them, Ling Xuan and the others, remain. We found their bodies on the way back. After saying that, Bo turned around with red eyes. His lover was among them. They had been planning to officially become a couple this year. After listening to Bo's story, everyone was silent, especially Mu and Lai. They had personally experienced the attack and were injured by roving orcs. As underage people, they had never encountered such a thing before. After a long while, Xia slowly spoke to break the silence. Do you have anything else to bring? If not, let's go. We have nothing left. Bo shook his head. The tribe had been destroyed, and all the edible and usable things had been taken away. They were all orcs and did not need anything else. Then let's go. After saying that, Xia turned around and walked back. Because they took a detour, the time to return to the tribe was extended. It took them 10 days to enter the territory of the Qingshan Tribe. Ling Huan's condition is the best among them, but several of the other sub-beasts are in very bad mental states. Every night, they would suddenly wake up after falling asleep, then start to cry silently, looking very haggard. They were all very worried, but they didn't know what to do. We are all orcs. We have no choice but to rush back to the tribe as soon as possible. Perhaps it would be better if they were to stay with more sub-beasts in the tribe. Xian looked at the sub-beasts, then took Bo to the side and spoke in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. But this depends more on themselves. If these sub-beasts can't adjust themselves, it will be difficult for them to survive. Hearing Xian's words, Bo's face turned pale instantly. How could this happen? He was clearly rescued. Xian shook his head and said, Qingshan Tribe had several sub-beasts thrown back by wandering orcs that were like this before. They only lived for 2 months before they died. They will gradually become less talkative, often spending entire days alone in a daze, not wanting to eat, and then they will become increasingly weak and eventually die. After hearing Xian's words, Bo lowered his head and remained silent. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Xian. I'll leave them to you when the time comes. We can't guarantee it, but the sub-beasts in our tribe will do their best to help them. Xian said seriously. I know. Thank you anyway. Well, let's go back. They're getting ready to leave and will be arriving at the tribe soon. On the road ahead, everyone tacitly quickened their pace. Ling Huan looked at his companions worriedly. Bo had already told him what Xian had said. We all managed to get through the most difficult times, so how could we lose our lives like this? Chapter 68 Mot. In the tribe, Meng Yuqing looked at the mat in his hand in confusion. The story begins a few days ago. He has already taught the sub-beasts in the tribe how to make wood ash products and baskets, frames, and bags, which are handicraft that can be made with just the use of hands. Now, every sub-beast in the tribe is busy following his teachings and adding new tools to their homes. By the way, bamboo doors and windows were also promoted, but most people's houses had already been built and it was not convenient to renovate them. However, many people said that they must install bamboo doors and windows when they renovate their houses next time. The pottery making method that Meng Yuqing had exchanged before included the construction plan of a large pottery kiln. But at the beginning, he was not sure whether he could make it successfully, so he built a small pottery kiln to try it out. It turned out that the system was quite reliable. There was no problem with the production method, and there was no problem with listing the materials for him. He even used his own simple little pottery kiln to make red bricks. Does this mean that if you buy a pottery making method, you'll get a brick making method for free? After confirming the feasibility and having some manpower available, he hand-drew a construction plan on animal skin and took it to find Yang. The main reason is that Xian is not here. If Xian was here, he would have given the drawings directly to Xian to deal with. When the construction of the pottery kiln was on track and Meng Yuqing no longer needed to watch over it, he remembered that the method of weaving cloth with bark fiber that he had exchanged could be put into practice. So he took Qiuye and asked Yang to send 2 orcs to follow them to find a suitable tree. It's still spring now, so she can still wear animal skins. But if it were summer, Meng Yuqing wouldn't be sure if she could still wear animal skins. It turns out that I am still too pampered compared to the locals here. But there is nothing we can do. After living in a modern world for more than 20 years, we are now back to the primitive world. What else can we do? We can only try our best to improve it. But what made him even more frustrated was that they couldn't find a suitable tree after searching the patrol area. Yuqing, what should we do now? Qiuyi said with some worry. Although he didn't know what cloth Meng Yuqing was talking about, Qiuyi felt that anything Meng Yuqing wanted to make must be something good. It would be a real shame if we couldn't make it because we couldn't find the right materials. Don't worry, there's still some time until summer, so we can take our time. Meng Yuqing rubbed his face and comforted him. Let's try using other tree barks first to see if this method works. Okay, wait until Xuan and the others come back and we have enough manpower, then we can send someone out to look for them. Qiuyi suggested. Well, let's go back first. I'll also think about what kind of tree I need. While I get back, I'll look through the Beast World Continent data collection to see if there are any other alternatives. If that doesn't work, I'll just draw it and wait for Xuan and the others to come back so we can look for it together. In the end, Meng Yuqing and Qiuyi brought back another kind of tree. After 5 days of hard work, they finally weaved a finished product. The good news is that the method is fine, but the bad news is that what was woven is not cloth. It was a roll of mat. In fact, it only took a day and a half to weave the mat. The rest of the time was spent on Meng Yuqing making simple weaving tools. Because the system provided drawings of weaving tools for weaving cloth, and the bark fibers they brought back were much thicker than the bark fibers needed for weaving cloth. Meng Yuqing could only make appropriate modifications himself according to the principles in the drawings. It's not so bad. The materials are easy to get. I can sleep in it in the summer, and I can also use it for exchange, so it's not a loss. Meng Yuqing comforted himself. Qiuyi couldn't let go of the mat. He touched it and looked at Meng Yuqing. This is good. It won't get hot in the summer. It's definitely more comfortable than sleeping directly on animal skins. Is this cloth? Meng Yuqing also touched the mat and shook her head. It's not cloth. The cloth is very thin and soft. It'll be very comfortable to wear in the summer. This is called a mat. Qiuyi didn't care. She spread the mat on the ground and lay on it, saying excitedly, I like this very much. Yeah, but Qiuyi, you get up first. We didn't process the fibers carefully this time, so they're still a bit rough and irritating to the skin. We'll just hang this on the door as a curtain, and next time we'll roll it up and use it as a cushion. As he spoke, Meng Yuqing squatted down and pulled Qiuyi up. It's really good, Qiuyi said, looking at the mat. Once we find the materials I want, the cloth we make will be even better. Meng Yuqing patted Qiuyi's shoulder and said, the system popped up in my mind again. Random task. Teach the tribe to weave baskets, and bags. Completed. Hidden mission. Burning bricks. Completed. Hidden task. Make a gift box. Completed. This is really a buy one get one free deal. Just as Meng Yuqing was silently complaining about the system, Ruya's excited voice came from behind him. Qiye! Yuqing, the clan leader, and the others are back. Xuan and the others are back. Are you back? Qiuyi immediately put down the mat and ran over excitedly to grab Ruya. Meng Yuqing also immediately went forward and looked at Ruya with burning eyes. Ruya panted and said, yes. Fei just flew into the tribe to find Yang. He said the tribe leader and the others have already arrived at the patrol area. Shall we wait for them outside the tribe? Qiuyi turned around and looked at Meng Yuqing excitedly. Let's go quickly. We don't know how they are doing or whether they are injured. Meng Yuqing said, pulling Qiuyi directly towards the gate of the tribe. Outside the tribe, because the sub-beasts were in poor condition, the orcs sped up their journey. The original 3-day journey was compressed into a day and a half. Now, they have reached a small hill not far from the tribe and can see their tribe from afar. Huh, is that our tribe? Mu walked to Xuan and asked in a low voice. Bo, who was following not far behind Xuan, looked at them with some confusion. It's only been a short time since you came out, Mu. How come you don't even recognize your own tribe? Well, I came over and said with a smile. He was in a particularly good mood as he was about to return to the tribe. It should be because Yuqing mentioned before that the stakes surrounding the tribe have been completed, so the perimeter looks different from before. Xuan moved his ears and said softly. His eyes became soft, completely different from when he was chasing the wandering orcs before. Yuqing is so amazing. His previous tribe must have been very powerful, so they could have trained such a powerful witch like him. And he is still so young. Mu exclaimed. But we don't seem to have ever heard him mention his tribe. Xuan, Has Yuqing told you about it? Lai looked at Xian. Xian shook his head. He didn't tell me. He just said he didn't have a tribe. Chapter 69 Welcome. I don't know what he has experienced before. Thinking of Bo and others behind him, Lai said with some sadness. I don't know. He didn't want to say. When I saw him from a distance. He was on a very tall tree, about to get down. It's possible that the orcs from his tribe put him up there to avoid danger. Xian walked while recalling what happened at that time. When I invited him to our tribe, he initially refused. Later, when I took him to the safe cave, I left my scent along the way and didn't try to cover up his scent, but for 4 whole days, no one came to look for him. I also looked for him at the tree where I found him, and there was no sign of any orcs there. He was well protected, had no injuries on his body, and was very clean. He must have never suffered any hardship. Everyone around was listening quietly. This was the first time Xian publicly talked about his meeting with Meng Yuqing. Before that, only Xia and Qiuye knew about it. Anyway, he will be one of our tribe members from now on, and we will protect him. Lai said seriously. Mu, Dong, and Dan also nodded in agreement. Bo listened to them quietly until they finished talking, then turned around to look at his tribesmen behind him and suddenly felt very glad about his decision. Soon they were not far from the tribe's gate. Qiuye, Meng Yuqing, Yang Heshu were all waiting at the door, but Lan was not there. He must have been leading the team out hunting. Bo stopped when he was still 300 meters away from the tribe. He pushed the spirit ring and signaled them to follow the orcs of Qingshan Tribe. Pick a few people and bring them over, otherwise they will feel uneasy. Xian turned and said to Bo. Bo immediately looked at Xian with gratitude, picked 3 orcs, and asked them to follow him with the spirit ring. Linghuan sat on Bo's back and forced himself to calm down. He knew that his brothers were not allowed to enter the tribe, and only a few sub-beasts like them could enter. He is in the best condition among them, and he must take good care of them. Xia, who are they? Yang saw Bo, who was following at the back, and then looked at the orcs who were just 300 meters away. We rescued the few remaining sub-beasts of the tribe that were massacred by the roaming orcs, Xia said roughly. Yang Liangran nodded and didn't ask any more questions, saying that he would explain the details when he returned to the tribe. Qiye. Xia looked at Qiuye, who was standing next to him, with gentle eyes. Xia. Qiuye smiled, ran over happily, hugged Xia's lowered head, and gently stroked Xia's fur. These sub-beasts were snatched back from the wandering orcs. They are not in good condition, so you may have to work hard. Xia said to him softly. I know. I will take good care of them. Qiuye hugged Xia's head and rubbed it gently. Meng Yuqing had been looking at Xian since they walked over, and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had no obvious injuries except for being a little dirty. Fortunately, it didn't turn out like it did after killing the shadow beast. Xian had been staring at him, and when he noticed that Meng Yuqing looked at him with relief, his mood instantly improved. The tip of the tail was wagging happily. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing waved at him and smiled widely. Oh, take them over. He is my sub-father. Most of the sub-beasts in the tribe listened to his arrangements. After interacting with Meng Yuqing remotely, Xian turned to Bo and said, after getting permission, Bo led 3 orcs and walked over with the spirit ring on their backs. When they were 20 meters away from Qiuye and the others, they put the people down. Linghuan, take them there and take good care of them. Bo looked down at Linghuan. Linghuan didn't say anything, but nodded solemnly, took Su's hand, and led the others towards Qiuye. Qiuye had already let go of Xia. When they got closer, he gave a very gentle smile, which made Linghuan, who was originally very nervous, relax a little. Qiuye is really a very friendly and gentle person, right, system? Meng Yuqing called out to the system in his mind. This is his talent, but it's not obvious. He doesn't know it, and no one else knows it either. Oh, Qiuye also has talent. Meng Yuqing was really shocked. Right. Just as he was daydreaming, Qiuye turned around and pulled him over. Meng Yuqing looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. What kind of large social occasion was this? A first meeting. He really couldn't handle it. Fortunately, Qiuye was used to his personality and just pulled him over without letting him say anything. My name is Qiuye. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. His name is Meng Yuqing. You can just call him Yuqing. If you can't find me, go to his house. I'm always at his house. Qiuye looked at Linghuan tenderly and said softly. Hearing Qiuye's words, Linghuan also smiled. My name is Linghuan. I will trouble you from now on. It's okay. Just treat this place as your home. As he spoke, Qiuye gently pulled the spirit ring, then turned to look at Xia. Xia nodded and said, then let's go back to the tribe first. You can arrange a place for them to live. Then he turned to look at Bo and the others. We'll take them in first. You guys should rest well. We won't restrict them from coming out. After hearing Xia's words, Bo and others finally felt relieved. Do you have anything else to say to them? Or do you want to wait until you have rested well before coming out to see them tomorrow? Qiu Yi asked Ling Huan softly. Ling Huan glanced at Bo, and after Bo nodded at him, he turned his head to look at Qiu Yi. I have already said everything I wanted to say to my brother on the way. After a pause, he glanced at the sub-beast behind him and said worriedly, I really have to ask you for help. I know. Qiu Yi comforted him softly. Meng Yuqing stood beside Qiu Yi and looked at those extremely haggard sub-beasts. He touched his chin and seemed to be thinking about something. After seeing that Qiu Yi had calmed down Ling Huan, Xiao walked towards the tribe. The others followed immediately. Xiansen walked to Meng Yuqing's side in 2 steps and said, We are all back. No one is missing. He squinted his eyes full of happiness and anticipation, like a house cat asking for praise. That's amazing. I knew you were the best. Meng Yuqing gave them a thumbs up without hesitation. Although Xian didn't understand why Meng Yuqing raised his finger, it didn't stop him from knowing that this was definitely a gesture of praising them. Mu Healy also ran up quickly and walked beside Meng Yuqing. Yuqing, let me tell you, Xian is really amazing. Mu said excitedly. Yes, Xian rushed into the group of wandering orcs and fought more than 10 of them alone. He also killed 2 of them. It's a pity that you didn't see it. Lai added. Chapter 70. Welcome back. Dan and Dong also came over leisurely. Xian is standing right there. Those wandering beastmen dare not get close. Yes, they only dared to surround Xian and yell. No one dared to go up. Wow, so amazing, Meng Yuqing said cooperatively, showing a surprised expression. It's just that the tone of voice was cooperative and the surprise was genuine. When Xian heard Meng Yuqing's words, his tail stood up happily and the tip of his tail shook gently. When Meng Yuqing saw him like this, he laughed in his heart. He was indeed still a child, although his fighting power was off the charts. When all the tribesmen heard the news of their return, they put down what they were doing and came to the tribal square to greet them. Those who had orcs at home participating in this operation watched them approach with even greater attention, searching for their loved ones among the crowd. After seeing that they all returned safely, the atmosphere in the square instantly became lively. When Xia announced that everyone could disperse, the orcs following him cheered and ran towards their loved ones. Xia took Yang and Shu directly to the discussion room. Xin did not go with them this time, but stayed with Qiu Yi with Meng Yuqing to settle Ling Huan and others. Mu was directly carried home by Li, and Lai also went home obediently to wait for Yang. Considering that Ling Huan and others would feel safer staying together, Qiu Yi found a larger uninhabited house. You guys should rest here for the next few days. If you need anything, just tell me directly. You can arrange it. Ling Huan shook his head and said softly. Okay, after you've rested, I'll take you around the tribe and choose a place to build a house. Qiu Yi said as he and Meng Yuqing helped them make the beds. Xian was standing outside the door alone and didn't come in. After hearing Qiu Yi's words, Ling Huan looked at him hesitantly, seeming to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Qiu Yi stopped what he was doing, walked over, pulled Ling Huan aside, and asked softly. I want to stay with them for a while longer. I'm worried about some of them. Ling Huan looked at the sub-beasts who were making their beds silently with a worried look in their eyes. Okay, I understand. Tell me if there is anything. Qiu Yi understood his feelings very well and agreed directly. The person delivering the things arrived soon, and Ling Huan took the things and distributed them to them. During the entire process, except for 2 slightly older sub-beasts who were able to speak a few words to them, the other younger ones did not make a sound from beginning to end. After leaving Ling Huan's temporary house and sending Qiu Yi home, Qiu Yi was unusually silent. They are about the same age as Ruya. Meng Yuqing and Xian sent Qiu Yi home. Before leaving, they heard Qiu Yi sigh. Meng Yuqing gently hugged Qiu Yi and comforted her. Everything will be fine. On the way home, Meng Yuqing asked Xian and the others in detail about what happened when they went out, especially about Bo and the others. Xian patiently told them in detail about their experience when they went out. Especially when talking about what happened to their tribe, Meng Yuqing frowned. These roving orcs are really... He didn't know how to describe it. It's a good thing we've dealt with them all now. Otherwise, who knows how many small tribes like Bo's would have been harmed by them. He frowned, puzzled, and said, There are nearly 200 orcs there, much stronger than Bo's tribe, and they're all orcs. If they wanted to, they could live well together. Bo and the others can live well together, but they insist on causing trouble for others. If it's because there are only orcs, they didn't treat the sub-beasts they robbed well either. Hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Xuan shook his head and said, "It's not because of this reason. They don't want to protect the sub-beasts or raise the cubs at all. When they need them, they go to other tribes to steal them and throw them away after they're done. They don't care about their lives at all." After a pause, Xuan continued, "Some sub-beasts that survive will have cubs in their bellies. If they are born as baby sub-beasts, it's fine." Meng Yuqing was stunned by this and quickly asked, "What if it's a little orc? Will he be thrown out?" Xuan said with some regret, "If it was a little orc, I wouldn't drive it out. After all, every birth in the tribe is worth celebrating. The tribe will raise the orcs born in this way as ordinary orcs, but they will not receive more care from the tribe members. They have no father beast, and it is difficult to raise a little orc relying solely on the sub-father. They need a lot of meat, and the tribe's distribution can only ensure that they can grow up. Other little orcs in the tribe who have lost their fathers will have their fathers' good friends to take care of them, take them out hunting and food, and teach them, but these little orcs will not have that. They can only wait until they are old enough to learn from the orcs taught by the tribe. They will be thinner than other young orcs. Of course, there are orcs who want to be with their sub-fathers and are willing to accept them, but these sub-beasts themselves are unwilling to do so and are very resistant to orcs." Meng Yuqing listened to Xuan's story with a complicated expression. He rubbed his face and forced himself to cheer up. "So, we must develop the tribe well. As long as we become stronger, we can reduce the occurrence of such things." "You're right." Xuan tilted his head and looked at Meng Yuqing seriously, his eyes full of warmth. "Then what are you going to do with them? Especially those orcs outside?" Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan with a serious expression. "There are a total of 40 adult and underage orcs, which is neither too many nor too few. It seems that Xuan and the others are not going to let them fend for themselves outside, but they cannot be brought into the tribe immediately as the risk is too great. Let them live outside the tribe for now and observe them. We will provide them with appropriate help and then slowly accept them in." Xuan scratched his head and continued worriedly. "The main thing is that there are a few sub-beasts that are difficult to deal with. They are not in good condition. I don't know if they can figure it out on their own, otherwise they will slowly become weak and die. Sub-beast, let me think of a way." Meng Yuqing touched his chin and thought. He was really envious of these people. What the system lacked now was people. "I'll find time to go see them with Chiyoye tomorrow. You orcs don't come. I'll have a good chat with them. Even if they don't care about me, they'll always care about the orcs outside." "Yes, they will pay attention to the orcs outside," Xuan affirmed. While they were talking, they had already arrived at Meng Yuqing's door. Before entering the house, Meng Yuqing turned to Xuan and said, "Don't worry, I will try to get them over there. And also," he looked at Xuan and gave him a bright smile. "Welcome back." Chapter 71, Mouth to Mouth. Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing in front of him, and suddenly felt that all the haze was swept away. He also showed Meng Yuqing a youthful smile. "Yeah." The next day, Meng Yuqing got up early and walked towards Xiaoye's house. When he was almost at his door, he happened to see him and Xia walking out together. Xiaoye saw Meng Yuqing coming over and immediately waved at him. "Huh? Yuqing, you came just in time. I was just about to go look for you." Xia stood beside him and looked like he was about to go out. Meng Yuqing ran over quickly, looked at Xia, and simply said hello, then said to Xiaoye, "We are going to go find those sub-beasts. Xuan told me in detail yesterday." "That's great. I'm going to go take a look too." After saying that, Xiaoye looked up at Xia. Xia reached out and gently stroked his face. "Then you go with him. I'm getting ready to go out too. I have some things to discuss with Yang." After saying that, Xia nodded towards Meng Yuqing and turned to leave. Seeing Xia walking away, Xiaoye gently pulled Meng Yuqing and they walked toward the house where Dun Ling Huan and others were staying. Along the way, people greeted them from time to time, and Meng Yuqing responded one by one. When they arrived at Ling Huan's residence, Ling Huan had already gotten up. He looked fine and was sorting out the berries and barbecue that others had brought him to the door. Seeing Meng Yuqing and Xiaoye coming, he immediately stood up and looked at them with a shy smile. "Are they okay?" Xiaoye walked over and asked softly. Speaking of this, Ling Huan sighed slightly and shook his head. "It's still the same. He wakes up at night and starts crying. He eats very little. Asu doesn't even want to eat. Can we go in and see them?" Meng Yuqing asked. Ling Huan looked up at Meng Yuqing and nodded. "Of course, I'll just go in and give them some food." As he said this, he turned around, lifted the animal skin curtain, and walked in, and Meng Yuqing and Xiaoye followed him in. In the room, the young sub-beasts had been sitting on the bed in a daze, not knowing what they were thinking. When they noticed them coming in, They just looked up and had no other reaction. Ling Huan shared the food in his hand with them, and they just held it quietly. The other two older sub-beasts sat beside them and gently persuaded them. Eat something. Your body won't be able to hold on if you don't eat. Everything is delicious. Just eat a little, even if it's just some berries. Following their advice, the young beasts picked up the berries and put them to their mouths. They opened their mouths several times but still didn't eat them. Ling Huan stood beside Qiuye and looked at them with sadness in his eyes. It was just as the Black Panther orc said, they would die if they continued like this. Meng Yuqing frowned and looked at them like this, feeling a little uncomfortable. This is not a solution. Psychological trauma is another matter, but you still have to eat. Only by staying alive can you have time to slowly heal the psychological trauma. Thinking of this, he took 2 steps forward and walked in front of them. His expression was no longer as casual as usual. He looked at them and spoke slowly. You can't go on like this. You'll die. Do you want to give up your life just like that? Everyone looked at him in surprise. The 2 older sub-beasts opened their mouths several times to say something, but when they saw Meng Yuqing's expression, they didn't dare to speak. Qiuye didn't know what Meng Yuqing wanted to do, but he still chose to believe it. He gently pulled the spirit ring that wanted to speak. Meng Yuqing didn't pay attention to their actions, but just stared at the sub-beasts and continued speaking. So many people in your tribe sacrificed their lives to protect the tribe. As he said this, he pointed at the sub-beast named Su, and Ling Huan, in order to protect him, was dragged away by that orc. You saw it with your own eyes, as well as Bo and the others. At this point, his eyes even took on a hint of severity. You should understand what would have happened if our tribes hadn't happened to be on their way to round up and suppress those roving orcs. They will risk their own lives to rescue you. Are you sure you want to give up on yourselves now that all this is over and you can live a peaceful life? What do you want them to think? What do you want those people who have done their best for you to think? Will they blame themselves for not protecting you well, and then fall into endless pain and regret? He looked at these sub-beasts who wanted to give up their lives. They listened to Meng Yuqing's words in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. What Meng Yuqing said was exactly their weak spot. Their tribe was destroyed by roaming orcs, and now only these people are left. They overcame difficulties together and came to the Qingshan Tribe. The Qingshan Tribe is much stronger than their original tribe. They are about to live a stable life, which will be better than before. Su slowly raised his head and looked past Meng Yuqing at Ling Huan, who was standing next to Qiuye. Ling Huan was looking at him with a worried look on her face. Suddenly, tears started to flow from his eyes. He grabbed the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. His body resisted and wanted to vomit several times, but he held it back. The other sub-beasts also suddenly came to their senses, followed suit, grabbed the food, and stuffed it into their mouths. Seeing them eating on their own initiative, Ling Huan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Meng Yuqing gratefully, and together with the other 2 older sub-beasts, poured water and handed it to the young sub-beast who was wolfing down the food. Those sub-beasts cooperated surprisingly well, eating food and water at a time until their food was all eaten up. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing finally felt a little relieved. How could someone who could live to this age in this world be so fragile? His mind was simple, and he just couldn't figure it out for the time being. Now we have to give him a reason, even if it means secretly carrying out moral kidnapping. When listening to Xian talk about their experiences, he realized that what these sub-beasts care about most now are probably the remaining members of the tribe. Let them eat well first and don't kill themselves, and then we can deal with it later. Pulling Qiuye out of their house, Meng Yuqing breathed a long sigh of relief. He hung on Qiuye like a deflated balloon, looking hopeless. Fortunately, the anime I watched were not in vain, and my words were still reliable at critical moments. But this kind of thing is really too difficult for him, a pure-hearted male college student. Qiuye looked at him in surprise. There was such a huge difference between Meng Yuqing, who was full of aura in the room just now, and Meng Yuqing, who was leaning on him lazily now. He turned around and looked at the door with the animal skin curtain. How could a person change so much in just the time it took to enter and exit the door? Seeing Qiuye not speaking or moving, but just staring at him, Meng Yuqing sighed and said half-jokingly, "Qiuye, this wave has used up all my life skills. I won't be able to recover without a few days of rest." Chapter 72. Grass Seeds. Qiuye tilted his head, not quite understanding what the first half of Meng Yuqing's sentence meant, but that didn't stop him from understanding the second half. Yuqing wanted to take a break. "Is that so?" "No way." Qiuye refused decisively. Don't be like this. Meng Yuqing, Rubit, Ki Yese Shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Even if I let you rest, can you really do it? Xiaoyi said with a smile. Besides, Xin is back, and you have someone working specifically for you. You will definitely want to make new things. You guessed it right. Meng Yuqing straightened up and touched his chin. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyi also became curious. What are you going to do? This will be kept secret for now. You'll know when I figure it out. Meng Yuqing kept it a secret. Okay, then you must tell me the first time you make it. Xiaoyi didn't ask any further questions. The two chatted for a while, and Meng Yuqing went home alone. Just when those sub-beasts began to eat voraciously, he discovered that there was inexplicably more energy in the energy storage space. After closing the door, Meng Yuqing sat on the bed holding the animal's skin and started calling the system. System, why is there such a sudden surge of energy? Is something happening because of me? After a long while, the system slowly made a sound, which made Meng Yuqing almost think that the system had malfunctioned. Hidden quest. Get the new sub-beasts entering the tribe to eat voluntarily. Completed. Can this be considered a task? Meng Yuqing said in disbelief. It was just about making people want to eat. If the host hadn't said it today, they would have died. The system said without a trace of emotion. Are you so sure they will die? Meng Yuqing asked doubtfully. This was too absolute, as if it had witnessed the ending with its own eyes. Wait, the system couldn't really know, could it? Without a host, they will surely die. The system simply replied in this way, and the meaning of its previous words was no different. It was obvious that it was unwilling to say anything more. Seeing the system like this, Meng Yuqing understood that it was probably due to insufficient authority and could not answer the question. He curled his lips and changed the subject tentatively. If you want them to survive, why don't you just give me the task? That way you can guarantee I'll try to do it. This time, the system was silent for a long moment before slowly speaking, its voice carrying a subtle complexity. Humans are the most difficult to understand, the most complex, and the most difficult to control. Many people's ideas are also difficult to change. You're not talking about me, are you? I think I've always cooperated with the tasks you've issued. Meng Yuqing raised his eyebrows. Could the system actually think of such profound things? He was stunned and asked immediately, You mean them? Do you think even if I were to do the mission, it wouldn't necessarily change their minds, so you just let it go? This time the system did not respond. As expected, it accepted it what a considerate system. Meng Yuqing silently complained in his heart. No longer entangled with the system, Meng Yuqing ran to the vegetable garden to check on the herbs he had planted before. This was something he did every day. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he fell to the ground, carefully fiddling with a bunch of hemostatic herbs. As he moved, the grass leaves were gently pushed aside, and a light brown, the size of a sesame seed, appeared on the tip of a grass leaf. He carefully touched the light brown dot and frantically called the system in his mind. System. System. Identify this thing, just this little dot. Under identification, hemostatic herb seeds, seed type, plantable, growth cycle 4 months, seeds once a year. Is this the only seed that will be produced at once? Meng Yuqing didn't dare to breathe, for fear that the seed would be blown away by accident. This cluster of hemostatic grass is in the seed-bearing period. It will produce more seeds in the next half-month. It is recommended that the host wait until the seeds turn black before collecting them. The host can explore the details on their own. The system gave an appropriate prompt and said no more. Okay, I understand. I will pay attention to this place in the next few days. Open the compendium of information on the Beast World continent. Meng Yuqing lay on the ground, his eyes staring at the void in front of him. The encyclopedia of information on the Beast World continent slowly opened in front of him, and he carefully flipped through the pages, looking for everything related to the growth of hemostatic grass. The database was so huge that even though the system had done basic classification, it took him nearly 2 hours to find information related to hemostatic grass. Of course, I also read some introductions to other herbs in case I encounter them in the wild, but don't recognize them. After all, you can't rely on system reminders for everything, and the number of explorations per day is limited. The system has no restrictions on itself, but the system itself has great restrictions. After memorizing the information related to hemostatic grass and some herb that I think I may need at this stage, I asked the system to bookmark these things. Although the system cannot answer questions directly, nor can it cheat by telling him directly which page and line the information he is looking for is on, it is still possible to mark a bookmark after he finds it. After exiting the database, Meng Yuqing closed his eyes and began to digest what he had just written down. Fortunately, he had been good at studying in various fields before, so he was able to quickly extract the key points and recall them several times. Yuqing, why are you lying on the ground? Ronglin came over with huffing and Kwai. Now the three of them were responsible for taking care of the sweet potatoes and potatoes in the vegetable garden. They pulled Meng Yuqing up from the ground, brushed the dirt off him, and looked at the herbs planted on the ground. Ronglin looked at him with concern. What happened? It's okay. Meng Yuqing came back to his senses and said excitedly, the hemostatic grass has produced seeds. Once the seeds are fully grown, we can collect them and plant them. Really? We can also grow these herbs so that the tribe will not be short of herbs in the future. The three people said in surprise after hearing Meng Yuqing's words. Yes, but they certainly won't grow a lot like potatoes and sweet potatoes do when you plant a little bit. But it's better than relying entirely on collecting from outside. At least the source is stable. Meng Yuqing carefully explained to them that it was a herb after all, and no matter how common it was, it would not be like a high-yield crop. After hearing this, Ronglin and the others did not show any disappointment, but rather felt a little happy. As long as I can get it from my own hands, I don't have to worry about not having it. The worst that can happen is a little hard work. Compared to saving the lives of my tribesmen, this hard work is nothing. What about the other two? Chia asked softly. The grass seeds haven't formed yet. Let's wait for a while. These two herbs are rarer than hemostatic grass, so there's no need to rush. Meng Yuqing shook his head, recalling the relevant information he had just read. Okay, we got it. We will pay attention to any situation here and let you know in time. Ronglin nodded seriously. Okowo. After talking about the hemostatic grass, Ronglin and others went into the vegetable garden to take care of the potatoes and sweet potatoes that had sprouted. They take the crops in the vegetable garden very seriously. There are almost no weeds in the field. They are eager to check every seedling to make sure there are no problems. There will even be a situation where a seedling grown in slightly dry soil is watered individually. Meng Yuqing asked himself if he could do this and expressed his great respect for their professionalism. I'd better just focus on tinkering with new things. Chapter 73, Hidden Rich. When Xuan came to find Meng Yuqing was making jars for pickling pickles out of clay. After more than a month of hard practice, his skill in making things improved, and they were no longer made into strange shapes like before. Seeing Xuan walking towards him, he immediately raised his hand and greeted Xuan. Xuan, didn't you go with Xia to do things today? After saying that, he looked at his hands full of mud and suddenly remembered what Ruya and the other three had said about Xuan not liking mud, so he immediately retracted his hands. Father B said that the orcs who followed us out to suppress the roving orcs can rest for 3 days and then participate in the tribe's affairs normally after that. Xuan didn't pay attention to Meng Yuqing's little action. He walked over and squatted beside him. What are you pinching again? It looks a little different from the previous shape. Meng Yuqing lowered his head and continued his work, a jar for pickling vegetables. He didn't plan to ask Xuan to join him in the fight. Pickled vegetables? Xian's eyes were filled with doubt. New food? It's either new food or we process the wild vegetables we picked so they could be preserved for longer. Just like you told my father before that drying bamboo shoots can prolong their storage. Xuan reached out and took a ball of clay and began to shape it like Meng Yuqing did. Let me help you. As he pinched it, he recalled the night they discovered the bamboo shoots, when Yuqing said that the bamboo shoots could be preserved for a long time after being processed. After that, Yafel led the collection team to collect bamboo shoots for many days in a row and store them all according to this method to prepare for eating in winter. When Meng Yuqing saw him pick up a lump of clay and start to knead it, his eyes suddenly widened and his hands stopped moving. Could it be that Ruya and the others were deceiving themselves? That was unlikely. Or has Xuan changed his character? He won't suddenly come back to beat me up when he remembers this later, right? Thinking of this, he looked down at his arms and legs. If he were to fight in his original world, he would definitely not be afraid. But in this world, he couldn't help but doubt that if Qiu Yi got serious, he might not be able to beat him. Not to mention Xuan, I couldn't even move because he held me down with one hand. He stared at Xuan in a daze. Xuan was puzzled by his gaze, his ears turned red, and his hands that were kneading clay paused slightly, and he said in some confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I pinch you wrongly?" "No, it's okay." Meng Yuqing shook his head decisively and continued with the work in his hands. After a long while, he couldn't help himself and called out softly, "Xuan." "Yes, I'm here." Xuan lowered his head, and the clay in his hand had been molded into the prototype of a jar. "Can I ask you a question?" You say. Meng Yuqing carefully observed Xian's expression. Just now, Ruya and the others told me that you don't like mud sticking to you, right? He watched Xian's every move. When Xian heard this, he suddenly stopped moving. Meng Yuqing moved to the side without leaving a trace. Xian's eyes were a little erratic, and he answered vaguely, "Well, I don't like the beast form. It was all when I was a kid." Meng Yuqing understood. That's right. It was normal for him to be ignorant and love to fight and play when he was a child, and he must not be so childish now that he has grown up. Meng Yuqing nodded, feeling his logic was sound. He decided not to dwell on it anymore and turned to another topic. If we want to pickle a large amount of wild vegetables, we'll need a lot of salt. Do we have enough salt in the tribe? He carefully looked at the salt used by the tribe and found that it was rock salt. Are you worried that the tribe has no salt? Don't worry about that. Our tribe is very powerful, and we will not be short of salt. When talking about business, Xian's expression was a little serious. It's not a question of whether there is a shortage or not. We really need a lot of salt, much more than we usually use. Salt is a very important commodity. He didn't know whether the tribe had enough salt to make large quantities of pickled vegetables and bacon. How much? Xian looked at him in surprise. I can't really explain it. Anyway, the more the better. When the temperature drops in the fall, the beasts you hunt can be processed and stored for the winter. You don't have to worry about them spoiling before winter. Hearing Meng Yuqing say this, Xian's expression became much more serious than before. Food preservation before winter is their biggest headache. They can catch many wild animals, but whether the meat can be preserved until the first snow falls is a big problem. How about this? I'll take you to see the salt in our tribe. He thought carefully and said to Meng Yuqing, "Okay, I have another way to make salt. I won't let the tribe run out of salt. If the tribe's source of salt is unstable and the quantity is small, let Xian take him out to find a sea or salt lake." Can salt be made? Xian asked curiously. Meng Yuqing nodded in affirmation. If there's a sea or a salt lake, it can be made. Can you explain it in detail? Xian thought for a while and said to Meng Yuqing, "You can never have too much salt." This question actually caught Meng Yuqing's attention. He thought for a while and picked out a few of the most obvious characteristics of the sea and said, "It's very salty water, and there's a lot of it. Big rivers are like small streams in front of the sea, and the water in some lakes is also salty. If anyone in the tribe knows of such a place, please tell me so I can see if I can make salt there. It would be best if we could find a salt mine. Salt is hard currency, and it is easy to carry and trade after it is mined. You can bring the salt back to the tribe and then find a secluded place to do the purification slowly. Moreover, if there's a stable way to obtain salt, it may be possible to attract some small tribes to join the Qingshan Tribe." Xian thought about it seriously. There's no such place near the tribe, nor near the Stonehorn Tribe or the Water Forest Tribe. I'll ask Fei when the time comes to see if he knows about it. There are also the old orcs in the tribe. They've lived long enough, so maybe they'll know too. Okay, how does our tribe get its salt? Can you tell me? Talking about this, Meng Yuqing suddenly remembered that he knew the tribe had salt, but he had never asked where the salt came from. He didn't dare ask others, but if the other person was Xian, it should be okay to ask. There's nothing inconvenient to say. Our tribe has a salt cave with a lot of salt rocks. I heard from my father that it has been used for more than 10 years, and the amount hasn't decreased at all. We don't have to go out to exchange salt, and we always have enough salt to eat. Oh no! After listening to Xian's words, Meng Yuqing suddenly raised his head and looked at Xian. With a force, he directly crushed the clay that was almost formed in his hands. Xian gave him an innocent yet puzzled look. What's wrong? It's okay. He lowered his head expressionlessly, adjusted the deformed clay in his hands, and complained secretly in his heart. Sorry to bother you. I thought about so many random things, but I didn't expect that you are actually hidden rich people. I am short-sighted. Chapter 74, Let's Go Out Together. Seeing Meng Yuqing like this, Xian was a little panicked. Did I make you angry? He came over cautiously, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and tilted his head into an awkward position, trying to see Meng Yuqing's expression. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing stepped back, slightly distanced himself, and said with a hint of amusement, "It's really okay. Do you think my temper is that bad?" Xian still had an expression of disbelief on his face as he continued to lean over and look at him. "You're fine, but your expression just now was really weird. It's really okay. Don't come so close, or I'll smear mud on your face." As he said that, Meng Yuqing raised his muddy hand and shook it threateningly in front of Xian. Xian opened his eyes slightly, subconsciously shrank back a little, and then quickly stopped. Seeing this action, Meng Yuqing smiled secretly. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with mud in the future. Xuan continued to maintain this distance, carefully looking at Meng Yuqing's expression, seriously confirming whether he was angry or not. Seeing him like this, Meng Yuqing sighed helplessly and changed the subject casually. Speaking of old orcs, why do I rarely see them? They're old and don't like to go out much. They don't usually change into beast form. They want to eat less food. Hearing Meng Yuqing talking about other things, Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and answered Meng Yuqing's question seriously. Oh, how old is the oldest of them? Meng Yuqing made small talk. It's 142 years old. Xuan suddenly became energetic and said proudly, just like when he talked about his tribe when they first met. However, this answer shocked Meng Yuqing a little, and he called the system in his mind. Can orcs live that long? The system responded quickly. The orcs and sub-beasts of the Orc continent can live to 150 years old. Orcs can maintain their peak strength from adulthood until 120 years old. After 120 years old, their body functions will begin to decline and become much worse than before. Sub-beasts will begin to age faster after the age of 100. While Meng Yuqing was listening to the system's popular science lecture, he kept talking. At such an old age, you must be in good health. He looks good now and will definitely live to 150 years old. Xuan said with gentle eyes, blessing the old orc. Although the lifespan in this world is 150 years, there are not many orcs who can actually live beyond 120 years old, let alone live beyond 140 years old, which is extremely rare. Not many sub-beasts can live to 80 years old. So every time the people of Qingshan Tribe told others that there was a 140-year-old orc in their tribe, they were very proud. They're the pride of the entire tribe. After discussing the lifespan of orcs, Meng Yuqing saw that Xuan was no longer bothered by his previous expression, so he brought the topic back to the topic, how long will it take for us to go to the salt cave? It takes about 20 days to go back and forth, which is farther than going to the Xuan tribe. Xuan really didn't dwell on what happened before. He looked at Meng Yuqing, lowered his head, and nervously pinched the clay with his fingers and whispered, "Do you want to go with me to take a look over there? I can definitely keep you safe." "Of course I have to go. I haven't left the tribe for a long time." Meng Yuqing didn't notice Xuan's little action, but said excitedly, "I want to go out and take a look. Maybe if I run further, I can find more new things." "Okay, I'll go talk to my father." Hearing Meng Yuqing's agreement, Xuan smiled extremely brightly, with the youthful vigor that is unique to young people. Meng Yuqing also had a smile on his face. It just so happened that the grass seeds would not grow completely for a while, so he could go to the salt cave and then come back to get the herbs seamlessly. The two looked at each other and smiled brightly. Xuan was very proactive and went to find Xia that night. The next morning, he ran to Meng Yuqing's door and squatted there. When Meng Yuqing got up and opened the door sleepily to wash up, he was startled by a dark shadow gathered at the door. "Xuan, why are you squatting here? I almost stepped on you." Meng Yuqing rubbed his eyes and saw clearly the person squatting at his feet. Xuan didn't realize that he was almost stepped on. Instead, he immediately stood up and looked at Meng Yuqing excitedly. "I told my father that we were going to the salt cave to bring back salt for pickling vegetables. He agreed and asked me to bring back more salt, as the tribe had almost used up all the salt." After hearing Xuan's words, Meng Yuqing's expression was a little strange. She always felt that there was something strange about Xuan's words. "What's wrong with you? Have you changed your mind and don't want to go?" Xuan said nervously when he saw that he didn't say anything. "No, I will definitely go," Meng Yuqing said decisively, putting the strange feeling aside. "Okay, let's go now," Xuan said impatiently. "Do you still want to take the bag with you? You can sit on my back and I'll carry you. If you're tired and want to sleep, you can rest in the bag and I'll carry you. Leaving now? That's too hasty. I remember last night that I had something to say to Qiu Yi, so we have to wait a while." Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan in surprise. "Brother, you are really a little weird." "Okay, we'll set off whenever you say," Xuan said nonchalantly. Seeing Xuan so excited, Meng Yuqing didn't want to spoil his fun any further, so he asked Xuan to take him to find Qiu Yi. He pulled Qiu Yi aside and told her about his arrangements for Ling Huan and the others, especially for those sub-beasts who are in poor mental states. When they feel better, let Ling Huan take them to learn weaving from Ruya and the others. "Is this okay? Let them get to work directly," Qiu Yi said with some concern. "You have to keep them busy, otherwise they will keep thinking about the past. But don't put too much pressure on them. Give them a small goal, such as choosing a favorite knitting craft and knitting 3 finished products. Then associate their performance and status in the tribe with their joining the tribe. Let the clan leader decide the right balance. We have the final say anyway, so please pay more attention to their condition. Meng Yuqing kept talking, saying that he hoped these sub-beasts could get out of the shadows as soon as possible and start a new life in the tribe. They had never done anything wrong, but they had suffered such great torture. Moreover, having them there will be a great help in their integration into the tribe in the future. After listening to Meng Yuqing's suggestion, Qiuyi nodded and said, "I will keep an eye on them." After saying that, he glanced at Xuan, who was standing not far away, and spoke softly to Meng Yuqing with concern. "I know Xuan is very powerful, and I know you are very smart, but you still have to be careful when you go out this time. You must not leave him for a moment. If there is anything, you two should discuss it together. If he makes you unhappy in any way, remember to come back and tell me. I will scold him for you, and let Xia help you beat him up. Don't get angry with him in the wild." "Yeah, I know everything. Don't worry, we will definitely get along well." Meng Yuqing, Ganti Comfortet Ki. Chapter 75, Going Out on an Adventure. Also, the hemostatic grass has started to produce seeds, which will probably last for about half a month. I'd like to trouble you to pay attention to it during this period. Meng Yuqing continued to explain the relevant matters. "I understand. I will take good care of it over there." This news made Qiuyi's expression serious instantly. Since it involved herbs, he couldn't be careless. Meng Yuqing talked to Qiuyi for a long time, and only felt relieved after making sure that he had not missed anything. Looking back at Xuan, he had been standing there waiting with high energy. When he noticed Meng Yuqing looking at him, he immediately looked over with anticipation. "Then I'll go back first. The things I need to go out are not ready yet, so I need to pack them up." Meng Yuqing said goodbye to Qiuyi and walked toward Xuan. "Be sure to be careful." After saying that, Qiuyi shouted at Xuan, "You too, you must protect him." "Got it," they said in unison. After returning home, having a simple meal, and grilling some more barbecue, and putting it in the warehouse, Meng Yuqing began to pack the things he was going to take out this time. You could bring more salt and bamboo tubes for water, wild vegetables, clay pots, chopsticks, a toothbrush, animal skin bags, animal skins for wiping your face, animal skins for sleeping on the floor, your own weapons, bone scimitars and bows, and some herbs. He sorted out a lot of things, and Xuan watched him quietly beside him, rummaging through things like a hamster, putting the useful things aside and putting the useless ones back. After taking out all the things he was going to take out and piling them together, Meng Yuqing walked to the door, looked around, and then closed the door. "Why is the door closed?" Xuan asked in confusion. "Aren't you getting ready to leave?" Meng Yuqing raised his eyebrows and said nothing. He just walked to the pile of things. With a thought, everything in front of him disappeared. Xian's eyes widened. Meng Yuqing had performed the show of making objects disappear and reappear in front of him several times before, but they were all small objects, or they disappeared one by one. Although he was a little surprised, he was not so shocked. He said in a daze, "You made it all disappear." "I put them all away," Meng Yuqing said with a bit of pride. "I can take them out any time I need them." Xuan looked at the empty ground in front of him, full of amazement. "You are so amazing." "Ha ha ha, maybe," Meng Yuqing said vaguely. "These are all functions of the system, which cannot be regarded as his own abilities. They are just lent to him for use." After putting everything away, Meng Yuqing glanced around the warehouse, making sure everything was in place, and said to Xuan, "Let's go." After opening the door, Xuan walked out first and transformed into a beast in the open space at the door. Meng Yuqing looked up at the black panther that appeared in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It had only been 2 months since he first saw Xuan, but it felt like a long time had passed. Now I'm going to wild with Xuan again. It's the same person, but the situation and mood are completely different. He climbed onto Xuan's back and gently stroked the hair on his back. Xuan turned around and looked at him as if he felt something. "Let's go. I'm going to start my adventure." Meng Yuqing waved his hand lightly, his spirits high. "Hold on tight." A smile appeared in Xuan's eyes. He looked forward and felt the long hair on his back being grabbed. He rushed out like a sharp arrow. Xuan never took Meng Yuqing out of the tribe during the day because he was always busy with patrol team matters, hunting team matters, and Xiao often took him with him to deal with some tribe-related matters. On the day he was brought back to the tribe, Meng Yuqing was unfamiliar with everything around him and was nervous about what he was about to face. He carefully observed everything and everyone around him, and never took in the pristine scenery with an ornamental attitude. Under the sunlight, the scenery outside the tribe is more vibrant than at night. Lying on Xuan's back, he relaxed for a rare moment without thinking about anything. I don't know how long they ran, but Xuan stopped once in the middle. Meng Yuqing took out the previously roasted meat from the space warehouse and handed a large piece to Xuan. It's time to eat. Xuan tilted his head and looked at him. No, just put it away and eat it yourself. We orcs can just eat whatever we want. Don't worry about us. Meng Yuqing thought about it and realized that it was true. He had only roasted 2 days' worth of food, and this amount was not enough to fill Xian's stomach after he turned into a beast. He nodded and returned to the space warehouse without further persuasion. After eating, he climbed onto Xian's back again. This time, Xian took into consideration that Meng Yuqing had just finished eating, so he slowed down a bit and ran more steadily. The gentle shaking made Meng Yuqing feel a little drowsy. We are out of the patrol area. Xian's voice reached his ears, and Meng Yuqing suddenly woke up from his half-drowsy state. He looked up and saw that it was already dark. Are you going to rest tonight? Meng Yuqing asked softly. Well, there's no rush this time, so you can sleep well tonight. Xian walked slowly while observing his surroundings. This is the territory outside our patrol area. The beasts there are more numerous and much stronger than in the patrol area. From now on, I will not transform back into human form unless I enter a cave. His footsteps were so light his soft flesh pads stepped on the ground that even Meng Yuqing, who was sitting on his back, couldn't hear the sound. I know, I'll do it the safest way. Meng Yuqing nodded obediently, putting away his previous lazy state. The fact that Xian Neng specifically told me this meant that from now on, everything around me would be dangerous to me. When he was walking around the patrol area before, Xian never said such words. Most of the time, he just changed into human form and followed behind him, letting him go wherever he wanted. Xian carried Meng Yuqing on his back and found a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave was not big. It was half the size of the cave Meng Yuqing had stayed in before. Xian smelled the surroundings carefully and let Meng Yuqing go after making sure there were no wild animals. He protected him between his front legs and walked forward with him. When he was near the entrance of the cave, he took 2 quick steps forward, lay down, and arched his abdomen slightly to prevent himself from crushing Meng Yuqing. He sniffed the smell in the cave carefully, and after making sure that there were no wild animals hiding inside, he changed back into human form, half-hugged Meng Yuqing, and took him into the cave in a protective posture. Meng Yuqing didn't dare to speak the whole time, even breathing lightly, cooperating with Xian's movements. He didn't feel relieved until he entered the cave and made a fire. He recalled that Xian was not like this before entering the cave, and couldn't help asking, why is entering the cave different this time? Chapter 76, New Mission. Xian pushed Meng Yuqing to the inner part of the cave. The previous cave was bigger. The orcs from our tribe often stayed there. There are no wild beasts living in it. This cave is smaller. We have never stayed here. I'm afraid there are small wild animals hiding in it. He paused here and added seriously, although they're all small beasts, there are many more types of small beasts out there. There are many powerful beasts that can even kill medium-sized beasts. We won't allow such beasts in the patrol area. If we see them, we will drive them away or kill them directly. So you deliberately left those small wild beasts that don't have very strong combat capabilities in the patrol area? Meng Yuqing said in surprise. That's about right. Adult orcs usually don't hunt them casually. They're mostly used for practice for the cubs, and also to allow some young orcs without fathers to catch and eat them by themselves after they have a certain hunting ability. Xian explained to him carefully. Meng Yuqing's eyes lit up as he listened. Will you specially select some wild animals to put in there? Xian was taken aback by his question, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, not really. Adult orcs don't catch them, so there are quite a few of them. They're cleaned up every few years, otherwise there would be trouble if there were too many of them. After listening to Xian's words, Meng Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, and the idea of breeding that had been almost extinguished before quietly emerged again. However, even the so-called weak small beasts in the patrol area that were deliberately left behind by the tribe were very wild. Its aggressiveness is also stronger than that of the beasts in his original world, so he still needs to think carefully about it. After all, for sub-beasts, any beast is very dangerous. Although we now have weapons to protect ourselves, in many cases they're only limited to self-protection. As the dangers increase, accidents are inevitable. What are you thinking about? Xian saw Meng Yuqing start thinking after listening to what he said, and he couldn't help but move closer and ask. Nothing, I haven't thought it through yet. I'll talk about it when I think it through. Meng Yuqing came back to his senses and leaned back slightly. Oh, Xian lowered his head and shrank back. Because Meng Yuqing was thinking about breeding, he was a little absent-minded, Seeing this, Xian stopped talking. After a long while, Meng Yuqing covered her mouth and yawned, and Xian spoke. Want to sleep? Well, I'm a little sleepy. Rubbing his eyes, Meng Yuqing said with a nasal tone. He stood up and moved away from the fire, taking out the animal skins for sleeping on the ground from the space warehouse. Xian also followed him and spread the animal skin with him. After the mat was laid, Meng Yuqing crawled under the animal hide and looked at Xian, who was half kneeling beside him. He smiled gently and said, "Good night." Xian looked at him seriously for a moment and whispered, "Good night." After Meng Yuqing closed his eyes, Xian stood up and walked out of the cave, turning into a black panther, and lay at the entrance of the cave to rest as before. Meng Yuqing didn't sleep well that night, probably because he was subconsciously still feeling uneasy in the wild. Xian was awakened several times by his movements, looked in his direction, and got up several times to come in. Before setting off the next day, Xian asked Meng Yuqing to take out the woven bag, covered it with thick animal skins, and let him get into rest. He slept more soundly in the woven bag than in the cave. Just as Meng Yuqing woke up from the woven bag, the voice of the system suddenly came to her ears. Random quest. Host, please find something beneficial to the tribe before returning. Any type is acceptable. Using salt to make pickles and bacon doesn't count. The sudden task instantly perked up Meng Yuqing. Did he discover something beneficial to the tribe before returning? Based on his understanding of the system's workings over this period of time, he was sure that there would be more than one new thing that could benefit the tribe along the way. The system itself has limitations, and many things cannot be said directly, but it will hint at itself in various ways. And there is no limit to the type, which is very interesting. Any food, things to use, or toys that are useful can be included. If I had been more careful, I might have exceeded my target. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing poked his head out of the bag, raised his head, and saw Xian's chin. "Xian, I don't want to stay in the bag anymore." After hearing his voice, Xian immediately slowed down. After stopping completely, he lowered his head, put him on the ground, and asked softly, "How was your rest?" "Very good." He climbed out of the bag and put the bag into the space warehouse. Xian had already laid down, waiting for Meng Yuqing to climb up. "I'm looking for something. It's still a quick run for 20 minutes, right?" Xian confirmed with him. "Yes, I'm ready." After saying that, Meng Yuqing pressed himself against Xian, his hands tightly grasping the hair on Xian's back. After hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Xian nodded slightly and rushed out, much faster than before. The moment Meng Yuqing rushed out, he activated the exploration function. Xian's speed was too fast. Even though Meng Yuqing's physical qualities have been systematically strengthened, it was still difficult for him to clearly see what flowers and plants were around Xian's back. To Meng Yuqing's disappointment, this 20-minute exploration did not bring him any gains. This made him a little discouraged. Xian keenly noticed his emotions. He slowed down and comforted Meng Yuqing softly. "Let's take our time. There's no rush. I'll help you find it." "Yeah." Meng Yuqing frowned. The number of explorations is limited every day and the time is not long. Although the system functions are convenient, they cannot be over-reliant on. There is still so much time today, I definitely can't waste it. I was thinking about what I had read in the Beast World Continent Information Encyclopedia. Meng Yuqing said softly to Xian, "Will it be any problem if I go slower next time? I'm done looking for something today, so I can only rely on my eyes. It's going too fast, and I can't see clearly." "It doesn't affect it." Xian shook his head. Next, the pace of advancement was no longer so fast. Meng Yuqing concentrated on observing everything he could see around him and comparing it with the information he had memorized in his mind. On the fourth day after the two left the tribe, Meng Yuqing suddenly smelled the dampness of water and a unique fishy smell. "Xian, is the big river outside the tribe nearby?" He raised his head and looked around. Xian's ears twitched, as if he was a little surprised. "Yes, it's not far from here. You can see it after you walk out of this forest." "How did you know?" Hearing Xian's question, Meng Yuqing was silent for a while, and then spoke with a hint of longing in her voice. "My dad, he likes to fish for wild animals in the water. He built a big water tank at home, and sometimes he puts the wild animals he brings back into the tank to keep them temporarily." At this point, he chuckled. "I was still a kid at the time, always complaining about a strange, stinky smell in the house, and even went to my mom, Yafu, asking her to control the father beast and not bring such beasts home." Chapter 77, Riverside. After saying that, he put his face on Xian's back, his eyes began to empty, and his thoughts began to drift away. Sensing his movements, Qian paused, looked back, and said jokingly, "If I take you to the Xuan tribe, you will definitely not be used to it. There's water everywhere there." Haha, aren't you guys used to it too? And you're still blaming me. After being interrupted by Qian, Meng Yuqing also came out of his previous mood. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Instead of feeling sad, he might as well do something practical and work on upgrading the system. After all, going back is not something you can do by indulging in these emotions. When they were about to walk out of the jungle, Meng Yuqing could already hear the sound of flowing water. He rubbed his nose gently and watched Qian walk forward step by step. Suddenly, the view in front of me became clear and the jungle was left behind. A river so wide that the other side is almost invisible seems to be flowing out of the clouds. It was clearly just a river, but the waves rushed towards the shore like a tidal wave. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky was pouring down, and the raging waves inside were shocking. Sitting on Qian's back, Meng Yuqing looked at the scenery in front of him in amazement, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He suddenly understood why the poet could not help but write a poem every time he saw the mother river, unable to contain the burst of emotions in his heart. If my literary literacy was not really at that level, I would probably have been unable to resist writing a poem on the spot. He stared blankly for a long time, and Qian seemed to know what he was thinking, so he stopped. "Are there any edible fish in this river?" Meng Yuqing licked his lips after regaining his composure. In the tribe, everyone eats things that run on the ground, and occasionally eats things that fly in the sky, but he has never seen anything that swims in the water in all his time here. "Fish? Do you mean the wild animals that live in the water? There are a lot of them, but it's hard for our tribe's beast forms to catch them. The sub-beasts in the tribe also say they're not tasty. However, the water forest tribe eats a lot of them, and some of our tribe's orcs think they're pretty good." As he spoke, Qian took Meng Yuqing to the riverside, and the water reflected the shadows of the two people. Meng Yuqing looked into the river. The water was much clearer than the water in his original world, but not as clear as a stream. He crawled gently on Qian's back and adjusted his position so that he could see more clearly. "Be careful, don't fall. It's very dangerous. I can't protect you in the water." Qian immediately took a few steps back and took Meng Yuqing away from the water. Hearing Qian say this, Meng Yuqing did not insist on getting closer. He returned to his original position and sat up straight, tightly grasping the long hair on Qian's back with both hands, stretching his neck to look at the river. Suddenly, Qian raised his front paws and stepped back. His muscles were tense, and he kept making threatening growls from his throat, staring at the river without blinking. Meng Yuqing was startled by his sudden action and immediately lay down and pressed her body tightly against his back. There was only a splash, and Meng Yuqing looked up at the water. He opened his eyes slightly. The originally clear water had become turbid, and yellow mud was spreading in the water. Under the cover of mud and water, a huge black shadow was looming in the water. Qian stared at the black shadow, motionless. The black shadow did not leave, but continued to swim back and forth, occasionally poking its mouth out of the water. The turbidity gradually faded away, and the water surface returned to its original clarity. Only then did Meng Yuqing see clearly what had been circling in the water. A giant black fish nearly 8 meters long. The scales on its body glowed coldly and looked very hard. It would flick its tail from time to time, stirring up the mud at the bottom of the water. In a mouth that occasionally opened and closed due to breathing, there were rows of small and sharp teeth that curved inward. It was obvious that this was not a vegetarian beast. The giant fish was confronting Qian on the shore in the water, and from time to time, it looked at Meng Yuqing on Qian's back. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing frowned and patted Qian's back gently. "Don't pay attention to it. Let's stay away from the river. I won't watch it anymore." Qian's body stiffened slightly. He didn't say anything, his eyes still fixed on the giant fish, and he slowly backed away. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, the giant fish swung its tail hard, splashing huge water. It opened its mouth toward Qian, revealing a mouthful of teeth. Meng Yuqing actually saw provocation in the eyes of the fish. I secretly thought that something was wrong. As expected, the giant fish's movement caused Qian to stop his retreat instantly, and a low growl came from his throat, seemingly mixed with anger. "Ignore it. It did on purpose. We won't argue with such an unintelligent beast." As he spoke, Meng Yuqing reached out and gently stroked Qian's back, smoothing his fur. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat something." Meng Yuqing's words comforted Qian. He quickly took a few steps back, turned around, and ran away, only to hear the sound of splashing in the water again. Meng Yuqing looked back and saw that the water surface was turbid again and the giant fish had disappeared. After that, Xuan didn't speak until he went to bed at night. Meng Yuqing rubbed his forehead helplessly. Why did he start to sulk? Was he going to be a caring brother? Thinking that Xuan is 4 years younger than me after all, I should give him some guidance. He stood up and walked over to where Xuan was lying. Are you still angry with that stupid fish? He slowly sat down next to Xuan's front legs, reached out and touched Xuan. The fur felt really good. Xuan turned his head to look at him and slightly adjusted his posture to make Meng Yuqing lean more comfortably. I'm not afraid of it. His voice was a little aggrieved. Well, I know you're not afraid of it, but think about it. That fish is obviously not as strong as you, but it keeps provoking you. Isn't that stupid? We smart people don't bother with it. Meng Yuqing suppressed her smile and gave Shun Mao a hug. It only dares to show off because it's in the water. If it were on the shore, it would definitely run away when it saw you. Hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Xuan swung his tail. After a long while, he said softly, Ignore it. In fact, if he had encountered such a thing outside alone at other times, he would have left long ago and would not have even given the beast in the water a second glance. After all, the fish is not strong. Even if it is in the water, you can still catch it if you want to. It's just a bit troublesome and unnecessary. But when he thought about the fact that Yuqing was watching him on his back today, and the fish was actually provoking him in front of Yuqing, he was very angry. So much so that when Yuqing asked him to leave, he was too embarrassed to speak. Seeing Xuan's awkward look, Meng Yuqing smiled silently, took the animal skin, covered himself with it, and fell asleep leaning against Xuan. Xuan swung his tail, hesitated for a while, and finally placed his tail gently on Meng Yuqing's body. Feeling something approaching, Meng Yuqing grabbed it unconsciously. After holding Xuan's tail in my arms and rubbing it gently, I fell into a more peaceful sleep. Chapter 78: Yellow and White Flowers. Xuan took Meng Yuqing and hurried along the river. Meng Yuqing, who had not made any progress for several days, took the time to call out the system. System, if this river freezes in the winter, we can dig a big hole in the ice. At that time, all the beasts living in the water will rush to the cave entrance to breathe. Then others would wait on the shore to catch them, using tough vines to weave a fishing net to assist, or fishing them out like fishing. Is this discovery considered beneficial to the tribe? After hearing Meng Yuqing's words, the system did not respond immediately. Instead, it was silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. What the host said is feasible according to the system analysis, but there is no actual case of implementation in this world, so it cannot be considered as a completed task for the time being. Please continue to work hard. Hearing this, the corners of Meng Yuqing's mouth twitched. However, the reasons given by the system are sufficient, and no one in this world has ever operated like this. Thinking of the strength of the beasts in this world and the giant fish he had seen, Meng Yuqing felt a little worried that the fishing net woven with vines might not be strong enough. After all, there's a difference between tying up wild animals and weaving a net to catch fish. When the wild animal is tied up, it cannot move its entire body and it is difficult to exert force, so it can naturally be controlled. However, if you use a net in the water, the fish has room to move, can struggle vigorously, and can use its teeth, but it is not necessarily possible to catch it. Just like an orc, if you tie him up tightly with vines, he won't be able to break free by force. But if you give him the vines directly, even if they are in human form, they can easily break them. So what the system said makes sense. But one interesting thing about orcs is that if you tie them up in their beast form, they can turn into human form and run away. The beast can't do that. Soon, they were no longer traveling along the river. Xuan adjusted his direction and entered the jungle again. But this time, they came out of the jungle again after only half a day. Meng Yuqing took a look and realized that they had arrived at the grassland. Because it is the end of spring, the grassland is endless green, and the grass here is as high as Meng Yuqing's chest. He sat on Xuan's back and looked around, only to see many small wild animals in the distance fleeing in all directions because of Xuan's appearance, and there were also some lone medium-sized wild animals among them. However, when the groups of medium-sized wild beasts saw that there was only Xuan the orc with a sub-beast, they immediately let down their guard and lowered their heads to eat grass. The scene looked quite harmonious. There were no large wild beasts in sight. Xuan was the largest one here. Xuan glanced at the group of medium-sized wild beasts that were living comfortably on the side, but didn't care. He just took Meng Yuqing on his way. Suddenly, Meng Yuqing caught a glimpse of something and turned his head sharply, staring at the place next to the group of medium-sized beasts with wide eyes. "Qian," he shouted. "What's wrong?" Qian stopped when he heard Meng Yuqing's voice. "Over there." Meng Yuqing crawled forward and patted Qian's neck to signal him to look in the direction he was pointing. "There seem to be herbs over there. They're new herbs." Qian immediately looked in the direction Meng Yuqing pointed. His eyesight was much better than Meng Yuqing's, and he immediately spotted a few yellow and white flowers dotted among the green grass. He turned his head and looked at the group of medium-sized beasts next to him. The distance was too close. If he was alone, he would have gone straight over without thinking. He was not afraid of such wild beasts at all, even if there were many of them. But he didn't dare to take the risk since he was with Meng Yuqing. Seeing that Qian didn't say anything or move, but just stared at that side, Meng Yuqing asked softly, "It's going to be troublesome, isn't it? If you get too close to the wild beasts, you will be in danger." Meng Yuqing frowned slightly and glanced over there. "Will they leave?" "Yes, but they will stay in one place for 2 or 3 days. I don't know when they will leave." Qian thought for a while and said, "What kind of herb is that?" "Yellow and white flowers are used for medical purposes. They can reduce fever." "Reducing fever?" "Well, it's used to treat dizziness and fever all over the body. If the disease is serious, the patient will become unconscious. It's very dangerous for cubs to have this condition." Meng Yuqing talked about the symptoms of fever. When he was looking through the encyclopedia of information on the Beast World continent, he paid special attention to this herb. With the medical level of this world, yellow and white flowers are a herb that must be found, and if possible, they must be planted in large quantities. Qiu told him that many cubs, especially sub-beast cubs, died of fever. Hearing Meng Yuqing's explanation, Qian was stunned. "You mean they have a fever and then become unconscious? This herb can save them, right?" "Yes," Meng Yuqing affirmed. Although he could exchange antipyretics from the system, the antipyretics were among the finished products and were very expensive, so he couldn't exchange enough. Qian was spinning in circles, obviously not wanting to give up on this herb. Yellow and white flowers are rare, and Meng Yuqing wants to dig them out with the roots and take them back to plant, so he must have enough time to dig them out completely. "Can we just wait for them to leave?" Meng Yuqing asked, pulling the hair in his hand. "Let me think of a way." Qian looked at the group of wild beasts not far away. "Why don't you find a lush tree and put me on it?" Meng Yuqing said hesitantly. He could let the system cover himself with energy, hide in the tree, and let Qian go and dig him out. Then bring it here immediately and put it in the warehouse. This short period of time should not affect the activity of the herbs. "That's absolutely impossible," Qian refused decisively. "I'll find a way." Qian swung his tail impatiently. The two of them just stared at the group of medium-sized beasts from a distance. Suddenly, Qian's eyes lit up. There lives a medium-sized carnivorous beast called the neck-haired beast. It also likes to live in groups, but there are not many of them, usually only a dozen or so together. If this beast could be lured here, then this group of medium-sized bighorn beasts would definitely panic and leave in a hurry. Thinking of this, Qian looked up and around to determine his current location. He and his father had been to the salt cave several times, and he knew where this group of hairy beasts were. "You must hold on to me tightly and don't make any noise," Qian said in a serious tone. Meng Yuqing was slightly stunned, but immediately realized that Qian had thought of a solution, and he also said it seriously. "I see." After saying that, Qian changed direction and ran away from the herd of beasts. Meng Yuqing lay on his back nervously. Qian ran in this direction for more than half an hour before slowing down. He lowered his head from time to smell the surrounding smells and determine the direction. Meng Yuqing was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. "Yuqing, when I gently sweep you with my tail, take out the large piece of raw meat I collected 2 days ago and put on the ground," Qian said in a low voice. "Okay." Meng Yuqing also answered in a low voice. Hearing his answer, Qian slowly took 2 steps forward, lowered his body, and began to crawl forward. The movement was so gentle that no sound could be heard. Qian's movements were not fast. He would suddenly stop from time to time, and then move his ears to listen to the sound around him. Chapter 79, Running Wildly. Only after making sure there is no movement around will you continue forward. Meng Yuqing was very nervous and excited. This feeling was really thrilling. The grass was peeled off layer by layer. Qian occasionally raised his head to look ahead, and Meng Yuqing also took the opportunity to take a sneak peek. Less than 200 meters away from them, there were more than a dozen wild animals gathered together, some big and some small. The big ones were lying lazily on the ground, and the small ones, probably cubs, were climbing up and down on them. There was a cub that looked a little bigger and was already some distance away from their group. Xuan adjusted his direction and approached the beast cub. Feeling something furry brushing gently against his leg, Meng Yuqing looked down and confirmed that it was Xian's tail, not the grass next to it. He immediately took out a piece of meat from the warehouse and carefully placed it next to Xian's forelimb. Xian's body was lying very low, and there was almost no sound when the meat fell to the ground. Xuan adjusted his posture, put the meat into his mouth, and shook his tail gently, making sounds in the surrounding grass. The stray, hairy beast cub seemed to have heard the noise here, raised its head and looked over here, then turned around twice. It seemed to be hesitating whether to come over and see what made the sound. Xuan saw him standing still, and he shook the grass gently again. The noise seemed a bit too loud, and the young animal seemed to be frightened. It turned around and tried to return to the herd. At this time, Xuan was holding the meat and shaking it gently. The cub suddenly stopped, raised its head, and began to smell the surrounding scent. Following the smell, it walked towards this side step by step. Xuan bent his body slightly, like a taut bowstring. He put the meat on the ground and stared at the approaching hairy beast cub without moving. This atmosphere made Meng Yuqing, who was on Xian's back, couldn't help but hold the long hair in his hand tighter. The young animal approached unconsciously, its steps even lighter than before. It was getting closer and closer, almost reaching their faces. Xian Meng suddenly jumped up, bit the cub's back, and picked it up. The cub let out a terrified cry, alarming the herd of neck-haired beasts not far away. They immediately got up from the ground and looked over here. Xian stood up and looked at them with a provocative expression. Unexpectedly, the neck-haired beast did not rush over with a roar, but looked around vigilantly. What are they doing? Are they worried about other orcs around? Just as Meng Yuqing was thinking about the behavior of the neck-haired beast, the cries of the neck-haired beast cub suddenly increased. Meng Yuqing subconsciously tightened his grip. Xian increased his strength slightly, deliberately making the hairy cub in his mouth make a louder cry. An adult beast in the herd of neck-haired beasts became extremely irritable when it heard the cry. It scratched the ground frantically and stared at this side. The two sides were confronting each other, and the cub in Xian's mouth kept shouting, and the sound did not get smaller, but became louder and louder. But the herd of hairy beasts became even more violent. Finally, one of the beasts in the herd could no longer hold back and ran towards Xian roaring. The other wild animals were inspired by this and followed suit. Seeing this, Xian turned around and ran towards the group of bighorn beasts. The roar of the neck-haired beast behind him became louder and louder, and Meng Yuqing was shocked. I won't be caught up. He wanted to turn around and see what was happening behind him, but he couldn't do it. Xian's speed was really too fast. The speed he usually ran at was completely different from the current speed. The wind was so strong that he couldn't open his eyes. Meng Yuqing rarely felt the huge bumps on Xian's back. He could only cling tightly to Xian's back, no longer caring whether he would hurt Xian by using too much force. If you don't hold on tight, you'll be thrown down. How could he be caught up when running so fast? This neck-haired beast speed was a bit insane. Xian's legs were obviously much longer than theirs. System, he screamed in his head. Yes, host. Are we going to be caught up? Meng Yuqing asked anxiously. No, host. They can't catch up with Xian's speed. Then why are their noises getting louder and louder? Very urgent. Answer quickly. Because their calls have become louder, Xian has been keeping a safe distance from them. Host, don't worry. Suddenly, I felt Xian start to change direction, and my body began to swing due to inertia. Oh shit, I hope I won't be thrown out. Meng Yuqing yelled frantically at the system. The system won't let the host be thrown out. It will use energy to secure the host if necessary, but it hopes the host can hold on tight. Hearing what the system said, Meng Yuqing was afraid that he would be thrown out, so he made up his mind, opened his mouth, and bit the hair on Xian's back. He didn't believe that he couldn't hold himself in place like this. Xian ran at a very fast speed and looked back at the situation behind him from time to time. When the distance was close, he would speed up, and when the distance was far, he would slow down. Occasionally, he would deliberately let the cub in his mouth make a sound to lure the adult neck-haired beast behind him. Soon, the herd of bighorn beasts appeared in his sight. He quickly adjusted the direction to ensure that when the neck-haired beasts appeared, the bighorn beasts would flee in panic and would not step on the yellow and white flowers. As he approached, the bighorn beasts on the periphery discovered him. But they did not make a commotion. They just looked at Xian warily. This orc was holding a wild beast cub in his mouth, and it was unlikely that he would hunt them alone. The bighorn beast only started to panic when a herd of neck-haired beasts appeared behind it and were chasing it relentlessly. They cried out one after another, looking at the group of hairy beasts anxiously. Xuan deliberately paused for a while, letting the neck-haired beasts close the distance to him so that they looked like a group, and then he led them to rush towards the herd of bighorn beasts. The herd of bighorn beasts suddenly panicked. The orc and a group of neck-haired beasts were coming towards the tribe. They wanted to hunt. The leader of the bighorn beasts roared, and all the bighorn beasts followed his pace and ran in the other direction. Xuan still did not stop driving them away. He kept following behind them, circling around them with the neck-haired beast, driving them away from where Huang Baihua was. The whole driving process lasted for nearly an hour, and Xuan finally drove the bighorn beast to a distance that satisfied him. Meng Yuqing on his back was completely messed up. His hands, feet, and face were stiff, but he didn't dare to relax at all. It's impossible to use energy in a place like this. That would be too embarrassing. A man should not admit defeat. However, their mission has not been completed yet. What Xuan needs to do next is to get rid of this group of neck beasts. He just turned in another direction and moved away from the herd of bighorn beasts. After running for a few minutes with the group of hairy beasts behind him, he suddenly loosened his mouth and dropped the hairy baby in his mouth to the ground. Then he ran towards a tall and lush tree. Chapter 80 got it. After the hairy beasts following closely behind him discovered that he had left his cubs behind, some of them stopped and surrounded the cubs lying on the ground, licking them gently. The other part was still chasing Xuan. After all, Xuan took away their cubs and ran away from them for so long, so it was inevitable that they were a little angry. Xuan was too lazy to get entangled with these guys. After running to the big tree, he shouted to Meng Yuqing, "Yuqing, I'm going to climb a tree, hold on tight." After saying that, he jumped directly onto the tree and rushed up more than 10 meters. Meng Yuqing had no time to answer Xian's words. He didn't dare to let go at all. He couldn't care less about anything now. He just had to close his eyes, clench his teeth, and hold on with both hands to prevent himself from being thrown out. Fortunately, Xuan knew that Meng Yuqing was no match for ordinary sub-beasts, so he raised his tail and gently placed it on his waist, ready to roll him up with his tail at any time. However, Meng Yuqing also tried her best and fixed herself tightly on Xian's back without relaxing at all. She did not open her eyes until Xuan jumped onto a branch 50 meters above the ground and stopped. He glanced down and immediately shrank back onto Xian's back. It was so high. Xuan noticed his little movement behind him and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I can still hold on." Meng Yuqing moved his hands and rubbed his stiff face again, making two poo sounds, and he still bit off a few hairs. Meng Yuqing asked, looking at the neck-haired beast below, "When will they leave?" "They won't be guarding forever." "No, they will go find the cubs soon. If they don't leave, I'll go down and drive them away." As he said that, he put Meng Yuqing on a branch that was nearly 1 meter thick. Several furry beasts were circling around the tree, occasionally looking up at the two people on the tree. Several times when climbing up the tree, Xuan would jump down directly in front of them and scare them back down again. In the end, they could only roar angrily at Xuan in the tree, but Xuan didn't care. He squinted his eyes and licked his paws gently. He was not planning to kill these neck-haired beasts. Meng Yuqing had already been placed on a safe branch. If he wanted, he could jump down and kill them all. It was not difficult for him. The hairy beast under the tree kept lingering and refused to leave, and Meng Yuqing was amazed by the scene. "Will they still go looking for that cub?" he asked curiously. "Yes, I didn't kill it. I just bit its back. It will be healed in a few days. They won't give up that rough cub." Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing and explained, "They're the kind of beasts that care about every beast in the herd. If I had taken away a cub from another beast this time, no adult beasts would have chased me except for the cub's parents. Some parents would even abandon their cubs and not chase me." Xian's words made Meng Yuqing even more curious. "Parents? Do you mean two beasts that gave birth to cubs?" "No, there's only one. The beast from which the cub comes out is the cub's parent." Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing. "Only the parents of wild beasts will raise their cubs, and they won't raise them for too long. Some beasts will even eat their cubs when food is scarce. Won't this cause them to become extinct?" Meng Yuqing said, in surprise. He only knew that it was difficult for orcs to reproduce, so they valued every member of the tribe. If there is a baby orc in the belly, the pregnant sub-beast needs to eat 3 times more food than usual to ensure that the baby orc has enough nutrition to grow in the belly. If there is not enough food, the little orc may die directly in the stomach, and even affect the life of the sub-beast. If the baby is a sub-beast, the food intake will not change much, but the survival rate of the sub-beast after birth is very low. And the wild beast would actually give up its cub so easily. Extinction? You mean all of them? Seeing Meng Yuqing nod, Xuan said with some melancholy, "That's the good thing about wild animals. They give birth to cubs quickly and carry them easily. They can give birth to many at a time, and the cubs grow up quickly. Most wild animals can live independently in 1 or 2 years. But we orcs can't do that. It's difficult for us to conceive, give birth to, and even more difficult to raise our cubs. Especially the little sub-beasts, which are obviously easier to take care of in the belly than the little orcs, and can be born in greater numbers than the little orcs, but it is considered good if 3 or 4 of the little sub-beasts born can grow up. Although the orc cub is a little harder to care for in the womb, once it's born, it's unlikely to die unless something unexpected happens." As he spoke, he looked down. The neck-haired beast had lost its patience. It let out a final roar at the 2 people in the tree and turned away. Seeing them walking away, Xuan gently picked up Meng Yuqing and walked down the tree in 3 or 2 steps. After putting him on the ground, he lay down and waited for Meng Yuqing to climb onto his back again. They ran towards the place where yellow and white flowers grew, and this time Xuan resumed his usual speed. After arriving at the place, Meng Yuqing slid off Xuan, took out a stone knife, and began to dig the yellow and white flowers under Xuan's protection. Because Xuan brought chaos here, no other beasts will come here in the short term. Meng Yuqing's process of digging flowers was relatively leisurely. He moved quickly and shoveled down the surrounding soil and stuffed it into the warehouse. There are 12 in total. Meng Yuqing glanced at the flowers in the warehouse. The system also issues a notification at this time. Random task. Please find something that is beneficial to the tribe before returning to the tribe. The type is not limited. Completed. Meng Yuqing nodded imperceptibly, walked to Xuan's side, and patted his leg gently. Xuan laid down clearly, and after Meng Yuqing sat down steadily, he took him away from here and headed in the original direction. There was no cave here, so Xuan could only take Meng Yuqing to spend the night on the open grassland. Meng Yuqing took out animal skins from the warehouse and spread them next to Xuan to prepare for rest. Xuan lay on his side. Meng Yuqing curled up on his soft abdomen, his tail tip flicking gently, and he was in a particularly good mood. When Meng Yuqing saw the bright moon hanging in the sky, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The moon on the grassland seemed particularly bright and beautiful. It would be great if I had a camera. I would definitely take pictures of the scenery here and show them to my parents when I get back. Xuan must also be photographed, both in his animal form and his human form, and brought back to tell his parents, as this is the most important person to him here. And Xuya, Xia, Lai Mu, Dong Dan, Ruya, Liuxi, Shushu, Ronglin, they all need to be photographed. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing slowly closed his eyes, rubbed the soft fur on Xuan's abdomen, and fell asleep. Feeling his breathing become steady, Xuan watched him quietly for a moment, then laid his head back on the grass, his tail gently clasped around his waist, and closed his eyes. Chapter obzit shiunu salt mine. Nothing else happened during the next few days of the journey, and no useful herbs were found. After Xuan took Meng Yuqing across the grassland, they found that the plants became increasingly scarce as they walked forward. At first, the trees around were not as tall and lush, and then gradually you had to walk a long way to see 1 or 2 trees, and occasionally you would see 1 or 2 dead trees. Later, the dead trees were no longer visible, and only some lifeless-looking grass grew on the ground. Later on, even weeds were rarely seen, and all that could be seen were vast expanses of barren land and protruding boulders. During the stretch of the road where the vegetation first began to decrease, there were unexpectedly many wild animals. There are herbivorous beasts digging up grass roots or licking the exposed soil directly. Under the cover of grass and trees, carnivorous beasts hide behind and watch them intently. Xuan took Meng Yuqing and carefully walked around them. He was not prepared to have a conflict with these beasts. Meng Yuqing's warehouse had already stored enough animal meat for the 2 of them to eat for several days a few days ago. As they went deeper, the plants became fewer and fewer, and the wild animals also began to gradually become fewer. When they no longer saw plants, they encountered very few wild animals. Because there are no plants, beasts that eat grass will not stay here, and for this reason, beasts that eat meat will not come here. Without the cover of grass and trees, it would be more difficult for them to catch prey than usual. The lack of wild beasts means that no orcs will settle here. Meng Yuqing sat on Xuan's back, looking at the surrounding environment, thinking that this salt mine might be bigger than he imagined. Xuan was still leading him inside, and only slowed down after they entered between two bare hills. He carried Meng Yuqing on his back to a pile of rocks sandwiched between mountain walls, and then put Meng Yuqing aside. "We're here. You sit here and wait for a while. I'll go push these stones away." After saying that, Xuan started pushing the stones. Meng Yuqing looked at the stones and felt a little ashamed. It was not that he didn't want to help, but each of the stones piled here was huge for him, and almost each one was bigger than him. But these stones were nothing to Xuan. He easily pushed them away one by one. After working for about an hour, the stones were gradually moved away, revealing the cave entrance hidden behind the stones. Meng Yuqing stuck his head out to take a look. It was a dark passage, but his body had been strengthened by the system, so he could barely see clearly. The entrance to the cave was very large, and Xuan had no problem walking in his beast form. "Come here, this is the place. We dug out the salt stone from here." Xuan turned around and sat next to the cave entrance, raised his paw, and waved to Meng Yuqing. "Ha ha ha." Meng Yuqing couldn't help laughing. It really looked like a giant black lucky cat. Xuan was so confused by the laughter that he put down his paw and walked over to Meng Yuqing. He circled around her twice and asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "Haha, it's nothing, nothing. I just remembered something happy." Meng Yuqing shook his head and reached out to touch Xian's paw. Xuan stopped and let him touch him. After touching for a long time, Meng Yuqing, who had had enough, raised his head and looked at Xuan, smiling and said, "Let's go in." "Good." Meng Yuqing followed Xuan into the cave and found that the passage inside was wider, allowing at least 3 orcs to walk side by side in their beast form. The passage was a relatively gentle downhill slope. On the way, Meng Yuqing touched the mountain wall next to him, thought about it seriously, but ultimately did not lick it with his tongue. Instead, let the system identify it, and the system will give feedback very quickly. Under appraisal, stones with low salt content are not considered salt or... He nodded and no longer paid attention to the mountain wall. After walking about 200 meters, Meng Yuqing realized that they had reached the bottom and the Qingshan Tribe had not dug very deep. The cave was too dark, so he picked up a stone from the ground and put it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. It was orange. He had seen it in his own world, so he could recognize it. It was salt ore. Recalling the journey Xuan had taken him from the trees to here, he estimated that this salt mine would be useful to the people of the Qingshan Tribe forever. To put it bluntly, in this area, if you dig a hole in the ground and lick a stone a few times, you might be able to replenish some salt. However, because it is too desolate and there are no wild beasts, orcs rarely come here. The Qingshan Tribe was so much richer than he had imagined. No wonder Xuan didn't even blink when he suggested that a lot of salt was needed to preserve food. "Our tribe has truly found a treasure." Meng Yuqing looked towards Xuan with delight. "I heard Xuye say that we sometimes trade with other tribes. Have we ever traded salt?" Xuan pondered for a moment, then held up a piece of translucent orange salt ore and said, "My father and his companions go to the market every year to trade, but they rarely bring this kind of top-quality salt. They usually pick the ones that look similar to real stone, and they rarely use them at the market." As he said this, he took out a gray-looking stone from a corner and handed it to me. Meng Yuqing took it and looked at it carefully. It should contain a lot of salt, but there are also many impurities, which makes the whole piece of or look no different from an ordinary stone with a little color. He put down the salt ore in his hand. "So most of it is kept by the tribe for their own use, right?" Xuan replied softly, "No. After leaving the market, the father beast will go along the route to some very small tribes and exchange these salt stones with them." "A very small tribe? Do they have anything to exchange?" Meng Yuqing couldn't help but think of Bo and the others. Xuan shook his head and continued. "Father Beast said that they could exchange anything they wanted. We didn't really want their things anyway. It was really hard for them to survive, and the amount we exchanged was not much. We just came out of the market. Those small tribes would only think that we exchanged salt from the market. They would not think that our tribe has a salt cave." After a pause, he said with some regret, "Father Beast said that some small tribes were still there when I went there the first year, but they disappeared when I went there the second year." Hearing this, Meng Yuqing felt a little uncomfortable. Although there are hateful people like the wandering orcs in this world, there are more people who are struggling to survive. What about the Xuan tribe and the Shijiao tribe? Have we ever traded with them? Shaking off these complicated thoughts, Meng Yuqing continued to ask. "Not really. Their abilities can be exchanged for enough salt at the market," Xuan said, squatting down and starting to pick the salt on the ground. It was difficult for Meng Yuqing to see things here, so he could only stand aside and watch him pick out one and put it into the warehouse. After a while, the two of them actually had a lot of fun doing something that was originally boring. Chapter 82, A Beast Attacks. After loading enough salt, Meng Yuqing and Xuan came out of the salt cave. Let's go back. Meng Yuqing waited for Xuan to move the stone back to the cave entrance, then climbed onto Xuan's back and said softly. Hearing his words, Xuan swung his tail and asked hesitantly, "Would you like to visit somewhere else? Is this convenient?" Meng Yuqing was a little hesitant. He only found yellow and white flowers on the way here. Maybe he could find something else if he changed the route. It's no problem. We just take another route back. The distance is about the same. Xuan answered affirmatively. Okay, let's take another route. The two of them ate something quick and then set off on their return journey. The new route did not pass through the grassland. After leaving the salt mine area, it entered the jungle and remained in the jungle all the way. Xuan himself also prefers the jungle to the grassland. The first half of the return journey was unexpectedly smooth, and Meng Yuqing even discovered radish seedlings in this world. Although the system said that this was not called a radish, Meng Yuqing refused to listen and said that this was an enlarged version of a radish from another world. I excitedly dug up a lot of them with their roots and stuffed them directly into the warehouse to take back and plant them. Radishes grow faster than potatoes and sweet potatoes, and they're hardy. Plant them in the soil right away. While you're waiting to collect seeds, you'll have just enough time to plant a wave of winter radishes. On the 6th day of traveling through the jungle, Meng Yuqing found a kind of grass, tendon-reinforcing grass, through exploration. For orcs who fight frequently, this herb is as effective as hemostatic grass. It can reconnect broken soft tissues, such as tendons, ligaments, and other soft tissues. He knew that some orcs in the tribe had hands or feet whose bones were not broken, but whose soft tissues were broken. Although there was no problem from the outside, their hands and feet were weak or very slow. He excitedly called out to Xuan immediately. "Xuan, wait a minute. I found another very important herb." "What?" Xuan stopped immediately and looked at him expectantly. "Reinforcement grass. Aren't there orcs in the tribe whose limbs are clearly uninjured, but who are powerless and unresponsive? It's just broken tendons. This can reconnect them, and they can recover." "Where is it?" Xuan said anxiously. "Over there, behind that tree." Meng Yuqing didn't say anything more and directly pointed out the direction. Xuan immediately ran over and asked Meng Yuqing to get off him. While digging the grass, Xuan stood beside him vigilantly. The jungle is not a grassland. Wild animals are easier to hide, and he needs to be more vigilant. Meng Yuqing also knew the current situation, and he dug out the tendon-renewing grass with nimble hands and feet. Each blade of grass was accompanied by a large piece of soil and stuffed directly into the warehouse. Just when I was digging the last plant, I suddenly heard Xuan's urgent shout. "There's a wild beast. Climb up the tree." Immediately afterwards, Xuan picked up the back of his animal skin coat, and before he could react, he was brought to a branch several dozen meters high by Xuan. Meng Yuqing came back to his senses and found that Xuan was looking down seriously. He followed Xuan's gaze. A large beast. He had been here for so long, but apart from the time when the tribe used a large beast to test the medicinal properties of the blackthorn grass, he had never seen any other living large beasts. Xuan stood up on his hind legs, placed his front paws on the tree trunk, and placed Meng Yuqing on a higher branch, while he himself remained on the original branch. "You stay on this branch and don't move. No other beasts will climb up here. I have to go down and drive it away. It's targeting us and won't leave easily." After he finished speaking, he saw Meng Yuqing nod obediently. Then he turned around and looked at the beast below, growling threateningly. The large beast was not willing to be outdone and looked at Xuan and growled. Its body size was similar to Xuan's, so it was not afraid of him. Xuan was not going to let the other party go, and Meng Yuqing had already been placed on a very high branch. Only small tree-climbing beasts can reach that position. Medium-sized tree-climbing beasts dare not climb up because they cannot bear their weight. And with him and this large beast here, small beasts dare not get close at all. He could easily go down and kill the beast right now, right near this tree. He approached step by step, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. When he was at the right distance, he suddenly pounced down at the beast. Seeing this, the beast jumped back a step to avoid Xuan's attack, then immediately opened its huge mouth and rushed towards Xuan, trying to knock him down the moment Xuan landed. Xuan would never give a chance. There was no question of him being unable to stand steadily after landing. He directly rushed towards the beast's attack. The beast was knocked to the ground in an instant, and it let out a panicked cry. As a large beast, it almost dominated this area. Medium and small beasts were no match for it, and it had even driven away many large beasts of the same size. Qian's almost crushing attack on it was completely unexpected. Soon it was attacked by Qian and was covered with wounds. It couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Qian didn't give it any chance to get up. Suddenly, Qian stopped attacking and looked vigilantly at the bushes not far away. The beast on the ground immediately took the opportunity to get up and try to escape, but Qian did not stop it. The beast ran towards the bushes in panic. Just as it was about to hide behind the bushes, two brown and yellow figures flashed out and pounced on the fleeing beast. The beast was startled and immediately screamed wildly and began to fight back hard. It is afraid of Qian, but not afraid of other wild beasts. Meng Yuqing, who was on the tree, had been watching the battle below. When he saw the two figures appear, he immediately took out the bow from the space warehouse. There were two large beasts again, the same kind, but one was smaller than the other. Don't large wild animals have their own territory? Aren't there many large wild animals? Why are they in a good mood today and are strolling around together? Meng Yuqing roared madly in his heart. When the two beasts appeared, Qian immediately ran to the tree where Meng Yuqing was and stared at them intently. They actually encountered wild beasts fighting for territory. It would be best if they could fight among themselves. After all, the two white-spotted beasts that came later could climb trees. If they were allowed to climb up the tree and run to where they were before, they would probably threaten Meng Yuqing. It turned out that the beast was fighting back while roaring. The scene looked a bit intense. Qian observed that side carefully, ready to find an opportunity to join in and kill them. Surprisingly, before he could make a move, the two beasts that came later stopped attacking and joined the original beast in forming a united front. They growled at Qian together. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing lost his composure. This was a complete lack of martial ethics. They were actually going to gang up on Qian. However, Qian was not worried about the three beasts beating him. Although they were stronger than the wandering orcs, he could deal with a dozen wandering orcs. Even if these three beasts joined forces, they would not be his match. As long as the other party focuses on him and doesn't climb up the tree, it's fine. Chapter 83. Shooting a Cold Arrow. The beast that was injured by Qian seemed to have gained confidence because there were two more beasts around it. It turned its head and kept looking at Qian and calling out. Small and medium-sized wild beasts will basically choose to run away when they see orcs, and only a very few particularly powerful ones will attack orcs. As for the large wild beasts, they are not afraid of an orc because their size is similar to that of an orc. When these beasts fight for territory, they can basically only choose to drive each other away, because it is mostly one against one, and they rarely kill the opponent directly. But it's different when you encounter orcs. Orcs always appear in groups to hunt, and large beasts will be hunted. Therefore, in the wild, if large beasts find only one orc, they will attack without hesitation. Just like a wounded beast, it attacked Qian and Meng Yuqing directly. But the current situation is different from the usual encounters between orcs and large beasts. Normally, there's only one large beast and multiple orcs. But now there's only one orc and three large beasts. They actually chose to join forces to kill the orcs. This situation is difficult to happen because it is difficult for large beasts to gather together, let alone when there happens to be an orc present. But it's not that this situation doesn't exist. Meng Yuqing looked down nervously. After all, there were three large wild beasts. Although they were not as big as the shadow beasts, they were still large beasts. He knew Qian was very powerful, but he still couldn't help but worry. The war is about to break out. Three large beasts attacked Qian directly. The larger one came straight at him from the front, and the other two attacked from the side. Because Meng Yuqing was on the tree behind him, Qian did not dodge and collided directly with the beast coming from the front and actually knocked the opponent back more than 10 meters. With the force of the large beast collision, if it directly hit the tree behind, Meng Yuqing would suffer heavy losses on the tree. However, the attack from the side was about to arrive, so Qian had to give up the pursuit and turn around to resist. Meng Yuqing held onto the tree with one hand, staring intently at the battle below, and clenched his grip on the bough. He turned around and looked around, pulled a vine to test its toughness, and then spoke to the system. The system covers me with energy. Host, Qian can handle the three beasts below, don't worry. Hearing the system's words, Meng Yuqing frowned, tied the vines into a ballinger knot, and put it on himself. I know he can, but how can I not worry? He had seen the strength of the roaming orcs, and they were far inferior to these large beasts. Recalling the injuries Qian suffered when he hunted the shadow beast, even though he knew that these three beasts were definitely not as powerful as the shadow beast, he was still worried. What if they were injured? Okay, the energy is covered. The system stopped arguing, and Meng Yuqing felt an invisible energy gently covering him. Perhaps it was because Meng Yuqing was now able to earn energy. Since the last attack by the roaming orcs, the system's energy coverage no longer had the feeling of being confined as it did the first time. After making sure all preparations were done, Meng Yuqing took out a bamboo arrow from the space warehouse. He had soaked the arrowhead in the juice of the blackthorn grass. During the time when Qian and his companions went out to look for the wandering orcs, he practiced archery almost every day. Perhaps it's because his body has been strengthened by the system, and maybe he also has some talent. He practiced according to the teaching video he found on So. Although he couldn't hit the target every time, at least he wouldn't miss the target within 50 meters. Although the range of Qian's battle with the beast was more than 50 meters away from him, it was still within 100 meters. Moreover, he was at a high place and the large beasts were big enough, so he didn't have to focus on shooting any one of them. He would shoot anyone that was far away from Xuan. If you hit the target, you earn money. He held the bamboo arrow, put on a bamboo bow, and concentrated on taking aim. When the smallest beast was forced back by Qian and jumped aside, Meng Yuqing's eyes flashed. Shoot! Call out. The arrow shot out like lightning. Got it? No. The beast was alive after all, and still in battle, so it was constantly moving. The arrow flew past its side, grazed its fur, and slanted into the ground, leaving no clear sign of whether it had caused any scratches. The beast was startled by the arrow, and its attacking movement stopped instantly, and it jumped to the side. It raised its head and looked around vigilantly. After the arrow was shot, Meng Yuqing shrank back, letting the leaves shield him. The system's energy coverage can block his breath, making wild beasts and orcs unable to detect his presence. But it does not mean that the other party is blind, and not being able to detect does not mean that the eyes cannot see. And below, because the beast did not follow up the attack, the other two beasts were directly wounded by Qian, and blood was flowing out. The smell of blood stimulated the beast's senses, and they immediately fought back fiercely. The beast that was not shot was no longer alert to its surroundings and rushed forward again. Hearing the movement below, Meng Yuqing gently lifted the leaves and took a look. Sure enough, he was not hit, not even a scratch. Thinking of this, he took out a bamboo arrow from the space warehouse and put it on the bow. It was still the smallest beast, and it always stood on the outside to harass Qian. Shooting it will definitely not cause any casualties. It harasses Qian, and you harass it. Aim and shoot. The bamboo arrow flew out again, heading straight for the beast. Roar! The beast's voice sounded slightly different from the roar of battle. Meng Yuqing opened his eyes wide and looked down. Hit! The bamboo arrow lodged in the beast's abdomen. If it had been just a little further off, it would have become a eunuch, who made it suddenly stand up on its two hind legs. I was aiming at its back. At this time, Qian, who was originally suppressing the other two beasts, suddenly stopped attacking, turned around, and jumped directly onto the tree where Meng Yuqing was, looking very anxious. He moved quickly. Before Meng Yuqing could take his attention away from the shot beast, he had already climbed up the branch where he was originally standing and looked at the branch where Meng Yuqing was with a look of panic on his face. Qian. Meng Yuqing looked at him in confusion. Why did he suddenly run up in the middle of a fight? Seeing that Meng Yuqing was still staying on the tree, he breathed a sigh of relief. I suddenly couldn't feel your presence just now, and the smell completely disappeared. Qian said with some fear, I thought you disappeared. Meng Yuqing was stunned. He actually scared Qian. He hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, I'm here. I'm not running around. That's good, he said with a slightly aggrieved tone. The beasts below saw Qian running away halfway through the fight and thought he was scared, so they immediately followed him to the tree and roared at the tree. The larger brown and yellow beast even climbed up more than 10 meters, but was roared down by Qian. At this moment, the beast shot by Meng Yuqing suddenly screamed, and they immediately looked down. The beast was no longer able to stand steadily, staggering as if drunk, and soon fell to the ground, its limbs struggling. Chapter 84 System, You Are a Trick. Its fall to the ground brought the other two beasts out of their emotions. They looked at the fallen beast in panic, and stopped all movements. After Qian confirmed that Meng Yuqing was still there, he turned his attention to the fallen beast. It was still struggling and had not completely fainted. The other two beasts had no idea what was going on with the beast on the ground. They looked at Qian warily, and then looked at the beast on the ground with some fear. Perhaps the unknown is the most terrifying thing. They gave up fighting, turned around, and ran away without looking back. Qian stood on the branch and watched them run away coldly without stopping them. Rather than chasing them and killing them, he now wanted to protect Meng Yuqing more. He was shocked by Meng Yuqing's sudden disappearance just now. It's just a wild beast. It ran away. It's no big deal. After the two beasts ran away, Qian jumped down from the tree, looked around carefully, and then picked up Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing looked at the beast that had completely fainted on the ground and slowly walked over. Although he always used the word smallest to describe the beast, when he really stood in front of the beast, he had to sigh that this thing was quite big and he was not even big enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Qian slowly walked up to him and sat down, saying softly, "This white-spotted beast is not yet old enough to leave its parent beast." Meng Yuqing suddenly realized, no wonder he is the youngest. At this point, he seemed to remember something and turned to look at Qian. Can a young wild animal live away from its parents in 1 or 2 years? How can it grow this big in just 1 or 2 years? This is too incredible. The orcs will cry with envy. Qian pondered for a moment before explaining. Small and medium-sized beasts will leave their parents once every 2 years, while large beasts will leave their parents once every 3 years, but no more than 5 years. Meng Yuqing was horrified. It was terrifying that such a large beast had such a short infancy. Well, it takes orcs more than 10 years to grow to this size. He continued to ask, "How old is this beast?" Qian stood up and walked around the white-spotted beast on the ground, then returned to sit behind Meng Yuqing. "It's been 4 years, right? I was about to leave my family and live on my own, but I didn't expect you to catch me." After saying that, Qian looked at Meng Yuqing and smiled brightly. "You are very powerful." Meng Yuqing felt a little embarrassed by the praise. He was the one who secretly shot arrows from behind. It was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. In fact, it was mainly Qian's credit. Why are there 3 large wild beasts here? Aren't they said to each occupy a territory and live without interfering with each other? Meng Yuqing was a little puzzled. This was different from what he heard in the tribe and what he saw in the Beast World Continent Information Encyclopedia. Qian swept his tail and said, "This one should be following its parent beast to seize the territory of the howling beast. Some large beasts cannot conquer the other beasts alone, so they will take the cubs with them to seize the territory when they are about to grow up but have not yet left. It is easier to succeed when 2 fight 1. Is there such a thing?" Meng Yuqing was a little surprised. "What happens after we snatch it? Will the cub be driven away?" Qian answered without hesitation, "Yes, but the cubs can return to their previous place to live. If it is not occupied by other large beasts during this period, they can easily inherit the original territory." Meng Yuqing understood that after grabbing a good territory, the big one would not go back, and the old territory would be given to the small one. However, can the remaining one hold on after the cubs leave? Meng Yuqing thought about it carefully and discovered the drawbacks of this method. Some of them are safe, and some are not. It's not easy for those who can't hold their original territory to return, because the original territory has changed hands. Qian stretched out his hind legs and scratched his ears, then returned his gaze to the white-spotted beast on the ground. "Let's bring it back intact." His tone suddenly became very cheerful. Meng Yuqing then remembered that there was still a large beast alive on the ground. "Let's deal with it. It's inconvenient to carry such a big beast." "It's very convenient. I could take it back. This is a large beast. The people in the tribe will be surprised if you catch it. The weapons you make are very powerful." Qian said excitedly, "You are the most powerful sub-beast." Meng Yuqing was so praised that she touched her face with the back of her hand. It felt so hot. Qian was really too straightforward, sincere, and frank. "But it's very troublesome to bring it alive. If I kill it, it might rot before it reaches the tribe in this weather. I can't fit such a big and complete beast in my bag right now," Meng Yuqing said with some embarrassment. It was still early spring when they killed the shadow beast before, and it was barely enough to bring it back after a 5-day journey. Now that spring is over and summer has arrived, it will become smelly if you bring it back. Qian tilted his head and said, "If we continue traveling as fast as before, we can reach the tribe in 3 days. This will stink too." Meng Yuqing wrinkled his nose. Qian glanced at him before speaking. "When we go hunting, we sometimes travel for several days. We kill all the prey we catch, and this kind of grass grows everywhere on the earth. As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of grass from the ground and said, "If you rub this grass on the prey, it will not spoil within 5 days, but can only be used once for one prey. Furthermore, the prey cannot be eaten within 5 days after the application of the herb. Only after the effect of the herb has completely worn off can it be eaten normally." Xuan lowered his eyes and said, his voice suddenly softened, "This is a herb known to everyone on earth. It is also the only medicine known to everyone. We know it instinctively since birth. Don't say this to others anymore, okay?" Meng Yuqing's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She had known this instinctively since she was born. He was silent for a moment before speaking. "I understand. Well, I will kill this beast when it wakes up, and then we will bring it back intact. You don't have to worry." Xuan raised his head and looked at Meng Yuqing, his tone returning to its previous state. "Okay, don't worry." He met Xian's clear eyes and agreed with a smile. The white-spotted beast woke up after about half an hour. Meng Yuqing calculated that if an orc was shot with this kind of arrow, the effect would probably only last that long. As for Moose sleeping for an hour, it was entirely because he ate too much in one bite. In the end, it was Xuan who dealt with the white spot beast. It was not that Meng Yuqing was unwilling to deal with it, but that he was simply unable to do it with his ability. The only knife he could use was a bone spur scimitar, which was coated with blackthorn grass juice, so it was impossible for him to use it to fight. If you let him do it with a stone knife, that would be animal abuse. While applying antiseptic grass to the dead white-spotted beast, Meng Yuqing asked the system in his mind, "Why has the exploration of this antiseptic grass never given me any feedback?" The system was silent for a long time before speaking. Because it's a kind of grass known to everyone on the continent, it's common knowledge. Therefore, the system didn't list it as something that the host needs to discover and promote. It was classified with ordinary stones and soil, so there was no special reminder. Meng Yuqing didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the system's voice was a little awkward. Chapter 85. Peeping at the little orcs hunting. He twitched his lips. Sure enough, it wasn't a professional system. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Is there any other common sense like this? I don't want to make any more mistakes." Fortunately, the other party is Xuan. If it was anyone else, I'd be burned to death as an alien. There is no other such special common sense. This world does not have the custom of burning aliens to death. Host, don't worry. System, what nonsense are you talking about? As if sensing Meng Yuqing's emotions, the system immediately began to report the task notification. Hidden quest. Gathering tendon grass completed. Hidden quest. Discover edible radish completed. It actually gave up the original name of radish in this world and called it what Meng Yuqing called it. Meng Yuqing. While applying antiseptic grass to the white-spotted beast, Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing several times, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Feeling his gaze, Meng Yuqing paused and looked back. "What do you want to say?" Xuan pursed his lips and said, "Did you just suddenly disappear? You shot 2 arrows in total. I didn't notice anything unusual when you shot the first one. It was only when the second arrow hit the white spot beast and caught my attention that I realized I couldn't sense your presence anymore." Hearing Xian's words, Meng Yuqing felt relieved. This is what he wanted to say. He thought for a moment before answering. "This is a way for me to protect myself. I'm not gone. I'm still there. You can still see me, right?" Xuan nodded. "That's good." He breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Meng Yuqing and smiled brightly. "You have a way to protect yourself?" The two of them worked together to apply antiseptic grass to the white-spotted beast, and the smell of blood faded after the application. After tying up the white-spotted beast, he took out clean water from the space warehouse, rinsed his hands slightly, fixed the white-spotted beast on Xian's back, and prepared to continue his journey. Meng Yuqing took out his woven bag and got in, and Xian picked him up. He sat cross-legged in the bag, one hand supporting his face and the other hand on his knee. This scene was so familiar. After looking at the food and water in the warehouse, they found that they were enough to support the two of them until they returned to the tribe, without the need for additional hunting. In the next few days, Xuan sped up his pace to the tribe. He basically did not rest unless it was necessary, just like the time when he brought the shadow beast back. The 3-day journey was compressed into 2 days. Meng Yuqing opened the bag and looked out, and found that the surrounding scenery was familiar. They had arrived at the patrol area and would soon reach the tribe. Pulling his hand back to retract the bag, he suddenly felt Xian pause. "What's wrong?" "Xian, why did we stop before reaching the tribe?" Meng Yuqing asked in some confusion. The tribe was still half a day's journey away. Xuan lowered his head and put him down, lowering his voice. Shoo, there are little guys hunting. After saying that, he took Meng Yuqing and walked into the bushes quietly, without making any sound during the whole process. Meng Yuqing looked at him with a puzzled look on his face, but didn't ask any more questions. He just stayed quietly in the bag. Behind the bushes, Xuan took the white-spotted beast off his back, changed back into human form, and climbed up a tree with Meng Yuqing, finding a suitable branch to hide. Through the gaps between the leaves in front of him, Meng Yuqing could barely see what was ahead. Wait a moment, they are coming, Xuan whispered in his ear. Seeing Xuan like this, Meng Yuqing understood that Xuan probably wanted to take him to watch others hunting. Thinking of the little guy he just mentioned, he suddenly became interested. Are they the little orcs under the age of 14 in the tribe? After waiting patiently for a while, Meng Yuqing heard the sound of grass being trampled in the distance. The sound was getting closer and closer, and gradually some footsteps could be heard, which were very messy and urgent. He instantly focused his attention and looked down, and soon, a small orange beast appeared in his sight, and it looked very panicked. The figure that was closely following the beast soon revealed its true form. There were 4 little orcs, whose beast forms looked even smaller than the small wild beasts, and they were already very close to the wild beasts. The one running in front began to try to knock the beast down, but failed. The beast made a sharp turn and dodged his attack. When the little orc following beside saw the beast turn, he immediately changed direction and rushed towards the beast, stretching out his front paws to reach the beast's hind legs, trying to trip the beast. Unfortunately, he was a little short of the mark, and his front paws just barely grazed the beast's hind legs. The beast kicked its hind legs and escaped from the attack range of the little orc, but it still stumbled and its speed was affected. The other 2 little orcs found the right opportunity. One jumped on it, and the other bit its leg from behind. The beast swung its body wildly, trying to shake them off. It kicked its hind legs continuously, but the small orc, who was almost the same size as it was pressing on its back, was too much of a restriction on it. The other 2 little orcs who failed in their attacks immediately surrounded the beast, and with tacit cooperation, one bit the beast's front legs while the other attacked the beast's head. After a while, the beast was knocked to the ground by them, and they pressed on it and held it down. After about 20 minutes, the beast gradually stopped struggling. A little orc loosened his mouth and leaned closer to the beast's head to take a look. He immediately said happily, "We succeeded." The other 3 little orcs immediately opened their mouths and cheered together after hearing this. "Great, we can hunt and eat on our own from now on." They came together and rubbed against each other, licking each other's wounds from the hunt. On a tree not far away, Meng Yuqing was watching the hunt intently. He had only seen Xuan hunting live in all the time he had been here. Because he was just hunting to fill his stomach, his hunting targets were all small and medium-sized wild animals. This was not a difficult task for Xuan at all, and it was often over in an instant. But the hunting of the little beastmen in front of him was closer to the animal world he saw in a modern world. He used to only be able to watch it through the screen, but this time he watched a live version from a VIP seat in a tree with a great view. His face flushed with excitement. Xuan turned his head to look at Meng Yuqing. He knew that Yuqing would definitely be interested in this. Under the tree, the little beastmen rubbed against each other to celebrate and then prepare to eat. At this time, Xuan suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand to shake the branches. The little beastmen under the tree heard the movement and immediately became alert and looked towards the tree where they were slowly retreating. The trees were lush, and Xuan was deliberately hiding, so the little beastmen could not see what was hidden in the trees. Xuan did not show up with Meng Yuqing, but just kept shaking the branches, making a rustling sound. Chapter 86 Scare Them. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan in surprise and cast a puzzled look at him. Xuan didn't say anything, but just shook his head at him and motioned him to continue watching. He turned his gaze back to the 4 little orcs, 3 of whom were sniffing the surroundings with their noses twitching rapidly. The other one had retreated to the back, raised its head, and began to roar loudly. This behavior was similar to warning the other party that there were adult orcs from its own tribe nearby, and they would hear the roar and rush over, so as to deter the other party. Among the little orcs who were smelling the scent, one of them suddenly changed color and shouted, "Run! I smell the scent of a white-spotted beast. Go find an adult orc." After saying that, he immediately turned around and ran away. The other 3 little orcs also turned around and ran away immediately. They just caught the prey and gave it away without any hesitation. Seeing them running away, Qian stopped shaking the branches and jumped directly under the tree. He changed into a beast form in the air, used the trunk to cushion his impact, and then landed safely. This series of actions made Meng Yuqing's scalp tingle. He was really showing off. Afterwards, Qian roared directly after landing. The roar was much louder and more intimidating than the roar of the little orc just now. The little orc who was fleeing madly did not stop immediately after hearing the roar, but turned back to look in the direction where the sound came from. Only when they were sure that the sound came from the direction they had just escaped did they slowly stop and hesitate whether to go back. After all, if a white-spotted beast appeared in the patrol area, they would be safest if they stayed with adult beastmen. It's Qian's voice. He's calling us over. He's back. Should we go over there? But there are white-spotted beasts there. With Qian here, it's okay. It will take some time for the orcs to arrive. It's safest for us to stay with him. Let's go. Maybe the white spot beast will be scared away by him. Qian hadn't stopped roaring yet. Hearing his voice, the 4 little orcs quickened their pace and ran towards this side. Meng Yuqing was sitting on the tree, watching the 4 little orcs who had run out of sight and ran back the same way they came. He was still a little wary, but not as panicked as before. Qian's voice began to gradually become smaller, and he sat there waiting for the 4 little orcs. When the little beastmen saw Qian, their eyes immediately lit up. They quickened their pace and ran over, surrounding Qian and rubbing against him affectionately. "Qian, there's a white spot beast here," said a little orc. "Yes, a large wild beast has entered our patrol area, and we need to drive it away." Another little orc put his forelimbs on Qian's front legs. "I know, it's a dead white-spotted beast. I carried it back. Don't be afraid." Qian stood up and took the 4 little orcs to the tree where they had hidden before. "Wait a moment." After saying that, he jumped directly onto the tree and came in front of Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing immediately turned around and let Qian carry him down from the tree. When he reached the ground, Meng Yuqing found that he was surrounded by fur again. A small beast man came over, looked at him carefully, and said, "It's you, Meng Yuqing, a very powerful sub-beast." The other 3 immediately came up and looked at him curiously. These little orcs usually followed the orcs in training. They had only seen Meng Yuqing once in the evening of the herbal medicine promotion day. The rest of the time they had heard rumors about him from others and knew that Meng Yuqing had made great contributions to the tribe. As they continued to approach, Meng Yuqing kept backing away in order to suppress the urge to rub them. Then he bumped into Qian's front legs, lost his balance, and sat directly on the back of Qian's paw. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. "Hello." Qian was in a good mood, and his tail was wagging gently. After Meng Yuqing sat on his front paws, he even wrapped his tail around the front and put it into Meng Yuqing's hand. When he was outside, he discovered that Meng Yuqing liked to hug his tail when she slept. The little beastmen circled Meng Yuqing twice, then looked up at Qian. "Qian, where's the white-spotted beast you brought back?" "It's over there. You guys go and drag it over here." Qian raised the other front paw that was not being sat on and pointed in the direction. The little beastmen immediately ran in the direction where the white-spotted beast was released. Meng Yuqing held Qian's tail and looked at the little orc who came and went like the wind in a daze. Seeing him like this, Qian lowered his head and said softly, "The 4 of them are little beastmen without fathers." "How old are they?" Hearing this, Meng Yuqing was stunned and looked up at Qian. "One is 12, 1 is 11, and 2 are 10. Qian continued, "The fathers of the 12-year-old and the 11-year-old died 10 years ago while defending the tribe. The fathers of the 2 10-year-old orcs were injured while hunting and bled to death. If you hadn't brought the hemostatic and blood-generating herbs, Luo would have died like them." Meng Yuqing held Qian's tail and stroked it unconsciously, looking at the little orc who was dragging the white-spotted beast with great effort. At this time, the grass not far away was shaking, and an adult caracal orc came running towards him at high speed with an anxious look on his face. After seeing Qian and Meng Yuqing, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "I heard the cubs roaring." "It's okay." Qian shook his head and said, "I saw them hunting, so I hid and waited for them to succeed. Then I tested them, and they reacted well." Hearing this, the caracal orc breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." After saying that, he looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Why are you here?" "We just came back from the salt cave," Qian said. Just as he finished speaking, Meng Yuqing suddenly exerted force with the hand that was holding Qian's tail. Qian was stunned by the grab and looked down at him in confusion. Meng Yuqing raised his head and looked at Qian with a little panic, opening and closing his mouth. I still have the salt stone. I haven't taken it out yet. Afraid that Qian wouldn't understand, he deliberately exaggerated his mouth shapes and spoke each word to Qian. Qian suddenly opened his eyes wide, and even his tail stiffened instantly. At this time, the voice of the Caracal orc came over. Did you bring back the salt? Why didn't I see it? Meng Yuqing looked at Qian stiffly, not daring to turn around and meet the gaze of the Caracal orc. Qian also lowered his head and looked at Meng Yuqing with a slightly panicked expression. When people are pushed to the limit, their ability to make up stories always increases. It's placed far away. We'll go get it right away, Meng Yuqing said in a dry voice. Qian immediately responded, yes, we left it far away, afraid that these little guys would find any traces. Oh, and we brought back a white spot beast, and the little guys are dragging it over here. Do you want to go and take a look? You'll be surprised. Yeah, that's right. You go over and watch them, and we'll go get the salt. Meng Yuqing followed Qian's words. Chapter 87 Return to the Tribe. The people in this world are relatively simple. Hearing the two of them singing the same tune, the Caracal orc felt a little strange but did not doubt it. Instead, he nodded and walked towards the little orc. Meng Yuqing and Qian both breathed a sigh of relief, and then Meng Yuqing immediately climbed onto Qian's back. Hurry up, find a place to get the salt stone out. Urged by Meng Yuqing, Qian immediately ran in the opposite direction of the Caracal orc. After making sure that they had distanced themselves enough so that the Caracal orcs could not hear any movement from this side, Meng Yuqing took out a hide bag that was about the same size as the snakeskin bag from the space warehouse, held it in his hand, and opened the bag. Then, with an idea in mind, he filled the animal skin bag with salt or tied the bag mouth with grass stems and placed it on the ground. Then he took out another animal skin bag and filled it up and tied it up in the same way. He stopped only after filling 4 large bags in total. After stringing 4 animal skin bags together with vines and hanging them on Qian's body, he clapped his hands. Take it all out. Let's take it over. After saying that, he climbed onto Qian's back again, and the two ran towards the direction of the Caracal orc and the little orc. When they returned to the place, the Caracal orc had already brought the little orcs and dragged the white-spotted beast over, and they were sitting there waiting. Seeing the two of them coming over, he said, "Are you going back to the tribe now?" The 4 little orcs were now sitting obediently beside the Caracal orc, completely different from how they looked when they saw Qian just now. This reminded Meng Yuqing of the students who met their homeroom teachers when they were in school. Yes, we are preparing to go back. We have been out for more than 20 days. Qian nodded. Then you guys go back. I'll take them away first. There are also a few other little orcs hunting on their own. I have to go over and check out the situation. He looked at the little orcs and said, "Eat quickly, and then follow me." Hearing his words, the little beasts immediately ran to the beast they had caught and started to feast on it. Although it is a small beast, it is a rare food for these little orcs. Because they have no father beast, they eat the food allocated to them by the tribe or the food occasionally given to them by their father beast friends. After they follow the orc instructor to learn, the orc instructor will also take them hunting and provide them with snacks. Now that they have the ability to hunt, it means that even if there are no adult orcs around, they can still fill their stomachs. Qian walked to the side of the white-spotted beast, and Meng Yuqing was about to come down to help Qian fix the white-spotted beast. The Caracal orc turned into a human form, picked up the white-spotted beast directly, and threw it onto Qian's back, perfectly avoiding Meng Yuqing and the animal skin bag. And Qian also caught the white-spotted beast steadily without any shaking. After doing all this, Qian nodded to the Caracal orc and ran towards the tribe with Meng Yuqing. Soon they saw Bo and others 500 meters away from the tribe. Why are only half of them here? Meng Yuqing asked Qian. He was not familiar with Bo and the others and didn't know how they usually arranged themselves. They divided themselves into 2 groups and took turns going out hunting. Qian stopped running and chose to walk slowly. Meng Yuqing looked at Bo curiously. They looked much better than when they first met. There were no visible wounds on their bodies, and their fur, which had been a little dull, now had a healthy luster. The 6 little orcs also looked stronger and were currently sparring with several other little orcs in the tribe not far away. Meng Yuqing watched with interest. They get along pretty well. The strength of their little orcs is still inferior to that of the little orcs in the tribe. They have never won even when competing with those little orcs in the tribe who did not make it into the top 10. He might even lose to an orc who is 1 year younger than him. However, the little orcs at this age are the most unwilling to admit defeat. If they lose today, They will make an appointment for tomorrow, which perfectly demonstrates what it means to become more courageous after setbacks. As Xuan slowly approached, Meng Yuqing saw a familiar figure. He patted Xuan and said, "Xuan, look, is that a tooth over there?" Hearing Meng Yuqing's reminder, Xuan raised his head and looked over there. "It's him. Why is he here?" Not far from the cave where they stayed, they saw a lynx lying on the ground, yawning boredly. "The sub-beast, named Ling Huan, is here, too," Xuan suddenly said. "Where is it? Why can't I see it?" Meng Yuqing immediately stretched his neck and looked around. "There." Xuan raised a front paw, next to Bo. Meng Yuqing looked in the direction Xuan pointed, and it was indeed a spirit ring. He was standing next to Bo, talking about something, and was dancing around with great excitement. Bo lowered his head and listened carefully, nodding in response from time to time. Yeah, who was lying on the side, suddenly stood up and looked over here. This action made Ling Huan stop talking and look over here with Bo. Bo's eyes rested on the white-spotted beast on Xian's back, while Ling Huan looked at Meng Yuqing. Having been in the tribe for almost a month, he knew very well how important Meng Yuqing was to the tribe and how respected he was by the people in the tribe. He also knew that Meng Yuqing had actually only been in the tribe for a short time. "Xuan, Meng Yuqing?" Ye's gaze swept between the two of them, pausing on the animal hide bag before continuing. "The clan leader told you to go find him when you return." Xuan nodded to them as a greeting, then walked towards the tribe. Meng Yuqing quietly lay down and looked back secretly with a gossipy glint in her eyes. After entering the tribe, the two did not see many people. At this time, everyone in the tribe was busy with their own affairs, and they would only gather together when there was a big event. Xuan carried Meng Yuqing on his back and went to Qiu Ye's house first. He found that Qiu Ye was not at home. The two left 4 bags of salt, and went to Meng Yuqing's house. After arriving at Meng Yuqing's house, Xuan put the white-spotted beast down. Their movements soon attracted the attention of people in the vegetable garden. They came over quickly. Qiu Ye was there too. He walked over happily and held Meng Yuqing and Xuan. "You're back. Are you okay? Did you encounter any trouble?" Hearing Qiu Ye's words, Meng Yuqing and Xuan looked at each other and shook their heads. "We didn't encounter any troubles. Everything went smoothly." Qiu Ye was a little suspicious when he saw their actions. "Did nothing really happen?" "Something happened. Something good happened," Meng Yuqing said half-jokingly when he remembered collecting yellow and white flowers, tending grass, and big radishes. "Good news? Don't lie to me." Qiu Ye still looked unconvinced. "That's great," he said, pulling Qiu. "I found something edible and 2 kinds of herbs, very useful herbs." Hearing this, Qiu Ye opened his eyes wide. "Really? That's great." Chapter 88 Market. Rong Lin and the other 2 behind him also showed surprised expressions. The 3 herbs discovered by Meng Yuqing before were already very useful to the tribe. Now he has discovered 2 more, and he also said that they are very useful. They must be very good herbs. "We will tell the father about this white-spotted beast when he comes back." Xuan walked over. He had turned into a human form, dragging 4 animal skin bags. "Okay, then you guys take a good rest first, and we'll continue to go to the vegetable garden," Qiu Ye said, and suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Meng Yuqing. "The hemostatic grass has started to produce seeds. The first one to grow has stopped producing new ones. Some of the seeds have also changed color. We don't know what to do, so we haven't touched them." They didn't dare to touch these herbs casually. Now everyone in the tribe can use this kind of grass, but they don't know how to grow it. "Okay, I understand. I will deal with the hemostatic grass issue when the time comes." Meng Yuqing nodded and said. After Qiu Ye took Rong Lin and the others away, Meng Yuqing took out 2 clay pots from the house. He walked under a tree and started digging soil and putting it into the pots. Xuan didn't know what he wanted to do, so he just followed him and helped him dig when he saw him digging. When the pot was about 5 centimeters away from the edge, Meng Yuqing stopped adding soil, raised his head and looked around, then took out a yellow and white flower and a bunch of sedge from the space warehouse and carefully buried them in the pot. "You want to grow it in a pot," Xuan said, looking at the 2 flower pots in front of him that were planted with herbs. "Put them here for now. When the tribe leader returns, show them to him and then show them to the rest of the tribe," Meng Yuqing explained as he buried the soil. "These 2 herbs are even rarer. We've only just discovered them once in such a long time. Our tribe must grow them ourselves to ensure a stable supply." During the 20 days or so he was away, Meng Yuqing dug up a lot of hemostatic herbs, blood-producing herbs, and blackthorn herbs, all of which he brought back intact. "The purpose is to expand my own small medicinal garden. The ones brought back by other people in the tribe were basically picked directly with the roots left. They may grow again next year, but they may not grow again due to unexpected circumstances. It is safer to grow your own. After burying the tendon grass in yellow and white flowers, he stood up and patted the dirt off his body. My small vegetable plot is almost full with these potatoes and sweet potatoes. I want to open another piece of land to plant radishes. That's no problem. When do you plant a plant? I'll go and help you circle out a piece of land. Xuan agreed quickly. Just for the next 2 days. After this batch of food is ready to harvest, I'll see if I can plant another wave. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan and explained his plan. If we catch up with the second wave, we'll need a larger area, and the workload will be much greater. It would be best if the tribe set aside a piece of land and let Ronglin and the other two teach the tribe how to plant. Okay, I understand. Xuan nodded in agreement. It was already afternoon when the two came back. By the time they packed up their things and arranged things, it was already getting dark. The soup that Meng Yuqing had cooked in the clay pot was almost done. Xuan was in charge of grilling the meat. Meng Yuqing looked at the food in front of him and sighed in his heart. When would he be able to find some chili peppers? He wanted to eat stir-fried pork with chili peppers. As for trading energy for chili peppers, you can, but you don't have to. After seeing off Ronglin and the other two, Xuye came over and Meng Yuqing invited him to eat together. After the three of them finished dinner together, Meng Yuqing carried the flower pot with herbs, Xuan carried the white-spotted beast, and Xiuyi carried the food, and they walked towards Xiuye's house together. When I arrived at Xiuye's house, Xia had already returned and was sitting at the door with his face propped up. Xiuye immediately walked over and handed the food to Xia. This soup is made by Yuqing and it's delicious. Would you like to try it? After Xia took the ceramic bowl and took a sip, he smiled gently at Meng Yuqing and said, "It's delicious. Thank you." Xia ate very quickly and finished the food they brought with him in a short while. He looked at Xuan and Meng Yuqing and said, "Come in. I have something to tell you." Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan with some confusion and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "It's okay." Xian's expression was calm. After entering the house, Xiaozai built a fire to light up the room. The four of them sat down around the fire. Xia didn't say much and went straight to the point. "The market will be open in a while. Do you two want to go?" He asked the two of them, but his eyes were on Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing was stunned and asked stupidly, "Can I go too?" "No, I mean, can sub-bees go out together?" His eyes lit up. The market was not close to here. He had thought that only orcs could go out. "You can go, but there won't be many people going. Qiuye will also go." Xia turned his gaze to Qiuye. Qiuye nodded and said, "Yes, I will go too. We are going to represent the tribe's sub-beasts to exchange for some nice animal skins." At this point, he covered his mouth and smiled. They don't know how to choose nice animal skins. Meng Yuqing understood. The sub-beasts thought that the animal skins selected by the orcs were not good-looking because the orcs all thought that their own animal shapes were the best-looking and they had no ability to distinguish the beauty or ugliness of animal skins. Xia chuckled twice and continued. "Qiuye said you've been looking for plants that can be used to weave cloth, but haven't found any. Maybe you can go to the market. There will be many tribes exchanging things there, and maybe you can find what you want." After listening, Meng Yuqing nodded. "Okay, I understand. I will think about what else I need. If some things can be found, there is no need to use energy to exchange for substitutes. After all, hemp is different from potatoes and sweet potatoes. Without hemp, the worst that can happen is that cloth cannot be woven. You can also look for cotton, or see if there is animal hair to replace wool. Without potatoes and sweet potatoes, people will starve in winter. In this world, starvation in winter means death. That's all I have to say about this. What about you guys?" Xia Jian had already decided to go to the market, so he turned and asked about their trip. I get excited when I talk about Meng Yuqing. He brought over 2 flower pots like he was presenting a treasure and pointed at the yellow and white flower and said, "This is called yellow and white flower. It can cure fever." "Qiuye, didn't you say before that cubs are prone to fever and lethargy? This can cure it." Upon hearing about the efficacy of the yellow and white flowers, Qiuye's eyes widened instantly, and he moved to Meng Yuqing's side and looked intently at the yellow and white flowers in the flower pot. "That means that all the cubs that get fever after catching a cold can be saved, right?" His voice trembled. "Every winter many cubs will have fever. Some survive on their own, but some cannot." "How do I use this?" he asked anxiously. Chapter 89 Exchange again. Pick the petals and soak them in hot water until the water turns light yellow, then give it to them to drink. However, it won't be effective immediately, so people still need to keep an eye on them. Meng Yuqing said seriously as he recalled the information about the yellow and white flower. Also, it has something to do with the cub's physique. The healthier the cub, the faster the effect will be. This is a big difference between the yellow and white flower and the hemostatic herb, blood-producing herb. It is not 100% able to cure the disease. Qiu was not disappointed. He gently stroked the petals of the yellow and white flower and said seriously, "It's difficult for a cub that is already very weak to grow up, even if it doesn't have a fever. At least with this, the chances of other normal cubs surviving with a fever will increase." After introducing the yellow and white flowers, Meng Yuqing held up the flower pot with tendon-regenerating grass and looked at Xia. "Chief, there's also this. Some orcs in the tribe don't have any broken bones in their limbs, but after healing, they're weak or sluggish. It's because their tendons are broken. This tendon-regenerating grass can regrow their tendons, and they can return to their former appearance." This time, it was Xia's turn to lose his composure. There were actually quite a few orcs in the tribe who were in this situation. Although their combat effectiveness was still there, it was always not as good as before. For orcs, strength is equivalent to their second life. "These two herbs are very precious," Xia said to Meng Yuqing. "Compared with the previous 3 herbs, these 2 are indeed rarer. We should ask the people in the tribe to identify them and bring them back when they see them. It would be best if we can grow them ourselves. Even if there are fewer, at least there will always be some." Meng Yuqing expressed his views on the processing of these 2 herbs. Xia nodded and said, "I understand. Take these and plant them. I will explain the other matters." Seeing that they had finished talking about the herbs, Xuan finally spoke. "There is one more thing, the father beast." Xia was a little surprised now. The appearance of the 2 herbs had already made him very happy. Xuan still had something to say. How much did they gain from this trip? Xuan saw Xia's expression, paused slightly, and then continued as if nothing had happened. "It's the white spot beast we brought back." "What's wrong with that white-spotted beast?" Xia was a little confused. Hunting white-spotted beasts should not be a difficult task for Xuan, so why did he mention it specifically? "We were attacked by 3 wild beasts while we were collecting herbs. 1 was a howling beast, and 2 were white-spotted beasts. I fought the 3 beasts under a tree, and Yuqing shot and captured the white-spotted beast with a bamboo bough from atop the tree." When Xuan was halfway through his words, Qiu instantly grabbed Meng Yuqing's arm and looked at the 2 of them worriedly. When he heard Xuan say that the white spot beast was caught by Meng Yuqing with a bamboo bough, his eyes widened instantly. Meng Yuqing looked at Qiu, smiled, and said nothing. "The main thing is that it's hard to say anything. Should I just brag about myself?" When Xia heard Xuan's words, he looked at Meng Yuqing in surprise. To be honest, in all of their impressions, Meng Yuqing was really a bit weak compared to other sub-beasts. But Meng Yuqing is a tough guy who will find a way out. He is timid and cautious most of the time, focusing on saving his own life, but when he really encounters a crisis, he is still very brave. For example, when he used a bone-spurred scimitar to chop down the wandering orcs, it really shocked many people in the tribe. The arrows are coated with blackthorn grass. Xuan stops the beasts in front, and then you hide in the distance and attack them to make them quickly lose their combat effectiveness, right? See, I thought about it for a while and understood how Meng Yuqing did it. Yes. Meng Yuqing nodded. "Okay, I understand. We will then study how to better utilize this weapon." Xiao looked serious. Originally, the bamboo bough was made just to give the sub-beasts a means of self-protection. Now it seems that this weapon has more functions than just that. If used well, the sub-beast will also become a strong fighting force. However, as long as the orcs are still there, it is impossible for them to let the sub-beasts rush to the front to face danger. But they must learn this method. Xia is not the kind of person who never changes. He has a very open mind. Some orcs would think it is shameful to let sub-beasts become a fighting force of the tribe, but he has no such idea at all. Although, as an orc, he will do his best to protect the sub-beasts and prevent them from facing danger. After leaving the yellow and white flowers and tendon grass they brought at Qiuye's house, the 2 left. Xia would handle the follow-up matters, so Meng Yuqing didn't need to worry about it. Xuan sent Meng Yuqing to the door of her home. He looked down at Meng Yuqing and spoke softly. "I'm tired from being outside for a while, so I'll have a good sleep today." "Well, you should go to bed early too." Before entering the house, Meng Yuqing waved at him, "Good night." After Meng Yuqing went in and closed the door, Xuan stood at the door for a while, then turned into a beast and ran out of the tribe. In the room, Meng Yuqing had just finished washing up and laid down on the bed when the system issued a notification. He had accumulated some energy during this period. He opened the energy storage space, looked at the energy floating inside, and thought for a while. He set aside 1/3 of his energy for future use, and used the remaining 2/3 to exchange items in the mall. Meng Yuqing looked in the mall to see which methods could be implemented directly after they were released. Thinking of the crossbow and the method of burning iron, he felt a headache. To make a crossbow, you need iron to make some small parts, otherwise pure wood ones will be too easy to damage. The production of a crossbow is also relatively complicated, and it is impossible to repair it every time you use it. This resulted in him not changing the production method, even though he clearly had enough energy. As for the method of burning iron, there is no trace of iron or now. So even though he really wanted these two methods, they were useless in the current situation. Meng Yuqing flipped through the mall pages, carefully looking for things that could be made at this stage. Soon he locked onto two things: soap and charcoal burning methods. As soon as he saw the soap, he suddenly felt itchy all over. He always used water to take a bath here, but he used a plant with similar functions to soap berries to wash his hair. The people here simply called this plant shampooing grass. It is a really simple and straightforward name. The function of this grass is similar to that of soapberry in the modern world, but it looks completely different. Moreover, this plant is not available in the Qingshan Tribe, so they have to go to the market every year to exchange it. The Qingshan Tribe has salt mines, so their lives are relatively affluent, so they go to the market to exchange large quantities of this plant for people in the tribe to wash their hair. Tribes like the Shijiao Tribe and the Xuan Tribe do not have so many supplies to exchange. As for the method of burning charcoal, there is no need to think about it. It is a must. It is prepared for heating in winter. Burning charcoal produces less smoke and lasts longer and is more stable than burning wood. As long as you pay attention to ventilation, there will be no big problems. After thinking clearly about the effects of these two things, Meng Yuqing no longer hesitated and exchanged them directly. After replacing these two things, he looked at the energy storage warehouse. There was still some energy left to exchange for things. He mixed this energy with the remaining energy and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 90 Soap. Meng Yuqing slept exceptionally long this time. Although Xian took good care of him on the journey to the salt mine, he was still a little tired after all the long journey. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. After touching his protesting stomach, Meng Yuqing ate a few berries and simply cooked some meat. He opened a door and walked towards a vegetable garden without looking up. He wanted to check on the hemostatic grass. Qiuyi said that some of the grass seeds had changed color and should be ready to be collected. When Ronglin in the vegetable garden saw him coming, he immediately waved and greeted him. Yuqing, get up. Did you make something new over there? He raised his hand and pointed to the side of the vegetable patch. What's new? Hearing his voice, Meng Yuqing raised his head with some confusion. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked in the direction Ronglin pointed. The direction he pointed was a piece of land not far from the vegetable field. At this time, the land has been surrounded by a wooden fence, estimated to be about 2 acres, slightly smaller than the vegetable field. Most of the weeds that were originally growing there have been pulled out, and it looks like a vegetable field that has not yet been planted with vegetables. He quickly ran to the newly fenced area, leaned against the wooden fence, and looked at it while asking Ronglin, who was following him. When was this fenced in? Ronglin was stunned by his question and looked at him and said, I don't know. It wasn't there yesterday, but it appeared when we came here this morning. We thought you had made it. Meng Yuqing touched his head and said with a puzzled look, Is there anyone else in the tribe who wants to enclose a vegetable plot to grow crops? Why not enclose it near his own home? It's inconvenient to take care of the vegetable plot here. I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone wanting to grow vegetables, and they don't know how to grow vegetables. Ronglin shook his head in confusion. Apart from the 3 people who were helping Meng Yuqing plant potatoes and sweet potatoes and Qiuyi, no one else in the tribe knows how to grow vegetables. They were all waiting for Meng Yuqing's batch of vegetables to be grown and then promoted to the entire tribe for everyone to grow together. They really couldn't imagine that anyone would go to Meng Yuqing's house to enclose a vegetable plot. Ronglin and Meng Yuqing stood in this suddenly appeared vegetable field for a long time. They looked at each other and saw the confusion on each other's faces. Finally, Meng Yuqing, who was still worried about the hemostatic seeds, said, Forget it, never mind. The land grabbers will come eventually. I'll just ask them when the time comes. Ronglin nodded. That's right. We'll know who it is when we get here. But the one who could fence off this piece of land overnight must be an orc. I wonder what the orcs are doing here. Yuqing, you should pay attention when the time comes. As he said this, he looked Meng Yuqing up and down without leaving any trace. Okay, I understand. Meng Yuqing nodded. I'll go check out those herbs. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the hemostatic grass. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was screaming wildly in his heart. He had long had his eyes on this piece of land and was planning to enclose it to plant radishes in the next few days, but he didn't expect that when he woke up, it had been enclosed by someone else. If I had known yesterday, I would have asked Xuan to help me circle it. Now I regret it very much. He could only wait for the person who circled the land to show up and discuss whether he could give it to him. If not, he looked up at Xuan's house. I can only go to a place near Xuan's house. Once I find peppers and other seasonings, I will definitely make him a delicious meal to thank him. When he reached the hemostatic grass, Meng Yuqing calmed himself down and squatted down. The first cluster of hemostatic grass to produce seeds has already grown a lot of seeds, most of which have turned dark brown, but not completely black. After this grass began to produce seeds, other hemostatic grasses also began to produce seeds one after another. Meng Yuqing took a quick look and found that there were hundreds of grass seeds that could be collected, but he didn't know how many would grow in the future. Hope they are easy to keep alive. The blood-producing grass and the blackthorn grass have not yet produced seeds. The database says that the seed-bearing period of these two grasses is later than that of the hemostatic grass. It is normal that they have not produced seeds now. As long as they can produce seeds normally in time, it proves that there is no problem in transplanting them artificially. Looking up at Ronglin and the others, Meng Yuqing thought for a moment and decided to wait until they returned before planting the yellow and white flowers and tending grass. With his back to Ronglin and the others, Meng Yuqing sat next to the hemostatic grass, lowered his head slightly, and looked into the void and began to look through the methods of making soap and charcoal. Overall, it is relatively easy to make, and the materials are also relatively easy to collect. You can make more soap during this period and then take it to the market to exchange for something else. He did what he said. He stood up, patted the dirt, said hello to Ronglin and the others, and went back to the house. They took out a piece of sharp-toothed beast meat from the warehouse. Because they sped up on their way back, there were still a few pieces of meat left in the warehouse. It happened to be sharp-toothed beast meat with a lot of fat, which could be used to make soap. Meng Yuqing lit the stove and used a ceramic pot he had made himself, which could conduct heat much faster than a stone pot. He cut the fat off the sharp-toothed beast and threw it into the pot, adding a small amount of water. Then pay attention to the fire and start to simmer slowly over low heat. Meng Yuqing didn't like the smell of boiling oil, but the smell made him feel particularly nostalgic. His mother used to boil lard at home, and the smell was not much different from this one. While waiting for the oil to come out, he squatted down, rolled up his sleeves, and started to pick out the wood ash in the stove. He really didn't expect that wood ash could be used in so many ways. He didn't know about it before in the city, but now, in this world, he found that this thing is used everywhere. Last time when he searched for wood ash to make jars, he also glanced at the entry of wood ash to make cement, but he didn't look at it at that time. He will look at it and try when he has time. If this is possible, cement can be produced earlier. After the ash that was scooped out cooled down, he brought a ceramic jar that was mostly filled with water and put the ash in it. He estimated that when the jar was about halfway up, he stopped and let the ash sink to the bottom. This is different from making wood ash pots. Soon the water surface began to become turbid. This was because the alkali in the wood ash dissolved in the water. I found another jar and poured the water into it. The other main material for making soap, alkali, was also obtained. Now all that's missing is the animal oil. Once the meat is cooked, we can start making soap. Seeing that the animal oil on the stove still needed to simmer for a while, Meng Yuqing opened the complete information on the Beast World continent again. Chapter 91. You're the one who circled me. Because Meng Yuqing is special, he usually does not participate in the collection, so he has relatively free time and will look through the information whenever he has time. More than half an hour passed by. Meng Yuqing stood up and looked at the clay pot. The golden animal oil was already boiled. Wrap the animal oil in animal skin and pour it into the bamboo tube that he split in half. Then pour in the separated alkaline water and then start stirring it frantically until it turns milky white. The mixing process took him 2 hours. Rubbing his sore hands, Meng Yuqing wished he had an automatic egg beater at hand. Place the bamboo tube filled with liquid in a cool place and wait for it to saponify naturally. After doing all this, Meng Yuqing opened the door and it was already evening. He hurried to the vegetable garden, and Ronglin and others were preparing to leave. Ronglin, had the people who enclosed the land come this afternoon? Roan Lin shook his head. No, no one has been here this afternoon. Hearing this news, Meng Yuqing frowned. There was no way to discuss things without being able to see anyone. Thinking that this piece of land was fenced off last night, maybe they had something to do during the day. The orcs in the tribe are still very busy. Yuqing, if there's nothing else, will leave first. Roan Lin waved at Meng Yuqing. Well, be careful on the road. Meng Yuqing was a little absent-minded. After Roan Lin and the others left, Meng Yuqing ran to plant all the yellow and white flowers and tending grass in the area specially designated for growing herbs. After doing all this, he touched his rumbling stomach, ate something casually, and then sat beside the field to guard it. At this time, most orcs are preparing to return, and maybe this person will come over to take a look. When Xuan came back with the salt stone allocated to Meng Yuqing by the tribe, he saw Meng Yuqing sitting on the ground in a daze. Because Meng Yuqing had previously applied for salt to make a food that could be preserved for a long time, he was given an extra portion this time for pickling vegetables, which was considered as money from the tribe and did not take up his own share. Xuan walked up to Meng Yuqing and waved his hand in front of him. Why are you sitting here? Looking at this piece of land. Meng Yuqing supported his face with a worried look. Xuan sat down next to Meng Yuqing and said hesitantly, looking at the land in front of him, "Don't you like it?" I like it very much, but it's a pity that it has been snatched away by someone else now." Meng Yuqing sighed and turned to look at Xuan. Xuan showed a surprised expression. "This is what I fenced off. It's for you to grow radishes. Didn't you say you had no place to grow radishes and wanted to fence off another piece of land?" Hearing Xuan's words, Meng Yuqing's eyes widened instantly. "You caught them? You caught them to plant radishes for me." Looking at Xuan nodding in front of him, Meng Yuqing felt an inexplicable wave of emotion in his heart. He reached out and hugged Xuan, patting his back madly. "Xuan, you are so kind. I will definitely make you a delicious meal in winter. I guarantee you will never eat it before. Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat, you'll never go hungry." Xuan's whole body stiffened by his sudden action. He raised his hand and hesitated whether to hug back. When he heard Meng Yuqing say that she would never let him go hungry in the future, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although it was a bit strange to hear such word from a sub-beast, he believed that Meng Yuqing could do it, and he was also very happy that Meng Yuqing said so. Just when he was still hesitating whether to take action, Meng Yuqing had already let go of him and stood up. Xuan suddenly felt empty, but he didn't hesitate and let go of his hand. Meng Yuqing patted the dirt off his butt, grabbed Xuan's hand that had just been put down, and tried to pull Xuan up. "I pulled it, but it didn't move." Xuan looked up at him. Meng Yuqing wrinkled his nose. "No, pull it again." This time it was pulled up smoothly. Of course, this was thanks to Xuan's cooperation. If Xuan didn't want to, Meng Yuqing wouldn't be able to pull him even if she tried her best. "Come on, I made something new today. Let's see if it's convenient for us to take it to the market to exchange for something else." Meng Yuqing pulled Xuan and walked towards home. Xuan followed him into the house obediently. Dai Xuan came to where the soap was placed, and they both squatted down. Xuan sniffed and said, "What is this? It smells like animal fat, mixed with other smells. I think I've smelled it somewhere before. This is soap. It's not finished yet. You can use it after it dries. You can use it to wash your hands, hair, and animal hides. It's easier to clean than washing directly with water." Meng Yuqing is the role of soap. "Same as shampoo grass?" Xuan asked in surprise. "Can this be made by hand?" Shampooing grass can also be used to wash animal hides, but because the Qingshan Tribe can only exchange it at the market, no one uses this grass to wash animal hides, but only to wash hair. This is also one of the reasons why Meng Yuqing quickly accepted the environment here after arriving in this tribe. The people of Qingshan Tribe are quite clean. The functions are similar. This can wash anything that can be washed with shampoo. It is also very simple to make. You can use animal oil and water soaked in wood ash. Meng Yuqing gently shook the bamboo tube in his hand. Once this is made, you can take it to the market for exchange. Only 2 tribes have shampoo grass now, and the amount brought each time is not much. Some tribes can't even get it in exchange if they want to. Xuan looked at the soap in front of him that had not yet solidified. "But I still have a concern. Will we be targeted if we take this thing out for exchange?" Meng Yuqing asked cautiously. He remembered that Xia and the others were very careful when they used salt to exchange for things. Hearing Meng Yuqing's question, Xuan lowered his head and thought for a moment. "No, this kind of thing is not necessary for life. We just need to control the exchange quantity. Only some larger tribes will exchange some of this kind of thing for sub-beasts." After saying that, Xuan lowered his eyes and if necessary, he could seek cooperation with the Xuan tribe and the Shijiao tribe. This was the inspiration he got from the last alliance. The Qingshan tribe could exchange with them at a lower price. Moreover, the three tribes are not far from each other, and they can come to exchange at any time. This is a big difference from market transactions. The market is held once a year, and every tribe that goes there will prioritize exchanging what they need most, and shampooing grass is not a necessity for many tribes. Moreover, if the three tribes were united, they would be no worse than some of the big tribes in the market. Okay, then I'll leave the specific quantity to you. Hearing Xian say this, Meng Yuqing nodded. Xian and Xia knew this world better than he did, so he just left it to them. I will go with them this time. If anything goes wrong, I could just hand over the production method and record it in my notebook. And he still had a trump card. Thinking back to the Gatling gun he saw in the finished product, although he couldn't afford it even if he sold it, he wouldn't need his energy for the next while, so he could save it all up and buy a homemade hunting rifle. It's reasonable to use a hunting rifle to shoot the beastman. Unfortunately, the system limits these hot weapons to only one purchase, but there is no limit on cold weapons, but they are also very expensive. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing shook his head and shook off these messy thoughts. Chapter 92 Trivia. In the next few days, Meng Yuqing processed the salt stone he brought back and started the business of pickling vegetables in jars. The salt mines of the Qingshan tribe are of very high quality. Meng Yuqing can get salt that is no different from that in the modern world with just a little processing. After the wild vegetables are dried, wash them, add salt, and spread them carefully, then put them into the jar. Pour in cold boiled water and cover the lid. Then pour an appropriate amount of water on the edge of the lid to isolate the air. All that's left is to wait for time. After finishing the pickles, Meng Yuqing found some wood and started carving soap molds. He had just started making it on impulse, and when he took out the soaps that were completely formed, he found that they were all semi-cylindrical. They were usable, but not very good looking. I was wondering whether to trade it or make it look better. Because of limited tools and Xian's frequent busy work, he carved very slowly. However, he did not intend to make it too complicated. He just carved a flower, a tree, or a blade of grass for the sake of convenience. It's the kind of flowers, plants, and trees that you see in children's paintings. Chuya was very interested in the soap he made. When the soap he made at the beginning was usable, Chuya used it once, and he found that he liked it very much. After Chuya's publicity, many sub-beasts came to him, holding various things in their hands to exchange with him for soap. Some use animal meat, some use wild vegetables, all of which are freshly picked and washed very clean, and some use berries, which are a very rare kind of berries. Meng Yuqing tried it once, and it was very delicious. She fell in love with it at once. Unfortunately, the first wave of soap was just a test batch and the quantity was limited. Some people who came late didn't get one and went back dejected. Mu was one of those who arrived late. He came to help his father-in-law change. However, what he brought made Meng Yuqing's eyes light up. It was honey. Where did you get this? Meng Yuqing looked at the golden honey in the jar. It's what my father brought back. It's taken out from a needle beast's nest, and it's very sweet. Would you like to try it? Mu sat on the ground holding the jar, smelled the honey, and swallowed his saliva. Meng Yuqing smiled as she imagined Mu's beast form holding a jar. It was so cute. I dipped a little with chopsticks and put in my mouth. It was very sweet and had a fresh fragrance. It was very comfortable to eat. It's delicious. Meng Yuqing nodded. Just leave these here. Next time you make them, let Xian tell me. Mu put the jar down and prepared to leave. Okay, this will be your deposit. Next time I make it, I'll keep a portion even if you're late. Meng Yuqing was in a good mood after eating the honey and said with a smile, Okay. Mu imitated Meng Yuqing, waved his hand, and left. That night, Xian came to find Meng Yuqing holding a jar. The pottery kiln has been built and put into use. Several batches of pottery have been fired so far, and almost everyone in the tribe now has a piece of pottery. Of course, Meng Yuqing has the most. He has his own small pottery kiln and can make whatever he wants at any time. Xian handed him the jar. Mu said you like the food that Need Lemon makes himself. Meng Yuqing took the jar and opened it. It was full of honey, much larger than the jar Mu brought. Where did you get so much? Just a little outside the patrol area, there's a nest of needle beasts. Have you delivered to Chuya? Meng Yuqing walked into the house, holding the jar. I gave half of it to my father-in-law. Xian knew that Meng Yuqing would ask Chiu eat every time she received something from him, so it had become a habit now. Haha, now I can make honey barbecue. It's super delicious. I'll make it for you when I'm done with this busy period. Meng Yuqing said happily as he looked at the honey in his hand. This thing is not only delicious, but also healthy. In the past, my mother especially liked to find various channels to buy honey, and then make it into tea and require the whole family to drink it. Honey? Is that what you call it? Xuan asked. Yes, that's what we call it. Meng Yuqing invited Xuan into the house and poured a cup of honey water into a ceramic cup and handed it to Xuan. My father-in-law used to make water like this for us to drink. Drinking it often is good for your health. Xuan took the ceramic cup and drank from it with both hands, looking unusually well-behaved. When are you free? Meng Yuqing asked as she sat next to him. What's wrong? Are you going to make something that you need my help with? Xuan put down the cup and looked at Meng Yuqing. Yes, there's something else I want to make. Maybe I can take it to the market to trade. Meng Yuqing pulled a piece of wood from the fire. Processing the wood into charcoal will make it more durable and prepare for winter. Xuan tilted his head in confusion. Seeing this, Meng Yu began to explain the benefits of burning charcoal. Charcoal doesn't produce smoke or a pungent odor, nor does it produce high flames like burning wood. Put some charcoal in a stone basin and place it under the table. Then put a piece of animal skin on top of it, and it will be very warm. Just make sure there is good ventilation. Qianjing listened quietly to Meng Yuqing's introduction. Meng Yuqing's explanation was simple and easy to understand, and he quickly grasped the benefits of charcoal. He thought for a moment and said, Not these days. I have to go hunting with the hunting team, and it will probably take 3 or 4 days for me to come back. He looked at Meng Yuqing with some hesitation and said, Are you in a hurry? If so, I'll ask Mu Healy to help you, as well as Dong Hedden. They're both very free. Meng Yuqing scratched his head and looked at Xuan. It's not a big deal. I'll wait for you to come back and try it. This is my first time trying this, and I'm not sure if it will work. If I fail and they see me, it will be too embarrassing. Remember to come find me when you come back. Hearing Meng Yuqing say this, Xuan instantly became very happy. Okay, I'll come see you as soon as I get back. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll bring it to you. Just take care of it. I don't know what delicious food there is here. Meng Yuqing was a little confused when he saw Xuan suddenly becoming very happy. Cats are indeed mysterious and hard to figure out. After Xuan left, Meng Yuqing stuffed the honey directly into the warehouse, washed up, and went to bed. Since coming here, he even stopped staying up late. If the soap was Chuya's hard work in promoting it, then his use of a bamboo bow to catch the white-spotted beast was Xia's hard work in promoting it. After the bamboo bows were made, each sub-beast was equipped with one, but everyone was usually busy. The sub-beasts were busy tanning animal skins, weaving wrought tan frames and baskets, and they did not practice archery often. Instead, they used knives more often. After all, Meng Yuqing and Xiao Yi used knives when they met the wandering orcs. This time, he caught a white-spotted beast with a bamboo bow, which caused a sensation in the tribe. This time, it was not just a sub-beast. Many beastmen came to see him and asked him to learn archery. Ria was the first to come over. He brought a few sub-beasts that he played well with, all holding bows and looking at Meng Yuqing eagerly. Yuqing, please teach us. We also want to catch wild beasts. However, Meng Yuqing himself was still a novice, and seeing the situation, he could only bite the bullet and give them guidance. Carefully following the key points in the video, Meng Yuqing helped them adjust their bow-holding posture. Keep your feet shoulder-width apart. Put your weight on the balls of your feet. Ria, don't desert. Keep your thumb to your chin and don't look around. Chapter 93, Burning Charcoal. After teaching them for a whole day, Meng Yuqing was exhausted both physically and mentally. He wanted to show them the video directly, but he couldn't. The videos in the system cannot be shown to them. The good news is that people in this world do have some talent in combat, and even sub-beasts are making rapid progress. The fastest learning sub-beasts were almost catching up with Meng Yuqing. He decided to entrust these sub-beasts with important tasks and give them the task of teaching. And Ling Huan was actually among these people. As for Qiu Yi, he also made rapid progress. After all, Meng Yuqing gave him special training. After teaching for a few days, in order not to be outdone by those who came later, Meng Yuqing added an extra hour every day to practice archery. With his secret efforts, he made rapid progress. He now dared to say that if he were to shoot the white-spotted beast now, he would definitely not miss. Just the day after he assigned the archery task, Xuan came back. This time they were out longer than expected, but the harvest was also very good. When everyone was immersed in practicing archery, Xuan took Meng Yuqing and the other one out of the tribe. The two of them shuttled through the woods, and Xuan listened to Meng Yuqing's request. We need a cleared area without too much vegetation. We'll have to light a fire later, so we don't want to burn the jungle. Okay, I know where you'd like to go. Qian responded while running. Soon they came to a stream, not the same stream where they dug clay last time, but a different one. Qian stopped and asked, "Can you see here?" Meng Yuqing looked at the surrounding environment carefully. The area beside the stream was mostly made up of rocks, and the vegetation was not as lush as in other places. He nodded, thinking that if he burned here, at least it would not cause a fire. He chose a piece of land some distance from the stream. "Qian, we need to clean up this area and turn over all the dirt. We'll need it later." Qian put him down and then immediately started digging the ground on the spot. Because he was big enough, he quickly dug out the area that Meng Yuqing needed. "Is this enough?" Qian looked at the soil he had turned over. Meng Yuqing said to Qian while collecting leaves and grass on the ground as combustion materials. That's enough. It's just this big. Let's go get some wood." "Okay." Qian took him into the woods. Meng Yuqing walked in front, picking up wood and throwing it into the warehouse. He didn't even need to bend his waist during the whole process, and it looked no different from taking a walk. Qian followed him quietly, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. From a distance, a huge black panther obediently followed a young man wearing animal skins, making people wonder if they had encountered a mountain elf. It was already summer, and the two of them were walking through the woods, with the natural breeze still bringing a hint of coolness. The two of them walked and stopped, and soon Meng Yuqing had picked up a lot of wood. He glanced at the warehouse and nodded, then turned to look at Qian. "That's about it. Let's try picking up this much first, and then we'll go back to where we were just now." Qian nodded and went back to the place where they had been digging the soil with Meng Yuqing. Throwing out all the wood they had picked up, Meng Yuqing stood them up one by one and stacked them into a cone shape. The longest piece of firewood was more than 1 meter long, so the entire pile was 1 meter high. He then wrapped the outermost layer with leaves and weeds to help combustion. "Qian, let's go get some cans of water." He looked up at Qian, a smile flashing in his eyes. "We need to make mud." Qian froze slightly and looked at him helplessly. Meng Yuqing fetched 2 large jars of water from the stream, dug a hole in the ground, poured the water in, and threw the soil he had dug up earlier into the hole to make mud. This soil is just ordinary soil, not clay. After mixing it, Meng Yuqing began to paste it on the pile of wood piece by piece. Although he said so, Meng Yuqing didn't call Qian when they actually started doing it. However, Qian didn't just stand there and watch. He grabbed a handful of mud with a serious face and imitated Meng Yuqing to paste it on the pile of wood. Except for a large hole at the top for ignition, 8 ventilation holes were dug at the bottom, and the work was basically completed. Light the fire and put it in from the top. Under Meng Yuqing's command, Qian put the burning branches and leaves on top and stuffed them in. "We'll focus on the 8 holes below. If we see a hole where the fire has spread, we'll plug it with mud." Meng Yuqing carefully explained the precautions to Qian, and after making sure Qian understood, the two of them were responsible for 4 holes each and began to observe. The fire spread downwards, and both of them lay on the ground and watched carefully. When all 8 holes were blocked, Meng Yuqing immediately grabbed a large ball of mud and sealed the hole at the top. After doing all this, he pulled Qian to the stream and washed the mud off his hands and body with soap. He took out the soap and held it under Qian's nose, then asked with a smile, "Does it smell good? I made it specially and added moon blue flowers in it. I saw you like to sleep among the moon blue flowers before, so I thought you would definitely like this smell." Qian took the soap, held it in his hand, and stared at it blankly. Seeing that he didn't move, Meng Yuqing directly pulled his hand over, wet it with stream water, applied soap, and helped him wash the mud off his hands. Qian just stared blankly at the top of Meng Yuqing's head without saying a word, his dark eyes becoming even deeper. The stream water was cold and very comfortable. It was summer now, and Meng Yuqing had just been walking around in front of the fire. He felt sweaty all over and really wanted to jump into the stream to take a bath. Fortunately, before he went into the water, he suddenly remembered that he and Qian were still different in the concepts of this world, so he stopped taking off his clothes. Qian saw him suddenly stop and gave him a puzzled look. "What's wrong with you?" He held his forehead with one hand and waved the other at Qian. "It's okay, I just feel a little hot." The appearance of people in this world is really too deceptive. I almost ran naked in front of Qian just now. Hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Qian nodded and said, "It's not the hottest time yet. It will be the hottest in 2 months, but it won't last long, only about half a month, and then it will be autumn. When are we going to the market?" Meng Yuqing suddenly remembered that he had been busy with various things recently and had not asked about the specific time of the market. "We'll set off in half a month. It'll take us half a month to walk from here to the market without a break. The market will also last for another half a month. However, we'll leave early to trade with the small tribes and finally return to the tribe before the hottest time arrives. Okay, I understand. Meng Yuqing turned around and looked at the mud bag burning charcoal. Let's go back first. Don't worry about this place. Come back in 2 days to open it and see if it worked. Okay, Xuan responded, walked ashore, and changed back into animal form. After Meng Yuqing climbed up and sat firmly, he walked around the mud pile and rubbed his feet twice to smell the scent of orcs, then ran towards the tribe. Chapter 94, Archery Frenzy. Suddenly, Xuan paused and stopped. Meng Yuqing asked softly with some confusion, "Why did you suddenly stop leaving?" "They're over there. I have something to tell them." After saying that, Xuan changed direction and trotted over. After a while, Meng Yuqing saw a bow and a dozen of his tribesmen carrying prey and walking towards the tribe. Seeing Xuan running towards them, Bo and the others immediately stopped and waited. "Xuan, do you have something to talk to us about?" Xuan slowed down his pace and walked over. "The tribe will go to the market in half a month. If you want to go, prepare yourself during this period and come with us." This news really surprised Bo. They knew that the market existed, but they rarely went there. Every time they went, they only exchanged salt and not much. The orcs can hunt wild beasts to eat raw meat and drink their blood, so the salt they exchange for is basically fed to the sub-beasts, but it is still not enough. Sometimes sub-beasts even need to follow them to eat raw meat and drink beast blood. Now their few remaining sub-beasts are in the Qingshan Tribe, and they no longer need to worry about them. The other orcs have also settled down here peacefully, waiting for the day when the Qingshan Tribe will accept them. There's almost no pressure on them at this stage. In other words, as long as they work hard at hunting and prepare well during this period, they can go to the market with the people of the Qingshan Tribe to exchange for some things that they wanted to exchange but couldn't before. Thinking of this, their expressions became happy. "We understand. We will make good preparations during this period." Bo nodded, his tone full of excitement that could not be concealed. Since the news had been fully communicated, Xuan did not stay any longer. He nodded to Bo and the others, then took Meng Yuqing and left with them. When passing by the square, Meng Yuqing saw a dozen sub-beasts practicing archery with bows and arrows. They actually made a target without any instruction, but compared to the real world, their target was several times larger, probably made based on the size of a medium-sized wild beast. They collected grass that was everywhere and tied it together, then stacked it up in circles to expand the area, and finally dyed the middle part with animal blood to serve as the bull's eye. Another horizontal line was dug 50 meters away, and everyone fired behind the line. Seeing that Meng Yuqing was interested in this, Xuan stopped. "Xuan, they actually used me as a target." Meng Yuqing crawled forward, lying on Xuan's neck. "Is this thing called a target?" "That's what you call it where you are." Xuan didn't dare to move and could only look straight ahead. "Yes, what do you call this?" Meng Yuqing looked intently at the people practicing archery not far away. Xuan was stunned by the question. "I don't know. I haven't seen this before. When we went out today, it wasn't even in the square." Hearing Xuan say this, Meng Yuqing understood. They had just started using this today. Xuan had gone out hunting a few days ago, so he didn't know when the people in the tribe started doing this. He patted Xuan's neck gently and said, "Put me down. Let's go ask." Xuan lowered his body, and Meng Yuqing slid down from him. After Xuan turned into a human form, the two of them walked towards the crowd of people shooting arrows together. "Yuqing, Xuan, you are here. Come and see this we made. It is specially used for practicing archery." Someone in the crowd saw them coming and immediately greeted them enthusiastically. When the others heard the sound, they also looked over. "Is this what you made today? What's it called?" Meng Yuqing immediately trotted over. "I've been working on it for several days and just finished it today. I haven't named it yet. I originally wanted to make it out of wood, but I found that it soon became full of holes and became difficult to use." Liushi walked over and said, shaking his head, "Yes, then we thought it would be great if there was something that could pull out the arrow without leaving any traces," another person continued. "Later, when we shot the arrow off-center at a pile of grass on the side, we discovered that the pile quickly returned to its original shape after we retrieved the arrow. So we thought of tying all the grass together and weaving it into a flat surface that we could use specifically for archery." Shushu also ran over and said with a smile, "Great." Meng Yuqing gave them a thumbs up. When he practiced archery before, he would just find a tree as a mark and start practicing without thinking of making target. He didn't expect that the people in the tribe actually thought of it and did it, which made him sigh at their wisdom. They are simple, but not stupid. If you don't have a system, don't receive education, and don't have the wisdom accumulated by the country over 5,000 years, you are actually no different from them. Just as he was daydreaming, Liushi came over and handed him a bow. Yuqing, do you want to try it? Looking at the bow in front of him and the target not far away, he suddenly felt itchy. Okay, I'll try. Take the bow, walk behind the marked horizontal line, and look at the target. Put the arrow on the bow and draw it fully. Call out. The arrow flew out, and everyone watched nervously. One arrow. Hit the bullseye. Wow! Cheers were heard all around, and everyone surrounded Meng Yuqing. Yuqing, you are so amazing. It hit the center in one shot, as expected of someone who can catch the white-spotted beast. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing touched his nose guiltily. He knew exactly what the situation was at that time, and it was more or less a matter of luck. And there was a system to conceal his breath, so the white-spotted beast's attention was all on Xuan. This gave him the opportunity to take advantage of and successfully launch a sneak attack. Except for the system covering up the aura, everything else was told to Xuan full. However, Xia's role was still exaggerated during subsequent promotions. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm for archery, Meng Yuqing understood why Xia did this. Those who were shooting arrows here were all sub-beasts, so after Xuan greeted them at the beginning, he stepped aside. He stood outside the crowd and looked at Meng Yuqing, who was surrounded by everyone, with a hint of smile in his eyes. When Meng Yuqing finally escaped from the crowd, it was already evening. Yuqing, our archer hasn't been named yet. Why don't you give him one? Everyone said before parting. Shall I give a name? Then let's call it Target. Target? Okay, let's call it Target. Seeing that they had packed up their things and were heading home, Meng Yuqing also walked towards Xuan. Xuan stood aside, watching Meng Yuqing walking towards him step by step. The setting sun with his back cast a layer of light on him. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Let's go home. Chapter 95 this winter will be a good time." Xuan was so busy these past 2 days that he was almost nowhere to be seen. Meng Yuqing also stepped up the production of soap and even grabbed a few people to work with him. Although the amount of soap that the tribe decided to bring for the trade was not large, it was not an amount that Meng Yuqing could handle alone. What's more, there are many people in the tribe who want to change. Not everyone has the time to learn the technology and make it themselves, so Meng Yuqing's house became unusually lively. However, Meng Yuqing set a time for everyone to exchange, stipulating that the exchange would only begin in the afternoon when the sun began to set. Otherwise, if people came at irregular times every day, he would have nothing to do. After exchanging all the soaps he had for the day with the tribesmen, Meng Yuqing said to them, "We'll be on hiatus tomorrow. I have other things to do. Please tell the others." Everyone nodded in understanding. After Meng Yuqing sent them away, he returned to the house. There was pork rib soup stewing on the stove. He simply stir-fried some wild vegetables and meat, and had the pork rib soup for dinner. He missed rice a little. Meng Yuqing kept the remaining soup warm on the stove and sat at the door waiting for Xuan to come back. They made an appointment to go to the creek tomorrow to see how the charcoal was burning. Xuan came back later than usual. Meng Yuqing walked over and handed the pork rib soup to Xuan. "This is the soup I stewed today. Try it." Xuan took the bowl, took a sip, and smiled at Meng Yuqing. "It tastes good." Meng Yuqing chuckled. He knew his own cooking skills very well. It was only because the cooking technology in this world was too backward that his skills seemed quite good. "Why are you back so late today?" "Father called us to talk about something. This time, we need to prepare more kinds of things than usual, so we need to plan carefully." Xuan rubbed the pottery bowl in his hand. What he didn't say was that the tribe took this trip to the market very seriously and was very cautious. They had also planned many ways to deal with unexpected situations. They knew that the things they brought out this time might arouse the curiosity of other tribes. If it is a good-intentioned communication, they are naturally willing to establish friendly relations with the other party. But if it is malicious inquiries and coveting, they are not afraid, and they will make all preparations. The Qingshan Tribe has never been the kind of tribe that would give up opportunities and become weak because of fear of unknown dangers. The reason why the number of orcs in their tribe is so different from that of the other two tribes is because of the wisdom of the original patriarch. Many of the orcs in the tribe were taken in by the old patriarch, but the old patriarch was also very cautious and only chose cubs under the age of 14 when taking them in. Raised them up and even assigned specialized people to teach them. In the past, whichever adult orc was free would teach, and there was no fixed schedule. In some tribes, there were even no other orcs to teach the little orcs, and they were all taught by their own fathers. This is also one of the reasons why the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe have stronger hunting capabilities. They grew up together, trained together, and had the same teacher, so they naturally have a better understanding of each other. The pork rib soup that Meng Yuqing left for Xuan was certainly not enough to fill him up immediately. After watching Xuan finish the soup, he stuffed 2 large pieces of meat into his hands and said with a smile, "After the soup, there's this. I saw you weren't back so late, so I grilled some meat and brought it to you. This way, you won't have to grill it yourself until very late. You have to accompany me to check on the charcoal tomorrow, so don't go hungry." There were too many people coming to exchange soap during this period, and most of them brought food to exchange. This resulted in Meng Yuqing having no shortage of food, and there was even some surplus. Although his appetite is bigger now than before, the food distributed by the tribe is enough for him to eat, and he has basically put all the food he has exchanged for in the warehouse. At least for now, it is completely fine for him to raise a Xuan these days. Of course, the premise is that Xuan is in human form and not beast form. It's also because the weather is too hot now and it's not suitable for making bacon, otherwise all of them would be made into bacon. The next morning, Meng Yuqing followed Xuan out of the tribe and ran towards the mud bag where charcoal was burning. After arriving at the place, Xuan first walked around it before slowly approaching the mud bag. Meng Yuqing got off him and reached out to touch the mud bag. It was gray and his hands were covered with mud. Feeling that it had cooled down completely inside, he walked around the mud, then forcefully broke off the last piece of mud on the top and began to dismantle the mud bag. Seeing this, Xuan immediately came over and helped him break off the dried and hardened soil. After completely opening the mud bag, Meng Yuqing saw that the grass and wood inside had burned to ashes, and the wood had turned into charcoal after burning and sealing and was scattered on the ground and piled up. He picked up the charcoal on the ground and looked at it himself. He knocked it and found that the sound was very crisp, and it was obvious that the quality was very good. I tried to break it, and it broke easily. He looked at Xuan excitedly. It worked. The charcoal was burned successfully. We now have the materials to keep warm in winter. Xuan also smiled happily. Although he had not seen the specific effect of charcoal, he believed that if it could make Meng Yuqing so happy, then it must be a very good thing. Come on, let's put all this charcoal into rattan baskets and take them back to the tribe to try out the results. Meng Yuqing took out 2 rattan baskets from the warehouse and gave one to Xuan while he talked about the arrangements for charcoal making. We'll make more after we've tested the effects. Coincidentally, the previous batch of incomplete orcs who made bows have already finished making them, so we can let them do this. This is a long-term job, and we'll always need charcoal. Charcoal is a consumable item, and for the people in this world, lighting, cooking, and heating all rely on burning fire. However, they live in a forest, and open flames are very dangerous and can easily cause forest fires, which would be a devastating blow to the people here. Charcoal is not an open flame, which can greatly reduce the chance of accidents. Okay, after we're done trying, we'll go find a father beast and have him arrange for someone to do this. After hearing Meng Yuqing's arrangement, Xuan recalled what had happened recently and continued with a smile. Ever since the bow was completed, they've approached their father several times, saying they wanted to do something else, but he couldn't think of anything to ask them to do. All they could do was rush to the pottery kiln to make pottery, and they even divided themselves into groups and took turns. Ha! Charcoal won't let you down. We will definitely get through this winter well. I will be better next year. There will be more and more potatoes and sweet potatoes, and we don't have to worry about starving to death anymore. Looking at the charcoal in front of him, Meng Yuqing suddenly became full of confidence. Chapter 96. Still a demon after death. Holding a basket of charcoal in her arms and another on her back, Meng Yuqing sat on Xian's back and said nervously, "Xian, walk slower. I can't hold on to you with all the stuff I'm carrying. Don't throw me off. If I fall from such a height, I won't be able to recover for at least 10 days or half a month." Xian turned his head and looked at Meng Yuqing helplessly. He had discovered that when Meng Yuqing first came to the tribe, he treated everyone politely yet unfamiliarly, but now that he had gotten to know everyone better, he became more and more relaxed. But this also made him very happy, because it meant that Meng Yuqing liked this tribe very much and also liked the people here. "Okay, I definitely won't throw you off." Xian flicked his tail lightly. "I'm off." After saying that, he took Meng Yuqing and ran towards the tribe. Xian ran very steadily along the way. In the past, when he encountered big rocks or fallen trees, he would just jump over them, but today he chose to take a detour. The two of them returned to the tribe briskly and headed home. Meng Yuqing was in a very good mood, sitting on Xian's back holding the wicker basket and looking left and right. After crossing the square, Meng Yuqing suddenly saw Qiu Yi and several older sub-beasts rushing towards Linghuan and their residence. They walked quickly, and their expressions were very serious. The atmosphere is wrong. Meng Yuqing immediately called out to Xian. Xian, go to the spirit ring. Qiu Yi just went there with a few sub-beasts. They look very strange. Go and see what happened. Xian paused and immediately turned around to chase Qiu Yi and others. Qiye! Meng Yuqing shouted loudly. Hearing his voice, Qiu Yi immediately turned her head. Now Meng Yuqing could see more clearly that Qiu Yi's brows were furrowed, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. What happened? Meng Yuqing slid off Xian's body and walked towards Qiu Yi. Something happened. Qiu Yi's voice was not as gentle as usual. He looked at Xian. Xian, you go back first. Yuqing, come with me. Meng Yuqing was a little surprised that Qiu Yi had sent Xian away, but she immediately said, Xian, please help me take these 2 boxes of charcoal back. I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, he followed Qiu Yi towards Linghuan's residence. The people in this group are all sub-beasts. There are no orcs, and Xian was also deliberately sent away. It shouldn't be a big deal. It is very likely that something went wrong with those sub-beasts. But that shouldn't be the case. A few days ago, he saw them practicing archery with other sub-beasts in the tribe and weaving wicker baskets together, and smiles had already appeared on their faces. Meng Yuqing could tell that the happiness came from the heart and was not a forced smile. The few of them walked very quickly and soon saw the house where Ling Huan and the others lived. The things at the door were neatly placed, and it was obvious that they had been carefully organized. As they approached quickly, Meng Yuqing heard crying sounds coming from the house, more than one, occasionally interspersed with Ling Huan's comforting voice. Qiu Yi lifted the animal skin curtain, and Meng Yuqing immediately followed in. The sub-beast, named as Su, curled up against the wall on the bed, crying silently. Ling Huan was beside him, holding him in his arms. The other young sub-beasts also had tears in their eyes, while the 2 older sub-beasts looked at Su with worry. Noticing someone coming in, everyone except Su looked over. Qiu Yi nodded at them and walked straight towards Su. Meng Yuqing followed closely, also frowning, wondering what was going on. He looked at Su, only to see Su holding her knees with one hand and the other hand on her stomach, as if covering her abdomen. Ling Huan also placed one of his hands gently on Su's abdomen. Meng Yuqing opened his eyes slightly, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. The next second, Qiu Yi said, if you try to get rid of the cub in your belly, you will die. Many sub-beasts die because of the death of their cubs in their belly. Even if you're lucky enough not to die, your body will become very weak and you will not survive the winter. Even in our tribe, we can't save you. Su looked up at Qiu Yi after hearing what she said, her eyes returning to their previous dead look. But no one will like him after he's born. I don't like him either. He's the child of those guys, but I can't kill him after he's born. At this point, Su became a little excited. He's a little orc. The one in my belly is a little orc. He'll be the same as one of those beast men. They've hurt so many of us. Everyone will hate him. It's better for him to die in my belly. But you'll be in danger. I told you, if you let him die in your stomach, you will die too. Qiu Yi emphasized the dangers of this matter. A sub-beast who is pregnant with a baby orc will find that her appetite has increased dramatically in about 2 months, and she can also feel something in her stomach absorbing food. At this time, they will know that what is in the belly is a little orc and not a little sub-beast. Calculating the time, it's been about these few days. I have no choice. I don't know what to do. He has no father and is the child of a wandering orc. No one will accept him, but I can't give birth to him and watch him die. Su broke down and cried. He had been rescued and was living well in this tribe. He had learned a lot of things he had never known before. Everyone was very nice to him. He had also learned archery, so he would have ways to attack if he encountered danger in the future. Why did this happen? Qiu Yi rubbed his forehead and walked over and said softly, since you live in our tribe, you are one of us. We will raise this cub as an ordinary cub without a father. However, Su still shook his head and said vaguely, that's not the problem. They won't like him, nor will they look forward to his birth. He is different from ordinary tribesmen. Meng Yuqing frowned as he watched all this. Su was not worried about whether the cub could survive after it was born. What was on his mind was the origin of this cub, and whether this cub would be recognized by the tribe members, especially Bo and others. Even if the tribe is willing to raise a cub who is not truly accepted by the tribe members, he will always be lonely, so Su would rather he not come into this world. The room fell into silence, and only Asu's crying could be heard. Even if they knew, what could they do? Asu had done nothing wrong, and no one wanted him to sacrifice his own life for killing the cub. Bo and the others had done nothing wrong, and they could not persuade them to be saints and let go of all their ties to accept this cub. Really, a string of polite words that would be laughed at if spoken out loud flashed through Meng Yuqing's mind as he passionately insulted the group of wandering orcs who had long been dead. He pressed his temples and began to frantically search for a solution in the system. What he could afford in the mall could not be saved, and what he could save could not be bought. Moreover, he was simply not capable of operating such professional and sophisticated instruments and medicines. He couldn't help but call out the system. System, do you have any other ideas? Yes, but I can't do it now. How can we do that? Meng Yuqing asked anxiously. After receiving the upgrade reward. Level up rewards. Meng Yuqing frowned. The system previously stated that other projects would have to reach the second level standard after successfully entering winter, but after this period of development, the time can now be advanced. But the most important point is that there are not enough people. Even if all other projects have reached the second level standard, the number of people is still not enough, and it cannot be upgraded to the second level, even if Bo and others are all counted in. Just as he was worried, the system said, the people in the host world are different from those in your original world. At least at this stage, the cub in the belly and the mother are one and cannot be separated. If the cub dies, the mother will die too. This was the choice made by the world when it evolved. The system rarely revealed some secrets that could not be revealed now, and then it immediately fell silent without saying anything more. However, Meng Yuqing, who was now full of anxiety, did not pay any attention to the meaning of the system's words. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside the house. Meng Yuqing came back to his senses and listened carefully. It was the sound made by the orc in his beast form deliberately to remind others that he was coming. The footsteps stopped not far from the door, and then Bo's voice came in. I'm Bo, I want to see them. His voice was filled with anxiety and worry. Meng Yuqing was a little surprised that Bo actually came in. He turned to look at Xiao Yi and said, I'll go out and take a look. Xiao Yi nodded, and Meng Yuqing walked out. Outside the door, Bo had turned into a human form and was circling anxiously, but he never got close to the door. Lai and Yi followed him, paying attention to his every move. Xia agreed to let Bo in, but sent the two of them to follow him. Seeing Meng Yuqing coming out, they all looked at Meng Yuqing. Is Asu okay? Bo asked anxiously. He's in a very bad mood. He wants to let the cub die in his stomach. Now everyone is trying to persuade him, but it's not working. Meng Yuqing pinched the bridge of his nose in distress. He knew what Asu was thinking and how to solve the problem, but looking at Bo and the few remaining people in their tribe, he couldn't bring himself to persuade them. Although he had not experienced what happened to their tribe, he could imagine how angry, desperate, and helpless they were at that time. Don't advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. The roaming orcs' actions against the Qingshan Tribe were unsuccessful, which made the people of the Qingshan Tribe hate them to the core, not to mention that the tribe was completely destroyed and most of the people died. Bo looked at Meng Yuqing. He knew that it was Meng Yuqing's words last time that made Asu and the others willing to eat and survive. But this time, even he showed such an embarrassed expression. Bo was a little sad. He really didn't want to lose any more tribesmen. He forced himself to cheer up and looked at Meng Yuqing with a glimmer of hope. You have no other options? Seeing him like this, Meng Yuqing opened her mouth and hesitated to speak, staring at Bo with complicated eyes. Seeing him like this, Bo continued cautiously, Is the problem with us? Under Bo's gaze, Meng Yuqing nodded slightly. Then can you tell me what Asu is thinking? Have the people in your tribe ever thought about what to do when this little beast is born? Meng Yuqing looked at Bo and asked, What should we do? We won't let the baby starve to death after it is born. We can't do such a thing to a cub. Bo answered naturally. Meng Yuqing rubbed his forehead. It's not a question of whether he'll starve to death or not. It's about how you think of him. Hearing this, Bo Weiwei opened his eyes slightly, seeming a little puzzled, then turned his gaze to the room behind. He slowly frowned, his eyes indescribably complicated. He understood what Meng Yuqing meant, and also knew where the problem lay. Yeah, and Lai also looked at Bo, their brows furrowed, and the scene became quiet for a moment. After a long while, Bo sighed deeply. He squatted down, covered his head with his hands, and said in a painful voice, I don't know. We can't kill the children of our own people, but there are many other things we can't do either. His tribe, his people, and his relatives had all been harmed by the roaming orcs, and he couldn't ignore it all. Meng Yuqing didn't say anything else. He didn't want to influence Bo's thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, Bo composed himself and stood up. He looked towards the door and said loudly, "Asu, I know what you're worried about." He paused and continued, "Just give birth to him with peace of mind, and don't overthink it. We'll just treat him as an ordinary orc cub in the tribe whose father has died. He is your child, just your child, yours alone. I will bring food over tomorrow, and I will take care of the others, so just relax." Bo said this, but Meng Yuqing, who was standing in front of him, saw his expressionless face. After saying that, he sat down on the ground dejectedly, looking at the sky in a daze. "You're saying this to him?" Meng Yuqing squatted down and looked at Bo seriously. Hearing his words, Bo smiled bitterly. "What can we do? There are only a few of us left." He looked at Meng Yuqing and said, "Just let Asu live now. We can talk about the future later. Asu's life is more important. It's not worth giving it to this cub and the wandering orcs." Bo was just trying to comfort Asu. He couldn't really accept this cub, but his purpose was clear, to let Asu survive. He doesn't care whether the cub will be recognized and blessed after it is born or whether it lives a good life, as long as he doesn't starve to death. Compared to this child whom he had never met and who had half the blood of the wandering orcs, he only cared about whether his own people could survive. "I understand." Meng Yuqing nodded. Then he stood up and walked into the house. They couldn't kill the newborn cubs, but the cub's father was a wandering orc who was killed by them. If the cub was born, it would be best not to let the cub know about this forever, or it must be guided and educated from a young age. Meng Yuqing lowered his eyes and thought, ideological education must be put on the agenda, not just for this cub. As the tribe develops, more and more people will join, and a large number of them will come from other tribes. We must focus on education and strengthen everyone's sense of identity with the Qingshan Tribe. Otherwise, it will be easy for everyone to have different ideas, and things will go wrong. Chapter 98 Dinner. After she pulled aside the animal skin curtain and entered, Meng Yuqing heard Bo's voice again, and the others as well. "What I said to Asu today will also work on you, so don't dwell on those things. Just be at peace." Now Asu is the first to react. If the other babies also have little orcs in their stomachs, they will also gradually show reactions during this period. "I hope there won't be any more," Meng Yuqing prayed in his heart. This is torture for everyone. Because of Bo's words, Asu's mood gradually stabilized, and Meng Yuqing saw that the other sub-beasts also had relieved expressions on their faces. "Some are for Asu, and some are for myself." When they left their residence, it was already dark. Meng Yuqing said goodbye to Qiu Yi and the others and headed home. When he was near his home, he saw a little light in the open space in front of his house from afar. When I got closer, I saw that it was a burning fire. The firelight illuminated Xian, who was sitting on the side, making him look dim. Next to him was a knee-high, very flat stone. A large leaf was laid on the stone, and on top of it were ceramic bowls and cups. In the bowls were roasted meat, cut into small pieces and sprinkled with chopped green onions, with chopsticks placed on top. The small ceramic cup was filled with water, and a few berries were washed clean and placed on the leaves, with small water droplets hanging on them. When Meng Yuqing saw the scene in front of him, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and the corners of his mouth turned up without him even realizing it. All the melancholy he had felt in the afternoon suddenly disappeared. He trotted over with a cheerful step. As he sat down next to Xian, he handed him the bowl and chopsticks on the stone. "Would you like to try it? I've marinated the meat using the method you taught me before. Also, I saw you usually cut the meat like this, so I gave it a try. It should be pretty good, better than what I made before." Meng Yuqing took the bowl and, without hesitation, picked up the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was still warm, and Xian had roasted it very carefully, so it was tender but all cooked through, with no blood to be seen. This is Meng Yuqing's favorite taste. He always fails to control it when he roasts it himself. If he roasts it too tender, some parts will be undercooked, and if he roasts it too well, some parts will be burnt. Putting aside the cooking methods, Xian's cooking skills are actually much better than his. When I make a recipe for him and let him follow it, he will definitely be trained to become the best chef in the Beast World continent. Meng Yuqing thought happily. "Delicious. Xian, you are much better at cooking than me. When we have some free time, I will teach you the cooking methods I know." Meng Yuqing quickly finished the meat in the bowl and took a sip of water. He raised the cup and looked at it in surprise. "Sweet? Not like honey." Meng Yuqing tasted the water carefully. It had a fruity aroma, but she couldn't tell what fruit it was. Yes, I asked Mu to exchange it. Xian nodded. Why haven't you eaten it before? Meng Yuqing asked as he smelled the aroma of the juice. He liked this taste very much. We don't have many of these berries here, and they're mostly in Mu's family. They all love sweet things, so they have a lot of sweet berries at home. And if anyone else picks these berries, they'll trade them for food. Xian picked up a blackish-red berry and handed it to Meng Yuqing and continued. It's this black honey fruit. I saw that you like honey very much, so I thought you would like this fruit too. Meng Yuqing took the berry. The fruit was the size of a palm, with a hard shell on the outside and a pointed protrusion. Seeing him trying to peel off the shell, Xian immediately stopped him. It's all water inside, not flesh, be careful. As he spoke, he took the berry and transformed sharp nails into his hands, sliding them across the shell. The protrusion on the black honey fruit shell was quickly cut off, and that place became an outlet for pouring out the juice. Meng Yuqing took a sip and wrinkled her nose slightly. It's too sweet to eat directly. It was so sweet that it tasted bitter. No wonder Xian poured it into a cup and added water. Xian was amused by his expression and said, yeah, so except for Mu and his friends in the tribe, no one else likes to eat it. If you hadn't soaked honey in water last time, I wouldn't have thought of pouring this juice into water to eat. Meng Yuqing put the fruit in his hand aside, picked up the water cup, and continued to drink the diluted juice. Sure enough, Xian had some talent in cooking. Once he taught him well, he would have a treat. By the way, Xian, where's the charcoal I brought back today? Meng Yuqing suddenly remembered that the plan had not been completed yet, and he was about to go to the market, so he had to hurry up and do what he needed to do. I left it at my house. I'll get it. Xian stood up and prepared to go home. I'll go with you. Meng Yuqing also stood up. After all, they lived close to each other and could walk there in a few steps. They were too lazy to move. Xian turned his head and looked at him, then nodded obediently, picked up the longest piece of wood from the fire, and the two walked towards Xian's house. This was the first time Meng Yuqing entered Xian's house. With the help of the firelight, he could see the whole picture of Xian's house. It was very simple, there weren't many things, and they were all neatly placed in one room. There was nothing in the living room except a cabinet, and the room he lived in only had a bed and a stone table. The room was much larger than Meng Yuqing's, and the floor was covered with animal skins, so he could sleep in the form of an animal. Xian handed the burning wood to Meng Yuqing and went to the storage room to move the charcoal out. The two men went out and randomly picked up a few pieces of charcoal and piled them on the ground. Let me do it. Xian reached out to Meng Yuqing and took the burning wood. Just use this to light it, don't put the wood in. Meng Yu reminded. Xian nodded and brought the burning end closer to the charcoal. The charcoal was soon ignited. He did not remove the fire source immediately, but made sure that every piece of charcoal started to burn before removing the fire source. Soon, tiny sparks of fire appeared on the surface of the charcoal. Xian stared at the burning charcoal and reached out to shake it. There is no smoke or flames, but they are burning, he said with some surprise. As long as you don't touch the charcoal directly, you won't get burned. It will be much safer when you sleep at night in winter and you don't have to worry about things in your home getting burned. When the time comes, just make a stone basin and burn the charcoal in it. But remember not to close all the doors and windows. Make sure there is ventilation. Meng Yuqing reminded that burning charcoal in a closed place will cause carbon monoxide poisoning. I know, when we burn wood in winter, we will also partially open the animal skin curtain. Otherwise, it will be very choking and we will feel like we can't breathe. Xian said seriously. Someone once almost got into trouble because he covered the door too tightly with an animal skin curtain in winter while sleeping. Chapter 99. Heading to the market. From then on, no matter how cold it was outside, everyone in the tribe would lift the animal skin curtain as long as there was a fire in the house. And they will emphasize this to every newborn baby from a young age. Knowing that Xian and the others also had this awareness, Meng Yuqing felt relieved. For the next period of time, both of them were very busy, actively preparing to go to the market. The next day, Xian brought the charcoal to Xia and told Xia about the benefits and functions of charcoal. Xia acted quickly and quickly arranged for people to make charcoal. They selected a place in the patrol area specifically for burning charcoal. After Meng Yuqing and Xian took them to do it once and made sure they had mastered the steps, they no longer paid attention to this side. Meng Yuqing took the time to take out all the radishes in the space and planted them upright in a new vegetable plot with Ronglin and the others, waiting to collect seeds later. Some of the hemostatic grass seeds had turned completely black. He used a wooden box to collect the seeds that could be collected. He also told Ronglin about the seeds that could not be collected and asked him to help collect them when the time came. As for his pickles, he took out a jar for everyone to try before leaving. Everyone said that the taste was a bit strange, but it was delicious. They wanted to eat more after eating it, and even felt that they could eat a few more pieces of meat. After Meng Yuqing told them the method of pickling vegetables, many people went to the pottery kiln and asked to make a batch of jars for pickling vegetables to take home and pickle them themselves. As for soap, he found various flowers with strong fragrances, ground them into a paste, and then added it to some soap to make soap. These are considered fine products. But Xuan is the only one who owns the moon blue flower-scented soap. Every day, Bo would go to Xuan and his tribe's residents accompanied by the orcs of the tribe, bringing them extra food, including meat, wild vegetables, and berries. Because of his actions, Asu's mood gradually improved, and he began to slowly participate in the work of the tribe. The day of departure soon arrived. Meng Yuqing carefully packed the things he wanted to take out. He threw most of them directly into the warehouse, and then symbolically took a woven bag with these things in it, and also put the bone spur scimitar and bow, an arrow in it. Chioye and I came to square and watched the beastmen transform into beast forms and carry wicker baskets and bags full of things on their backs. After carrying the last thing on his back, Xia let out a light roar, and all the sub-beasts that went out this time climbed onto the orc's back and headed out of the tribe. There were 30 orcs going to the market together this time. Meng Yuqing looked at the candidates and found that Li was still among them, but Fei did not go with them this time. Instead, it was the young flying orc who participated in this operation. The flying orc noticed it keenly when Meng Yuqing was looking at him, and immediately turned his head to meet his gaze. Having been caught peeking, Meng Yuqing smiled awkwardly and prepared to look away, but he saw that the flying orc's originally normal eyes suddenly became somewhat resentful. He was stunned for a moment, and before he could react what was happening, the other party looked away and flew to the front. Meng Yuqing was a little puzzled. She should have never dealt with him before. When had she offended him? He lay down, climbed from Xian's back to his neck, and patted Xian gently. "What's wrong?" Xian asked in a low voice. "That flying orc? When have I ever offended him?" Meng Yuqing asked in a low voice. "You mean the chain?" Xian raised his head and looked at the orc flying in front. Meng Yuqing nodded, and suddenly realized that Xian couldn't see his movements and immediately said, "Yes, it's him." Xian was silent for a while before he said, "It's okay, don't worry about it. He'll be fine after 2 days." Xian's attitude made Meng Yuqing a little confused. He looked up at the orc. It was a red-flanked green parrot with very bright and beautiful feathers. Feathers are collectibles. Looking at the bright color, Meng Yuqing suddenly froze. When he was shooting arrows that day, he saw that the tails of several sub-beast arrows had this bright emerald green color. No way. Have so many feathers really been plucked by everyone? After all, everyone will definitely like his feathers more than Fei's dark brown feathers. And Fei is the leader of the patrol team in the tribe, so he still has some authority. Not everyone is as bold as Xian and Mu and dares to pull Fei's feathers directly. He felt a little ashamed when he thought of this. Sure enough, his previous worries came true. At the entrance of the tribe, Bo and others were already ready. They turned into beasts and carried several huge animal skin bags on their backs, waiting for the people in the tribe to come out. This time they sent out 10 people, led by Bo. After seeing Xia leading everyone out, he immediately stepped forward and nodded gently towards Xia. "We are all ready." "Well, then let's not waste any more time and go." After saying that, the two teams joined together and walked away. Meng Yuqing looked at the beast forms of the orcs around him curiously. This time, there was a tiger in the Qingshan Tribe's team. Since he had never seen it before, he didn't know whose beast form it was. He followed Xia and talked to him in a low voice. The beast form on Bo's side is much more interesting. Bo's beast form is a yellow fox with white claws. It looks very clean and is considered to be a beast form that is closer to the Qingshan Tribe. The animal forms of his people look quite different from those of the Qingshan Tribe. They include raccoons, meerkats, badgers, and groundhogs. They all look quite cute. Because they were carrying the goods, their progress was not fast. Compared to when they went out alone with Xian, their progress this time was not even half as fast. After traveling for several days, we didn't see anyone from other tribes except ourselves. Meng Yuqing finally knew who the tiger orc was. It was Lan, who was in charge of the hunting team. During the past few days of the journey, he was responsible for taking everyone out hunting. This time, Bo and the others also joined the group, instead of hunting separately as they did before in the tribe. This was a sign that the Qingshan Tribe began to try to accept Bo and others. Bo and the others also understood what this meant, so they worked extra hard during hunting and obeyed orders very well. Lon has become the leader of the hunting team with great skills. He has extremely rich hunting experience and superb hunting techniques. He also knows the hunting habits of everyone in the hunting team very well. Therefore, under his command, the hunting team can always get a satisfactory harvest with minimal losses. The Qingshan Tribe's hunting loss rate is the lowest among the 3 tribes. Lon is amazing. He seems to be born with a special talent for hunting. He loves hunting and has little interest in other things. If we only compare the ability to lead everyone on a hunt, I can't compare to him. When the team stopped to rest at night, Xuan walked up behind Meng Yu and whispered to him, so I feel relieved to leave the hunting team to him. Meng Yuqing raised her head and looked at Xuan, then relaxed and leaned back, resting on Xian's front paws. Xuan sat down and put his tail around to the front and stuffed it into his arms. Meng Yuqing hugged the tail and rubbed it, looking at the moon in the sky. Will we encounter other tribes on our way? Not now. My father said that the closer we get to the market, the more tribes we'll encounter. Xuan paused and continued. This is my first time going to the market too. They don't take underage orcs with them. He looked at Meng Yuqing with some worry in his eyes. Seeing his eyes, Meng Yuqing smiled softly and stroked the fluffy tail in her arms. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you if I have anything to say, and I have ways to protect myself. Yeah, I know. Xuan stopped looking at him, and instead raised his head to look at the moon in the sky. Meng Yuqing stopped talking, and the two of them just sat there looking at the night sky. Chapter 100, Human Relations. The journey to the market was very smooth. This road was a road that the Qingshan tribe had walked for many years, and it was so familiar to them that they couldn't be more familiar with it. Meng Yuqing still followed the original method of sitting on Xian's back and exploring quietly. Because Xuan was covering him, no one noticed his little movements. But he really didn't find anything new. In the middle of the process, the system suddenly appeared and gave Meng Yuqing a 4-month summary. Rating 8.0. The host has made great contributions to the tribe's military strength, defense, and life, but has made little contribution to population growth. It is recommended that the host pay more attention to development in this area in the future. After hearing the notice, Meng Yuqing rolled his eyes silently and said, Stop rushing me. Stop rushing me. People won't come just like that. He glanced at them secretly and said, Young man, don't let me down. Bo, who was eating, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He raised his head and looked around with a confused look on his face. The food we ate along the way was very simple, basically wild vegetable soup and barbecued meat. Fortunately, the animal meat was freshly caught, so it was very fresh and tasted very good. Because they were still carrying 5 sub-beasts, they would rest every night. As they walked and stopped, they got closer and closer to the market. Xuan also took the opportunity to introduce the situation of the market to Meng Yuqing. The 3 major tribes that organized this fair were the Rolling Stone Tribe, the Giant Mountain Tribe, and the Black Tree Tribe. The 3 tribes all have more than 2,000 people. The tribe with the largest number of orcs has 1,400 orcs, and the other 2 tribes have about 1,200 orcs each. The market is not held in their tribe, but at the junction of 3 tribes. Every year, the 3 tribes will send people in advance to make preparations. The 3 tribes jointly guard a salt mine. The nearby tribes who want to exchange salt can only take advantage of the annual market to stock up on supplies in exchange for salt. Thinking that the Qingshan tribe has only more than 800 people and owns such a large salt mine, Meng Yuqing suddenly felt that the development of the tribe was imminent. Although the people of the Qingshan tribe were very cautious, they would not be afraid of external covetousness until they were strong enough. While taking a break and chatting, Meng Yuqing found out that the least valuable item in this market was actually animal meat. He was very shocked when he heard the news. In the orc world, when so many people were struggling to survive for food and clothing, the least valuable item in a market created by these 3 tribes was actually animal meat. No wonder Xia and his men brought everything except animal meat as a barter item. Because animal meat can't be preserved for long, if we can exchange animal meat for salt, then all the tribes will go hunting and bring animal meat in exchange. The 3 tribes will have more meat than they can eat in a short period of time. Now it's summer, and the animal meat will spoil quickly. Xuan explained softly. Also, the 3 tribes don't lack animal meat, but if it's edible plants, they will accept it. They can be preserved much longer than meat. Then what else do they collect? Meng Yuqing asked. There are many things. The handmade works you mentioned are their favorites. There are also some beautiful things. However, the specific items they receive often depend on their mood. Sometimes they like one thing in the first year, but change to something else in the second year. Therefore, many tribes cannot exchange enough salt with them every year. Xian looked down at Meng Yuqing. But our tribe does not need to exchange based on their mood. Meng Yuqing understood that this was the pursuit of other material things after basic living needs had been met, and there was no need to struggle to survive. If they don't accept meat, there should be other tribes that do. Meng Yuqing looked at the people of the Qingshan Tribe. We don't have any meat prepared. After we get to the market, should we directly exchange meat with others or hunt for it ourselves? We won't hunt. We'll exchange with other tribes. We didn't bring many people with us, so we'll stay together if we can. Xian said seriously. Not all tribes are friendly. Once you enter the market, if you want to exchange things, you must tell me. If a stranger talks to you, no matter if they are orcs or sub-orcs, don't believe them and go with them. Okay. He looked at Meng Yuqing as if he was looking at a child who could be easily abducted by a stranger. Meng Yuqing was embarrassed when she heard Xian's words. Did she look so gullible? Did he think she was a child? In the modern world, many children wouldn't be fooled by a lollipop. Besides, he would never run out alone, and he didn't dare to. He was not sure if he could meet such a good tribe and such good people as the Qingshan Tribe again. If Xian knew what he was thinking, he would definitely answer in the affirmative. He seemed to be very easy to deceive and looked like an underage sub-beast. Here, sub-beasts of this age group were the most likely to trust others. Yeah, I get it. I'll definitely follow you closely and tell you where I want to go. Meng Yuqing nodded honestly. After all, we are not in a tribe, so we must be cautious. The entire market covers a very large area. Meng Yuqing sat on Xian's back and looked at the market at the foot of the mountain. There were many wooden sheds there. Many people had already occupied their seats and were piling the things they brought on the ground to sort them out. In the middle of the entire market, there was a large area cleared and surrounded by wood. Dozens of orcs were patrolling there, driving away anyone who approached there. It was already evening when the Qingshan Tribe entered the market. Xia took them to an empty wooden shed and put their things down. At this time, an orc with a strange bone decoration on his head walked towards them and said, "Since you have chosen this place, please hand in what you need to hand in." Xia nodded without saying anything, took out 2 animal skin bags as big as snakeskin bags from the things he brought, and handed them directly to the other party. The orc took the animal skin bag, opened it, and carefully examined the contents. Meng Yuqing saw that the animal skin bag contained the wild vegetables they had collected along the way, as well as some berries that could be preserved for more than a month without changing taste. After checking the contents of the bag, the orc nodded, looking quite satisfied. "You guys are giving me too much for occupying this place." Xia immediately smiled warmly and said, "It's not much, just take all of these." The orc smiled meaningfully when he heard what Xia said. "Okay, I'll take them all. If you have any questions here, just tell me." After saying that, he left with the animal skin bag. Seeing the other person walking away, Xia turned around and retracted his smile, returning to his previous state. Meng Yuqing was amazed by this operation. She didn't expect that Xia, who looked like he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, could change his expression so quickly. Chapter 101: 3 Major Tribes. Before, he had always been in contact with people in the tribe, and from outside the tribe he had only been in contact with Bo and his group. Of course, Meng Yu estimated that Bo and his group would soon become members of the tribe as well, and all of them gave Meng Yuqing the feeling of being very simple and innocent. Although he understood that Xia must be a capable person to be able to hold the position of clan leader and gain everyone's respect, and to raise a son like Xian, but when he got along with him, he was actually no different from an ordinary clan member. The scene before him suddenly reminded him of the modern world. "Oh, don't separate from us. There are many tribes here, with all kinds of people. It's safer with more people. Tell us if there is anything." Xia turned to look at Bo and reminded him. Bo nodded seriously, and the people behind him also looked serious. After everyone had sorted out the things on the ground, Meng Yuqing and the other 4 sub-beasts entered the wooden shed. The shed was very large and could accommodate about 100 people. All of them could stay in it tonight. They found a lot of dry grass to pad the ground, and then covered it with animal skins, which was their resting place. The sub-beasts slept on one side, the orcs slept on the other side, and 4 orcs were left to guard the night. This was basically how they spent the few days on the journey, except that when they were on the road, the orcs would just lie down on the ground in their animal form and rest. You really can't ask for too much when you're away from home, but you can definitely consider buying a tent or something when you get back. Outside the wooden shed, the orcs had already started making a fire. They used stones to form a circle and then placed charcoal inside it, setting on fire with the dry grass they had picked up. The fire quickly ignited the charcoal. Except for the smoke that came out when the dry grass was burning at the beginning, there was no trace of smoke when the dry grass burned to ashes. The roasted meat was exchanged with people from other tribes in other wooden sheds in exchange for a bag of wild vegetables and 10 berries. The bag for the wild vegetables was only slightly larger than the plastic bag in the supermarket. Seeing the people in the tribe actually using these things to exchange for enough meat for everyone to eat, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but sigh that the price of meat in the market was unexpectedly low. Even though the orcs had already had a hearty meal in their beast form before entering the market, the amount that these 40 orc humanoids could eat was definitely not small. When the Shijiao tribe arrived, Meng Yuqing was about to go to bed. He saw Xian and Xia suddenly stand up and walk outside, and immediately sat up and looked at them. Sensing his movements, Xian turned around and looked at him. People from the Stonehorn tribe are here. Let's go say hello. You can go to sleep, it's okay. Meng Yuqing nodded and lay down without worrying anymore. The next day, Meng Yuqing was awakened by the system. Host, it's time to get up. Everyone else should get up. The market will begin soon. When he heard the system's voice, he sat up with a start. He saw Qiu Yi and several other sub-beasts who were lying next to him had already stood up and were squatting on the side, taking the soap out of the big bag and putting it into small wicker baskets. The orcs had already set up their stall outside the wooden shed and put the things they wanted to exchange on it. He looked around and saw that 10 people were missing, including Xian, Li, and Bo. Meng Yuqing walked over to Qiuya and filled the soap with them. Qiuya, where are the others? Exchanges are open at the market today, and the 3 tribes have already started exchanging salt. He suddenly lowered his voice. We have to exchange a symbolic amount of salt. Otherwise, it will attract too much attention. I see. Meng Yuqing nodded and continued to ask, what did they use in exchange? We took some scented soap and some unscented soap. The 3 tribes like these novelties, and they will be very generous in exchanging them for them. Don't they want the production method? Meng Yuqing asked curiously. These 3 tribes are so powerful that they would choose to exchange the things they are interested in instead of directly monopolizing the production method. They're too lazy to do it themselves, and there aren't enough people. Qiuyi said casually. Not enough people? How could that be? Doesn't each of their tribes have more than 2,000 people? Meng Yuqing asked in surprise. Besides, the production of soap does not require orcs, and sub-beasts can make it. Hearing his question, Qiuyi raised his head and looked around. After making sure that everyone around him was his friend, he spoke mysteriously. You don't know, originally it was only the Rolling Stone tribe that discovered the salt cave, but then the other 2 tribes found out about it and wanted to share the salt cave with the Rolling Stone tribe, but the Rolling Stone tribe definitely didn't want to. So the 3 tribes started fighting, and many people died. Then the news of the salt cave spread. Some tribes that were slightly smaller than theirs also wanted it, and after many people died in the fighting, they joined in. I heard that a tribe larger than theirs from the north also joined in. In the end, the 3 tribes realized that this was not a solution. Many people in their tribes had died, and their strength had been weakened. If they continued like this, none of them would be able to get the salt cave. They didn't dare to fight anymore, because if they stopped, the other tribes wouldn't be able to take advantage. In the end, everyone just assumed that the salt cave belonged to the 3 tribes together. Since then, the Black Tree tribe and the Giant Mountain tribe also sent people to guard the salt cave, and the Rolling Stone tribe didn't say anything anymore. So when they see something new and interesting, they will directly choose to exchange it, and will not think of making it themselves, because they simply cannot spare the manpower, and generally they will not directly steal other people's things, for fear that others will hold a grudge and plan to attack the salt cave. But the people guarding the salt cave are all orcs, and the sub-beasts are still in the tribe. We don't need the orcs to make soap, we do it all. The sub-beast on the other side of Qiu Yi said softly, and the other 2 sub-beasts frowned slightly and were a little worried. As long as we don't say it, no one will know that the soap was made by us. Meng Yuqing looked at him and comforted him. Qiu Yi also nodded and said, yes, let them think that soap is difficult to make and requires a lot of orcs to complete it, then they won't have any ideas. After hearing what they said, the other sub-beasts relaxed their brows and showed relieved expressions. While they were talking, Shi and Heli came back with the people who went to exchange salt, and everyone immediately went to greet them. I saw Li and Xian holding 2 large animal skin bags in their hands, surrounded by other people and walking towards this side. When passing by other wooden sheds, many people cast envious glances at them. They had exchanged so much salt that the entire tribe would not be short of salt this year. They were so lucky that these 3 tribes liked their products. Some people had dark eyes, staring at the animal skin bags in their hands, wondering what they were thinking. The people of the Qingshan Tribe ignored all these gazes. They carried the animal hide bags into the wooden shed. Xuan gave the remaining soap to Xia and then took out some salt rocks from the bag and handed them to Bo. "This is yours." Bo stared at the salt stones on the ground for a moment and said softly, "It's too much. We can't exchange it for so much with our berries and wild vegetables. Just take it. If you think it's too much, you will have to pay for the money you exchange for animal meat with others in the next few days." Xuan said without raising his head as he sorted the salt and stones in the bag. Chapter 102 got hit. This was what he and Xia had agreed on last night. After the market was over, if Bo and the others didn't show any unusual behavior, they would start accepting them. After all, it is the hottest time after returning from the market. Wild beasts usually hide, and the cubs are almost driven away by their parents. They will become more ferocious in order to fight for space, and there will often be several ferocious beasts in one place. Hunting will be much more difficult than it is now. If they had stayed outside, something unexpected might have happened. Besides, autumn wasn't far away at that time, so they had to get used to each other and prepare for the autumn hunt early. They, a group of orcs, couldn't possibly let the tribe survive the entire winter in vain, so they had to do their part. Although their strength is indeed a bit lacking, they are adult orcs after all. After counting the salt, Xiao walked over to Qiuye and gently touched his head. "I'll let you bring 9 people to go with you to exchange things. You can exchange for whatever you like." After seeing Qiuye nod in agreement, Xiao looked at Meng Yuqing again and said, "I'll ask Xian to bring 4 other people to accompany you to exchange things. See if there is anything you need." After a moment's thought, he continued, "Many tribes bring plants here in exchange for salt. There are many plants we don't have there. The Rolling Stone tribe may not accept plants they haven't seen before. You can see if there are any you recognize." After saying that, he took out an animal hide bag and handed it to Meng Yuqing. "You should be able to get whatever you want with these." He then handed over a larger bag. "Some tribes don't want salt, but want other things. Show them these." Meng Yuqing took the animal hide bag and opened it. The first bag contained some crushed salt. The second large bag contained 2 small bags, one filled with soap and the other with some charcoal. He tied the animal hide bag to himself and nodded. "Understand. Why didn't the tribe leader exchange all the soap when they went to exchange the salt just now? When exchanging salt with a tribe they are not familiar with, they will only give you this much salt. They will not give you more than that." Xia explained. This surprised Meng Yuqing a little. It seemed that the amount of salt was limited, and other tribes were not allowed to exchange too much. Outside the wooden shed, everyone had already spread out the animal skins and placed the items ready for exchange. Meng Yuqing took a quick look and saw ordinary soap, various berries and wild vegetables, charcoal, straw sandals, and other woven items. The only thing I didn't see was pottery. He remembered that the tribe did bring some pottery with them, but not much, and most of them were very small and flawed. They didn't bring any well-fired ones with them at all. Just when he was puzzled, he saw Lan and several orcs walk into the wooden shed, take out pottery from an animal skin bag, and put them into several small bags, with each small bag containing at most 3 or at least 1 pottery. Then it was distributed to 5 orcs, whose faces and bodies were covered with mud, and their appearance could not be seen clearly. Seeing this situation, Meng Yuqing raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Then he understood what was going on. Putting things in front of your stall is equivalent to telling others that these things belong to your tribe, and it will be easy for others to find them. So Xia and his friends planned to take the items to other stalls for exchange, offering a little bit at a time. By the time others realized what was happening and tried to find the source, they would probably have already found the items in every corner of the market. After all, the market is so big, and there are many tribes coming here. In addition to the tribes, there are also many orcs wandering without tribes. If Bo and his friends had not met the Qingshan tribe, they would probably become this kind of people. As long as the orcs going to trade disguise themselves well, no one will find the Qingshan tribe. Pottery is different from soap. Soap and shampoo have similar effects, but soap is more convenient and has more fragrance than shampoo. Pottery is something that has not yet appeared in this world. It is much more convenient than containers made of stone, and it is highly plastic and can be made into various shapes as needed. It takes much more effort to achieve this with stone. As for charcoal, if there is no charcoal, you can burn wood. Sometimes charcoal appears when burning a bonfire, but the output is not as large as that of specially burned charcoal. After Lan distributed the pottery to the orcs, he took them out. At this time, Li and Xian also came over, and Li nodded to Xia and said, "We're almost ready." "Okay, I understand." Xia stood up and looked at Meng Yuqing and Qiu Yi. "I won't go out. I have to stay here. You guys go out and walk around." Hearing Xia say this, Meng Yuqing also stood up and walked to Xian's side. Xia also brought the other 4 people to Li's side. "Then let's go shopping separately." Then Li called 9 orcs and took Qiu Yi and the others out. Xian also called 4 orcs, and the 5 of them were responsible for following Meng Yuqing. The market covers a large area, and because the 3 tribes hosting the event will exchange salt here, many tribes come. Meng Yuqing looked around as he walked. He originally thought that the total of 45 people from the Qingshan Tribe plus Bo and his group was relatively small, but now he found that there were quite a lot of people from the Qingshan Tribe. There were only about a dozen people from other tribes, and only about 20 people from the Shurja tribe. Most of the stalls here also sell animal meat, animal skins, and the like. They could only rely on these animal meat and skins to exchange for edible plants, and then go to the 3 major tribes to exchange for salt. They looked much thinner than the people of the Qingshan tribe, and were similar to Bo and others who had just arrived in their tribe. System, start exploration. After hearing the system's agreement, Meng Yuqing quickened his pace and walked forward, trying to cover more ground within 20 minutes. Xian saw him suddenly quicken his pace and immediately understood something. He walked directly behind Meng Yuqing to block the sight of the other 4 orcs. Noticing Xian's actions, Meng Yuqing turned around and smiled at Xian with understanding. From time to time, he would gesture to Xian to ask him to note the stall location and come back to find it when the time was up. These 20 minutes were quite worth it. I didn't find anything of great use, but I did find some seasonings. Let's look back. When the time came, Meng Yuqing stopped and turned around to look at the 5 people following him. "What? Ouch!" 2 voices sounded at the same time. Meng Yuqing was hit hard and fell forward without standing steadily. Just when he thought he was going to hit the ground with his face, he felt himself crashing into a warm embrace. Chapter 103 Door-to-Door Business. He struggled to pull himself out to see which kind-hearted person caught him. It was Xian, which was not surprising, as he was closest to him. Xian was seen holding Meng Yuqing in his arms, looking fiercely in the direction behind Meng Yuqing. The other 4 orcs also stood beside Xian with frowns on their faces, looking in the same direction. "What's wrong with you?" "Woo, woo." A stranger's voice came from behind. Meng Yuqing immediately turned his head and saw 7 orcs and 2 sub-beasts standing behind him. One of the orcs was holding one of the sub-beasts, while the other sub-beast was covering the mouth of the sub-beast tightly. The sub-beast being held kept struggling, using both hands to pry open the hands covering its mouth, mumbling, Don't, cover." "Sorry, Jingnong didn't mean to bump into you. I apologize to you on his behalf." Another sub-beast saw Meng Yuqing looking at them and immediately spoke up. Meng Yuqing frowned, but before she could reply, Xian's voice rang out. "It doesn't look like he thinks he bumped into anyone." As soon as Xian finished speaking, a tall orc from the other side stepped forward to block Xian and the other's view. "I'm sorry. He really didn't mean it. We will talk to him in a good way." After saying that, he turned slightly to the side and looked at the sub-beast who was still struggling behind him and said, "Jingnong, apologize." The sub-beast opened its eyes wide and looked at the orc in disbelief, seeming a little unconvinced. Seeing him like this, the orc's tone became stern. "You bumped into someone, and instead of apologizing, you wanted to blame them. Is this what the tribe teaches you? If you behave like this, don't even think about coming out with us next time." After hearing what the orc said, the sub-beast stopped struggling and just looked at the other party. The scene fell into silence for a moment. When the other sub-beast saw this scene, he wanted to speak several times, but was stopped by the orc's eyes. Finally, he had no choice but to turn his gaze to Meng Yuqing, with a look of grievance and a hint of hope in his eyes. When Meng Yuqing saw his look, she rolled her eyes silently in her heart and had no intention of smoothing things over. She simply turned her head and buried her head in Xian's arms, pretending not to see it. Who wouldn't pretend to be wronged? He was clearly the victim, yet he still wanted me to beg for mercy? If Xian hadn't acted quickly just now, I'd have fallen flat on my face. What's more, what Xian said just now was obviously to defend himself. If I rush out now, it will only embarrass them. Xian held Meng Yuqing's hand tightly, still looking at each other. After a long while, Meng Yuqing felt a little annoyed. He had just found several things, but had not exchanged them yet, and there were still many places he had not visited. After all, I came out with a mission. Serious matters are more important. There is no need to waste my own people's time to help other tribes educate people. Arrogance and domineering will sooner or later be severely punished by society, unless he never leaves the tribe in his entire life. Moreover, this place is not near the Qingshan Tribe. There are many tribes in the market that are more powerful than the Qingshan Tribe. It is better to be cautious. Just as he muttered a few words in his heart, calmed down, and raised his head to turn around and say a few harsh words to leave, he finally heard an apology from behind him. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you." There was a hint of reluctance in her voice. Meng Yuqing turned her head and looked at the other person. She was not very old, probably about the same age as Ruya, but Ruya was much cuter than the other person. Without looking at the other person anymore, he reached out and pulled Xian. Xian, who was about to say something, immediately lowered his head and looked at him. He leaned close to Xian's ear and said, Let's go exchange the things we just wrote down, and then go look somewhere else. Exchanging things is important." After listening to what he said, Xian looked at his expression seriously, and after making sure that he was not angry or aggrieved, he nodded slightly. He turned to the other 4 orcs and said, Let's go exchange things first." Yuqing just saw a few things he wanted. After saying that, he let go of Meng Yuqing and instead took Meng Yuqing's hand, preparing to turn around. At this moment, the voice of the tall orc came again. "You want to exchange things? You can come to our tribe and have a look." Hearing this, Meng Yuqing paused slightly. He thought that this group of people were very clean, the orcs were very strong and powerful, and they also had 2 sub-beasts with them. According to He Qing's observation, not many tribes brought sub-beasts to the market, and those who could bring sub-beasts were all capable. Noticing Meng Yuqing's actions, Xian also stopped. If they could take the initiative to ask people from other tribes to go and have a look at their place in the market, then they must have something in their hands. After all, the people from the Qingshan Tribe didn't look weak, and he really wouldn't dare to ask them to have a look if they didn't have something in their hands. After the 2 exchanged glances, Xian looked at the other 4 orcs. They had all been to the market with Xiao many times and were familiar with the situation in the market. The 4 of them lowered their heads and thought for a while, then gave Xian and Meng Yuqing an affirmative look. After getting their consent, Meng Yuqing said to the tall orc, "What do you have in your tribe? Let me make it clear, we won't be interested in ordinary things." He put on a rather arrogant attitude to let the other party know that he and his group and their tribe were not easy to mess with. Anyway, the other party didn't know which tribe they were from. The other party was not surprised at all to see Meng Yuqing's appearance. A sub-beast who could be brought to the market and followed and protected by 5 powerful orcs must have some status in the tribe. This also proved that the other party must be from a powerful tribe. However, after seeing Meng Yuqing's appearance, Xian lowered his head, hid the smile in his eyes, and then raised his head again. "The things from our tribe are definitely unique in the market," the tall orc said with some pride. "Okay, let's go and take a look." Xian stepped forward and put Meng Yuqing behind him. Several other orcs also surrounded Meng Yuqing. Seeing their agreement, the tall orc nodded and said, "Okay, then follow me. My name is Jie." "Well, my name is Xian," Xian replied. They followed Jie towards their tribe stall. The stalls of the Jie tribe and the Qingshan tribe were in completely 2 different directions and very far apart. They followed Jie for a long time, but their location was closer to the center than that of the Qingshan tribe, which was also a proof of the strength of the tribe. On the way there, Meng Yuqing discovered that the things displayed by the tribe here were richer than the ones they had just seen, with all kinds of things. Because he had nothing to do on the way here, he lay on Xian's back and read the Beast World Content Information Collection, so he could recognize some of them, but most of them were still unfamiliar to him. Seeing that he kept looking at the stalls along the way, Xian lowered his head and whispered in his ear, "I'll accompany you to visit again when the time comes." Meng Yuqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "We're here. This is our tribe's stall." Jie and the others stopped in front. Meng Yuqing looked towards their stall. There were various plants with strange shapes and sizes placed on the animal skins on the ground. Nearly 20 orcs were guarding the stall, and there were 2 sub-beasts sitting in the wooden shed. Chapter 104 Yellow Lightstone. "Is that all? What use are they? We are not the 3 major tribes. We want all the rare and new things. They have to be useful, and you have all these things here. The 3 major tribes will definitely not accept them." He glanced at the things on the animal skin and looked at Jie with a dissatisfied expression on his face. In addition to liking various handicrafts and rare toys, the three major tribes also like to collect edible plants that can be preserved for a long time. Hearing Meng Yuqing say this, Jie didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's definitely not these. But if you rush to exchange plants with us when you see them, then we won't show you anything from our tribe." He made no secret of his probing intentions. Meng Yuqing put on a haughty expression and snorted. "Go and get the things in that bag," Jie said to an orc at the stall. After hearing what Jie said, the orc immediately went into the wooden shed and came out with a bag in a short while. Jie took the bag, opened it, and took out the things inside. It was a pale yellow stone, about the size of an orc's palm. Meng Yuqing looked at the stone in front of him with an unchanged expression. System, identification, appraisal in progress, yellow light stone. Once the shell is broken, it emits a yellow light. It can be used for lighting at night. One stone is enough to illuminate the host's house for 3 months. Natural light. Meng Yuqing finally couldn't hold back her expression anymore and opened her eyes slightly. Jie had been staring at Meng Yuqing, and when he saw his expression change, he smiled slightly. "How about this thing?" After hearing what the other party said, Meng Yuqing withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the people behind him. Seeing that they were also looking at him, Meng Yuqing understood that they had no idea what Jie had taken out. "However, Jie and the others are right across from me now, and I can't explain it to them on the spot. Otherwise, it would be so strange if I only knew one person from the same tribe." When Xuan and the others saw Meng Yuqing looking at them, they immediately understood that he wanted this thing. Although they didn't know what this yellow stone was used for, they still chose to believe Meng Yuqing. Receiving their affirmative looks, Meng Yuqing nodded and looked at Jie. "I know this, the yellow light stone. The three major tribes will like this, right? Why don't you use it to exchange for salt? I've already exchanged with them. These are the remaining ones. Do you want them?" When Jie saw that Meng Yuqing directly recognized the function of a yellow light stone, he looked at him in surprise and handed him a yellow light stone. Anyone who knows the function of yellow light stone would definitely not come from a small tribe that cannot exchange it for enough salt. "What do you want to exchange?" Meng Yuqing looked at the yellow light stone in his hand. This thing was very convenient, but not necessary. If the other party asks for a huge price, there is no need to change it. You can make an oil lamp yourself. The wick can be made of rush, which is everywhere by the river. However, the light from an oil lamp is not bright enough. "What do you have?" Jie asked back. Meng Yuqing lowered his head and thought for a while, then turned and walked to Xuan and took the animal skin bag containing soap from him. "Take a look at this." He took out a bar of soap and handed it to Jie. Jie took the soap with a look of surprise in his eyes. "What is this?" "Soap, used for bathing, washing hair, and washing animal hides." Meng Yuqing explained simply. "That shampoo grass is almost the same, but this one can't be replaced." Jie looked at Meng Yuqing. "But this one of ours lasts longer than the shampoo grass. Plus, there's something like this." Meng Yuqing rummaged through the bag and took out a piece of soap with flower juice added. "The shampoo grass doesn't have a scent." Yes, Nickfed. Seeing the sub-beast beside him staring at the soap, he was a little tempted, but he didn't confirm it immediately. Instead, he thought for a while and asked, "Anything else?" Meng Yuqing folded his arms across his chest and raised his head slightly. "That's all. This stone isn't necessary for us. We have other ways to illuminate the room at night, but they're just not as convenient as this. If you don't want to change, forget it." Jie was a little surprised at Meng Yuqing's attitude. He turned his gaze to Xuan and others behind him and found that Xuan and the 4 orcs all looked like they were listening to Meng Yuqing. He immediately understood that Meng Yuqing was the one in charge among these 6 people. "What both of us have are unnecessary and have other alternatives. So how do we exchange them?" Jie asked while pinching the soap. This was the first time the 2 tribes were trading, and what they were trading were things unique to their own tribes. He wanted to see what good trading methods this sub-beast could come up with. Meng Yuqing touched his chin. This world still relies on barter, so it is indeed difficult to define prices. The only relatively common thing now is salt. He looked at the bag of salt hanging on Xian's body and had an idea in his mind. "Xian, give me the bag of salt." He stretched out his hand to Xian. Xian immediately took out the salt bag from his body and handed it to him. Meng Yuqing took the salt bag, weighed it, looked at Jie and said, "Bring 2 animal skin bags here." Jie didn't say anything, but just winked at the orc next to him. The orc immediately took out 2 animal skin bags from the wooden shed and handed them to Meng Yuqing. "This is the first time our 2 tribes are trading. We don't intend to suffer a loss, and we certainly don't intend to take advantage of you either. Take a look at this bag of salt." When you exchange this salt with the 3 major tribes, put the amount of yellow light stones you need into the animal hide bag. Our tribe will also put soap into the other animal hide bag in the same way. Don't let the other party see. After putting it in, how about we take it out together? Yes, this method is fair. Jia nodded after hearing it. Meng Yuqing smiled and handed Jia a hide bag. When Jia took it, he didn't let go immediately. Instead, he said, it's better for everyone to be honest in their transactions. Maybe we can have a long-term business in the future. Besides, the 3 major tribes are here. It shouldn't be difficult to find out how much salt they can exchange for their products, right? Jia looked at Meng Yuqing, his eyes more serious than before. Our tribe is the most honest in trade. All the tribes that have traded with us know this. Meng Yuqing nodded and handed the animal skin bag and salt bag to the other party. Jia checked the salt in the bag in front of them and returned it. Then let's get started. After saying that, he took the animal skin bag into the wooden shed and asked the tribesmen outside the shed to stay away from Meng Yuqing and the others. Seeing his behavior, Meng Yuqing nodded. This tribe at least seemed to be upright. Holding the animal hide bag, Meng Yuqing immediately called Xuan and the others over to discuss. You should have heard what I said to him just now. I didn't go there to exchange the salt, so I don't know how much soap to put in. You can put it in as you see fit. This bag of salt can be exchanged for 5 bars of soap and about 3 bars of soap. Xuan said softly. I wonder what they want to exchange for it. Hearing Xian's words, Meng Yuqing scratched his head. Oh no, he forgot to ask them which one they wanted. Sure enough, he didn't think it through the first time he did this. Chapter 105. Chili? Fire fruit. Are there any more animal skins? After thinking for a moment, he looked at the other 4 people. I have one here, but it's not very big. An older orc said, handing over a piece of animal skin. It's okay, it's enough. Meng Yuqing took the hide, put 3 bars of soap in it, and wrapped it up. He took out 5 more bars of soap and put them in the hide bag. Let them choose later. After they finished installing, Jia also came out. He was waiting about 10 meters away from them with a hide bag in his hand. Meng Yuqing carried the animal skin bag, and Xuan walked towards Jia with the soap wrapped in animal skin. We have 2 kinds, one unscented and one scented. Which one would you like? The scented one is definitely more valuable than the unscented one, so I'll give you less. Jia thought for a while and said, I want both, but I'll take less of the ones with fragrance. Okay, let's get the stuff out then. After saying that, the 2 men opened the animal skin bag, and Xuan also opened the animal skin wrapped in the soap. Jia gave 4 pieces of yellow light stones. Meng Yuqing raised his eyebrows. It was more than he expected. He thought that the yellow light stones and soap should be of the same price. When Jia saw the number given by Meng Yuqing, he nodded without any expression of dissatisfaction. It seems that both parties are quite satisfied with the price. How many yellow stones do you want? We don't have many left, only about 300 stones. After the price was agreed upon, it was time to discuss the quantity. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan, who nodded and said, That's enough. We want both. Just decide which one you want. All of them. Jia looked at them in surprise. They could actually change them all. He looked at the people of Qingshan Tribe with a cautious look. It seemed that the ability of this tribe was no worse than his own. Seeing Jia's expression, Meng Yuqing tried hard to suppress the smile on his face. We want 200 for the unscented ones, and the rest will be exchanged for the scented ones. Facing the scorching gaze of the sub-beasts of his tribe, Jia looked at Meng Yuqing calmly and said, Okay, we will bring the things to you at this time tomorrow. We have something else to do later, so it is not convenient to take you there. After hearing Jia's request, Meng Yuqing immediately responded. Judging from a location of the stall, Jia's tribe is likely larger than the Qingshan tribe, so it's better not to bring them there for the sake of caution. Jia thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, if the other party was willing to deliver the goods to the door, there was no need for his people to make a trip. Moreover, the transaction place was near his stall, so he was not worried about them playing tricks. After reaching an agreement, both parties had satisfied smiles on their faces. Meng Yuqing and Xuan and the others left the stall of Jia's tribe. Xuan, let's go to the stall with the red plants we noted earlier. After getting away from Jia and the others, Meng Yuqing and Xuan made a suggestion. He had seen the Beast World version of chili peppers before, and when he recalled the taste of barbecued skewers in the modern world, Meng Yuqing's mouth was watering. He was so greedy. Xuan led them around and around until they arrived at the stall, where Meng Yuqing found the chili peppers. What do you want to exchange? The young orc squatting in front of the stall saw someone coming and immediately greeted him. Meng Yuqing looked around. There were less than 10 orcs and no sub-beasts. They looked similar to Bo and the others. How are you going to exchange these plants? Squatting down, Meng Yuqing carefully looked at the things on the animal skin. It was the Beast World version of pepper, a plant that the system called fire fruit in the Beast World Continent Information Encyclopedia. It doesn't look like a pepper at all. It looks like a gourd and is as big as 2 palms. For salt, we only exchange salt. The orc answered immediately. He looked carefully at the expressions of Meng Yuqing and Xuan and others behind him. Meng Yuqing picked up a fire fruit and smelled it. It was very spicy, comparable to the taste of a chili pepper. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the orc immediately said, "Eat this fire fruit and you'll feel warm and sweaty. When it's cold in winter, just eat a bite and you won't feel cold anymore. Our tribe uses this in winter. With such a good thing, why don't you exchange it with the 3 major tribes?" Meng Yuqing asked knowingly. He couldn't appear too eager, in case he was taken advantage of. Sure enough, the orc's face froze and his eyes began to look around. The fire fruit will cause a burning sensation in your mouth, so the 3 major tribes are unwilling to exchange it. They don't need it to keep warm in the winter. Seeing this, an older orc came out of the wooden shed and explained that he looked to be in his 50s, but according to Meng Yuqing's experience, this orc was at least 70 years old. Xia and the others looked to be around 30, but were actually in their 40s. The older orc patted the frozen young orc, then turned to Meng Yuqing and continued, "Our tribe eats this all winter long. We can guarantee it's harmless to the body. It does make you feel much warmer after eating it, and the burning sensation disappears quickly. Drinking water can also alleviate the feeling." Meng Yuqing lowered his head and looked hesitant. Everyone in the other tribe looked at him nervously. They couldn't exchange enough salt from the 3 major tribes, so they could only hope that other capable tribes would take a fancy to their things. "Did you pick the fire fruits after they were fully ripe?" Meng Yuqing looked up and asked. "The seeds of the fire fruits are inside the fruit. If they are fully ripe, the seeds can be taken out." "Yes, we waited till the fire fruits are all red before picking them. Those that are not red will not have the same effect." The older orc answered honestly. "How many did you bring?" Meng Yuqing put the fire fruit back on the stall. The young orc immediately showed a delighted expression when he heard him ask this. He ran into the wooden shed and brought out a hide bag. "It's all in here. How much do you want? Open it and take a look." The young orc immediately opened the bag and poured all the fire fruits inside onto the animal skin on the ground. Meng Yuqing looked through them carefully and nodded after confirming that they were all ripe and not rotten. He waved to Xuan and said, "How much salt do you think is appropriate?" "The amount of salt that can be held in both hands is enough." Xuan walked closer and looked at the fire fruit on the ground. "What do you think?" After getting Xian's answer, Meng Yu looked at the older orc opposite. The other party was somewhat surprised by their straightforwardness and immediately said, Okay. As he said that, he immediately took out a hide bag filled with salt and handed it to Xian. Xian put the agreed salt into the other party's animal hide bag and then pinched a thumb-sized piece of salt with 3 fingers and put it into the other party's bag. "This small piece is considered the salt for this animal hide bag. We will just take this bag and leave." The young orc looked at the older orc with surprise. After seeing the other party nod, he immediately put all the fire fruits into the animal skin bag, tied it up, and handed it to Xian. After completing the transaction, Meng Yuqing looked at the sky. It was already noon. "Let's go back first. There's another stall you don't want to go see?" Xian asked softly. Meng Yuqing had memorized several stalls. "Let's go in the afternoon. Tell Jia about the transaction and leave the things here. Don't exchange them all." Meng Yuqing looked at the fire fruit in Xian's hand. He had been staying here for more than 4 months with plain food. Finally, he could eat the fried pork with peppers that he had been craving for. Chili peppers can induce sweating and remove dampness. It is good for the body if you pay attention to the amount you eat. Especially in winter, eating some chili peppers can make you feel comfortable all over. Chapter 106 Soap Hot. When we returned to the tribe stall, we saw that it was packed with people and the 6 of us could barely squeeze in. With so many people here, our tribe's business is pretty good. After squeezing into the wooden shed with great effort, Meng Yuqing was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. The people who stayed behind in the Qingshan Tribe tried hard to maintain order in front of the stalls, while Bo and others were also busy counting the items that others brought in for trade. After Xian put the fire fruit away in the wooden shed, he walked towards Xia in the crowd. "Father Beast." "Xian, you're back." Xia looked at Xian with some surprise. "It's almost noon." Xian reminded, "Yafu and the others will be back soon." Hearing Xian say this, Xia looked up at the sun, then slapped his head. "It's already this late. What have you gained?" He took Xian out of the crowd and into the wooden shed. I changed this morning. Meng Yuqing took out a fire fruit and handed it to Xia. Taking the fire fruit, Xia leaned in and smelled it. Achoo, he sneezed. What is this? It smells so pungent. It's fire fruit. It can be used as seasoning to make things more delicious. Also, eating it in winter will make you warmer. Meng Yuqing explained simply. Shall we exchange these for winter? Xia looked at the bag of fire fruits. These fruits contain seeds. We can plant them first and harvest a batch before winter. Meng Yuqing said about the arrangements of the fire fruit. After hearing Meng Yuqing's explanation, Xia nodded and said, We don't quite understand this either, so we'll leave it to you. There's one more thing. Meng Yuqing sat up straight. We met a tribe today. They have a kind of glowing stone that can illuminate the night. I agreed to trade it for soap. Glowing stones? Xia was a little surprised. Have you met the Yellowstone tribe? They're the only ones here who have glowing stones. We didn't mention the names of our tribes, we just talked about trade. Meng Yuqing shook his head. Unless the tribes trading in the market know each other, they generally won't tell others which tribe they are from. How much do we want to trade? Xiao was very interested in this stone. The orc's vision was not affected at night, but the sub-beast's vision was not affected. If there's no light in the house, it is easy to fall or bump into things, especially if there are cubs in the belly, which is very dangerous. Although you can burn a fire inside the house, it is really too hot in the summer. It would be much more convenient if I had this stone. They have 300 stones, and we want to exchange them for 200 bars of ordinary soap and 105 bars of perfumed soap. Meng Yuqing and Xia explained the price they had agreed upon this time. That's all. Xia was a little surprised. When are we going to trade with them? We'll take our stuff to their stall tomorrow morning. I didn't tell them where we are. Okay, I'll send a few more people to accompany you. Xia agreed readily. The things are all in that bag. You can pack them yourselves. After talking about these things, Xia went outside the wooden shed again, and Meng Yuqing pulled Xian to follow and see. There were many people crowded in front of the stall, holding all kinds of things in their hands. Meng Yuqing listened carefully to what they said. What do you want to exchange for this soap? Do you want to exchange plants? Do you want to exchange berries? We'll trade it for salt. Do you want it? Those who can come to exchange soap are basically from tribes that are living well. Only if they can exchange enough salt will they have extra things to exchange for other things. The Qingshan Tribe does not restrict what can be exchanged. Anyway, as long as it is useful, it will be exchanged. Animal meat is also accepted, but the quantity is limited. Only enough for everyone to eat for one day is exchanged each day, and no more will be exchanged. But even so, this gave some small tribes the opportunity to exchange things. What's that black thing of yours? It turns black once I touch it. Someone noticed the charcoal. It's a fire, it doesn't produce smoke, and it burns for a long time. Do you want one? The people of the Qingshan Tribe answered briefly, picking out the key points. It's really too busy. A fire? No, I'd rather use soap. The man immediately put down the charcoal and turned around to wait for the soap to be replaced. Meng Yuqing looked at everyone actively changing the soap, but was a little puzzled as to why they ignored the charcoal. Chief, don't they want charcoal? He walked to Xia and asked softly, Don't worry about them. If they don't want to exchange it, we can take it back and use it ourselves. Xia didn't care. Only those who have used charcoal will know the benefits of it. Barbecue grilled with charcoal tastes better. They just don't know the value of it. Hearing Xia's words, Meng Yuqing thought, That's right, they don't want us to use it ourselves, so he stopped worrying about it and squatted down to help the busy people. Go back to the wooden shed. There are too many people here. All of them are unfamiliar orcs. It's not safe. Xian stopped him. Hearing Xian's words, Xia also turned his head and looked at Meng Yuqing. You go in, Qiu Yi and the others will be back soon. Just leave this outside to us. Meng Yuqing looked at the two of them and thought that when he went to the market, it was indeed orcs who guarded the stalls, and there were no sub-beasts circling in front of the stalls, so he stopped insisting and returned to the wooden shed. Soon Qiu Yi and the others came back. Each of the 10 orcs who followed them out was carrying a huge animal skin bag, and the 4 sub-beasts each held an animal skin bag, with happy smiles on their faces. It seems that I got something satisfactory in exchange. What did you change? Meng Yuqing leaned in front of Qiu Yi and asked softly. Look, Qiu Yi opened a bag of animal skins. This bag is full of beautiful animal skins. Meng Yuqing looked and saw that most of them were solid-colored animal skins, mainly light-colored, and the occasional pattern ones were only 2 colors. When I came here before, I saw a lot of beautiful things, but I couldn't exchange them. This time we all got them. Qiu Yi hugged a roll of silver-gray animal skin and rubbed it, looking very happy. The wild animals near our tribe are not good-looking. Seeing Qiuye's performance, Meng Yuqing scratched his head. The wild beasts near the tribe are okay, right? The white-spotted beast is not bad, with a body of brown and black, and a large white spot on its head. The beast caught by the little orc is also pretty good, orange and black combination. He looked at the animal skins that Qiuye took out one by one. Well, these animal skins were indeed much better looking. Chapter 107 They didn't. What's in these small bags? Meng Yuqing pointed at the animal skin bags that Qiuye and the others brought back. The mushy fruit is for newborn cubs, mainly for small sub-beasts. Qiuye took out a fruit the size of a ball from the bag. It was milky white in color and had a hard shell. Huh? Meng Yuqing looked at them in confusion, wondering if newborn babies drink milk. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Qiuye burst out laughing. Yuqing is still a child after all. How did he get involved with a child again? Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing's gaze fell on Qiuye's chest, and he suddenly realized. Holy shit, they didn't. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and this reaction made Qiuye and the other 3 sub-beasts laugh again. Meng Yuqing immediately put his hand to his face and said, "Stop laughing. You're making me blush." He immediately changed the subject. "Is this enough to eat?" Hearing his question, Qiuye slowly stopped laughing. "It's not enough. There are many tribes that want to exchange this fruit. It's good enough for us to exchange these. What should we do then? What will they eat after they are born?" Meng Yuqing asked with a frown. Asu was already pregnant with cubs, and several other sub-beasts in the tribe were also pregnant. The little orcs can eat meat directly. These are reserved for the little sub-beasts. If they finish this, mash the wild vegetables into a paste and mix it with broth for them to eat. Feed them a little at a time. They will get used to it after a month. Qiuye stuffed the fruit back into the animal hide bag and looked at Meng Yuqing and continued, "It would definitely be best if you have this fruit. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. It just makes things more troublesome." After listening to Qiuye's words, Meng Yuqing nodded and stopped talking. Instead, he frantically called the system in his mind. "System, is this okay? Can a newborn baby digest it?" "Host, the people in this world are different from yours. The cub will stay in the belly for 12 months. "Host, don't worry. Can't we use wild beast milk?" Meng Yuqing asked unwillingly. "Host, the beasts here don't have milk either, so the young beasts can eat meat or grass directly after they're born." "All right." Meng Yuqing rubbed his face. They were indeed 2 completely different worlds. Not long after Qiuye and the others came back, a few more people came back. Now, except for Lan and the orcs who took the pottery out, everyone else has returned. Xia arranged for everyone to take turns eating and then continue to stay at the stall to trade. Bo and the others were so tired from collecting things that they looked numb. When they came to the market before, they always tried their best to exchange salt with others, or use animal meat and skins to exchange some edible plants to the 3 major tribes to exchange for salt. They never thought that one day they would be surrounded by people asking them to exchange things, even though these things all belong to the Qingshan Tribe. Seeing this fiery scene, Meng Yuqing silently took out the soap he was going to bring to Jedamaro and put it aside. The soap was so hot that he was afraid that it would be replaced if he was not careful. After finishing their meal, Meng Yuqing took Xian and the 4 orcs out for another walk and visited several stalls they had previously taken a fancy to. Unfortunately, those stalls were too shady and they couldn't agree on the price. After all, it was just a seasoning and there was no need to exchange it. In the end, they returned to the tribe's stall without exchanging anything. When the Xuan tribe arrived, there was not much soap left. Their tribe came along the water source, so it took them some time. Meng Yuqing looked at the people of the Xuan tribe curiously. He heard from Xian that the other 2 tribes were not led by their chiefs this time. Although the Shijiao tribe arrived last night, he was negotiating business with Jia when they came to exchange things with the Qingshan tribe, so he didn't see them. He had to take a good look at the people of the Xuan tribe this time. The orc leading the Xuan tribe this time was he. His humanoid hair was dark green and black, and his skin was very white, glowing with a cold, inorganic light. He brought 3 orcs to the Qingshan tribe stall and said, "Xia, I heard you have something new here. Let me take a look. If you come any later, the most popular items will be gone." Xia took out 2 bags from the wooden shed and handed them to he. "Take a look at these and see if you want them. If not, I'll give them to someone else. I know this is soap. We definitely want it. And what is this?" After opening the animal skin bag and looking at the soap, he raised a piece of charcoal and asked, "Firewood is easier to use than wood. It burns longer without smoke. Your tribe will definitely like it." Xia Jianghe took him into the woodshed and pointed at the burning charcoal to show him. Is this it? He approached the fire and looked around. There's really no smoke. This thing is useful in the house in winter. Let's change it. He turned and waved to an orc behind him. Bring our things here. Soon they brought over several huge animal skin bags. Meng Yuqing stretched his neck to look over there, extremely curious about what the Xuan tribe had brought. Soon the bag was opened. Meng Yuqing's eyes suddenly widened. Holy shit, what a huge snake skin. He felt them all over. Xian, who was standing beside him, saw him tremble a little and immediately reached out to touch his back soothingly. It's the skin shed by the snake orcs in their tribe. It's not a wild beast. Don't be afraid. Their skin is very tough and hard to break. It's a good thing. Meng Yuqing turned around and looked at Xian. Does their tribe use this to exchange things? There are also the teeth that the crocodile orcs have replaced. They replace their teeth every year. Orcs' teeth are the sharpest. Unfortunately, not every orc can replace their teeth every year like the crocodile orcs. It takes at least 3 or 4 years for other orcs' teeth to grow back if they are broken or fallen out, but they can grow back in a few days. Xian said with some envy. Meng Yuqing was stunned when he heard this. He knew that crocodiles could replace their teeth more than 50 times in their lifetime, but he did not expect that other beast-like orcs in this world could grow back their broken or fallen teeth. Moreover, if we calculate based on the lifespan of orcs in this world, a crocodile orc can change his body once a year, which means he can change his body 150 times in his lifetime. It turns out that there is still a big difference between them and the animals in the modern world. While they were talking, Xia and he had already completed the transaction. He was about to leave with 100 bars of ordinary soap and 4 large bags of charcoal. If the charcoal is useful, we will go to your tribe to exchange it later. No problem. After the people from the Xuan tribe left, it was already dark. After eating, Meng Yuqing simply washed up and ran to lie down on the mat on the ground. Under his influence, everyone in the Qingshan tribe has a toothbrush. Xia also said that this is much more convenient than biting branches as they used to do. Chapter 108 Human Trafficking. The next day, Xia sent 10 people to follow Meng Yuqing to trade with the people of the Xuan tribe. Last night, Xia told them some information about the Yellowstone tribe. It was a larger tribe than the Qingshan tribe, with a total population of more than 1,300 people. The Yellowstone was a kind of stone unique to their tribe. This kind of stone is very strange. Just like a plant, if you take it away this year, new ones will appear the next year, so there's no need to worry about it running out. Meng Yuqing was really surprised when he heard this. It was really amazing. There was once a tribe of 1,500 people who wanted to seize the location of the Yellowstone tribe and occupy the yellow lightstone production area, but they were beaten away by the Yellowstone tribe. Their tribe was very powerful. Yellow lightstone is also very popular among the 3 major tribes. But for some reason this year, the amount of salt that can be exchanged for 1 piece of yellow lightstone is much less than in previous years. And there's still some left that have not been collected by other tribes, which is why Meng Yuqing got lucky. No matter what happened to them, we are doing a legitimate transaction. Just be careful. We will leave here early anyway, and we can just change the location next time we come. Xia said indifferently. Ever since the Qingshan tribe acquired the salt mine, they no longer stayed at fixed stalls when they came to the market, and they never told the name of their tribe to tribes they didn't know. As for how he was able to find out the news about the Yellowstone tribe, it was entirely because the Yellowstone tribe was really famous. Moreover, their tribe was quite powerful and not very low-key. They were a well-known tribe in front of the 3 major tribes. However, the Yellowstone tribe style is indeed quite good, and I have never heard of them bullying weaker tribes. Meng Yuqing and Xian took the things to the Xuan tribe stall, and Jia was waiting there early. Here are 300 pieces of yellow lightstones. Take a look. Jia handed over the animal skin bag without any further ado. After Xian took it, he also handed over what Jia and the others wanted. This bag contains 200 bars of ordinary soap, and this bag contains 105 bars of perfumed soap. We counted them yesterday. You can also calculate the quantity to see if it's correct. Jia took the bag handed to him by Xian and poured ordinary soap on the animal skin on the ground in piles of 5. He then asked another orc to pour scented soap on another piece of animal skin in piles of 3. After all the piles were completed, he counted them carefully and said, "Yes, there are 75 piles. You counted correctly." After packing the soap and the toilet soap separately, he looked at Xian and Meng Yuqing and said, "If you still want Huangshi next year, come and tell us the day before the market opens." Okay, how about we trade based on the amount of salt we brought? This is the fairest way, Meng Yuqing suggested. No problem. This is good. No one will suffer any loss. Jie handed the soap to the other orcs and said with a smile. After the transaction, everyone left the Qingshan Tribe's stall. Xuan handed the yellow light stone to other tribesmen and said, "You can take your things back first. We still need to visit other places. It's enough for 4 of us to stay here." After waiting for Guangshi's tribesmen to leave, Meng Yuqing randomly picked a direction to take a walk. Because of the location, there are many more things here. He pulled Xuan around the stalls, looking at these things with interest. There are many rare plants, such as grass that makes a sound when you pinch it. If you keep pinching it, it will make different sounds, a bit like primitive music. There are also flowers that twist when you touch them. These plants were all picked and not planted in the soil. Meng Yuqing was stunned when he saw it. But fortunately, although he was curious, he was not prepared to take it off. He just wanted to watch it for the sake of novelty. There was a commotion coming from the front. Meng Yuqing looked up and found that there was a stall not far away with a lot of people crowded around it. They were looking at the stall, pointing and talking about something, and many people walked out with frowns on their brows. "Shall we go over there and take a look?" Meng Yuqing pointed at the stall in front and looked at the other 4 orcs who followed him out. After all, this was Xian's first time at the market, and he might not be able to make accurate judgments on some things. Most of the time, the 2 of them would seek the opinions of the other 4 experienced tribesmen. Yes, there are so many people over there, so generally nothing will happen. "Maybe they just brought some rare things," said the oldest orc. After getting their consent, Meng Yuqing stopped hesitating and pulled Xuan over. When he approached the stall, he was completely blocked by so many people that he couldn't see inside at all. "Xuan, can you see what's inside?" He stretched his neck and stood on tiptoe, but it was all in vain. All he could see was the back of the orc. "Let me take a look." Xuan handed Meng Yuqing to the other 4 tribesmen and squeezed inside. Meng Yuqing stayed outside, obediently waiting for news, looking around from time to time to see if Xuan had come out. Soon, Xuan squeezed out of the crowd. Like some orcs who had left before, he frowned and had some anger in his eyes. Meng Yuqing immediately walked over upon seeing this and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? What's inside? Why do you look like that?" After Xuan grabbed him, he made a glare at the other 4 orcs, and the 6 of them walked to the side. After reaching a less crowded place, Xian Kai released Meng Yuqing and said with suppressed anger, "They're actually trading orcs and sub-beasts in there." "What? Human trading?" Meng Yuqing was shocked by what Xian said. The other 4 orcs also opened their eyes wide instantly, their faces filled with disbelief. Why are they trading humans again? The last time there was a personnel transaction was 2 years ago. They're coming more and more frequently. They used to only appear once every 7 or 8 years. It's all the bad habits brought over by the northern tribes. Human trafficking has never happened here before. Although they didn't know the reason, they instinctively resisted this kind of thing. But Meng Yuqing knew that once this trend became popular, the continent would usher in a slave society. No, perhaps the northern tribes they were talking about had already begun this social system. This system would be a nightmare for weak tribes. From a scattered news he had heard about the northern tribes, he knew that the tribal groups in the north were likely to be stronger and more advanced than the tribal groups in the south where he was. If the northern tribes have any ideas about this side, then the entire southern tribal group will face a disaster. Moreover, Qiu said that the salt mines of the 3 major tribes had once attracted a northern tribe to fight for them, but they were eventually beaten back. Then a northern tribe dared to come to the southern tribes to fight for the salt mines. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and the animal skin coat on his body was unconsciously wrinkled by him. Chapter 109 System, please. Xian had been paying attention to Meng Yuqing's movements. Sensing his uneasiness, he reached out and gently patted him on the back. Meng Yuqing raised his head and saw the worry in Xian's eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "I want to see what's going on inside." After hearing his words, the older orc paused for a moment and said, "There are too many people here now. Let's come over later. They won't be traded away so quickly." Meng Yuqing nodded, and he didn't want to continue shopping. He needed to find a place to sort out his thoughts. After returning to the tribe stall, Meng Yuqing simply greeted the tribesmen and went into the wooden shed. Xian followed closely behind him. He could feel that Meng Yuqing was in a bad mood, starting from when he heard about the trader. Meng Yuqing found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Xian walked to his side and sat down too, accompanying him quietly. The education he received since childhood made it impossible for Meng Yuqing to accept such things. But the reality was that he was somewhat tempted by these people. It was due to the need to upgrade the system and also out of a little bit of pity in his heart. If they were under his control, at least they would not be treated as slaves. His emotions and reason were in a tug-of-war. After the other 4 orcs came back, they went to find Xia and told him what had happened. After Xia handed over the work at the stall to others, he also walked over. Meng Yuqing was silent for a long time. He looked at Xia and said, "Chief, do you know anything about their human trade?" "I've heard a little bit." Xia pondered for a moment and continued. "These people were captured after being defeated in tribal battles. Orcs who transformed into human form were tied up with their heads held high, and those who refused to transform were killed. Some tribes were completely destroyed, while others still exist. Those who were brought here for trade are those whose tribes are still there and cannot be traded out in the north." "Does their tribe still exist?" Meng Yuqing said to himself. He closed his eyes. If the tribe still existed, these people would definitely want to return to their own tribe. Even if they were brought back, it would be troublesome. They would not be able to truly join the Qingshan Tribe, and might even bring disaster to the tribe. And exchanging them and releasing them back out of sympathy is even more impossible. The northern tribes are much more complicated than here. He will not put the tribe in danger because of his so-called kindness. Sometimes unlimited kindness will bring endless troubles. He mentally crossed out the trade option. When he made this decision, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was the buyer buying people. But the situation Xia told him gave him a reason not to trade. After gathering his thoughts, Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan with a serious expression and said, "I heard that this kind of human trafficking is becoming more and more frequent, right?" "Yes, they have appeared 3 times in the past 10 years. His intuition told him that this was not a good sign, but he couldn't figure it out. Xian also frowned after hearing what Xia said. He also had a bad feeling. "I don't know whether what I think will happen, but we must take this situation seriously," Meng Yuqing said with some concern. Xian patted his shoulder gently and said soothingly, "Can you tell us what you think?" Xia Yi said seriously, "Can you tell me in detail? I have never been to the northern tribes, so what I say may not be accurate, but judging from the current situation, I think the north is definitely not stable. Many tribes are even frequently at war." Meng Yuqing organized his words while sorting out his thoughts. If they continue like this, many smaller tribes will not be able to survive there. They will either be wiped out and their members traded as commodities, or the entire tribe will flee there. No, not necessarily the entire tribe, but the remaining people in the tribe. When he said this, Meng Yuqing's expression took on a solemn look. "And the direction they are most likely to escape is our side." After hearing what Meng Yuqing said, Xia's eyes became a little deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Meng Yuqing didn't notice Xia's expression and continued. "If they flee here, they will definitely attract people from the north. Then the war will spread to our side, and we will probably not be safe here." "Chief, do you know the strength of the northern tribes? Can our tribe cope with it?" he asked softly. Xia collected his thoughts and looked at Meng Yuqing. "I don't know much about them, but I know they are very strong, stronger than the 3 major tribes. And I heard that the tribe that came to fight for the salt mine was not the top tribe there, but they actually sent 1,000 orcs here. Their orcs are also very powerful." After listening to him, Meng Yuqing put her fingers to her lips and fell into deep thought again. But Xia quickly glanced away from Xian. Xian was keenly aware of Xia's gaze. He cast a puzzled look at Xia, but Xia just shook his head slightly at him. "No matter whether such a thing will happen or not, what we have to do now is to live a good life and strengthen our tribe so that we will have the strength to resist when things happen." The 3 of them were silent for a long time before Xian spoke. He looked at Xia. "Father Beast, haven't we talked about this before, and aren't we doing it now?" His eyes fell on Bo and others who were busy. Meng Yuqing and Xia also came to their senses after hearing Xian's words. Xia said firmly, "Yes, since we already know the dangers that may occur in the future, we should start preparing from now on. Yes, we still have time. It's not certain whether what I said will happen or not, but it's right for us to be prepared." Meng Yuqing lowered his head and spoke softly, as if trying to convince himself. He thought of the system of unknown origin in himself, as well as some of the system's manifestations, its obsession with tribal upgrading, and its disapproval of violent plunder and harm to other tribes. Meng Yuqing smiled bitterly in his heart. What he said might really happen. "System, do you think my inference just now is correct?" He asked the system in his mind. After a long time, just when he thought the system would play dead and avoid his question, the system's voice came. "Host, please work hard to upgrade the system. Please." "I see." The system actually said please. I originally thought that the system was my golden finger, but it said please so solemnly, as if it was its only life-saving straw. Chapter 1:10 Weaving Materials Found. Could it be that the system wants him to be the savior? He thought with a smile. This really praises him too much. In the modern world, he is just an ordinary college student who is about to enter the society. His biggest ideal in life is to find a stable job where he can live a life where he can see his retirement at a glance. He looked up at Xian beside him, Xia opposite him, and the tribesmen busy in front of the stalls. He thought of Qiu Yi who still didn't know where to exchange things, and the people in the tribe who were waiting for them to return. He suddenly understood why the system did not choose the ambitious person who wanted to dominate the world, but chose a Buddhist and ordinary person like him to come here. He didn't go out again in the afternoon, but sat in the corner. Xian stayed with him for a while, then went out to help Xia and the others, only looking back at him from time to time. Meng Yuqing forced a smile to Xian and told him not to worry about him. But what he didn't know was that his smile was uglier than crying. As night fell, everyone who had gone out came back. Xian came and sat next to him again, without saying a word, just quietly accompanying him. After eating, Meng Yuqing gently pulled Xian's hand. What's wrong? Xian asked immediately. Can we go out alone for a while? I have something I want to talk to you about alone. Meng Yuqing said in a low voice. Xian looked up and looked around, then pulled him up and said, let's go, just don't go too far. Meng Yuqing followed Xian out of the wooden shed. Seeing this, Qiu Yi was about to come up and ask, but was stopped by Xia. The two walked along the street, and Xian stopped only after he brought him to a deserted corner. What do you want to tell me? Xian moved closer to him, his voice cautious. Meng Yuqing pursed her lips and looked at Xian. I need people, 131 people. Xian looked at Meng Yuqing with some surprise. He thought Meng Yuqing would tell him about the northern tribes. But he quickly replied, Can you tell me what to do? I can find a reason to tell my father. Meng Yuqing shook his head. I don't want people from the tribe. He looked at Xian with a serious look. Besides Bo and the others, I need 131 more people to join our tribe. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xian with some trepidation. He knew that his request must be very confusing to Xian, but he had no choice. He couldn't let the system upgrade get stuck at this step. After a long while, Xian Kai said, We will leave the market early and visit many small tribes. Maybe there will be a chance. He looked at Meng Yuqing with a serious expression. But Yuqing, just like Bo and the others, we won't accept them right away. We need to observe the candidates. I know. I'm just telling you what I need now. If it's a messy person, I won't want him even if he offers himself to me. Meng Yuqing nodded and felt slightly relieved. He agreed with Xian's idea, and he was also glad that Xian, like him, had the idea of expanding the tribe. Well, so don't worry anymore, okay? We just need to do everything we want to do now. If those things really happen, then we will be ready to face them together. Xian gently rubbed Meng Yuqing's head to comfort him. Meng Yuqing closed his eyes, feeling the touch on his head, and his anxiety gradually subsided. Xian is right. Instead of thinking too much and scaring yourself, it is better to do what you should do now. As long as you have tried your best, you will accept the final result no matter what it is. When they returned to the wooden shed, the people of the Qingshan Tribe were already ready to rest. After saying good night to each other, Meng Yuqing returned to lie down next to Qiu Yi. The next morning, Meng Yuqing took Xian and the others out. He did not go to the human trafficking area, but changed direction and went to other places. Perhaps to compensate for yesterday's losses, Meng Yuqing discovered one of the main targets of this trip, a plant called the stock leaf tree in this world. The information encyclopedia states that the fiber of this plant is very fine and soft, and it is the first choice of plant in the weaving method given by the system. He pulled Xian to the front of the stall and pointed at the plants on the hides. What are you going to exchange these plants for? He was pointing not only at the sedge leaf trees, but also at many other miscellaneous plants in order to conceal his real target. You want all these plants? The orc in front of the stall looked at Meng Yuqing in disbelief. He took these things to the 3 major tribes to exchange for salt, but the 3 major tribes had never seen them before, so they refused to accept them. They only accepted some edible plants and fruits that everyone knew about. Now someone came to him to exchange these things, and was ready to exchange them all, which made him doubt whether these things had any other uses, so he was a little hesitant. Seeing what the orc was thinking, Meng Yuqing didn't bother to talk too much and said directly, Do you want to change or not? If not, I'll leave. After saying this, he pretended to leave. The orc immediately became anxious when he saw this. Hey, don't go. I want to change it. I want to change it for salt. Only salt. Meng Yuqing stopped and raised his chin towards Qian. Qian immediately took off the salt bag from his body and said, 2 handfuls of salt. Do you want to exchange? The orc looked at the bag of salt in Qian's hand with a look of eagerness. His expression was a little conflicted. I have so many kind of plants. 2 handfuls of salt is a little too little. There might be something useful in it. Hearing his words, Meng Yuqing immediately grabbed Qian and said, let's go. We're just curious about these plants. We can change stalls and get other plants. Don't go. Just add a little more, just a little more, and it will be fine. I have some plants in my shed. I will give them to you when the time comes. I will be leaving after I have exchanged these. The orc immediately called out to Meng Yuqing. When the people in the wooden shed heard the noise outside, they immediately ran out with their remaining plants. Meng Yuqing glanced at the plants they brought out. There were quite a few stem leaf trees, some of which still had flowers and probably seeds. Although the stem leaf tree can be propagated by cuttings, it is not known whether it will still be successful if these stem leaf trees have been picked for a long time. He lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then took Qian's hand and gave him a wink. Qian immediately understood what he meant. We changed the plants just to get something new. Do you want us to collect all of them? Qian frowned and said deliberately to the orc, No, we took them all out so you can pick and see if there's anything you want. The orc said with a slightly flattering smile. Meng Yuqing pretended to be indifferent and walked over. Then let's go with these 2. They have flowers and look beautiful. Seeing that he was sure, the orc said no more. He threw the 2 leaves of the flowering stockleaf plant he designated onto the animal skin and handed over the bag of salt. After Qian took the bag and filled it with salt, the other 4 orcs who followed them immediately came over and collected the plants on the animal skin. After leaving the stall, Meng Yuqing immediately looked at Qian happily. We've found the weaving plant. Let's go back first. I'll check it carefully to see if it can be grown. Chapter 111 slipped away. After saying that, he pulled Qian and walked towards the wooden shed of the tribe. They came back early. Chuye and the others hadn't returned yet, and there was no one else in the woodshed. After Meng Yuqing asked them to put the plants on the ground, he picked out the stem leaf trees. He first checked the flowers and found that there were indeed seeds inside them, but the seeds in one of them were not yet ready to be collected, and he didn't know if they could still be planted. The seeds in the other one had already met the standards. After collecting the seeds, he turned his attention to the stem leaf trees without flowers. He carefully examined these stem leaf trees. They were not fresh, but they were still alive. Qian. Meng Yuqing waved at Qian. Qian immediately walked over and squatted beside him. What's wrong? Meng Yuqing raised his head and looked around, then leaned close to Qian's ear and whispered, I need to put these away. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to survive if they're taken back like this. Well, just put them away and put the rest into the bag. I'll take it when the time comes and no one will find it. After saying that, Qian stood up and blocked Meng Yuqing tightly. Meng Yuqing immediately took the opportunity to put all the stem leaf trees into the warehouse. As for the remaining plants, he would go to the database one by one to find out what they were and what they could be used for. The Qingshan Tribe stayed at the market for a total of 5 days. On the 4th night, all the orcs who had taken the pottery out returned. When they came back, they all came with nothing. After talking with them, Xia announced his decision to leave. Tomorrow we'll start packing up and preparing to leave. The things they exchanged are hidden outside the market. We'll go get them when the time comes. Everyone had no objection to Xia's decision. They were used to leaving the market early every time, but this time they left even earlier. The market covers a very large area, and news spreads very slowly, because many tribes keep things secret after exchanging them. It is estimated that the news of Tao will not be leaked for several years, and only the tribes that have exchanged things will know about it. Just like they exchanged soap for Yellowstone, the Yellowstone tribe stall was very far away from theirs, and they still didn't know that the soap belonged to the Qingshan tribe. Of course, they didn't go out of their way to inquire. After all, there were many tribes coming to the market, and every year there would be tribes bringing new things that would attract scrambles. The Yellowstone tribe could be considered a relatively proud tribe. All our things are in that mountain. After leaving the market, Lan walked to Xia and pointed in a direction. Well, let's go get the things. Xia smiled and looked at the people behind him. These are all things we couldn't exchange for before. Lan rarely smiled, and everyone was very curious when they saw this situation. This time, they have exchange for a lot of things that were difficult to obtain before. And since Xia said this now, they must have exchange for other things, maybe even things unique to the big tribes, just like the yellow light stone. Meng Yuqing was also very curious. When he brought back the yellow light stone, although Xia was very happy, he did not express his emotions so openly. Following Lan, they walked towards the place where the things were hidden. They hid the things in a particularly secluded corner in the mountains. If they hadn't led the way, I'm afraid this place would never have been found. Here, as he said that, Lan led a few people into the cave and moved the things out. There wasn't much in there, just 2 large animal skin bags. Yuqing, come here and take a look. Can you feed this thing? Xiao waved towards Meng Yuqing. Xian carried him in front of Xia. Meng Yuqing slid off Xian's back and opened one of the animal skin bags. In an instant, his eyes widened. The plants inside looked very much like rice, but each grain was as big as a fist. He picked up one and smelled it carefully. The smell was also like rice, but he knew it was not rice. Is this a meat fruit? Meng Yuqing looked at Xia in surprise. Yes, it's the meat fruit. We used 4 pottery pieces to barely exchange for these. The one who answered him was Lan. This time he was specifically responsible for using pottery to exchange for these rare things. Let me think about it. After hearing Lan's answer, Meng Yuqing did not immediately tell them whether they could plant it. Instead, he sat down on the spot, closed his eyes, and began to communicate with the system. System, did I ask you to make a bookmark at Rogwell before? I want to see it now. Soon, the system turned the information to the page about Rogwa. Meat fruit, a rare plant, is a food that can provide orcs with more energy than beast meat. 2 meat fruits are equivalent to a full meal for the orcs in beast form. As long as they are stored properly, they can be preserved for several years. You should know that an adult beastman in beast form can eat a small beast in 1 meal, and then he will not need to eat anything for 2 to 3 days. If converted into fleshy fruits, only 2 are needed. Meng Yuqing quickly flipped through the requirements for the growth of fleshy fruits and their living habits. When the others saw Meng Yuqing sitting there holding a piece of meaty fruit and closing his eyes, they began to think and did not dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing him. It's really that meat and fruit are so important to them. In winter, sub-beasts can only eat wild vegetables and berries, but orcs cannot. They must eat animal meat to ensure that their strength does not decline. After a long while, Meng Yuqing finally opened his eyes. He looked at Xia and said, "You can plant it, but there is no suitable place near our tribe. Flesh fruits have certain requirements for the growing environment." After hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Xia was not disappointed. If fleshy fruits could be grown easily, they wouldn't be so precious. So what are the requirements? Let's see if we can think of a solution. Meng Yuqing thought for a while and said, "There are 2 options now. One is that the environment of the Xuan tribe you mentioned is very suitable. The other is that we can choose a place near the tribe and transform it into the environment required by the flesh fruit. Can we also transform the land near the tribe to make it suitable for growing fleshy fruits?" Lan said in surprise. Xiao was also very surprised. He had already prepared to go out and find a suitable place and then plan it quietly, but he didn't expect Meng Yuqing to come up with such a method. Yes, but it will be more troublesome. If we want to start growing fleshy fruits next year, we must improve the land before spring. How should we transform it? Lan asked anxiously, and the others also looked at Meng Yuqing excitedly. Meng Yuqing casually broke off a branch and gestured on the ground, saying, "We need a small piece of fertile land, and then dig it into this shape. Then we can bring water from the river or stream to fill it. And we also need to dig a place for drainage." Chapter 112 Encounter with the Stonehorn Tribe. Xia, Xian, and Lan all gathered around and watched Meng Yuqing gesture on the ground. The 3 of them frowned at the same time. It was very troublesome, and it would require a lot of people. They might not be able to spare so many people for the transformation. Moreover, they would definitely not be able to catch up before next spring. Seeing the 3 of them frowning, Meng Yuqing felt helpless. There was no other way. If he wanted to grow fleshy fruits in large quantities, this was the only way. Although this plant is not difficult to grow once it is planted, it does have some requirements for the planting environment, and the environment near Qingshan Tribe is not very suitable. The 3 worried orcs were also very distressed. It would have been fine if they hadn't known that fleshy fruits could be grown. But now, they not only knew that they could be grown, but also knew how to grow them. It was just that it was not suitable near the tribe. This was too frustrating. Meng Yuqing scratched his head, wondering if there was any alternative method. After a long while, just when Xian and the others were about to bite the bullet and assign people to do this, Meng Yuqing suddenly clapped his hands and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "I figured it out." Hearing his voice, everyone looked at him with shining eyes. If we only want to have enough for ourselves, we could try growing smaller quantities. We just want to have enough for ourselves. We don't think about growing a lot to exchange with others. This thing is not easy to exchange and will definitely be targeted by others. Xiaoli said. The tribe that exchanged the fleshy fruit in the market was a large tribe, only slightly smaller than the three major tribes. They were not afraid of being targeted, so every year they would take out some meat and fruits to exchange for what they wanted. Even the three major tribes were very polite to them. That's easy. We can do this. Meng Yuqing stood up and gestured. We can use our water tanks to plant them, fill them with soil, and then add water to make mud. Then plant the seedlings in them. When we need water, we can pump it in. When we need a drain, 1 or 2 orcs can pour the water out. However, this plant is so large, so we can only plant 2 or 3 plants in 1 tank at most. After hearing what he said, although Xian, and Lan didn't quite understand how to do it specifically, it didn't prevent them from understanding that Meng Yuqing did have a way. A fleshy fruit tree can produce about 30 pieces of flesh. If each person plants 1 or 2 water tanks, it will be enough for the orcs to eat throughout the winter. There will also be other animal meat. This method is feasible. What do you think? Xian looked at Xia and Lan. I have no objection. I don't understand this matter anyway. Greedy agreed. Let's do this first. It will take a while to complete the transformation of the surrounding environment. If you need someone, just tell me directly. Xia made the final decision. Since they couldn't figure out any way, they just left it to Meng Yuqing. Okay, no problem. Meng Yuqing nodded. After talking about the meat fruit, Lan took out 2 stone jars. What is this? Meng Yuqing asked curiously. Others also gathered around and looked at the 2 stone jars. This jar contains taming grass, and this one contains strength grass. Lan said as he opened the jar. Meng Yuqing looked over and everything was blurry. He couldn't recognize what it originally looked like. The other orcs who heard Lan's words were so excited that they started discussing it. Did you get these 2 things in exchange? This stuff is great. With it, we won't starve this winter. We'll have plenty of meat to eat. Can I try the power grass here? Meng Yuqing silently shrank aside. To be honest, there was still a lot of information he hadn't seen, so he had no idea what the use of these 2 things was. Just listening to other people's discussions, I know that this is definitely something that is very useful. This tribe was also very smart. They mashed the herbs into a paste and exchanged them so that others could not recognize it. But this did not pose a problem for Meng Yuqing. As long as he knew the name, he would always be able to find it in the encyclopedia. He stroked his chin and looked at the 2 stone jars. System, identify these 2 things. Under appraisal, beast taming grass, a functional grass. After feeding it to wild animals, they will become very docile. The duration of the medicinal effect decreases as the animal grows in size. Even for large beasts, it can last for 3 days. It can be used repeatedly on the same beast. Under evaluation, strength grass, a functional grass. After an orc eats it, their strength doubles for 1 day. After the effect wears off, their strength is halved for another day. After listening to the system's feedback, Meng Yuqing widened his eyes slightly. This is really a good thing. Taming grass can make wild animals docile, which means that if this grass can be grown in large quantities, the dangers of raising wild animals that he had previously worried about will no longer exist. As for the strength grass, it is simply a magical weapon for a life or death counterattack. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he lowered his eyes. Now, as long as he could find these 2 herbs in the encyclopedia, he would know what they looked like and what kind of environment they preferred. Then he would find an opportunity to let Xian take him out to look for them. Meng Yuqing felt as if he had awakened some talent. He wanted to plant everything, raise everything, and hoard everything. After looking at the things, Lan packed them all up and put them on his back and prepared to leave. Just when they had walked down the mountain and had not gone far, Xia suddenly stopped. Meng Yuqing looked ahead and saw a group of orcs not far from them. They were accompanied by 2 sub-beasts, and the leading orc was a mammoth. Does the patriarch know them? He asked with some confusion. They are from the Qingshan Tribe. Xian answered softly. Lan frowned and looked at Xia. Why did they leave early? Did something happen? Xia Yuan stood there, seemingly thinking about something. After a while, he turned around and said to everyone, "Let's go over and say hello." After saying that, he raised his foot and walked towards the people of the Qingshan Tribe. The people of the Qingshan Tribe were walking with their heads down, carrying things on their backs, and the atmosphere seemed unhappy. Xia quickly approached them, and the leading mammoth immediately turned his head vigilantly. When he saw that they were people from the Qingshan Tribe, he was obviously relieved. This reaction made Meng Yuqing frown slightly. Something must have happened. Meng, why did you leave early? What happened? Xia asked with a frown. The Shijiao tribe and the Qingshan tribe have a very good relationship, and they are all very good people. It is unlikely that they will take the initiative to cause trouble. Now, they must be in trouble. The leading mammoth shook his head and said, Xia, stop asking questions and just leave. Meng, our two tribes have known each other for such a long time, so don't say such things. I will definitely help if I can, and I won't risk my people if I can't help. Just talk to us. Xia did not listen to the other party and still stayed where he was with his men. Hearing Xia's words, Meng hesitated for a moment, looked at the tribesmen behind him, and sighed, Let's talk while we walk. Xia winked at the tribesmen behind him, and everyone immediately followed Meng's pace. Chapter 113. Someone is looking for trouble. Several sub-beasts in our tribe are pregnant with little sub-beasts this year. We originally planned to trade less salt and more milk fruits for them to eat. We had already picked out the items to trade, but the Greystone tribe suddenly came over and said they wanted to exchange all the remaining milk fruits. We argued for a few sentences, and then they actually started fighting with our people. In the end, the Rolling Stone tribe sent people over to send them away. Both we and the Limestone tribe paid some extra things to the Rolling Stone tribe before the matter was settled. It's just that the Greystone tribe didn't seem ready to let it go before they left, so we left early. But you know how the Greystone tribe behaves, and I was afraid they'd come and block us. Meng said with some distress and anger. Xian, do you know this Limestone tribe? After hearing Meng's words, Meng Yuqing leaned close to Xian's ear and asked softly. I heard from my father that it's a tribe of 1,400 people. The orcs aren't very strong, but they have a lot of numbers. They also have bad manners and often bully smaller tribes that have much fewer people than them. They usually don't dare to do anything to tribes with around 1,000 people. Xian took 2 steps back and told Meng Yuqing some news that Xia had told him. These days, in addition to going to the market with Meng Yuqing during the day, Xia would tell him a lot about the things between these tribes after returning to the wooden shed at night, and the Gray Rock tribe was the tribe that Xia emphasized. All the tribes with no more than 1,000 people who came to the market frowned when they mentioned the Greystone tribe. And those tribes with more than 1,000 people were also very disgusted when they heard about this tribe. Xia, you better leave quickly. There are far more people in the Greystone tribe than us. We don't want to implicate you. Meng looked at Xia and persuaded him. However, Xia was not prepared to listen to his advice. He said nonchalantly, although the Greystone tribe has a large population, the orcs are not strong enough. He looked at Meng seriously. Although we are 2 tribes, our 2 tribes together have more people than them, right? Although they have more than 1,400 people, they dare not speak loudly to some small tribes that have just reached 1,000 people. We don't need to be afraid of them. Hearing Xia's words, Meng was stunned. Xia, is that what you think? But this is obviously none of your business. There is no need for you to offend the Greystone tribe for us. Xia shook his head. It's not that fierce. Have you ever thought about it? If the Greystone tribe bullied you this time, will they bully our tribe next time? This is not just to help you. You know, we made soap, and the Greystone tribe might target us next time. Helping you is also helping ourselves. Let them know that our 2 tribes are united. Then they won't dare to target us. Many other tribes, too, won't dare to have any bad intentions towards us. After hearing Xia's words, Meng did not drive the people of Qingshan tribe away, but fell into deep thought. Meng Yuqing, sitting on Xian's back, looked at Xia in surprise. Others might have thought Xia simply wanted to help the Shijiao tribe or find help to protect his own tribe's things. But Meng Yuqing understood that Xia's intentions were definitely not that simple. He wanted to recruit the Shijiao tribe. He was looking for ways to quickly expand his influence. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing moved his fingers and wanted to say something to Xian, but there were too many people around. It would be bad if Xia's plan was ruined. Xian seemed to sense Meng Yuqing's thoughts. He retreated to the back and kept some distance from the people of Shijiao tribe. Seeing Xian's actions, Meng Yuqing also understood what he meant. He lowered his voice and asked, What is the clan leader doing? Xian's ears moved. Unite them. My father and I have discussed this idea before. When Meng Yuqing was a little curious. A few days ago, he deduced from a human trafficking incident that the unrest in the north might affect the south. Xuan came up with a countermeasure so quickly. It was amazing. My father and I talked about this topic when we went to encircle and suppress the roaming orcs, but he said it was not the right time at that time. But now is the opportunity. Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the Greystone tribe would bring him the opportunity so soon. Meng Yuqing raised his eyebrows when he heard Xian's words. It was too early to encircle and suppress the roaming orcs. When everyone was in the meeting, the Qingshan tribe was still thinking about going it alone. Unexpectedly, they started to consider this matter after setting out. The people from the two tribes continued walking in silence. Their combined number was not small, with a total of 65 orcs. Just when Meng Yuqing thought that the Greystone tribe might not cause trouble, Xuan suddenly quickened his pace and ran into the crowd with him. The other orcs around who were carrying sub-beasts had the same reaction. The orcs carrying goods also walked in and surrounded the orcs carrying sub-beasts. In the outermost group was a group of orcs who had nothing with them. Suddenly, they all became alert and pricked up their ears to listen to the movements around them. "They are coming," Xuan reminded Meng Yuqing softly. Meng Yuqing immediately pressed himself against Xian's back and looked around vigilantly. He took out his bow and arrow from a hide bag on Xian's back, and with his other hand touched the scimitar wrapped in hide at his waist. Qiu Yi has been sitting on the back of another orc since he came out, not carried by Xia. At this time, he and the other 3 sub-beasts also grabbed bows and arrows and looked around vigilantly. "Everyone, be careful down there. They'll come out from underground and attack our legs. Be careful not to trip," Xia calmly commanded from the outermost position. He looked up at the parrot orcs in the sky and said, "Lian, don't attack first. Pay attention to the people in the middle." "Understood." Lian agreed, lowered the flying altitude, and began a circle. At this time, Bo said, "My people can also dig holes and go underground." Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Don't go down. We don't know how many people they have underground. It's too dangerous to go down." "Okay." Bo nodded, said nothing more, and kept alert to the surroundings with his tribesmen. The orcs who could dig holes also moved closer to the ground and listened carefully to the movements. Li, Lan, and Meng each guarded 3 directions and observed the surroundings carefully. Meng Yuqing gripped the bow nervously. He had only fought battles of wits and courage with wild beasts before, and this was his first time fighting against orcs. "I didn't expect the Greystone tribe to be so bold. There are 65 people in the 2 tribes combined, and they still dare to come here." The scene was silent for a while. The Grey Rock tribe did not launch an attack immediately, and the people of the Green Mountain tribe and the Stone Horn tribe did not let down their guard. The 2 sides just confronted each other in silence. Suddenly, all the orcs turned their heads and looked in one direction at the same time. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing immediately looked over there as well. Chapter 114, the fight started. Suddenly, a huge gray rat emerged from the ground 300 meters away. Meng Yuqing felt them all over. Rats look pretty when they are small, but they look so ferocious after becoming so huge. Of course, it may also be that this rat orc is more hideous. I advise you not to interfere in the affairs of our Limestone tribe. We have more than 1,400 people in the Limestone tribe, and we are not someone a tribe like yours can afford to offend, said the giant gray-skinned rat. Meng Yuqing's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. What a classic villain statement. In the novel, you won't survive more than 3 chapters. I advise you to run away quickly. The other orcs who heard the mouse orc's words responded with low growls. Meng stomped his limbs on the ground frantically, and his huge body made people feel that the earth was shaking. The rat orc seemed a little angry when he saw that the people of the Green Mountain tribe refused to retreat. Are you sure you want to offend our Grey Rock tribe? For another tribe that has nothing to do with you. No one from the Qingshan Tribe answered him, and Meng Yuqing even felt that Xuan was a little impatient. He patted Xian's back soothingly. They're scared. They probably didn't bring many people with them. They want to scare us into abandoning the Stonehorn tribe. Yeah, Xuan answered softly. Seeing that 2 attempts at persuasion didn't work, the rat orc snorted coldly and burrowed into the ground. Then Meng Yuqing discovered that Xia and the others had become more alert, and many orcs began to stamp their feet anxiously and stare at the ground. But they were all staring at the positions outside the protection circle, and only the orcs brought by Bo would occasionally glance inside the protection circle. The noise outside the protective circle grew louder and louder, and everyone became more and more nervous, their attention focused on the underground outside the protective circle. It is impossible that all of them are outside the protection circle. The noise they made is to cover up some people sneaking into the underground inside the protection circle. He asked softly in his mind as he thought of this. System, can the exploration reveal their location? Or can I use additional energy? Yes, host. Their location can be detected within the exploration range. Use it, he answered decisively. Although the exploration range was not large, he was now in the middle position, and the coverage area was enough to surround all the orcs with sub-beasts and some of the orcs with supplies. After thinking for a moment, he added, if the system encounters any danger, I allow you to directly consume my energy and inform me of the situation in a timely manner. Good host. 12 meters to the left of the host, 6 meters underground, there's an orc from the Greystone tribe. 20 meters ahead, 8 meters underground, there is one. There's one 6 meters directly below Aqaba. The system reported more than a dozen locations in a row. Meng Yuqing's expression gradually became solemn. They were all underground, too hidden. They were so close, as long as they didn't launch an attack. How could the orcs not notice them? His eyes swept over all the orcs, and he found that the people brought out by Bo had completely turned their attention back to the protection circle. Some of them were only staring at one place, while some were looking back and forth at 2 places. But no one was watching the spot right below Qiuyi. He slid his hand across Xian's back to get his attention. Xian responded quickly, his tail gently sweeping across Meng Yuqing's calf. Meng Yuqing immediately grabbed his tail and pulled him towards Qiuyi. Xian's body stiffened. At first, he didn't understand what Meng Yuqing was doing, but he suddenly remembered that Meng Yuqing had the ability to know what was around him without using his eyes. He pretended to be a little anxious and turned to face Qiuyi. Then he felt Meng Yuqing's hand holding his tail pressed down. Then I heard Meng Yuqing's very low voice. Be careful there. Xian's pupils became extremely deep. The system tells me as soon as they make any move. Understood, host. The 2 sides remained in a stalemate for who knows how long. The people of the Grey Rock tribe were in the dark, while the people of the Green Mountain tribe and the Stone Horn tribe were in the light. They were more troublesome than the people of the Grey Rock tribe. Host, under the autumn leaves. Suddenly the system sounded a reminder. Meng Yuqing slapped Xian's back suddenly. The next second, Xian rushed towards Qiuyi like lightning. The orc carrying Qiuyi was frightened and jumped aside. Just as he moved away, a gray figure emerged from the ground, opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards the place where his hind legs were originally. Because of Xian's action, the orc carrying Qiuyi jumped away in advance. The rat orc missed his bite and immediately shrank down, preparing to burrow into the ground to escape. However, Xian had already set his sights on this side and did not give him any chance at all. He stretched out his scimitar-like nails and grabbed directly, instantly digging into the opponent's flesh. The rat orc let out a cry of pain and struggled frantically. Xian immediately followed with his other claw, piercing into the mouse orc's body like a barb, preventing the opponent from breaking free. The orcs of the Greystone tribe are not strong in frontal combat. What they're best at is lurking underground and launching sneak attacks. As long as they do not actively launch an attack, one of them can even lurk less than 3 meters away from the orcs without being discovered. In terms of lurking, they're more terrifying than the people of the Xuan tribe, but the orcs of the Xuan tribe are also good at head-on combat. The only thing they lack is speed on land. Just as Xian rushed out, Bo's tribesmen also let out a sharp roar and rushed to other locations in the protective circle. There's someone here, they shouted. It collided head-on with the people from the Greystone tribe who had broken out of the ground, opened its mouth, and bit the orcs from the Greystone tribe. The people from the Greystone tribe did not expect that anyone could discover their location, and they were bitten directly. Seeing this, the orcs from the nearby Green Mountain tribe immediately went over to help subdue the orcs from the Greystone tribe. Their movements were like boiling oil dripping into water, and the people of the Greystone tribe emerged from the ground and bit towards the nearest target. If they missed their target, they would immediately burrow into the ground. The people from the Qingshan Tribe and the Shijiao Tribe had no way to deal with them because they had not discovered their location in advance. The rat orc caught by Xian was still struggling, his lower body was in the soil, and his upper body was tightly held by Xian. Xian, someone is coming to save him. Seeing that the scene was in chaos and the roars of beasts were frequent, no one would pay attention to him. Meng Yuqing no longer hinted, but directly reminded Xian. Hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Xian kicked the ground hard, used the force to jump up, and pulled the rat orc out of the soil. The rat orc let out a scream. Xian used his forelimbs to press the rat orc to the ground, supported his body, and began to dodge the attacks of other rat orcs. The people from the surrounding Qingshan tribe noticed the situation here and immediately came over to support Xian. Meng Yuqing had completely given up the idea of archery. Xian was dodging left and right on the spot, and he was already a little unsteady in his sitting position. He even felt a little nauseous, but there was nothing he could do but try to keep himself fixed on Xian's back. Chapter 1:15 Good Brothers Tribe. Xian, leave this orc to us, and you take care of the sub-beast on your back. Lan discovered Meng Yuqing's situation in time and immediately ran over to help Xian control the mouse orc and let Xian step aside. Xian froze for a moment, then immediately handed the mouse orc to Lan. He then took Meng Yuqing out of the battle circle and stood with other orcs with sub-beasts. Meng Yuqing felt better at this time. He straightened up and rubbed his stomach. Qiuye and several other sub-beasts of the Qingshan Tribe were well protected. When the orcs of the Grey Rock Tribe launched an attack, the orcs leading them did not participate in the battle at all. They were only responsible for dodging the attacks and protecting the people on their backs. When Meng Yuqing saw with his own eyes an orc from the Greystone Tribe emerging from the ground, Qiuye shot an arrow directly at him, hitting him in the back. The attacked orc immediately took the opportunity to control the orc, and when the orc lost his strength, he dragged him out and threw him on the ground. The attack did not last long. Soon the Greystone Tribe discovered that many of their people had been captured. The leading rat orc emerged from the ground 300 meters away, looked at this side hatefully, and let out a sharp scream. Then, the people of the Greystone Tribe began to retreat. They didn't even look at the tribesmen who stayed behind. When the orcs discovered that they had begun to retreat, they had no intention of continuing to pursue them. Instead, they guarded their belongings and let them leave. Meng Yuqing was a little anxious when he saw this. Xian, if we just let them go back like this, will they come to retaliate against us in the future? Xian turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Meng Yuqing was a little confused by the look and immediately lowered her voice and said, "What did I say wrong?" Xian just shook his head and said, "No, I just didn't expect you to want to keep them all. I'm just afraid that I won't get rid of the root of the problem." Instead, Lan came over and explained, "Don't worry. We've offended so many tribes, and they've offended so many tribes. They may not even remember us next year." Xiaoyi came over and said to Meng Yuqing, "They only dare to bully tribes that dare not resist them by relying on their numbers. This time we will fight them off together. As long as the relationship between our two tribes remains, they will not dare to cause trouble." At this time, Meng also came over. He sighed and said, "Xia, I really have to thank you this time. If it were just our tribe, they might have killed many people and even implicated the entire tribe. This time, it was thanks to you that we were able to repel them and prevent them from attacking our tribe." Xia turned his head and looked at Meng. "It's okay. Our two tribes are not strong here. Only by helping each other can we prevent others from bullying us. They will definitely think that our two tribes are together this time and will not cause trouble in the future." Hearing Xia's words, Meng smiled as if relieved. "Well, we will always be good brothers." "Yes, Xia yisimidet." Meng Yuqing, who was listening to all this, quietly lowered his head and tried hard to suppress his laughter. The Shijiao tribe had been hooked by Xia Diao. He poked Xian's back and called softly, "Xian." Xian was watching Xia and Meng's interaction and immediately responded when he heard his voice. "Huh? What?" Xian's voice rose slightly, and he sounded in a very good mood. It succeeded. Meng Yuqing smiled lightly. "Yeah." Xian turned his head and looked at Meng Yuqing. The two smiled at each other. In order to prevent the Grey Rock Tribe from making a counterattack, Xia took the people of the Green Mountain Tribe and the Stone Horn Tribe together for 2 days before separating. After putting some distance between themselves and the Shijiao Tribe, Xia turned around and changed direction. Next, it's time to look for those small tribes along the way. Hopefully they'll still be around this year. Xia did not come to the market for every transaction. This year, it was Lan and Li's turn to lead the team, but because Meng Yuqing came up with something new, he was worried, so he followed them out. He led everyone through the jungle for a whole day before slowing down. The locations of these small tribes were very difficult to find, and they were all very cautious. "We're almost at the Xiaoxi tribe. Let's pack out small bags of salt," Xia said to Li, who was in charge of carrying the salt. Li responded and immediately took off the bag on his back. He changed into a human form and took out a small animal skin bag and filled it with salt. After he handed the animal skin bag to Xia, he turned back into animal form. The group walked downstream along a stream in complete silence. Meng Yuqing carefully observed the surrounding environment and gradually discovered traces of orc activities. The extinguished fire and the remains of food dug out of the ground by wild animals were obviously from several days ago. But Xia, who was walking in front, gradually frowned. "Xia, this doesn't seem right. We've been walking along the stream for so long and haven't seen anyone from their tribe. This has never happened before. Usually, there would be someone waiting for us nearby during this time. Lan Wheatspo, go straight to their tribe." Xia's voice was a little serious. He looked up at the parrot orc flying in the sky. Lian, fly forward in this direction. There's a leafy tree that is bigger than all the other trees. The Cree tribe lives there. Go over there and take a look. Okay. After saying that, Lian raised his flying altitude and flew forward at a faster speed. Hearing Xia's words, Meng Yuqing frowned slightly. Did something happen to this small tribe? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The Qingshan Tribe had been in contact with them for many years, and they could be said to have benefited from the Qingshan Tribe. They were the best candidates to join the Qingshan Tribe. If something goes wrong, I really don't know when the system can be upgraded. It's impossible to really let him buy people because there is too much uncertainty about the people he buys. After sending the chain out, Xia also quickened his pace. About 2 hours later, Lian's cry was heard from the sky, and Xia immediately roared in response. Lian quickly determined their location. He lowered his altitude, transformed into a humanoid form, and landed on Li's body. He said anxiously, "Chief, I found them. They are being attacked by a flock of black-beaked birds." A flock of black-beaked birds? Why are there black-beaked birds here? Li said in surprise. How many black-beaked birds are there? Xuan asked immediately. There are more than 200 of them. The Cree tribe is no longer at the Fanya tree. They have all hidden in the cave. The black-beaked birds have blocked them in the cave and won't let them out. There are only a dozen orcs at the cave entrance driving away the black-beaked birds. After seeing me, they asked me to leave quickly. Several black-beaked birds are ready to attack me. Lian reported the situation in detail. Xia, there are quite a few black-beaked birds here. Xuan looked at Xia. He knew Xia's recent actions and understood Xia's thoughts. Should we go? Chapter 116 Method. Let me think about it. Xia stopped and sat down. The black-beaked bird can only be considered a small beast, but it is a small carnivorous beast that lives in groups. Because it is a flying beast, it is not afraid of orcs on land, so it is not uncommon for them to attack tribes. For them, stealing food from land orcs and beasts is a common thing. They are not afraid of encountering some solitary medium or large flying beasts. There are also flocks of small black-beaked birds of hundreds or even thousands. Xiao was a little hesitant. There were not many people in the Xiaoxi tribe. All of them together were just over 100, and there were only more than 60 adult orcs. If they didn't rescue them, the Xiaoxi tribe would disappear this time. There are 20 flying orcs in the Xiaoxi tribe, who are the people Xia wants very much. The Qingshan tribe has only 2 flying orcs, which is much more convenient than the other 2 tribes when it comes to gathering news and transmitting information. If these flying orcs can be added, it will definitely be a great help to the Qingshan tribe. They didn't bring many orcs this time. If they had 100 orcs, Xiao would definitely rush over to rescue them without hesitation. But now, even if we include Bo and the others, there are only 40 orcs, and they have 5 sub-beasts with them. Flying beasts are simply a nightmare for sub-beasts. Seeing Xia's dilemma, Meng Yuqing became a little anxious. He could see that Xia wanted to save people, but he was very hesitant considering the safety of his own people. Although they had bows and arrows, it was still a dream to think that they could repel more than 200 small wild beasts with only 5 bows and arrows. He closed his eyes and quickly looked up information about black-beaked birds, trying to see if there was any way to drive them away. Xian also shook his tail anxiously. Meng Yuqing had told him that they needed someone to join the tribe. Although he didn't know why, he understood that Meng Yuqing was definitely not the kind of person who would make requests without reason. Xia also revealed his idea of integrating the Xiaoxi tribe, which is integration, not unification. After a long while, Meng Yuqing opened his eyes and said, "Chief, I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work." Hearing Meng Yuqing's voice, everyone immediately focused their attention on him. "Tell me about it." Xia looked at Meng Yuqing. Black-beaked birds are not very smart and are very vicious. In their flocks, there are often situations where more than a dozen birds fight over a piece of meat. In the end, the meat is torn into pieces and each of the dozen birds eats a little bit. We can smear the meat with blackthorn grass, then hang it on an arrow and shoot it into the middle of the flock, causing them to fight over it. A piece of meat can poison more than a dozen birds, and if we shoot all our arrows at them, we can poison a whole bunch of them. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard his plan. This way, they wouldn't have to fight the black-beaked birds directly. They could just poison them. It's a good way to deal with them. But what about our safety? If we show up, they will attack us soon. Xia tilted his head and thought about it. Meng Yuqing's method was very good. But they are few in number after all, and if they are attacked by the black-beaked birds before the drug takes effect, the 5 sub-beasts will be in great danger. This is easy to solve. Hearing Xia agree with this idea, Meng Yuqing smiled and continued. We can also find a cave to hide in, and then lure the black-beaked bird over. Even if we get blocked, we don't have to worry about not being able to get out. He pointed at the orcs that Bo had brought out and said, "They can dig a hole. Let them dig a tunnel. Then we can leave from underground and dig directly into the cave of the Creek tribe and take them away with us. But it would be best if the Creek tribe could see us and drive away the black-beaked bird." Bo turned to look at his people after hearing his words. "Can we dig?" His tribesmen tilted their heads and thought for a moment. "If we can dig it out, everyone can leave." "Okay, then we have a way to ensure safety. Let's go and rescue the Xiaoxi tribe." After receiving a positive response from the Bo people, Xia no longer hesitated. "Lien, you lead the way." "Good." Everyone quickened their pace again and headed towards the Creek tribe. Meng Yuqing and Xiao Yi both took out their bows and arrows. Lan temporarily left the team and caught a small wild beast. Everyone hung the prepared animal meat on the arrows and tried to shoot them. However, due to the influence of the animal meat, their accuracy was completely off. But you don't need to be accurate, as long as you can shoot it into the sky and let the black-beaked bird grab it. Just shoot it at will. Because this time they mainly rely on archery, Qiao Yi and the three sub-beasts are very excited and keep pulling Meng Yuqing to discuss what to do next. "Can we shoot several arrows at once? We don't need to hit them anyway," Qiao Yi said excitedly. His voice caused Xia to turn around and look at him. Meng Yuqing clearly felt that there was some helplessness in Xia's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Meng Yuqing looked at Xia and then at Qiao Yi, who had learned everything by himself. He touched his nose, as if he had led Qiao Yi astray. "I hope Xia doesn't hold a grudge. After all, when we see how Xia tricks the Shijiao tribe, we can tell that Xia is extremely sinister." Thinking of this, he lowered his head and looked at Xian, who was carrying him on his back. Xian was the son taught by Xia personally. Will he inherit Xia's true teachings? When the other three sub-beasts heard what Qiao Yi said, they also spoke with great interest. "We'll shoot at the places where there are a lot of black-beaked birds and let them fight." "Yes, the more birds fighting for the same piece of meat, the better." "Does the black-beaked bird we killed with animal meat medicine count as one we caught?" Hearing their discussion, Meng Yuqing took a deep breath, as if it wasn't just Qiao Yi who was being led astray. "It's not far ahead." The voice of the chain sounded. Meng Yuqing withdrew his thoughts, and Qiao Yi and the other three sub-beasts also quieted down. They leaned against the orc's back with very serious expressions. They're the main force in this operation and must perform well. "Lien, look for a cave nearby." After saying that, Xia jumped onto a tree next to him and climbed to the top of the tree and looked forward. About a kilometer away from them, a large group of black-beaked birds circled in front of a mountain wall, diving down from time to time. Occasionally, there would be a few different figures in the flock of black-beaked birds trying to break out of the encirclement. They were much larger than the black-beaked birds, and the black-beaked birds were no match for them. However, there were too many black-beaked birds, and they simply could not break through the flock. In the end, the bird could only fly back to the ground, leaving behind a pile of feathers. Soon the end came back. "Chief, there's a cave ahead, which is quite close to where the Creek tribe is hiding. We have to be careful when we go there." "Well, everyone, calm down and be careful. We'll sneak over and put the things in the cave before we move on. Chain, you have to transform back into human form and follow us." Chapter 117 Rescue the Creek Tribe. The moment Xia finished speaking, Meng Yuqing felt that the aura of all the orcs around him had changed, and their presence became extremely weak. If he could not still see them with his eyes, he almost thought they had disappeared. The same goes for Qiao Yi and the others. Although the changes are not as obvious as those of the orcs, it can still be felt that their presence has decreased. Meng Yuqing also immediately slowed down his breathing and lay motionless on Xian's back. He felt like he had entered a very mysterious atmosphere, and his body naturally coordinated with Xian's movements to reduce his own disharmony. "System, they also block the aura, and I feel that my sense of existence has also weakened." He asked the system in surprise. The system shielding makes the host's aura disappear completely. As long as no one sees the host directly, no one in this world can detect the host's existence. They just restrain their aura and reduce their presence, but they haven't completely disappeared. They can still be detected. As for the host, the system has adapted and strengthened the host, so this situation occurs. The sub-beasts in this world often stay on the backs of orcs and will invisibly develop this ability. However, the host has been in this world for a short time, and this can only be achieved on Xian's body. After all, the host is usually carried on Xian's back. If it were another orc, the host would not be able to do it. As for the other sub-beasts, they have grown up in this world since childhood and have been practicing this ability all the time, so they can cooperate with other beastmen. Everyone carefully sneaked into the cave, unloaded the things, and prepared to start the next action. Accompanied by Xian, Meng Yuqing carefully walked to the cave entrance and observed the distance between them and the black-beaked bird. That's about it. Just lure them over here. Lien, you go. We will pick you up at the cave entrance. Hearing his words, Xia sent Lien out directly. Take this piece of unmedicated meat with you. If you get caught, throw it away. Don't let yourself get caught in a flock of birds. Meng Yuqing handed over a piece of meat. After Lien walked out of the cave and turned into a beast, he picked up the meat given by Meng Yuqing, nodded seriously, and flew into the sky. Meng Yuqing returned to the cave, took the bow and arrow, and waited at the door. Qiu Yi and the other 3 sub-beasts also came over. Outside the cave, Xian and the others also transformed into beast form and were responsible for stopping the black-beaked birds that swooped down to attack the sub-beasts. Soon, they heard a noisy cry. Looking up, they saw Lien flying towards them with a large group of black-beaked birds, carrying the meat in his mouth. He seemed to be quite comfortable with it, pausing from time to time to see if the black-beaked bird behind him had caught up. When he was about to reach the cave, he increased his speed and dived towards this side. In the air, he changed into a human form and landed on the back of another orc. Then he immediately ran to the vicinity of the sub-beast in 3 or 2 steps and stood there. The black-beaked bird that followed saw that there was a small group of orcs here and immediately cried out excitedly, calling for other companions. Soon the black-beaked birds arrived near the cave. There were about 100 black-beaked birds led here by the chains, and almost half of them were brought here. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing stepped back and put the arrow with meat on it onto the bow. Qiu Yi and the others were also ready. Aiming at the area where the birds were most concentrated, Meng Yuqing pulled the bow to its full length. He let go, and the arrow flew out, flying towards the flock of birds. Seeing this, Qiu Yi and the others immediately released their arrows. 5 arrows carrying animal meat coated with blackthorn grass juice flew straight into the flock of birds. The flock of birds was startled by the sudden foreign object and was confused for a moment, but soon they discovered that there was meat on the flying object. A black-beaked bird closest to the arrow immediately rushed over, grabbed the falling arrow, and flew away, wanting to monopolize the food. However, the other black-beaked birds discovered its intention and immediately chased after it and started snatching the meat. The 5 arrows split the flock of black-beaked birds into 5 parts. Dozens of black-beaked birds gathered around each arrow to grab the meat. Many birds could only circle around the periphery and could not get any meat at all. They made anxious calls. The noise of the black-billed birds snatching food here quickly attracted the attention of the flock of birds on the other side, and immediately dozens of birds flew towards this side. You can't hang too much meat on the arrow, and the meat is not enough for these black-beaked birds to share. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing immediately took another arrow and put on the bow. Continue. There is too little meat. Most birds can't eat it. Let's continue feeding. Hearing what he said, Chuya and the others immediately grabbed their arrows and put them on. Chuya even put 3 arrows on at once and shot them in the direction where there were the most birds. Several more arrows carrying meat flew into the sky. The birds that failed to get close to the arrows immediately noticed that more meat was flying up, and they immediately flew over to greet the food. The second wave of arrows was also caught, attracting many black-beaked birds to snatch them away. Meng Yuqing did not stop. He pulled the bow for the 3rd time. This time he also knocked 3 arrows. The 3rd wave of arrows flew into the sky and were immediately caught by the flock of birds, who began to snatch them. The noise here became louder and louder, and more black-beaked birds are heading here. Meng Yuqing took a quick look and saw that there were nearly 200 of them. There shouldn't be many black-beaked birds left in the Creek tribe. They'll soon discover the situation here, and flying orcs will probably come over to see what's going on. Xian said softly as he watched the flocks of birds fighting each other in the sky. He and Xia, Lan, and Li were standing at the outermost edge. The orcs who were protecting Meng Yuqing and the others were all amazed at the situation in the sky. Now a lot of birds have eaten meat. I guess so. They will fall down in large pieces soon. This scene is so interesting. You can even catch birds like this. Meng Yuqing and Qiu Yi did not stop their actions here. There were too many birds, so they had to feed more and try to let more birds eat meat before the medicine took effect. The black-beaked bird is a small beast, and the medicine soon began to take effect. Meng Yuqing saw that many birds had begun to stagger and fly unsteadily. He frowned and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows, saying, "Don't stop. Shoot as many as you can. Feed them more before they react, just in case they don't have enough to share." After saying that, he shot out 3 more arrows. After hearing this, the other 3 sub-beasts immediately started shooting more arrows into the sky. A large amount of food flew over, and the black-beaked bird made excited calls, not noticing that some of its companions had begun to fall to the ground. It may have noticed it, but didn't care. After all, it was a wild beast with low IQ, and it would never have thought that the beastmen would smear medicine on its meat. Meanwhile, the Creek tribe discovered that a bird beast man who had come before had flown back with a piece of meat in his beak, leading away a large group of black-beaked birds. They understood in an instant that someone was coming to help them, and they immediately organized a counterattack. They had to rush out, otherwise they would be trapped here and die, and the orc who led away a large number of black-beaked birds would also be in danger. Chapter 118, Where did the black-beaked bird come from? There were fewer and fewer black-beaked birds here, as if they had suddenly lost interest in them. The flock of birds that had surrounded them for several days suddenly began to fly in another direction, and there were only dozens of them left here. After their flying orcs flew into the sky and dealt with the remaining dozens of black-beaked birds, they headed in the direction the black-beaked birds flew away without thinking. On the Qingshan Tribe side, Meng Yuqing had stopped shooting arrows and feeding. The black-beaked birds that came here all ate some animal meat to a greater or lesser extent. Now is the time for the medicine to take effect. Then everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. Large numbers of black-beaked birds began to fly unsteadily and directly collided with their companions. Even when 2 black-beaked birds flying unsteadily collided with each other, they fell down directly before the drug's full effect took effect. Soon they fell down in large flakes. "Does this look like it's raining?" Li said in surprise as he looked at the scene in front of him. "It's not raining, it's birds falling," Lian said as he sat on Li's body and looked at the black-beaked bird that fell to the ground. He turned his head to look at Meng Yuqing and suddenly shuddered all over. This sub-beast was really terrifying. "People from the Xiaoxi tribe are here." Xia had been standing at the outside looking into the distance. Hearing Xia's voice, everyone looked in the direction where the black-beaked bird came from. I saw several figures much larger than the black-beaked bird flying towards this side. They seemed to be frightened by the scene of birds landing in front of them. For a moment, they circled in place and dared not get close. "Lian, go pick them up," Xia ordered immediately. After receiving the order, Lian immediately stood up and turned into a beast, bypassing the flock of black-beaked birds and flew towards the people of the Creek tribe. Soon, most of the black-billed birds had fallen, and only about 30 birds were flying in the sky. They did not seem to be flying unsteadily, and their bodies looked smaller than most black-billed birds. It was estimated that they were either not yet adults or were at the bottom of the tribe and could not get food. They watched their companions begin to fall one by one for no apparent reason. Soon they were the only ones left, and they finally felt scared. It screamed in panic and flew away. Yet they could not escape. Lian has already met up with the flying orcs of the Creek tribe. He led the orcs of the Creek tribe straight towards the remaining black-beaked birds. The black-beaked birds are small wild beasts. A single one is no match for the orcs. Chain can easily kill several of them. If there weren't so many of them, the orcs would be blocked by them and unable to get out. On the ground, Meng Yuqing watched Lian and the others harvest the remaining black-beaked birds. Then he put away his bow and returned to the cave with Qiu Yi and the others. Half of the other orcs went out and caught all the black-beaked birds that fell on the ground. They tied the black-beaked birds tightly with tough vines and waited for these guys to wake up. The chain team moved quickly, killing all the remaining black-beaked birds in just over 20 minutes. They brought the bodies of the black-beaked birds to the front of the cave and placed them there, then immediately went to help tie up the drugged black-beaked birds. Because there were too many birds, and some of them didn't get to eat much meat, they just tasted it. Before they tied up all the birds, several birds woke up and flapped their wings to fly away. Seeing this, the people of the Chain and Creek tribes immediately went over to subdue the black-beaked bird. Seeing this, Xia thought for a moment and said, "Let's just kill the bird that woke up before we tied it up. We don't need to hunt extra today." After hearing this, Lian no longer thought about knocking the black-beaked birds unconscious, but instead pecked their necks directly. It took almost an hour for everyone to clean up all the black-beaked birds. Xiao walked up to the orcs of the Creek tribe and whispered, "Are you all right? When we arrived, we found that you weren't waiting for us by the creek, so we felt something was wrong and rushed over immediately." Hearing Xia say this, the people of the Creek tribe immediately looked at him with gratitude. "It's a good thing you came, otherwise we wouldn't know what to do. We've been trapped in the cave by these black-beaked birds for 3 days. If they don't come out to eat, our orcs will almost run out of strength to fight. Why are there so many black-beaked birds here? Don't they all like to live in the grassland?" Qian walked over and asked softly. Hearing his words, the people of the Creek tribe were also puzzled. "We don't know either. We don't have any black-beaked birds here. We don't know how they suddenly flew here. Maybe they are here to reproduce." Hearing their conversation, Meng Yuqing walked over. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Qian tilted his head and said, "Breeding. Are you saying they come here to give birth?" Meng Yuqing nodded and walked to a black-beaked bird that was tied tightly. Qian immediately followed and stepped on the black-beaked bird with one of his front paws. Meng Yuqing reached out and touched the belly of the black-beaked bird. "Here, there are eggs in their stomachs. I've already felt them." Qiuyi came over and touched it, then said in surprise, "It's round and hard. It must be a bird's egg." The trees on the grassland are not dense enough for them to build nests, and there are many more flying birds of prey on the grassland than in the forest, which cannot provide good protection for their eggs. So every summer they come to the jungle to lay eggs. Birds larger than them don't like to come here, and there are enough trees here and they are dense enough for them to gather together. But they won't go to the same forest 2 years in a row. After all, if the orcs knew they went to a fixed place at a fixed time every year, they would definitely try to catch them. Meng Yuqing recalled the information he had found in the encyclopedia about the habits of the black-beaked bird and explained it. After hearing what he said, Bo pondered for a moment and said, "I remember that black-beaked birds came to our tribe before, but they were quite far away from us. They didn't notice us, so we just moved away. It was around this time. Now that you mention it, I remember that time we moved the tribe in a hurry. We moved out overnight that very day. One of our little cubs almost got lost." The meerkat orc scratched his head and said. Hearing what they said, the people of the Creek tribe all looked as if they had suddenly understood. "No wonder they suddenly flew to our place." "Cool. Where are the rest of your tribe?" Xia said to the people of the Creek tribe. "Call them all over. So many black-beaked birds have died, so we need to eat them all as soon as possible. They are all hiding in the cave. Let's go call them right away." Ka nodded and immediately turned around to signal an orc to notify the others. Soon, the orcs from the Creek tribe came over with the remaining tribesmen. They did not look well, especially the sub-beasts who looked very haggard. Chapter 119 Creek Tribe. They were trapped in the cave by the black-beaked birds for 3 days. They fled in such a hurry that they couldn't even bring much food with them. They just took whatever they could grab when they were notified to evacuate. After everyone hid in the cave, they found themselves blocked and unable to get out, nor could they hunt. The things they brought out could not even last half a day. During these 3 days, the orcs have been trying to rush out to hunt and find a way to bring them back, but they can't get out at all. They can only rely on the 20 flying orcs to go out and fight the flock of black-beaked birds and catch a few. In order to ensure that the flying orcs can fight, all the food is eaten by the flying orcs first. After all, they're the only ones who can catch the black-beaked birds. But this is still not enough. They can clearly feel that they are becoming increasingly unable to cope. The beast form consumes a lot of energy, and the black-beaked birds they caught could not replenish their physical strength at all. From a second day on, the sub-beasts stopped eating and left all the food for the flying orcs. If the Qingshan Tribe had not come to rescue them, they would have been trapped and died in the cave. As soon as the people of Xiaoxi Tribe arrived here, they immediately helped the people of Qingshan Tribe to deal with the black-beaked birds, while Meng Yuqing took out several animal skin bags and began to collect the feathers of the black-beaked birds. "Yuqing, why are you collecting their fur?" Qiuyi walked over and asked. "For making arrows. Doesn't our tribe rarely catch birds? This time we finally caught so many. We can collect them and make a lot of arrows." Meng Yuqing stood beside the orc who was plucking the feathers and stuffed the black-beaked bird feathers into the bag. Hearing him say this, Qiuyi immediately showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "You are right. Give me a bag and I will collect it too." Lian, who had heard their conversation, came over and said to Meng Yuqing, "That's right. Collect all their feathers. You have no idea how much feathers the tribe plucked from me to make arrows. I have to catch so many birds every day. Look, I still have some feathers that haven't grown back. I plucked so many that I could hardly fly. Even so, it's still not enough. It's really too difficult." As he spoke, Lien changed into a beast form and gestured to Meng Yuqing to look at the feathers on his body. Meng Yuqing looked at Lien embarrassedly as he showed him the places where his feathers were plucked. He finally understood why Lien looked at him with such resentment before he left. Not only had his feathers been plucked, but he also had to be responsible for catching birds every day. Seeing the situation here, Xuan walked over slowly, squeezed in between Meng Yuqing and the chain, raised his paw, and pushed the chain aside. He turned his back to Meng Yuqing and bared his teeth at the chain. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll strip you naked." After the chain was pushed away, it flapped its wings in dissatisfaction at Xuan, but in the end it did not dare to rush up and fight with Xuan. Finally, he turned around and flew to stand next to Xia, then grinned at Xuan. Xuan ignored him and turned to look at Meng Yuqing, but found that Meng Yuqing was still peeking at the chain. Parrots are really interesting animals. Xuan adjusted his position without leaving any trace to block Meng Yuqing's sight. Meng Yuqing looked up at Xuan with some confusion. "These feathers can be put away." Xuan felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that a black-beaked bird had all its feathers plucked, so he immediately reminded Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing immediately turned his head to look at the feathers piled on the side and stopped staring at the chain. He picked up the bag and went to put the feathers in. Everyone worked quickly, and soon they had dealt with most of the dead black-beaked birds. They even killed a few extra ones, so the people of the Creek tribe, who had been hungry for 2 or 3 days, could finally have a full meal. Meng Yuqing felt a little headache looking at the endless feathers. The feathers of the black-beaked bird were hard, and even the feathers on the belly were not soft, let alone down. They had no down at all. The idea of making down jackets could not be realized for the time being. There were so many black-beaked birds that not all the feathers were taken away. Lien felt reluctant to look at the remaining feathers. He really wanted to take all these feathers back to the tribe. After finishing his meal, Xiao looked at the bedraggled people of the Creek tribe, thought for a moment, and said, "What are you going to do now?" Ke sighed and said, "I don't know. Let's go back to the tribe and take a look." After saying that, he looked at Xiao with some apology. "Xia, I'm really sorry this time. We may not be able to trade. We ran away in such a hurry that all our things were left in the tribe. I guess they were all damaged by wild animals." He didn't know which tribe Xia came from. He only knew that Xia's tribe was much stronger than his own, and they would come here every year to exchange things with them. He knew very well that although it was called a trade, it was actually more of a help to them. Otherwise, how could their tribe exchange the things they gave for salt? It's not that their tribe hasn't been to the market before, but every time they went there, the amount of salt they could exchange for was not as much as Xia and his tribe gave them. Gradually, they stopped going to the market and waited for Xia's tribe to come and exchange things. "Let's go with you to take a look." Xia stood up and flicked his tail, then continued, "We'll figure out a solution when the time comes." "Okay, I'll take you there." After saying that, Ku also stood up and looked at his people. "Let's go back and take a look." The leaders of the 2 tribes spoke, and everyone stood up. The sub-beasts also climbed onto the orcs' backs. The people of the Qingshan Tribe carried all their things and followed the people of the Xiaoxi tribe towards their tribe. The place where they were hiding was some distance away from their tribe's location, and it was already dark by the time they were within sight of the giant tree. The sound of insects chirped, and Meng Yuqing lay on Xian's back and looked at the unfamiliar environment around him. The jungle here is denser than the forest near the Qingshan Tribe, and the trees are also larger than those near the Qingshan Tribe. He saw many trees that were nearly 100 meters tall, and most of the trees near the Qingshan Tribe were around 70 meters tall. The leafy tree where the Xiaoxi tribe lived was even bigger. Meng Yuqing could see from a distance that the tree was half a meter taller than the surrounding trees. He looked up at the tree in shock. He couldn't see the top of the tree at all. It must be more than 200 meters high. The trunk of this tree is extremely thick, and you can't see both sides at a glance. "This tree is so big," he couldn't help but exclaim. Xian also showed an expression of amazement when he saw the tree. Lien cheered and flew over directly, landing on the tree. Hearing Meng Yuqing sigh, Ke smiled and looked at the leafy tree and said, "We flying orcs usually live in trees. Some places up there are very spacious, and we can build houses in addition to nests. Come here quickly, there are eggs here." Lien shouted from the tree, his voice a little shocked. "Didn't your tribe take your eggs with them when they fled?" Chapter 120, Take It Back First. Eggs? Ku was stunned when he heard Lien's words. "Has anyone in our tribe laid eggs recently?" He turned and looked at the flying orcs of his tribe. "No, my partner didn't lay eggs. I don't even have a partner. How can I lay eggs? My cub has already hatched from the egg. I could forget anything but my own eggs. I am not a bird beast, man, and my offspring do not come from eggs. The flying orcs of the Creek tribe were talking in unison. Seeing the bewildered faces of the Xiaoxi tribe, Meng Yuqing gently grasped the fur on Xian's back and whispered, "Could these be black-beaked bird eggs? They've taken a fancy to this tree and want to breed here, so they're chasing the Xiaoxi tribe and attacking them." Black-beaked bird eggs? The people of the Xiaoxi tribe looked at Meng Yuqing and immediately understood. By the way, you said they came to the jungle to lay eggs. This is probably theirs. They actually took over our tribe's trees to lay eggs. No wonder they came to attack us. It turns out they had their eyes on the big trees in our tribe. As they spoke, they no longer waited for the orcs on the ground, but instead increased their speed and flew towards the leafy tree. Soon, their angry voices were heard. "These are not my eggs. They laid eggs in my nest. It's so abominable. They destroyed all the food and animal hides in my nest. They destroyed my nest." Hearing their complaints, the orcs on the ground looked at each other, then shrugged and quickened their pace. Ku was still relatively steady and didn't fly after them, but kept flying near Xia. When all the beastmen on the ground arrived under the leafy tree, Ku immediately flew up the tree to check his nest. It took him a while to fly down, then he circled around his tribe and finally landed next to Xia and said with a wry smile, "We had prepared a lot of edible plants this year and even found several delicious berries. Now, they've all been destroyed. We're out of food and supplies. I don't know if we can save enough to survive the winter. I'm afraid we can't trade with you this year." He closed his eyes. Everything had to be prepared anew. The edible plants had to be collected from scratch, the animal skins had to be retanned, and the tribe had to be cleaned up and rebuilt. The hottest weather would soon arrive, and the cubs driven out by their parents would run around everywhere. This would be too dangerous for the cubs and sub-beasts. Moreover, they had nothing to exchange for salt with Xia. So for the next year, the sub-beasts would have to follow the orcs and rely on drinking raw blood to survive. Hearing Ku's words, Xia's tail tip twitched slightly. Meng Yuqing immediately understood that Xia might be about to take action. At the same time, he also found that Xian was also twitching his tail gently like Xia. Sure enough, Xia's voice rang out the next second. "If there's really no other way, you can stay near our tribe for a while. At least with us, you don't have to worry about the safety of the young animals leaving the nest. You can stay until next spring, when life will be easier. You can send some people over to rebuild the tribe, and then bring the others back." Xia did not directly propose to the other party to join the tribe, but instead prepared to trick the person back first. As for taking them back, if they see that the Qingshan tribe lives a good life, they will naturally want to stay, and they will stay willingly. After figuring out what Xia meant, Meng Yuqing lowered his head and suppressed the smile on his lips. Regardless of anything else, at least no one would go hungry this winter. Who in these small tribes could resist the temptation of not going hungry in winter? When Ke heard what Xia said, he was stunned for a moment. He did not refuse immediately, but lowered his head and began to think. Xia was not in a hurry. He turned around and walked to Qiuye's side and rubbed Qiuye gently. "Thank you for your hard work today. It's not hard. I caught some wild animals today, and I caught a lot of them. I'm very happy." Qiuye immediately hugged Xia's head and then climbed on Xia's back. At this moment, Xian picked up a tightly tied black-beaked bird and passed by Ku in a casual manner. Meng Yuqing looked at Xian's actions with some confusion, but seeing that Ku had already noticed them, she refrained from asking. Ku looked up and watched Xian walk past with the black-beaked bird in his mouth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and found that there were no wounds on the birds' bodies. He recalled the scene he saw when he led his tribesmen to chase the black-beaked bird to the cave where Xia and the others were. Black-beaked birds fell to the ground in large groups, as if they had suddenly lost their strength. Except for the brightly colored bird beast, the rest are land-based beastmen. They just stood at the entrance of the cave and seemed to be doing nothing, but they made all the black-beaked birds fall to the ground. Their number is even smaller than that of their own tribe, yet they managed to catch so many black-beaked birds. Ke looked at Xia and then at the other orcs of the Qingshan tribe. They looked much stronger than the people in his own tribe. Even though they were fewer in number, their fighting power was definitely not worse than that of their entire tribe. If such a tribe has bad intentions towards our tribe will definitely not be their match. What's more, over the years, Xia's tribe has given a lot of help to his own tribe. Thinking of this, Ke gradually came up with an idea. He glanced at the orcs and haggard sub-beasts in his tribe who were facing him with sad faces, and he no longer hesitated. He walked to Xia's side, looked at Xia, and said seriously, "Xia, our tribe is going to trouble you. Xia replied calmly, "It's not a problem." Xian, who was stroking the black-beaked bird, also stopped his claws and gently swept his tail over Meng Yuqing. "Yuqing, your request will be fulfilled soon." Hearing Xian's words, Meng Yuqing gently pulled the long hair on Xian's back and said with a smile, "Well, I know, there might be a surprise after it's finished." "There are only 34 people left," he said secretly in his heart as he looked at Bo, Ku, and others. "I hope that the next journey will bring these 34 people together." After becoming a tribe of 1,000 people, the Qingshan tribe no longer needs to be so cautious. They also have an alliance with the Shijiao tribe, and if they bring the Xuan tribe in, they will become an organization that is no weaker than any of the 3 major tribes. After Xia and Ku reached an agreement, Ku called all the tribesmen over and announced the decision to them. "During this difficult time, we will follow Xia and live near their tribe. We will come back next spring." He looked at the bewildered tribesmen in front of him and said solemnly, "I hope we can get through this winter well." Chapter 1:21 Departure later. After hearing this, the people of the Creek tribe fell silent. They looked at the tribe that had been destroyed beyond recognition, the houses that had been knocked down, the nests that had been damaged, the animal skins that had been torn into pieces, and the food that had been spoiled by the black-beaked bird's excrement. Finally, they all nodded in unison. If they relied on themselves alone, many people would die this winter. The cubs born this year might not be able to survive at all, and the pregnant sub-beasts might also die due to lack of food. After everything was explained, everyone found a clean place, spread out some dry grass and animal skins, and prepared to rest. The sub-beasts of the Xiaoxi tribe also stayed together with the sub-beasts of the Qingshan tribe to rest. The land orcs all transformed into beast form and laid down on the spot, surrounding them. The flying orcs also flew up to the surrounding big trees and found a suitable place to rest. The next morning, Meng Yuqing was awakened by Qiuyi. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. Xian handed him a bamboo tube filled with water. After Meng Yuqing simply washed up, she found that everyone had packed up and was ready to leave. Most of the people in the Creek tribe came empty-handed because they really had nothing to take with them. Meng Yuqing finally had time to look at the beast forms of the orcs of the Xiaoxi tribe one by one. Their flying orcs were all bird beasts with a variety of beast forms, and the beast forms of other orcs were also quite different from those of the Qingshan tribe. There are silverback gorillas, chimpanzees, mandrills, red squirrels, giant squirrels. The squirrel orc's beast form looked really cute, and Meng Yuqing stared at it for a long time. The squirrel orcs originally thought that they could just watch, since it wouldn't cost them any meat anyway. When they noticed Meng Yuqing looking at them, they even turned around and smiled friendly, revealing their sharp teeth. Meng Yuqing looked at their teeth that shone with cold light and their claws that looked like sickles, and sighed silently in his heart. Even though they looked cute, their fighting power was not to be trifled with. And because Meng Yuqing had been watching for too long, Xian's gaze would occasionally glance towards the squirrel beast men. The orcs couldn't help but tremble when they received Xian's gaze. Scary, the look in this Black Panther orc's eyes is so scary. When Xian looked at them for the 10th time, they decisively jumped onto the tree. The trees here were dense anyway, so it was just a matter of traveling through the trees, which was not a problem at all for them. "Xian, are they up the tree?" Meng Yuqing asked in confusion when he saw the squirrel orcs climbing up the tree. "Well, maybe they are shy. Don't keep staring at them. After all, they are following us now, and they will feel uncomfortable if you stare at them." Xian said without thinking. "Yeah, you're right. It's not polite to stare at others all the time." Meng Yuqing thought about it and nodded, no longer trying to see them through the gaps between the branches. Lian, who was flying near them, heard their conversation and silently rolled his eyes at Xian, who glared back at him. The Qingshan tribe's next target was a small tribe 3 days away from the Xiaoxi tribe. They had long been waiting at a designated location for the Qingshan tribe to arrive. The transaction went smoothly. Xiao looked at them for a long time, flicked his tail, and finally said, "We'll come back around the same time next year. If you need any help, please let us know." When the other party heard what Xia said, he glanced at the people from the Xiaoxi tribe who were following behind Xia, and finally smiled heartily. "I know." Meng Yuqing held up his face and watched the other person leave, sighing softly. After all, the other person was living a pretty good life. It would be weird to suddenly rush up to the other person and ask him to come and live with them. Moreover, the Qingshan tribe is not yet strong enough to advertise that they are recruiting people, so they can only slowly build up good relationships with them. The group set off again. The next few tribes they visited were similar to the second tribe, and there was no place for Xia to show his talents. Meng Yuqing could only leave with everyone else regretfully. Host, if you set off an hour later tomorrow, you will gain something. Just when Meng Yuqing was lying on the floor in the cave to rest at night, the system suddenly spoke. Meng Yuqing was so startled that he sat up straight, startling Qiu Yi, who was lying next to him. Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Qiu Yi immediately said with concern. It's okay, it's okay. I suddenly wanted to go to the bathroom. Meng Yuqing said casually. He nodded. He knew what Meng Yuqing meant by going to the toilet. Meng Yuqing had explained it to him. He also sat up. Shall I go with you? Meng Yuqing looked at Qiu Yi, feeling a little conflicted. He just made up an excuse and didn't really want to go to the bathroom. But looking at Qiu Yi's sincere eyes, he finally nodded slightly and said, okay. The movement of the two immediately attracted the attention of the orcs. Xuan walked up to them and asked softly, what's wrong? Yuqing wants to go to the bathroom. Qiu Yi replied, I'll go with you, over there. Xuan raised his head and looked around, finally deciding on a direction. Good. Okay. They both answered at the same time. Xuan led the way in front, with Meng Yuqing and Qiu Yi following behind him. After entering the tall grass, Xuan took them around to make sure there was no danger around, then nodded to Meng Yuqing. Let's go here. There are no wild animals. It's safe. After saying that, he took a few steps back, turned around, and sat down with his back to them. Qiu Yi also kept a distance of several meters from Meng Yuqing. Because of the tall grass, they could not see each other. Meng Yuqing's expression was heavy as he thought about how to make the main force leave an hour later. The system wouldn't say this for no reason. There must be a reason for it. System, what should I do? I have to find a reason to stay. Meng Yuqing grabbed his head frantically. However, the system was not prepared to answer him. Just as Meng Yuqing was deep in thought, Qiu Yi's voice came over. Yuqing, are you okay? Oh, okay. Meng Yuqing withdrew his thoughts and walked towards Qiu Yi. Xian, we are all fine, let's go back. Seeing Meng Yuqing coming, Qiu Yi called out to Xian. Xian stood up and turned around. When he passed by the place where Meng Yuqing had just been, he tilted his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Didn't he come out to go to the toilet? But as Qiu Yi's urging voice sounded, he shook his head and quickened his pace, following them towards the crowd. Chapter 122, It's a Bit Bad. Qiu Yi walked in front, Xian followed at the back, and Meng Yuqing was in the middle. Xian looked at Meng Yuqing, who was standing in front of him with her head down and in low spirits, feeling a little puzzled. He quickly walked up to Meng Yuqing and rubbed her gently. Meng Yuqing turned around and met Xian's inquiring eyes. He shrugged his shoulders, looking somewhat helpless. After returning to the place where everyone was resting, Qiu Yi walked directly to the floor, while Meng Yuqing stopped and stood beside Xian. Qiu Yi noticed that Meng Yuqing didn't catch up, so he turned around to look at him, raised his eyebrows, and went to rest without saying anything. Xian lay down next to Meng Yuqing, tucked his front legs in his tucks, and looked at him quietly. Meng Yuqing looked at Xian's posture. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she forced herself to suppress her smile as she walked over to him and sat down, reaching out to touch Xian's tucked-in paws. Xian let him touch her, and the two of them sat like this for a while. Xian said softly, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing Xian's question, Meng Yuqing withdrew his hand and supported his face with a distressed expression. When Xian saw him like this, he immediately realized that there were too many people around and it was not convenient to talk. He looked up and around, then stood up and gently nudged Meng Yuqing. "Come with me." Meng Yuqing immediately stood up and walked out next to Xian. "What happened?" Xian stopped after leaving the crowd for a distance. "I want to set off later tomorrow, about an hour later, which is the time it takes for us to run 3 times. Meng Yuqing leaned close to Xian and whispered. Xian looked at him in surprise, suddenly remembering the time Meng Yuqing spotted the traces of the wandering orcs from a distance. He asked cautiously, "Is anything going to happen during this period of time?" "Yes." Meng Yuqing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "It shouldn't be a bad thing." "Oh, let me think about it." Xian lowered his head and looked thoughtful. Meng Yuqing was also racking his brains to think of a solution. "It might rain tomorrow." Xian suddenly raised his head and said, "I smell it." "Did you smell it?" Meng Yuqing looked at him blankly. "I smell a very damp atmosphere here. Every time I smell this, it's likely to rain the next morning. I'm just not sure when, sometimes early, sometimes late." Xian looked at Meng Yuqing and said with a smile, "I'll go down and tell Father Beast. Even if it doesn't rain, it's not a problem to set off an hour later." Hearing Xian say this, Meng Yuqing also smiled with relief. "That's good." The problem that troubled him was solved, and Meng Yuqing's mood improved. He took a step forward and hugged Qian's forelimbs and rubbed them. Let's go back. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Qian lowered his head and rubbed him gently. Okay, let's go back. After returning to the cave, Meng Yuqing quietly lay down next to Qiu Yi and closed his eyes with peace of mind. Clatter, 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 clatter. The next morning, Meng Yuqing was awakened by the sound of rain. It's really raining. He immediately got up from the bed and ran to the cave entrance to look out. The cave was not big, and the beastmen did not enter the cave but stayed outside. It was raining heavily outside. Some of them hid under the trees, some stayed on the trees, and some just lay on the ground to get wet in the rain. Qian saw Meng Yuqing sticking his head out of the cave and looking outside, so he stood up and walked towards him. Looking at Qian, who was soaked all over, Meng Yuqing reached out to touch him. Qian took a few steps back and shook his head at him. I'm all wet. I'll get you wet and you'll get sick. Is it okay for you to get wet in the rain? Meng Yuqing asked with some concern. Yellow and white flowers are planted in the tribe. If the orcs get sick from the rain, it will be difficult to treat them. We often go to the creek to bathe in the summer, so getting wet in the rain is nothing. Qian took a few steps back and shook off the water after making sure he was some distance away from the cave entrance. This rain will probably continue for a while. You go in first. I'll be guarding outside and let you know if there's anything going on. Through the rain, Xuanyo's green eyes appeared particularly clear. Meng Yuqing stared at him for a long time, and Qian did not move. The two looked at each other across the rain. He didn't come to his senses until he heard Qiu Ye's voice behind him calling him to eat. You go eat, leave the outside to me. Qian said in a low voice and turned to leave. Looking at Qian's departing back, Meng Yuqing lowered his head and touched his chest with his hand, feeling a little bad. Sitting in the cave, Meng Yuqing held the food handed to him by Qiu Yi and ate it mechanically. Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Are you cold because of the rain? Qiu Yi leaned over and touched his forehead. Meng Yuqing shook her head. No, I was just wondering when the rain would stop. Soon, the summer rain stopped. Yeah, I understand. After eating and helping to clean up, there was suddenly a noisy sound outside the cave. Meng Yuqing immediately perked up and ran to the cave entrance. Outside the cave, all the orcs stood up and looked in the same direction. Meng Yuqing was hesitating whether to rush out in the rain to see what was going on when Qian came over. Qian, what happened? He looked at Qian with expectation in his eyes. Yes, a small group has arrived. There are 40 orcs, sub-beasts, and cubs in total. 40 people. Hearing Qian's words, Meng Yuqing raised his voice and seemed a little excited, but he quickly calmed down. He looked at Qian and said seriously, Is he someone you can trust? Meng Yuqing, lying down in front of Qian Wei, was in a good mood. It's a tribe we've traded with twice. Lan and Fusho both know them. They're so few in number, they don't have a fixed place to live, so they wander around the forest wherever they want. We only run into them occasionally. And he looked at Meng Yuqing and smiled. The Xiaoxi tribe also knows them. They have been to the Xiaoxi tribe's territory before and received help from the Xiaoxi tribe several times. At least they are not bad people. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing was a little excited. He looked at Qian and squinted his eyes and said, Is there a chance? Qian tilted his head, trying to understand what Meng Yuqing meant. After thinking for a while, he also narrowed his eyes and said, There's hope. The father beast is communicating with them. They shouldn't refuse. Hearing Qian's affirmative answer, Meng Yuqing jumped twice with joy. If he was not worried that getting sick in this world might cost him his life, he would have wanted to rush out in the rain to release his emotions. System, system, system. He shouted at the system frantically. Host, will we be able to meet the standards once all these people join the tribe? He asked the system excitedly. They haven't officially joined the tribe yet. Once they officially join, they will meet the standards. The system answered in a serious tone. By the way, system, are these 40 people who came later really reliable? After the excitement, Meng Yuqing calmed down a little. Although the Xiaoxi tribe could prove that they had no major problems, and Xia and the others had also come into contact with them once or twice, he still wanted to pry some information out of the system, even if it cost energy. Chapter 123, The Rain Stops. The people of the Xiaoxi tribe have known Xia and his friends for many years. The fact that Xia was the first to think of getting the Xiaoxi tribe to join shows that there is no problem with the Xiaoxi tribe. Bo and the others were brought here after Qian and the others rescued Ling Huan and the others from the roaming orcs. Their origins are very clear, and after observing them for a period of time, Bo and the others are fine. What worries him now is whether these people who have no fixed residence and whom he met by chance are reliable. If they are not reliable, he will be happy in vain. Upon hearing Meng Yuqing's question, the system didn't respond directly, but instead hinted, if Bo hadn't met you, then those who survived would have become them. Meng Yuqing immediately understood that there was nothing wrong with this group of people, and the system used them for comparison, so they should be people with good character. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. The next step was to take them back and observe them for a while. He knew that observation was necessary and could not be rushed, as it was a responsibility to the entire tribe. But now there are enough people, and the rest just need to wait for time. If these people are fine, the Qingshan Tribe will definitely accept them before winter. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for them to survive the winter on their own. Xuan had been lying outside the cave, quietly watching Meng Yuqing, watching him jump up excitedly, then look beaming with joy, then look serious again. It felt like he was talking to something. Although his mouth didn't move, his intuition told him that Meng Yuqing must be communicating with something he couldn't see. Thinking of this, Xuan felt inexplicably annoyed. He had always known that Meng Yuqing had many secrets that he didn't know about, but he didn't care. If Meng Yuqing was willing to talk, she would talk, and if she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't ask. But today he suddenly discovered that there was something he couldn't see that might know all of Meng Yuqing's secrets, which made him feel very upset. His tail swung unconsciously, splashing water, just like his restless heart. The rain showed no sign of stopping, and Meng Yuqing stretched his neck to look outside the cave. Xuan brought the group of orcs who came later. These orcs were basically canines, mainly wild dogs, jackals, and jackals. There were 40 people in total, 30 of them were orcs, only 6 were sub-orcs, and there were 4 little orcs in their teens. They looked very thin and were far less healthy than the people from the Qingshan Tribe and the Xiaoxi Tribe. The little orcs looked even worse than the little orcs that Bo brought with them when they first arrived. The sub-beasts on their backs looked cautiously towards the cave. Although they covered their heads with a piece of animal skin to keep out the rain, they still got wet. If they continue like this, they will easily get sick. It's obvious that their physical fitness is not as good as that of the people on their side. If they get sick, it will be difficult for them to survive. Meng Yuqing frowned slightly and thought for a while, then turned and walked into the cave. Yeah, let's make some ginger soup to warm our bodies. It's easy to get sick if you get caught in the rain. After saying that, he picked up the woven bag he brought and walked to the side. Using the cover of the woven bag, he took out the onions, ginger, and garlic from the warehouse. Use a stone knife to cut the onion, ginger, and garlic and bring them to the fire. Qiuye just placed a stone pot half filled with water on the fire. Meng Yuqing put all the chopped onions, ginger, and garlic into the pot, and then found a flat stone slab to cover it. The group of sub-beasts that came later had already entered the cave. They looked very reserved, standing aside uneasily with wet animal skins on their bodies, watching them, not daring to approach. Seeing this, Qiuye stood up and walked over to pull them to the fire. Let's roast here first. He reached out and touched the animal skin clothes the other person was wearing. You're all wet. You'll get sick. He then walked to the cave entrance and drove all the beastmen away. Several other sub-beastmen from the Qingshan Tribe also took out some clean animal skins and handed them to these sub-beastmen. Change into clean clothes first. The ginger soup will be ready soon. After saying that, they looked at Meng Yuqing. He didn't know what the ginger soup was used for. He only knew that it was cooked for these sub-beasts to drink. It could dispel the cold. Drinking one bowl after getting caught in the rain can prevent illness. Meng Yuqing paused and continued. You could drink one bowl every time you get caught in the rain in the future. After hearing this, the sub-beasts looked at Meng Yuqing in surprise with awe in their eyes. They nodded immediately, took the animal skin clothes, changed their wet clothes, and sat by the fire. The 6 of them huddled together and looked at the people from the Qingshan Tribe and the Xiaoxi Tribe without saying a word. The ginger soup was cooked quickly. Meng Yuqing lifted the stone slab and took a look. Then, under the cover of the woven bag, he took out 2 pairs of unused chopsticks to stir it. It's almost done. Bring your bowls over here. Meng Yuqing put away his chopsticks, took out a stone spoon, and looked at them. Hearing his words, the 6 sub-beasts immediately took out their own stone bowls from the animal skin bags they carried with them and handed them over. It might taste a little strange. Just hold your nose and drink it. Meng Yuqing took the bowl and filled it up and said to Qiuye, let's all drink some to avoid getting sick. Okay, let's go get the bowls. Qiuye and the other sub-beasts immediately stood up to get their own bowls. The stone pot was not very big, so they had to cook 2 pots in total before all the sub-beasts could have a bowl. The rain lasted until noon. Meng Yuqing walked out of the cave and looked at the rainbow in the clear sky, squinting his eyes. This was a sight that was difficult to see before. When the orcs saw that the rain had stopped, those who had been lying on the ground and getting wet in the rain stood up and shook off the water frantically. They were huge in size and shook off the water with great force. Meng Yuqing was looking at the rainbow intently when he suddenly felt drops of water falling on himself. Turning around, he saw the scene of hundreds of giant beasts shaking their fur collectively. The corners of his mouth curled up. This was a scene he had never seen before, and it was worth preserving in his memory forever. Xuan walked over immediately when he saw Meng Yuqing coming out. Except for getting caught in the rain while talking to Meng Yuqing at the entrance of the cave, he stayed under the tree most of the time, so he quickly cleaned himself up. However, Meng Yuqing couldn't help laughing when he saw Xuan walking towards him. Xian's half-hearted look was really interesting. Xuan was baffled by his laughter, so he leaned in close to him and asked softly, "What are you laughing at?" "Ha, your fur is all standing up, so cute." Meng Yuqing couldn't help but reach out and touch Xian's head. Xuan sat down and looked at him for a while. Then suddenly his body became illusory, and soon a handsome man with black hair and blue eyes appeared. His hair was a little curled because it was still wet, and there were some water droplets on his exposed skin. He looked wet. He squatted on the ground and looked up at Meng Yuqing, looking a little pitiful. "When I wrote this, I remembered this. Confessions are made by children. Adults, please use seduction directly. The first step in seduction is to abandon your humanity. Basically, there are 3 types of routines: turning into a cat, turning into a tiger, turning into a dog drenched in rain." Yuji Sakamoto, Quartet. Chapter 124, The Last Tribe. Seeing him like this, Meng Yuqing covered her face with one hand and couldn't help but reach out with the other hand to mess up Xian's hair again. "Don't look at me like that." Feeling Meng Yuqing rubbing his head randomly, Xian narrowed his eyes and rubbed his palm in coordination with Meng Yuqing's movements. It was already afternoon when the orcs had packed up. Meng Yuqing climbed onto Xian's back again with her woven bag. "Where are we going next?" "It's time to start the return journey. There will be a few more tribes on the way back. We can just stop by and visit them." Xian carried Meng Yuqing on his back and walked in the middle of the team. On the way back, the several tribes we passed by were just like the previous tribes, and the trade was very smooth. Although they were not living as well as the Qingshan Tribe, they were not to the point where they could not survive. However, because there were enough people, Meng Yuqing was no longer so anxious. Until the system issues a notification. The Qingshan Tribe has successfully increased its external population by 10 people. Host, please continue your efforts. Meng Yuqing suddenly realized that the people Bo brought this time had almost all been integrated into the Qingshan Tribe, and in the eyes of the Xiaoxi Tribe and the later tribe, Bo and his group were members of the Qingshan Tribe. In his excitement, he accidentally grabbed a handful of Xian's back hair. Xian paused obviously, then continued walking as if nothing had happened. Meng Yuqing touched his nose awkwardly, then immediately stroked the hair he had pulled, smoothed it out, and then touched Xian's back. Then, after he felt Xian stiffen again, he didn't dare to move anymore. "The next tribe is the last one. After trading with them, we can go back directly." Xian turned his head and said when he found that Meng Yuqing suddenly became honest. "This place is not far from our tribe, right?" Meng Yuqing said lazily, lying on Xian's back. "It's not far. The Qingshan Tribe is behind our tribe. We have to go back from the big mountain behind the tribe. I think I haven't taken you to that mountain yet. I will take you there in winter. There's a very wonderful place there," Xian said softly. "Okay, then it's a deal. Take me there in winter." Meng Yuqing immediately nodded in agreement. He thought he would have to stay in the tribe for the entire winter. The Qingshan Tribe is located in a quiet valley with a stream flowing over the rocks. Xia and his men walked for 3 days before reaching the territory of the Qingshan Tribe. The people of the Qingshan Tribe were waiting outside the valley early for the people of the Qingshan Tribe to arrive. As soon as they met, the leading orc of the Mountain Stream Tribe greeted Xia enthusiastically. Meng Yu saw that the leading orc was a Sika deer, very young, and looked only a few years older than Xian. The other orcs in their tribe were also deer orcs. It was a tribe with a relatively single type of beasts. They seemed to be very familiar with and trusting of the people of the Qingshan Tribe. Seeing that the Qingshan Tribe brought more people this time than usual, they just looked at Xia and asked. After Xia told them why he brought them, they no longer asked questions and directly led the people of the Qingshan Tribe into the valley. Our tribe has discovered a new thing this year. It's very soft, and you will definitely like it. The leading Cicadier orc said with a smile. Really? Take us there to see it. We have a good harvest this time, and you will definitely like what we brought. Xia responded with a smile. Walking behind the people of the Qingshan Tribe, Meng Yuqing confirmed that the Qingshan Tribe and the Qingshan Tribe were indeed very familiar with each other. The tribes they had visited before only knew that they did business with Xia and his group, but they had no idea which tribe Xia and his group came from, and they didn't even know the name of the Qingshan Tribe. But the Qingshan Tribe is very different. The leading orc and Xia are really familiar with each other. They know the name of the Qingshan Tribe and where it is. Xian, do you know this tribe? Meng Yuqing climbed to Xian's neck and asked softly. I know. Father Beast has mentioned them many times. They're also a small tribe, but their population is larger than the tribes we visited before. They have nearly 300 people in total. Xian slowed down and came to the end. Even Qiuye seems to be very familiar with them. Meng Yuqing sighed as he looked at Qiuye, who had been talking to the orcs from the Mountain Stream tribe in front of him. Of the tribes they had visited before, Xia, Lan, and Li, the orcs who often led teams to the market, all acted quite familiar with them, but Qiuye just stayed quietly at the back and wouldn't talk to them actively, which was very different from meeting the people from the Mountain Stream tribe. Because their current tribe leader Che, the leading deer orc, lived in our tribe for a long time before. Xian continued to explain, without waiting for Meng Yuqing to ask. I heard from my father that when Che was 12, he mischievously ran out of the tribe to play. He was discovered by 3 medium-sized wild beasts who wanted to kill him. In a panic, he ran farther and farther from the tribe. After running for several days, he ran out of energy and was overtaken by the wild beasts. Just when he was about to be killed, he met our tribe's hunting party, who rescued him. Then what? How did he end up settling down in the Qingshan Tribe? Meng Yuqing continued to ask. Because he didn't know the way back, he said he was a little orc from the Mountain Stream Tribe. But our tribe didn't even know about the Mountain Stream Tribe at that time, so we couldn't send him back, so we could only bring him back to the tribe. Oh, so how did he get back in the end? Xian recalled for a moment before speaking. His people didn't give up looking for him. He lived in our tribe for about 3 months. Their people came near our tribe and were discovered by our people. They said one of their orcs had gotten lost and wanted to ask if anyone in our tribe had seen him. After carefully asking about the missing orc's characteristics, they discovered it was Che, so they brought Che out for identification. After confirming that it was Che and that he hadn't been mistreated, they let him go. So the 2 tribes became familiar with each other, right? Meng Yuqing said. Yes, after that, their tribes specially sent us a lot of animal skins to express their gratitude. We thought the people of this tribe were pretty nice, so we became familiar with them. However, they were not very willing to leave their territory. After getting to know us, they no longer wanted to go to the market to exchange things by themselves, but instead asked us to help them bring things back from the market. It was also from that time that our tribe began to trade with small tribes. Are all the people in their tribe deer orcs? How do deer orcs hunt? Their teeth aren't as sharp as yours, right? Meng Yuqing suddenly became curious as he looked at the group of deer orcs in front of him. In fact, what he wanted to ask more was that deer orcs mainly eat meat, so when they hunt, do they bite people, not wild animals? Chapter 125 Suppliers. Xian was stunned by his question, and after a long while he answered, their teeth are very painful when they bite. During a battle, they would rather be bitten by teeth like ours than by theirs. What do you mean? Meng Yuqing immediately became interested. Why would they rather be bitten by Xian and the others than by these herbivorous animals in the modern world? When we bite, it's like a sharp bone knife, piercing into the body. Sometimes we can't even penetrate those with thick skin, but their teeth are different. Xian frowned, as if he was struggling to describe their teeth. Their teeth are not sharp, but very uneven. When they bite, it's like 2 rough stones hitting each other very hard, and then they grind their teeth. It really hurts. Even orcs like rhinoceros orcs and crocodile orcs don't want to try to be bitten by them. After saying that, Xian nodded with a very sure look. Hearing Xian's description, Meng Yuqing imagined the scene in his head, holding a rough, hard stone in each hand, then slamming them together with a snap, and then grinding. If at this moment a piece of your own flesh happens to be caught in the middle. He couldn't help but shudder. He didn't want to think about it anymore. It hurt just thinking about it. Just at this moment, Xia's voice rang out, pulling Meng Yuqing back to her senses. My child has reached adulthood this year and is coming out with us this time. I'll introduce him to you later. Maybe he'll be the one leading the team to your place in the future. When talking about Xian with the people of the Qingshan Tribe, Xia had a proud smile on his face. Hearing Xia say this, Xian's footsteps paused slightly, and he said to Meng Yuqing in a helpless voice, "The father beast is still very young, but he always wants to step down and let me take charge. The clan leader trusts you, even though it seems like there's no problem for him to continue in this position for another few decades." Meng Yuqing touched Xian's head and said with a smile. He had noticed very early on that Xia would always take Xian with him wherever he went and teach him many things. The meaning of strength is also very obvious, which is to let Mu follow Xian all the time. During the previous meeting about the roaming orcs, Xian Heli's eye contact clearly expressed this intention, and this seems to have been tacitly accepted by the entire tribal leadership. Meng Yuqing touched his chin. Xian also has great prestige among the younger orcs in the tribe. The environment of the valley is very good, and it is very suitable for the mountain elf-like animal, such as the sika deer. Che led them to a place not far from the tribe. Dozens of their tribesmen were waiting outside, including orcs, sub-beasts, and even cubs. They were carrying a lot of things in big and small bags. Among them, a little sika deer ran over happily as soon as it saw everyone coming, holding a white thing in its mouth. Because it was quite far away, Meng Yuqing could not see it clearly. When Che saw the little orc running over, he immediately turned to look at Xia and said, "This is my child. What he's holding in his mouth is the new thing we discovered this time." As he said that, he quickened his pace and ran towards the little orc. When he got close, he changed into a human form and held the little orc in his arms. He took the white thing from the little orc's mouth and handed it to Xia. "Xian, let's go over and take a look. That looks like cotton." As the distance got closer, Meng Yuqing saw clearly what the little orc brought, and he said excitedly. Xian walked directly to Che's side and lay down so that Meng Yuqing could see more clearly. "Yuqing, do you know this?" Xia turned his head and looked at Meng Yuqing when he heard her words. Che also looked at Meng Yuqing with some curiosity. This thing was discovered by them this year. It was a bit far away from their tribe. They saw it when they were hunting and chasing a cunning beast to that place. Because it was white, soft, and comfortable to touch, they thought the sub-beasts and cubs would definitely like it, so they brought some back. As they expected, the sub-beasts and cubs liked it very much. They thought that the people of Qingshan Tribe lived a better life than them and would definitely like this thing. So they specially took a lot of people to the place where this thing was discovered and picked a lot of it. "I know. We call that cotton. It will be very useful in winter." Meng Yuqing looked at the thing in Che's hand, which was mistaken for snowflakes in summer by the orcs. "It's very useful in winter?" Che raised the cotton in his hand and looked it up and down. "What good can such a small flower do? It will be warm if you make clothes, but it will be troublesome. Is there a lot of cotton in the place you found?" Meng Yuqing answered simply. "Cotton can be woven into cloth and can also be used to make cotton clothes. There are a lot of them, covering a large area. They look like white grasslands." Qian answered honestly. He was very interested in what Meng Yuqing said, but unfortunately he couldn't figure out how to use it. "A lot." Meng Yuqing supported his face. "This is where wild cotton grows." After thinking for a moment, he looked at Xia and said, "This thing is indeed very useful. If possible, it would be best if we could protect that place so that we don't have to plan it specifically." At this point, he scratched his head in distress. "We have too many things to plant." Xian and Xia immediately understood what he meant. Their tribe would have to plant a lot of potatoes and sweet potatoes, and next year, they would have to plant fleshy fruits and the stockleaf tree. They would be too busy to plant cotton at the same time, and it would not be enough even if they counted the newly brought back people. After all, orcs must focus on defending their tribes and hunting wild beasts. A large part of these tasks need to be left to sub-beasts, underage cubs, and some retired orcs. So there are a lot of things to do. Thinking of this, Xiao looked at Che and said, "We need a lot of cotton. How much do you have?" "We only picked a few bags and brought them back, but there's indeed a lot there. If you want, we can pick it and send it to your tribe." Che didn't expect Xia to ask for a large amount of cotton, but he still immediately proposed a solution. "That's going to trouble you, but you'd better pay more attention to protecting that area and don't let it be destroyed by wild animals. We need this thing every year." Xian and Xia exchanged glances and immediately added, "And by the way, push the task of taking care of the wild cotton field to the Qingshan Tribe without leaving a trace. Also, there are seeds in the cotton when you pick it." Meng Yuqing stretched out his hand towards Che, and Che handed the cotton to him. Meng Yuqing dug out the cotton seeds from the cotton for a long time before pulling them out. She handed them to Che and said, "This is it. After you pick it, you must keep it well. We will collect some new ones every year, and you can keep some for yourself too." If that place is destroyed, we have these and can plant something else. Chapter 126 Deer Antlers. Since we have decided to ask the Mountain Stream Tribe to pay more attention to the wild cotton fields, we naturally have to make it clear what some things to pay attention to. From Xian's description, Meng Yuqing knew that the Qingshan Tribe was a very good tribe. Otherwise, the Qingshan Tribe would not have maintained such a good relationship with the other party for so many years. That's not a problem. Che nodded, then continued. Can we take care of that area and send the cotton we gather every year to your place? We can use part of it to exchange for the winter supplies you make. We don't need to exchange the cotton for anything else. He also thought clearly that the knowledge of other people's tribe would definitely not be taught to him for no reason. It was already very good that they were willing to share so much information with him. If it were any other tribe, they might not even say so much to me, just collect the things and send someone to look for it directly. Or they might try to find out where the place is in a roundabout way, or even use force to force their tribe to tell them where that place is, which means that the Qingshan Tribe is willing to treat a small tribe like theirs fairly. Moreover, that place is not close to the Qingshan Tribe. It would be very troublesome for them to go there by themselves. It is reasonable for their own tribe to send people to look after the place and then collect and exchange them. Hearing Che's words, Meng Yuqing raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the Qingshan Tribe to be so sensible. Xia and Xian also nodded. They thought so too. The Qingshan Tribe was a very good tribe. If the two tribes could communicate frequently, the relationship might become closer. Of course we can exchange. Winter is the most difficult time, and everyone needs to get through it well. Xia looked at Che seriously and said, if you have any difficulties at that time, you can come to our tribe for help. Hearing Xia's words, Che smiled brightly. That's for sure. I won't be polite with you. After a pause, he continued, but how do we calculate the amount we exchange? Xia Xuan and Xiao Yi immediately turned their attention to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing was slightly stunned, and the pressure suddenly came. Meng Yuqing coughed lightly and turned serious. We use cotton to make clothes and pants. We'll know the exact amount of cotton needed for a set after we make one, but I estimate that you'll need to use 2 parts of cotton to make one part of the piece of clothing because it takes a lot of time and we have some materials that our tribe has. After hearing what Meng Yuqing said, Che raised his head with a confused look in his eyes. It was not until the little beast man in his arms made a yo-yo sound that he reacted. Oh, I understand. Then let's do as you say. Do you really understand? Meng Yuqing wondered with some doubt. Che's tribesmen brought the cotton they were going to trade this time, 10 bags in total. Each bag was bigger than a person. Meng Yuqing walked over and pressed the animal skin bag gently. It must have been stuffed in casually without being pressed. Opening a hide bag, he casually picked up a bunch of cotton and looked at it. The Qingshan tribe only carried out a simple cleaning of the picked cotton and did not remove the cotton seeds inside. The most troublesome part of cotton processing is picking out the cotton seeds. In the past, when there were no cotton gins, cotton seeds were picked entirely by hand, and one person could only pick half a pound a day. However, he remembered that there were drawings of wooden manual cotton gins in the system. Although it was not as good as modern machines, it was much better than picking cotton seeds by hand. After thinking these things through, Meng Yuqing nodded towards Xia. What do you want to exchange for these cottons? Xiao and Che. Let's use these to exchange for salt first. Then we will collect more and send them to your tribe. We can use them to exchange for winter supplies. Che said after thinking for a while. Meng Yuqing returned to Xian's side and looked at Xia. Based on the size of the sub-beast, this bag is enough to make 6 sets of winter clothes and pants. There are 10 bags here, so we can make 60 sets. If we make them for small sub-beasts, we can make even more, and one set can last for several years. He explained to Xia the function and amount of cotton, and asked Xia to judge how much salt should be given. Xia pondered for a moment, then untied the animal hide bag of salt from Li and gave it to the sub-beasts of the Mountain Stream Tribe, enough for a year's supply. I'll give you enough salt for a year. The extra you have will be paid with your horns. Meng Yuqing took a look at the amount Xia gave. It was definitely more than what the 3 major tribes gave. However, people in this world were very frugal with salt, so compared to the amount of salt consumed by about 300 people in the modern world in a year, it was more than half less. Che took the salt Xia gave him without hesitation. To be honest, the amount of salt he could get from the cotton was much more than he had imagined. He had only intended to use the cotton as a novelty item, and the bulk of the exchange was still for the horns that the orcs in their tribe exchanged every year. It's also because there are too few people in their tribe, and they're unwilling to go to the market for fear of being bullied by other tribes. Otherwise, their things are definitely no worse than the teeth of crocodile orcs and the skins of python orcs. However, since Xia and others attach so much importance to these cottons, the things made of cotton must be very good. Thinking of this, Che nodded to express his affirmation of his own cleverness. Seeing this, Che's tribesmen dragged over a few bags and opened them in front of everyone from the Qingshan tribe. They were full of deer antlers. Deer antlers. Although they are not velvet antlers, they're still rare. I didn't expect there would be so many here at once. Meng Yuqing sighed in his heart. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward and want to take the antlers out of the bag to have a look. Be careful. Our antlers are really sharp. We often sharpen them when they are on our heads. They can easily pierce small beasts. Get warned. Meng Yuqing nodded and looked at it carefully. Because the orcs were all huge, the antlers were much larger than ordinary antlers, and it was difficult for him to hold them. At this moment, a hand reached out from behind and easily picked up the deer antler he had his eyes on. Then, he felt the person behind him pulling him back a few steps and taking the entire deer antler out of the bag. Xuan placed the entire antler on the open ground, and only then did Meng Yuqing see the full appearance of the antler. Because they fell off naturally, the antlers were very complete and huge. When placed on the ground, they were taller than him. Under the sunlight, the tips of the antlers actually emitted a cold light. After we take these back, we still have to process them before we can use them, Xuan said as he looked at Meng Yuqing, who was circling around the deer antlers. Do you need to deal with it further? Meng Yuqing avoided the sharp part of the antler and reached out to touch it. The antler was so beautiful and majestic. Chapter 127 Little Deer. Yes, their horns are no worse than the bone spurs on the tails of the thorn ant. Xuan stepped forward, holding Meng Yuqing with one hand and dragging the antlers with the other, and walked back, handing over the main venue of the transaction to Xia. Some of the deer fences outside our tribe use their antlers, and some of the knives used for cutting meat. Many tribes in the market also like their horns. The Stonehorn tribe also uses their horns in the market. However, they can't deal with their horns themselves when they fall off. Ordinary stone knives and animal bones can't leave marks on the horns, but the fingernails of the orcs in our tribe can cut these horns, although it is also more laborious. So every year, the Stonehorn tribe asks us to help deal with their horns and some bones of very powerful beasts. We help them, and they give us some of their horns. He stopped and put a hand in front of Meng Yuqing and conjured up animal armor. This was not the first time Meng Yuqing had seen human-handed animal armor, but it was the first time he had seen it so close. He grabbed Xian's hand and gently touched the hard nails. The cold touch of the nails made Meng Yuqing stunned. He knocked it gently, and the sound was a bit similar to the sound of metal, but a bit different. It was not as crisp as knocking on metal, and it gave people the feeling that it was more resilient than metal. He held Xian's hand tighter and touched Xian's nails carefully, feeling a little eager. There was no sign of iron or yet, so why not try their nails and listen to the sound? Xuan didn't know why, but his fingers suddenly felt cold even though he was being held by Meng Yuqing's warm hand. He moved flexibly to avoid the sharp nails from the other party. Over there, Xia and Che had already finished their conversation. They packed up all the things they were going to exchange and handed them to each other. Xuan, you need to put away your antlers. We are ready to leave. Xiao Chao shouted. Okay, bring it to me right away. Xuan turned his head and responded. Meng Yuqing reluctantly let go of Xian's hand. He wondered if Xuan would agree if he could cut off a little bit of his nails for him to study. After all, claws are their important weapons, and cutting them a little may weaken their fighting power. Xuan, who was putting the deer antlers back into the animal skin bag, had no idea that Meng Yuqing had set his sights on his nails. After the transaction was completed, Che followed the people of Qingshan Tribe out of the valley. Because he was holding his fawn, Che did not transform into a beast form, but followed them in human form. Even so, his speed was very fast, and he was able to keep up with the giant beasts that were 4 or 5 meters tall at the shoulder and 8 or 9 meters long. Meng Yuqing sat on Xian's back, looking at the little deer in Che's arms. His fur was lighter in color than that of an adult Sika deer orc, dotted with white spots. He looked at the orcs of the Qingshan tribe curiously with his big, clear black eyes, and his ears moved from time to time. It seems like he is wondering why the beast forms of these orcs are completely different from those of his own tribe. It's so cute. Meng Yuqing stared at the little deer intently, his hands scratching Xian's back. It was so cute. Before, he was only focused on watching manhwa talking about business, and he didn't even look closely when Che stood next to him holding the little deer. Now that I come to my senses and look The distance between the two of us has widened. He sat on Xian's back, and Xiaolu was held by Che and walked beside Xia. Xian felt Meng Yuqing's movement on his back and looked at him with some confusion. It turned out that Meng Yuqing was staring at the other person's kid. He also set his eyes on the fawn. It was a really small cub, unable to speak yet, and could only make the most primitive animal sounds. It could be easily picked up by a human, and should have been less than a year old. Is such a young cub so good-looking? Xian tilted his head in confusion. He had to wait until he was at least 10 years old to look like an orc. He was too weak now. Because the gazes here were too strong, Xiaolu finally noticed this side. He moved in Che's arms and adjusted his position, then leaned over to look over. Meng Yuqing suddenly covered his chest. He hit my heart right away. Still a critical hit. The little deer was instantly attracted by his actions and called out, "Yo yo" at him, and the voice sounded quite cheerful. Although she didn't understand, it didn't stop Meng Yuqing from having stars in her eyes. The deer's voice quickly caught Che and Xia's attention. They turned their heads, following the deer's gaze, and what they saw was Meng Yuqing sitting on Xian's back, with his hands on his chest, looking at the deer with shining eyes. The little deer in Che's arms was still crying and even began to struggle. What is he saying? Xia looked at Che. Orc cubs under 1 year old cannot speak human language and can only make sounds. Generally, only the cub's father and orcs of similar animal type can roughly understand what they are saying. Xia's animal form is a leopard, and Che's animal form is a deer. The two animal forms are completely unrelated, and he has no way of understanding what the deer means. Even the subfather of the little orcs often needs to rely on his usual experience with them to guess what they mean. Therefore, if any orc has a little orc who cannot speak at home, the tribe will try to arrange work for him that can be completed within the tribe so that he has more time to take care of the little orc at home. Although orcs under 1 year old are only so small, they are still orcs after all. Once they become naughty, sub-beasts may not be able to control them. Che quickly hugged the deer and gently stroked its back while saying to Xia, he said that sub-beast has been looking at him and must like him very much. He wants to go over and play with that sub-beast. Everyone who heard Che's words turned their attention to Meng Yuqing. Feeling everyone's gaze, Meng Yuqing gradually came to his senses. He slowly put his hand down, smiled at Che awkwardly, and then immediately lowered his head. It's so embarrassing to be caught secretly having sex with a baby who's less than a year old by the baby's father. I hope he won't be mistaken for a human trafficker. Seeing Meng Yuqing lowered his head and no longer looked at him, Xiaolu stopped struggling and called out to Che a few times, his voice much lower than before. No, he doesn't dislike you anymore. I'll take you to play with him, Che said helplessly after hearing the cry of the deer. There was a sound of good-natured laughter from everyone around. A cub this big doesn't understand anything and just hopes that everyone around him likes him. When they find out that someone doesn't like them, they can be sad for a long time. Therefore, everyone in the tribe is particularly gentle and friendly to them. Even the most irritable orcs will be patient and lie on the ground to let the cubs crawl all over them. Some tribes even assign orcs to take turns playing with the cubs. Cubs that grow up in this environment will be just as gentle and friendly towards other cubs in the future, because that's how others treated them when they were little. Chapter 128, It's Too Hot. Che walked toward Xian and Meng Yuqing holding the deer and said a little embarrassedly, "Could you please hold him for a while? Just until we get out of the valley." He showed a headache expression. Otherwise, this little guy would make trouble all the way. Meng Yuqing nodded frantically. Okay. I can hold you, don't worry." I petted the sick deer cub openly, and its father agreed. Xian lay down on the spot, and Meng Yuqing slid off him and took the deer from Che's hand. After leaving the arms of its father, the little deer called out to Che a few more times, with a hint of coquettishness in its tone. After Che nodded, Xiaolu stayed in Meng Yuqing's arms with peace of mind. After holding the deer tightly, Meng Yuqing turned around and prepared to return to Xian's back. Then he suddenly discovered he can't get up. He stood there in a daze, and the others around him were a little confused. Why did he suddenly stop moving? It shouldn't be too difficult to hold such a small cub. Generally speaking, it's not a problem for a sub-beast to hold two at a time. Fortunately, Xian knew him very well and immediately understood why he was standing still. After all, he had the problem of not being able to climb into the beast form when he took him out of the tribe for the first time at night. The thick tail stretched out and gently rubbed Meng Yuqing's exposed calves. Meng Yuqing lowered her head and looked at Xian's tail. "Hello, tail. It's been a long time since we last met. I'm sorry to trouble you again this time." He silently greeted Tail in his heart, then stepped on it without any hesitation, holding the fawn with one hand, and with the other hand, he grabbed the fur on Qian's side and climbed up. Qian's tail lifted him up following his movements, and soon, Meng Yuqing was back on Qian's back. After sitting down, he gently touched the fur on the fawn's back. It was very soft and felt like touching a ball of cotton, and it was warm. Feeling Meng Yuqing's touch, Xiaolu turned his head and rubbed his face gently. In an instant, Meng Yuqing's starry eyes appeared again. The last time starry eyes appeared was when Qian first took him out of the tribe, and he secretly sucked hard on Qian's back. Maybe because it is a cub, its fur is particularly fine and soft, very different from Qian's fur. Even the fur on Qian's belly is not as soft as the fur on the fawn's back. But Qian's fur is very thick. When I slept leaning against Qian in the wild before, I felt like my whole body was sinking into it. Meng Yuqing touched the little deer and then touched Qian, feeling very good. The little deer would call out to him from time to time, its voice very cheerful. Che stopped after sending everyone from the Qingshan Tribe out of the valley. Meng Yuqing got the deer off Qian's back and walked to Che's side, reluctantly returning the deer to Che. The little deer seemed to know what was going on. After rubbing against Meng Yuqing gently, it obediently returned to Che's arms and stopped making trouble. Then we'll go back. Xia said goodbye to Che after seeing them hand over the deer. Well, be careful on the road. We will come to your tribe to find you after we have collected enough cotton. Che nodded at Xia while holding the deer. After saying goodbye, Xia led everyone directly towards the Qingshan tribe. They were out for a month and a half. After they returned and had gone through the hottest period, they would prepare for the autumn hunt. By then, everyone would be busy and it would no longer be as leisurely as in spring and summer. Meng Yuqing opened the system mall and thought for a long time before finally exchanging the methods of making a Kong and wood ash cement. The Kong must be built before winter, but it may not be popularized in the entire tribe. However, a large one can be built in a large house, and then everyone can go to that house to keep warm during the day. As for the night, they can only rely on burning charcoal at home. He originally wanted to learn how to make wood ash cement by searching for instructional videos on Soso, but he found that it was easy to forget the details after just watching the videos for a while. After repeating it several times, the energy used was almost the same as using the direct exchange method, so he might as well just exchange it directly. It's a pity that no saltpeter was found this time, otherwise he could make ice. These days, he clearly felt that the weather was getting hotter day by day. Although it was summer before, except for the 2 hours at noon, it was actually quite comfortable at other times. But now he can feel the heat in the morning and evening, especially when he is on Qian's back. The orc's body temperature is already high. In the past, he would be lazy and just sleep on his back, but now he tries to reduce the contact area between himself and Qian as much as possible. He also discovered that many orcs had become lazy and listless during this period and would simply lie on the ground when they had a rest. Although Qian didn't show it so obviously, Meng Yuqing still found that he was more reluctant to move than before. Looking at Qian's fur that was as black as satin, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic towards him. She was already so hot, let alone him. Black was the color that absorbed the most heat. Xia had used the entire lunchtime to rest. Fortunately, they were now in the jungle instead of on the grassland. Otherwise, Xia would have rested during the day and traveled at night. There are many more wild animals in the jungle than before, and they are wandering around as if they have no fixed residence. When he went to the market, he had never seen any wild beast dare to wander around in front of them, but he had seen it several times during this period. Although every time the wild beasts discovered that there were a large number of orcs on their side, they ran away immediately. The orcs didn't want to move because it was too hot, so they didn't take the initiative to chase them. In the wild, orcs will not hunt wild animals unless they are hungry. The entire team's progress slowed down a lot, and they stayed in water for longer periods of time. On the third day after leaving the Qingshan Tribe, Qian walked over to Meng Yuqing, who was resting under the shade of a tree. We'll enter the tribal territory in one more day. It was a rare occasion that he didn't lie down next to Meng Yuqing in his animal form, and Meng Yuqing was also not interested in jumping on him and touching his fur. Both of them were suffering from the hot weather. This weather is so hot. Meng Yuqing collapsed to the ground and rolled around. It will be much better to go back to the tribe. You can go to the stream to play in the water then. You don't have to worry about getting sick in this weather. Qian comforted him. But I can't stay in the water all day. I'm not a fish. How can I not be a fish? If I were a fish, I could stay in the water all the time and wouldn't feel hot. Meng Yuqing muttered with his eyes blank. I didn't expect that after coming to this world, I would be punished by the hot summer before experiencing the winter that everyone fears. Chapter 129 is back. What should I do to sleep at night? I can't sleep in a stream at night. Meng Yuqing covered his eyes in pain. This was not the hottest time yet. He had secretly asked the system and found out that the current temperature was as high as 40 degrees Celsius, and it could reach 48 degrees Celsius at the hottest time. If his body hadn't been strengthened by the system, he was really worried that he wouldn't be able to survive this summer. The hottest temperature in the city where he used to live was only 42 or 43 degrees Celsius, and that only lasted for a day or two, but the high temperature in this world can last for more than half a month. At this moment, he missed the air conditioning in the modern world very much. Didn't you see what our tribe brought to trade? Before we had salt caves, we used to trade the leaves of stream trees for salt with the 3 major tribes. The leaves of stream trees are cool and very comfortable. Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing in surprise. He didn't expect that Meng Yuqing had never checked the goods brought to the tribe. Hearing his words, Meng Yuqing instantly perked up. Stream tree? The leaves are icy cold. Xuan tilted his head, thinking about how to describe the touch of the stream water and leaves. Yes, lying on them feels almost the same as lying in the stream. That's great. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to sleep at night because of the heat. Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. You are too hot to sleep now. You used to sleep on my back when we were on the road before, but you haven't slept at all in the past few days. Xuan rolled on the ground and changed his position. The previous place he lay on was already hot, and he felt very uncomfortable. How do you know I was sleeping? Did you see it? Seeing Xuan rolling around, Meng Yuqing became restless. I felt it. Xuan, who had moved to a new position, squinted his eyes and yawned. Meng Yuqing moved closer to him, hesitated for a while, but still didn't go over. He was already very hot, and Xuan would only be hotter than him. The father beast is not going to rest tonight and wants to hurry back to the tribe overnight. The people in the tribe we're traveling with are not in good health. If this continues, their sub-beasts may get sick. You should take this opportunity to rest more now. You will definitely not be able to sleep if I carry you on my back at night. Xuan said as he closed his eyes. Seeing that Xuan was ready to rest, Meng Yuqing stopped talking to him. After all, he was the one traveling at night, and she just needed to sit firmly on his back. In the evening, after everyone had eaten something, Xia announced that they would not rest at night. They would take advantage of the lower temperature at night and speed up to rush back to the tribe. Meng Yuqing, who was lying on Xuan's back, couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep on Xuan's back in the second half of the night. When he was woken up by Xuan in the morning, he found that they had already arrived at the entrance of the tribe. Didn't you say you would come back from behind the tribe? He propped himself up and sat up, touching his neck and chest, which were all wet with sweat. A large patch of hair on his back was also wet. He smoothed the hair on Xuan's back somewhat embarrassedly, as it was wet with his sweat. We've come around. Bo is going to pick up the other tribesmen. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe also need to be settled. He paused. Let them live in front of the tribe so they can feel at ease. Meng Yuqing nodded in understanding, which made the Qingshan tribe feel more at ease. The tribe's refuge cave was on a mountain behind them, and their tribe's storage warehouse was also close to the mountain behind them, but it was not in the same direction as the refuge cave. Fei and Yang had already brought people to the door to pick them up. Xian's 4 friends were also there. They followed Fei and Yang and made all kinds of exaggerated expressions towards Xuan and Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing found it a little funny, and the tense spirit that had been tense all the way finally relaxed at this moment. He was going home. Although nothing major happened along the way, the most dangerous thing was the attack by the Greystone tribe. However, dealing with the Yellowstone tribe at the market, exchanging things with other tribes, secretly trading pottery, and discovering human trafficking made him extremely nervous. He remembered that he was a nobody before he came into this world. Xiao walked up to Fei and Yang and briefly explained the situation of the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe. The Creek tribe will stay with us for a while, and they may leave here and return to their previous location next spring. Xiao's words were rather vague, but that didn't stop Yang and Fei from immediately understanding what he meant. After all, they were all leaders of the tribe, and they knew a lot about Xiao's thoughts and intentions. But they all supported. The old patriarch chose Xia to be the patriarch among the 3 people because Xia is ambitious, capable, and not blind. The most important point is that the other 2 people believe in him very much, and Xia did not disappoint them. As for that Wandering tribe, we are not particularly familiar with them, so let them live here first, just like before. Xiao mentioned the Wandering tribe again, just like before, meaning that just treat them like they treated Bo before. Then Bo and the others will move into the tribe in the next few days. When they do, we'll have someone take them to familiarize themselves with the tribe. Once they've built their own houses and settled in, Lan will incorporate them into the hunting team. You should also be prepared for the patrol. When Xiao finished saying this, a system notification sounded in Meng Yuqing's mind. The Qingshan Tribe has successfully increased its external population by 38 people. Host, please continue your efforts. He counted the number of people, and it was exactly the remaining people from Bo's tribe, 30 orcs plus Ling Xuan and his 8 sub-beasts. Very good, one step closer to upgrading. Behind them, the people from the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe looked at Xia, who was talking to Fei and Yang at the tribe gate. When they were on the mountain before, they saw the entire tribe from a distance. It was much larger than their own tribe, and the Xiaoxi tribe was even more shocked. They had always known that the Qingshan tribe was larger than theirs, but they had never expected it to be so big. The tribe occupied a larger area and had a larger territory than their own tribe, not to mention the number of people. I'm afraid there are about 1,000 people. A tribe of 1,000 people is a very large tribe compared to many small tribes. And every orc in the Qingshan tribe is much stronger than them. Before, they thought that Xia and his men had specially selected the strongest orcs in the tribe to go to the market, but now it seems that it is not the case. The ones they brought with them might just be ordinary members of the tribe. K.S. Gazi fell on Yang. He could feel that Yang was very powerful, even though he had a limp in one leg. He knew that even if he sent the 3 most powerful orcs in his tribe together, they would not be able to defeat him. There is also Xia's child, the Black Panther orc named Xian. Most of the time, he would carry the sub-beast on his back and talk at a relatively low position. But from the first moment he saw him, he felt a very dangerous aura, which was even more terrifying than the feeling Yang gave him. He was afraid that even 10 of them together could not defeat him. And this beast had just reached adulthood. Chapter 130. Leave it to Bo. And there was the flying orc. He looked at Fei, who was sitting lazily on Li's back. The moment he looked over, Fei looked at him with eyes as fast as lightning. After a brief eye contact, Fei looked away and returned to his previous lazy look. Ko withdrew his gaze and lowered his head. Just from this brief eye contact, he understood that if the two of them fought, flying could kill him in an instant. This is the feeling of oppression that chains cannot bring him. As for the Wandering tribe, due to the huge gap in the strength of the orcs, they did not have as many feelings as the Stream tribe. They had been wandering for a long time since their tribe was destroyed by wild beasts, and now they only knew that this powerful tribe was willing to let them live in their territory. Orcs patrol the area every day, driving away wild beasts that threaten the safety of the tribe. Living here is much safer than wandering around. The Wandering tribe has a small number of people, and they bring sub-beasts with them. If they find a place to settle down on their own, they're likely to be targeted by nearby wild beasts. If they find a place without wild beasts, they will not even have a source of food. It's not like they haven't thought about living in other people's territories before, but those tribes are not much bigger than the Creek tribe, and staying there would make those tribes feel uneasy. Some tribes would negotiate with them and give them some things to make them leave, while some tribes would directly send people to drive them away. They also thought about letting the sub-beasts in their tribe join other tribes, but the sub-beasts were unwilling to leave them, and those tribes are willing to accept sub-beasts but not orcs. Perhaps only such a powerful tribe would have the confidence to bring back all the people in its tribe, including the orcs. The orcs of the Wandering tribe looked at the people of the Qingshan tribe in front of them, their eyes shining slightly. This time his tribe brought back so many people, including nearly 100 orcs. As long as the people of their tribe behave themselves and live peacefully here, maybe one day they will be willing to let them join. Soon, Xiao finished talking to the people in the tribe. He turned to look at the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe and said, "You will follow Bo later. He will take you to the right place." Bo gave all his belongings to his tribesmen and then walked to the 2 tribes. He was very excited because from today on they would join the Qingshan tribe. Moreover, Xiao also gave him a task. He knew Xiao's thoughts, and he felt that he could do it well. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe had no objection to Xiao's arrangement and simply followed Bo. Meng Yuqing looked back at them. If the Wandering tribe wanted to stay, then Pai Bo would be the best person to settle them. Bo led the 2 tribes out, explaining the surrounding situation to them as they walked. "You can all stay in the area ahead. Our tribe won't care what you do. Just arrange your own hunting and resting times. Just don't get too close to the tribe when you're not busy. If anything happens, send someone to the tribe gate to notify us. There are usually orcs there." He has started to refer to himself and the Qingshan Tribe as our tribe. Then he raised his paw and pointed forward. The older orcs in our tribe usually practice hunting in the patrol area. If you'd like, you can let your young orcs play with them. They're all very powerful and have been trained by specialized orcs since childhood. Young orcs can learn a lot by playing with them. He paused and pointed in the direction of their residence. There was a lynx and his younger brother there. That lynx orc is also a young orc, but I don't recommend your young orcs play with him. He's stronger than an adult orc like me. They won't learn anything from playing with him. There's also a young leopard orc and a black bear orc who are both underage, but they're not here right now. You'll know when you see them. They're very strong and easy to recognize. Hearing Bo's words, Ku and the leading orc of the wandering tribe also looked over there. With just one glance, they could feel that this underage orc was much more powerful than them. They gasped in shock. There were actually two little orcs like this. He was processing the meat at the entrance of the cave where Bo and his group lived. The other members of Bo's tribe were also sitting nearby, processing the hunted beasts. Ling Xuan was shuttling between them, touching this piece of meat and then that piece. Feeling their gazes, He raised his head and looked over here. During this period, he, Lai, and Mu often came here. This was the task Xia gave them before they left for the market, to take turns hunting with those who hadn't gone out with them. One reason was to prevent them from encountering difficulties in hunting after Bo took out the most powerful orc in the tribe. Although Bo's tribesmen had become much stronger during this period, they were still not good enough in the eyes of the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe. The second is to infiltrate the inside and prepare to integrate them into the tribe. They did a very good job, and now the remaining members of their tribe get along very well, as if they are from the same tribe. Ye's actions quickly attracted the attention of others, and everyone looked over here. Brother! When Ling Xuan saw Bo appear, he immediately shouted happily, put down the beast meat in his hand, and ran towards this side. The others also stopped what they were doing and followed. Huh, where are some people? Ling Xuan looked at Bo, who was followed by many strangers, but did not see the figures of other tribesmen, and asked with some confusion. He stopped about 30 meters away from them. They all followed the chief into the tribe. The chief asked me to settle them first and then come to pick you up. Bo looked at them and told them the good news with a smile. When the others heard Bo's words, they were stunned at first and then immediately showed ecstatic expressions. They had been led by Bo since the old patriarch passed away. It can be said that Bo is their patriarch. Now hearing Bo calling someone else the chief, that person could only be Xia, which meant that the Qingshan tribe had accepted them, and they would be members of the same tribe from now on. Ling Xuan cheered directly, "That's great," and rushed over to hug Bo's front legs. Bo lowered his head and rubbed them gently. "Go pack your things first. I'll take you in later." Bo looked at Ling Xuan's belly and asked, "How had you been lately?" Ling Xuan looked down at himself, shook his head, then smiled and said to Bo, "I'm fine, there's nothing inside." Chapter 131 Inquiry. After hearing Ling Xuan's words, Bo finally let go of the big stone in his heart. It's good that there is nothing. When he followed Xia to the market, only Su among the 8 sub-beasts reacted, while the others did not, but he still felt uneasy. Because there is a high possibility of a small sub-beast in the belly, you won't know if you're pregnant with a small sub-beast until your belly swells up. It won't be like with a small beast man, when you will know after about 2 months. What he was most worried about was Ling Xuan, his younger brother. After confirming that Ling Xuan was gone, he asked several other people, "What about the others?" One of them has it, the others don't. However, he doesn't have any bad emotions and still does his work as usual every day. Ling Xuan thought for a while and said, "The other pregnant sub-beast was an older sub-beast, and he seemed to have been mentally prepared for it. In addition, he didn't know until his belly was bulging, and with Bo's previous assurance. So except for the moment of shock when he noticed it, everything was back to normal afterwards." That's good. After learning about the other situation, Bo felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. You and them should go to the cave to pack up your things. You still need to tell them about the things in the tribe. Although I've heard a lot of information from the little orcs, it's still not as good as you actually living there. Hearing Bo's words, Ling Xuan nodded and let go of Bo. He walked to Ya, looked up at Ya, and said happily, "From now on, we are from the same tribe." Ya tilted his head and looked at him for a moment. "Well, let's go pack our things." After saying that, he led the others towards the cave. In the past 2 months, in addition to taking turns with Lai and Mu to hunt with Bo's tribe, every time Ling Xuan wanted to go out to see the tribe, he would run to the place where the orphan little orcs lived one day in advance to find him and ask him to accompany him out. It's been like this since shortly after they came back. He knows people like Bo best, and Yang would often look for him to find out about the situation during this period. After all, he was about to become an adult, and the tribe began to assign him some tasks. He is the oldest among the little orcs who have no parents, so he is often in charge of taking care of them. Before Lien came of age, he was in charge of the child. Since Lien became an adult and moved out last year, the burden has fallen on him. Although the little orc is not very difficult to manage, just beat him if he is naughty. Anyway, no one can beat him except Xian from childhood to adulthood. Now that Yang has started to take charge of things, he estimates that when he comes of age, Xiao will hand him over to Yang and let Yang take him to do things. After Ya and Linghuan left, Bo continued to walk with the people of the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe. The cave they lived in before was not big, and because Linghuan and the others would often come out to look for them, it was relatively close to the tribe. However, the people they brought this time would basically not be arranged so close. It's nearby. Choose a place to stay temporarily. There are several caves over there, and you can build your own houses if you want. After speaking to the Wandering tribe, he looked at the Creek tribe. There's a dense forest to this side. The trees aren't as big as yours, but they should be numerous and dense. If your tribe wants to live in the trees, you can do that. Kachao looked in the direction Bo was pointing and nodded. Okay, we got it. Our tribe will go there first. He could see that after Bo finished talking to those people, the people of the Wandering tribe had a lot of questions to ask. From Bo's previous conversations with those people, he roughly guessed that Bo and the others might not have been members of the Qingshan Tribe before, but have now joined the Qingshan Tribe. Thinking about this Wandering Tribe, he basically understood what this Wandering Tribe wanted to ask. Seeing the people from the Creek Tribe walking away, the people from the Wandering Tribe looked at Bo hesitantly. It was not until Bo led them to the front of the cave and prepared to leave that the leading beastman spoke. I want to ask, did you also live outside before? Bo turned his head and looked at him, his expression a little dazed. The orcs from this Wandering Tribe were even thinner than when he first came to the Qingshan Tribe. The little orcs were so thin that you could see their bones, and the adult orcs were not much better. If he hadn't met the people from the Qingshan Tribe, he would have become the same as them in a short time, and would not be as strong as he is now. He came back to his senses and looked at the cautious orc in front of him. Yes, we were from another tribe before, but later our tribe was destroyed by roaming orcs. It was the Qingshan Tribe that rescued us and brought us back. After a pause, he continued, something happened to our sub-beasts, so we asked them to take them to the tribe for care. The orcs stayed outside, and now all of us can move in. He knew what the people of this tribe wanted to hear. After hearing Bo's story, the leading orc's eyes lit up with hope. He turned to look at the sub-beasts in his tribe. The sub-beasts could go in and live there, and they, the orcs, would not be driven away. If they were recognized by them, all of them would be accepted. The sub-beasts in their tribe were also looking at him. They had been unwilling to join other tribes before, because other tribes did not accept orcs and would drive them away. But this tribe was different. They did not need to separate. Bo saw their interaction and realized they might have misunderstood. Xuan immediately added, not all sub-beasts have to go in. Our sub-beasts were in very poor health at the time and would likely not survive outside with us, so we asked them to bring them in and take care of them. They also often come out to visit us, just like you saw before. After hearing Bo's explanation, the leading orc realized he had misunderstood. He nodded and said, I understand. Thank you. My name is Ma. Well, my name is Bo. You guys can just stay here with peace of mind. It's not far from the tribe, and there are people patrolling here every day. You don't have to worry about safety issues. Bo gave his final instructions and turned to leave. The people of the Wandering Tribe watched Bo's back until he completely disappeared. Then they turned and went into the cave. After unloading their belongings, Ma looked at his tribe and said, let's stay here and live a good life. Whether we can join them or not, at least here we don't have to worry about being attacked by large beasts or attacked by groups of wild beasts. Everyone nodded in agreement. They've been wandering outside for 8 years. At the beginning, there were more than 60 of them, but now there are only 40 left. After 8 years, they finally have a place to settle down, which is more important than anything else. Chapter 132. On the square. Some people have gathered in the tribal square. Most of them are those who are free now. They watch the tribesmen who went out this time unload the things they exchanged for one by one. Chief, what do we change this time? Now that our tribe has soap, we definitely don't need to exchange it for shampoo grass. We can exchange it for something else. Change to nice-looking animal hides. The animal hides in our tribe are all black and yellow. The animal hide from the Baishan tribe are beautiful. Hurry, fruit. Did you get this in exchange? My little sub-beast is about to be born. Don't worry, don't worry. We've already exchanged for everything you mentioned, and we even got some very rare items. Li stepped forward and blocked the crowd that was about to gather around him. We'll take them out one by one and show them to you. After maintaining order, Xiao began to take out a portion of the contents of each bag and show them to everyone. Oh, white animal skin. My partner has told me many times that he likes this kind of animal skin. I've decided on this one. I'll come and exchange it when the time comes. An orc said when he saw the animal skin that Xiao took out. My family wants it too. We can't give it all to you. We also want to exchange it. His words were immediately refuted by another orc. Although they don't understand what's so beautiful about this kind of animal skin, and it's not as beautiful as their own fur, it doesn't stop them from knowing that their partners like it and want it. Don't argue, don't argue. We've exchanged a lot of beautiful hides, not just this one. We have many other colors. The 10 or so bags are all hides we exchanged with the Qingshan Tribe and the Manhwa tribe. I guarantee they are all beautiful. Xia personally selected them with his sub-beasts. Are you still worried? Li immediately interrupted and said that although the tribe would exchange those animal skins in the past, they always got very little in return. After all, they did not dare to exchange them for large amounts of salt for fear of being targeted. So every time the animal skins were divided, the beastmen with partners would have a fight. The winner would be eligible to exchange for the animal skins, and the loser would go home and be beaten and scolded. When I saw the losers the next day, their bodies and faces were mostly covered with scratches and bite marks from the sub-beasts. Although these marks are like tickling to them. This period can be said to be the busiest time for the Qingshan Tribe before the autumn hunting competition. People fight in the square every day, sometimes several times a day. After calming down the two orcs who were about to fight on the spot, Xiao opened several other bags of animal skins and took out a few pieces of skins to show to the tribesmen. They were all selected by Qiuye and the others, and even the ones with patterns are very beautiful. After displaying the hides, Xiao opened another bag. This is what we're exchanging with the Blue Water Tribe. Their items are harder to exchange than those from the White Mountain Tribe and the Hundred Flowers Tribe. We've never traded with them before, so this time we're bringing it back for everyone to see and learn from. In addition to being curious about all kinds of things, Xiao is also committed to broadening the horizons of his tribesmen, for fear that they will be deceived by others when they go out one day. Hearing what Xiao said, everyone looked at him intently. Even Meng Yuqing became curious. When he was at the market, he was mostly busy with his own affairs and didn't pay much attention to what the people in the tribe exchanged. Xiao took out a round object as big as a basketball from the bag. Meng Yuqing's eyes suddenly widened. He shouted, "Fuck!" earning a puzzled look from Xian. Fuck! Was that what Yuqing's old tribe called this thing? Meng Yuqing didn't notice Xian's eyes and stared at the thing in Xiao's hand. It was a pearl. It was as big as 2 palms. It shone brightly in the sunlight, breathtaking. He grabbed Xian, who had transformed into a humanoid and was standing beside him. Pearl? Pearl? Isn't it called Wokeo? Xian looked at Meng Yuqing in confusion. The other tribesmen were all excited when they saw the pearls. It was a rare sight that orcs and sub-beasts had the same aesthetic taste. This thing looks good. I've seen this before in the Blue Water Tribe. It's extremely hard to get. Can this be exchanged? If so, I would definitely exchange it. Don't even think about it. Everyone wants to change, but it's still uncertain who will get it. Come on, let's have a match now. Seeing the scene gradually becoming chaotic, Li immediately spoke up. We only got this largest one. We're not going to trade it out. It's for the tribe to use. We'll use it to decorate the stage for the annual competition after the autumn hunt. But there are other smaller ones that can be traded. After Xia Zili finished speaking, he stuffed the big pearl into the bag and took out a few pearls the size of ping-pong balls. This, Meng Yuqing took a breath. Are the small pearls they were talking about so big? Because they saw pearls as big as basketballs, everyone was relatively calm when Xia took out the small pearls. However, Meng Yuqing clearly saw that many people were also eager to get the small pearls. After putting the small pearls back into the bag, Xia touched it again and grabbed a handful of colorful things, which were about the size of his palm, crystal clear, and looked like the most beautiful gems in the sun. Meng Yuqing stretched out his hand to block the dazzling sunlight and squinted his eyes to see clearly what Xia was holding. There are scales, colorful scales with various patterns on them, which are extremely exquisite. What kind of beast scales are these? Meng Yuqing pulled Xian beside him. They're not scales from wild beasts, but scales dropped by the orcs of the Blue Water Tribe. They're very sharp and beautiful. They process some of them themselves to soften them and use them for decoration. The sub-beasts love them. The unprocessed ones can be used for cutting things, but they're not as good as deer antlers or our nails. Is that so? Are they a tribe that lives exclusively in water? Meng Yuqing asked softly. Yes, they're far away from here, and they don't like our water, so they don't come every year. Even if they come, they don't take up stalls. The three major tribes specially dug a ditch from the big river they came from to the market so that they can enter directly. And they don't exchange salt. The plants they brought are actually salty, just like salt, so they exchange for things that interest them. What do you mean by not liking the water here? Hearing Qian say this, Meng Yuqing suddenly had an idea in his mind. I don't know. My father told me. He said that the Blue Water Tribe lives in water, but they don't like our water. The water in their tribe is different from the water we use. Qian shook his head and said. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing waved at Qian, motioning him to lower his head. Qian lowered his head obediently. He leaned over to Qian's ear and whispered, Do you remember the sea I mentioned? See? Qian recalled that Yuqing had mentioned the sea to him before. He said that if they found the sea, there would be endless salt. Although their tribe had a salt cave and the salt was inexhaustible, he was still very interested in the sea. Chapter 133 The potatoes are ready. I suspect the Blue Water Tribe lives in the sea. Before Qian could reply, Meng Yuqing continued, But for what you said, the sea is indeed too far away from us. We should not consider going there unless it's absolutely necessary. In his understanding, the sea is a very mysterious place, and the sea in this world will only be better than before. As for the tribes in the sea, they are never short of salt. Even if they do not know how to make salt, they can replenish salt by eating things from the sea. The orcs of the Qingshan Tribe are all pure land creatures. They may be very powerful on land, but their strength will be discounted in the sea. Based on his observations during this period, he found that the orcs in tribes that were not short of salt were generally stronger than those in tribes that were short of salt. Putting aside the numbers, in terms of the strength of individual orcs, the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe are stronger than those of most tribes of 1,000 people. Among the entire southern tribe group, their individual combat effectiveness is definitely top-notch. He had carefully observed the Yellowstone Tribe and found that the orcs in their tribe were very strong, no worse than those in the Green Mountain Tribe. The Huangshe Tribe relies on yellow lightstone to exchange for enough salt every year. Because they're quite famous in the market and Huangshe is special, they exchange salt according to the number of people in the tribe and are not limited like the Qingshan Tribe when they exchange salt. There are many tribes with larger populations than the Yellowstone Tribe. They are not as famous as the Yellowstone Tribe. Although they can exchange more salt than the Qingshan Tribe, they are still subject to restrictions. The orcs of those tribes are slightly inferior to those of the Qingshan Tribe and are about the same as the Shijiao Tribe and the Shuilin Tribe. He didn't think it was because these tribes couldn't catch enough prey. Because a tribe can catch enough prey but cannot exchange it for enough salt, they also look very strong, but in fact they are not as strong as the orcs of the Waterforest Tribe and the Stonehorn Tribe. As for the orcs who couldn't catch enough prey, they were basically like wandering tribes, and their bodies were very thin. Therefore, Meng Yuqing speculated that it was most likely caused by salt. When Qian heard Meng Yuqing speculate that the Blue Water Tribe might live in the sea, he just nodded. Meng Yuqing glanced at him and knew what he must be thinking about. She reached out and patted his head. What are you thinking about? We haven't figured out the tribes on land yet, and it will be even more complicated in the sea. Qian shrank back when he slapped him and looked at him with a somewhat aggrieved look. Meng Yuqing crossed her arms and said, Damn it, no cuteness allowed. Xiao was still on the stage, showing the things he had exchanged for this time to his tribesmen. When a meat fruit, strength grass, and taming grass are displayed, the people in the audience went crazy. They were all cheering, saying that with these things, their tribe would definitely not be afraid of winter this year. Just as everyone was cheering, a sub-beast was trying hard to push through the crowd and squeeze inside. He looked around, as if looking for someone. Where is Yuqing? Can someone show me the direction? Ronglin asked the people around him while squeezing in. He and Qian are in the front. Go ahead and ask them. An orc heard him and pointed him in the direction. When the other people around saw Ronglin, they all consciously made way for him, allowing him to pass smoothly to find Meng Yuqing. They all knew that Ronglin, Hufeng, and Xia were responsible for helping Meng Yuqing grow plants for winter food. And some time ago, they also brought a number of orcs to enclose a large piece of land, saying that they would start planting again when Meng Yuqing came back. With everyone's cooperation, Ronglin quickly found Meng Yuqing and immediately called out Meng Yuqing's name. Ronglin. Meng Yuqing heard his voice and waved at him. Yuqing, after you've been gone for about half a month, we noticed the potatoes had grown. Their leaves had turned yellow. We dug one out and saw it was incredibly large. He excitedly told Meng Yuqing about the changes that had taken place during this period. We told Yang right away, and he sent over 10 orcs to accompany us to select a location. We've already fenced off a large area and are ready to plant the second crop. We've also harvested the potatoes and are storing them in a cool, shady cave. Someone is guarding it. Really? Then let's plant them in the next few days and harvest them before winter. Meng Yuqing looked at the banyan forest in surprise. Yes, I calculated the time. If we plant them these days, we can harvest them about a month before winter. He said this with a somewhat dejected expression. The sweet potatoes haven't grown yet. If they don't, we won't have enough time to plant the second batch. We'll also have to save some potatoes for planting next year. I don't know if there will be enough to eat. We won't be short of food this winter, even if there are 100 more of us than before. Xuan suddenly said, we've got the taming grass, and Yuqing has a way to preserve meat, so we won't starve. Xuan is right, you don't have to worry, and we still have radishes. If all else fails, I'll take you to catch the wild animals in the water when the river freezes. Meng Yuqing patted Ronlin's shoulder. He knew that Ronlin was very concerned about growing potatoes and sweet potatoes, and had high hopes for them. He hoped to grow enough potatoes and sweet potatoes to ensure that the tribe would not starve in the winter. Although the Qingshan Tribe has escaped the danger of starvation in the winter and no longer needs its elderly members to leave the tribe and sacrifice themselves to save food for everyone, it does not mean that they will not starve. Every spring, the orcs of the tribe will become thinner than before winter. Sub-beasts were not so bad, as they ate far less than orcs. The amount of food that 50 orc humanoids eat in one full meal is enough to feed 200 sub-beasts for a whole day. Can we catch wild animals in the water if the river is frozen? Hearing Meng Yuqing say this, several beastmen around cast curious glances. In winter, they had to work very hard to go out and find wild animals on land. I've heard of this method, but I haven't tried it myself. When we really have nothing to eat, I'll take you to try it. Meng Yuqing recalled that the system said that no one in this world had ever caught a wild beast using this method. As long as there's a way, it's fine. If we really have no food, we may not find any wild animals, even if we go out to look for them. They hide too deep in the winter. Someone sighed. It is not difficult for them to catch wild animals, but it is difficult to find them in winter. Many wild animals hide after eating before winter and do not come out until spring. Even if some wild beasts died of starvation in the winter, the ones that survived gave birth to cubs very quickly in the spring of the following year. This is something that orcs could never match. But it makes sense when you think about it. Orcs like those in the Qingshan Tribe can basically fight against large wild beasts when they go into the wild. Moreover, orcs live in groups, help each other, and cooperate in hunting. If they were given their extraordinary reproductive abilities, there would be no room for other creatures to survive in this world. As far as wild beasts are concerned, medium-sized beasts do not reproduce as fast as small beasts, and large beasts are even worse than medium-sized beasts. Because orcs are too powerful, the sub-beasts that serve as orcs' companions are extremely weak. This weakness is also relative to the creatures in this world. If you compare the sub-beasts with the people in the modern world, the sub-beasts are much stronger. Chapter 134 Visit. The product display on the stage has been completed. Finally, Xiao briefly told everyone about the arrangements for the items that were exchanged this time. Strength grass and taming grass will not be exchanged and will be kept by the tribe. Taming grass will be used for autumn hunting, while strength grass is a reserve and will be distributed when the tribe encounters a crisis. No one had any objection to the arrangement of these two kinds of grass. In their minds, this was how these two things should be arranged. Dang Xia announced that the fleshy fruits would not be exchanged and would be kept until next year for Meng Yuqing to plant, so that the Qingshan tribe would always have fleshy fruits. When there were enough fleshy fruits, the tribe would directly distribute them per capita. Everyone was excited. They all knew about potato planting. Some people even saw Ronlin and his team busy harvesting potatoes, packing them into bags, and moving them into the cave for storage. They moved dozens of bags. I heard that the first potatoes planted in the field were only 2 bags. After explaining everything, Meng Yuqing followed Ronglin away, and Xuan was also called away by Xia. Ronglin took Meng Yuqing to his home. His little orc was still following and teaching the orcs and had not returned yet. Luo went to the hunting team, and he was the only one at home. He moved a wooden box from his storage room at home. Not long after you left, the radish flowers fell off. You said that seeds would appear after the flowers fell, so we kept an eye on them and collected all the grown seeds. Every radish has bloomed and produced seeds. He opened a wooden box, which was filled with the radish seeds they had collected during this period. Meng Yuqing took a look and thought the same as he did. These radishes were in the second year of growth and reproduction, and they had all successfully produced seeds. After looking at the radish seeds, Ronglin took out a few small wooden boxes and said, "This box contains the seeds of the hemostatic grass. The other two boxes contain the seeds of the blood-producing grass and the blackthorn grass. The yellow and white flowers and tendon grass you planted also have seeds, but they have only appeared in the past few days, and we haven't picked them yet. Have there been any changes in the flowers?" Meng Yuqing asked, looking at the seeds of the yellow and white flowers. Although the information says that the yellow and white flowers will produce seeds that will not wither, and the flowers will only wither when the temperature drops below 0 degrees. As long as you pick the petals and preserve them before the temperature drops below 0, they can still be used. But he was still a little worried. He had never grown flowers before and always thought that flowers would wither after bearing fruit. He worried for a long time that the yellow and white flowers would wither and bear fruit and be useless. Flowers? Nothing much has changed. They're growing better than before. Rome Linneo nodded. The yellow and white flowers are the easiest to worry about here. When they lack water, their leaves curl up. After watering, they unfold quickly. After hearing Rong Lin's words, Meng Yuqing felt relieved. Like the other three herbs, the tendon grass did not bloom on the grass, but started to produce seeds directly on the grass, which did not affect other herbs at all. I'll leave the radish seeds with you for now. When you plant potatoes, you can plant the radishes as well. I'll take the herb seeds with you. We probably won't be able to plant them this year. Even if we manage to grow them, winter will come before the seeds are produced. I'll keep them for next year. It just so happens that my 2 plots of land should be freed up, and I'll use them exclusively for growing herbs in the future. After recalling the growth characteristics of these herbs, Meng Yuqing told Rong Lin about his plans. Okay, Rong handed all the herbal seeds to Meng Yuqing. Let's start preparing for the second wave of planting tomorrow. Meng Yuqing took the box of herbal seeds and prepared to leave. Don't you want to rest for a few days? Rong Lin asked. No, the sooner we plant, the sooner we harvest. If it's too close to winter, I'm afraid the harvest will be affected. Remember to call me tomorrow. I have planned a lot of things, and I'm afraid I'll forget. He specifically reminded her before leaving. Only after seeing Ronglin agree did Meng Yuqing leave with the box in her arms. When he got home, he stuffed the wooden box containing the seeds directly into the warehouse. Nothing could happen to these herbal seeds. These herbs produce seeds every year, and the quantity is quite large, but every time they are collected, only a small cluster is found. This shows that after the seeds fall naturally into the soil, not all of them grow into herbs smoothly. It may be due to seasonal factors, or it may be due to wild animals. To be on the safe side, it is better to store it and then plant it in the soil when the spring is suitable for planting. After collecting the seeds, Meng Yuqing opened them all and directly exchanged the drawings of a manual cotton gin. Although it is not as good as modern machines, it is definitely faster than manually processing one by one. They put the drawings into the warehouse and planned to wait until Xuan was free to study together how to make the cotton gin. That night, Meng Yuqing didn't wait for Xuan, but instead waited for an unexpected person. Positive. He sat at the door of his house and saw the man limping towards him in the moonlight, feeling a little confused. Although they had dealt with each other several times, he was not actually familiar with Yang. Most of the time, Yang gave people a gloomy and cold impression, which was completely different from his name. But Meng Yuqing knew that Yang was not like this before, and Yang was not a difficult person to get along with. It was just that every time he saw Yang, he would inexplicably look a little timid. Seeing Yang approaching, he immediately stood up. Yang just waved his hand and motioned him to sit down. Yang walked up to him and handed him a rectangular piece of animal skin that was 1 meter wide and nearly 2 meters long. Meng Yuqing took it and looked at the skin clearly in the moonlight. It was the animal skin he had used to draw the construction diagram of the pottery kiln. It looked like it had been often held and touched by people, and some parts of it were no longer clear. Meng Yuqing was a little confused as to why Yang gave him this thing. Before he could ask, Yang spoke directly. The pattern on it is very complex and exquisite. We have never seen it before. I am sure that even the 3 major tribes do not have such complex and exquisite patterns. There are also some symbols on it that we cannot understand, but you can understand them all and know what each symbol means. Chapter 135 Text. He looked down at the Chinese characters and numbers Meng Yuqing had marked on the hide. My intuition tells me this is a great concept. If we can use symbols to represent everything, then we won't have to worry about things disappearing forever without us sharing them with the younger generation when we die. After a pause, he continued, when we track prey separately, we leave marks for our companions so they can follow them to find us. However, each person's mark is different. Even the same person's marks may not be the same each time. Moreover, our marks cannot accurately convey the message we want to convey to the other party. Inexperienced young orcs can easily misjudge the marks. He looked at Meng Yuqing with a sincere look in his eyes. Is our mark considered a type of symbol? Meng Yuqing looked at Yang in shock. In this world without words, he could think of so many things when he saw the words. Even the benefits of words came directly to mind, and the connection between words and the symbols they were using now. Yang sat down and looked at Meng Yuqing with a gentle look. Looking at your expression, I know I'm right. Each symbol was created by the orcs themselves. Can we also create this symbol ourselves, and then have the entire tribe learn it together so that they understand what each symbol represents? After a long while, Meng Yuqing finally found his voice. This kind of symbol is called writing. It was created by humans and can record everything. You can write down everything you know and want to say. A long time later, someone who can understand writing will see the record you left and know everything you said. It can transcend time and transcend life and death. I understand. Yang lowered his head and said nothing more. He knew that this text was something left behind by Meng Yuqing's former tribe. It was such a precious thing, so he didn't have any expectations about whether Meng Yuqing would teach them. Meng Yuqing was already very generous. If his tribe could create writing, then his own tribe could certainly do it as well. Even if he couldn't complete it during his lifetime, the descendants of the tribe could continue to create it. Meng Yuqing looked at Yang, who was thinking with his head down in front of him, and suddenly felt that he might have something to do in the winter. Anyway, everyone has to stay in the tribe in winter and can't do any production, so why not learn together? The creation of characters is very complex and will take a long time to perfect. If you are willing, we can build a large house and study characters together there during the winter. He looked at Yang and smiled brightly. My writing is the most perfect and best writing. No other writing can compare to it. Yang stood up, bowed deeply to Meng Yuqing, and left without saying anything. Meng Yuqing lay on the ground with his hands behind his head. System, I'm going to teach them Chinese characters. Well, host, thank you. After a long time, the system answered softly. The next morning, Meng Yuqing followed Ronglin to the newly enclosed land. They have done the most basic zoning and the weeds have been cleared. Bags of potatoes had been carried over. Meng Yuqing took a look and saw that there were more than 70 sub-beasts participating in the planting this time. Apart from those who gathered in the square, this was the first time he had seen so many sub-beasts. They will follow us to finish the front-end work, and then everyone will take turns to take care of it. Ronglin explained. Meng Yuqing nodded. These people were enough. Everyone is here, and there are about 20 orcs guarding here. The area enclosed this time is very large, so it is located in the patrol area. It is not far from the tribe, but it still needs to be guarded by orcs. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Meng Yuqing asked each of them to take a potato, and then he and Ronglin and the other two taught them how to plant it. They studied very seriously, and no one fell behind. The orcs guarding nearby were also watching this side attentively. Soon the process of processing potatoes was taught, and Meng Yuqing, Ronglin, and others walked in the crowd and checked the potatoes they had processed one by one. Now each of you is given 20 potatoes to process. We are here. If you can't remember any step, just call us. Don't keep it to yourself. After making sure that the potatoes they processed met the standards, they were asked to put them aside. After distributing the potatoes, Meng Yuqing and Ronglin did not deal with them anymore, but walked aside and started sowing radish seeds. Planting radishes was not a complicated process. They called over a few orc guards, asked them to transform into beast forms, and then dug shallow trenches in the designated radish planting area. This speed is much faster than if they used tools to plant it themselves. After digging the shallow trench, pour some water on it. After the water has thoroughly soaked the soil, spread the radish seeds evenly in the trench. Because the land is wide enough, there is enough space between the seeds. On the potato processing side, some people occasionally don't understand one or two steps, but they take this matter very seriously and ask questions immediately if they are unclear about something. When they finished processing the 20 potatoes, Meng Yuqing and Ronglin stopped sowing and checked the potatoes they had processed. Seeing that they were all qualified, he felt relieved. The number of potatoes harvested was more than expected. They only processed less than 10 bags on the first day, and it would take 7 or 8 days to process all the potatoes. The radish seeds were not all sown. Thinking that the main force for planting these things in the future would still be the group of sub-beasts, Meng Yuqing called them all over, demonstrated to them how to sow radish seeds. This process is much simpler than processing potatoes. After one demonstration, they could basically get the hang of it. On the third day, seeing that they were all on the right track, Meng Yuqing did not go to plant potatoes. He had too much to do. Yang came to see him again in the evening of the second day after talking with him. While this period is not the busiest, I want to build a house to teach the tribe members to learn characters in the winter. He has decided to learn the writing of Meng Yuqing's tribe, and he has already told Xia about it. Xia has given him full authority to handle this matter. Okay, make this house as big as possible. Leave a few holes on each wall, about 1 at this distance. Meng Yuqing gestured with his hands to indicate the distance. I'll make something to keep warm when the time comes. Are the beast forms of the orcs in our tribe resistant to cold? He asked Yang. Yang shook his head and said, most of the beast forms in our tribe are fine. The beast forms of the Xuan tribe are very afraid of the cold in winter. The beast forms of Mu Heli and his tribe are also afraid of the cold in winter. If it's too cold, they'll want to sleep. Chapter 136 Busy. Okay, then I'll consider making something to keep the sub-beast warm first. Is the pottery kiln still firing pottery now? Meng Yuqing asked about the situation at the pottery kiln again. It's been a while. The tribe has enough supplies, and it's not convenient to trade directly with other tribes for the time being. Yang felt a little uncomfortable with Meng Yuqing's change of topic. They were talking about building a house 1 second and talking about a pottery kiln the next. I want to burn some bricks and use them as heating devices. Meng Yuqing smiled and said, once the classroom is built, we can also use this heating device in our own house. No problem, just go to the pottery kiln and tell them. But you need to teach them how to make bricks. They have never done it before. Okay, then I'll go get the bricks first, and you can build a house first. Meng Yuqing said after thinking for a while. The bricks need to be dried before they can be put into the kiln. Now is a good time to dry the bricks, but the equipment in this world is really crude, and it is still not possible to burn bricks of the same high quality as modern ones. But the slightly worse one from before should be enough. He did what he said. After handing over all the planting matters to Ronglin, Meng Yuqing ran to the pottery kiln and began to teach the disabled beastmen guarding the kiln how to make bricks. Since the burning of charcoal is now entirely their responsibility, they don't have as many people free as before, but it's still enough for burning bricks and pottery. First, make a few molds like this. Meng Yuqing showed them a brick mold he had made himself. Then go dig up some clay, mix it with water, and finally fill into the mold. Don't make the clay too thin, otherwise it will be difficult to shape. As he spoke, he stuffed the mixed mud into the mold and carefully smoothed the surface and corners. Everyone watched his movements intently, afraid that he would miss any step. After smoothing one side, he sprinkled some wood ash on it to prevent it from sticking to the ground, then turned it over and repeated the previous action. After smoothing both sides, he walked to an open space on the side and sprinkled some wood ash. He shook out the formed mud in the mold and placed it on the ground sprinkled with wood ash to prevent it from sticking to the ground, and then dried it. Just like that, let them dry, then stack them up and assemble them into a simple small brick kiln and burn them directly. After everything is done, you can also put them in a pottery kiln and burn them all. Meng Yuqing walked up to them and continued to lay the next brick. After watching his demonstration, the orcs also started to sit up. Because there was only one ready-made mold, and it was too late to burn it, they made the mold on site directly with wood. Meng Yuqing was instructing them on the size of the mold. In just over half an hour, they each had a mold. They followed the steps Meng Yuqing taught them carefully. They accomplished a lot in just one morning. The weather is sunny now, so when it is half dry, I specially light a fire to speed up the drying process. The wood ash from burning was not wasted. He collected it all and used it for growing potatoes and making cement in the future. He had told Xia a long time ago that all the wood ash in the tribe should be kept and not thrown away as he needed it. After the bricks were completely dry, Meng Yuqing put all the bricks into the kiln and started burning them. He was actually quite nervous. After all, this was a kiln specially used for fire and pottery. The information he had read showed that bricks could theoretically be fired here, and he had actually fired bricks in his own small pottery kiln, so he dared to use this kiln directly. If it succeeds, he won't need to change the brick kiln production plan. The waiting time is still very difficult to endure. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Under his supervision, the bricks were successfully fired after the kiln was opened. Although it may not be as good as bricks made with modern professional technology, the quality is similar to the bricks made in rural areas in the past. Holding a brick, he turned around and looked at the disabled orcs who had been busy following him all this time. They were all looking at the baked bricks nervously. It was their first time to bake this thing, and they couldn't tell whether it was successful or not. It's done. We succeeded in burning bricks. This method is feasible. I'll have to trouble you to burn bricks in the next period of time. They will be very useful to us in winter. He looked at the bricks in his hand and inexplicably felt a sense of security. With a brick in hand, the world belongs to me? Having completed another task, Meng Yuqing returned home and happily took out his memo, crossing out the brick-making item. After seeing that there was more energy in the energy storage space, he nodded with satisfaction. The system has rarely issued tasks proactively recently, and even hidden tasks are not reported. Basically, after Meng Yuqing finishes a task, the system directly adds energy to his energy storage space. Maybe they felt that Meng Yuqing was too reliable and no longer needed it to issue tasks and guide the development direction. It is now in a state of quietly serving as a tool. But Meng Yuqing discovered that the system was much more concerned about his safety than before. During the days of planting in the patrol area, he felt the system's energy surrounding him vaguely. Especially when he strayed slightly off track, the system suddenly suggested that he go in another direction. However, Meng Yuqing checked the energy and found that the system did not use his energy. The system's explanation for this was the host hadn't used the system's bonus features for a long time, and the system had saved all of this energy for the host's personal safety. This energy can only be used for the host. If it involves other people, the host's energy will be used instead. Meng Yuqing raised his eyebrows. He thought that the exploration and identification times he had not used would be lost if he missed them, but he did not expect that the system would directly convert them into energy and use them on him. Although this system is unprofessional and sometimes unreliable, it is indeed very concerned about itself and has always ensured its own safety within the scope of its ability. After the brick-making problem was solved, Meng Yuqing went to Yang's side to take a look. He brought a dozen disabled orcs and chose a large area behind the tribe and began to dig the foundation to build a house. At Meng Yuqing's request, ventilation holes were left at fixed intervals where the wall was grounded. However, the house was indeed built quite large, so it took them some time to select the materials and adjust the size based on their house-building experience. However, orcs themselves are very buggy. Their nails can easily cut stones, and the resin used to build houses is also a good adhesive. Their construction speed is not slow at all. Every day, he ran back and forth between Yang's construction team, the pottery kiln, and the potato plantation to make sure they wouldn't encounter any problems. He was so busy that he forgot about the cotton and cement. Chapter 137, Pain. If Xuan hadn't come to find him, he wouldn't have forgotten that he still hadn't made the cotton gin and hadn't dealt with the wood ash he had stored. Yuqing, you said before that you wanted me to make something with you. Can we start now? In the evening, Xuan suddenly appeared at his doorstep. Just like last time, he placed barbecue, vegetable soup, and a cup of black honey fruit water on the flat stone. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan in confusion. What else was there? Seeing his expression, Xuan held his forehead helplessly. You said you want to make a machine for processing cotton, and... He waved at Meng Yuqing. You haven't gotten the fire fruit or the stem leaf tree yet, have you? The tribe already has a lot of wood ash. Father asked me to ask you, besides the plantations, what else are you going to use the wood ash for? The plantations don't need that much wood ash. After hearing Xuan's words, Meng Yuqing, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up again. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten where I was. Wait a moment. After saying that, without waiting for Xuan's answer, he ran straight back into the house, which was brightly illuminated by the yellow light stone. In the tribe, apart from the pregnant sub-beasts who could be directly allocated a piece of yellow light stone, he is the only one who could be directly allocated one. The other yellow light stones require the tribesmen to exchange them for something. Soon, he came out with a piece of animal skin. He sat next to Xuan and looked at the things listed on it in the light of the fire. Sure enough, all the things Xuan mentioned were listed on it, but he was so busy during this period that he only looked at the list once except for crossing out the time when he was making bricks. If Xuan hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten even the list. Are you free these 2 days? Meng Yuqing asked casually while looking at the list. Well, I have free time for the next few days. My father asked me to help you before organizing the autumn hunt, Xuan said as he handed food to Meng Yuqing. Then let's deal with the stock leaf trees and fire fruits first. Then I'll try making the wood ash cement. Once it's successful, we'll teach others how to make it. Then the two of us can focus on studying the cotton gin. Meng Yuqing thought for a moment and continued. If there's anything I've missed, please remind me immediately. I tend to forget things when I'm busy. Yeah, I know. Xuan looked at him with a smile in his eyes. It is not autumn yet, but Meng Yuqing feels that time is too tight. Many things can only be obtained after returning from a market. He must arrange everything before winter. He had promised Xuan and Xiuye that he would ensure the entire tribe had a good winter. There were not many stem leaf trees and fire fruits. With Xian's help, they dug out all the fire fruit seeds in one day. After letting the system identify that the fruits were ripe and could be planted directly, they rushed to the field. On the way, Meng Yuqing accidentally touched her eyes with the hand that had touched the fire fruit seeds. She felt so spicy that she jumped all over, which scared Xuan. Fire fruit is not a delicate plant. Just sow the seeds at a proper distance, cover them with a thin layer of soil, and sprinkle some water. I just encountered some trouble when planting the Scutellaria. Only the seeds on one Scutellaria could be planted, and the number of seeds was very small. The planting method is not difficult. Just spread them in the soil, cover them with soil, and water them. But the number is really too small. Even if they grow up and are planted, the number will not be large. It is still impossible to have a piece of cloth for each person in the tribe next year. So we still have to find a way to revive those seedless stem leaf trees. But that's where the problem lies. These trees have been away from the soil for too long. Even though I put them away myself, it still affects their activity. I don't know how successful I can be. Meng Yuqing sat next to his own plantation, looking at the stem leaf trees in front of him with a sad face, while frantically searching for relevant information on pole planting. In fact, the current weather is not suitable for planting with poles, but if he waits any longer, it will be until the beginning of next spring, and he doesn't want to wait. Xuan sat beside him and looked at him, not knowing what to do. This was an area he had never been involved in. Even Meng Yuqing was troubled, so he had no idea what to do. Just when Meng Yuqing was worried, the system suddenly spoke. Host, do you want to use energy? How do I use it? He sat up straight suddenly. Xuan had been watching him, and when he noticed his movements, he immediately looked over. He saw Meng Yuqing's expression of surprise, as if he were communicating with someone. Was he communicating with something he couldn't see? Was that thing helping him solve the problem? Well, using energy to ensure the survival of these stem leaf trees will be quite energy-consuming. Host, do you want to use it? After a pause, the system continued, where you can go to the mall and see. Exchanging for items requires less energy than using them directly, but there's no guarantee of 100% survival. After saying that, the system fell silent. He could only say this much and nothing more. Meng Yuqing immediately opened them all, and the first products that caught his eye were rooting powder and fungicide. It must be that the system specifically picked out these two things for him to see. These two things are inside the finished product, and the things inside the finished product are very expensive, although Meng Yuqing can definitely afford it with his current energy. Apart from exchanging items and looking up information, he rarely uses extra energy. He handles things that he can handle by himself, and will not seek death by relying on the system. So I still have a lot of energy stored up. However, these two things cannot guarantee the survival rate of the stem leaf trees 100%. What if all the stem leaf trees have that small probability of failing to survive? Then the energy will be wasted. Thinking of this, he hardened his heart and said, let the system use energy directly. I must weave cloth next year. As long as these trees survive, they can branch indefinitely. Before winter, he can collect a lot of fresh branches and store them in warehouses. Next year, he can plant a large number of stem leaf trees. Okay, host, just plant these stem leaf trees in the soil. The energy will adjust automatically. After hearing what the system said, Meng Yuqing stood up and said, Xuan, let's stick these directly into the soil and then break off the branches that look stronger and stick them into the soil as well. Xuan stood up with him, holding the safflower, and walked into the plantation. According to Meng Yuqing's instructions, he inserted the safflower directly into the soil. He was much faster than Meng Yuqing and completed most of the work. After all the stem leaf trees were planted, Meng Yuqing spoke to the system in his mind. Understand, host. Just remember to water it. The system replied. Then Meng Yuqing found that his energy was almost exhausted. He covered his chest with his hands and fell heartbroken for a while, then pulled Xuan away from the plantation. He needs to slow down. It doesn't matter. I can earn it back once the cloth is woven. He comforted himself. Chapter 138, Wood Ash Cement. After dealing with the fire fruits and stem leaf trees, it's time to deal with the wood ash cement. Oh my god, how much wood ash have I wasted before? After reading the production method of wood ash cement, Meng Yuqing covered his head and cried out in pain. What's wrong? Wood ash is not a rare thing. If it is wasted, it is wasted. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know that wood ash has so many uses. Xuan immediately came over to comfort him. During this period, he could feel that Meng Yuqing was putting too much pressure on him, and sometimes he would get emotional for no apparent reason. However, when he got emotional, he would just complain about the things he had made and then silently digest it. I never take my anger out on myself. I always talk to myself after I calm down. When we make soap, don't we soak the wood ash in water? Soap only needs that water, and we throw away the rest of the mortar, right? Meng Yuqing closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Wood ash cement is made from this ash residue. We waste a lot of it. He rubbed his face, filled a clay pot with water, poured the wood ash into the pot, and stirred it with a piece of wood, then poured all the water into another container. Put on the animal leather gloves you made earlier and shape the remaining mortar into small balls. Xuan was also forced to wear gloves. Although the wood ash water was not as strong as caustic soda, it was not appropriate to soak his hands in it for a long time, as it would still burn his hands. However, it is better to make a colander, pour out the water, scoop out the mortar with a spoon, wrap your hands with leaves or unwanted animal skins, and then squeeze it. After kneading these, Meng Yuqing soaked a few more cans of wood ash, poured the water into another container, and then began to knead the mortar balls. After all the mortar balls were molded, Meng Yuqing put them all into a basket, took them to his small pottery kiln, lit a fire, and threw them all into the fire to burn. You can take these balls out when they are burned to emit orange light. Meng Yuqing pulled Xuan away from the small pottery kiln because it was too hot there. Xuan was staring at the mortar ball in the fire from a distance, while Meng Yuqing sat next to him and began to look at the drawings of the cotton gin. This thing was rather complicated, and he had to study it carefully. It should be fine over there. I see a lot of small balls glowing orange. After an unknown amount of time, Xuan suddenly spoke. Meng Yuqing raised his head, put the blueprints into the warehouse, walked over to the small pottery kiln, and used a wooden stick to pick out the mortar balls. Let's put them there for now. Fill 2 stone cups with water. When these balls are cool, throw 2 in and try. Okay. As he said that, Xuan took out the unused stone cup from home and went to the big water tank to fetch water. There's a large water tank at the door of every household in the tribe. Every morning, the orcs carry the water tank to the stream to fill it with water and bring it back. Xuan has always helped to fetch water from Meng Yuqing's house. Although he can fill the pottery jar with water by running many times, it is definitely not as fast as the orcs carrying the water jar directly to fill it up. After the mortar balls cooled down, Meng Yuqing poured some more water according to the proportion and then dropped the 2 mortar balls into 2 cups respectively. Xuan opened his eyes wide as he watched the water bubbling in the cups. Aren't these balls cold? Yeah, what's wrong? Then why is it still bubbling? It's like it's boiling. It's called a chemical reaction. Meng Yuqing touched his head. I can't explain it clearly now. Anyway, just know that after burning these mortar balls and letting them cool down and then put them in water, this will happen. This will prevent you from being cheated in the future. Meng Yuqing specifically mentioned this when he thought that many so-called magic tricks of ancient quacks were just chemical reactions, pretending to be gods and deceiving people. Okay, I remember. I won't be fooled again. Xuan nodded seriously. The mortar ball quickly turned into mud in the water. Meng Yuqing found some pottery that had failed to be fired or was accidentally broken, crushed it according to the proportion, and threw it all into a cup. He put some sand into another cup according to the proportions, poured it all out after mixing it well, and then pinched each into 2 small cubes. Put it in the sun for 2 days. Once it's completely dry, we'll know if it's successful. Meng Yuqing put the 2 small cubes aside. I'll see what the difference is between adding pottery shards and sand. If there's not much difference, I'll use sand. What about these unused balls? Xuan pointed at the remaining mortar balls. Put in a cool place first. When you need it, just soak it in water and add sand or broken pottery. After saying that, he breathed a sigh of relief. I have completed another task. Although I don't know if it was successful, it should be fine. I followed the steps strictly. He said to himself. Xuan walked behind him, looked at him with some heartache, and finally just raised his hand and patted his shoulder gently. Let's start preparing the materials for making cotton gins tomorrow. We need to make more cotton gins before the Qingshan Tribe comes. Meng Yuqing took out the production drawings of the cotton gin from the warehouse. What he planned to make was a pure wooden cotton gin that could be operated by one person. It was almost the most suitable cotton gin for this world, and it could be upgraded after iron was found. Even if he could exchange for higher tech equipment, it would be difficult to produce it. He was just an ordinary male college student without such professional skills, and he often had to cross the river by feeling the stones. He felt a little distressed when he thought about the need for suitable fabrics to make cotton-padded clothes. "What's wrong with you? What are you worried about?" Seeing his expression, Xuan asked softly, "Are there any animal hides that have thick, short fur? Or are there any hides that have very soft, short fur that won't prick you even if you were the furry side close to your body?" "We certainly cannot rely on cotton to make cotton cloth. At least it is definitely too late this year. And there are too few stem-leaf trees to rely on this, so we can only start with animal skins." Hearing his question, Xuan thought for a moment and said, "Yes, many small beasts with little offensive power have short fur that is very soft, much softer than the fur on our abdomens. The tribe has stored a lot of them, but these animal skins can't survive the winter." Xuan paused. "Actually, the warmest thing is the hides of wild beasts after they've shed their fur after the snow. However, by then, we can hardly find them. Most of the hides used by the tribe for winter are hunted during the autumn hunt, and their fur won't survive the winter. So, when winter comes, sub-beasts have to wrap themselves in layers of hides, making it difficult for them to move." He carefully explained how the sub-beasts survive the winter, as if he was teaching a child who was going through the winter for the first time. Chapter 139, Making a Cotton Gin. But how could Meng Yuqing, who is already 22 years old, have never experienced winter? It's just that she has never experienced winter in this world. As they talked, it was getting late. Meng Yuqing had dinner with Lu Xian, and then they went home separately. After a simple wash, Meng Yuqing fell asleep almost right on the bed. When the system woke him up, it was almost noon. He immediately got out of bed, washed up, and went out. "I saw a lot of high-quality wood placed on the open space at the door, which should have been brought by Xian, but he was not at the door." Meng Yuqing walked through the wood and looked around. Suddenly, he discovered a familiar figure in his private plantation. He trotted over and saw that it was indeed Xian. He was walking around in the room, holding a clay pot full of water. "Xian," Meng Yuqing called out. Xian turned his head and looked at him. "It will be ready soon. Go eat something first." After saying that, he continued to do what he had not finished. Meng Yuqing ran back to the house and picked up some pickled vegetables, and then took out the barbecue and vegetable soup that he had not finished last night from the space warehouse to fill his stomach. By the time he finished eating, Xian had just finished watering the plants. After washing and putting away the bowls, the two of them started to tinker with the cotton gin. Before making the cotton gin, Meng Yuqing asked Xian to make several rulers out of wood, some long, some short, some straight, and some curved. After all, it was a relatively delicate machine and could not be made by feeling. He asked the system to use energy to draw the scales on the ruler to ensure accuracy. The wood is ready, the measuring tools are ready, and the woven straw ropes are also ready. The two of them began to work on it. The cotton gin is much more difficult to make than the simple loom he made before. This time, Meng Yuqing did not dare to modify the cotton gin casually. It took him 5 days to make the loom by himself, and he quickly understood the principle. Even with Xian's help in splitting the wood accurately and quickly, the cotton gin's production progress was not fast. Fortunately, the wood ash cement was successfully produced. The two small cubes were very hard, and Meng Yuqing could not feel any difference between them. However, the system still told him that the small blocks made of pottery fragments were better, but the difference was not that big. Xia Heong came to see it once more during the trip. "Father Beast, Uncle Yang, why are you here?" Xian looked at them both with some confusion. "Come and see what you made." Xia walked to Xian and looked at the parts carved by Xian's hands. "This is harder than I thought. We are working very slowly," Meng Yuqing said as he put down the charcoal pencil he was using for drawing lines. Xian handed the parts in his hand to Xia. "This thing is a bit troublesome to make. Sometimes I cut a little too much and have to make a new one." Xia and Yang carefully examined the parts in their hands and asked, "How do I use this?" "This is just a part of the cotton gin. It needs to be combined with other parts before it can be used," Meng Yuqing explained. "Just like building a house. Use stones, wood, and resin to combine them, and it becomes a house." Yang looked at Meng Yuqing. "Yes, that makes sense." "That's right." Meng Yuqing slapped his head. "We've made cement successfully. It can replace resin in building houses. Didn't they say that resin won't be usable in winter? If a house is damaged, it can't be repaired. Cement can be used, and it can also be used to smooth the road. He took the small cement cubes and mortar balls and handed the 2 small cubes to Xia. Xia stretched out his fingers and flicked the small cube. Huh, it's no worse than ordinary stone and harder than resin. Yang nodded in agreement. Meng Yuqing then told them all the usage and production methods, demonstrated the process from mortar balls to cement in front of them, and explained the proportion problem to them in a way they could understand. Just like that. Wait 2 days for it to dry completely, and then it will become hard. Meng Yuqing pointed at the small cubes he had just made. After making the ash into mortar balls, you can put them aside and store them. When you need them, just add water and sand. Yang filled the mortar balls with bags and said seriously with the small cubes he had made earlier, I know. Before leaving, they looked at Xian and Meng Yuqing with encouraging eyes and said, take your time, don't rush. This is obviously not a simple thing. We have never seen such a sophisticated tool. Xian's friends also came to watch the fun. Xian, Yuqing, what are you making? Mu said as he picked up a long stick that had been polished by Xian. Don't touch the machine that processes cotton. Xian snatched the long stick from Mu's hand to prevent Mu from breaking the prepared parts without careful handling. Mu didn't care that the long stick was taken away. Instead, he walked over to Meng Yuqing and watched. Meng Yuqing was using a ruler and charcoal to draw lines on the wood, with various lines intertwined. He was just getting annoyed by the complicated lines when Mu walked up to him. Without thinking, he reached out and pushed Mu aside. You're blocking me. Go play over there. I'm busy here. Mu touched his head and stepped aside. Lai didn't go near them. Before coming out, Yang had specifically told him, don't touch anything when you go there. Just stand by and see if there's anything you can do to help, even handing them something. If they ask you to do something, do it according to Yuqing's instructions. Don't mess around. In the end, Xian saw that the 2 of them were just wandering around doing nothing, so he simply assigned them a task. Mu, if you have nothing to do, go get something to eat. It's almost noon. Lai, come here and cut the wood according to the black lines Yuqing drew on it. Xian picked up a piece of wood and handed it to Lai. It was not that he was unwilling to let Mu help, but Mu's personality was really not suitable for doing this kind of thing. Even he himself sometimes showed impatience. Okay, then I'll go get something to eat. Mu watched Xian cutting wood for a while and felt that he was not suited to this kind of work, so he readily accepted the task and went to cook. After Lai took the wood from Xian's hand, he began to carefully observe all the lines drawn on the wood by Meng Yuqing. After making sure that he had not missed any line, he also transformed into animal armor like Xian and started cutting wood. He cut very carefully, making few repeated cuts to ensure that he did not damage the wood along the marked lines. He was quite good at observing people's expressions. If he made Meng Yuqing unhappy, Xian would probably beat him up. He dared to fight even in the tribe, but he didn't dare to make Xian angry. Having grown up following Xian, he deeply understood that it was as easy for Xian to beat him as it was for him to beat a kid under 10 years old. With Lai's help, the progress was much faster, and the pile of wood with marked lines on the side was rapidly decreasing. Mu also came over dragging a small wild beast. The patrol area has been uneasy recently. Chapter 140 completed. Because there are many small wild animals in the patrol area, and most of them are not very powerful, many wild animals outside the patrol area that have been driven out by their relatives and cannot compete with other beasts have set their sights on the patrol area. After all, the beasts in the patrol area were left behind intentionally by the orcs, and their combat effectiveness is not that good among the beasts. In the eyes of wild animals outside the patrol area, they're the easiest prey to catch. The living environment of the beasts in the patrol area is not that fierce because the orcs will drive away the powerful beasts. Therefore, even if they're the same kind of beasts, their combat effectiveness is not as good as that outside the patrol area. There have even been cases where wild animals ran away from the patrol area, but within a few days they ran back as if they were running for their lives and could not be driven away. As the number of wild beasts in the patrol area increased, the tribe assigned tasks to the young orcs who were 14 years old or older, asking them to hunt the ferocious small and medium-sized wild beasts in the patrol area. The large beasts would naturally be dealt with by adult orcs until the patrol area returned to peace. To some extent, this can be considered an alternative form of captivity. Although the orcs do not feel that they are raising the wild beasts in the patrol area, the wild beasts in the patrol area do not feel that they're protected by the orcs to some extent. But both sides survive in such a tacit understanding. Soon, Mu prepared the meat and roasted it on the fire. At the same time, he started another fire and cooked vegetable soup. The aroma of food wafted into the noses of the three people who were working hard. Mu's cooking skills have improved. Lai put down the wood in his hand. At the same time, Meng Yuqing touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. Xian noticed his movements and stopped what he was doing. Then let's eat first. The three of them walked to the food that Mu had prepared. Mu distributed the food to them and said to Lai with a smile, "Among the three of us, you are the worst at cooking now, he." Lai rolled his eyes at him and started eating. Xian and Meng Yuqing didn't bother to be polite with Mu. They sat down and started eating quickly. While eating, Meng Yuqing was thinking about how to draw the next line. Xian Healy has also been thinking about how to carve parts more accurately. Among the four people, only Mu was happily enjoying the delicious food. "Why did you make so many of the same things?" Mu said when he saw the parts they put aside. "Make a few more to prevent accidental damage during assembly." "Oh, that looks really complicated." The production of the cotton gin took longer than Meng Yuqing expected. With Yuli's help and Mu cooking a meal for them every day, it took them nearly 20 days to successfully assemble a machine. The moment of success, Meng Yuqing jumped up with joy and said, "Just wait, I'll make you some delicious food in the winter." Thinking about how long it had been since Meng Yuqing treated them to a meal the day before they went to look for the wandering orcs, Mu Healy nodded immediately. It settled then. The next day after the production was completed, the Qingshan Tribe sent them a large amount of cotton. After Xia Heong received them, he told Meng Yuqing the news. He thought about it and decided to put it in the sun for a few days. At the same time, Yang also told him that the big house had been built and a lot of bricks had been burnt. Meng Yuqing, who was just about to lie down for 2 days, could only cheer up and take out the animal skin to start drawing the production plan of the Kong. The paper still needs to be made, but for now, let him and the people in the tribe take some time. Apart from those who go out hunting and patrolling, there are really not many idle people in the tribe. People are needed everywhere, such as farming, burning bricks, burning charcoal, and mass-producing cotton gins. Even the little orcs were captured by Xia and his men to do various jobs, and the little sub-beasts were not spared. Many adult orcs sighed as they watched these little guys busying around behind them. "When I was this old, I don't know where I want to play. I spent the most free years of my life. But it's good to be busy. Everyone has something to do, and the tribe will get better and better." During the process of making the cotton gin, Xian, Lai, and Mu all followed Meng Yuqing to learn the scales on the ruler and the Arabic numerals from 1 to 100. Among them, Xuan was the fastest. Lai was not bad either, but Mu was a bit simple-minded. He remembered everything on the first day, but forgot most of it when he took the exam on the second day. But Mu had a good attitude. He could just learn again if he forgot. He was not impatient, but found it very interesting instead. "It took me 10 days to finally learn it." In the end, the cotton gin became a mass production operation run by the three of them. Meng Yuqing followed for a few days and found that Xian was in charge. Lai was teaching patiently, and Mu livened up the atmosphere from time to time. Xian and Lai also had experience in making a cotton gin by themselves, so their progress was pretty good. At the same time, the numbers from 1 to 100 spread rapidly in the tribe. After knowing that Yang had learned numbers, Meng Yuqing gave him the animal skin with the method of making a Kong painted on it. "We need to build some more Kangs in the big house, so we can study on them in the winter without getting cold. The sub-beasts can sit on the Kangs, and you orcs can sit in the middle. We can then build some stools and tables in the middle. However, there are too many people in the tribe, so we can't teach them all at once. This is not a problem. Xia and I have discussed it. The people in charge of the tribe will definitely go to learn it. Then we will select some people who learn quickly and have flexible minds as the first batch of learners. After they have learned it, they will teach others." Yang had already thought of a solution to this problem. "Okay, as long as you have a plan. By the way, if the cubs are free, bring them here to study." Meng Yuqing suggested after thinking for a while. "That's no problem. They have nothing to do in the winter, so it's good to have a place to go, so they don't have to run around and get sick from the cold." Yang agreed readily. Although these cubs are quite obedient most of the time, they have to stay at home for so long in winter, so it is inevitable that some of them will be naughty and can't stand the loneliness and want to go out and play in the snow. Most of them are little beast men, and occasionally little sub-beasts will play with them, which always makes their father beasts and sub-fathers very angry. Every winter is the peak season for beating children, especially the little orcs, who are often beaten and run around the tribe, which is purely considered as training for them in winter. As for those orcs without parents, in the past few years, Lien was responsible for beating them, and in the past 2 years, he has been responsible for beating them. As for those little orcs who had just lost their fathers, They were naturally beaten by the orcs who had been on good terms with his father in the past, whom his subfather had asked to do so. After handing over all the matters concerning the Kong to Yang, he followed the progress for a few days, as usual. After seeing that they had successfully built a Kong and had a successful test burn, he was completely relieved. He returned to the house, lay on the bed covered with stream leaves, and began to think. Chapter 141 News from the Creek Tribe. The stream leaf is really a magical plant. The leaves are extremely huge, and it is no problem for two people to lie on it. Moreover, this kind of leaves are very ordinary when they are on the tree, but if they are picked and not used, they can remain uncolored or rotten for 5 months. The method of use is also very simple. Soak the leaves in water overnight, and they will become cool for 10 days. At this time, you can use the mat that you accidentally made when weaving the cloth to spread on the leaves and then lie on it. It is very comfortable. Now people in the tribe have begun to say that stream leaves and mats are the best combination. After arranging everything, Meng Yuqing was finally able to relax a little. He would stroll around a few places every day and take care of the fire fruits, stock leaf trees, and herbs he had planted. It can be said that I have had some leisurely days. A water source on the edge of the Qingshan Tribe's patrol area. He and 20 people from the Xuan tribe were resting. Their figures were discovered by a flying orc from the Creek tribe who was flying 1,000 meters above the sky. The orcs of the Creek tribe frowned, gave up today's mission, and immediately turned around and returned to their tribe's base. Why did you come back today? Did you find the hunting target so quickly? Ko asked with some confusion when he saw the orcs who were sent out to find suitable hunting targets come back early. 21 strange orcs came to a stream outside the patrol area of Qingshan Tribe. The flying orc told Ku what he had discovered as soon as he landed. A strange orc? Ku was a little surprised. They're very powerful, much more powerful than our tribe. Perhaps only the orcs from the Qingshan Tribe are their rivals. The flying orc recalled what he had seen. There were snake orcs and lizard orcs. The leader was a dark green and black python. I don't know where they came from, but they looked quite relaxed. Some of them were even soaking in the water. After listening to his tribesmen's words, Ku frowned and pondered for a while before saying to them, no matter where they come from or what their purpose is in coming here, let's tell the Qingshan tribe first and let them know about this so they can prepare in advance if anything happens. The other people around also nodded. Now, they lived within the territory of the Qingshan tribe and accepted their protection. If they discovered anything, they would naturally tell them. I'm going to find people from the Qingshan tribe. You send 2 people to the sky to keep an eye on the surrounding situation. After saying that, Ku turned into a beast and flew towards the Qingshan tribe. Soon, he arrived less than 200 meters away from the main gate of Qingshan tribe. After circling twice in the sky to attract the attention of the orcs guarding the gate of the tribe, he slowly landed. It's the chief of the Creek tribe. Why is he here suddenly? I don't know, go over and ask. An orc at the door greeted his companion and walked towards Ku. What can I do for you? We saw unfamiliar orcs at the edge of the patrol area. Could it not directly say that they were strange orcs? From a description of the tribesmen, those orcs did not seem to be here to cause trouble. They were most likely people the Qingshan tribe knew. You don't recognize them, right? What shapes do they have and which direction are they in? Asked the orcs from the Qingshan tribe. That direction. Ku raised his wing and pointed. They're resting near a water source. There are snake orcs and lizard orcs. The leader is a dark green and black python. There are 21 of them in total. Snake orcs and lizard orcs? Maybe they are from the Xuan tribe. The orcs of the Qingshan tribe lowered their heads and thought for a while. Their area is remote, and there's a high probability that the python orcs and lizard orcs who come to them are from the Xuan tribe. The tribe that has a good relationship with us should have sent people to exchange things. We will notify the patrol team to go over there to check the situation. You don't have to worry. After figuring it out, the orc of the Qingshan tribe comforted Ku. This is what the chief has emphasized. We must make sure that the Xiaoxi tribe feels at ease living here and does not want to go back, and we strive to get them to join the tribe before winter. Moreover, judging from the fact that the Xiaoxi tribe came to tell them immediately after discovering the situation, the atmosphere of the Xiaoxi tribe is still very good and the people are upright. Okay, as long as you have a clear idea in your mind, I will go back first. Seeing that the orcs of Qingshan tribe quickly arranged the action, Ku also felt relieved and prepared to go back. Okay, if you need any help, come here and tell us. The orcs from the Qingshan tribe said casually. After seeing Ku leave, he immediately ran into the tribe and left only a word when passing by his companions who were guarding the gate together. The Xuan tribe might be here. I'll go tell the tribe leader, and you go find the patrol. In the tribe, Xia was checking the place where the cotton gin was being made. Because of Xian and Lai's experience, and the fact that Xia had sent enough people, they were able to make it quite quickly. There are now 30 cotton gins. Very good. All 30 of these are working properly, and the dried cotton can be processed. Meng Yuqing patted the cotton gin beside him. These cotton gins can be used by sub-beasts and larger cubs. It's very convenient. I have to say, perhaps because they often help the Stone Horn Tribe and the Mountain Stream Tribe to process horns, the orcs of the Green Mountain Tribe do have some talent and experience in carpentry, especially their nails, which are like bugs. Xia nodded and thought about which people to assign to use the cotton gin. Although Meng Yuqing has always said that this machine is not difficult to use, just in case, he still selected some sub-beasts who were careful in their work to use it first, and then taught others after they became familiar with it. As for the orcs, we don't plan to let them do this job. Orcs are very strong, and we are afraid that they might accidentally break the machine. When he came here to watch, he saw the orcs accidentally breaking a small part several times. Otherwise, they would have made it even faster. When the orc guarding the door came to find him, he was about to leave and go to see a few other places with Meng Yuqing. Chief! The orc started calling Xia loudly from a distance. Xia paused and pinched the bridge of his nose. He learned this action from Meng Yuqing. He found that this action could really effectively relieve his emotions. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Xia put down his hand and acted just like usual. Meng Yuqing noticed Xia's situation, raised his hand to cover his mouth, and took 2 steps back. You can't laugh. Xia is the clan leader and an elder. You absolutely cannot laugh out loud. Xian saw his actions, walked to his side, and looked at him helplessly, and finally reached out his hand and touched his head randomly. Chapter 142, The Xuan Tribe is here. After Meng Yuqing struggled to escape from Xian's clutches, she pulled at her hair and said, "Don't mess up my hairstyle." When he moved his hair, he found that his hair was almost as long as Xian's. It's just that Xuye and the other's hair is about the same length, so he didn't think it was strange. Now that Xian had made such a fuss, he realized it and suddenly felt uncomfortable. No wonder I felt so hot here. It turns out my hair is too long and needs to be cut. While the two of them were interacting in the back, the orc guarding the gate had already told Xia the news that the Creek tribe had told him. After listening to the tribesman's retelling, Xia nodded. I understand. If they're confirmed to be from the Xuan tribe, bring them directly to the tribe. Let them fly, or chain them over. They are fast. The Xiaoxi tribe will keep an eye on them. Okay. After receiving Xia's order, the orc turned around and left. Let's continue to look at other places. Xia turned to look at Meng Yuqing. Oh, okay. Let's go to Yang's place next. It's a good opportunity for you, clan leader, to try out our Kong. If you find it useful, you can build one in your own house in the future. Hearing Xia's words, Meng Yuqing stopped pulling her hair. He didn't expect that the matter would be resolved so quickly. He thought that he couldn't go to other places today, and was about to pull Xian to get a haircut together. After all, my haircutting skills are definitely not that good. So if we have to be ugly, we should all be ugly together. But as for Xian's face, unless I give him a Mediterranean look, it shouldn't affect his appearance. In the end, I might be the only one who is ugly. Although I can be considered a handsome guy next door in a modern world, and have received many love letters, I still cannot compare with Xian, such a handsome guy. After going to college, I was able to fall in love, but I met the widow in the dormitory. I remained solo until I was 22 years old. The construction on the Yang side is nearing completion, with only the Kong left to be built. It is expected to be completed today, and then in the next 2 days we will just have to make some tables out of bamboo and put them in. After the cement on the last Kong dries, the classroom can be put into use. When Xia and Meng Yuqing were about to arrive at the classroom, it was bustling with activity. Is this the new thing? How do you use it? Li's voice came out. Look here, I'll take you to see how to use this thing. It will definitely be useful in winter. An orc pulled Li out and walked around the wall, pointing to the location of the hole that Meng Yuqing had asked him to leave before. Xia followed immediately. Hey, Xia, Yuqing, you are here too. Li waved to them immediately when he saw them. Chief, which? The orc who was pulling him also greeted him. Everyone in the Qingshan Tribe had already recognized that Meng Yuqing was the witch of their tribe. Come and take a look at this Kong. Xia waved his hand, motioning him to continue. See that fireplace inside? When the fire is lit, the heat is transmitted to the stone bed. The stone bed soon becomes hot, and then the smoke comes out from here. I saw that a smoke outlet had been built with bricks above the hole that had been left earlier. After they tried burning it several times, they confirmed that it was usable. Chief, do you want to try it? If so, let's go and make a fire. The orc looked at Xia. No, it's too hot today. I will definitely use this when winter comes. Xia shook his head without thinking. Who wants to lie on a hot bed in such hot weather? Okay, then, Chief, if your family wants to do this, just tell us. We will definitely do it quickly and well. Okay. Xia nodded. After leaving the classroom, Meng Yuqing followed Xia to the planting area. Chuya was also working there today. When summer came to the planting field, he didn't just stand there and watch, but started taking care of the potatoes and radishes with everyone else. As the patriarch, he rarely specializes in a particular job, but he participates in and understands every job. It was 3 days later that the Xuan tribe was brought back to the Qingshan Tribe by the patrol team. Because of the arrival of the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe, the Qingshan Tribe expanded the scope of its patrol area. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe also often helped drive away wild animals in the patrol area. Bo would go to the Wandering tribe whenever he had time. This was a task assigned to him by Xia, and he always took it very seriously. The Wandering tribe also became visibly closer to the Qingshan tribe, no longer looking as cautious and humble as when they first arrived. Hey, what are you going to do in our tribe this time? Xuan took he to the discussion room. In addition to being used for leadership meetings, this place is also used to receive people from other tribes, mainly those from the Shijiao tribe and the Xuan tribe. If the number of people coming is small, they will directly bring in people from the other tribe. We still need to exchange things. He opened all the animal skin bags he brought this time. Look at what we brought this time. Xia looked at Xian nodded, and followed an orc from the Xuan tribe to check what they brought this time. Xian was more and more surprised as he looked at all the bags. After he finished looking through them all, he returned to Xia and said, apart from the things dropped by the orcs in their tribe, most of them are things from wild beasts in the water. Before Xia could reply, he smiled and said, the skins of wild beasts in the water are the most comfortable to make clothes in summer. There are also bones of white-thorn beasts, which are very light but very sharp, and beads from the heads of shimmering beasts. Xia was fine when he heard about the skins of wild animals in the water. After all, the Qingshan tribe had streams and leaves, so they had no shortage of ways to stay cool. It was not that they couldn't catch small and medium-sized wild animals in the water, but they just felt there was no need to catch them. But when he heard about the things from the white-thorn beast and the glimmer beast, he also showed a surprised expression like Xian. Both of these are large beasts that live in rivers. Only orcs who can live in water can kill large beasts in the water. Even Xia himself did not dare to provoke large wild beasts in the water, and Lan also clearly stated that he might not be able to win in the water. Especially in deep water, they will never cause trouble for large wild beasts, because they are likely to be killed in return, and the large wild beasts will drag them and drown them. They dare to hunt even large flying beasts, but they cannot hunt large beasts in deep water. You really brought some good stuff this time, Xia exclaimed. We need to exchange charcoal, enough charcoal to ensure that the orcs in our tribe will not sleep in the winter. He went straight to the point. Their tribe was composed of snake orcs, crocodile orcs, and lizard orcs, accounting for the majority. If it is too cold in winter and they cannot maintain their body temperature, they will fall asleep together. This is a fatal weakness of their tribe, and the reason why they cannot go out to look for hidden wild animals in winter when they have nothing to eat like the Qingshan tribe and the Shijiao tribe. Chapter 143, The Dark-Hearted He. The Stonehorn tribe is especially severe in winter, and their orcs can even survive by gnawing on grass and tree roots. If the Xuan tribe fails to save enough food during the autumn hunt, there will really be nothing they can do. So when the roaming orcs attacked their tribe during the autumn hunt, they felt that their tribe might not survive the winter and was in danger of complete extinction, so they ran to the Qingshan tribe for help. The hippopotamus orcs in their tribe, who do not sleep in winter, are very afraid of the cold. Their fighting power drops sharply when winter comes, so in the end, only the otter orcs in the entire tribe can move freely. But if there's a way to ensure that snake orcs, crocodile orcs, and lizard orcs can stay in warm houses to maintain their body temperature during the winter, then they can move freely in the ice and snow for 3 days. When their body temperature gradually drops to a level that can no longer support their continued activities, they need to immediately return to a warm place to recharge, which takes 6 days. So when he brought back charcoal to use in his own tribe, he and Jia immediately discovered the benefits of charcoal to them. It is particularly resistant to burning, has stable temperature, no smoke, and no open flame, which is really suitable for them. Knowing the difficulties of the Xuan tribe, Xia agreed to the deal immediately. Ever since Meng Yuqing told them how to make charcoal, the tribe has never stopped making charcoal, so they have indeed stockpiled a lot of charcoal. It's completely enough to trade with the Xuan tribe, just enough to clear out a wave of warehouses. How much charcoal does your entire tribe need in total? Xiao Wenhe. One of us orcs needs this much for the whole winter. He gestured with his hand to indicate a rough range. When they brought the charcoal back, they experimented with how much charcoal was needed to burn a house in a day. And in order to save charcoal, they also planned to build several large houses to serve as greenhouses. Everyone can go there during the day, and orcs without partners can stay there at night and not go home. Seeing his gesture, Xiao recalled how many people there were in the Xuan tribe and roughly knew how much charcoal they needed. It just so happened that the tribe had enough charcoal to exchange for them. After deciding on the transaction quantity, Xia and Xian began to count the items brought by the Xuan tribe. The rarest thing among them is the bead on the head of the glimmering beast. Just like the name of this beast, this bead emits a faint light, not as bright as the yellow light stone, but a very soft light that will never go out. The Xuan tribe brought few beads, only 3 in total. The whitethorn beast bone is a complete skeleton. The bones of this beast are also very special, very light and soft, but very sharp. Together with the snake's skins and crocodile teeth they brought with them, Xia and Xian felt that these things were enough. Just as the two of them finished counting everything, he spoke again. Did you and the Stonehorn tribe work together to repel the Greystone tribe that came to cause trouble for the Stonehorn tribe? Hearing his question, Xia and Xian looked at each other and said, yes, they were bullied by the Greystone tribe at the market, and they were chased for revenge after they left the market. I know. I saw them chase out, and then I saw them come back, and there were still many people missing. He glanced at Xia. He didn't think that relying solely on the Stonehorn tribe could reduce the number of people in the Grey Rock tribe. The only one who would help the Stonehorn tribe and had the ability to do so was the Green Mountain tribe. We were there when they had the conflict and saw it all, he continued. This surprised Xian a little. You guys are here too? Xia, on the other hand, looked calm. Looking at the stalls nearby, he said casually, why else would the people from the Rolling Stone tribe come so quickly? If no one went to look for them, they might have to wait until something bad happened before they came. Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, the Shijiao tribe would have suffered a great loss. Xia sighed. The people of the Shijiao tribe were the gentlest among the 3 tribes, but also the most straightforward. What tribe with fewer than 1,000 people wouldn't bother them? He waved his hand with a gloomy look on his face, his tone full of disdain for the Greystone tribe. If they have the guts, go and find trouble with a tribe with a similar number of people. Although he said it nonchalantly, Xia knew that since they were able to call the people from the Rolling Stone tribe so quickly, he and his men must have sent something as a gift. Otherwise, with so many tribes in the market, there's no telling how many small and big conflicts there are every day, and they can't handle it all. If the fight isn't serious, then don't tell them. Moreover, the Water Forest tribe had also been in trouble with the Grey Rock tribe. It was also he who led the team that time. The Grey Rock tribe insisted on exchanging useless plant for the snake skins shed by the Water Forest tribe. At that moment, he transformed into a beast and stood in front of the stall, staring intently at the people of the Greystone tribe. We have over 300 orcs in our tribe who can dive into the water and catch large beasts. We may not be many, but if you want to force us to exchange our goods, then your tribe should be prepared to stay away from water for the rest of their lives. The Greystone tribe stood at the door of their stall and watched he for a long time, making sure that he was not joking and that the orcs he brought were very strong. Finally, they left unwillingly. Which tribe does not have a water source? If they were really forced to have difficulty using water, the tribe would have no choice but to relocate. The Xuan tribe was also lucky. That year, the Blue Water tribe came to the market. After leaving the Grey Rock tribe, he took a snake skin and ran to find the Blue Water tribe. After getting the permission of the Blue Water tribe, he led his people to leave through the ditch of the Blue Water tribe. If the Blue Water tribe was not there that year, the people of the 3 major tribes would not allow them to get close to the ditch. They could only send things, and definitely more than what they gave to the Blue Water tribe. But they won't have an easy time after returning to the market. He collected his thoughts and said with a raised lip corner, Did anything else happen? Xian asked with interest. We kept an eye on the Stonehorn tribe after they left. When we saw them chasing them away, we secretly spread the news in the market that they had taken most of their people away. He chuckled. Many tribes that were bullied by them in the past and now have over 1,000 people have come to cause trouble for them. There are also several tribes that are about the same size as ours that have taken advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. We all fight them directly, and once we start fighting, they demand that we hand over things to the 3 major tribes. The Limestone tribe has basically handed over everything. The Greystone tribe also knew that their tribe was very disliked and was afraid of being troubled by other tribes, so they only sent 80 or 90 orcs to the market every time. For other tribes, sending 40 people was considered a lot. It's not the first time they've sent a large group of people away from the market to ambush small tribes that rebelled against them. But they left quietly, and everyone in the market was busy exchanging things, so no one noticed that they were missing. After the Xuan tribe spread the news behind the scenes, many tribes immediately went to seek revenge. Chapter 144 News from the Yellowstone tribe. He originally wanted to talk to the Shijiao tribe in the evening and asked them to either go with the Qingshan tribe or wait for his own tribe to go together. But he didn't expect that the two tribes would act so quickly. The Qingshan tribe had already left in the morning, and the Shijiao tribe also packed up and left immediately after the incident. When he discovered that the Xuan tribe was chasing the Huiyin tribe, he actually thought about chasing after them and helping the Shijiao tribe. But there are not many of them, and the beast forms are indeed not as flexible as them on land. The Stonehorn tribe was walking very fast, and the Limestone tribe was also chasing them very fast. The roads they chose were all some distance away from the water source, so they couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. In the end, they could only cause trouble for the Greystone tribe in the market, and pray that the Green Mountain tribe would walk slower so that they could meet the Stonehorn tribe. Fortunately, the Grey Rock tribe returned in disgrace, which made them feel relieved. The Stonehorn tribe must have escaped danger by encountering the Green Mountain tribe. After watching the lively life of the Greystone tribe at the market for a few days, they left. After hearing what he said, Xia frowned and said, "The Greystone tribe deserves the revenge they received from so many people. How many small tribes were bullied by them and no longer dare to come to the market? How many small tribes were chased out and killed by them? Small tribes can't offer anything good, and the three major tribes don't care whether they come or not. They can't bully away those tribes that have some resistance, and they don't provoke tribes that are larger than us." After saying that, Xia sighed again. "So, you just pretended you would be with the Stonehorn tribe, and they didn't dare to do anything." He paused and continued, "If the tribes in the market knew that the three of us were together, then apart from the three major tribes, there would be no tribe with more people than us in the market." He looked at Xia steadily and told him another purpose for his visit. "Haven't our three tribes always been together?" Xia said with a chuckle. Xian raised the corners of his lips slightly, and the Xuan tribe also joined in. After both parties reached an agreement, Rangxian took a few people and the people from the Xuan tribe to load charcoal. He and Xian walked side by side, and the others followed behind them. "I saw that the Yellowstone tribe exchanged a lot of soap. Did you do business with them this year?" he asked Xian on the way. "Yes, we exchanged yellow lightstones with them, but I don't know why they had some left over this year, so we got them." Xuan Xue touched his chin, imitating Meng Yuqing's actions. This matter made him a little concerned. It must be that those big tribes were making some movements again. Although it would not affect them, he thought that maybe they could get some opportunities from it. "I have found out about this." He looked at Xian and said with a smile. When they guessed that the Qingshan tribe had exchanged for the yellow lightstone, they specifically went to inquire about this information. "I have to say that Hiku is really a talented person. He is really good at finding out information, and he actually found it out." "Oh, what's the reason?" Xian looked at he. Based on Xia's understanding of the large tribes in the south, he and Xia also had some guesses about this matter, but after all, they were just guesses and certainly not as accurate as specific information. The sub-beast that can become a witch has appeared in their tribe, and they are now preparing to train a witch. There are only 1,300 of them. Xian's pupil shrank. His eyes also became a little serious. The tribes with witches here have at least 1,500 people. Even some weaker tribes have no sub-beasts that can become witches even though they have 1,500 people. The tribe that once tried to seize the Yellowstone tribe's territory had already reached 1,500 people, but they had no shaman, while the Yellowstone tribe only had 1,300 people. They don't know the situation in the northern tribes, but this is indeed the case in the southern tribes. The witch needs someone to record the life experiences of every person in their tribe, and record the things passed down from generation to generation in their tribe, so that the tribe could become stronger step by step. As a wizard, he doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to consolidate his memory of what he knows every day. This is also the reason why no one has ever asked Meng Yuqing to participate in tribal work except for the first time he went out to collect after he came to the Qingshan tribe. And all witches have one thing in common. They're all sub-beasts, the kind of sub-beasts that are remembered once heard. As long as another sub-beast like this appears in the tribe before they die, The inheritance will not be broken. The amazing thing is that once this sub-beast appears in the tribe, a second one will definitely appear. Such a small sub-beast appeared in the Yellowstone tribe, so they have begun to prepare to train a witch. The Yellowstone tribe didn't want to publicize it, but word got out anyway, and many tribes with larger populations than theirs took it very seriously. He continued. The tribe that had previously seized territory from them brought back a type of insect with a glowing tail. They bargained down the price and traded it to the three major tribes. This caused the Yellowstone tribe to use even more stone than before to obtain enough salt. Then why do they still have stones left? Xian asked he. Many of the tribes that were able to collect the stones refused to accept their items, so they still had some stones left. The other tribes that were willing to collect tried their best to collect as much as possible, but they couldn't take any more. Some smaller tribes that had been helped by them before also gritted their teeth and helped them collect some. Some collected only a few, and some only a dozen or so. In the end, there were still quite a few left. They could only find some tribes that they had never traded with before to exchange stones, but there were not many tribes that could afford such stones, let alone accept them in large quantities. Although the stones can be preserved, if they were to take them all back in such a shameful manner, the tribes that suddenly stopped accepting them would definitely spread the news and mock them, so they had to sell them all even at a low price. He told Xian everything he had heard. They are ostracizing the Yellowstone tribe. Xian keenly sensed the intentions of these tribes. Although we don't know what the exact criteria for the appearance of a witch are, the Huangshe tribe had a witch much earlier than other tribes, which made those tribes feel threatened. Even the three major tribes turn a blind eye. I really don't know what they're thinking. So many tribes are still worried about survival, and they actually have the mind to suppress those tribes that can develop, he said with some resentment, and it's a pretty good tribe like the Yellowstone tribe. Chapter 145 The Creek Tribe sends news again. There's no need to understand their thinking. We just need to strengthen ourselves. They're so full of themselves that they're only thinking about dealing with the tribes in the south. Have they forgotten what happened when the northern tribes came to seize the salt caves? Xian also frowned, thinking of what Meng Yuqing had said before, and felt annoyed when he heard that his side was still fighting among themselves. Qiuyi only knew that when the northern tribe came to seize the salt cave, they were beaten back by the three major tribes. But Xia, Jia, Shi, and the others knew that the battle situation was far from simple. This was something the old patriarch had emphasized again and again when he told them about the Great War that year. When the northern tribes sent people to rob the salt cave, many people died in the battle, many small tribes were destroyed, and the three major tribes were almost broken up. It is said that the three major tribes joined forces to defend the salt cave, but in fact, all the tribes with more than 1,500 people at that time participated in the defense of the salt cave. Otherwise, the three major tribes would not have open markets, so honestly, after driving away the northern tribes and exchanged more salt for those familiar tribes. After all, if the salt cave was really taken away by the northern tribes, the southern tribes would definitely not be like this now, and their lives would be much worse than they are now. Northern tribe? He looked at Xian with some confusion. What does the internal fighting in their southern tribe have to do with the northern tribe? Seeing his confusion, Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. In recent years, there have been more and more cases of northern tribes coming to the market to sell people. Yeah, I know that. He frowned when Xian mentioned this. How could people be traded like commodities? They're definitely not safe over there. The smaller tribes will definitely try to escape or join them. Once all the smaller tribes are gone, and there's no one left to sell to, won't they just come and capture our people? Xian briefly recounted Meng Yuqing's previous analysis. He then used more direct words to tell he about this potential threat. Their tribe is stronger than ours. In their eyes, our tribe is just a small tribe. Just like some big tribes here like to bully small tribes. You never know, they might want to bully us one day. He looked at Xian for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, I knew I had come to the right place to find you. Forming an alliance with the Qingshan Tribe and the Shijiao Tribe was the result of discussions between him, Jia, and other tribal leaders after he returned to the tribe. The beast forms of their tribe can live both on land and in water, which gives them such advantages, but also has obvious disadvantages. When the roaming orcs appeared, they realized that it would be very easy for anyone who knew the beast forms of their tribe to target them. Especially they have the fatal flaw of winter. In fact, after Xia organized the three tribes to encircle and suppress the roaming orcs, he and Jia thought about this matter for a long time. Therefore, they also paid close attention to the movements of the Qingshan tribe, wanting to know if they had the same idea. Jia knew Xia very well, and recognized Xia's abilities. He even felt that it would be absolutely no problem to let Xia lead a tribe of 2,000 people, and that he could even do better than the 3 major tribes. Zhao once thought that if Xia was the chief of the Rolling Stone tribe at that time, there would definitely not be a major war after the Salt Cave was discovered, and the northern tribes would not have the opportunity to intervene. They can even lead the entire southern tribal group to become stronger and no longer need to worry about the northern tribal group stealing their survival resources. Later, he and Jia discussed for a long time and decided to take advantage of this market opportunity to test the attitude of the Qingshan Tribe. What surprised he was that Xia actually led the team out directly this time. Instead of trying to find out from other people, it would be better to find out directly from Xia. After all, everyone in the Qingshan Tribe trusted Xia. Before he had the chance to inquire, he discovered that the small tribe they had rescued before had actually come to the market with Xia and the others. Seeing how they got along, they were no different from people from the same tribe. He immediately understood that Xia must have the idea of expanding his power and was already doing it. He also discovered that the Qingshan Tribe brought a lot of rare things this time that had never appeared before. Thinking of what Xia said about Xian bringing back a witch, he knew that the Qingshan Tribe was now far more powerful than they knew. What the Qingshan Tribe lacks most is people, reliable and trustworthy people. It just so happened that their tribe and the Shijiao tribe were exactly what the Qingshan Tribe needed. The 3 tribes used to live their own lives and had a pretty good life. Although they would occasionally ask for help when they encountered difficulties, they never thought of joining together to become a larger force. But Xia organized them to work together to encircle and suppress the roaming orcs, which opened the door to a new world for him and Jia in an instant. They calculated that the combined number of people from their 3 tribes was greater than that of the Black Tree tribe. After arriving at the place where the charcoal was piled, the 2 stopped talking and started packing the charcoal into bags. The number of people he brought out this time was comparable to the number of people going to the market, which was enough to show how much they valued this matter. The orcs quickly packed enough charcoal, and after he checked them one by one, he tied up all the bags. When passing by the classroom, he saw the Kong. After Xian briefly explained the function of the Kong to him, he looked at Xian with envy. It's a pity that the autumn hunt is coming soon, so we can't ask you to help us make this thing. It'll be the same next year. Xian narrowed his eyes, looking like a profiteer. You prepare the things, and we'll make them for you. Many people in our tribe have already asked them to make them this year, and they're all waiting in line. Even if you want to build a Kong this year, you'll have to wait until next year. Okay, then we have a deal. Give us the tribe a plate next year. He and his people rested in the Qingshan Tribe for one night and left with the charcoal the next morning. Before leaving, Meng Yuqing met them and noticed that each of them had a lot of charcoal bags hanging on their bodies. He reminded them, when burning charcoal, remember to open the doors and windows for ventilation. He was a little surprised that Meng Yuqing would take the initiative to talk to them, but he knew that the sub-beast in front of him was the witch that Xian brought back, and he was unexpectedly young. Yes, we know. Xian has already told us what to be careful about. Our tribe has had incidents before where people lit a fire without opening the door and ended up in trouble. We will pay attention. After seeing off the people from the Xuan tribe, Xian thought that life would return to its previous peace. He planned to go to Meng Yuqing every day after completing the tribe's arrangements to see if there was anything he could help with. Even if there was no need to help, it would be nice for the 2 of them to sit together and do nothing, and then wait for the arrival of the autumn hunt and the competition after the autumn hunt. Unexpectedly, the next day after the Xuan tribe left, people from the Xiaoxi tribe flew to the gate of their tribe and brought them another piece of news. Chapter 146: The Stonehorn Tribe is coming. A young rhino orc brought 20 unfamiliar orcs to the outside of the patrol area. There were also elephant orcs and deer orcs inside. Is this a tribe you know? Ku said this to the guarding orcs while standing at the entrance of the tribe. Fei happened to be passing by the tribe's gate at that moment. He walked up to Ku and said, "Do you have time now? If you do, come with me to take a look. Once we confirm that they are from the Stonehorn tribe, we will bring them back directly. If not, you can prepare early and don't need to wait for news." Ku looked at Fei with some surprise, as he had never thought that the people of Qingshan tribe would invite him to go with them. However, he was also happy to go with the people of Qingshan tribe. He watched the people from the Xuan tribe come, exchange a lot of things, and leave. A tribe with powerful orcs came here specifically to exchange things after the market ended. And now another tribe has arrived. The Qingshan tribe was more powerful than he had expected. It has to be said that flying orcs are really gifted when it comes to traveling. After Fei followed Ku to the place, he found that it was indeed the Stonehorn tribe. Shi's son Jian brought 19 orcs and were walking towards the Qingshan Tribe with things on their backs. Most of the orcs they brought were young orcs. Only 3 were older orcs, and Meng, who led the team to the market, was also there. It's the Stonehorn Tribe, a tribe that has a very good relationship with our tribe. Fei turned around and told Ke. Then he shouted in the sky, attracting the attention of the people of the Stonehorn Tribe. Fei! Meng raised his head and shouted, "We are here to bring you something. Not exchanging things?" Ke looked at Fei in surprise. "When we went to the market before, we fought off the bullying of a tribe of 1,000 people together." Fei mentioned briefly. Ke raised his eyebrows. If they fought back together, it would at most be considered helping each other, but there was no need to send anything specially. Only when you help someone will you express your gratitude by giving them something. Fei and Ke lowered their altitude and circled above their heads. "I'll lead the way for you. It's not easy to go in this direction." Fei lowered his head and said to the people of Shijiao Tribe. The people of the Shijiao Tribe traveled faster than those of the Xuan Tribe, and they arrived at the gate of the Qingshan Tribe in just 2 days. When Xia sent someone to find Xian, Xian was watering Meng Yuqing's personal plantation. Meng Yuqing was flipping through the complete information on the Beast World continent next to him. He had previously spent a lot of energy to ensure that the stem leaf tree could survive 100%. The existing energy can't be exchanged for anything, so we can only study local things. "Xian, the people from the Shijiao Tribe are here, and the tribe leader wants you to come over." After saying that, the messenger turned to look at Meng Yuqing. The tribe leader said that if you want to go, you can go with us. Xian put down the water pitcher in his hand, and Meng Yuqing also withdrew his gaze from the database. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, Meng Yuqing stood up and said, "Let's go together." Although he didn't like to get involved in this kind of thing, since Xia asked him to go over and set the stage for him, he would not avoid it. He knew that this was for his own good. Just like when Xian first planted potatoes, he insisted that he lead the team to do it himself instead of handing it over to others. Xian transformed into a beast and ran towards the discussion room with Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing lay on Xian's back, thinking about the reason why the Shijiao tribe came this time. Xian had roughly told him the process of the Xuan tribe's visit. He didn't expect the Xuan tribe to be so sensible, and at the same time, he lamented the sensitivity of the Xuan tribe's leadership. But it's not surprising when you think about it. How could someone who has led the tribe for so many years be so simple? It is estimated that after the Shijiao tribe leaves, the entire southern tribe will have a new major force. But this doesn't count as joining the tribe. Thinking of this, he called out the system. System, the Qingshan tribe has formed an alliance with 2 other tribes. How do we account for this? Forming an alliance does not count as completely joining the Qingshan tribe, but the strength of the tribe has indeed increased, and the population has indeed increased to a certain extent. Thinking that the most difficult part of upgrading the system is the number of people, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little worried. Once the system is upgraded to level 2, new functions can be developed. There is a hint of uncertainty in the system's tone. It's like this situation has never been considered. Is this system really reliable? Meng Yuqing roared madly in his heart. The only answer he got was the system's silence. Meng Yuqing closed his eyes and calmed himself down, deciding not to argue with the system. At least the system was willing to upgrade and then develop, instead of ignoring it completely. After all, this system is quite reliable except for the times when it is unreliable. Soon they arrived at their destination. Meng Yuqing slid off Xian's body, and the 2 walked into the discussion room together. The Xia and Shijiao tribes haven't arrived yet. Xian found a stone bench for Meng Yuqing to sit on. "They should be here soon. Let's wait a little." After saying that, he took out a berry from somewhere and handed it to Meng Yuqing. Taking the berries, Meng Yuqing looked at the familiar house and the familiar fruits, and recalled the scene when he first came to discuss the house. He was almost defeated by Xian at that time. It was also his first time to participate in a meeting of the tribal leaders. It's been so long now. After finishing a piece of fruit, I heard voices outside the house. Meng Yuqing stood up immediately and looked left and right for something to wipe his hands. At this time, Xian handed a small piece of animal skin to him. After being together for such a long time, Xian had already figured out many of his habits. After wiping his hands clean, Meng Yuqing stuffed the animal skin into his clothes and stood obediently beside Xian, waiting for Xia to bring the people from the Shijiao tribe in. "Xia, thank you so much. Please accept the things I brought this time." As soon as Meng finished speaking, the other people from the Shijiao tribe brought in all the bags. Standing next to him was a young man in his early 20s, whom Meng Yuqing did not recognize. To be precise, he even recognized Meng by his voice, because he had only seen Meng in beast form before, not in human form. After hearing Meng's words, Xuan nodded and accepted everything without refusing. In this world, there really is not much need to save face. Xia called in a few orcs from the Qingshan Tribe and took the things away directly, without even opening them to see what was inside. Meng continued, "There are 3 bags filled with plants that grow in our area. There are many very strange-looking plants. We don't know what they're used for, but I think your tribe should be interested in taking a look. I hope you can find some that are useful to you." He knew that there was a witch in the Qingshan Tribe, and the witch knew a lot of things that they didn't know. Perhaps these things could help the witch find something he wanted. Chapter 147 Promise. The other bags contain our horns and edible plants that could be preserved for a long time. The young orc beside him added, "The animals of the Stonehorn tribe are mostly herbivores in the modern world. Although the main food of all orcs in the Beast World continent is still meat, the Stonehorn tribe still has some talent in discovering edible plants. They say that plants that can be preserved for a long time are really the kind that can be preserved for a long time, at least 10 years. They never took these plants to the market for exchange, only those that could be preserved for less than half a year. This time, they brought these plants to the Qingshan Tribe, which was also a way to teach the Qingshan Tribe an important means of survival for their own tribe." "Thank you," Xia said seriously. Then he looked at the young man with a kind look. "This is Jian, right? This is the first time I see you in human form." "Yes, Chief Xia." Jian nodded in response. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Meng. Meng nodded at him without saying anything. He looked at Xia again, his eyes becoming very firm. "Chief Xia, my father asked me to come here this time to tell you something. She has assigned you a task," Xia said with a smile, signaling Jian not to be nervous, and then he waved to Meng Yuqing and Xian. Meng Yuqing followed Xian to Xia's side. "What does she want to say?" Xia Wenjian. "Father Beast said that for now on we will always be best friends. No matter what happens, we are willing to face it with you." Jian's expression became solemn as he said their oath. At the same time, the people they brought with them also stood up straight with serious expressions. Xia put away his smile and looked at them seriously. Meng Yuqing and Xian also looked at them seriously. "We will always be best friends. No matter what happens, we are willing to face it with you." Xian Jiangjin repeated what he said. Xuan knew that the Shijiao tribe would definitely talk about the alliance this time, but he didn't expect that they would say it with such an attitude and such an oath. As soon as Xian finished speaking, everyone smiled. "Should we tell the Xuelin tribe?" Meng Jian asked about the Xuelin tribe after the matter was settled. The relationship between the 3 tribes has always been good. Now that their tribe and the Qingshan tribe have formed an alliance, it would not be a good idea to pull the Xuelin tribe down. "Don't worry about the Xuelin tribe. They came here a few days before you and also proposed this idea. Our 3 tribes will work together. They came faster than us." Meng was a little surprised. The Xuelin tribe didn't know about the things between their tribe, Qingshan tribe and Huiyin tribe, but they also had such an idea. Seeing Meng's confusion, Xia explained, "Actually, they saw you encounter the Greystone tribe at the market, and they called the Rolling Stone tribe over just in time." He nodded vigorously. "I was wondering why the Rolling Stone tribe came so quickly. I thought we were lucky, but it turns out they helped us. I don't have time this year, but I'll go give them something next year." The orc's way of expressing gratitude is simple, which is to give you things. Meng Yuqing covered her mouth and smiled behind Xian. Xian also moved his body slightly to block him more tightly, and then told the people of the Shijiao tribe what the Xuelin tribe had done to help after discovering that they were in conflict with the Huiyin tribe. After hearing Xian's words, he rubbed his head fiercely. It really fits their tribe style of doing things. They do everything quietly and secretly, and they don't tell anyone about their good deeds. Meng Yuqing put away her smile behind Xian. Since Xia had called her here to meet with the Shijiao tribe, she couldn't just leave without saying anything and making her presence felt. Thinking of this, he looked up at Xia, and Xia nodded at him. Although I don't know what Xia nodded for, I can understand that it means I can do something and say something. Thinking that the Stonehorn tribe brought a lot of plants, he had an idea. He walked out from behind Xian and looked at the people of the Stonehorn tribe. "I will carefully identify the plants you brought, and if I find anything useful." He paused and looked at Xian and Xia again, only to see them both nodding at him at the same time. They were truly father and son. "If we find anything useful among these plants, we will teach you." Hearing Meng Yuqing's words, Meng and Jian opened their mouths in surprise. They gave those strange plants whose uses were unknown to the Qingshan tribe with the idea that if the witch discovered something useful, it would be a good thing for them, and they could go to the Qingshan tribe to exchange them. I didn't expect Meng Yuqing to directly say that she was willing to teach them. Thank you. Jian walked up to Meng Yuqing and bowed deeply. The witch was unexpectedly generous, which was a good thing for them and the Xuan tribe. At the same time, he was also very glad that his tribe made this decision. Although he was a witch from the Qingshan tribe, they also benefited from it. Would you like to visit our tribe? Seeing that the people of Shijiao tribe already had a deep memory of Meng Yuqing, Xia invited them. Let the young people go shopping. We old guys won't go. Meng patted Jian's shoulder and pointed to the young man standing behind him. Ha ha. Let the young people get acquainted with each other, just like the old patriarchs of our 3 tribes, who often let us who were young at that time interact with each other. I remember we had a lot of fights at that time. Thinking of the past, Xiao walked to Meng and hugged Meng. Yang is really good at fighting. Only when we fight him will all the people from our 3 tribes unite. He patted Xiao's back. Meng Yuqing followed Qian and led the young people from the Shijiao tribe out. When he heard Meng's words, he turned and looked at Qian. Would Qian also become the one who got everyone to unite and beat him up? Yeah, I would definitely find a way to help Qian, and I would also do some ideological work on Mu and Lai, so that they would not add strength to the enemy. The first place Qian took them to was the classroom. Why did you build so many beds in this house? Said a young orc from the Stonehorn tribe. Before Qian could reply, the sound of chains could be heard outside the door. I must build a Kong in my house this year. I will stay on it all winter. You are an orc, yet you are so afraid of the cold. Isn't this for sub-beasts? Lai's voice sounded. As soon as Lai finished speaking, Mu immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Lai, what are you talking about? What's wrong with orcs being afraid of the cold? My father also said that he must build 2 in his house this year, 1 for me and 1 for them. Then his tone became very excited. When I grow up and build a house, I will definitely build 1 too. I want a house like Yuqing's. When I build it, I'll ask Yuqing to help me look after it, and let Qian help me build it. I'll make all kinds of requests to make things difficult for him. This is a good opportunity to order him around. At this moment, the chain just lifted up the animal skin curtain hanging on the door. He stopped in his tracks. Chapter 148, want to fight? Lian, why did you suddenly stop moving? Lai rubbed his nose. Lian suddenly stopped, and he bumped directly into the back of Lian's head. Lian immediately lowered the animal skin curtain, turned around, and ignored Lai, but looked at Mu with sympathy. What's wrong? Lai saw Lian's eyes and realized that something was wrong. He glanced into the classroom, but unfortunately the door was blocked tightly by an animal skin curtain and he could not see anything. Mu, I advise you to go find the patriarch or Qiu Yi right now, Lian said with a sad face. Lai's eyes widened suddenly, and he asked Mu to go find the clan leader and Qiu Yi, thinking of what Mu had just said about making things difficult for Qian. He also looked at Mu with sympathy, fearing that Qian was inside and had heard everything he had just said. Why are you looking for them? I'm here to see the Kong. The careless Mu didn't notice that there was something wrong with their eyes. He went straight over the chain and lifted the animal skin curtain. But in a moment, he immediately lowered the animal skin curtain, changed into animal form, and ran out. He ran and shouted, Does anyone know where the clan leader or Uncle Qiu Yi is? Help! Inside the house, Qian looked at the people from the Stonehorn tribe and smiled. Perhaps you would like to have a duel with the young people from our tribe? Now, even Meng Yuqing looked at the direction where Mu ran with some sympathy. He was called a young man, and Mu was also a young man. Other underage orcs may not need to participate, but Mu definitely cannot escape. But could he still persuade Mu not to join the team that beat Qian? It seemed he had no choice but to give up. How about replacing Mu with Dong and Dan? Although they're a year younger, the 2 of them should be able to match Mu alone, right? Or maybe we should go find you and give it a try. Qian said they have a pretty good relationship. This time the fight was not held in the square inside the tribe, but not far from the entrance of the tribe. When the people of the Stonehorn tribe readily agreed to the duel, Lian immediately spread the news throughout the tribe. Our tribe is going to have a duel with the people from the Stonehorn tribe. Only orcs under the age of 25 can participate. There are not many spots left. If you want to participate, hurry to the tribe gate. Anyone who is interested in this fight, rush to the tribe gate after hearing the news. As for those young people who are not in the tribe today, they could only regretfully miss this opportunity. Lai, take them there. I'll go find Mu. Qian gave a standard smile. Many people are not in the tribe today. Maybe you will also have to go on stage. No problem. Lai nodded without hesitation. definitely couldn't beat the adult orcs in their own tribe, but they could practice with the people from the Stonehorn tribe. As for Mu, if he didn't perform well in this competition, Xian would have a legitimate reason to give him some combat guidance. Even if Mu performed well, Xian would definitely find a way to find fault with him. But I also have to be careful. If I perform too badly, even if Xian doesn't look for me, the father beast will lead me to Xian. Thinking of this, Lai felt a little worried. It was all because Mu was talking nonsense, and Xian heard it. Yuqing, you should follow them too. I'll be there soon. After giving Lai the instructions, Xian turned around and spoke softly to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing nodded, watched Xian transform into a beast and chase in the direction Mu left, then followed Lai and walked out of the tribe together. Because the classroom was far from the tribe entrance, in order to save time, Lai transformed into a beast and carried him there. It was the first time that Meng Yuqing was carried by another orc, and he obviously felt uncomfortable. It's not that Lai was walking unsteadily. He was simply not used to it. In the open space not far from the entrance of the tribe, in the area where the little orcs often play, quite a few people have gathered. Some came to participate in the fight, while others came to watch the fun. Because there were enough orcs gathered, many sub-beasts also ran outside to watch the fight. Meng Yuqing discovered that many of them also brought cubs with them. The little sub-beasts were basically all over 6 years old, and they all followed their father beasts and sub-fathers quietly. There were not many of them, only about 20 or so. Little sub-beasts are really precious, so they are not usually allowed to come out casually. Even if their father beast is right next to them, they will not be taken out of the tribe casually. Everyone was so excited about the battle with other tribes today, and there were so many orcs that they were brought out, and they were all standing in the place with the most people. There were many little orcs. Many adult orcs held their partners in one hand and their own 1- or 2-year-old little orcs in the other, waiting to watch the fight. The older orcs transformed into beast forms and ran around happily, occasionally playing pouncing and biting games with other orcs. The movement here soon attracted the attention of the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe. They also sent people to check out the situation. After learning that there was going to be a fight between young people from the Qingshan Tribe and other tribes, they expressed to Xia their desire to watch. After obtaining consent, those who had not gone out also ran over to watch. They carefully chose to gather in a direction far away from the sub-beasts and small sub-beasts. The fight was decided in a hurry, but did not stop everyone's enthusiasm for watching it. Everyone is looking forward to the contest between the younger generations of the two tribes. Including Jian, there are a total of 17 young people from the Shijiao tribe. This means that the Qingshan tribe only has 17 places available to fight. Xian had already reserved Mu and Lai's places. In order to compete for the remaining 15 places, the other orcs who met the requirements almost fought on the spot. He came here with Yang. There was no need to wait until he came of age. Yang had already captured him to help. It was really because there were a lot more things to do in the tribe after Meng Yuqing came. The final method of deciding the competition was a draw proposed by Meng Yuqing. Luck is also a form of strength. Meng Yuqing looked at the crowd and said, "And we can't let the Stone Horse tribe wait for us to fight first. That would be too disadvantageous for us and unfair. The Stone Horse tribe can't stay in our tribe for too long to wait for us to finish fighting one by one." So everyone followed his advice and started drawing lots. He also ran over to join in the fun and unexpectedly won the lottery. Come on, come on. Ling Huan stood beside Ruya and waved to ya. Asu was also pulled out by him to watch the fight. In addition to Asu, 2 young sub-beasts who came to Qingshan tribe with him also followed him out. Ruya also encouraged her friends to cheer for the orcs of Qingshan tribe. Chapter 149 Watching. Xian isn't participating? Liushi was a little confused when he saw that Xian was not among those drawing lots. Oh right, why isn't Xian here? Ruya stretched her neck and looked around. Go ask Yuqing. As he said that, he grabbed Ling Huan and led everyone towards Meng Yuqing. Yuqing, why didn't Xian participate? If he participated, he would definitely win. Ruya walked over and sat down next to Meng Yuqing. He went to find Mu and missed the draw. Besides, you also said that Xian would definitely win, so the comparison would be meaningless. Meng Yuqing smiled and raised his hand to point in the direction of the tribe. He saw Xian, who had turned into a human form, grabbing the scruff of the neck of Mu, who had turned into an animal form, and walking towards them. Xian's strength really doesn't require him to participate in this fight. As his understanding of the beast strength classification in the database deepened, he became more and more aware of how strong Xian was, and he could feel that Xian was stronger than before. Of course, if someone from the Shijiao tribe specifically asked to compete with Xian, Xian would definitely not refuse. Why was Mu dragged here by Xian like a kid? Someone asked directly after seeing this scene. Meng Yuqing was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain the situation. At this time, Lien came over and changed the subject. We should also thank Mu. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be this fight. Wow, Mu has accomplished something big this time. Everyone exclaimed. Meng Yuqing and Lai, who knew the inside story, could only cover their mouths and laugh. As Xian brought Mu over, all the contestants arrived. This fight was not formal, so the selection of opponents was not very rigorous. The Shijiao tribe will send one person out first, and then those from the Qingshan tribe who are willing to go up will go up directly. After the competition, the Qingshan tribe sent one person first, and then the Shijiao tribe sent another. Lien, aren't you going to participate? Meng Yuqing discovered that Lien didn't even participate in the lottery, even though he was obviously an orc who met the requirements. Hearing Meng Yuqing's question, Lien shook his head. Flying orcs and land orcs are not easy to fight. It's a life-or-death struggle. Either we can seriously injure the other party with one blow, or they will pounce us from the air. If we are pounced, it's basically the same as death. He recalled that he was hunting when he was spotted by Faye, and he was thrown to the ground by his chosen prey. Although he was still struggling, he was actually in despair at the age of 10. If he was a land orc, he would have a chance to escape, but he was a flying orc. How could he fight a beast larger than himself on land? Sure Faye saw him, rushed down, killed the beast, saved him, and brought him back to the tribe. The noise of the fight starting brought him back to his senses. In the first match, the Shijiao tribe sent out an elephant orc, and the Qingshan tribe sent out an adult bear orc. Neither of them was the agile type, and Meng Yuqing could clearly feel the ground shaking when they ran. When they collided, it was heavier than when other orcs collided with each other. It was a collision of extreme power. Neither of them used any fancy techniques, but simply used force against force. The orcs' huge beast forms are already very oppressive, especially their barbaric fighting style. Meng Yuqing stared intently. Is this the fight between adult orcs? As Xian had said, it was much more exciting than the previous fight between underage orcs. And he finally realized clearly how big the gap was between adult orcs and underage orcs. I finally understand why the tribe places special importance on those little orcs who can challenge adult orcs before they reach adulthood. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe were equally shocked. They all stared with their mouths wide open at the two orcs still wrestling on the field. Although they were not on the field, they could tell how powerful these two people were from the aura released by both sides of the fight. Jian looked at the two people on the field seriously. He knew that these people from the Qingshan tribe were drawn by lot temporarily, and they were not necessarily the strongest, but the young people they brought with them were definitely ranked among the best in the tribe. The wrestling between the two orcs on the field lasted for about half an hour, and then both sides tacitly released their strength and retreated at the same time. You win. The two sides stared at each other for a long moment, and finally the orc spoke up. Logically, I should be stronger than you, and you're more agile, but you only chose to compete with me in strength, and you're no less powerful than me. If we were to fight, I wouldn't be as good as you. Hearing his words, the bear beast man sat on the ground and shook his front paws. You are very strong too. My hands are sore from holding them. The winner of the fight has already been determined, and no one else will say anything more. Orcs will not admit defeat easily, but they will admit it frankly once they are sure that they are indeed inferior to the opponent. Just like Dong frankly admitted that he couldn't beat you, so he went to Xian for help. The next tribe to send someone was the Qingshan tribe. It was a golden cat orc, but Meng Yuqing couldn't quite identify what kind of golden cat it was. The Shijiao tribe sent someone later, and the person who came on the stage was an antelope orc. There are many types of antelopes in the world now. Meng Yuqing stared at the person's long and straight horns for a long time before he was sure that it should be a Tibetan antelope. Judging from their body shapes, both players on the field this time are more flexible. The style of this fight is completely different from the previous one. The golden cat orcs have been adjusting various positions in an attempt to avoid the long horns of the antelope orcs. The antelope orc was also running flexibly. Wherever the golden cat orc ran, he would point his long horns at the opponent and then rush straight towards him. Even during the sprint, he can adjust his position in time. Facing the attack of the golden cat orc, he was able to dodge it flexibly and even jump over it directly. In a flash, they exchanged several moves. Meng Yuqing's eyes could hardly keep up with the speed of their fight. In this fight, the opponent has a greater chance of winning. Xian explained the match to him softly. He also didn't understand why Meng Yuqing was so keen on watching the fights between orcs and watched them so seriously. He dared to say that some little orcs didn't watch them as seriously as he did. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at the little orcs who were not as serious as Meng Yuqing. His enthusiasm for fighting is not even as good as that of a sub-beast. It seems that it is time to discuss with Shu about giving the little orc more training. This cannot go on. He kept talking as he thought. He can't avoid his horns, so he can't launch an effective attack. He only has two ways to win. Either find an opportunity to kill him with a single blow, or use absolute force to knock him over head-on. But his defense is very good, so it's difficult for him to find an opportunity to kill him. He's not the kind of orc who excels at strength, so he can't knock him over head-on. After a pause, he concluded, based solely on physical combat prowess, they're about equal. However, the other one is more skilled and has more one-on-one experience. He's probably an orc in the tribe who frequently competes with others. Chapter 150 tips. Sure enough, after Xuan said this, the winner was decided on the field. When the golden cat orc took the initiative to attack, the opponent found a flaw and pushed it away directly. Although he adjusted his posture at the last moment and was knocked out by the opponent's head, after he fell to the ground, the antelope orc could directly step on him or attack him with its horns. If it is a life-and-death game, the outcome is hard to say. But now it's a fight, and the winner has already been decided. Moreover, when the antelope orcs attacked, they also chose to avoid the attack of the horn tips. Otherwise, even if the golden cat orcs avoided the fatal injury at the last moment, they would still inevitably bleed. After the antelope orc pushed him away, he stopped attacking. The golden cat orc stood up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. I lost. You are stronger than me. Next time we fight, I will definitely be stronger than I am now. I will not lose to you. The first two matches were of the same type, but the ones after that were not so particular. There are not many orcs in the Qingshan Tribe who are known for their strength. Most of them tend to be flexible or balanced. However, most of the people brought by the Shijiao tribe were mainly strong. When two different types of orcs meet, they rarely engage in head-on combat. Both sides try to use their own advantages to avoid the other's advantages. The orcs of our tribe still have the upper hand as a whole, but it is indeed a headache for us to encounter rhino orcs and elephant orcs. Looking at the tribesmen fighting with the elephant orcs on the field, Xuan said objectively, his combat power should be stronger than that of the elephant orcs, but if the elephant orcs choose to defend with all their strength, he won't be able to break through the opponent's defense. The tribesmen on the field were observing the other side vigilantly, and several tentative attacks were blocked by the other side. The elephant orcs also launched a tentative counterattack while defending. The Stonehorn tribe is notoriously difficult to fight. He beat me so hard that my claws are sore. At some point, Xuan and Meng Yuqing were surrounded by a lot of young orcs, some of whom were adults and some were not. Xuan, how do you think he can win this fight? He is obviously stronger than his opponent, but it seems like he has no way to start. An underage orc raised the question while looking at the stalemate. If it's a life-and-death fight, we have a way to defeat him as soon as possible, but we will suffer serious injuries. Unfortunately, this is a duel, and many methods cannot be used. After another adult orc finished speaking, he also looked at Xuan. After returning from the campaign against the roaming orcs, the tribe had already tacitly accepted that Xuan was the strongest. After all, there was no one else in the tribe who could fight a dozen wandering orcs alone and kill two of them without suffering any serious injuries. If I go up, I should be able to knock him over directly. Xuan looked at the tribesmen who surrounded him and Meng Yuqing. Ruya and the others had already run away when the orcs surrounded them. Otherwise, they would have been trapped and unable to get out. But Xuan, we can't knock him over. We don't have that much strength, and we are not bear orcs, said a fox orc. We are both leopard beastmen, but why are you so strong, Xuan? Said another leopard beastman as he reached out and pinched Xian's arm. Stop pinching me. If you do, I won't say anything. Xuan pulled his arm away. When the other orcs around heard Xuan say this, they immediately grabbed the orc who pinched Xuan tightly and prevented him from moving. Meng Yuqing took a look at the orc and yes, Xuan. He had seen the orc's animal form before. It was a cheetah. Their speed is really fast, and their strength is indeed smaller than that of the orcs of the Qingshan tribe, but it is definitely stronger than them. This is also a big difference between orcs and animals in the modern world. Cheetahs in the modern world are ridiculously weak. Just attack his nose with your claws. Don't rush in with your whole body. The nose is the most flexible and important weapon, but it's also made of flesh. Beat him so that he doesn't dare to stretch his nose casually, then it's easy to win, right? If he keeps sticking out his nose, you keep attacking him until he thinks his nose will be broken if he continues, and then he admits defeat. You'll win the fight, and you just need to avoid his fangs. Qian looked at them with a bit of smugness in his eyes. You can't possibly be unable to dodge the tusks of the elephant beastmen. They are so slow. We can avoid it. An orc nodded repeatedly. When fighting against elephant orcs, one has to bother with their defense and their noses. Their tusks are not such a big threat to us. The orcs of the Qingshan tribe are mostly cats, which are very flexible and are not afraid of avoiding tusks. Hey, why didn't I think of just hitting them in the nose? Using our claws to hit their noses is the advantage for us. After hearing Qian's words, an orc looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and his hands kept moving, as if he was simulating how to attack. We used to think that the orcs' most powerful weapon was their noses, so we always avoided their noses and never thought of hitting them directly in the nose. Just when everyone was discussing and understanding each other, the winner was finally decided on the field. The people of the Qingshan tribe were anxious, and when they attacked, their hind legs were grabbed by the elephant beast's trunk and pulled to the ground. After the battle, the orc was very discouraged. He was obviously stronger than his opponent, but still lost. It was really embarrassing. Seeing him walking back to the crowd with a look of remorse on his face, the orcs surrounding Qian walked over to comfort him. It doesn't matter, we can win again next time. We just asked Qian how to deal with the elephant orc's defense on the spot. We will definitely not lose next time. An orc who had the best relationship with him hugged him. The two of them were best friends and the most tacit partners when hunting. He knew that his good friend just wanted to win too much. There were too many powerful orcs in the Qingshan tribe. They were just ordinary members of the tribe, but they also wanted to win glory for the tribe. With everyone's comfort, the losing orc quickly calmed down and sat down to watch the next game. The orc who was on good terms with him did not come to Qian's side again, but sat with the orc who lost. In the following fights, thanks to Qian's advice, we won several battles against orcs. This also made the Shijiao tribe realize that something was wrong. Why did the people of the Qingshan tribe suddenly seem to have come to their senses and use the same method to deal with the elephant orcs' on-the-spot defense? This time it's their turn to have a headache. Chapter 151, A Battle of Huge Disparity in Strength. Jian stopped an elephant orc who was about to go on the field and sent a bull orc instead. They are targeting your noses now. You have to be careful. Don't extend your nose to attack. Wait for them to attack, and then fight back to avoid their claws. Jian called all the elephant beastmen over and warned them. Why are they all hitting our noses all of a sudden? When we encountered these cat beastmen, leopard beastmen, and lion beastmen before, they never hit our noses. An elephant beast from the Stonehorn tribe said doubtfully. Jian looked up at Qian and thought of how the people from the Qingshan tribe had gathered around Qian to listen to what he said. When one of their orcs lost, even before losing, he had already figured out how to defeat his opponent and taught it to the others. It took us several consecutive losses to realize the problem and find a solution. It was not unfair for our tribe to lose these games. After all, when facing an enemy or a powerful beast, discovering the problem and finding a solution as early as possible may make you the one who survives in a life-and-death struggle. Meng Yuqing looked at the people surrounding Qian and then looked at the people surrounding Jian. Is this a long-distance contest between the future leaders of the two tribes? The fight between the bull orc and the lion orc ended quickly. The lion orc was also an orc who had just reached adulthood this year. The bull orc was 6 years older than him, had much more experience than him, and was also stronger than the lion orc. So the Qingshan tribe lost this game very easily. You're very powerful. In a few years, I might not be able to defeat you. After winning, the bull beastman looked at the lion beastman who was much younger than him and said, "When I first came of age, I wasn't as powerful as you." The lion beastman smiled shyly and ran back to the crowd. Others rushed over and comforted and encouraged him. They did the same for every member of their tribe who lost. Yeah, Lion Mu were the last 3 to play. When they learned that the last 3 people were them, everyone in the Stonehorn tribe looked surprised. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe also looked at each other in confusion. They really didn't expect that the Qingshan tribe would let the little orcs take the field. Although these 3 little orcs are very strong, the remaining 3 people in the Stonehorn tribe are also very strong. Especially Jian. He hasn't played yet. After looking at Mu Healy, you chose to be the first one to go up. He walked straight in front of Jian. He knew that this rhino orc was the strongest among these people, and he also knew that the chances of him winning against this rhino orc were slim, but he was the strongest among the remaining 3 people, and he couldn't let Mu Healy fight against this rhino orc. Jian looked at Ye for a while, then stepped forward and accepted Ye's challenge. The people of the Qingshan Tribe put away their playful expressions and looked at the two people on the field with serious faces. Ye is the strongest among the underage orcs. His strength is definitely not inferior to some adult orcs in the tribe, but the one he is facing now is Jian, the number one among the younger generation of Shijiao Tribe. His status in Shijiao Tribe is the same as Xian's status in Qingshan Tribe. If he grows up, the people of Qingshan Tribe are confident that you will be no less powerful than Jian, and may even be more powerful than Jian. But the fact is, Yu is not an adult yet. According to Ye himself, he is still 3 months away from becoming an adult. The gap of these 3 months is the gap between adults and non-adults, and the gap of exponential growth and strength. Among the 3 tribes, only the Xuan tribe has been mysterious and has not yet determined the next generation leader. Seeing that the orcs have become serious, all the cubs also quieted down. The sub-beasts were also watching the field nervously. Ruya was watching the field while talking to Linghuan. He is really powerful. From childhood to adulthood, only Xian is better than him. No other small beastmen in the tribe can beat him. On the field, both of them turned into beast form. Jin's beast form was exactly the same as Shi's. After not seeing him for a few months, he was a little bigger than before. He has grown a lot during this period, but it is still much smaller than Jian. Meng Yuqing's attention was more focused on Ye. He found that he was much more cautious when facing Jian than when he fought with other little orcs before. He did not show any intention of taking the initiative to attack, but his whole body was tense and defensive. He gently pulled Xian, who knew Ye's strength best. Xian looked at him and shook his head slightly. Dong came over at some point and looked nervously at the 2 people on the field. Even though he's annoying, I still hope he doesn't get hurt. Dan also frowned and said he fights and hunts too hard. Jian looked at Ye, who was standing opposite him, lowered his head slightly, and pointed the long horn of his nose at Ye. Yaya lowered his body a little and stared at Jian intently. Jian moved and rushed towards Ye at an extremely fast speed. His instantaneous burst of speed made everyone exclaim in surprise. Many sub-beasts were frightened, and some small sub-beasts were so scared that they closed their eyes. The attack missed. He jumped up the moment Jian attacked. Lynx has extremely strong jumping ability. At that moment, Meng Yuqing thought that Ye had mutated and grown wings and could fly. Ye jumped directly over Jian and landed behind him. He originally wanted to land on Jian's back, but Jian's reaction was too fast. After discovering that Ye could dodge his attack, he immediately adjusted the direction of his sprint, showing a flexibility that was completely inconsistent with his body size. Ye could only jump as much as possible, but as soon as he landed, Jian's second sprint was about to begin. He had no time to fight back and could only continue dodging. As for confronting Jian, only someone would do that if they were desperate. Although Jian and I have different beast forms and fighting styles, we are both power-type beastmen. I'm not as agile as you. I had to confront Jian's first attack head-on. Mu stopped arguing with Xian and watched the battle nervously. But now my strength is completely crushed by him. I lost in the first round of attack. I'm confident that I can dodge the first wave of attacks, and the second wave as well, but if the attacks continue at such a high intensity, I'll be hit sooner or later. Lai put himself in Ye's shoes, analyzing how long he could last if he met Jian. Yes, it's about how long he can persist. He knows that he cannot defeat Jian now, but he believed that when he grew up, he would definitely not lose. As for Xian, even as an adult, he had no confidence that he could win. From childhood to adulthood, he and Mu had teamed up many times, but they were always beaten by Xian, which left a trauma on his mind. Xian watched the fight on the field and rarely said anything. There was really nothing to say. You had no way to fight back. If you fight back, you will definitely be attacked by Jian, and Jin's attack is no joke. Even if it was a large wild beast, all the bones in its chest would be broken if it was hit head-on by him, not to mention that he had horns. This was a fight without much suspense, but no one interrupted it. They saw that even when he was being chased all over the field, after each time he dodged an attack, he would immediately lock onto Jian's position to see if there was any chance to launch an attack. But Jian would never give him this opportunity. When he was a minor, he had fought with adult orcs in his tribe, and could even exchange a few moves with Rhino. He was ready to fight back. Xian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Chapter 152, Mu Healy also came up. When the people around heard this, they became nervous instantly. Ready to strike back? How? Meng Yuqing discovered that you no longer chose the landing point randomly, but consciously led Jian towards a big tree. In order to achieve this goal, he was almost hit by Jian several times. The moment Qian finished speaking, the tooth fell less than 5 meters away from the tree. He lowered his body again, but did not dodge immediately. Instead, he paused for a moment. In just a moment, Jian rushed in front of him. Many sub-beasts in the crowd cried out in surprise. It's going to get hit. Did anyone bring the herbs? Is the witch here? Bang! The big tree fell down with a loud noise. Jian crashed directly into the tree, but he had already jumped onto a branch and avoided Jian's attack. Jian's horns were directly inserted into the tree trunk. As the tree fell, Jian was also pulled forward and staggered 2 steps. This is the opportunity. The corners are restricted. You leap straight from the branch towards Jian's back, his claws all popping out. Jian noticed Ya's movement and pulled the horn out with a sudden force, but it was too late. He had already jumped onto his back. There was an uproar in the crowd. He jumped up, an orc shouted. He succeeded. Dan and Dong hugged each other excitedly. Qian saw this scene and nodded slightly, but his expression remained serious. It's not over yet. Jian has escaped. Jian started swinging wildly with Ya on his back. He was so strong that you could only fix himself tightly on Jian's back. He had not given up yet, and tried to cause more damage to Jian. Jian found Ya unexpectedly difficult to deal with, so he stopped swinging around and rushed straight toward another tree. While he was fixing himself, he was paying attention to Jian's movements. Jian's explosive speed was too fast. When you realized that Jian was going to hit the tree, Jian had already turned his body sideways, and you was stuck between Jian and the tree. Fuck, I'm going to be crushed. Meng Yuqing finally couldn't help but speak out. It's over, Qian said. Sure enough, the next second, Jian stopped all movements. If you don't come down, you will turn into an animal skin, Jian said. At this time, the tooth was less than 1 meter away from the tree trunk. If Jian didn't stop, all his ribs would definitely be broken, and his spine might even be damaged. Yasong let go of Jian and jumped off his back, with some blood on his mouth and 4 claws. And there were many scars on Jian's back. Jian changed back into human form and touched his back. Your claws are quite sharp. Let's compete again when you're an adult. He acknowledged Ya's strength. He also turned back into human form and touched his fingers. The rhino orc's defense was no joke. It looked like there was a lot of blood on the back, but you knew that he had used all his strength and only scratched the fur. For an orc, it would heal in 2 or 3 days. He returned to the crowd, and everyone gathered around him. There are praises, comforts, and cares. Ruya hugged the spirit ring and said, when he grows up, he will definitely be able to defeat that rhino orc. I heard that the rhino orc is the most powerful young man in the Stonehorn tribe. Linghua nodded and loosened his clenched fists. The palms of his hands were covered with blood marks from his fingernails. Dongyi walked up to Ya in a rare, awkward manner and said, You performed well. I have decided to forgive you. Before he could say anything, Dan pushed Dong away and said, Don't pay attention to this mean guy. You're really too powerful. If it were me, I would have been knocked away with the first blow. He looked at Dong, who became angry again, and shrugged. Dan giggled, waved at Ya, and pulled Dong away. Otherwise, Dong would be upset again. Their 2 families are neighbors and were born on the same day, just like brothers. He knows Dong too well, and he will calm down when he goes playing in the water with him later. After Ya's duel ended, it was time for Mu and Lai's duel. It was also very exciting, but not as good as the fight between Ya and Ya. Lai won the fight narrowly, and the bull beast who lost to him walked back to his people with a look of doubt on his face. The people from the Stonehorn tribe also came forward to comfort him. They were also surprised. From the scene, it seemed that this bull orc had always had the upper hand. But he was very clever and a little mean. Sometimes he would pull people's tails, sometimes he would slap people's noses, and then he would just hit them and leave. Sometimes he climbs up the tree, sometimes he climbs down the tree. The cattle and beastmen were shaken so much that they felt dizzy. Then he led the other person into the pit that was dug during the previous fight. With his foot stuck, Lai seized the opportunity and jumped directly under the man's belly. He hugged the man's neck with his front paws and kicked the man's hind thighs with his hind paws. The entire leopard pressed closely against the opponent, preventing the opponent's other 3 hooves from attacking it, and then opened its mouth to lock the throat. The bull beast had no choice but to admit defeat, transform back into human form, and pull out his foot. Mu was unlucky. The last one he met was an elephant orc. When the elephant orc saw that it was an underage bear orc, he laughed out loud. If Mu had grown up, his strength would have been comparable to that of an elephant beast man. However, this underage bear beast man was directly crushed when he met the elephant beast man. But what could Mooning do? He could only go ahead with it. The first fight is between an adult bear orc and an adult elephant orc. The last fight was between an underage bear orc and an adult elephant orc. The animal shapes do have a consistent beginning and end. When Mu and the elephant beastman collided with each other, Mu had only one feeling, exactly the same as when his father beast collided with him. He couldn't bear it. The elephant beastman was also a little surprised at Mu's strength. As far as he knew, the little beastman was only 16 years old. In his tribe, the strength of a 16-year-old elephant beastman was definitely not as good as Mu's. Even some young elephant beastmen who are just a few months away from adulthood are not as good as Mu. He was not going to use all his strength to knock Mu over, but to increase his strength little by little, testing Mu's limits. Mu also felt that this elephant beastman was slowly gaining strength. He gritted his teeth and held on. His idea was simple, to hold on as long as possible, hoping that Qian would show mercy because of his good performance. After all, Lai has already won the fight, and this time he will probably have to face Qian's devilish training alone. Chapter 153 is over. Lai looked at Mu with sympathy from the sidelines. He knew that Mu was bound to lose, and now he just wanted to buy time so that his loss would not be so embarrassing. But Lai feels that Qian will not let him go unless Mu can win. The elephant orc was surprised to find that several times he felt that the little orc had reached his limit and was about to be overturned in the next moment, but he would always suddenly burst out with strength to hold on. He was also increasing his strength very slowly, but it was very unsteady, as if he had reached his limit and then broken through it. Are the little beastmen of the Qingshan Tribe so strong-willed? It seems that I need to talk to the chief when I get back. The little orcs of the Stonehorn Tribe need more training. Mu persisted for a long time, but was finally knocked over. He lay on the ground looking at the sky, and all he could think of was, I've tried so hard. Qian will probably be soft-hearted. With the outcome of Mu's duel, the contest between the Qingshan Tribe and the Shijiao Tribe came to an end. 9:8 Shijiao Tribe wins. When Meng Yuqing announced the result, the Shijiao Tribe breathed a sigh of relief. The young people they brought out this time were all elites. The people from the Qingshan Tribe who would go into battle were selected by drawing lots, and there were 3 underage orcs among them. The other people who came on stage also had their strengths and weaknesses, but in the end, they actually won by a narrow margin. This also sounded a wake-up call for the young people of the Shijiao Tribe. They had few rivals in the tribe, but as a whole, they were still a step behind the Qingshan Tribe. Jian looked at Qian again. He had seen Qian's great power during the encirclement and suppression of the roving orcs. He also knew that none of the young orcs who participated in the encirclement and suppression were selected, and only 3 of the 12 little orcs brought out that time went up, although these 3 should be the strongest among the 12. This information made him realize that the gap between his tribe and the Qingshan Tribe had widened again. It was already evening, and everyone started to return to the tribe. Jian walked beside Qian and Meng Yuqing. He looked at the people in Qingshan Tribe who were preparing to go home after a busy day. Is your tribe starting to get busy now? Well, we have a lot of things to do before the autumn hunt, and we're still worried about not having enough people. When talking about this, Qian also showed a rare headache expression. Many of the things Meng Yuqing made were suitable for sub-beasts, but there were not many sub-beasts in the Qingshan Tribe. So many orcs were pulled in to help. But now the autumn hunt is about to begin, and all healthy and fighting orcs must make preparations in advance. Lan has already begun to gather the orcs to start group practice. In just a few days, the orcs will withdraw from production within the tribe. If they only rely on sub-beasts and incomplete orcs, they won't be able to take turns. Now, every sub-beast that is 6 years old or older must start doing things within their ability. Not to mention the little orcs that were captured and put to work a long time ago. Is your tribe still short of people? Jian was a little surprised to hear Qian say this. Well, now everyone who can move has participated in the work of the tribe. Qian reached out and touched Meng Yuqing's head. There was no shortage of it before, but there are so many new things this year. Jian's gaze fell on Meng Yuqing, and he immediately understood that there was a witch this year, and the witch brought a lot of things that needed people to do, so he didn't ask any further questions. Matters concerning witchcraft are quite sensitive, so it is best not to ask about them casually. After sending the people of the Shijiao tribe to the door of the house where they were temporarily staying, Qian and Meng Yuqing left. Meng Yuqing took out the list of events he had compiled from the warehouse and said to Qian, there's still work to do. No one in the tribe will be idle this year. Xian leaned over to look at the list, which was filled with the symbols Meng Yuqing had described as words. Except for some numbers that he had learned, he couldn't understand the others. What else is painted on it? This, Meng Yuqing said, pointing to a line of words. We're currently using blocks of rock salt. Next, we're going to grind it up. Meng Yuqing has used the system to test and found that the mineral salt in this world can be eaten directly by the creatures in this world and does not require any further purification. However, it is best not to consume it directly for people in the modern world. Before his body is fully strengthened, the system has been helping him filter out substances that may be harmful to him. Once his body is strengthened, there will be no impact at all. This also saves him from processing the salt. Just like you like to use crushed salt when cooking? Xian asked. Almost. If it can be more shredded, that's even better. If not, that's fine too. You can bring back as much prey as you can and make it into bacon. Don't worry about the meat spoiling. He then pointed to the next line of words. Also, for making cotton padded clothes, I've already made the pattern. All you have to do is cut the hides according to my pattern and sew them together. We don't emphasize whether the clothes look good or not. We just follow the style of winter cotton pajamas. Here, practicality is the top priority. If someone has the innovative spirit to design other nice clothes without any guidance, I will applaud him. As for the thread for sewing clothes, there's a very thin vine here, which is thinner than a little finger and can barely be used. The animal skins that sub-beasts were now are basically sewn together with this kind of vines. Thinking that even the sub-beasts in this world are much stronger than people in the modern world, Meng Yuqing suddenly felt a little worried. He wondered if the cotton yarn made from cotton in the future could withstand the artificial forces of this world and would burst easily. Thinking of this, he went directly to ask the system. Host, the cotton in this world looks the same as in the modern world, but it is also a product of this world, an enhanced version. You don't need to worry about such things. Xian took one look at him and knew that he was talking to that strange thing again. Fortunately, this time I just asked casually and didn't plan to have a long conversation with the system. Including the sub-beasts of the mountain stream tribe, we need to make at least 350 sets of clothes and pants, one set for each person, and extra as spares. Time is too tight, and we can't make 2 sets for 1 person. Meng Yuqing said naggingly. Xian listened quietly to his plans for the next period of time. After Meng Yuqing finished speaking, he spoke, My father wants me to participate in the entire autumn hunt this time. If you need any help, please go to Donghead. Lai and Mu will also participate in the autumn hunt this time, but they haven't been confirmed yet which round they will be assigned to. Law needs to give them emergency training. Are they participating too? Aren't they still underage? Meng Yuqing was a little confused. Well, not only them, but also Ya and the young orcs we went out with last time will participate. Dong and Dan are quite different in age, so we won't be bringing them. After thinking for a moment, he added, I was the only one who participated in the autumn hunt before I came of age. Meng Yuqing said with some concern, Can they do it? Autumn hunting is very dangerous. It's dangerous, so we're giving them emergency training. During the autumn hunt, we'll have them prioritize their own safety. We'll also bring some herbs, including the taming grass we exchanged for this time, and some strength grass. He patted Meng Yuqing's head again. We're going to show the Xiaoxi tribe our strength during this autumn hunt. Chapter 154, Cotton Floss. The Xiaoxi tribe is a complete tribe, different from the Bo tribe and the Wandering tribe. If they want the Creek tribe to join their tribe, they must demonstrate the strength of their tribe. This time, they must catch more prey than before. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe may not be able to save enough food for all of them to survive the winter, so the Green Mountain tribe must prepare their share and take it out when necessary. Of course, it would be best if they could all join the tribe before winter. Meng Yuqing nodded. I understand. One day, I will ensure that all the people in my tribe have enough food to live a life that everyone envies. Then you won't have to work so hard anymore. Xian smiled and said gently, You've done a lot. At least, even if something goes wrong with the autumn hunt this year, we don't have to worry about people starving to death, right? He pulled Meng Yuqing aside and sat down. If one day our tribe becomes the one that everyone envies, we will work even harder. We must fight and train more rigorously than we do now to protect our tribe from being harmed by anyone. Other tribes may not know this, but in our tribe, 1 month before reaching adulthood, all sub-beasts are taken out of their patrol area by their fathers and taken to the dangerous wilderness for 3 days. Of course, there are also 5 orcs who secretly follow them to prevent any accidents, but they never let the sub-beast know. He raised his head and looked at the sky. We will protect the sub-beasts, but we also need to let them know the dangers of this continent. Father Beast said that he once went to the market and heard about a sub-beast in a tribe that was slightly larger than ours. Because he had been protected so well since childhood, he thought the outside world was as safe as the tribe. So, he imitated the orcs and secretly ran away after he grew up. When they found him, only his remains were left. That sub-beast was very clever. He took advantage of the fact that his father went hunting and didn't come back at night, and his father was asleep again, to bypass the orcs on night watch and escape. The orcs on night watch had no idea that a sub-beast would want to escape at night. Even if they smelled his sin in the tribe, they would only think he was out for a walk because he couldn't sleep. Normally, a sub-beast wouldn't leave the tribe without an orc by its side. So after hearing about this, the father beast came back and made this decision. After all, if the sub-beast insisted on sneaking out alone, the orcs in the tribe would not be able to stop it. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan and suddenly remembered that this was not the world he grew up in. This world was full of dangers, and the orcs had to ensure the strength of their military power. Fortunately, I was a bit timid. When I first came to this world, I was scared by those big birds. During the few days I spent with Xianyi, I was really obedient and didn't wander around. I stayed in the cave honestly. After returning to the tribe, I was so excited when I heard that Xian was willing to take me to the patrol area. Perhaps in Xian's eyes at that time, he was also a sub-beast who was well protected and unaware of the danger. So on the way to the salt cave, when leaving the patrol area, Xian specifically emphasized the danger. Having grown up in a peaceful environment, Meng Yuqing has a sense of crisis, but it is not deep enough. The Yellowstone tribe was squeezed out by some big tribes. Xian said suddenly. Meng Yuqing was stunned. How did they suddenly end up in the Yellowstone tribe? He used to be the one who jumped the topic, but Xian's sudden move caught him off guard. Ha. Xian laughed out loud when he saw his reaction. When Meng Yuqing jumped the topic like this for the first time, his reaction was similar, but he didn't express it so directly. Meng Yuqing came back to his senses and immediately realized what Xian was laughing at. He looked at Xian fiercely, imitating the orc's bared teeth expression. Xian laughed even louder. Stop laughing and tell me what happened to the Yellowstone tribe. Meng Yu was angry and embarrassed. Okay, don't be angry. Xian restrained his laughter, but there was still a smile in his eyes. Their tribe is going to have a witch, but it's too early compared to other tribes, so they're ostracizing them. Meng Yuqing was speechless. Are they? He pointed to his head. They're sick. Yeah, that's what our tribe all thinks. The Xuan tribe should also think that they... Xian imitated Meng Yuqing's movements and pointed to his head. They're sick. However, although he is sick, I can understand him. Xian changed the subject. What do you mean? Meng Yuqing asked. Then Xian recounted how the witch appeared in the southern tribe. After listening to this, Meng Yuqing was silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right, this is human nature, but fortunately, some tribes have chosen not to do so. There is no shortage of cases of suppressing potential newcomers. Is this our chance? He asked Xian. Maybe, but we'll have to wait until the next market. The next day, the Shijiao tribe left. Before leaving, Jian walked up to Xian and said, Next year, if there's a chance, I want to compete with you. Okay, see you next year. Xian agreed happily. Meng Yuqing did not go to send the people from the Shijiao tribe away, but instead went to find the disabled orcs who had previously made bricks and asked them to grind all the salt stones in the tribe in preparation for making bacon. After arranging the salt, he brought some sub-beasts and taught them how to cut animal skins according to the prepared patterns. These are people transferred from the plantation. There are really not many people free now. All kinds of fruits in the patrol area are ripe, and all kinds of edible plants seem to have grown overnight. These can be considered as food that can be picked up for free, so a collection team was organized to collect these foods. Everyone tacitly agreed to stop taking turns to rest, and everyone got busy. 30 cotton gins have been put into use, processing cotton and removing cotton seeds from morning to night every day. When passing by the open space, you can always hear the creaking sound of the wooden machines. The cotton had been exposed to the sun before. There was no other way. Meng Yuqing really couldn't make a dryer now, so he could only expose it to the sun. Everything was kept simple. In order to prevent sudden rain in the middle of drying, they specifically consulted the elders in the tribe before deciding on the drying time. As for the cotton fluffing tool, it is made directly of animal tendons and wood. The system is quite conscientious. When you exchange it for a cotton gin, you will be given the production drawings of the cotton fluffing tool. Now, cotton picking has become Yasho's favorite job. Chapter 155, the day of autumn hunting, has arrived. Every time I pass by the open space where they were beating cotton, I could hear the demonic voice and the laughter of the sub-beasts. Then the familiar song began to echo in Meng Yuqing's mind. Flicking cotton, flicking cotton. Half a pound of cotton is fluffed into 88 ounces. The last time he passed by, he sang it subconsciously and was instantly surrounded by all the sub-beasts. Yuqing, it was so nice of you to say that just now. Say it again, say it again. This is not talking, it's singing. Meng Yuqing, who was surrounded, was at a loss. How could these sub-beasts have such sharp ears? He only sang 2 sentences, but they heard everything. Sing? Can we learn? Can I learn? Yes, but can I not teach? Meng Yuqing was very angry and wanted to slap himself in the face. Why couldn't he control his mouth? In addition to the adult sub-beasts, the small sub-beasts they brought also came over and hugged Meng Yuqing's legs and said, "Can I learn?" The youngest is only 4 years old. They're all children of sub-beasts who work here. When the orcs go on patrol or hunting, they bring their children to the workplace. They're all little sub-beasts. However, if the child at home is under 4 years old, the sub-beast can stay at home to take care of the child when the orc is not around. As for the little orcs, all those over 4 years old were sent to teach the orcs. So there are basically no orcs at work. Meng Yuqing finally taught them the song, "Pick the Cotton." Only the line, "That girl is getting married," was changed. After all, there are no girls in this world, nor is there the concept of getting married. There are only 2 people who are in love forming a new family. After the Shijiao tribe left, the Xiaoxi tribe did not send any more news, which made Meng Yuqing feel relieved. In the end, Mu was caught by Xian and taken to the patrol area for some individual guidance. Lai transformed into a beast and lay beside Meng Yuqing to protect him. Actually, Mu performed quite well this time. If he were an adult, that beast man would definitely not be his opponent. At this point, Lai's tone was a bit gloating, but it's good to practice with Xian. He is sometimes too careless. It would be more accurate to say that Xian beat Mu up rather than guiding him. Mu had no ability to resist and was chased and beaten. Xian didn't even bother to flick his nails and just smacked him with the pads of his paws. After the beating, Mu lay on the ground and kept screaming, "Ouch, ouch." Xian ignored him completely. The bear beastman had thick skin and flesh, and this level of attack would only hurt for a while, and he would be alive and well tomorrow. He was just pretending to be screaming so miserably now. "Lai, did you see that? This is how you'll beat Mu next time." Xian walked towards the 2 of them. "Got it." Lai nodded obediently. Mu, Jian, Xian, and Lai ignored him and stopped calling out. When he was trying to get up, he suddenly found Meng Yuqing looking at him. In the end, he didn't get up and just lay there again. "Ouch, it hurts, Yuqing. Xian's beating hurts so much." Before Meng Yuqing could react, Xian immediately turned his head to look at him. Lai raised a paw to cover his eyes and swept his tail in front of Meng Yuqing to block his view. "Yuqing, let me take you back to the tribe first. Xian and Mu still want to play for a while." Meng Yuqing looked at Lai and asked, "You call this playing?" "Yes, Yuqing, then Lai go back to the tribe first. I just taught Lai how to fight the bear orcs, and I haven't taught Mu how to fight back yet." Xian walked to Mu's side and pressed his claws on Mu's body to prevent him from running away. Meng Yuqing thought about it and felt that even if he could persuade Xian to calm down today, Xian would find an opportunity next time, and he would not be able to avoid being beaten by Mu. So he climbed directly on Lai's back. "Then we will go back to the tribe first. You guys should come back early. Also, be careful and don't get hurt." Lai heard what Meng Yuqing said and smiled at Mu. "Then let's go." "Wait a minute." Mu struggled under Xian's claws. Lai turned around and ran towards the tribe with Meng Yuqing. This time, the days have really returned to their former tranquility, but Xian has become increasingly busy, and sometimes we don't see each other for a day or 2. The tribe finally assigned another 30 people to follow Meng Yuqing in cutting animal skins to prepare for making clothes. The sub-beast leather coat is basically cut out of 2 pieces of animal skin and then pasted front and back together and asked others to help pass vines through the sides and shoulders, and it is done. To be honest, it's quite easy to expose yourself. At first, he was not used to wearing it, and he would pull it here and there from time to time for fear that he would walk his bird when he was not paying attention. If he saw others accidentally expose themselves, he would help pull it up. In the end, he became numb to it. Everyone looks the same anyway. On the contrary, as for the orcs, it was unknown which part of their bodies their animal skin skirts were made of, but it was as if they obeyed his command. He had never seen an orc's skin exposed. He and his men spent 2 days making a complete set of cotton pajamas and asked the tallest sub-beast in the tribe to try them on. "You can do this with clothes." The sub-beast stretched out his hands and raised his legs. "My whole body is covered in it." Is it comfortable to wear? Meng Yuqing asked. It was her first time making clothes, and she was a little worried that some details might not be done well and the clothes would be uncomfortable to wear. It's comfortable. It's not too tight on one side and too loose on the other. You can even wear animal skins underneath. The sub-beast tugged at the collar. It's too hot. I won't feel cold wearing this in winter. The wind won't get in. That's fine, as long as you don't feel uncomfortable. Take it off first to avoid getting heat stroke later. Meng Yuqing stepped forward to help him unbutton his clothes. The buttons were made of vines, using the same principle as the buttons on the front. As long as they could be fastened tightly, it was fine. Whether they looked good or not was not his concern. The sub-beast's aesthetics were much better than his, so if they wanted something to look good, they could change it themselves. After confirming that the clothes were successfully made, Meng Yuqing let them try to make them themselves. After seeing that they could all make a set of clothes on their own, he stopped staring at them. The sub-beast would only have more experience than him in making clothes. Thinking about giving classes to the tribesmen in winter, Meng Yuqing decided to write a lesson plan first. Thanks to his mother being an elementary school teacher, he has seen many lesson plans. When he was a child, he often sat at a small table to do his homework, while his mother sat at a big table to write lesson plans. I exchanged a set of primary school Chinese and math teaching materials from a mall and started preparing to write lesson plans. This time, what was used was not animal skin but tree bark. It was from a tree that was found in the patrol area these days. The bark was very thick. After asking Dong Hedon to help peel off the rough outer layer of the bark, it turned light yellow on both sides. He tried to write on it with charcoal, and the handwriting was quite clear. Since paper had not yet been invented, it could be used as a makeshift. After cutting the peeled bark into A4 size, I started to paint. As I wrote, I recalled the key points that my mother would emphasize when writing lesson plans. Writing the Chinese lesson plan went relatively smoothly, but the math lesson plan was a bit of a headache because his mother was a Chinese teacher and he had only seen Chinese lesson plans. After using search to find some templates and studying them carefully, I tried to write my own math lesson plans. What I write is definitely not as good as what a professional teacher would write, but it is enough to teach the people in this tribe. There are no various exams in this world. As long as they can calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division smoothly, it will be enough. We cannot ask for too much. We can't ask him to exchange it for a set of teaching plan reference books. Reference books are more expensive than textbooks, and a set of textbooks already makes him feel a little sorry for the money he spends on it. He also had to express some things in a way that people in this world could understand, and some parts needed to be modified by himself rather than just copying them down. Just as he was busy writing, the day of autumn hunting arrived. Chapter 156 Bring them in. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe came to the tribe gate together the day before the autumn hunt and said they wanted to see Xia. After bringing them into the tribe, Xia asked them, "What do you want from me?" Ku and the Wandering Orc leader exchanged a glance, and finally Ku stepped forward and said, "All of us adult orcs want to go on the autumn hunt." Xia pretended to be surprised and continued, "What about your sub-beasts and underage tribesmen? Aren't they very dangerous?" The two of them scratched their heads, feeling a little embarrassed. "Can I ask you to help look after them?" Xia sat on a rock, propping his chin up with his fist, pretending to think. "Okay, do you want them to come inside the tribe? It's safest inside the tribe. The orcs we stay behind won't leave the tribe, and the number of people going out on patrol will also decrease. The patrol area won't be as safe as it is now." "Then I'll leave it to you," Ku and the Wandering Orcs said together. "Then bring them here later. I'll ask Chuyet to prepare a room for them." In the evening, in front of Meng Yuqing's house. "Yuqing, we're going out for autumn hunting tomorrow." It was a rare occasion that both of them had the same free time, so Xian and Meng Yuqing sat on a rock. "Well," Meng Yuqing lowered his head and said after a long while, "Be careful. Everyone should come back safely." When Meng Yuqing got up the next day, the orcs had already set off. The sub-beasts and cubs of the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe had entered the tribe overnight. Chia arranged them to live near the place where the orcs without parents lived. When Meng Yuqing and Xiao Yi went to see them, the little beast men were already playing together. "I'm telling you, this is what we can do when we encounter a sharp-toothed beast." The young orc from the Qingshan Tribe performed a series of hunting movements. This way we can avoid their fangs and quickly trip them up. "Wow, so powerful," the little beast men from the Wandering Tribe and the Creek Tribe said in unison. "Your beast forms are not much different from those of our tribe. You can definitely use the methods we use." The little orc of the Qingshan Tribe said to the little orc of the Wandering Tribe. The The little orcs of the Creek tribe felt a little disappointed when they heard this. Their beast forms were quite different from those of the Qingshan tribe, and the Qingshan tribe's hunting method was not very suitable for them. Hey, don't lose heart. I'll ask the orc instructors. Maybe they know a method that's right for you. Another young orc from the Qingshan tribe patted their shoulders and said, even if they don't know, there's definitely a way to make you stronger. If that doesn't work, we'll train with you. The orc instructor said that no matter how good the teaching is, it still depends on actual combat. The fastest way to improve your strength is through fighting. Through fighting, you'll figure out which method is right for you. The little orcs from both tribes nodded obediently to show that they understood. And you still have a father beast. It's the same if you learn from the father beast. At this point, his tone became a little sad. I don't have a father beast anymore, and I don't have a sub-father. Seeing him suddenly lose his vitality and lie motionless on the ground, all the little beast men surrounded him. They didn't know what to say, so they all turned into beast forms and clung to him. On the other side, the sub-beast from the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe looked at the little orc from the Green Mountain tribe with heartache in their eyes. The little sub-beasts all stayed obediently beside their father, watching this scene. After a long while, the little beast man stood up and said, "We're going to teach the beast men and learn. We will come back to play with you." "Okay, we'll wait for you to come back," said the little orcs from the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe. Meng Yuqing watched this scene not far away and took a deep breath. "Let's go." They get along very well. Qiu pulled him. Arranging them here was a decision Xia made after careful consideration. Seeing this scene, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but sigh at Xia's wisdom. The Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe couldn't escape. Before Meng Yuqing came here, the orcs over 14 years old from these two tribes were called away by the orcs over 14 years old from Qingshan tribe. The team was led by Dong Hedon, and their little orcs were also among them. There are adult orcs fighting in the square. Do you want to go and watch? Dan asked them. Can we go and see? Asked the little orcs from the two tribes cautiously. Before entering the tribe, their chief had specifically told them not to run around in the tribe, not to transform into beasts, and not to cause trouble for others. They were older orcs, and running around would disturb the sub-beasts and younger cubs. Just come with us. Dan walked around them. They're all very powerful orcs. Hearing this, they were a little excited. The orcs of the Qingshan tribe were very powerful. They learned a lot from watching the Qingshan tribe fight with other tribes last time. They turned to look at the adult sub-beasts of their tribe. Can we go? Seeing the expectation in their eyes, the sub-beasts leading the two tribes nodded. Okay, we'll go with you. After cheering, they followed the little orcs of the Qingshan tribe. In the afternoon, Qiu brought a few sub-beasts here again and asked them to teach the sub-beasts of the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe how to weave bamboo baskets. This is not a very important skill. Xuan and his friends also started by weaving baskets when they first arrived. It just so happens that the number of sub-beasts in the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe is not small, and there are about 50 people including the small orcs. This can just relieve the pressure of insufficient manpower in the tribe. The people who had their hands freed up were assigned to make cotton-padded clothes. They had to make enough cotton-padded clothes before the Mountain tribe arrived. It's impossible for someone to deliver the goods, but not be able to deliver them on time. Meng Yuqing also led his men to prepare for making bacon. And by the way, they brewed a few jars of fruit wine with the ripe berries. Chapter 157 Oolong. Anyway, it will be broken if it is not used, so it is better to make some wine. Thinking of eating hot pot and drinking fruit wine in winter, Meng Yuqing narrowed his eyes. What life! He exchanged a lot of black honey fruit from Mu for the sugar, and then made a rougher sugar out of it. The black honey fruit itself has a high sugar content. After being simply processed into sugar, it becomes even sweeter than before, so sweet that it's almost cloying. Even Mu couldn't stand it after trying it. Finally, all of it was used to make wine. Looking at the 6 or 7 jars of fruit wine at home, he couldn't help but think of monkey wine. He wondered if the monkey orcs in this world could brew this kind of wine without any instruction. Wooden racks were erected one after another in the tribe, and salt rocks were crushed in large quantities, waiting for the first wave of autumn hunters to return with their prey and hang up the pickled meat. Except for a small team of orcs who were sent every day to accompany the sub-beasts to the plantations in the patrol area, the other orcs who remain in the Qingshan tribe rarely leave the tribe. Lien was not the first group of people to go out. He was responsible for staying in the tribe, and now he was the only one patrolling the patrol area. If anything happens to the tribe, he is also responsible for notifying the orcs who are out hunting. After the first group of people who went hunting in autumn came back, he and Fei took turns. He went out while Fei stayed in the tribe to guard. All the sub-beasts tacitly carried bows and swords with them, and even kept their weapons within easy reach when they slept at night. All the little sub-beasts follow the little orcs to the teaching orcs every day. While the little orcs are learning, they sit on the side and weave some things. Meng Yuqing finally finished writing the lesson plans for the lower grades. Considering that this teaching was mainly to allow the tribal leaders to quickly absorb knowledge, as well as the accompanying knowledge for the cubs, he removed some interesting games that attracted the children to attend the class. Everything was based on efficiency. In the wild, the first people to lead the team out for autumn hunting were Xia and Lan. In addition to bringing prey back to the tribe during the autumn hunt, orcs also need to eat as much as possible in the wild in their animal form. When they eat with their stomachs full, they can eat a medium-sized wild animal directly, and a full meal can sustain them for several days. We've finished our food for today. We'll just kill whatever we catch next. Xiao looked up at the sun. We still have the whole afternoon. Hearing his words, all the orcs who were lying down to rest after eating stood up. Let's go to the lake later. Wild animals like to drink water there during this time. Lan looked at Xia. Okay, let's go to the lake. After making the decision, everyone no longer hesitated and walked towards the lake. Xian followed Xia and looked around carefully. Suddenly, he saw the blackthorn grass. Remembering the medicinal properties of the blackthorn grass, he narrowed his eyes slightly and walked to the side of the blackthorn grass. Looking at the tribesmen around him, he suddenly had a bold idea. He flicked out the nails of his front paws and pierced the blackthorn grass. When he saw the green grass juice on his nails, he retracted his claws and walked back to Xia as if nothing had happened. Xian, what were you doing just now? Xia looked at him puzzledly. Xian shook his head. It was just an idea that suddenly came to me. I didn't do anything. Father Beast, if I suddenly turn back into human form later, just throw me on Lai's back. His words left Xia Geng confused. But Xian looked like he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask any further. It's not that Xian is unwilling to tell this method, but he himself is not sure whether this method is useful or safe enough. The medicinal properties of blackthorn grass are very strong, which he discovered by watching Meng Yuqing test it. Applying blackthorn grass on his nails would certainly enhance his fighting power, but everyone in the Qingshan Tribe, except me and his father Beast, had the habit of licking their paws. What if I unconsciously lick the blackthorn grass on my paw? The tribe would reapply the medicine on weapons made of blackthorn grass after a period of time to prevent the medicinal properties from losing effectiveness. He and Meng Yuqing had tested it and found that the efficacy of the blackthorn grass applied on the arrows could last for 15 days, and even if it was soaked in water for a day, it could last for 10 days. However, the soaked water cannot be drunk. Although it is not as effective as eating the blackthorn grass directly, you will still feel weak for more than 10 minutes. He looked at his paws, hoping that he could resist licking them during this time. Otherwise, instead of being knocked down by the beast, he was knocked down by his own medicine. That would be really, really embarrassing. Mu Healy will laugh at him for a few years. Just as Xian was daydreaming, they were already approaching the lake. Xia stopped, and the others dispersed and hid themselves tacitly. By the lake, many wild animals were drinking water. There was also a large wild animal. After drinking the water, it did not leave, but lay down directly by the water. The orcs approached slowly. The beasts had no idea that danger was approaching. Suddenly a breeze blew by. Roar! A wild beast roared, with panic in its voice. They're orcs, it smells. In an instant, the lakeside, which had been relatively quiet, was filled with the roars of beasts, and a large wild beast lying by the water to rest jumped up on the spot. All the beasts fled in panic. The orcs knew they had to attack, as the beasts had noticed they were approaching. Xian rushed down from the tree and pounced on a beast that was fleeing right below him. He was originally planning to bite the other person to death, but just when he was about to bite, he suddenly remembered that there was blackthorn grass juice on his right front paw. He immediately exerted force with his right paw, and the nail stained with blackthorn grass juice pierced into the other person's body. Then he let the beast go. The beast ran out in panic, but Xian didn't care. He remembered the smell of the beast. Turning around, he ran towards the large beast. Xia and Lan worked together to deal with the large beast. Although one of them could kill the large beast with their strength, why fight alone when they could fight in a group? One large beast is equivalent to 4 or 5 medium-sized beasts. Moreover, the energy contained in the meat of large wild beasts is not on the same level as that of medium-sized wild beasts. A medium-sized beast can feed one orc to his heart's content, while a large beast can feed 10 orcs to their heart's content. With Xian's joining, the three of them quickly subdued the large beast. During the attack, Xian subconsciously used his claws. When the large beast was knocked down, Xia Helan wanted to end its life directly. Father Beast, Lan, wait a minute. Xian immediately spoke out to stop him. Xia Helan paused, and the large beast immediately began to fight back. Its actions made Xia and Lan frown at the same time, and they immediately opened their mouths and bit the beast's vital points. There is blackthorn grass on my nails. It will soon faint. Hearing Xian's words, Xia Helan quickly raised his head and retracted his teeth. Lan even took 2 steps back and raised his front paws to touch his mouth. After Xian joined in, he bit the beast several times, and each bite drew blood. I don't know whether it was before or after Xian hurt the other person with his claws. The hunting team leader, who was very experienced and talented in hunting, panicked for the first time. Soon, the large beast's struggles weakened. Lan also began to feel a little dizzy. He immediately laid down to steady himself. When the beast fainted completely, Lan was sure that it was not his illusion. He was really a little dizzy. Xia, I feel a little dizzy and a little weak. Lan said in panic. Hurry up and turn into a human form. Stay on the little orc's back, and then you can join the hunt after you're well enough. Xia let go of the large beast and stood guard over Lan. After Lan turned into a human form, Xia picked him up and ran towards Lai. Xian stood there for a while, a little bewildered, then turned around and joined the battle again. He decided not to use his right paw for the time being. Lai saw Xia running towards him in panic, holding a purse in his mouth, and immediately went to meet him. Uncle Xia, what's wrong? When he saw that the person Xia was holding in his mouth was Lan, he asked, what's wrong with Lan? His voice also became very panicked. Lan was one of the top 3 strongest people in the Qingshan Tribe, and was also very good at hunting. How could he become like this in just a short while? Xia placed Lan on Lai's back. He's been knocked out by the blackthorn herb. Keep an eye on him. Chapter 158, Another One. After seeing Lai nod in agreement seriously, Xia continued to participate in the hunting. He decided to stay away from Xian. If he got too close and bit the beast that had been scratched by Xian, he would have to stay on Lai's back with Lan, flying in the sky, chasing the fastest and fattest beasts. He can easily grab a medium-sized beast, fly into the air, and then throw it to death. Therefore, in just this period of time, he reaped a lot of rewards. Suddenly, he saw a fat and strong medium-sized beast start to stagger while running, and soon it lay motionless on the ground. He immediately swooped down and grabbed the beast, only to discover that it was still alive with scratches on its body. He adjusted his posture and moved closer to smell the beast, which had a mysterious scent. He tilted his head. Could a medium-sized beast injured by Xian still escape? It would be difficult for a large beast targeted by Xian to escape, right? This beast was something. But since I picked up the beast, it belongs to me. It was Xian's fault for not keeping an eye on the prey. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and pecked the beast, marking it as his own. He flew the beast into the sky and planned to throw it to a place where there were more tribesmen to prevent it from being dragged away by other beasts. When he put the beast on the ground, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The beast was still alive and had no fatal injuries. How could a living beast suddenly fall to the ground and not move? At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Alive, fainting, feeling powerless. Blackthorn grass. He flapped his wings violently. Terrible. I can't fly anymore. I have no strength left. He flapped his wings hard to make noise and attract the attention of his tribesmen. If no one is watching him, he'll be stepped on. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. A tribesman noticed that he had been staying on the ground instead of going up to the sky, so he came over. Fei, why are you lying on the ground to rest? The tribesman said half-jokingly. There were many wild animals by the lake this time, and they caught a lot of them. He then remembered that the witch had said there was a way to preserve the meat, and that they could catch as much as they wanted without worrying about it going bad. He was in a particularly good mood. In the past, if we caught too much and didn't have time to eat it before it went bad, we would have to throw it away. Sometimes there are too many bad things, and a foul smell always spreads in the tribe. The elders used to say that if too much meat spoiled in the tribe and was not cleaned up, the entire tribe would become sick. I seem to have been poisoned by the blackthorn grass, and now I have no strength. The eagle's wings had drooped down, and the whole eagle lay on the ground looking pitiful. How did you get poisoned by the blackthorn grass? Can you still turn into a human form? I will take you to the little orcs and let them protect you. The tribesman said in surprise. I'll try. Fei closed his eyes and frowned. After about a minute, his body began to become illusory. A tall, handsome young man appeared. He lay on the ground weakly and smiled. Put me over to the little orc. The tribesman walked up and picked him up. Lai was chatting with Lon. When Lon bit the large beast, the drug from the large beast had not yet taken effect, so he was still fine. He just felt weak, but he could still sit up and do some simple movements. It was not difficult for him to talk to Lai. It was Xian who spilled the medicine on you. After hearing Lan's story, the little beast men around were all surprised. Lai even tried hard to purse his lips for fear of laughing out loud. Yes, he may want to use the blackthorn grass to help hunt. Lon said helplessly. Another person is coming with a person in his mouth. A little orc turned his head to laugh secretly, but saw a tribesman walking towards them with a person in his mouth. Oh, who is so unlucky to accompany me? Lon also looked over there curiously. Ah, it's Fei. He looks even worse than you. Lai immediately stepped forward and signaled the tribesman to put Fei on his back. Hey, you're here too, Lon said with a smile, reaching out and patting the seat next to him. Sit here, come and sit here. The tribesman placed Fei on Lai's back. Fei said he was poisoned by the blackthorn grass, and now he has no strength. I know, we will protect them. Lai nodded. Okay, then I'll continue hunting. After saying that, the tribesman turned around and prepared to leave. Fei stopped him in time. Keep an eye on Xian. The beast that was knocked down by the blackthorn herb has wounds left by Xian on its body. Good. Watching the tribe members walk away, Lon looked at Fei. Have you ever thought that the beast was overwhelmed by the mysterious medicine? Huh? What do you mean? Fei lay on Lai's back. The medicine from the beast he pecked had completely taken effect, so his symptoms were more serious than greed's. Xian said he had blackthorn grass painted on his nails. Lon changed into a more comfortable position. I got bitten when I was catching a large beast with him. What about you? Me? Nothing. Fei Pai started unwilling to say more. What could he say? That he picked up a beast that was knocked down by Xian Yao, thought it was missed by Xian, and then wanted to mark it and say it was his, and then go and tease Xian? No, it's too embarrassing. Lon knew Fei's character well, and when he saw his expression, he knew that he must have fallen into a trap when he was planning something bad. Although he's almost 40 years old, Fei's personality is sometimes still like that of a child. This hunt lasted for a long time. Fei, Lon, and others joined the hunt immediately after the effects of the medicine wore off. If they can catch enough prey this time, they won't have to spend the whole morning eating tomorrow and can just eat what they caught today. There is a whole day tomorrow that can be used for hunting, and after they get the prey, they need to consider assigning some people to guard the prey, so the number of people hunting will decrease. The little orcs alone cannot protect so many prey. Although wild beasts will not actively attack tribes and orcs in autumn, the temptation of so much food will definitely attract a lot of prey. At night, everyone left the lake with their prey. Xian kept his head down and followed behind Xia. Chapter 159, The First Batch Returns. Lon walked beside them, and Fei changed into a human form and sat on Lan's back. After choosing a place to stay, everyone started to do their own things. After leaving enough for tomorrow's meal, he began to coat the rest of the prey with antiseptic grass. Xian, come with me over there. Xia looked at Xian and said, his expression was very calm. Xian subconsciously shrank his shoulders, hung his head, and followed Xia out of the crowd. Lon, are we going over too? Fei watched the father and son leave. Xian might be getting scolded. Let's go and keep an eye on him so Xia doesn't get too angry. Then he patted Lan's back again and said with some concern, Xia Ku, please don't hit the child. Xuan is so old now. If he really hits him, we should stop him. Okay, go. Lon nodded and followed Xia Xuan closely. Xia took Xian for a long distance before stopping. Father Beast. Xian sat on the ground with his head lowered, a little afraid to look at Xia. Xia sighed. You should have told us first. Xian nodded. Well, I shouldn't have thought of using blackthorn grass on a whim, and I shouldn't have hidden it from you. I only thought about everyone's habit of licking their paws and didn't consider that everyone would bite with their mouths when hunting and would also be drugged. He also realized his mistake and had a very good attitude in admitting it. It's true that you thought of using herbs to aid hunting, but the medicinal properties of the blackthorn grass are too strong, and you didn't think it through. Xia approached Xian and rubbed him gently, looking at him lovingly. You are still too young. I shouldn't have been so eager to let you take over my position. I put too much pressure on you. If you have any ideas in the future, you can tell me directly and we can find a solution together. Xia lay down. I will always be the father beast you can rely on. Okay, I understand. Xian also lay down and leaned on Xia like he did when they were children. Not far away, Fei pulled the fur on Lan's back and said, "Let's go. I was worrying too much." "Well, let's go." Lan swung his tail and turned around and flew away. Meng Yuqing from the tribe also joined the work of making cotton-padded clothes. The time agreed with the Qingshan Tribe was approaching, and they would send people to pick up the cotton-padded clothes in a few days. The quantity they had ordered had been prepared, and the ones being made now were for the Qingshan Tribe. All the clothes had to be made before the snow fell. The sweet potatoes that had not yet matured were harvested before the orcs went out for autumn hunting, and were all stored in the warehouse in bags. Qiuyi is now wholeheartedly immersed in the tribe's planting area, where there are more orcs guarding it than before. The closer it gets to this time, the more cautious we should be. The chief and his men have been out for 5 days now, and will be back in 2 days. I wonder what their harvest will be like this time. Ruya muttered as she stuffed cotton into the animal hides. It will definitely be great. Our tribe has healing herbs, animal taming grass, and strength grass this year. No one will leave us. Liushi also whispered, "Yuqing, what do you think?" Liushi gently nudged Meng Yuqing, who was mechanically repeating the action of stuffing cotton with his elbow. "What?" Meng Yuqing turned around, a little confused. "What were you talking about just now?" "We were saying that the clan leader and his men have been out for 5 days. We don't know what they've harvested and whether anyone has been injured." Ruya, who was sitting opposite Meng Yuqing, said. Meng Yuqing touched his nose awkwardly, and because there was cotton wool on his hand, he sneezed several times. The people around immediately put down their work and gathered around when they heard the noise. "Why did you sneeze suddenly? Are you sick?" No. Meng Yuqing immediately waved her hands. "Cotton just got into my nose. I'm not sick." A sub-beast who looked to be in his 50s came over and held his face, examining it carefully for a moment before saying to the people around him, "His nose isn't running, and his body temperature is normal. He's not sick." Hearing his words, everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their previous positions to continue with their unfinished work. The thing people in this world fear most is getting sick. Liushi reached out and pinched Meng Yuqing's arm and poked his waist with some worry in his eyes. "Yuqing, you are still too thin." Meng Yuqing looked down at his body again. It would be fine if Xian said that. Why did even the sub-beast think he was too thin? He felt that he was very healthy. "Well, I'll eat more in the future." Meng Yuqing nodded perfunctorily. "It's okay. Xian is very powerful. You will definitely become very strong in the future." Ruya reached out and touched his leg. Meng Yuqing was frightened and looked at Ruya, who suddenly touched him with wide eyes. "Brother, are you in Gansenmo?" Seeing his reaction, everyone around him laughed out loud. The first group of autumn hunters returned later than expected. Qiuyi, who was sitting next to Meng Yuqing, looked worried. The Xiaoxi tribe and the Wandering tribe had returned for 2 days and were preparing to set off again tomorrow. But the people from the Qingshan tribe have not returned yet. Originally, Meng Yuqing didn't think it was a big deal, but when he saw Qiuyi and some sub-beasts looking very anxious, he couldn't sit still anymore. "System, do you know what's going on?" "It's not a bad thing." The system responded quickly. After receiving this answer, Meng Yuqing felt relieved. He patted Qiuyi on the back and said, "Nothing will happen. They made so many preparations before going out. Maybe they caught too many prey and were slow to come back." As soon as he finished speaking, an orc came running towards him very quickly. "The chief and his men are back, bringing a lot of prey." After the orc said this news excitedly, he turned and ran in another direction. "Hurry, let's go to the square and wait for them." Qiuyi instantly became energetic and pulled Meng Yuqing towards the square. Feeling the strength of Qiuyi pulling him, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but think that there was indeed a reason why they said he was thin. Along the way, I saw many people walking toward the square. In the square, the orcs of the Qingshan tribe walked to the center of the square with their prey. Some of them carried large beasts of similar size to themselves, some carried several medium-sized beasts, and some had strings of small beasts hanging from their bodies. Meng Yuqing was stunned when he saw this scene. Almost every orc carries a beast on him. Even though it was the first time he saw this scene, it did not prevent him from judging that this time it would definitely be a good harvest. Could he really be right? They were slowed down by having too much prey. He swore he had only said that to comfort Qiuyi. Among a group of giant beasts and wild beasts, Meng Yuqing stood on tiptoe to look for Xian's figure. Most of these beasts were brown, gray, and black, and Xian was not conspicuous at all among them. Meng Yuqing looked for a long time before he saw Xuan lying between two large black beasts licking his fur. What surprised him was that Xuan didn't lick his right paw, which he usually used. Was it injured? Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing felt a little worried. Chapter 160 Drinking. We caught so many this time. Just this once is enough to keep us fed for a long time this winter. If the next few times are as heavy as this time, we shouldn't be too hungry and thin in the winter. We need to deal with the beasts those people are carrying quickly. The antiseptic grass will wear off soon. The ones these people are carrying won't wear off until tomorrow, and the ones over there won't wear off until the day after tomorrow. Xia jumped onto the platform and explained the status of the prey. As for the ones that are still alive, deal with them quickly too. Apply the antiseptic grass and deal with them again in 5 days. After listening to Xia's arrangements, the tribesmen who were originally lamenting the abundance of prey this time immediately took action. Looking at so many preys, Meng Yuqing suddenly felt that it was a good thing that he had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, if he went to grind salt at the last minute, a lot of meat would have gone bad. He really didn't expect that the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe could catch so many if they let go. The initial processing of the prey was done by the orcs. After Meng Yuqing looked around and saw that there was nothing for him to do, he walked towards Xuan. He found that this time he stared at Xuan for so long, but Xuan never met his eyes. There's something wrong with this kid. Thinking of this, he deliberately put on a stern face, walked in front of Xuan, then raised his head and stared at Xuan. His height of 1.8 meters was really too small in front of the beast-shaped Xuan. He also discovered that Xuan's beast form seemed to be a little bigger than when they first met, and had caught up with the shadow beast he had killed. Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing walking towards him with a serious face, and immediately lay down and tucked his right paw under his body. Seeing his reaction, Meng Yuqing frowned slightly, stepped forward and hugged his right arm. What's wrong with your claws? Xuan shook his head like a rattle. Nothing, nothing. As he spoke, he tucked his claws under his body again. Seeing him like this, Meng Yuqing was even more certain that there must be something wrong with his right paw. She grabbed it and stopped him from hiding it. Take it out and let me see it. As he said this, he began to try hard to pull Xuan's claws out. Unfortunately, he couldn't even pull Xuan in human form, let alone in beast form. Xuan was completely frozen, not daring to move, especially since he was still in beast form and might hurt Meng Yuqing if he wasn't careful. Take it out for me. Meng Yuqing held Xuan's right forelimb with both hands and used all his strength. He kicked 2 scratches on the ground, but Xuan still didn't move. When Lai, who was standing next to him, saw this scene, he sat down on the ground and covered his mouth with his 2 front paws. You can't laugh, or Xuan will beat you up. Last time, Mu was beaten so badly that he dared not see anyone for several days. It's really okay, Xuan said in a low voice. If you're fine, why don't you take it out? Seeing that Xuan was unwilling to take out his right paw, Meng Yuqing had no choice but to raise his hand, turn around, and slap Xuan's left paw hard. Xuan just lay on the ground and looked at him pitifully. Lai next to him had already turned his head away, and his whole body began to tremble. His action caught Meng Yuqing's attention, and Meng Yuqing ran directly to Lai and pulled the hair on Lai's forelimbs. Lai, what do you know? Before Lai could reply, Xuan appeared beside him in an instant, raised his claws, and pushed Lai away. Go and deal with the dead beast. Don't stay here. Lai followed Xuan's force and walked a few steps to the side, then turned to look at Meng Yuqing and then at Xuan. He decided it would be better to stay away from this place of trouble, so he ran away happily. Meng Yuqing immediately seized the opportunity and pounced directly on Xuan's right claw. It was too late for Xuan to hide his right claw. It's nothing. Why do you hide it from me? Meng Yuqing carefully examined Xuan's right paw, even pulling away the hair on the paw, but didn't see any wound. Moreover, looking at Xuan's movement of pushing Lai, it didn't seem like his meridians were injured. Just as he was about to press Xuan's nails out to sea, Xuan finally spoke up, "Don't touch the nails." Why? Meng Yuqing raised her head and looked at Xuan. They could touch each other before. Xuan's ears moved. There's blackthorn grass on the nails. The medicinal effect is still there. This made Meng Yuqing even more confused. What's wrong with having blackthorn grass? Why do you have to hide your claws? Xuan lowered his head and looked at Meng Yuqing with a confused look in his eyes. Meng Yuqing held his paw tightly and refused to let go, just looking at him, waiting for his explanation. In the end, Xian was defeated. I wanted to use blackthorn grass to hunt, but ended up pouring out the greed and flying medicine. Xuan used a little force to take the front paw out of Meng Yuqing's arms and then popped out the nails, applied the black thorn grass on the right paw. You caught them with your right claw? Meng Yuqing said with wide eyes in disbelief. No, they bit the beast I scratched while hunting, and suddenly they lost all their strength, causing some chaos. Xuan lay down and looked at Meng Yuqing, his voice filled with guilt. I didn't discuss it with them when I used the black thorn grass, so they didn't know. Meng Yuqing reached out and touched his head. Is that so? Meng Yuqing had considered using the black thorn grass for hunting when he discovered it, but after finding that it was also effective when taken orally, he put it aside for the time being, fearing that this situation would occur when orcs were hunting. Unexpectedly, he forgot to tell Xuan about this matter, which led to Xuan drugging his own people during the autumn hunt. Thinking back to what Xuya and the others had said about the dangers of autumn hunting, it's no wonder Xuan felt so guilty. It was also because the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe were so powerful that the beasts dared not resist and could only flee everywhere. Otherwise, Lan and Fei would be in real danger. When are you going out again? Seeing Xuan lying on the ground in a bad mood, Meng Yuqing changed the subject. I brewed some fruit wine. Do you want some? I guarantee you've never had it before. Fruit wine? Okay, I want some. Xuan Weiwei perked up and responded to Meng Yuqing's words. Is it the wine you mentioned when we were building the house? Yes, it's the wine I mentioned the day Mu ate the black thorn grass. I said before that I would give it to you. Meng Yuqing smiled and continued. I'll take you to drink it this time. Mu Healy will talk about it next time. Okay. Xuan stood up, took 2 steps back, and turned into a human form. However, now I have to go teach my tribesmen how to pickle meat. Will you accompany me? The meat you hunted with great effort cannot go bad. Meng Yuqing approached Xuan and wanted to put his arm around his shoulders, but found that he was not tall enough, so he withdrew his hand awkwardly. Chapter 161, Making Bacon. Xuan looked at his actions with some amusement. You go first. I'm going to take a shower. My body is covered in the blood of wild animals. Only then did Meng Yuqing realize that there was a lot of dried blood on Xuan's body, and even on his face. He looked sharper than usual, but the look he gave Meng Yuqing diluted this momentum. After sending Meng Yuqing to the area designated in the tribe for making bacon, Xuan left. In just a short while, a lot of processed animal meat had been delivered here, and 100 people were already waiting here. There were many stone basins on the ground, all filled with crushed salt. Everything was ready, and everyone was eagerly waiting for Meng Yuqing to teach them how to cook this kind of meat that could be preserved for a long time. 3 ounces of salt for 10 pounds of meat. The salt here is a little different from the salt in the modern world. Meng Yuqing decided that it didn't matter if he added a little more salt. It would be salty, and he could just boil it in water before eating. It is better to add more salt than too little and cause the meat to spoil. Now what we need to do is rub salt all over the meat, every corner and edge. It's better to use more salt than less. Meng Yu grabbed a piece of meat, placed it in an empty bowl, and began to rub salt on it. This is the most important step to prevent the meat from spoiling. Let me show you how. The others also had a piece of meat in their hands, staring at Meng Yuqing's actions intently. Meng Yuqing applied it very carefully. He had only helped his grandmother before, so he was familiar with the process, but he had never done it alone. In order to prevent himself from missing anything, he specially went to Sisu to find a few videos of making bacon to consolidate his memory. Now it's finally time for actual combat. Thinking of the bacon made by Grandma, Meng Yuqing sucked his saliva. After making sure every corner was coated with salt, Meng Yuqing stood up and showed the meat to everyone. At least make it like mine. If you make less, it might break. After hearing his words, everyone nodded seriously. I understand. We will definitely not put less salt. Well, let's continue. Meng Yuqing put the meat in his hand into another empty bowl, grabbed another piece of meat, and began to spread salt on it. This process is a bit boring. Xuan came when he was rubbing salt on the 12th piece of meat. He walked over to Meng Yuqing and sat down, watching his movements with some moisture still on his body. How do you do this? Xuan asked softly. Meng Yuqing glanced at him, pointed at his right hand, and asked, Is it okay? Xuan shook his head. It doesn't matter if I turn into a human form, as long as I don't create the beast armor. He thought for a moment and added, I've tried it secretly. That's good. Meng Yuqing grabbed a piece of unsalted meat and handed it to him. Get to work. Xuan chuckled and said, Yeah, okay. I have to say that people in this world are really efficient in doing things. They worked very quickly. Meng Yuqing looked around and finally took a few pieces of meat from Xian's bowl and put them into his own bowl. Seeing that there was more meat in his bowl than in others, Meng Yuqing nodded, thinking that he should be able to get first place now. Qian looked at him helplessly, and when everyone was counting the number at the end, he poured all the meat in his bowl into Meng Yuqing's bowl. Oh, Qian gave Yuqing cheating, otherwise I would definitely be first. Ruya saw their little actions, covered her mouth with one hand, and said in surprise, "But I came here to call Yuqing for help." Qian answered as a matter of course. "That's right. Qian originally came to help me. If you're not convinced, you can find someone to help you." Meng Yuqing, who was feeling a little guilty after being caught cheating, thought about it after hearing Qian's words. Yes, Qian was supposed to rest after coming back from hunting today, but I called him to work, so there is nothing wrong with him doing the work himself. After figuring this out, he said it with confidence. Okay, you're awesome, and someone's here to help you." Riao put the things in the designated place and made a face at him. "I'm going home." After everyone put their things away with a smile, they also went home one after another. Seeing that everyone had left, Meng Yuqing looked at the marinated meat and said worriedly, "The clan leader said before that there's more meat to process today, right? There should be some more. If we don't finish it today, will it be too late tomorrow? Distribute some of it to everyone, and the orcs on night duty will finish the rest. Don't worry." Qian patted his shoulder. Meng Yuqing looked at Qian in surprise and said blankly, "This counts as overtime." Overtime. Qian thought for a moment before understanding Meng Yuqing's meaning. In addition to guarding the tribe, the night watchmen also have to do some tasks that were not completed during the day. It's just that this year, there are more tasks than in previous years. Besides, the night watchman can rest the next day. Meng Yuqing nodded. "That's good. As long as there is compensatory rest, it's good. Although orcs can transform into beasts, they can't really be used as animals. Let's go back early and prepare some delicious food. The fire fruits can be picked and cooked. I will cook you my best dish." The first home-cooked dish he learned was stir-fried pork with peppers, which is also his best dish. As for the other dishes, he cooked them to an eatable standard. "Okay, I'll take you back directly. It will take you a long time to walk back from here." Qian transformed into a beast and lay down in front of Meng Yuqing. With Qian as my companion, the journey that originally took more than 40 minutes was shortened to just a few minutes. When he saw someone's house, Qian jumped over directly and almost walked straight home. This caused several families to stick their heads out to look. What is Qian going to do? He's running so fast, he's jumping around. Meng Yuqing covered her face silently and hurried home to eat. After returning home, he picked 2 fire fruits and some onions, ginger and garlic from the vegetable garden, and picked out a few pieces of animal meat from the space warehouse. After washing the ingredients with clean water, Xuan handed them over to Qian to cut. Meng Yuqing took out a stone pot, made to look like a frying pan, and placed it on the stove and began to scrub the pot. He had previously thought of using a ceramic pot to cook, but it cracked easily, so in the end he had to resort to a stone pot. Although the heat conductivity is a little worse, you don't have to worry about the pan breaking halfway through frying. It is better to use the clay pot for making soup. Apart from not being able to cook, clay pots are indeed more convenient than stone pots. Qian used a deer antler knife to cut the ingredients according to Meng Yuqing's requirements and put them in a ceramic basin. Seeing this, Meng Yuqing poured out the water in the pot. After drying the remaining water droplets in the pot, he scooped a piece of animal fat into the pot and waited for it to melt. The sound of sizzling oil could be heard, and before the food was even put into the pot, Meng Yuqing could feel saliva secreting in his mouth. Chapter 162, Cooking. Qian stood aside holding the ingredients and watched Meng Yuqing work. Put the fire fruit in first. Seeing that the oil was almost hot, Meng Yuqing waved to Qian. Qian immediately separated the fire fruit and poured it into the pot. The moment it was put into the pot, the sizzling sound of the oil in the pot became louder and a few drops of oil burst out. Qian grabbed Meng Yuqing and pulled her behind him. "It's okay. This is what happens when you cook. It's just that some water got into the hot oil." Meng Yuqing patted Qian's arm and walked out from behind him. "If you don't stir-fry it a little more, the food will burn." While Meng Yuqing was stir-frying the fire fruit, she directed Qian to put in the ginger and garlic. Qian obediently put everything into the pot in the order he said, but his whole body was tense. As long as the oil burst out of the pot again, he could pull Meng Yuqing away in an instant. After adding some crushed salt, Meng Yuqing asked Qian to put the animal meat in as well. The pot started boiling again, but luckily the oil didn't burst out. Qian breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were still looking at the pot very seriously. After frying the meat until it changed color, Meng Yuqing added some salt and put in the green onions. Stir-fry for another minute or so, and the whole house will be filled with the aroma of fried pork with chili peppers. Qian touched his nose, walked outside, and sneezed. It was a bit choking, but very fragrant. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva just by smelling it. As the dish came out of the pot, this otherworldly version of stir-fried pork with peppers was considered a success. Cut the fire fruit into shreds, garlic slices, ginger shreds, and chopped green onions. It looks pretty much the same as the modern world. The portion is considered small for the people in this world, but it is enough for 4 people in the modern world. The people in this world really have a huge appetite. When we make delicious dishes, we basically just cook them for everyone to taste. It takes too much time to eat your fill. Meng Yuqing estimated that even if the bacon was made, it would basically be cooked and eaten in the end, with at most some vegetables added. He brought the dishes and 6 cooked potatoes, which was almost Meng Yuqing's meal. As for Qian, he must have something else to eat. Qian, you are here too? Ye's voice came from outside the house. Ja. Meng Yuqing quickened his pace and walked out of the house. He saw Ye carrying a large bamboo basket with a lot of animal meat in it. Ye put down the bamboo basket on his back and said, "This is the meat distributed by the tribe today. Both of yours are in this basket. The ones on the leaves are for Wu, and the ones below are for Qian." He lifted the top layer of flesh so they could see the leaves in between. This time, more meat was distributed than before. Meng Yuqing, whose appetite was originally smaller than that of others, looked at the meat and thought that fortunately he had a space warehouse to store it. Otherwise, he would have to give at least 1/3 of his food to Qian. However, even with a space warehouse, Meng Yuqing often ate with Qian. "You came just in time. We were just about to grill some meat." Qian accepted the meat. Meng Yuqing looked at the dish in his hand and thought for a moment before asking, "Would you like to try my cooking? It should be delicious." Thinking that people in this world might not be used to spicy food, he added, "I don't know if you can get used to it." He looked at Meng Yuqing with some surprise. He had a good relationship with Qian, but not to the extent of Lion Mu, not even as good as Lian. He was even less familiar with Meng Yuqing. This can be seen from the fact that he calls Meng Yuqing Wu instead of calling her name directly. He scratched his head and glanced at Qian. "Let's try it. This is the first time that Yuqing cooks this kind of food." Qian turned his head without looking at his teeth, and no emotion could be heard in his voice. He raised an eyebrow at his reaction and happily decided to stay and try the food. Meng Yuqing placed the dishes on the stone that Qian often used as a table, took out the fruit wine he brewed, and poured a glass for each of the 3 of them. The fruit wine in the glass is crystal clear red, with a mixture of fruity aroma and wine flavor. This is wine made from ripe fruits. Try it. Qian picked up the cup and sniffed it. "I've smelled this smell on some fruits that have been left for a long time. So this is edible too. Anyway, it's edible now, try it." Meng Yuqing urged. He really wanted to see the big cat's reaction after drinking. Qian leaned closer to the cup and licked the wine inside, just like a cat drinks water. Then his whole body shook. "It's weird." He tilted his head and savored it carefully. "It felt a little strange when I first drank it, but now I really like it and want to drink it again." Meng Yuqing also took a sip of the fruit wine. It tasted more like juice than wine, but it was already very good to be able to do so. After both of them drank, they looked at Ye together. Now he was the only one who had not drunk. Ye looked at Qian, then at Meng Yuqing, and finally took a deep breath and took a big sip. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, and his face turned red. Meng Yuqing reached out and patted him on the back. He put the cup down with some embarrassment. "I'm fine, Wu. You don't have to pat me." As he spoke, he dodged to the side and secretly glanced at Qian. Meng Yuqing withdrew his hand and did not force him. According to his understanding, he was not a lively person. "Just drinking isn't enough. Let's eat the food." He pushed the food in front of Qian Heya. Qian has become very skilled at using chopsticks because he often eats with Meng Yuqing. But he was not used to using chopsticks and couldn't pick up any meat after poking for a long time. Just as Meng Yuqing moved her fingers, hesitating whether to help him pick it up, Qian moved first. He picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it directly into Ye's bowl, although it looks like there are more fruits than flesh. But Meng Yuqing and Ye didn't feel anything was wrong. Ye even looked at Qian a little flattered. Meng Yuqing also held up his face and looked at the 2 of them. Sure enough, the legend that had been circulating in the tribe about Ye and Qian being kings who never met each other was false. Although Qian always emphasized to himself that he and Ye had a good relationship, Meng Yuqing had hardly seen them interact. Now that he saw Qian enthusiastically picking up food for Ye, he felt relieved. Look how well they get along. Qian looked at the expressions of the 2 people, the corners of his mouth twitched, and finally he lowered his head and took a big bite of the potato, as if he had some deep hatred. He brought the bowl to his mouth and scooped the meat and fire fruit into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes widened. He chewed quickly, and after swallowing the food in his mouth, he hissed twice before speaking. "It feels like my mouth is burning, but it tastes good." He nodded vigorously as he spoke, picking up the glass and taking another sip of wine. Then he shuddered like Xuan. Before Meng Yuqing could reply with a smile, Xuan spoke up. "It must be delicious. The meat Yuqing grilled earlier was also delicious." After a pause, he added, "Everything Yuqing cooks is delicious. Wu is very powerful." Jagadiv. Chapter 163 Drunk. Listening to these two people flattering each other crazily, Meng Yuqing covered her face. "Stop praising me. Your face is about to burn. He is a good person in every way except that he is thin-skinned." Okay, shut up both of you. Eating can't stop you mouths." Meng Yuqing put down his hands, stuffed a potato into each of them, and put some vegetables into their bowls. Xuan curled his lips and wanted to continue speaking, but Meng Yuqing directly hit him on the head with chopsticks. "Eat." After being hit, Xuan shrank his shoulders and started to put food into his mouth obediently. He buried his head directly in the bowl, but if you look closely, you can see that he was secretly glancing at the two people who were fighting. When he saw Meng Yuqing knocking Xuan, he subconsciously shrank his shoulders. Because there were two orcs, the food was eaten quickly. Meng Yuqing, who had originally planned to eat 3 potatoes, only ate 2 in the end, but he was almost full. It's okay to eat less at night. But yeah, and Xuan were definitely not full, so these things are just for them to taste. Dad still had to eat barbecue. After eating, he was tactful enough to take over the task of washing dishes and pots. "Then I'll go back first. Thank you, Wu, for today." You wash the dishes and place them neatly in Meng Yuqing's cupboard, then prepare to slip away. "If I stay any longer, Xuan will definitely come and fight me tonight." Although he was not afraid of fighting with Xuan, this was not a fight in this situation. Xuan would unilaterally beat him up, which was unnecessary. After watching you leave, Xuan nodded slightly, skewered the meat that you brought him on the branches, and prepared to grill it to fill his stomach. Meng Yuqing took out some honey from the space warehouse and said mysteriously, "Brother, would you like to try the honey barbecue? It's also super delicious." "Okay, let's have some honey barbecue," Xuan replied with a smile. Xuan was very skilled at grilling meat, and the meat was done very quickly. Meng Yuqing brushed honey on it at the appropriate time and poured Xuan a glass of wine. Looking at the golden and greasy barbecue, Meng Yuqing swallowed his saliva. It looked delicious. "But this is Xuan's dinner, so I'd better not eat it. Orcs eat a lot, and Xuan just came back today, so he needs to have a good meal." Xuan, however, noticed his little action and handed the barbecue over directly. "You said honey barbecue. Don't you want to have some yourself?" Looking at the golden barbecue right in front of him, Meng Yuqing sniffed. The sweet scent of honey mixed with the aroma of barbecue was so tempting. "Then I just eat a bite." Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan and said in a low voice, "Well, just have a bite." Xianpai opened his mouth and smiled lightly. Meng Yuqing was too lazy to reach out to grab the meat, so he just opened his mouth and bit into it. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This was his first reaction, and his second reaction was delicious. The whole barbecue was very different from what I had eaten before. It had the fragrance of honey and a sweetness that was different from the barbecue itself, which diluted the greasy feeling of meat in my mouth. After swallowing the barbecue in his mouth, Meng Yuqing took 2 more bites before saying, "Okay, I'm done. If you eat any more, you won't have any left." He took 2 steps back reluctantly, taking several bites of the originally whole barbecue. He licked his lips, feeling a little regretful. It should be cut with a knife and eaten, but now Xuan is eating his leftovers. Thinking of this, he took out a horn knife from the space and prepared to cut off the bitten part. Seeing that he had stepped back and stopped eating, Xuan did not continue to persuade him. He knew Meng Yuqing's appetite and knew that he would feel full if he ate any more. He withdrew his hand and started to eat the barbecue. "Wait a minute." Meng Yuqing stretched out Kong's hand, but before he could stop him, Xuan bit him directly at the place where he had bitten. Xuan looked up at him with some confusion. "It's okay, just continue eating." Meng Yuqing withdrew his hand and turned his head away. "It's better not to say it. I've already done it, and it would be a bit embarrassing to talk about it again. I'll just be more careful next time." After Xuan had eaten his fill, the two cleaned up the clearing. It was already dark. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Meng Yuqing patted Xuan and said, "Go home, rest early, and have a good sleep tonight." Xuan sat on the ground without moving. After a long while, he uttered a lazy, What's going on? Meng Yuqing was a little confused. The voice was not right. He shook Xuan gently again, but Xuan still didn't move and just sat there. Meng Yuqing walked to Xuan and squatted down, only to see that Xuan kept his head down and didn't know what he was doing. What's wrong? He held Xian's face up. I saw that there was a blush at the corners of Xian's eyes. His eyes were slightly watery, and his look was confused. Meng Yuqing was stunned. What the hell? No way is he drunk? It's just fruit wine. I drink it like juice. His eyes widened in surprise. He turned around and looked at the jar of wine he had brought out. Oh no, more than half is gone. He remembered that he only drank 1 cup, and he also only drank 1 cup. Who drank the rest? Obviously, it was the confused person in front of him. Meng Yuqing held his forehead helplessly. Thinking of the orc's strength, he was somewhat glad that Xuan was a good drinker. At least he would sit still and not make any noise when he was drunk. Otherwise, if he starts making trouble, I really won't be able to control him, and then I'll have to call other orcs for help. That's too social. Is Xian's reputation going to be wasted? Just as he was daydreaming, Xuan moved. He grabbed Meng Yuqing's wrist, pulled her hand off, and moved closer. The distance is too close. Meng Yuqing stepped back repeatedly, but unfortunately her hand was held by Xuan. Sensing him pulling away, Xuan frowned, gripping his wrist with one hand while the other touched the back of his neck. Then she exerted a little force and pulled him in front of her. Meng Yuqing widened her eyes in horror, looking at Xian's face so close to her. 1 centimeter, just 1 centimeter, Xuan stopped. That was close. He just looked at Meng Yuqing with deep eyes, saying nothing and making no other movements. But as soon as Meng Yuqing showed signs of trying to distance himself, Xuan would hold him down with force. Now Meng Yuqing didn't dare to move, for fear that Xuan would not be able to control his strength and the two of them would get stuck. After a long while, Qingshan murmured softly, "There are 2 Yuqing." After saying that, he closed his eyes, shook his head, and then opened them again. Or 2. He looked very confused. No, there is only 1 Yuqing. He let go of Meng Yuqing and took 2 steps back. Meng Yuqing still didn't dare to move. He watched Xian circle around him twice, and then turned into a beast. He lay down next to Meng Yuqing, rubbed his big head gently against his exposed calves, then wrapped his whole body around him and closed his eyes. Seeing Xian's breathing gradually stabilize, Meng Yuqing stood up quietly and prepared to leave. As soon as he took a step forward, a big black tail blocked his way. When he turned around, he saw that Xuan had already opened his eyes, and his dark green pupils were staring at him intently. Meng Yuqing tried to sit back in the original position, but the big tail moved away the next second. When he looked again, Xian's eyes were closed again. Hey, can I leave now? Meng Yuqing lay down next to Xuan and reached out to touch the soft fur on Xian's chest. She was somewhat relieved that the temperature had dropped now, and it was not hot to sleep next to Xuan, otherwise she would have to call Xia to rescue her. Chapter 164 Harvest. Have a good night's sleep. When Meng Yuqing opened his eyes again, all he saw was darkness. Is it still dark? He turned over and lay on his back, only then realizing that what he had just seen was Xian's fur. He stretched out his hand to block the sun. After a long while, Ren finally woke up completely, sat up and looked at Xian. I saw Xian lying there motionless, looking a little doubtful about his life. Meng Yuqing smiled, walked over to him, and squatted down. Are you still drunk? As he said that, he reached out and scratched Xian's chin. Xian subconsciously narrowed his eyes and made a snoring sound. After a long while, Xian finally came back to his senses and looked aside. He moved his ears awkwardly and whispered, I don't know what happened yesterday. Meng Yuqing supported her chin and looked at him, laughing in her heart. It turns out he remembered everything. It's normal to get drunk. Just drink a few more times and you'll be fine. Yuqing, will you be like this too? Xian lowered his head and looked at Meng Yuqing. At least drinking fruit, wine won't be like this, you can't. Meng Yuqing stood up and walked into the house. When Xian saw him leave, he immediately turned into a human form and followed him. After the two of them had cleaned up, Meng Yuqing prepared to continue pickling the meat. This is something that cannot be delayed. Soon after I went out, I saw an orc running towards me in a hurry. Meng Yuqing was stunned. Looking at the situation, did something happen again? The orc's face was filled with joy. As soon as he saw Meng Yuqing and Xian, he shouted, Woo! Xian, it's time to harvest the radishes and some of the potatoes. There are plenty. The two people looked at each other after hearing the news. Go to pick vegetables? Meng Yuqing asked. I'll take you there. Xian turned into an orc and lay down. Meng Yuqing climbed onto his back skillfully and said, Come on, Come on, I'll take you to pick radishes. The two of them ran all the way to the planting area. Xia and Qiuye had already arrived and were digging potatoes in the field. The orcs who were usually responsible for guarding the field also went to the field to dig potatoes. Seeing the two people coming, Qiuye immediately waved and said, "Come here quickly. The potatoes in my area can be dug." Without further ado, the two of them joined the potato digging army. All the potatoes that were harvested earlier have been planted, and this area is covered with potato leaves as far as the eye can see. Some are ready to be collected, while others may take a few days longer. After digging up and bagging the potatoes in Qiuye's area, Meng Yuqing clapped his hands and said, "Qiuye, I'll go check on the radishes." "Okay, you guys go ahead, Xia, and I will take care of it here." Qiuye waved his hand and walked to another place to start digging potatoes. Xia followed closely behind him. Meng Yuqing took Xian and walked towards the place where radishes were planted. Over there, Ronglin and dozens of people were working hard to pull out radishes, and they didn't notice Meng Yuqing and Xian coming over at all. He pulled and retreated at the same time, and with the last effort, he almost fell over. "Be careful." Meng Yuqing stepped forward and supported Ronglin. "It's hard to pull it out. Make a small shovel and dig it out." The people here are more practical. Since Meng Yuqing had been talking about pulling out radishes, they really did it. Ronglin sat on the ground, holding a radish longer than his arm, looking a little dazed. "Yuqing, look, this radish is so big. There are so many radishes like this one. They're all here." He stood up excitedly and pointed at the area where the radishes were planted, his eyes red. "Add potatoes and sweet potatoes, and everyone will have enough to eat this winter." The winter of the year when the shadow beast attacked the tribe happened to be the last few months of his pregnancy. There was still a little orc in his belly, and he ate a lot. He and the cub in his belly almost died together because of lack of food. In the end, Luo and others saved some food to feed him. So he survived, and the little orc was born safely. Others can eat less, but pregnant sub-beasts, especially those pregnant with orc cubs, cannot. Therefore, he has an obsession with ensuring that everyone has enough food to eat in winter. It would have been fine if he didn't know the solution before, but now that he knows the solution, he dreams every day about how to take good care of these vegetables, for fear that something might go wrong. Meng Yuqing patted him on the back. "Well, everyone can eat their fill. By the way, Ronglin, just leave the radishes from that plot of land to me. I'll save them for seeds, and the rest can be stored in the warehouse for winter consumption." He pointed to a piece of land not far away. "Okay, I understand." After calming down, Ronglin devoted himself to the task of pulling radishes again. The method of preserving radish seeds is a little different from others. Radishes actually have no seeds when they are harvested. The best way to save seeds is to dig out the radishes, leave them for a few days, and then bury them upright in the soil. Then wait a few months for the radishes to enter the reproductive growth stage, and only then will they bloom and produce seeds. This piece of land is ours. Let's dig it out first. Meng Yuqing pulled Xian to the designated radish field. Xian squatted down and started digging radishes without saying a word. This time, the operation of digging radishes and potatoes lasted from morning to night. During the process, everyone just ate something casually and continued to work. But no one complained. Every time they dug out a potato or a radish, they happily put it into the bag. I've never seen so many edible plants at once. I didn't expect that the potatoes we buried in the soil would actually grow out, and they grew much more than before. We've planted such a large field that once we've harvested it all, we won't be short of plants to eat during the winter. When it was almost dark and Xia announced that they would call it a day, many people were still reluctant to leave, looking at the crops that had not been dug out of the fields. They wished they could work all night and collect all that could be collected. Unfortunately, Xia directly gave an order, asking all the sub-beasts to return to the tribe. It was still too dangerous for them to stay in the patrol area at night. Meng Yuqing lay on Xian's back and didn't want to move at all. After digging radishes for a whole day, he felt like he was going to be exhausted. Turning around, Meng Yuqing saw Qiuye sitting on Xia's back with an excited look on his face, not showing any sign of fatigue at all, and the other sub-beasts chatting loudly. He changed to a comfortable position. The people in this world are really too strong. Before the radishes and potatoes were harvested, someone came to Meng Yuqing's house early in the morning to deliver the news. The Mountain Stream tribe came to get cotton clothes. Meng Yuqing was sitting on a rock beside them holding the little deer, while Che and 5 orcs were counting the number of cotton coats. But Xian sat on the ground opposite Meng Yuqing, looking at the little deer who was lying in Meng Yuqing's arms and acting coquettishly with a serious face. Chapter 165. Their skirts are at their command. The little deer was a little scared at first, but later he found that the orc only dared to watch and did not dare to do anything, so he was no longer afraid. Every time he rubbed against Meng Yuqing, he would turn around and look at Xuan. He thought the orc's reaction was really interesting, so he kept acting coquettishly towards Meng Yuqing, and after getting feedback from Meng Yuqing, he would secretly glance at Xuan. Xuan was so angry that he circled around the two of them several times. However, because Meng Yuqing really liked Xiaolu, he could only stare blankly in the end. He didn't dare let Meng Yuqing see his expression. Every time Meng Yuqing looked up at him, his expression instantly became gentle. As expected, it's the most annoying when the cubs and the sub-beasts are sticky. He suddenly understood how his father felt when he was clinging to his father-in-law as a child, and finally knew why he was always glared at as a child. No wonder when he grew up a little, his father couldn't wait to let him have fun in the tribe. Because cotton-padded clothes are for sub-beasts. This time, Chain not only brought the deer, but also brought 3 sub-beasts. Xia specifically asked Riyadh to come along and teach them how to wear cotton coats. This is how you wear the clothes. Let me show you how to wear them. Riyadh took the 3 of them into a room and took out 3 sets of clothes, giving 1 to each of them. Then he took out his own set of clothes and began to demonstrate how to wear them. When he was dressed, the 3 sub-beasts also imitated his movements to put on their clothes. Their movements were a little unskilled, especially the buttons. They couldn't button them properly the first time. We couldn't button it at first, but it will be fine after a few more times. We made the clothes and pants bigger on purpose, so you can have more clothes inside. Riyadh reminded them while they were buttoning her clothes. After putting on the clothes, the 3 sub-beasts of the mountain stream tribe showed surprised expressions and touched here and there. One of the sub-beasts looked down at himself, then ran out of the house with an excited look on his face. Gee, look, does it look good? I've never seen clothes like this. He ran to Che, talking while spinning around. It looks good. You look good in anything you wear. Che said with a smile when he saw his actions. Seeing their interaction, the deer cooperated and said, yo, twice to the sub-beast. Look, the cub also said I'm pretty. The sub-beast said happily, pointing at the fawn. Hearing the fawn's cry, Meng Yuqing curiously held the fawn up to her eyes. At such a young age, you already know what's beautiful? You can even praise people? You'll definitely be very good at making sub-beasts happy in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his hand lighten, and Xian directly carried the deer away. Xian, Meng Yuqing called out to Xian in confusion. In the tribe, the little orcs don't need to be held all the time. Xian held the little deer in his arms. The little deer was still struggling, trying to jump to the ground and run back to Meng Yuqing, but unfortunately, it was held down by Xian. He could only cry out in grievance. Xian carried the fawn and walked over to Che and the sub-beast. Che, once you pack your things, take the cub back. It's not good for the little beast man to act too spoiled. He even rocked the fawn. This cub, almost a year old, is no small matter. Che chuckled and winked at Xian, who rolled his eyes at him. Okay, wait a minute, I'll take off my clothes and come take him away. The sub-beast said as he ran back to the house. Xian held the deer up to his eyes and smiled kindly. It's better to stick to your own father. Xiaolu's father-in-law took off his cotton coat and immediately ran to Xian. Sorry to bother you guys, I'll just hold it. He took the little deer from Xian's hands, held it in his arms, and stroked it. Don't make a fuss, or I'll let Che beat you up. The little deer instantly quieted down, cried a few times in grievance, and then turned the back of its head towards Xian. When the people around saw this scene, they all laughed out loud. The little guy is quite temperamental. Exactly the same as Che when he was a child. Ha ha ha. Only Meng Yuqing looked at his empty hands and curled his lips. If you can't pet the deer, then pet Xian. He has already taken the fawn away, so let him change into an animal form and let you pet him. It was already evening when the Qingshan Tribe left. They took away a total of 140 sets of cotton clothes. Before leaving, both parties agreed on the time to deliver cotton next year. The cotton-padded clothes for the Qingshan Tribe had not yet been completed. In order to ensure that all sub-beasts could wear cotton-padded clothes before winter, Xia assigned another group of people to make the clothes. Meng Yuqing looked up at the sky. It was too late to go to work now, so he simply asked Xian to cut his hair together. Thinking that he was going to touch Xian's hair, he chuckled and promised not to cut Xian's hair randomly. Xian looked at him and saw that he suddenly laughed. He originally wanted to ask him what he was laughing at, but for some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling and looked around vigilantly. It's strange. I'm clearly in the tribe, But why do I feel like I'm being targeted by something? Before he could figure out what was going on, Meng Yuqing grabbed his arm. Yuqing. He looked at Meng Yuqing, who was standing in front of him with an upright face, and always felt that there was some danger. Come to my house. I have something to tell you. Without waiting for Xuan to answer, Meng Yuqing pulled him home. Xuan followed him in confusion. It was not until he sat on the stone in front of Meng Yuqing's house, and Meng Yuqing approached him with a horn knife, that he came to his senses. What are you going to do? Xuan shrank back. There's something I forgot about because I was too busy some time ago. I just happened to have time today. Meng Yuqing didn't continue speaking, but continued to move closer. Every time he took a step closer, Xuan would shrink back. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Seeing that Meng Yuqing was already close to him, Xuan abnormally did not let him get any closer, but stretched out his hand and placed it horizontally between the two of them. Cut my hair. My hair was only this long when I first came here, but now it's here. Meng Yuqing gestured the length of his hair with his free hand. Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. You want me to help you cut your hair? As he said this, he stretched out his hand to take the knife from Meng Yuqing's hand. No, no, no. Meng Yuqing nimbly dodged his hand. I'll help you cut it first, and then you can help me cut it. When Xuan heard his words, his eyes widened instantly, and then he began to shake his head frantically. No, no, orcs can't cut their hair, he said, and jumped directly onto the stone, looking like he wanted to escape. Meng Yuqing quickly grabbed his animal skin skirt. When I pulled it, I found something was wrong. The animal skin skirt seemed to move. Except for the part he was holding, the other parts instantly stuck tightly to Xuan's body. Meng Yuqing looked at Xuan's animal skin skirt in surprise, then pulled it hard again. Can't pull it. Fuck. The orc skirts really do what the orcs command. No wonder he had never seen an orc exposed. Xuan, your skirts. Meng Yuqing raised her head with curiosity and prepared to ask what was going on with the Xuan beastman skirts. Chapter 166 Haircut. Xuan was standing there at a loss, not knowing whether to move or not. Not to mention his ears and face, even his neck turned red. Seeing him like this, Meng Yuqing seemed to suddenly realize something, and abruptly withdrew her hand. She took a few steps back in embarrassment, then lowered her head to look at her hand. In this world, I'm different from Xuan. What's the difference between what I did just now and lifting a girl's skirt? Help! I'm afraid Xuan will think I'm a gangster. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone. Fortunately, Xuan is already an adult, otherwise I would have to start in 3 years. When Xuan saw Meng Yuqing let go of him, he pulled his skirt uncomfortably. He really didn't expect Meng Yuqing to pull his animal skin skirt. A sub-beast over 10 years old would not do such a thing. It's even more impossible for the little orcs. They will get beaten if they pull it. He stood on the stone for a while, and seeing that Meng Yuqing kept his head down and didn't say anything, he got down from the stone. He approached Meng Yuqing cautiously. Yuqing? Yeah. Meng Yuqing covered his face with his hands and didn't dare to look at Xuan. He just wanted to find a crack in the wall to crawl into. However, Xuan didn't know what he was thinking and thought he was angry because he refused to let him cut his hair. Thinking that Meng Yuqing didn't know a lot of things, he whispered, orcs really can't cut their hair. After a pause, he spoke in a quieter voice than before. The fur of the beast will become missing patches here and there. It's ugly, he said affirmatively, imagining what he would look like in beast form after his hair was cut. Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she realized Xuan wasn't bothered by her pulling his skirt. She lowered her hand and continued. Then Fei and Lian had so many feathers plucked out that they must have been bald in their human form, right? Thinking about how Fei and Lian might have been wandering around the tribe with bald heads for so long, Meng Yuqing suddenly felt that he had really cheated them. Fortunately, Xuan's answer denied him. No, unless the beast form's hair is plucked out less than the head hair, it won't become bald. But if the human form's hair is cut, the beast form will become bald. Hearing this, Meng Yuqing finally felt relieved. Is that so? Okay then, I won't cut your hair. Thinking of many animals who care about their fur, he nodded, expressing his understanding of Xuan's resistance to having his hair cut. Moreover, if it affects the beast form, Meng Yuqing can't do it. Xuan's beast form is really very good looking. The two conflicting words, wildness and elegance, can be perfectly displayed on him. If he really shaved his head bald, he would not forgive himself. After all, Xuan's beast form is not only good-looking, but also very easy to stroke. Xuan was in a good mood and let himself be touched. Meng Yuqing stuffed the horn knife into Xuan's hand, turned around, and sat down with his back to Xuan. Since yours can't be cut, then you can help me cut it. He turned around and looked at Xian and said with a smile, "If you cut it ugly, I will tell the tribe leader and let him beat you." He originally wanted to say that if the haircut turned out ugly, he would cut Xian's hair, but when he thought of the cats who would get angry and depressed after having their hair cut, he changed his mind at the last moment. "Don't worry. This is a skill every orc must learn." Xian reached out and touched Meng Yuqing's hair. "Is it the same as when you first arrived? Can you do it?" Feeling Xian's movements, Meng Yuqing stopped moving. "You could try. Even if it doesn't work, it won't make you look ugly." After that, Xian said in a barely audible voice, "Yuqing looks good no matter what." Meng Yuqing lowered his eyes, and it was unclear what emotion he was feeling. After a long while, he softly responded, "Yeah." Xian's movements were very quick. Meng Yuqing watched her hair fall one strand at a time and close her eyes. At the end of the cut, Xian's movements became very gentle. Meng Yuqing tried hard to educate herself before opening her eyes. "No matter what Xian Jian looks like, I can't lose my temper." He repeated it silently 3 times in his mind before opening his eyes again. "Okay." Xian put the horn knife on the ground and gently placed one hand on Meng Yuqing's shoulder. Meng Yuqing raised her head and looked at Xian. "I'll go take a look." He stood up and ran back to the house to get a pottery basin with clean water and looked at his reflection in the afterglow of the sun. The reflection is not very clear, but I can still make out my appearance. He reached out and smoothed his hair, feeling that it was not bad. Although he couldn't see the details clearly, the overall hairstyle was not much different from the one he had before coming here. Xian's skills are pretty good. He's a craftsman. There is no mirror here, and Meng Yuqing usually doesn't go out of his way to look at his reflection in the water. Now it actually feels a little strange. It seemed like he hadn't seen his own face for a long time. Xian noticed that he was staring at his reflection without moving. So he walked over and asked nervously, "Is there anything you don't like?" Hearing Xian's voice, Meng Yuqing came back to his senses from his thoughts. "No, it's fine." He shook his head and said after a moment, "It seems like I've been here for a long time." Xian, standing behind him, didn't know how to respond for a moment. He knew nothing about Meng Yuqing's past. "I need to boil some hot water to wash it. My hair seems to have fallen into my clothes. It's itchy." Meng Yuqing reached into her clothes and scratched it. "The weather is getting a bit cold now, and taking a cold shower will definitely cause you to catch a cold. Although there are herbal remedies for this, it is better not to get sick if possible." "Then go ahead. I'll get some food first." Xian pushed him into the house and closed the door considerately. Xian's cooking skills have always been very good. When Meng Yuqing came out of the shower, he was almost ready. The first group of orcs only rested for 3 days after returning. On the last day, Xian followed Meng Yuqing to dig out all the radishes in the designated field and brought them back home. In order to make the radish produce more seeds, Meng Yuqing cut almost half of the radish leaves and placed them in a ventilated place. Just wait a few days and then bury them in the soil. There will be a lot of radish seeds next year. It was already evening when the two of them finished their work. "Well, after the autumn hunt is over and the competition is held, I have something to give you." Xian sat next to Meng Yuqing with his head lowered, not daring to look at him. "What is it?" Meng Yuqing asked curiously. Xian looked up at the sky and said, "We'll know when the time comes." Without waiting for Meng Yuqing to speak, Xian stood up and said, "I'm going back first. I have to leave early tomorrow morning, so I need to rest early tonight." After saying that, he walked quickly towards his home, and his back looked like he was fleeing in panic. Chapter 167 Fever. The first batch of meat brought back by the orcs during the autumn hunt was finally pickled before it went bad, thanks to the subsequent increase in manpower. On the day when all the meat was pickled, Ria lay down on the ground. "I don't want to see meat these days. Before, when I saw meat, I thought about eating it, but now when I see meat, I think about pickling it." The second batch of fish from the autumn hunt will be back almost tomorrow, and we'll have to continue pickling them. "Are you afraid?" Meng Yuqing said with a smile as he squatted beside him. "No. How could I be afraid of pickled meat?" Ria retorted, and then showed a sad expression. "Then do you want to go smoke meat? They're short of people over there." Meng Yuqing pulled him up. Collecting firewood, skewering meat, and smoking meat all require people. "Which one do you want to do?" "I'll go smoke the meat," Ru Yashin said mysteriously. "I heard Shushu say that smoked meat is especially fragrant. If you hadn't told them that it can be kept for a long time, they would have been tempted to try it. Can you bear it? If you can't, I won't let you go, and you can continue to pickle the meat." Meng Yuqing looked at him with his arms folded. "I promise I can bear it," Ruya replied immediately. "Which?" 2 orcs ran towards Meng Yuqing in a hurry. Meng Yuqing, who was about to go home, stopped and pinched the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing with a strange expression. Why did this scene seem so familiar? What's up? A little beast in the tribe has a fever. They ran over and said anxiously, "One of you takes me back to get the medicine and then takes me to him, and the other one goes directly over there and asks them to boil some hot water. Hurry." Meng Yuqing immediately retracted those messy thoughts and arranged what needed to be done. "Hey, okay." One of the orcs immediately turned into an orc and laid down in front of him, and the other orc also quickly turned into a beast form and ran in another direction. The orc took Meng Yuqing and rushed to the outside of his nearby private plantation. "Wait here for me. I'll be there soon." He slid down the orc's forelimbs and ran straight to the place where yellow and white flowers were planted as soon as he landed. Without a second thought, he plucked 2 yellow and white flowers, casually stuffed them into the hide, and returned to the orc's back. "Take me over there." He climbed onto the other person's back nimbly. The orc didn't say anything more and ran straight to the home of the little beast with a fever. When they arrived, quite a few people had already come here and blocked the door of Xiao Yashuo's house tightly. Seeing Meng Yuqing appear, they all made way for her in an instant like Moses parting the sea. "Witch, please save him," an orc squatting by the door said with red eyes after seeing Meng Yuqing. "Well, I'll go in and take a look first." After saying that, he lifted the animal skin curtain and walked in. The room was a little dark, and Xiao Yedai and another sub-beast were boiling water. There was another sub-beast sitting on the bed, holding a little sub-beast who looked about 3 years old. The little submon was curled up in his arms and crying quietly, its voice not much louder than that of a kitten. "Chia, put the yellow and white flowers in boiling water. When the water turns yellow, let it warm and then give it to him to drink. Thank you for your help." Meng Yuqing took the yellow and white flowers out of the animal skin, handed it to Chia, and then walked towards the sub-beast holding the child. Yashuo held the child in his arms, touching the child's forehead from time to time, and was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Seeing Meng Yuqing coming over, she immediately looked at him with hope in her eyes. "Let me see." Meng Yuqing took the child from his hands and felt as if she was holding a stove. Children's body temperature is slightly higher than that of adults, but this little sub-beast body temperature is no longer that of a normal child. System, check his character status. Fever, 38.5 degrees. Pay attention to physical cooling and medication to reduce the fever. The system didn't waste any words and directly read out the little beast's body temperature. "Well, keep observing his condition and tell me in time." After instructing the system, Meng Yuqing began to recall how to physically cool down the child. He remembered his mother once talking to him about which child in his class had a fever and how they dealt with it. He carefully recalled every word his mother said. "Bring 2 clean hides and a basin of warm water." Meng Yuqing put the little beast on the bed and took off all his clothes. After hearing his order, the people in the house immediately took action. The father of the little beast even cut off 2 pieces of the best animal skin in the house. Others immediately brought warm water and placed it beside the bed. Meng Yuqing tested the water temperature and threw the animal skin into the water. Use the animal skin to wipe his neck, armpits, and thighs with warm water. As he spoke, he demonstrated how to wipe it. Scrub quickly and multiple times, paying attention to the force so as not to hurt the skin. He recalled what his mother had said and repeated it word for word. After hearing this, the little beast's father also helped him wipe it. After a while, Qiu came running over with yellow and white flower water. The medicine has turned yellow, and the temperature is about right. Meng Yuqing took the medicine and felt its temperature. "System, this medicine is fine, right?" "All right, the host can give it to him directly. His body temperature has dropped by 0.1 degrees. Help him up and take his medicine." He made way and let the little beast's father help the little beast up, while he himself held the cup and fed it carefully. Fortunately, the little beast was still conscious and knew that Meng Yuqing was feeding it medicine. It was trying hard to swallow the medicine and did not cry or refuse to take it. After seeing that he had drunk the medicine obediently, Meng Yuqing patted his back. After making sure that he had swallowed the medicine, he took the animal skin next to him and put it under his back. "Keep rubbing. Don't stop. Lower his body temperature as soon as possible, especially his armpits and thighs." After putting the cup aside, Meng Yuqing picked up the animal skin to test the water temperature. The entire rescue process lasted nearly an hour, during which several basins of warm water were changed. Everyone inside and outside the room felt like every second was a year. Especially the father of the little sub-beast outside the house. He had been squatting at the door with his hands covering his head. His movements had not changed. Meng Yuqing was also very nervous and kept asking the system about the little beast's physical condition. It wasn't until the system announced that the little beast's body temperature had dropped to 36.9 degrees that Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. You two should take turns watching him tonight and keep an eye on his temperature. His temperature is now normal for a child. Now that the weather is getting colder, you should be careful not to let him catch a cold, but don't cover him too much. Let him get a good sleep and drink more warm water. Don't eat barbecue for the next 2 days. Eat some boiled meat, drink more soup, and eat more vegetables. His gastrointestinal function may be a little weak after the fever has just subsided. If there is any situation, please inform me immediately. If the fever does not recur, you'll be back to normal in 2 days. Meng Yuqing carefully reminded them of the precautions. Chapter 168, Riding a Raccoon. Okay, I remembered everything. The little beast's father took the animal skin and covered the child with it. He turned around and looked at Meng Yuqing standing behind him, suddenly feeling a little at a loss. Although he participated in various tasks in the tribe, he hardly ever spoke to Meng Yuqing. This was the first time he had been so close to Meng Yuqing. He grabbed her clothes and looked at her for a long time before speaking. Thank you so much, Wu. If it weren't for you, he might be gone. We wouldn't know how to save him. He bowed deeply to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing subconsciously wanted to jump away, but he forced himself to hold back. In the end, he just turned slightly to the side. In fact, based on his personality, he would definitely jump away. But he knew that Xian had done a lot to protect him, including Xia, Qiuye, and Yang. Although they didn't say it, Meng Yuqing is not a fool. There are many things that he just doesn't want to think about, not that he doesn't understand. I was washing animal hides this morning, and he said he wanted to help me, so I filled a basin with water and gave him a clean hide to wash. Unexpectedly, he fell right into the basin and got all wet. I quickly dried him off, but he still got sick. I'm really sorry to have caused you some trouble. The sub-beast straightened up, looking remorseful. Is that so? Meng Yuqing looked at all the sub-beasts in the room and thought for a moment before continuing. Next time, if any cubs get wet, boil some water and give them a bath immediately. Don't just wait and see them dry. I have some ginger here. I'll have someone bring some to you later. After saying that, he walked over to Qiuye and said, I planted a lot of the ginger I found earlier. I'll bring it over later and give some to all the families in the tribe with young sub-beasts. I'll also give some to the younger orcs who are more susceptible to illness. After they take a hot bath, make them a bowl of ginger soup. Although I can't guarantee that they won't get sick, it can at least reduce the chances. Qiuye nodded seriously. Okay, I understand. I'll arrange for someone to teach them how to make ginger soup when the time comes. Meng Yuqing had cooked it once on the way back from the market. He and the other 3 sub-beasts had seen it before, so they knew how to cook it. Not only the cubs, you could drink it too. If you don't have any ginger around, just drink more warm water. Meng Yuqing recalled some ways to prevent colds. He's the type of person who rarely gets sick. Before coming here, he hadn't had a fever for many years. The most memorable time was when he was in elementary school. Even the cold only comes symbolically once a year, and it gets better quickly, so there's no need to take cold medicine. So a lot of my experience comes from my mother, who is a teacher. In fact, when he was reducing the fever of the little beast, he himself was not sure what to do. Seeing that everything had been explained, he didn't plan to stay here any longer. Then I'll go back first. Okay, then we'll leave too. If anything happens, be sure to let the orcs come to us. Qiuye reminded again. There were more people outside the house than before, and they all looked worried, but no one dared to go in. The orcs were too heavy-handed, and it was generally impossible to let the orcs do such work as taking care of sick little beasts. Even the little beast's father didn't go in. He squatted at the door with a sad face. The beast man who had a good relationship with him also squatted beside him to comfort him. As for the sub-beasts outside the house, they wanted to go in, but Qiuye had said before that only a few people should go in, and too many people would cause chaos. When Meng Yuqing and Qiuye lifted the animal skin curtain and came out, everyone's eyes were focused on them. To be precise, it was concentrated on Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing, who had already stepped 1 foot out of the door, subconsciously wanted to pull back, but fortunately, he held himself back. The gaze of the little sub-beast's father was like a searchlight, making it impossible for him to ignore it. He walked up to the orc, who immediately stood up and looked at him nervously. Your temperature has dropped, and you've taken medicine. You'll have to work harder tonight. I've already told your partner what to be careful of. Remember to come to me if you have any problems." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard gasps coming one after another. Meng Yuqing turned around and found that everyone looked relieved. The orc in front of him even covered his eyes. "Everyone, please disperse. It's getting late. Go home early. The sub-beasts and the cubs should go back and drink a cup of hot water to reduce the chance of getting sick." Xiao Yi waved to everyone. The orc who brought Meng Yuqing here walked up to Meng Yuqing and asked, "Wu, shall I take you back?" "Well, thank you for your help." "No trouble." The orc scratched his head, stepped back a little, and turned into a beast. Only then did Meng Yuqing realize what kind of beast this orc who was carrying her around was. Raccoon. It was the people they brought with them. Riding a leopard, a lion, a deer, a cow, an elephant, a bear, or a rhino is very normal in Meng Yuqing's opinion, because in the modern world, these are relatively large animals that can carry people. There are also various mounts in mythology, but I've never heard of anyone riding a raccoon in mythology. This feeling is really magical. Meng Yuqing climbed onto the raccoon beastman's back, but didn't dare to touch it randomly, although he really wanted to. He heard that raccoons have thick fur and soft flesh. But the other party was not Xian after all. He didn't dare to touch Lai's back when he sat on it before, let alone this unfamiliar orc. After sitting firmly, he looked at Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, how about you? Are you going with me? And the rest of you, how are we going to get back?" Hearing his words, the raccoon beast man didn't stand up, but turned to look at them and asked, "Shall I take you back together?" Xiao Yi shook his head and said, "No, Xia didn't go out for the second round. He will come to pick me up later." He turned to look at the others and said, "What about you? Do you want to go with you, Qing?" The sub-beasts all shook their heads and smiled, saying, "We have people to pick us up," and they didn't go out this time. Meng Yuqing looked at these people embarrassedly. That's right, the sub-beasts that Xiao Yi brought were about the same age as him. They all had partners and had their own exclusive mounts. With your own exclusive mount by your side, you don't need to rely on others. If Xian hadn't gone out, he would come and pick me up. Maybe when I first went home to get medicine and rushed here, it was Xian who sent me here, although he was not my exclusive mount. Not now. He crossed his legs, looked in the direction of the tribe's entrance. His mind began to clear, and his hand unconsciously touched his chest. Chapter 169 Wick. The raccoon orc is not as fast as Xian, nor can he jump over other people's houses like Xian. Overall, he walks very steadily. When they reached the door, the raccoon man lay down. Meng Yuqing got off him, looked at him, and said with a smile, "Thank you for troubling you today." The raccoon orc smiled a little embarrassedly. "It's no trouble. If it weren't for Wu, Asu and the others might not have survived. We are all very grateful to you." He stood up, looking a little reserved. "Wu, I'll go back first." "Well, go back." Meng Yuqing waved at him. He also imitated and waved. Meng Yuqing laughed out loud when he saw it. It was so funny to see a giant raccoon waving goodbye at him. He would definitely see other orcs doing this action in their animal form if he had the chance in the future. After the other party left, Meng Yuqing turned and went into the house. There were only a few days left in the 3-month life of the yellow lightstones. After returning from the market, he thought that these yellow lightstones were definitely not enough to be shared by so many tribesmen, and he still needed a cheaper and more convenient lighting method. Especially when it's summer when you come back. Should you light a fire at home for lighting? Help! Let him go. He's considered healthy in the modern world, but not in this world. He'll get a heat stroke. The temperature has been 48 degrees Celsius for more than half a month, and it's scary to think about burning a fire in the house. I don't know how the people in this world survived. So as soon as he returned to the tribe, he told Xia about this. Xia sent the orcs in the tribe to the river and cut a lot of rush. No rush was spared by the stream or the pond. Anyway, this kind of grass grows fast, and next year it will be a large green area again. It was late summer and early autumn, a good time to collect rushes. After cutting it, dry in the shade for 2 days, peel out the milky white core, soak it in oil, then pick out one end and light it. However, the oil used here is animal oil, which tends to solidify when the temperature drops, so it needs to be heated slightly before lighting the lamp. Put the oil in a very small dish, then put a few more wicks in it and light them to maintain the temperature and prevent the oil from solidifying. It will also be brighter than putting only one wick in it. The oil will just burn faster, which is not a big deal. However, animal oil does have a bit of a smell when it burns. Fortunately, the amount is not large, and the sub-beast can basically ignore the smell. The orcs are quite accepting of the smell, and some even say it smells good. As expected, he doesn't understand the world of orcs. The rush lighting method was quickly popularized in the tribe. People preferred this method to burning a bonfire at home. A small cluster of flames on a small ceramic plate illuminated the entire room. It is easy to take away and easy to extinguish, just blow on it. When Meng Yuqing saw the rush on the ceramic plate burning with tiny lights for the first time, he couldn't help but marvel at the magic of nature. I picked up the yellow light stone on the table and took a look at it. Although the stone was about to expire, it was still a bright yellow light stone. There was no sign that it would turn into an ordinary gray stone in a few days. Meng Yuqing supported his chin and thought, no wonder Huang Guangshi is so popular. Every tribe with the conditions wants to exchange it. It's a pity that it is monopolized by those big tribes. They can't exchange it. Even if they can only exchange a few. The price of yellow lightstone is really expensive. In other words, those tribes went astray. In order to exclude the Yellowstone tribe, they refused to accept the yellow lightstone and were complacent, thinking they had gained an advantage. I really thought that collecting some fireflies could replace the yellow lightstone. After Xuan told him the news about the Yellowstone tribe, he went to look up information about fireflies in this world. There are a lot of them. They're as big as fists. Their light is very bright, and their lifespan is longer than that of fireflies in the modern world. But fireflies are not like yellow lightstones. They will only glow after their shells are squeezed, and the glow can last for 3 months. Fireflies will glow on their own when they grow up, and they cannot be controlled by humans. The glowing time is only 2 months, not to mention that if they are caught, they may die at any time. Didn't you see that although the 3 major tribes lowered the price, they still collected all the yellow light stones they were supposed to collect? He took out some food from the space warehouse and ate it. After washing up, he opened the window a little. The moonlight shone in, and 2 pieces of dark animal skin covered the yellow stone. The next day, when Meng Yuqing opened the door, she was startled by a dark shadow squatting at the door. Xuan, you're squatting here and scaring people again. Meng Yuqing grabbed Xuan's shoulders and shook them wildly. Xuan also cooperated with his movements. Otherwise, Meng Yuqing would not be able to shake him. After shaking Xuan for a while, Meng Yuqing calmed down. When did you come back? Why are you squatting here so early in the morning? Have you eaten? Aren't you going to rest? I came back last night. I have rested and eaten. Xuan squatted on the ground and looked up at Meng Yuqing with a smile. Seeing his look, Meng Yuqing was silent for a moment and looked away. If you have nothing to do, go and help me pick all the yellow and white flowers and the other herbs too. Don't damage the roots. Maybe they will grow back next year. And dig up some more ginger from the ground too. Well, okay, you haven't eaten yet, right? Do you want me to get you something to eat first? Xuan tugged at the hem of Meng Yuqing's fur coat. I have it. I put it there. Snatching the hem from Xuan's hand, Meng Yuqing glared at him. What's the matter? You pulled my skirt last time, and now you want to pull it back? Want to be a little gangster too? Okay, then I'll go collect herbs and dig ginger. Xuan looked at his empty hands, turned and walked towards the plantation. Meng Yuqing looked at his back, lowered her head, and wondered what she was thinking. It was a long time before he walked into the house. When he finished washing up and sat at the door to eat, Xuan had already come over with the herbs. He squatted at Meng Yuqing's feet and sorted the herbs and placed them on the ground. I cut it directly with my fingernails, so I shouldn't have damaged the roots. I was also very careful when digging the ginger. Do you want to check? Xuan looked at Meng Yuqing like a little kid asking for praise. Meng Yuqing, who was drinking vegetable soup and eating berries, paused and suddenly sighed, patting Xuan's head. Be good, Xuan. I am 100% attentive to your work, so there is definitely no need to check. Xuan smiled and gently rubbed Meng Yuqing's palm. He put some of the yellow and white flowers, tendon grass, and ginger aside and said, I'll give these to Qiuyi later. Whether I keep them in the tribe first or distribute them directly depends on their arrangements. Meng Yuqing pinched a yellow and white flower and continued. Yesterday, a little sub-beast had a fever. The tribe is still so quiet now. I think it must have been rescued. We're no longer worried about the cub dying from fever. The yellow and white flowers have been growing in the field for a long time. Perhaps it is because the people in this world have good physiques, so they have never had the chance to be used since they were picked. This was the first time Meng Yuqing was using it, and she was very nervous. She was even prepared to exchange the antipyretic medicine directly from the system. Because the user was really too young, his mother had never taken care of such a young student. As for him, when he was this age, he didn't understand anything. Although he could remember things, they were vague. Yeah, I know. Xuan patted his shoulder gently. Chapter 170 Storytelling. Xian and the others' return means that they have to continue pickling the meat. The meat needs to be pickled for about 3 or 4 days before it can be smoked. Some of the meat is still waiting for its time. Meng Yuqing looked up at the sky. What else could he do? Just keep going. If you are busy now, you can have a good rest in the winter. This time, Xian stayed in the tribe for 3 days again. The strange thing was that the Xiaoxi tribe and the Lulang tribe had not left since they came back this time. Their cubs and sub-beasts also feel safe in the tribe, and the orcs outside also look very relieved. We have already agreed with the 2 tribes for the last autumn hunt. Let's go together. The day before departure, Xian transformed into a beast and lay sideways in the open space. Meng Yuqing looked at it for a long time, but couldn't help but pounce on it. Now it's in beast form, it's okay to rub against it. The autumn hunt is over. Will they join? Almost. This time we brought back more beasts than before. They helped us bring some back. Otherwise, we might have to wait a few days longer to come back. The father beast will announce this during the celebration. Xian lowered his head and looked at Meng Yuqing. Your goal is about to be achieved. The next day, Xian set off early in the morning again. When Meng Yuqing woke up, he found himself lying on his own bed. He didn't know when Xian brought him in. Was he sleeping so soundly? As the days passed and the autumn hunting competition drew closer, Meng Yuqing became more and more absent-minded. It takes several calls to him before he responds. This made everyone around him worry whether he was sick. In the end, Qiuyi made the decision to stop him from participating in tribal work recently and let him play with the kids in the tribe. Meng Yuqing still wanted to struggle, but seeing Qiuyi's worried look on the verge of tears, he tactfully shut his mouth. After seeing that he agreed, Qiuyi turned around and immediately put away the tearful expression on her face. Meng Yuqing naturally did not see the process of his expression changing. That day, all the orcs under the age of 8 were taught by their parents, don't be naughty, don't roll in the mud, stay clean, and don't jump on people. The witch likes the beast form of the orcs, so turn into beast form and play with the witch. After that, Meng Yuqing immersed herself in fluffy toys every day and was so happy that she forgot everything else. When Xian came back, he lay on the side and watched them for a long time, but Meng Yuqing didn't notice. In his arms was the youngest bear orc, who was less than a year old. There were little tigers, little lions, and little leopards lying around. The younger ones lay on the older ones, and even a little peregrine falcon from the Creek tribe came running over. Meng Yuqing put the little bear orc on her lap and told them stories while dancing and gesticulating. A giant dragon suddenly appeared. He snatched away the tribe's most beautiful sub-beast and fiercely told them that they had to send a sub-beast over every year and take away the best food, otherwise he would destroy the tribe. Wow, this dragon is so bad. This beast is too bad. Don't give it the sub-beast. We need to rescue that sub-beast. Don't be afraid, witch. The orcs in our tribe are very powerful. They will definitely not let the dragon snatch you away. It's not me, it's a story. Meng Yuqing reached out and pinched the mouth of a little tiger. Don't tell me that the person in the story is me anymore, or I won't tell you the story anymore. Hearing what he said, all the little orcs immediately covered their mouths with their paws, for fear of making any sound. The little bear on Meng Yuqing's lap even used its hind paws, curling up into a ball. Meng Yuqing smiled and unfolded the little bear, then continued, "This tribe is very sad. Tell all tribes that if there is a warrior who can kill the dragon and rescue the stolen sub-beast, our tribe will give him endless food." There is never-ending food. A little leopard had starry eyes. The dragon is so powerful. Will there be any warriors to kill it and rescue the sub-beast? A little tiger said with some concern. Xian. A little lion suddenly jumped up, and a little peregrine falcon on his body lost its balance and fell directly to the ground, flapping its wings. Meng Yuqing helped the little peregrine falcon up, then pressed the little lion back down. It's not Xian, it's the person in the story. And the warriors haven't even appeared yet. You don't even know the beast form, and you say it's Xian? No. The little lion looked at Meng Yuqing, pointing its paw behind him. Xian is here, and he's also lying there listening to the story. Meng Yuqing turned around and saw Xian lying not far away, squinting his eyes and looking at this side. Seeing that Meng Yuqing saw him, he stood up and walked towards him. All the little beastmen made way for him. When Xian walked and lay down behind Meng Yuqing leaned back and leaned on him. The little beastmen also found their places and lay down around Meng Yuqing, and a few of them even climbed directly onto Xian's body and lay down. The story lasted until the evening. Well, In the end, the dragon was destroyed, the sub-beasts were rescued, and all the tribes have returned to peace. That's all. Let's all go home and eat. Okay. Goodbye, Wu. The little orcs stood up one after another and walked home. Xian followed Meng Yuqing and asked, "Are you talking about your past?" "No." Meng Yuqing shook her head. "It's a story someone made up and told the children. It was also told to me when I was a child." Is everyone back? No one was hurt, right?" Meng Yuqing asked Xian about the hunting experience. "Everyone is back. A few people were injured." Xian and Meng Yuqing walked side by side. "But we brought herbs and rescued them in time. We brought back more beasts this time than before." "That's good." Xian sent Meng Yuqing home, and they ate something together. He looked at Meng Yuqing as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. Meng Yuqing waited for a while before finally pushing him out the door. "Go back and rest first. You're the only one in the tribe who's participated in 3 rounds of hunting. Every time you came back, I dragged you back to work. You really should get some rest. Good night." Well, good night. Chapter 171 Upgraded. The autumn hunting competition was scheduled for 3 days later. After returning from hunting, the beastmen only rested for 1 day before starting to pickle the meat. Not far from the tribe, racks were set up where the meat smoking process took place. It was originally planned to be placed in the tribe, but unfortunately the smoke was too heavy, filling the tribe with smog, which even the sub-beasts couldn't stand, let alone the orcs with a keen sense of smell, so it was moved outside. The wandering tribe had all moved into the tribe on the day the orcs returned. The Creek tribe also moved into the tribe the day before the competition. Their sub-beasts and cubs were very happy after hearing the news. They had lived in the tribe before and naturally knew the difference between life here and other places. Just as Meng Yuqing thought, most ordinary people in this world would not think too much as long as they can eat and drink enough and live a good life. On the night that the Xiaoxi tribe fully joined the Qingshan Tribe, Ke took his partner out for a walk. "For so many years, I've been worrying about the tribe's affairs. Now they will live better than before, and I can live my own life in peace. It's been a long time since I took you out for a walk. The last time I carried you out was when I was 24 years old." The sub-beast on his back gently stroked his back. "I understand. Now that you have put down the burden, you can take me out more often." Meng Yuqing was eating when he received the notification of system upgrade. Upgraded? They all joined tribe? So quickly. He asked the system 3 questions in a row. Upgraded. Everyone is joined. The host is really fast. System, I suspect you're driving, and I have evidence. Host, do you want to see the upgrade rewards? The system's voice was a little excited. I have placed it in the host space warehouse. You mean the landscape picture? Yes, that's it. With that, all the orcs in the Qingshan tribe can reach the standard of ordinary orcs. It's also possible for sub-beasts to stimulate their talents, but the probability is small, but it will definitely be better than now. Let me take a look. Meng Yuqing immediately became alert when he heard the system say this. The orcs of the Qingshan tribe were already very powerful, but he remembered that the system said that they did not meet the system's standards for ordinary orcs. The reward for upgrading now is that all orcs in the tribe can reach the standard of ordinary orcs. That is to say, everyone can reach the standard of Yang at its peak. This means that everyone's combat effectiveness must at least double. After orcs reach adulthood, their strength grows very slowly, and most of the competitions are based on experience and technology. Their growth period is before adulthood. Someone like Xian, who can still clearly feel that he is getting stronger in a short period of time after becoming an adult, is basically unheard of in the South. When he was at the market, he basically figured out the average level of the orcs in those large tribes. The Qingshan tribe was already at the top, and it would be double that. Hiss. So terrifying. As for the sub-beasts, all he knew now was that the system mentioned that Xiaoyi had talent, but no one else had heard the system mention it. If there were more sub-beasts in the tribe that could unleash more obvious talents, then he could publicly demonstrate some of the system's functions. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqing finished his food in a few bites and closed the door tightly. Then he ran to the bed, covered himself with animal skin, and blew a few breaths on his hands. Took the things out of the warehouse. In an instant, Meng Yuqing was almost pushed off the bed. Wow, what a big slab of stone. Is this what they call a landscape picture? Meng Yuqing picked up the oil lamp and approached the stone slab. Then the whole person. System, this picture is even more sloppy than his stick figure drawing. And you call a landscape picture? Host, concentrate and look carefully. The system spoke in time. Thinking that the system would not joke about such things, Meng Yuqing calmed down and touched the lines on the stone slab. This time, Meng Yuqing was instantly attracted. The painting on the stone slab is very simple and looks like some random lines interlaced. At first glance, you might think it was drawn by a naughty child. But when Meng Yuqing touched it, the blank area felt warm. When I touched the pattern that might represent the mountains and forests, it felt like I was really touching leaves, branches, and tree trunks. When I touched the pattern that might represent grassland, it felt like grass was really scratching my fingertips. When I swiped across the pattern that might represent a river, it felt like there was really water flowing through my palm. The only thing representing the sky is the sun and a cloud. When his hand approached the sun pattern, he almost thought that the lamp oil in his hand had dripped onto his fingers. He looked at his fingers and saw no change, but he felt the pain from being burned. There was a vague shadow on the clouds, like a wild beast, or just a shadow of light. He poked the shadow on the white cloud, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt the shadow move. Looking at this scribbled picture, Meng Yuqing felt as if he had seen the whole picture of the world. "What on earth is this system?" he asked in a trembling voice. "Portrait of the continent, front view." The system's voice suddenly became very ethereal. A portrait of the continent. Just as Meng Yuqing was still digesting this information, the door of his house was suddenly broken open violently. Yuqing, Xian's face was full of anxiety and worry, and he rushed into his room with murderous intent. When he saw Meng Yuqing, all his momentum disappeared instantly. "Xian." Meng Yuqing looked at him in surprise, then immediately became nervous. "What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Was the tribe attacked?" Xian shook his head and walked over to his side, raising his hand to hug him, but hesitated and put it down again. "I thought something happened to you." He pursed his lips and looked at the stone slab on the bed. "I feel a very strong power." He placed his hand on his chest. "My powers were restless. It took me a long time to suppress them, and then they came running right over." Meng Yuqing pondered for a moment, then took Xian's hand and pressed it against the mountain and forest pattern on the stone slab. "Do you feel anything?" Xian closed his eyes and felt the stone slab. After a while, he said, "The power is getting stronger, faster than before. I also feel that this stone slab is missing a part." Thinking about what the system just said, the front of the mainland's emblem, combined with what Xian said, it seems that this stone slab is also incomplete. Meng Yuqing felt towards the side of the stone slab, all the way down, until he found a gap. He shone the oil lamp over there and found that the surface behind the stone slab was bumpy. It was like it was torn in two by a powerful force. "System, this slate is incomplete?" "Yes, host. It still needs to be upgraded before it can be given to me, right?" Meng Yuqing asked tentatively. "Sorry, host, the system does not have the back of the stone slab. If you want it, you can only get it back on the mainland yourself." The system's voice was a little low. "Where is it?" Meng Yuqing asked. This stone slab looked very important. It might have a lot to do with the subsequent upgrades of the system. If he wanted to upgrade the system to the top level, he would have to find the back of this stone slab. "It's very dangerous. It is not recommended for the host to look for it now," the system said anxiously. "But sooner or later you have to find it, right? What can you tell me now?" He knew that the system knew a lot of things, but due to some restrictions, it could not say them directly. It's like a secret that can't be revealed. The north, the mountains, the forests, the thieves, the dangers. Without God, he can't get through. The system said with difficulty, its voice intermittent. After finishing speaking, it paused for a long time. "Host, before you have sufficient strength, don't go to the north. Especially don't let Xian go to the north. Don't let them see Xian's humanoid face." "Xian? What's going on with him? Is he related to the stone slab? Is that shadow on the cloud him?" Meng Yuqing immediately became nervous. The system said from the beginning that Xian was different, and he always thought it was because of the power in Xian's body. Thorns find sub-beasts. The power of orcs, no, it's not yet in form. The system spoke again with great difficulty, its voice gradually becoming smaller and smaller. "I need a rest for a few days." Then there was no sound. Chapter 172 Yang is coming. System. Meng Yuqing continued to call the system, but the system no longer responded. "Yuqing, Uncle Yang is here." Xian stretched out his hand and covered Meng Yuqing's mouth. Only then did Meng Yuqing realize that he had actually shouted out loud. He looked at Xian, his eyes somewhat bewildered. Xian shook his head. "You don't need to explain to me. Just tell me when you want to." He hugged Meng Yuqing, with one hand comforting her from behind. "Yang is here." Meng Yuqing calmed down and asked. "Well, he's at the door and hasn't come in. Don't worry, Uncle Yang won't say anything." Xian rubbed Meng Yuqing's head, Except for Lai and the tribe, he doesn't care about anything else. Meng Yuqing glanced towards the door. Regarding the stone tablet, it's very important. It can make all the orcs in the tribe stronger, and it can also allow the sub-beast to awaken some strange abilities. But I don't know how to use it. The system said it needs to rest for a few days, and now it won't respond to me. As for the orcs, maybe I know how to use them. Xuan placed his chin on Meng Yuqing's shoulder. Uncle Yang should also know. He used to be the strongest. I can feel that he has a trace of the same power as me, but he himself doesn't know it. But today he should know it. Leave it to us. He let go of Meng Yuqing and smiled, his smile without a trace of gloom. Don't worry, just wait for the system to come back. Meng Yuqing nodded and reached out to knock on the stone slab. This will also work on sub-beasts. Should we move the stone slab out now? He should have sensed it too. Let me do it. Xuan carried the slate on his shoulder and walked out of the house. Yang stood in the open space at the door and looked up at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. Unchile Yang. Xuan walked behind Yang, and Meng Yuqing followed closely behind, feeling a little nervous. I'm glad you're all okay. Yang turned around, and his eyes fell on the stone slab. Uncle Yang, you must have felt the power coming. Xuan put the stone slab on the ground. Yeah. Yang responded in a low voice, then turned his gaze to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing subconsciously shrank his head, then quickly hid behind Xuan. Xuan srugid helplessly at Yang. Seeing them like this, Yang lowered his head and chuckled. Meng Yuqing heard Yang's laughter and poked her head out from behind Xuan with some curiosity. Because of Fu's height, he could clearly see Yang's expression. The face that looked very similar to Xia was smiling, but the feeling Xia gave was completely different. Xia always gives people a gentle and stable feeling, and his smile is the same, making people feel at ease. And Yang's smile really gave people an extremely bold and enthusiastic feeling. Meng Yuqing couldn't help but think that if Yang smiled 10 years ago, he would be so unrestrained and free. Xuan reached out and pushed Meng Yuqing back, then looked at Yang and said, When we found this stone slab, I felt my power stirring. After I controlled it, I felt that I became stronger. Yang tilted his head and looked at Xuan. After a long while, he raised the corner of his lips slightly, looking a little evil. Me too. When we found this stone slab together, I felt the pain in my broken leg. He paused and continued, The bones are moving. Meng Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes wide behind Xuan and leaned out to look at Xianyang's legs. Do you feel better? You know, Yang was already so strong before he had the stone slab. Now that he has the stone slab and his legs are better, he is really a powerful fighter. Not now. I need to get stronger. Yang moved his broken leg. Now my strength seems to be stuck. I know this. Breakthrough, Meng Yuqing said excitedly. Breakthrough. Xuan also turned his head to look at him. He also cared about this matter. He had found tendon-repairing grass before that could restore the tendons of some orcs with broken tendons, but there was no way to treat broken bones like Yang. He had previously asked Meng Yuqing if there was any medicine that could reconnect broken bones. Meng Yuqing told him that there was, but it was very rare and had not been found so far. It means that the strength has reached the peak of a stage. If you want to continue to increase it, you have to break through this stage and move to the next stage. I've seen many novels say this. Meng Yuqing jumped out from behind Xuan and gestured with his hands and feet. Like climbing stairs. Yang was very calm about this. I understand. I will try to break through. Don't worry, I'll figure it out in a few days. Meng Yuqing suppressed his excitement. The system directly threw such a stone slab to him without any instruction manual. It seemed that some restrictions were triggered in order to answer his questions before, and he needed to rest for a few days. Now he has no idea what other functions this stone tablet has, and he is also afraid that something might happen if Yang messes with it himself. Anyway, this can make orcs stronger, that's for sure. As for the rest, I'll have to think about it. Some of them happened too long ago, and I can't remember them clearly. Let me think it through. Meng Yuqing said vaguely. The wizards in this world are all people with super memories. He suspected that it might be the talent of sub-beasts. His reason should be reasonable. Chapter 173 The day of celebration has come. Okay. Yang nodded, not in a hurry. He had been through this for 10 years, so there was no need to rush for the next few days. Even if this method doesn't work, I know of an herb that can reconnect broken bones. We can look for that herb later. Meng Yuqing recalled the information he had read. But only yours can be reconnected. If the entire hand or leg is lost, it won't work. There's no medicine that can regenerate a severed limb. Well, no rush. Yang walked to the big rock and sat down, supporting his chin, and stopped talking. Meng Yuqing looked at Yang, who was thinking with his head down, and Xian, who was thinking with his arms folded, and was so anxious that he scratched his head. Why are they all cosplaying as the thinker? Shouldn't we be discussing how to properly present this slate in the tribe? How come everyone is so calm? I look so excited, I feel stupid. He reached out and tugged at Xian's skirt. What are you going to do with this stone slab? Where are you going to put it? We can't let anyone steal it. It's very important. Seeing Xian looking at him helplessly, he let go of his hand. I'll show everyone a clear path in tomorrow's competition. Xian and I can sense its existence, and maybe others will be able to sense it after they become stronger. After tomorrow, Yuqing, you can put it away first. Then we can build a house and bury the stone slab underground. Yang collected his thoughts and looked at Xian and Meng Yuqing. Xian thought about it and nodded, okay. Seeing that the two of them had come up with a solution, Meng Yuqing had no objection, but just repeated his warning, don't lose this. He gritted his teeth and continued, if the northern tribes really invade us, this stone slab will be our most important weapon against them. Hearing his words, Xian and Yang's expressions became more solemn than before. We understand. After discussing the matter of the stone slab, Yang didn't stay any longer. He was originally attracted by the power of the stone slab and thought something had happened here. Now that he knew the reason, he naturally prepared to go back. Then I'll go first. I'll go find Xia tomorrow. Yang stood up and left without looking back. Xian patted Meng Yuqing on the back and said, put it away first. Did you receive it in there? Meng Yuqing looked at Xian. Well, after you put it away, I'll come back to you tomorrow after I've discussed it with Father Beast. Okay. Meng Yuqing thought, and the stone slab on the ground disappeared. Can you still feel the power of the stone slab? Xian stood there for a while. I can't feel it anymore. It all disappeared in an instant. The speed at which my strength increased has returned to its previous state. Stay home tomorrow and don't walk around. I'll let Lai and Mu come to accompany you. As for Lian, I'll also let him come over. We have to celebrate the end of the autumn hunt tomorrow night, so I'll be very busy during the day. I might not be with you. Okay, I understand. I won't wander around. Meng Yuqing agreed decisively. The appearance of the stone slab today was sensed by Xian and Yang, so it was inevitable that other people would also sense it. Although, according to Xian, he and Yang were the only ones who could sense it in the entire tribe, it could not be ruled out that there might be orcs outside the tribe who they didn't know about who could also sense it. Meng Yuqing rubbed his forehead. He had never missed the system so much. Thinking of the system, he remembered what the system said before it lost its voice. He looked at Xian in front of him, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Xian is clearly from the Qingshan Tribe. Here he has a father beast and a sub-father. How is he related to the northern tribe? Is there any secret about his life experience? If there is a secret, Xian himself definitely doesn't know it. Xia and Chuya definitely know part of it, and he doesn't know whether he should ask. Xian noticed his gaze and looked at him with some confusion. What's wrong? It's okay. I have something to think about. Meng Yuqing shook his head. Go back and rest first. Xian followed Meng Yuqing into the house. Looking at the door on the ground that he had violently damaged, he looked a little embarrassed. I'll see if I can fix it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Are you afraid of losing things in the tribe? Meng Yuqing pulled Xian up and pushed him out the door. Go back to bed. The next morning, the three-person team sent by Xian was already in the open space at the door, some barbecuing and some repairing the door. Yuqing, what do you think the clan leader, the Father Beast, and Xian are doing in such a mysterious way? Lai approached Meng Yuqing, wanted to find out some inside information. Hearing Lai's words, Lian and Mu also came over. I don't know. If you want to know, go ask them. Meng Yuqing looked unmoved. I just don't dare to ask them. Mu said in a low voice with his head down. Then you dare to ask me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Meng Yuqing put on a fierce look. No. Mu shook his head like a rattle. His appearance caused the other two to laugh. In the evening, Meng Yuqing followed the three of them to the square. At this time, many people had already arrived in the square, and each of them had a happy smile on their face. A huge bonfire had been lit in the center of the square, which was even more beautiful than the sunset. There were countless small fires burning all around, and the orcs brought the meat over and placed it on huge leaves. Yasho rubbed salt on the leaves used to cut the meat and set them aside to marinate. The marinated meat is then roasted over a fire or with charcoal. Some people simply build a small stone stove, placed a thin stone slab on it, and did stone barbecue. Meng Yuqing swallowed subconsciously. It smelled really good. Yuqing, that's my sub-father. Last time we had barbecue, I went back and told him that he can now make barbecue on stone slabs. Mu said, pointing at the sub-beast in front of the stone stove. Meng Yuqing looked over there in surprise. It was a sub-beast with a round face. He had an impression of this sub-beast. He always smiled at everyone he met and had 2 dimples at the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be Mu's uncle. He had been there when the cotton-padded clothes were being made, but they had never spoken to each other. Mu led the 3 of them over. When his father saw them, he immediately smiled and said, "You are the first group to come. Come and try my grilled meat. Since there are more people coming later, I won't be so careful with the grilling." As he spoke, he took out 3 clean leaves, put a lot of meat on each leaf, and even sprinkled a lot of torn wild vegetables on it. I also put some wild vegetables on it. It tastes great with the meat, not greasy at all. It took me a long time to figure out that this kind of wild vegetables taste best with meat. He handed the food to the 4 people. Meng Yuqing had eaten that kind of wild vegetable before. It tasted like cabbage and was very sweet. He ate a lot of it raw the first time he ate it. Lian and Lai couldn't wait to take the barbecue and started eating. Everyone in the tribe knew that Mu's father-in-law was the best at cooking. It was he who had won over Li by using food. Yes, that's right, Li was caught by the sub-beast. In this tribe where mutual affection and orcs actively pursue each other are the main focus, Li is pursued by the sub-beasts. Apart from anything else, this is something that a group of orcs of his age would envy to death. Chapter 174 Announcement. Meng Yuqing had just finished eating what he was holding when he saw Xuan walking towards him. Thinking about what they still had to do today, he said directly to Mu and the others, "Xuan and I have something to do, so I'll come back later." After saying that, he ran to Xian's side. "Let's go outside the tribe and get the stone slab, then bring it in and say we found it outside." Xuan pulled Meng Yuqing to a place with few people and then turned into a beast. After Meng Yuqing climbed onto his back, he ran straight out of the tribe. Xuan ran with Meng Yuqing for about 20 minutes before stopping. "Take out the slate." Meng Yuqing placed the slate on Xian's back. "It's done. Shall we go back now?" When he returned to the tribe, Yang Heli and several other orcs from the tribe's leadership were waiting at the tribe's gate. Seeing people coming back, they immediately transformed into beasts and surrounded Xuan and Meng Yuqing. The others who didn't know the reason looked at this side with confusion. It is really difficult for the orcs and the tribal leadership to gather together in public, especially to transform into beast form collectively in non-combat situations. But no matter how confused they are, they won't be so stupid as to come up and ask. It must be no small matter for these orcs to take it so seriously. They are just waiting for Xia's announcement. All the tribesmen had already arrived in the square, and a rack had been set up on the central platform, with all kinds of beautiful animal skins hung on it. The basketball-sized pearl was placed in the middle, with 2 shimmering beast beads next to it. Xiao was already standing on the stage, looking at the people returning from outside the tribe. Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously made way for them to walk to the front of the stage. Meng Yuqing held the stone slab, and was a little confused about how to get off Xian's back. This stone slab was really big and heavier than ordinary stones. He could barely hold it, but it was definitely impossible for him to walk briskly while holding the stone slab. Xia saw his embarrassment and jumped onto Xian's back, carrying the slab on his shoulders, and then jumped back onto the platform. Meng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, patted Xian, and signaled him to put him down. Xian just shook his head and said, "Just stay on my back and wait until the father beast finishes introducing the stone tablet before getting off." "Okay." Meng Yuqing nodded. He didn't know what process Xian and the others had discussed, but now he would just do whatever they said. The appearance of the stone slabs was beyond the understanding of the orcs in the southern tribes. It is best to let them handle this matter themselves. Xiao stood on the platform and estimated that all the tribesmen had arrived, so he didn't waste any more time. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "Before the celebration begins, I want to say 3 things. The first is that this year's autumn hunt has concluded. We've gotten a lot of prey. The witch has given us a new method of preserving animal meat. This winter, we'll all have enough to eat." Hearing that everyone could eat their fill, the tribesmen in the audience cheered. Xiao waited for them to finish cheering before continuing to talk about what happened next. "The second thing is that this year, many new brothers have joined our tribe. Although we didn't grow up together, from now on, we are members of the same tribe." Everyone in the audience looked at Ku, Bo, Ma, and the others. Many enthusiastic orcs walked over to them, linked their arms around their shoulders, and told them how great the Qingshan Tribe was. Seeing that they had almost connected, Xia continued to speak. "The last thing is something that concerns everyone. I hope everyone will listen carefully. He held the slab of stone before him for all to see. This stone tablet was found by Wu, Xian, and Yang some time ago. Everyone, look at this stone tablet carefully. Xia's words made everyone focus their attention on the stone slab. Even the orcs who entered the tribe with Meng Yuqing were no exception. Meng Yuqing looked at everyone nervously. Only Xian and Yang felt the power of the stone slab last night. He was a little worried that others would not be able to discover the effect of the stone slab. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. The first ones to have different reactions were Xia and Lan. Xia stood by the stone slab with his eyes closed, looking a little confused. He did not have the kind of feeling towards a stone slab that Xian Heian described, but he could feel that his own strength was growing stronger. Li followed closely behind, and then the orcs in the tribal leadership began to react one after another. They were the strongest orcs in the tribe, and naturally more sensitive to their own strength than other tribesmen. Even though they could not sense the stone slab directly, they realized that they were getting stronger after close contact with the stone slab. The other orcs were a little confused when they saw their actions, but no one said anything. Instead, they continued to look at the patterns on the stone slab. Gradually, they also developed a strange feeling. They only thought that the picture on the stone slab looked so simple, but after looking at it for a long time, they found it extremely complicated. Before they knew it, they were fascinated by it, and without their knowledge, their strength was slowly growing. Meng Yuqing discovered that not only the orcs, but several sub-beasts also looked at the stone slab with confused expressions. Qiu Yi was among them, but he seemed to be more sober than the others. He secretly took note of these sub-beasts, as they might be the ones who would unleash their talents and would tell Xian about them later. The entire square fell into complete silence for a moment. It was a long time before Xia got up. As he moved, the others gradually came back to their senses. This is the purpose of this stone slab. Everyone should have realized it. He looked around the stage with a serious look. This will be our tribe's most precious treasure. We must protect this stone slab. In the audience, many orcs looked at their hands in surprise. They clearly felt that their strength was greater than before. Although the increase was very slight, it was still surprising compared to the strength that almost stopped increasing after adulthood. They were just fascinated by the picture on the stone slab. But unlike Xia and the others, he did not feel the process of becoming stronger. He discovered that he had become stronger after waking up. Protect the stone slab. Protect the Qingshan Tribe. Protect the witch. An orc suddenly shouted in the crowd. His words immediately resonated with everyone. Chapter 175 Lively. Deafening slogans rang out throughout the square. Protect the stone slab. Protect the Qingshan Tribe. Protect the witch. The slogans lasted for more than 10 minutes before everyone gradually calmed down. Meng Yuqing lay on Xian's back and buried her face in Xian's thick fur. He touched his ears, which felt a little hot. I felt a little embarrassed when so many people shouted slogans saying they wanted to protect him. Moreover, the orc who took the lead was too deliberate. He always felt that he was a spy sent in by Xia and the others. After finishing the announcement, he waved his hand and said, "Now let's start celebrating." After saying that, he jumped off the platform and had the stone slab moved away. Xian took Meng Yuqing and followed them to a deserted place and took over the stone slab. "Put away first. We'll find a place to build the house and put it there after it's finished. We'll arrange for people to take turns guarding it later." Xian approached him and said softly. Meng Yuqing thought about it and found it to be a simple and unpretentious method. But it is better than building an altar in it with great fanfare. That would be equivalent to telling other tribes that there is a problem here. Come find out. After putting away the stone slab, he took Xian for a walk. Many of his tribesmen who recognized him enthusiastically stuffed food into his hands, filling them up completely. Meng Yuqing looked at his hands full of food with a bit of a smile on his face. There was so much food. How could he finish it all by himself? He had to find someone to help him eat. Thinking of this, he looked at Xian, who had been following him. "Come with me. I will support you today." After saying that, he led Xian around the enthusiastic tribesmen and walked to a place with fewer people. "Come and open your mouth." He held the leaves in his hands, picked up the barbecue cut into small pieces, and handed it to Xian's mouth. Xian obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the barbecue. Feeling Xian's lips brushing against her fingers, Meng Yuqing withdrew her hand uncomfortably and stuffed all the food into Xian's arms. "Eat it yourself. You're such a grown-up, and you still need me to feed you. Don't you want to eat it? This barbecue tastes very good." Qian handed a piece of barbecue to Meng Yuqing. Eat. Meng Yuqing took the barbecue and stuffed it directly into his mouth, no longer looking directly at Qian. Not far away, an orc gave 3 pearls the size of ping-pong balls to his sub-beast. Yabes took it with a look of surprise, and then the two hugged each other. The tribesmen around who had been quiet immediately cheered and said words of blessing. This is a carnival before winter, and it is also the day when many lovers confirm their relationship. Everyone can put everything aside and enjoy happiness today. There were many people gathered in front of Mu's father-in-law's stall, and they all came to eat the barbecue on the stone slab. Meng Yuqing and Qian leaned over to take a look, then backed out. As expected, because there were too many people, Mu's father-in-law obviously didn't cook as delicately as before. He basically just took a leaf and put 2 pieces of meat on it and sent the people away without even adding any wild vegetables. It's a pity that you didn't get to eat the meat that Mu's father-in-law first roasted. It was much more delicious than what I cooked. Meng Yuqing said with some regret. What Yuqing cooks is the most delicious. Qian looked at Meng Yuqing with a serious look. Yeah, I know. Meng Yuqing responded softly. The competition is about to begin. Orcs who have eaten can come and participate. In the center of the square, many little orcs ran out in all directions, and soon the news reached everyone's ears. Didn't you say you wanted to participate? Go quickly. I'll bring people to cheer you on. Meng Yuqing became excited upon hearing the news. When Zhao Xian told him that he would participate in the autumn hunting competition, he had secretly prepared the cheering items, and now they were all in his big bag. The two went straight to the fighting venue. A large open space has been cleared in the center of the field, and many people are standing or sitting around it. Some people were eating while looking around. Meng Yuqing also saw 2 people eating fruits that looked like watermelons. Real spectators. Fei transformed into a beast and flew in the sky, with Shu standing on his back. This year's autumn hunting competition has officially begun. It's still the same old rules. The 3 best players in this autumn hunt will be standing on the field. As long as you think you are strong enough, you can challenge them. They cannot refuse, and after they win 10 times, they cannot challenge again. If the challenger wins, they will stand there on their behalf and accept challenges from others. If you lose the challenge, you won't get a second chance. If by this time tomorrow, there still haven't been 3 winners of 10 games, then the 3 with the most wins will be chosen and awarded the title of the tribe's top 3 warriors. After Shu briefly explained the rules, he began to read out the names of the 3 most outstanding people in this autumn hunt. Unsurprisingly, Qian was the first person whose name was called. Xia, Lan, Li, and others do not participate in the autumn hunting competition. Otherwise, the 3 best people in the autumn hunt every year will basically be them. After Qian came on the court, Meng Yuqing called Mu Healy over and also called Dan and Dong. He took out a small flag made of black animal skin that he had kept in his pocket and gave one to each person. What is this? Mu pinched the handle of the small flag and shook it. When Qian competes, we will wave flags to cheer him on. I specially chose black animal skin, the same color as Qian's beast. Meng Yuqing raised the flag and waved it towards Qian. His actions instantly attracted the attention of many people. Some sub-bees saw this and simply cut a piece of animal skin from their clothes and waved it at the people on the field. When Mu Healy saw that so many people were waving flags and cheering, they couldn't fall behind. So they raised the flag high and waved it vigorously. While shaking, he shouted, Qian, come on, beat them all. You are the strongest. Beat them all. Meng Yuqing stared at Mu Healy with wide eyes. Is it really okay for you to create hatred for Qian like this? However, Mu Healy just smiled and said nothing. When other supporters heard Mu Healy's call, they were not to be outdone and also shouted loudly to cheer him on. The fight hadn't even started yet, but the scene was already lively. Some orcs who originally did not want to participate in the fight also became eager to join after seeing this lively scene. However, after seeing the 3 people standing on the field, he suppressed his little thoughts. If I go up there myself, I'm afraid I'll just give them a chance to win, so I'd better leave it to the big guys. In the heated atmosphere, the first orc to challenge stepped onto the stage. He walked past the 3 people on the field and finally chose to challenge the lion orc next to Qian. The lion orc didn't expect that he would be the first to be challenged. He frowned slightly. Being the first to be challenged in the autumn hunting competition, doesn't it mean that in the hearts of his tribesmen, he thinks he is the weakest among the 3? Thinking of this, he bared his teeth and took a step forward to accept the challenge. When the others saw that they were about to start fighting, They also stepped back and left the venue to them. The fight was extremely intense, and many long-haired cats were caught and flew in the air. Meng Yuqing looked at the mane on the lion orc's neck and felt a little worried, wondering if it would be scratched bald. Ruya had walked up to Meng Yuqing at some point and had been staring at him, as if she was looking for something. "What are you looking at?" Meng Yuqing used a small flag to block Ruya's view. "Nothing, nothing." Ruya shook her head and put down the small flag, her eyes still on Meng Yuqing. "Neck, wrists, ankles." He looked at it all, and then he showed a puzzled expression. Meng Yuqing was frightened by his gaze and trembled. She simply switched seats with Mu and moved away from Ruya. Ruya didn't care about his actions and kept muttering, "How could it be gone? Shouldn't it be? Haven't you gone yet? What a good opportunity just now." He curled his lips and looked at Xuan, who was waiting to go on stage on the other side, and the confusion in his eyes became more obvious. Chapter 176, He is so crazy. Xuan was the third one to be challenged. After seeing him come on stage, Meng Yuqing immediately organized a cheering team to wave flags for Xuan crazily. Ruya didn't know where she got a piece of black animal skin from, cut it into small pieces, and gave one to each of her friends, then stood with Meng Yuqing and waved the flag. "Come on, come on," Meng Yuqing shouted while waving the flag. Xian's opponents became very cautious after seeing Xuan come on the court. He knew that Xuan was very strong and that he was no match for him, but he just wanted to challenge him. If you don't face Xuan head-on, you will never know how much pressure he puts on your opponent. The battle did not end quickly. Meng Yuqing knew that Xuan probably did not try his best. After all, to win 10 games, it was necessary to conserve energy. After being knocked down by Xuan, the orc did not lose heart. Instead, he ran into the crowd with an excited look on his face. Meng Yuqing was confused by this. He was so happy even after being beaten. "Brother, I'm very worried about your mental state." Before he could figure out what was going on, the next challenger walked up to Xuan and looked at him with the same excitement. "Xuan, I want to challenge you. Don't hold back. Be as ruthless as you can." WTF? There are people rushing to get beaten. This is the first time he has seen such a scene in his life. Xuan seemed to be speechless by the other party's words. He sighed clearly and said, "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, the orc transformed into a beast and pounced towards Xuan at an extremely tricky angle. But it didn't pose a problem for Xuan. Xuan didn't prepare to dodge at all. He just rushed forward and knocked the opponent back more than 10 meters without moving. The orc became more and more excited as the fight went on and kept trying various attack methods, but they were all resolved by Xuan one by one. When Xuan felt that the situation was almost right, he took the initiative to attack and defeated the opponent. After Xuan won, that orc, like the previous one, ran off the field with excitement on his face. I don't understand the world of orcs." Meng Yuqing looked at the performance of the two orcs and looked up at the sky in silence. Xuan thought for a moment and said, "Come on, everyone who wants to challenge me." In an instant, 8 orcs jumped onto the field, all of them wanting to challenge Xuan. Several people off the court were a step slower and could only stand there with regret on their faces. They also wanted to challenge Xuan, but it was their fault for being slow. Seeing this scene, the other people watching the fight were briefly surprised and then immediately cheered. "This is the first time I've seen this scene. Xuan wants to fight 10 in a row. Doesn't he take a break? It should be no problem. When we were fighting the wandering orcs before, he defeated more than a dozen of them by himself. But the wandering orcs are much weaker than the orcs in our tribe. We're not going to play together anyway, so let's just wait and see. I'm actually looking forward to Xuan winning 10 games in a row." After the 8 orcs on the field discussed the order of challenge, they took turns to face Xuan. The strongest orc was at the end of the line. They thought that the people in front would consume Xian's physical strength and then let the last person defeat Xuan. Lai keenly sensed their intentions and said with some concern, "They actually came here consecutively. This has never happened before." He glanced at Meng Yuqing and continued, "This is very exhausting for Xuan. There's no rest in between, which is very bad for Xuan." Ruya immediately responded, "Yuqing, if Xuan loses, it's definitely not because Xian's strength is not enough, but because there is something wrong with his challenge method." "Lai, Ruya, don't worry about it. Don't we know Xian's strength yet? We can definitely win." Mu patted Lai's shoulder and said innocently. Ruya and Liezmu rolled their eyes and were too lazy to respond. Mu was confused. Did he say something wrong? Meng Yuqing also looked at the 3 people, a little confused as to why they were acting so strangely. Of course, he knew that Xuan was very powerful, and Xuan attached great importance to this fight. If he was not sure, Qian would definitely not fight 10 people alone. After Qian dealt with the first 7 orcs, the last orc came on the scene. Qian looked much more cautious than before. After all, the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe were not comparable to the roving orcs. Although Qian is indeed much stronger than them, he is still a human being. After a series of battles, it is inevitable that they will find opportunities for Qian. The last orc came on stage and looked at Qian with a grin. You might lose to me today. The 7 orcs in front also had evil smiles on their faces. When they were fighting with Qian, they consciously consumed Qian's physical strength, just waiting for the final blow. The last match seemed a little harder for Qian than the previous ones, but the two were still evenly matched. There's a reason why this orc was arranged to appear last. He is an elite member of the hunting team. If he had not been assigned to guard the vegetable field this time and did not go out for the autumn hunt, he might have been one of the 3 people. Come on, Qian. He's the only one left. Beat him. Come on, come on. If you win, you'll be the first person in the tribe to play 10 games in a row without a break and win them all. Go, go, go. Beat them up. As the voices of the cheering team rang out, the little orcs who had followed them out to encircle and suppress the roving orcs also joined them to cheer Qian up. Don't lose here. You are our boss. Come on. The battle is about to break out. Although Qian's opponent has a frivolous smile on his face when he comes on the field, he is really good at fighting. He is a bare beast man who excels in strength, and he keeps forcing Qian to fight him head-on. Qian was certainly not afraid of confronting him head-on, but for some reason, he did not choose to do so, as if he was consciously trying not to damage his image. Chapter 177 Date. Meng Yuqing watched the fight nervously from the sidelines, his palms sweating. He grabbed the flag with both hands, chanting frantically in his mind, "Win! Win!" He knew that Qian must really want to win, although Qian never said it, but he just knew it. This fight lasted nearly an hour and was the longest one. In the end, Qian forced the opponent out of the fighting range. Qian won. He won 10 in a row. Without a break. Mu Healy jumped up on the spot the moment Shu announced the result. If Meng Yuqing hadn't been standing between them, they would probably have given each other a big hug. The little orcs who had cheered for Qian before also cheered. Qian must be number 1. Ria immediately pushed Lai and Mu apart and hugged Meng Yuqing. Qian wins. This must be the best gift. Meng Yuqing also happily hugged Ria back. The square immediately became boiling. Many orcs went straight to the stage to congratulate Qian. In the end, the orc who was defeated by Qian also walked up to Qian, raised his paw, patted Qian, and said, "Amazing. We couldn't defeat you despite all our scheming. You're truly amazing." Qian responded with a smile, walked to the side and treated the wounds on his body, then changed into a human form and walked towards Meng Yuqing, with a huge bonfire burning behind him. It looked like it was coming from the light. Ria tactfully let go of Meng Yuqing and pulled Mu Healy aside. Before leaving, Lai gave Dan Hedong a wink. The 2 little guys immediately understood, smiled secretly, and followed them. Only Meng Yuqing was left standing there, watching Qian walking towards him. When he came to his senses, he found that he had been staring at Xuan for a while, and his friends around him had disappeared. Qian had already walked in front of him and gently took his hand. "I'll take you somewhere." Leaving the noisy crowd, Meng Yuqing climbed onto Qian's beast form. He kept his head down and didn't say anything, but his hands unconsciously clenched. Qian took him to places he had never been to before. The weather is excellent tonight. There are no clouds blocking the view. The moon hanging in the sky shines on the earth as bright as day. The stream is clear and bright, reflecting a forest that is as hot as fire. Meng Yuqing stared blankly at the scenery in front of him. Qian took him into the woods, and the 2 of them strolled around in silence. In the middle of the woods was a clear lake with large patches of golden flowers blooming by the lake. Approaching the lake, Qian put Meng Yuqing down and then transformed into a human form. "Wait for me." After saying that, he ran towards the golden grass on the side. Meng Yuqing stood there, looking at his back, her expression indescribably complicated. Soon Qian came back with something like a chain in his hand. He handed it to Meng Yuqing and said, "I mentioned before that I wanted to give you something." He looked a little nervous. He knew that Meng Yuqing was very smart and must have guessed what he wanted to do, but he also noticed Meng Yuqing's hesitation. He didn't know whether Meng Yuqing would accept it, so he didn't choose to give gifts publicly when everyone in the tribe was celebrating. He was afraid that he would be embarrassed to refuse because of the clamor from the tribesmen around him. He didn't want to embarrass him. He always leave him a way out and the right to choose. Meng Yuqing looked at the chain, his emotions and reason pulling at each other wildly. Reason told him that he and Xuan were not from the same world, but his hand couldn't help but reach out and take the chain. The chain feels cool to the touch. It is made of scales from the Blue Water Tribe. Each scale is polished to the size of a fingernail, and all the edges and corners are smoothed out, making it look like a crystal-clear gem. They are all carefully selected in the same color, from light red to deep red. There are 3 shimmering white animal fangs hanging on the top. The middle one is as long as a palm, and the ones on both sides are also as big as a palm. The animal fangs are sharp, but these 3 animal fangs are polished like jade. You can tell how much care the person who made this chain took to it. Seeing Meng Yuqing staring at the fangs, Xuan said softly, "It's the fangs of the shadow beast." The Qingshan Tribe had only one shadow beast, the one killed by Xuan, who polished the tusks of his adult prey into smooth ornaments and gave them to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing rubbed the chain gently, and after a long while, she spoke with difficulty, "Xuan, I don't know whether I should accept this gift." He lowered his head as if he had made up his mind. "Let me tell you about my origins." Xuan noticed his emotions and didn't say anything. He just slowly held him in his arms. "I'm actually not from this continent. I come from another world," Meng Yuqing said softly. "Yeah," Xuan answered softly, without asking any further questions, but waiting quietly for him to continue. "We don't have tribes there, only countries. I come from a very powerful country. I'm not a very powerful person, just an ordinary person living there. One day, I was walking on the street, and suddenly an accident happened." When he said this, Meng Yuqing clearly felt Xuan's arms tighten. He patted Xuan's back gently. "Then I opened my eyes and found myself hanging on the tree, the same tree where you found me. You were the first person I met in this world. After you brought me back to the cave, there was something claiming to be a system. It wanted to bind me and let me create a tribe or lead a tribe to grow and become powerful and upgrade it." At this point, Meng Yuqing paused. It said that once it reaches the top level, I can return to my world. He felt Xuan trembling slightly. The two were silent for a while before Xuan spoke. "Do you want to go back?" Hearing his words, Meng Yuqing's eyes were confused. "Go back? Of course I want to go back. They're my loving parents, kind grandparents, and good friends who grew up with me. But now, can I really leave everyone here behind without any burden and go back freely?" He doesn't know. Thinking of this, he said, "I don't know. I have too many concerns over there, but here." He didn't continue. Sometimes he wondered, if the system didn't tell him there was a way to go back, would he just accept everything here with peace of mind? The thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he immediately rejected it. If the system hadn't used the method of going back to lure him in at the beginning, given his personality, he might have really given up. He used to be a very inactive person. Then, the Meng Yuqing that people in the tribe know is not the Meng Yuqing we know today. He pursed his lips and continued, "Besides, I can't give birth to cubs. In our place, I belong to the same category as you orcs. Although the system says it can transform my body, I don't know." This is also where he is very hesitant. He is not from here after all. He and Xuan want to have a child, so he must transform his body. He is also very confused. "It's okay. I don't care about this. There are many people on this continent who will never have cubs in their entire lives. You don't need to change anything for me. You are fine now." Xuan interrupted him. He could understand Meng Yuqing's dilemma. It's like if something suddenly told him now that it could transform his body so that he could become pregnant and give birth to cubs, he would do the same. He gently stroked Meng Yuqing's back and skipped the topic. "Then, how can I upgrade that system to the top level?" Thinking of Meng Yuqing's pain and entanglement between the two worlds, he asked in a trembling voice. "To make the tribe stronger, and perhaps to resolve the issues with the northern tribes." Meng Yuqing rested his head on Xuan's shoulder. "It knows a lot of things, but it can't tell them. It wants to make the world a better place. It disappeared this time because it forced itself to tell me something." Xuan lowered his eyes and said softly, "The northern tribe? What did it say?" Meng Yuqing closed his eyes and spoke out his speculation with a hint of self-deprecation. "The north is very dangerous. There might be something pretending to be a god, but it can't come to the south itself. It also said, don't go north until you are strong enough, and don't let them see your face. There are also some other things I can't figure out. So you can't go back now, right?" Xuan said, a little depressed. I will develop the tribe according to the original plan. If that day ever comes, I will respect your choice. Don't feel any psychological burden." Xuan nudged Meng Yuqing gently, his voice indescribably tender. If you want to leave, then let's cherish the time we can still be together, okay? After hearing Xian's words, Meng Yuqing was stunned for a long time. Then he curled the corners of his lips and hugged Xian back tightly. Yeah, let's talk about the future later. At least don't have any regrets now. Moreover, it is hard to say whether you can achieve the final victory in the end or whether you can survive to see the victory. Why think so much? Chapter 178, Secretly Returning to the Tribe. The two of them just hugged each other, enjoying the rare peace. No need to think about anything. Forget all worries, forget all responsibilities, as if the whole world only has the two of them. After holding each other for an unknown amount of time, Meng Yuqing's legs were numb from standing. He gently pushed Xian and said, "Let's find a place to sit. I can't stand standing like this any longer." Xian let him go, but still held his hand tightly. Meng Yuqing didn't care and just followed Xian. The two found a flat stone. Xian pulled out some grass and swept it. Then they sat down directly facing the lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake from time to time. Meng Yuqing stared at the ground and shook his legs. Logically speaking, under the current circumstances, Xian and I should be considered together. No, according to this world, they are partners and can live together. He turned his head slightly to glance at Xian, only to see that Xian's lips were slightly raised, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. The two of them had not let go of each other's hands. After thinking for a while with his head down, Meng Yuqing approached Xian. Feeling his movement, Xian also turned his head to look at him. The two were very close. When Meng Yuqing saw Xian's red earlobes, a hint of smile appeared in her eyes. He reached out and squeezed it gently, but Xian didn't move at all, just looked at him. The last bit of distance disappeared. The wind blew, the leaves rustled, and the petals were blown up. It rained gold and red. It was already the next day when the two returned to the tribe. Meng Yuqing lazily lay on Xian's back and looked at the passing scenery. At this time, most of the trees have begun to turn yellow, and no one knows how Xian found that fiery forest and the lakeside with golden flowers in full bloom. He supported his chin and thought, such a nice place, it should be a dating spot, but yesterday it was only him and Xian there. When he was in school, he heard classmates joke that if you are still a virgin after the age of 25, you will have magic, and if you can keep it until the age of 30, you can become a great magician. Now it seems that he has no chance. Thinking of this, he pulled a hair on Xian's back hard. Even though I was the one who initiated the trouble, wouldn't he refuse? Thinking of Xian's age, I felt that I was really a beast. Xian took him home directly, bypassing everyone. He knew that Meng Yuqing was a very shy person. Looking at the houses not far from each other, Meng Yuqing touched his chin, then looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Shall we build a new house? Build it with bricks. I will definitely design it well this time." Okay. Hearing his words, Xian immediately answered happily. After confirming the relationship, the orcs and sub-beasts will move in together as quickly as possible, without any tedious procedures in between. But Meng Yuqing thought about it and decided to respect some of the local customs, build a house, and live together. After the house was built, he still wanted to invite people he knew to dinner and tell them that he and Xian were together. Although it is difficult to feed them, it is nice to cook some delicious dishes for them to taste. He pulled Xian into his house and talked about his plan. "The land we chose is very good. I like it very much. In a few days, I will go to the pottery kiln to ask them to help make bricks and cement. We need to prepare it in advance. When the time comes, we will build a house that is different from everyone else's. Maybe when other people in the tribe see it, they will all build houses like ours next time. Also, our new house should not only have a kong, but also a fireplace. I'm not sure I can withstand the winters here. Then we'll have to separate a room for bathing and then make a big wooden barrel. We can bathe in it during the winter. It's really super comfortable. We'll also dig a cellar to store food. The space I have for storing things will be even bigger than before. I can even fit a large beast in it. And we need 2 rooms. If we have a fight, we can separate and calm down." Before he could finish his words, Xian interrupted him. "There will be no quarrel. I won't quarrel with you. Meng Yuqing nadie randemly. Ja, no quoted. Don't interrupt me. Let me continue." He showed a fierce expression to Xian. Xian looked at him a little aggrieved and nodded obediently. "The stove should be just like it is now. It works very well. Let's make the furniture in the living room out of bamboo. Bamboo looks beautiful. Then there's the vegetable patch outside. When the time comes, we'll fence in some more land. I'll plant you some meat fruit, star anise, cinnamon, and other things. You haven't found anything here yet. If that doesn't work, I'll ask the system to replace it. We'll also make a study room. When everyone starts studying, I'll give you extra lessons and secretly crush them. Meng Yuqing pulled Qian around the house, talking about whatever came to mind. Chapter 179, we call that marriage. Qian followed behind him, listening with gentle eyes. He responded softly to every word he said. There are many more, but I can't remember them all at the moment. It was too hasty. It turned out to be my first time dating, and I have no experience. It's all those guys' fault. Not only are they single, but they also made me single as well. After turning around, Meng Yuqing sat on the chair with his face supported. Take your time, there's no rush. We can change it when we think of something. Qian sat cross-legged on the ground in front of him and looked up at him. This is also my first time being with someone else, and I have no experience. Meng Yuqing looked at Qian, who rested his chin on his knees, and couldn't help but reach out his hand and rub Qian's hair into a mess. We're both dating for the first time. It's fine. No one should look down on anyone else. Qian closed his eyes and chuckled as he felt Meng Yuqing's movements. Although the two of them were sneaky when they went out and quiet when they came back without making any announcement, people who were close to them also noticed the changes in their relationship. After the autumn hunting competition ended, the tribe returned to its previous busy life. But in this busy situation, several couples who had already established a relationship also found time and quickly moved in together. This comparison makes it seem that Qian and Meng Yuqing's movements are too slow. Seeing this, the people around them couldn't help but start to get anxious, and even started to suspect that the two of them hadn't made it. Many people who were concerned about the two of them found people they knew to inquire about the situation. After learning that the two of them were together successfully, they felt relieved. During the few days they were together, Meng Yuqing actually lived a peaceful life, and no one came to gossip with him. Even Ria, who always loved the hustle and bustle, just looked at Meng Yuqing curiously when she saw him, and rarely did she refrain from teasing him. Mu was even more closely watched by Lai, who strictly forbade him to talk to Meng Yuqing alone. Tell me, what did you do to them? Meng Yuqing poked Qian on the back. What? I didn't do anything. Qian looked at him innocently. Ha 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 ha. If you say no, then there is no answer. Seeing that he didn't want to admit it, Meng Yuqing didn't press him and kindly let him go. After all, if he was really teased by someone he knew, he would be very shy. Before the snow fell, all the animal meat was smoked and cotton clothes were distributed to everyone in a timely manner. The two of them moved into the new house before the snow fell. Since the house was designed by Meng Yuqing herself, the two of them were naturally satisfied with every detail. Let's invite them to dinner tomorrow. Meng Yuqing rolled around on the bed, holding the animal skin. Qian was sorting their things on the side. Why should we treat them to food? He walked to the bed, squatted down, and rested his chin on the edge of the bed. Because in our place, people who are determined to be together for life will hold a banquet, invite familiar friends to eat together, tell them about the plan, and get blessings from relatives and friends. This is called getting married. The meal they eat is called a wedding banquet. Meng Yuqing moved closer to Qian, and their noses touched. Qian looked at the face so close to him and couldn't help but move closer, but they separated as soon as they touched. Then he smiled with his eyes curved. Okay, get married. Invite them to a wedding banquet tomorrow, and later on, invite everyone in the tribe to a wedding banquet. After making the decision, the two began to divide the work. Qian was responsible for continuing to tidy up the room, while Meng Yuqing went straight to the kitchen and started to stir-fry the hot pot base. There are all kinds of onions, ginger, garlic, and fire fruits. Then I take out a kind of sour and sweet fruit from the space and use it as a tomato, black honey fruit as sugar, and then make bone soup. After cleaning up the room, Qian ran to the kitchen and circled around Meng Yuqing. He was choked and ran out to sneeze several times, but then he immediately ran back and looked at him eagerly. Why don't you go cut the meat into slices and then wash the vegetables, fruits, and so on? Meng Yuqing couldn't stand his gaze and directly assigned him a task. Okay. Qian Lu happily accepted the task and continued to work. The two of them worked hard for the whole afternoon and finally completed all the preparations. Let's eat this tonight. I haven't eaten it for a long time, and I'm missing it. Meng Yuqing decided to have a meal together tonight. Although it is not as good as the hot pot with all the seasonings in the modern world, it can finally satisfy his craving after being here for almost a year. The sliced meat was put into the pot and changed color in a short while. Meng Yuqing put a piece of meat into Qian's bowl with chopsticks and looked at him expectantly. Try now. Receiving Meng Yuqing's gaze, Qian picked up the meat and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking. It's delicious. It's different from the fried meat we had last time. Qian added more dishes to Meng Yuqing while eating the food in his mouth. Meng Yuqing chuckled and started eating. The moment the meat entered his mouth, he almost cried. It was such a nostalgic feeling. The bone broth is very tasty, with just the right amount of spiciness and fragrance. The meat slices cooked in the broth are soaked up with juice and explode in your mouth in an instant. It makes people feel extremely happy. After eating, Meng Yuqing still felt a little unsatisfied, but he also knew that he couldn't eat too much. If he couldn't digest the food, he would be the one who felt uncomfortable. After the two of them cleaned up the kitchen and living room, Qian stood at the door and listened to Meng Yuqing's instructions. Have you remembered clearly the people you want to invite? Don't forget anyone, and remember to bring this to the clan leader and Qiuyi. Meng Yuqing put the hot pot base she had cooked into a large ceramic bowl and handed it to Qian. There is no rule here that requires two people to change their words to each other's relatives after getting married. Generally, people who are not related by blood are addressed by their names directly, and rarely are they addressed by their generation. Lai calls Qiuyi uncle because Yang and Xia are brothers, and Mu calls Qiuyi uncle because he and Lai grew up together and he followed Qian around like a follower every day, so he followed Lai and called him uncle. So Meng Yuqing thought about it and decided not to change the name. Those who received the invitation arrived one after another the next afternoon. Although it was their first time to attend such an occasion, everyone tacitly brought something, but it was all food. Ruya grabbed Meng Yuqing's shoulders and said with a smile, "I thought you two were planning to live together again in the spring." After saying this, he looked around and whispered, "I wanted to ask you this for a long time, but Qian forbade us to ask you. No one is allowed to come." "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Meng Yuqing laughed and skipped over the topic, his eyes falling on Qian, who was still working hard to cut the meat. Qian seemed to sense something and raised his head to meet his gaze. Meng Yuqing turned her head away embarrassedly and stopped looking at him. When the two of them were eating together yesterday, they made a temporary stone stove in the living room for hot pot, which was burned with charcoal. This is also what I used for the dinner today. When the soup base was served, everyone looked at this new way of eating it with curiosity. After Meng Yuqing gave each of them a bowl and a pair of chopsticks, various side dishes were also served. Mu said excitedly, holding the chopsticks, "Ever since Yuqing treated me to a meal, I have been practicing how to use these chopsticks. I'm sure none of you can snatch them from me today. You talk as if no one has practiced. I definitely won't lose to you," Lai said, unconvinced. "Then let's have a competition." Dan couldn't help swallowing as he looked at the hot pot with his chopsticks in hand. Ruya immediately hugged Meng Yuqing's arm and said, "Yuqing, you have to help me hold it when the time comes. I definitely can't snatch it away from them." Hearing his words, Qian raised his head and looked directly at him. Unexpectedly, Ruya was not frightened by him. She snorted softly and muttered something. Who chose the place and who gave the opinion on the gifts? The meal was a great pleasure for all the guests. Apart from anything else, the meat the orcs and humanoids ate was enough to satisfy their hunger. All the fruit wines that had been stored in the bottom of the box were also brought up. Hee, this is wine, Mu and Lai. You still remember it, right? I made it, drink more. Meng Yuqing filled Mu and Lai's glasses. Considering that Dong Hedon was only 15 years old, Meng Yuqing only poured them half a cup and solemnly stated, "Children, just drink half a cup to taste it." This made Dong Hedon feel dissatisfied. She's not little anymore. She's going to grow up soon. Qian reached out and patted both of their shoulders kindly without saying anything. In an instant, they both became as quiet as chickens. Chapter 180. The system is back. Because Qian turned into a beast after drinking last time and stopped Meng Yuqing from sleeping outside for a night, he was very honest and didn't touch the alcohol this time. I just kept secretly adding more cups for Lai and Mu. Although Dan and Dong were frightened by Qian, their eyes kept rolling around and they still managed to drink a lot of wine in the end. Only Xia, after he found out that Qian didn't drink much, became cautious and didn't plan to drink too much. He knew the child he raised best. Qiuyi looked puzzled when he didn't drink it, then filled his glass and said, "This is delicious. I like it very much. You should drink more too." Xia looked at him helplessly, unable to refuse. "Okay, I'll drink it." After that, every time Xiao's cup was empty, Qiuyi would immediately fill it up. Meng Yuqing looked at them with some confusion. He didn't know whether he should remind Qiuyi. If Xia got drunk, he might not be able to handle it. But after seeing Shauna's still clear eyes after drinking half a jar and the smile in Qiuyi's eyes, he chose to remain silent. If it really doesn't work, just let Qian take care of it. As for the other four guys, their fathers are at home, so there are naturally people who can take care of them. Ria, Liushi, and Shushu also drank a lot quietly. I don't know if it's because orcs have beast forms, but they get drunk more easily than beast men. Soon, Mu Healy got drunk. Mu just lay down on the ground and started howling. After howling, he said very proudly, "I also learned the song that Yuqing taught those cotton-beating sub-beasts. I sing it well, don't I?" As soon as he finished speaking, he burped. Meng Yuqing supported his chin and looked at Mu rolling on the ground, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. If he hadn't said that he was singing about cotton flecking, Meng Yuqing would have really thought that he was just singing the howl of a bear. Lai patted his face, looked at Mu, and said, "Your singing is not good, I will sing. Just listen to me." Suddenly everyone's eyes were focused on Lai, and even Meng Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, Lai is quite reliable. However, as soon as Lai opened his mouth, Meng Yuqing knew that her expectations were in vain. These two people are exactly the same. It turned out that Li Guang's singing was not enough. He suddenly stood up, walked around everyone, came to Dong and Dan, and pulled them both up. "I heard that singing should be accompanied by dancing. Don't just sit there, come dance." Dong Hedden, who was a little drowsy from drinking, still behaved himself like a good boy. Inspired by Lai's words, the two of them also became excited. Mu quickly got up from the ground, and then the others were forced to watch a performance of ghosts howling and demons dancing wildly. Inadvertently, Meng Yuqing glanced at Xia and saw that Xia also had a confused expression on his face. He just held Qiu Yi in his arms without saying a word, without making any noise. Qiu Yi was very happy to watch the performance of the four-member team and kept applauding them. But every time he took a few photos, Xia would reach out and control his hands. Seeing that Qiu Yi didn't move, he loosened his grip again. It was rare for Qiu Yi to have bad intentions. The more Xia didn't let him applaud, the more he wanted to applaud. Xia could only keep grabbing his hands and hugging them, then letting go when she realized he wasn't clapping. Repeat this process. Finally, Qiu Yi smiled and kissed Xia, and Xia finally calmed down. After the dinner, Xin used vines to string together the four drunk and running around team members and sent them back one by one. Even though they were tied up, they kept struggling, and Mu kept singing. Xia obediently let Qiu Yi hold his hand and take him back without causing any worries to others. Finally, it was Ruya and the other three. They also drank a lot, but they were not drunk at all. Before leaving, they packed up a lot of salted oil residue and took it away. They are all fried later and are especially fragrant. They plan to take it back and eat it. After sending everyone away, Meng Yuqing lay on the chair and waited for Xian to come back. Almost a month has passed since the autumn hunting competition, and the system has not returned yet. If it weren't for the fact that the system's built-in functions can still be used normally, he would have suspected that the system was something he had imagined. He hadn't thought about it this way before when the system didn't exist, but now he was a little worried that something might go wrong with the system. When Xian entered the room, he saw him leaning on a chair and looking at the sky. After tidying up the living room a little and boiling some water, he approached Meng Yuqing and asked softly, "Do you want to take a shower?" Just as Meng Yuqing was about to answer, the system's somewhat weak voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Host, I'm back." He sat up straight in an instant and almost bumped into Xian. Xian held his shoulders. "What's wrong?" "The system is back." He pulled Xian towards a room. "We can ask about the use of the stone slabs, but we still need to be cautious about asking about some things in the north. Xian Heong and the tribal leaders have been studying how to use the stone slabs recently. They found that as long as the stone slabs are placed in the tribe, they will have an effect on the tribesmen in the tribe. Although they cannot sense it, they will still be affected and start to become stronger. When it becomes strong enough, it will be like a sudden enlightenment, and you'll be able to sense the power of the stone slab." Chapter 181, Studying Orcs. Just as Yang said, he felt the broken bones in his legs moving. They were still not sure whether it could be completely healed. Yang had been trying hard to make himself stronger, just like the breakthrough Meng Yuqing said, but this could not be achieved in a short period of time. There were also the sub-beasts that Meng Yuqing had mentioned to him before. They had also paid special attention to them, but it seemed that they had not yet unleashed any magical abilities. But Xia found that Qiu Yi was a little different. Qiu Yi is a very gentle and friendly person, but the prerequisite is that he takes the initiative to contact others and show kindness. But now Qiu Ye's natural affinity has become even stronger. Most of the time, he just stands there without making any movements, saying anything, or even showing any expression, and people will feel close to him and let down their guard. According to Meng Yuqing's speculation, It might be because Qiu Yi had talent before the stone slab came, and the arrival of the stone slab enhanced this ability. Those sub-beasts might be slower because they didn't have the talent before and need to be re-stimulated. System, are you okay? The two sat on the bed. Meng Yuqing took Xian's hand and asked the system. It's okay. Nothing will happen to me in this world. That's good. Meng Yuqing nodded and gave Xian a reassuring look. Can you tell me about the abilities of the slate? He asked cautiously. This time, the system gave him some vague information and then disappeared for such a long time. He felt that this kind of trick should be used only when absolutely necessary. After all, the system was always by his side and could still answer many questions for him. Moreover, for some things, maybe the time has come or your power has grown to a certain extent, the system will naturally be able to tell you, and there is no need to gamble on these vague keywords. The functions of a slate are all explainable. Please ask the host. How do you divide the orc's power? Is it based on the stone tablets? An orc who has reached Yang's strength is an ordinary orc. He can sense the location of the stone slab within the range of his tribe. The larger the tribe, the wider the sensing range. Another very important point is that this stone slab now belongs to the Qingshan Tribe. Only the orcs belonging to the Qingshan Tribe can sense the location of the stone slab after they become ordinary orcs. If someone lives in a tribe and has reached the strength of an ordinary orc but cannot sense the power and location of the stone tablet, it means that they do not consider themselves a member of the tribe. Although they will be affected by the stone tablet and become stronger, they cannot sense its existence. Fuck. The system's first answer shocked Meng Yuqing. This hidden ability was too awesome. It was a complete mole catcher. Moreover, any tribesman who has reached the level of an ordinary orc can sense the power and position of the stone slab. Thinking in reverse, there's no need to worry about anyone stealing the stone slab. Stealing the stone tablet is equivalent to giving yourself a location. Anyone in the tribe who meets the standards of an ordinary orc will know where you are, and you can't escape even if you want to. He quickly repeated the system's words to Xian. This function is very important for future development of a number of people. After listening to this, Xian supported his chin and began to think. What else? What about those above ordinary orcs? Meng Yuqing asked. He didn't think Xian belonged to the category of ordinary orcs. Among the orcs in the southern tribe who have completed their evolution, the only one left is Xian. What do you mean? Are there so many tribes in the north? Meng Yuqing's scalp tingled when he heard the system's words. As soon as he thought that the north was full of orcs as powerful as Xian, he felt dizzy. Is there no other way but to try to wipe them out with nuclear weapons? He subconsciously opened them all to see if it was for sale. Unfortunately, the most powerful thermal weapon in them all was the Gatling gun. It seems that the system still adheres to the existing power system of this world. There aren't many over there, so I can't tell you the exact number, but most of the orcs in the tribes of some size have reached the strength of ordinary orcs. In larger tribes, the orcs have basically reached the strength of ordinary orcs. But don't worry, Xian is one of the strongest among the fully evolved orcs. He's still young and can still get stronger. Most of those over there are old men, none younger than Xian. The system immediately spoke to reassure Meng Yuqing, fearing that he might feel the future was hopeless and give up. Meng Yuqing calmed down and continued to ask, the day I took out the stone tablet, Yang sensed the power, and then he said he felt his bones moving. Can this stone tablet heal his injuries? Once the evolution is complete, every orc only has this one chance in their lifetime to repair physical injuries. This opportunity can even regenerate severed limbs. After receiving a positive response from the system, he immediately told Xian the news. After that, he added, if you can find the bone-setting grass, then find it. Although it can't regenerate severed limbs, it can give many tribesmen the possibility of recovery. Many orcs may only be able to linger at the level of ordinary orcs throughout their lives, and they will not have the opportunity to evolve. I'll take you out to find it when I have the chance. Xian replied. Well, my previous guess was correct. As long as the tribesmen reach the standard of ordinary orcs, they will be able to sense the existence of the stone slab. We still have to tell them when the time comes. It's okay for our own tribe to know about it, but we can't tell anyone outside the tribe. Meng Yuqing emphasized this matter. Although the system meant that the stone slab had been bound to the Qingshan Tribe, he also had to make preparations. I know, leave it to us, Xian replied. Then, the system continued. Also, the possibility of tribal sub-beasts having talents will increase in the future. Although the talents of most sub-beasts are not particularly useful in this world's view, perhaps you, the host, will have a different opinion. But there are also some who are exceptionally powerful. There was once a sub-beast whose gift allowed him to fight alongside his orcs, and he was even able to single-handedly kill a medium-sized beast, a very powerful one at that, with just a bone knife. He was truly a formidable individual. At this point, the system's voice revealed a hint of regret. You will know who he is later. Finally, this stone slab is not divine power, but the power of the continent. After saying this, the system stopped talking. Considering the system's aversion to gods, Meng Yuqing became more and more certain of his guess. There must be someone pretending to be a god in the north, stirring up trouble. Seeing that he was still frowning in deep thought, Xuan patted him gently and said, "Don't think about it. The system has definitely said everything it can. What it can't say can only be explored by ourselves. At least now we know more about the north than before, right?" "Yeah, you're right." Meng Yuqing rubbed his temples. "I still can't rely too much on it. Its limitations are much greater than I thought." The hot water was just boiling, so he threw off the quilt, got out of bed, and went to take a shower happily. After winter came, it seemed like everything slowed down. On the third day after they moved into their new home, it started snowing heavily outside. Meng Yuqing put on a thick cotton coat and prepared to open the door to watch the snow. Then he discovered that the door was blocked. He looked up at the snow that was taller than him and silently retreated into the house. He decided not to go out, thinking what if he got sick. The classroom is ready. Now we just have to wait for the first batch of students to finish their unfinished tasks before we can officially start the class. So he still has a few days of leisure time now. Xuan is no longer the one who only wore the knee-length animal skin skirt. Now she has changed into a long skirt that reaches her ankles. This thing can actually change. Furry boots appeared on his feet. The style looked exactly the same as the animal skin boots that Meng Yuqing promoted in the tribe before winter. But if you look closely, you will find that they look more like his claws. "Orc, how many little secrets do you have that I don't know about?" Seeing Xian's still naked upper body, Meng Yuqing couldn't help but ask, "Why did you only change into a skirt and not a top?" Meng Yuqing thought of several kinds of clothes that would show off her figure and look good, and she was eager to try them. Clothes are transformed from the tail, not the fur. Only the lower part can be transformed. Xuan stood in front of him, and the skirt actually moved like a tail. "What about your shoes? Did they also turn into a tail?" Meng Yuqing pointed at the shoes in disbelief. "You can also transform claws." After saying that, Xian's hands transformed into black gloves. Meng Yuqing grabbed his hands and began to touch them. Soon, he felt the nails on the fingertips. He said excitedly, "Can it transform into claws like the beast form?" "Okay." After saying that, Xian's hands turned into pads. Meng Yuqing was even more excited than before. He looked up and glanced at Xian's ears. "Ears? Are there ears that can be transformed?" Chapter 6 Xuan felt a little strange about his request, but still satisfied him and conjured up 2 big black leopard ears. Meng Yuqing lifted Xian's hair without thinking. He was really curious whether there were human ears under the animal ears. This question had troubled him for more than 10 years. The animal ears did not appear on the top of the head, but closer to the sides. They were much larger than he had imagined. After his hair was lifted up, he found that the animal ears just covered the position of the human ears, and there was no situation of 2 pairs of ears. Meng Yuqing reached out and touched it, and Xian's ears moved and drooped. He covered his chest with his hands, looking like he was about to faint from excitement, which scared Xuan, and he immediately retracted all his beastly behavior. When the little orcs first turned into human form, they couldn't control their strength well, and ears or claws would often appear suddenly. Some little orcs' tails would also turn back, and then they would have no skirts, and they would be completely naked. Xuan held Meng Yuqing in his arms and sat on the stool, explaining to him some little secrets of the orcs. It took a while for Meng Yuqing to come back to his senses. He turned around and ran into the room, took out a large piece of black animal skin from the cabinet, and began to cut it while recalling the anime he had watched before. "I need more animal bones. I want to make shoulder armor and arm armor," he directed Xuan while cutting. It took the 2 of them a whole day to make the clothes that Meng Yuqing imagined. He couldn't wait to put it on Xuan. Overall, it is very simple, a bit like the feeling of an ancient Roman gladiator with gloves and arm armor on both arms, animal teeth and bones inlaid on animal skins to make shoulder armor hanging on the left shoulder, the right shoulder and right chest. Waist and abdomen are completely exposed, and an arm ring is buckled on the upper arm. The right side is exposed just right, and the left side is covered just right. When Xuan put it on, The lower half of his body was a long skirt that he had conjured himself, which looked a bit like a robe. With his face, the whole person actually took on a sense of holiness. Even the system couldn't help but sigh at this moment. How beautiful. After saying that, it secretly bought similar clothes in the mall, hoping that Meng Yuqing would find them. However, Meng Yuqing has no time to care about it now. Xuan was a little uncomfortable with this. Orcs never wore clothes on their upper body. If Meng Yuqing hadn't stopped him from moving, he would have been unable to resist rubbing them off. Ha 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 ha. If you're going to the north in the future, I will make you a nice mask to wear and a matching headdress. It will be better if it is golden. Black and gold are the best match. I will definitely make you the most handsome guy in the entire continent. Meng Yuqing circled around Xuan several times and was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Seeing that he was so happy, Xuan was too embarrassed to ask to take it off. The next morning, Meng Yuqing got out of bed. In order to get up early, he refused Xuan's request to make trouble last night, just to take Xuan for a walk around the tribe. He dressed himself warmly and repeatedly asked Xuan if he would feel cold if he went out. Xuan shook his head. I'm fine. As long as they don't make me sleep in the snow for 3 or 4 days in my human form, there will be no problem. Having said that, before Meng Yuqing took him out, he took out a thick piece of animal skin from the cabinet, ready to put it on Xuan if he felt cold. Then he took his child out to show off. Such a good-looking child must be seen by everyone in the tribe. He took Xuan first and went straight to Xia and Xiuye's home. After telling Xiuye that they were there at the door, Meng Yuqing took Xuan and lifted the animal skin curtain and walked in. Xiuye was curled up in bed to keep warm. The moment he saw Xuan, his eyes lit up. It looks good. How was it made? I want to make it for Xia, he said as he was about to climb down from the bed. Xia held him down and said, put on your cotton coat if you want to come down. And Lai, I want to make another set for Lai. Push back into the quilt. Xiuye looked at Xia and said as he tried to crawl out. Well, do it to Lai too. Xia, push him back. Meng Yuqing saw Xiuye's completely exposed shoulders and arms, and paused for a moment before smiling and saying, I'll have Xuan send you the blueprints when the time comes. We'll be leaving first. After saying that, he turned around and pulled Xuan out regardless of Xiuye's attempts to keep him. Although he didn't know whether they were about to start or had already ended, he just wanted to slip away first. After meeting Xiuye and Xia, he took Xuanji to Mu's house. As they went, many people who were strolling around stopped and looked at them curiously, mainly at Xuan. Chapter 183 School starts. This outfit is very much in line with the aesthetic tastes of the people in this world. The sub-beasts think that it makes the orcs look better, but the orcs think that this outfit is full of power and wildness, and it is the same color as their own fur. When Mu saw it, he immediately hugged Xuan and touched him here and there, wanting to take it off and put it on himself. I also have black fur, Xuan. Just let me try it. Xuan pushed Mu 5 meters away with a slap. Are you kidding me? Yuqing made this for him. So how could Mu just wear it? He would have to hide well when he got back. There were many black orcs in the tribe. What if they all rushed up and stripped him naked? Meng Yuqing watched their interaction and laughed so hard that tears came out. Mu is really a funny guy. Lai also came over after hearing the noise. He was calmer than Mu, but his eyes were always on Xuan with a longing look on his face. Qiuye has already said that she will make it for you when the time comes. Don't worry, you will get it. Meng Yuqing patted Lai's shoulder. Yeah. Lai nodded frantically. Hearing this, Mu couldn't help but howl. Father, I want one too. Li walked out of the room and knocked on Mu's head. What? You want it? You're the one who howled the loudest. After he finished speaking, he saw Xuan. He paused and then ran into the room quickly. Then he heard Li's voice. Xuan's clothes are really nice. Let's make a set too. Meng Yuqing laughed even louder. After leaving the Mu family, he couldn't laugh anymore, because they were surrounded. So, winter is really very leisurely, especially this winter. There is plenty of food and ways to keep warm. People are no longer like before and just stay at home. Many people still dare to go out for a short walk. Xuan's clothes are so beautiful. Can we make them too? An orc reached out and touched Xuan's shoulder armor. Anything can be done. I'll teach you the method when the time comes. Anyone who has made cotton-padded clothes will be able to make it quickly. Meng Yuqing replied. Hee. Next year those orcs who don't have a partner can wear this clothes when they go to the market. Maybe they can bring back a partner. Another orc touched Xuan's arm armor. Ha! I'm afraid you'll be kidnapped by the sub-beast and taken to his tribe, said another sub-beast with a smile. The orcs' new clothes quickly spread throughout the tribe, and those orcs with simple and common animal shapes and colors could easily find animal skins that were similar to their own fur. But they were in trouble when it came to those orcs with more complex fur patterns. No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find the animal skins I wanted, so I could only look for similar colors to make clothes. As for the red fox orc, the yellow fur fox orc Bo, and the emerald green parrot orc Lien, it was even more difficult. The animal skins we brought back from the market before were of the same color as theirs, but now they have all been replaced. They could only shamelessly go to the owner of the animal skin to see if they could exchange it for something. The Creek tribe and the wandering tribe that joined later were initially embarrassed, but while their adult orcs were still hesitating, their little orcs had already become familiar with other little orcs. Those who had clothes brought out theirs and let everyone try them on. Finally, they stopped worrying and started making new clothes. In winter, the tribe became unusually lively. In this happy atmosphere, the first batch of students are ready to enroll. Each of them brought their own bark to temporarily replace paper, carried animal skin bags, and walked into the classroom that had been built long ago. In addition to the first group of people who were selected, there were also other people who followed to see what going to school was like. The first people to arrive lit up the Kong, covered it with thick animal skins, and placed a small table on it. There are bamboo tables and chairs in the middle of the room. When Meng Yuqing and Xuan arrived at the classroom, most of the students had already arrived and had found their seats. Meng Yuqing looked around and saw many familiar faces, as well as less familiar faces, in addition to the leadership. There are a total of 60 humans, sub-beasts, and orcs selected this time. Some people from the Creek tribe, the Wandering tribe, and the Bo tribe who joined later were also selected, for a total of 12 people. This classroom is very large, and even after 60 people sit in it, there is still a lot of empty space. The orc who was not selected this time, but was very curious, found an open space, spread a piece of animal skin, and sat down. The sub-beast was invited by other sub-beasts to sit on the Kong. Although those who were not selected this time can still attend the class, Meng Yuqing will not have any mandatory requirements for them. For example, you cannot be absent without a valid reason. Daily homework must be completed. Those who are selected must abide by these rules. Meng Yuqing had also made a roster and wrote their names on it. Xian's position is exactly the guardian position beside Meng Yuqing. During this period, Meng Yuqing secretly gave him extra lessons, and he had already started to memorize the multiplication table again. Xian and Xia already knew some simple addition and subtraction, which Meng Yuqing had discovered from their previous interactions. When he was teaching Xian mathematics, he asked Xian how they calculated. There's no method. You can just count by force or give an approximate number. You'll know once you count more. Counting for numbers above 100 takes a long time, and not many people can count fluently for numbers below 100. In other words, they have the concept of calculation, and some people can calculate, but they don't have any methods, and they themselves don't even know how they can calculate. After taking attendance and making sure everyone was present, Meng Yuqing began his first class in his life. He clenched his hands nervously and distributed the charcoal pencils. After everyone got the pencil, he took a look. Except for Xian, Xia, and Yang, everyone else was holding the pencil as if it were a dagger. Even Xia Heong saw Xian's pen-holding posture change temporarily. Meng Yuqing could only start teaching by starting with holding a pen, and the people below changed their gestures according to his movements. The blackboard is made directly from a tree whose entire trunk is black. He made the chalk by grinding bird eggshells into powder and adding some glue. Fortunately, it worked. Otherwise, he would have to get a replacement from them all. I took out the lesson plan for the first lesson. It was my first time teaching, so I didn't dare to go off the script. I'm not a teacher training major. Meng Yuqing nervously wrote down the pinyin to be taught in the first lesson. When he turned around, he saw that everyone was staring at him intently. In particular, Xia and Yang were sitting in the first row, which really put him under a lot of pressure. He coughed lightly, pointed at the letters on the blackboard with a small branch, and read them. He read one, and everyone followed him. Some clever ones copied the letters into the book covers they brought with them while he was writing. The classroom discipline in the entire classroom is very good. No one makes trouble, and of course no one dares to make trouble. Didn't you see that the clan leader was sitting quietly in the first row and doing whatever he was told? Who was making trouble? Do you want to experience the love and care from the top 10 strongest men in the tribe in turn? The first class came to an end in this peaceful atmosphere. That's all for today's class. Write down each pinyin you learned 10 times, and each new Chinese character you learned 10 times. Dictation will follow tomorrow. Meng Yuqing finished assigning Chinese homework and was about to announce the end of get out of class. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure sleeping soundly. In an instant, he mastered the skill of throwing chalk without any instruction. Everyone in the classroom looked along the curved line drawn by the chalk and landed on the sleeping figure. Chapter 184 Class. Ah, who hit me? Ria touched his head and climbed up. Everyone around covered their mouths and smiled with gloating eyes. If you sleep in class and disrupt class discipline, your homework will be doubled. You have to write it 20 times, and I will check it tomorrow. Meng Yuqing said, while maintaining the posture of throwing away the chalk. Ria opened her eyes wide, covered her mouth, and muttered softly, "But I wasn't selected." His voice gradually became smaller and smaller, and finally he shrugged his shoulders and nodded vigorously. Okay, double it. The classroom, which had been buzzing with noise due to this little incident, suddenly became quiet. Looking at Meng Yuqing with a kind smile on the podium, everyone shuddered subconsciously. He's clearly smiling. Why does it feel so scary? Only Mu was still trying to suppress his laughter while poking his friend around him. I told you I definitely wouldn't sleep, but you insisted that I would definitely sleep. Lai rolled his eyes and didn't respond to him. The other friends also kept their mouths shut and didn't say anything. Clatter. The next second, the chalk head fell accurately on Mu's head. If you talk in class and disrupt the classroom discipline, your homework will be doubled 20 times. You and Ruya must hand in your homework tomorrow. Meng Yuqing sounded again. Li turned his head and looked at Mu, who was covering his head, and smiled like a father. It's over. This was the only sentence left in Mu's mind. He and Lai were not originally on the short list because only one person in a family could be selected. After learning it, you can go back and teach your family and friends who are not selected. The two of them came to the class on their own initiative. Lai sure felt that instead of letting his father teach him, it would be better for him to be diligent and grab a seat early to listen to Meng Yuqing's lecture. After Mu knew what Lai was thinking, he imagined his father teaching him softly. He couldn't help but shudder. He felt that Lai's idea was right, so he followed him. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't escape the love and education of my father. As for the little orcs who had no parents, they directly selected Ye and another little orc who was 2 years younger than him. Ye is about to become an adult and will have to move out soon. He won't be able to teach the other little orcs for a long time, so he takes another little orc with him. After punishing 2 guys who were disobedient in class, Meng Yuqing clapped his hands and put away all the chalks. Take a break first. Don't run too far. The next class is math. I'll have Xian call you at the classroom door when it's time for class. After saying the last sentence, Meng Yuqing waved to them and walked down the podium. At this time, everyone was still afraid to move around until they saw Xian, Xia, and Yang all stand up and start talking. Then everyone became active. Some orcs gathered in groups of 3 or 4. That move by Wu was really scary. Yeah, I didn't even dare to breathe for fear that I would be the next one to be lost. I wasn't this scared when I saw orcs being taught as a child. Wu usually looks gentle and kind, but I didn't expect him to be quite scary. She was smiling, and her smile was so beautiful. So why is it so scary? Leisure time is always short, so Meng Yuqing asked the system to count him for 20 minutes. When the time came, he walked in front of Xian. Seeing this, Xia Heong immediately understood that the second class had begun. In math class, Meng Yuqing no longer needed to start teaching from numbers, as basically everyone in the tribe had already learned it. After the Creek tribe and the Wandering tribe joined the Qingshan Tribe, Xia sent people to teach them the numbers from 1 to 100. Therefore, Meng Yuqing could start teaching them the calculation methods directly. After briefly explaining the concepts of addition and subtraction and accepting the calculation symbols, let's get straight to the point. Almost everyone who comes here to listen to the lecture can do addition and subtraction within 10. But Meng Yuqing still wrote the addition and subtraction tables within 10 and the division and sum tables on a separate board, hung it in the classroom, and required everyone to memorize them. The content is not difficult, and the students who come here to attend the class are all adults, especially those who are selected are the smartest in the tribe. In the second half of the class, Meng Yuqing directly gave them questions and asked them to use the methods they learned to calculate. Then he walked down from the podium and began to make his rounds. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire classroom became tense, as everyone was afraid that Meng Yuqing would come over and discover where they had made a mistake. Those who were not selected but were still attending the class gestured on the ground with their fingers. After the Chinese class, Lai took advantage of the break to run home and brought a ceramic basin filled with sand to the classroom. The others looked curious. Lai, why are you carrying a basin full of sand? Someone asked. You'll know when we get to math class. Lai smiled proudly. Sure enough, when Meng Yuqing asked everyone to start doing the questions, this ceramic basin came in handy. Lai transformed into beast armor and wrote directly on the sand at an extremely fast speed. Those who were writing with charcoal pencils in front of him could not compare to him. This pottery basin is big enough and strong enough to write 20 math problems on it. The others looked at him in amazement. Meng Yuqing saw the commotion here and came over. She found Lai's homemade learning tools and gave Lai a thumbs up. Lai became even more proud. Now among all the people who took the class for free, he was the only one who could write the questions. Others couldn't write any questions even if they wanted to. Some people, although they didn't have any tools, were also drawing something on their hands. Meng Yuqing observed carefully and found that they were also doing the questions, so he felt relieved. He was worried that someone would count his fingers. He had just finished watching this and turned around when he saw a scene that gave him a heart attack. Someone is really counting fingers. Not only did he count fingers, he also saw some people not counting fingers, but stretching out their feet and counting their toes. The youngest person here today is 14 years old. There are actually people counting fingers and toes. This made him wonder for a moment whether he should doubt his own teaching level or seriously stop this behavior that gave all first-grade math teachers a headache, or be glad that this student would rather count on his fingers than look up at the calculation table hanging on the wall. Chapter 185 Hot Spring. It seemed that his gaze was too scorching, and the student who was counting his toes seemed to sense it and looked up at him. Seeing Meng Yuqing staring at him, he smiled embarrassedly and retracted his hands and feet obediently. Meng Yuqing gave them 15 minutes. The fastest ones finished in less than 10 minutes and were checking their answers with a calculation sheet. After finding that they had answered all the questions correctly, they nodded in satisfaction and began to look at other people's answers. But everyone must remember not to make any sound, otherwise Meng Yuqing will be angry. Soon, it was almost time for the math class to end. Meng Yuqing asked them to copy down the calculation tables and fraction and some tables on the blackboard and take them home, and then announced that school was dismissed for the morning. Go home quickly and eat and drink, and continue in the afternoon. Walking home with Xuan, Meng Yuqing felt that he still needed to make a timekeeping device. He cannot always rely on the system timing, because then only he can know the time. No one else has an accurate concept of time. The best choice written here is the gnomon, which is easy to make. As soon as this idea came to his mind, he couldn't help but tell Xuan, "Let's make something to keep track of time." Counting time, Xuan looked up at the sun in the sky. Meng Yuqing cupped his face in her hands and made him lower his head. Everyone has their own opinions on looking at the sun. I made a timer to help unify everyone's understanding of time. This way, you won't keep using terms like half a day, a while, a long time, etc. I can't even figure out how long it really is. He exerted a little force with his hands, and Xian's mouth pouted. He smiled and pecked it lightly. Xian smiled and responded, "Oh, catch one. Okay, make one." Meng Yuqing let go of him with a smile, and the two of them walked into the kitchen laughing and joking and started preparing lunch. After living together for a while, Xuan learned a lot of dishes, and the two of them started taking turns cooking. Meng Yuqing thought that if the tribe held a cooking competition, Xuan would definitely be the favorite to win. 2 classes were still arranged for everyone in the afternoon, and Meng Yuqing found that more people came to attend the classes in the afternoon. Because the students were all very obedient, the first day of class went more smoothly than Meng Yuqing had imagined. There are not many courses, so there is no arrangement of 5 days on and 2 days off. Everyone is very accustomed to it. After teaching for half a month, Meng Yuqing prepared to give everyone a small test, and the top 3 would receive his homemade hot pot base. After finishing the test questions, Meng Yuqing turned his wrist, and Xuan walked behind him to massage his shoulders. Meng Yuqing was so comfortable that he almost cried out. He immediately dropped his pen, covered his mouth, and glared at Xuan. Xuan chuckled and said, "I'll take you to the back mountain tonight. It's almost time. I'll take you to a nice place." Meng Yuqing's eyes lit up. He still remembered that old Xuan had told him a long time ago that there was a magical place in the back mountain and wanted to take him there in winter. He had guessed whether it was a hot spring and had even confirmed with the system whether there was a hot spring in the back mountain. But it was denied by the system, but it was not a complete denial. The original words of the system were, "It's different from yours." Meng Yuqing continued to ask, but the system refused to say more. He thought, this shouldn't be considered a leak, so why can't I tell you? System, can you fix it? Under his questioning, the system couldn't hold back and just said, "Xuan is going to take you there anyway. It's a surprise for you, so don't keep asking me." Then he fell silent. Hearing the system say this, Meng Yuqing's ears also turned red. How could this system still be gossipy? It really wasn't a serious system. He remembered that when they first met, the system was cold and serious. How did it become like this now? In the evening, the two had dinner early. Meng Yuqing packed her clothes and then looked at Xuan with anticipation. Xuan took out a piece of animal skin from the cabinet and handed it to him, saying, "Take this too. I'm taking you there anyway, so just put some on." Meng Yuqing nodded obediently and put the animal skins into the warehouse. After walking out of the house, Xuan turned into a beast and directly used his tail to roll up Meng Yuqing and put her on his back. What Meng Yuqing was wearing was really like a Russian nesting doll, and it was obvious that it was inconvenient for her to move. Although in Xian's opinion, he looked really cute when he wrapped himself up like this. Meng Yuqing moved on Xian's back, found his usual position and lay down, then reached out and gently touched Xian's fur. In winter, his fur is thicker than before. It feels soft when you lie on it, and it feels even warmer when you spread your fingers and insert them into the fur. Meng Yuqing instantly spread out his limbs to expand the contact area between himself and Xuan so as to absorb heat. "I'm leaving," Xuan said. "Let's go." Meng Yuqing patted his back. It has never stopped snowing since it started. Now the snow outside is piled up very high. Even if the orcs no longer want to transform into beasts, they must go out and clear the snow. In order to save the orcs' energy consumption, the tribe only arranges 3 orcs to clear the snow around the houses in the tribe every day to prevent the houses from collapsing. It's not that they don't want to use human forms to clean up the snow, it's just that the snow is too thick, about 3 or 4 meters thick. Meng Yuqing has seen with his own eyes that some sub-beasts fell into the snow and disappeared while walking. The people around him immediately pulled him out of the snow in a hurry, gave him a hot bath and ginger soup. It's also because the people in this world have strong physical fitness and don't get sick so easily, otherwise it would be really serious. Considering that he was carrying someone on his back, Xuan did not run very fast. His footsteps were so light that the sound was almost inaudible on the snow. Meng Yuqing looked back and saw Xian's claw marks on the originally flat snow surface. Although it was very big, it looked quite cute. Thinking of Xian's claws, Meng Yuqing moved her fingers and wanted to pinch it again. Xuan didn't know what Meng Yuqing was thinking. He just focused on taking Meng Yuqing to the destination. He knew that place, and Meng Yuqing would definitely like it. The place was quite far away, and Meng Yuqing didn't dare to rest even though she was lying on Xian's back. She would easily catch a cold if she slept. As he was admiring the snowy scenery around him, Xuan slowed down his pace. Meng Yuqing propped himself up a little. Xuan was walking uphill. The road was a bit steep, and he was not walking fast. His tail was wrapped around Meng Yuqing to prevent her from falling off his back. After climbing up the hillside, the view suddenly opens up to a flat area covered with thick snow. Snowflakes are also hanging on the leafless trees around. In the middle is a bright red. Surrounded by the bright red are pools as big as a room, surrounded by strange rocks. Feeling that the temperature here was better than other places, Meng Yuqing shouted directly in his mind, "System, you still said it's not a hot spring." The formation here is different from the hot springs in the host world. The system answered stubbornly. Okay, whatever you say is what is. Meng Yuqing was too lazy to argue with the system. He was sure that this was a hot spring anyway. Xuan didn't say anything. He took Meng Yuqing through the fiery red flowers and came to the water's edge. Feeling the temperature around him, Meng Yuqing felt a little hot. He tried to unbutton his clothes and then slide off Xian's back. The moment he landed, he felt the heat coming from the red flowers at his feet. This flower is so hot. He lifted his legs and looked at Xuan with surprise. Xuan changed into human form, took him to squat by the water, and took his hand to test the water temperature. "Is this temperature okay?" "The temperature of this sink is about the same as your bath water." Okay, that's great." Meng Yuqing soaked his hands in the water. This was his favorite temperature. "If you like, I will bring you here to take a bath every day. As long as the red flowers here are not withered, the water will be hot." Looking at Meng Yuqing's happy look, Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Okay." Meng Yuqing answered happily and began to take off the rest of her clothes. The two of them were already together, and Xuan had nothing to hide, just looking at him. Soon, Meng Yuqing stripped herself clean and jumped into the water. Seeing that Xuan was still sitting on a rock on the shore, he scooped up the water and splashed it at Xuan. Of course, Xuan noticed his little trick, and it would have been easy for him to dodge, but he hadn't planned to dodge at all. He just tilted his head slightly, letting all the water splash onto himself. "Ha ha ha!" Meng Yuqing's laughter came to my ears. Xuan turned his head, maintaining his original posture without moving, and looked at Meng Yuqing with deep eyes. The water droplets slid down the hair, dripped onto the collarbone and shoulders, and then followed the texture of the muscles all the way down, disappearing deeper into the body. Seeing this scene, Meng Yuqing stopped laughing and turned around with a blush. What was he doing? Playing with fire. Mun, you're playing with fire. This sentence flashed through my mind. Thump! The sound of water was heard and splashed all over Meng Yuqing's face. He quickly wiped the water off his face and felt a ball of fire approaching him. Chapter 186 Small Test. The wind was howling, making a whistling sound. The falling snow was swirling in the wild force of the wind. The snow flew wherever the wind blew. The red flowers bloomed more and more vigorously. Occasionally, some snow that was not blown away by the strong wind fell on the passionate flowers and turned into water in an instant. Crystal clear water droplets fall along the petals, making the flowers even more gorgeous. Suddenly the world became quiet. The strong wind stopped its violence and turned gentle. It gently stroked the fiery red petals and slowly fell into the pool with the snow in the air. Meng Yuqing soaked in the pool, leaning against Xuan and looking at the surrounding scenery. He chatted with Xuan intermittently. This is a great place. Why did you bring me here only today? Because we have to wait for these flowers to bloom. Xuan picked up the flowers that fell into the water and handed them to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing took it and found it was a little hot. The wind is very strong in winter, and many flower petals fall into the pond, making the water warm. Xuan continued to explain. Hearing him say this, Meng Yuqing turned to look at the flowers on the shore and said, Then let's pick some and take them back. Can we also use these flowers to make hot water? I don't know. I haven't tried it. I only discovered this place last year. Xuan held Meng Yuqing tightly. After some exercise, Meng Yuqing didn't want to move anymore, so he called the system directly. Identify these flowers. The fiery flower blooms on the 20th day after the snow falls. As its name suggests, the flowers are like a blazing fire. They can last for 5 days after being picked and will all wither in spring. After listening to the system's introduction, Meng Yuqing's eyes rolled. He looked at Xuan and said, Let's dig some up and see if we can plant it. Okay. The cat, who is full and satisfied, looks a little lazy and will say yes to whatever you say. The two of them soaked in the water for a while until Meng Yuqing felt a little uncomfortable, and then they came out of the water. Because there were so many sparks, Meng Yuqing didn't feel cold when he came out of the water, but he still quickly dried himself and put on all his clothes. Xuan's situation was much simpler than his. He stood up and asked Meng Yuqing for a piece of animal skin, dried his hair, then jumped onto the shore and wiped off the water. Then he conjured up an animal skin skirt and shoes. Meng Yuqing took out a small shovel and gave it to him. After he took it, he ran to the outermost area to dig up a few fire sparks, and then prepared to return to the tribe. This trip took almost 4 hours, mainly because I was delayed for a long time doing exercise with Xuan. When we returned to the tribe, everyone had already rested. No one knew where the two of them went, when they came back, or what they did. After returning home, Meng Yuqing went straight to bed. Xuan resigned himself to lighting the fire for him before returning to bed. There was no way it was because he had just tortured the other person so badly. Meng Yuqing's body was not as healthy as other sub-beasts. Meng Yuqing felt Xuan approaching, rolled over, and nestled into his arms. Yawning, she touched Xuan's face and said, Go to sleep. You have to get first place in the test tomorrow. I've made up so many lessons for you. What he said was unclear and sounded like a dream mumbling. Xuan didn't care. He responded while stuffing his hand into the quilt. Yeah, I know. Put your hand in, don't catch a cold. The next day, Xuan woke Meng Yuqing up in time. In fact, not only Xuan, but the system was also ringing the alarm in his mind frantically. Meng Yuqing opened his eyes in confusion. It took him a while to regain his senses, and then he jumped up instantly. Am I going to be late? He asked Xuan while getting dressed. It's not too late. It's not too late. I'll transform into a beast and take you there. It will be quick. Xuan squatted beside the bed, holding a toothbrush and a mouthwash cup in one hand and a wash basin in the other, waiting for him. Meng Yuqing quickly packed herself up, climbed onto Xuan's beast form, and then Xuan ran away. Thank God, they were not late, but all the students were already there. During this half month, some people who were not selected also insisted on attending classes every day. Later on, they made their own bark books and charcoal pencils, and brought their own small stools to class. Those who did not miss any classes today also came to take the exam. Once they entered the classroom, Meng Yuqing treated everyone equally. He took down the 2 watches hanging in the classroom and put them away. When the time was up, he announced the start of the exam. Since he couldn't create so many test papers by himself, he decided to write the questions on the blackboard and let them fill them out according to the format he prescribed. It's like answering questions on an answer sheet. Chapter 187 Slate Placement. The math is simple, with just 100 calculation questions, each worth 1 point. If you write all the answers correctly, you will get 100 points. The teaching progress of mathematics is relatively fast, and those who are selected must be able to do math. Therefore, addition and subtraction within 100 have now been taught. After copying the questions, he began to inspect the exam. Lai and Mu also came to take the exam, but they were the 2 who did not miss any classes but were not selected. As he expected, Ria didn't come. This kid is usually very active and quick in learning anything, but he seems to have no interest in studying. He came to attend classes before, firstly out of curiosity, and secondly to accompany Shu and Huan. Both of them were on the short list. Liushi came to the class voluntarily and did not miss a single class. He also took part in the exam this time. The 3 of them are indeed more gentle than Agrawal. Those who wrote the math test quickly finished it very quickly. After just over 20 minutes, Meng Yuqing raised his hand to indicate that he had finished. Among them, Xian, Xia, Yang, Ye, and Shu are the fastest. Lan, Fei, and Lai followed closely behind. The 3rd batch includes Shu, Huan, and Mu. Mathematics teacher Meng Yuqing gave them 1 hour, and he would look at those who finished first. The grades are all very good, and there are even a few who got full marks. Those who did not get full marks were basically because they made careless mistakes in 1 or 2 questions, not because of problems with calculation ability. In fact, if Meng Yuqing were to calculate 100 questions continuously by himself, he would inevitably make mistakes. And it is not easy for you to find out where you have made mistakes. The Chinese test was more complicated than a math test, so he asked them to write down the pinyin first. Then you write the characters by looking at the pinyin, and write the pinyin by looking at the characters. I originally wanted to start a picture-telling class, but considering that their Chinese learning progress is indeed much slower, I gave up. In the end, we only asked them to do some simple word formation. On the 2nd day of class, he taught the names one by one, and even stayed for half an hour every afternoon so that those who wanted to know how to write their own names could learn how to write their own names. After collecting the test papers, Meng Yuqing took a quick look and found that it was just as he expected. Most people's math scores are better than their Chinese scores, while a few are almost equally bad at both Chinese and math. But it doesn't matter, as long as they're willing to learn. Meng Yuqing collected the test papers from everyone who took the exam. There were only 60 official students, but there were actually more than 140 examination papers collected, all of which were from members of the tribe who were not selected. In order to finish reviewing the test papers on the same day, he gave the math test paper to those who scored full marks, and also selected a few people to help him review the Chinese test paper. The progress of checking the test papers was not fast, especially for those who were chosen by him to check the test papers. They all felt like they were facing a great enemy. This was a recognition of their achievements. It took them a whole afternoon to finish reading the test paper. Meng Yuqing recorded all the scores on the roster and then ranked the entire class according to their scores. However, he only plans to announce the top 10, and only he knows the complete ranking. After the small test, he prepared to give them a day off. Although the learning task was not heavy, it was necessary to combine work and rest. Otherwise, it would reduce learning efficiency. After the test papers were distributed the next day, Meng Yuqing briefly explained the test papers and announced the top 10. The rewards for the top 3 winners, hot pot base, were distributed on the spot. He also fried some hot sauce with fire fruit as a reward to the top 10 students. The tribesmen who received these prizes were very happy. They had known for a long time that Meng Yuqing could cook delicious food, and the methods they used were things they had never seen before. Although some people who had eaten it tried to make it themselves, so far, except for Mu's father-in-law, the food made by others was not as delicious as Meng Yuqing's. There were no new lessons today. We let them go home after giving out their prizes. When Xian took Meng Yuqing away, Meng Yuqing saw that the classmates who won prizes were surrounded, thinking of going to their house to get some food. There is plenty of food this winter, so we don't have to be as cautious as in previous years. The stone slabs were placed in place at the beginning of winter. An ordinary house was built in an inconspicuous corner of the tribe, and the stone slabs were hidden underneath. Xian and Meng Yuqing basically told Xia Heong the information the system told Meng Yuqing after it came back, but they did not mention anything related to the north and the system. When Xuan wasn't looking, Meng Yuqing hesitated to speak to Xia several times. Xia seemed to have noticed it and looked at him with a puzzled expression several times. Once, when he was looking at Xian's back with a worried expression, Xia walked up to him. North, Meng Yuqing said to Xia, but his eyes were always on Xian's figure not far away. Are you clear? I don't understand. It was said vaguely, but both parties understood each other's meaning. Xian comes from the north. Yes. Do you know his background? Don't understand. Neither of them mentioned this matter again. Xia didn't know, and the system didn't say it now. According to the nature of the system, Xian's life experience, at least at this stage, made no difference to them whether they knew it or not, so there was no need for it to reveal it forcibly. And the last time it forced the information to be revealed, it had already told him how to deal with it. Either be strong enough, or don't let him see the face of the mysterious humanoid. If an emergency really occurs, the system will force you to say it even if you don't want to. After communicating with Xia, Meng Yuqing stopped worrying about this matter. The north was not something they could interfere with right now. He walked toward Xian, wanted to see the house with a slate. Xia didn't arrange many people there, only 4, and it was not a rotation arrangement as mentioned before. Instead, there were 4 orcs who were nearly 100 years old. They looked much younger than their actual age, but Meng Yuqing could feel that these 4 orcs were very strong. They should be about to reach the standard of ordinary orcs and give people a similar feeling to Xia. It was also the first time that Meng Yuqing saw them, and he suddenly felt that the Qingshan Tribe was truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. 10 years ago, they were able to defend the tribe from the shadow beasts even though 2/3 of the orcs were away, and even survive the winter until the main force returned. This shows that they have strong strength. These 4 orcs lived here directly. When they saw them coming, they all smiled kindly. In their opinion, Meng Yuqing and Xian were really about the same age as cubs. Meng Yuqing didn't know their names, so she could only smile politely at them. Then she asked the system her mind, "What do you think of this place? Do you want to change to a more upscale one?" He was testing the system's attitude and had some guesses about the system's existence. It's the same everywhere on the mainland. After a pause, the system added south. For some reason, the system suddenly became interested in talking. 2 of these 4 orcs showed signs of having taken tendon-reinforcing grass. The orc washing the hides was the former chief of the Qingshan Tribe. Meng Yuqing, who was about to pull Xian away, paused and turned to look at them. Meng Yuqing had no involvement in the arrangement of the tendon-reinforcing grass. To be more precise, he had never interfered with the material arrangements in the tribe. Xia's distribution had always been fair, and he had always been given preferential treatment in obtaining materials. He was the only one in the entire tribe who received preferential treatment, not Xia himself. The previous tribe leader was not the one who took the tendon-renewing grass, as the system said. They didn't care about Meng Yuqing's opinion and continued to do their own things, looking no different from ordinary people. But Meng Yuqing knew that they were the sweeping monks of the Qingshan tribe. He served for a long time. The Shuailin and Shijiao tribes went through 4 different chiefs before he stepped down. It wasn't because he didn't want to step down, the system's voice said, a hint of sympathy in its tone. It was because his abilities were too great. Although many capable orcs emerged after him, none of them could match him. Everyone trusted him, just like the people of the tribe trust Xian now. So this is why he has been the patriarch for so long. Meng Yuqing felt it was outrageous. Because his abilities were too outstanding, his successors could not catch up, so he had never been able to step down. Yes. Later, 3 people he thought were capable appeared in the Qingshan tribe. He directly took them in to train. In the end, Xia subdued the other 2 and became the tribe leader. If Xia hadn't succeeded, he might have really kept doing it until Xian grew up. If Xian hadn't appeared, he might have really kept doing it until the day he died. Now, even Meng Yuqing showed a sympathetic look, but he immediately retracted his gaze. The orcs were still very sensitive to gazes. On his way home, he suddenly realized something was wrong. How could the system tell him these things? He didn't hold in and ask the system directly. "Host, this is the answer you can get by simply asking in the Qingshan tribe. It won't make any difference whether I tell you or not." "Oh, I see." Ha! He laughed awkwardly twice. The system had disappeared for such a long time after giving him the spoiler last time, which left him with a shadow. Chapter 188, The Breakthrough. Xia was among the top 3 winners of the hot pot base. His family had the hot pot base sent by Meng Yuqing, so he directly contributed the prize to let other students have a taste. However, he also made it clear, don't think I will contribute every time. If my family doesn't have it, then I will be stingy for once, so everyone should work hard and move forward. The other people who got the hot pot base were Ya and a sub-beast that Meng Yuqing was not familiar with, who were originally from the Xiaoxi tribe. Xuan won first place, but after the two of them discussed it, they unanimously decided not to give him a reward and move him to the next place. Logically speaking, Yang should have been able to get into the top 3, but for some reason it seemed like he had failed the exam and only got 5th place. But he was very calm, as if it was within his expectations, and said it was nice to get the hot sauce. He naturally took the base ingredients back to cook for the little beast men who had no parents. The other little beast men who had a good relationship with them also went with him and brought some food from home. After Ria found out, she brought Ling Huan, Liushi, Shushu, and others over to get some food. Of course, they also brought some food with them. Like Yixinbao, I took out some fried oil residue from my own home and gave it to them as snacks. That sub-beast also invited many people to eat together, and of course everyone who went to eat brought their own ingredients. On this rare day off, Meng Yuqing also planned to reward herself by making a delicious meal. He had just taken out the ingredients and was about to process them with Xian when he noticed Xian stopped and said, "Someone is coming. Come to our place? What for? Want to eat for free?" Meng Yuqing had just put down his things when he heard a knock on the door. The force wasn't strong, but it sounded very anxious. No, it might be Uncle Yang. Xian thought of Yang's recent situation and instantly appeared at the door and opened it. The orc outside the house was originally from the Wandering tribe, and Xian was quite familiar with him. "Xianu, the tribe leader asked me to tell you that the power in Yang's body is fluctuating greatly and may become even stronger. I want you to go to the square quickly." Meng Yuqing heard the news as soon as he came out of the kitchen. He didn't care whether he had a day off or whether he had a meal. He said anxiously, "We know. We'll be there right away." "Okay." Seeing that they agreed, the orc did not stay and left directly. Xian picked up a thick cloak from a chair nearby and put it on Meng Yuqing. "Put on. I'll take you there." Meng Yuqing also understood how severe the winter in this world was, so he put on his cloak obediently. Outside the house, Xian had already transformed into a beast and was waiting for him. Xian led him to hopscotch all the way to the square. Meng Yuqing stabilized himself while asking the system in his mind, "Will the breakthrough be dangerous? What should I do when I get there? Can I help Yang?" "Don't worry. With you and me here, the people of Qingshan Tribe will not be in danger of evolving." The system said affirmatively. Meng Yuqing lowered his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no danger, it was good. Xian was very fast, much faster than when he took Meng Yuqing to the hot spring. They arrived at the square almost immediately after the system answered. Yang had transformed into a beast and was lying on the edge of the square. The snow around him looked like it had been ravaged by a tornado. He was completely stuck in a pit, and many stones were overturned and shattered on the ground. Lai was held at a distance by Mu Heya, who prevented him from getting close. Mu held him down and said, "Lai, calm down. You can't go over there. The force there is too strong. You'll get hurt if you go over there." This is still an understatement. With the violent power around Yang, Lai would not be able to resist at all and would be seriously injured or even killed. Xia, Li, Lan, and many of the strongest orcs in the tribe transformed into beast form and stood closer to Yang. Meng Yuqing also saw that the old patriarch had come. He, Xia, and Lan were the closest to Yang, almost standing next to the pit. As soon as Xian came over, everyone made way for him. When they saw that he was still carrying Meng Yuqing on his back, you warned him, "Xian, there's a lot of violent power over there." Wu was injured there. Before Meng Yuqing could ask the system, it spoke directly, "Host, wrap yourself in energy." Xian was just about to stop and put Meng Yuqing down when he heard Meng Yuqing say, "It's okay, you can't hurt me. I can protect myself." Chapter 189 Situation. After saying that, he gave Mu Heya a reassuring look and then urged Xian to hurry over. The system also took this opportunity to tell him what he should do to prevent Yang from getting into an accident. Every time Xian took a step forward, Meng Yuqing felt that there was more energy around him. He even felt that some of the energy penetrated into his body. But now is not the time to think about these things. At the same time, he also felt the violent power brought by Yang. Everyone watched nervously as Xian brought him closer to Yang step by step. Even many orcs didn't dare to come here, but Meng Yuqing came in unscathed. When the two of them reached Xia's position, Xian stopped and Xia asked softly, "Can you hold on?" He was looking at Meng Yuqing, but he was not worried about Qian. He knew very well that since he could stand in this position, Qian could get closer. Meng Yuqing nodded. No problem. Qian and I will stay here and wait until he finishes. I need to make sure he doesn't get into any accidents. After a pause, he continued. It would be best if he could complete it on his own. Accepting my help would affect his strength after he succeeds. He wrapped himself tightly in a cloak, leaving only his eyes exposed, looking somewhat mysterious. Hearing his words, Xia and the others nodded and told him in detail about Yang's situation. After he found that he had signs of a breakthrough, he told me, and then the two of us came to the square. Yang said that everyone should stay away from him because he couldn't control his strength. After I took everyone away from him, a very strong force suddenly erupted from his body. The pit was made by him, and the surrounding snow, trees, rocks, etc. were all blown away in an instant. There were a few tribesmen of average strength who were slightly injured. I immediately transformed into my beast form and blocked their way, forcing them to move away. After that instantaneous outburst, there was no more major movement. I just felt that the power here was very violent, and many people were unable to get close. Yeah, I see. This is normal. I'll go down and check on him. Meng Yuqing patted Qian's back. If I go down, can you hold on? That's fine with me, Qian replied. Okay, we'll stay with him. As soon as Meng Yuqing finished speaking, Qian jumped down with him. After seeing the two of them go down, everyone else tensed up. Meng Yuqing waited until Qian stood firmly before sliding down. He slowly approached Yang, feeling the surrounding energy while checking Yang's condition. From the moment the system told him to wrap himself in energy, he discovered something different. He could directly use the energy in the energy space instead of relying on the system. He also discovered that energy had entered his body, but the system did not issue an alarm, so it shouldn't be a bad thing. Qian frowned as he looked at Yang lying on the ground. He had never encountered such a situation before. It seemed that he had been an evolved orc since he was a child. He had never experienced this stage. He didn't know how to help Yang. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Meng Yuqing. Squatting beside Yang, Meng Yuqing stretched out his hand and gently touched Yang's body, which allowed him to feel Yang's power more intuitively. He closed his eyes, calmed down, and felt carefully. He discovered that not only was the power outside in chaos, but the power inside Yang's body was also very chaotic. All the power was running around. Part of it belonged to Yang's own power, and the other part belonged to the external power. The two forces collided inside Yang's body. The force belonging to Yang had been trying to control this external force and tame it, but the external force had been running rampant, completely disregarding the fact that this was Yang's body. If they lost control, Yang would be in danger. There is still a constant flow of external power into Yang's body. If the speed at which he tames it cannot keep up with the speed at which the external power enters, then the external power will accumulate more and more until it is completely out of control, and he will have no choice but to take action himself. He opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. Now Yang's own strength still had the upper hand, so he didn't need to take action yet. Noticing his movements, Qian and the three people at the edge of the pit looked at him nervously. The situation is okay, for now. Meng Yuqing's words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Meng Yuqing first glanced at Qian, then looked at the three people at the edge of the pit. Although he could only see the three of them now, he knew that there were many people around. He didn't know how many people could reach this point, but he decided to tell them in detail about Yang's current situation. If they reached this point and he was not by their side, he hoped that this would give them some experience. There are two forces within his body, one that belongs to him and one that comes from outside. He paused and continued. He is trying to tame these external forces. If he succeeds, they will destroy his body. Everyone listened carefully, especially the three people at the edge of the pit. They were the ones closest to Yang in strength. If anyone else in the tribe would take this step, then the next one would definitely be among them. I can help him organize all his powers right now, get him out of danger, and successfully advance. Meng Yuqing looked at Xia. However, taming a power with the help of others will never be as easy as taming it yourself. No one spoke. After a long while, Xia finally spoke. Please let him try it himself first. If he can't do it, then I'll have to trouble you, Yuqing. Meng Yuqing nodded. Okay, I will keep an eye on him and won't let him get into any danger. Qian lay behind Meng Yuqing, reducing his presence to a very low level and not daring to reveal even a hint of his strength. He could simply feel Yang's current condition, but he could do nothing. If he moved rashly, it would cause a bigger energy riot. The energy riot caused by Yang can still allow the tribesmen to approach with their own strength, but if it is the energy riot caused by him, it can injure everyone present. But he had to come. Apart from him and Meng Yuqing, no one could be so close to Yang. Given Yang's current condition, it could take 2 or 3 days at the fastest, or 7 or 8 days at the slowest. Meng Yuqing is a sub-beast, and he can't stay in such cold weather for too long. He must follow Meng Yuqing to keep him warm and ensure Meng Yuqing's health. He moved his position and sandwiched Meng Yuqing between himself and Yang to help shield Meng Yuqing from the wind and snow. Noticing his movements, Meng Yuqing turned to look at him, then smiled. Xuan. Meng Yuqing leaned against Xuan, took out a few pieces of animal skin from the space warehouse, spread them on the ground, and then sat on them. Now he no longer concealed some of his abilities. Qiuya's abilities had already been discovered by Xia, and the other orcs had also noticed them to a greater or lesser extent. Xuan stood up slightly and held Meng Yuqing under his abdomen. The fur on his abdomen was soft and warm. Meng Yuqing felt like she was surrounded by a furnace. The wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger, and Xuan squinted his eyes, but Meng Yuqing, who was protected under his belly, did not feel the cold at all. We need to prepare some food. We have to stay here for a few days. The food I bring is not enough for you. Meng Yuqing raised his head, although he could not see Xuan's face. The father beast will prepare it. Just stay here and don't get sick. Xuan swept his tail over and stuffed it into Meng Yuqing's arms to keep him warm. Good. Xiao did not stay here any longer. He wanted to prepare food for Xuan and Meng Yuqing, and he did not let other tribesmen leave. Although the power here is very violent, it is good for them. Xiao felt the power in his body here. He used to think that power meant being strong and powerful, but this time the feeling made him realize the difference. This power and strength are different. He didn't know what this meant, but he had a guess in his mind. He planned to wait until Yang was done and then ask Meng Yuqing or ask Xuan and Yang to find out. Chapter 190. Xia, Yi has become stronger. Xiao paused when he left the range covered by Yang's power. He sensed the power and location of the stone slab. Although he always knew where the stone slab was, he just didn't sense it. But now he could sense it. He was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Meng Yuqing told him what it meant to be able to sense the power and position of the stone slab. He reached the standard of an ordinary orc, and he took the first step toward becoming stronger. He turned his head to look at Yang, who was striving for a higher stage, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. But there is no point in thinking so much now. What we need to do now is to provide Xuan and Meng Yuqing with enough food and supplies so that they can stay there without any worries and guard Yang to complete his advancement. Xiao acted quickly. He directly took enough food from his home for Xuan and Meng Yuqing to eat for 2 days. There were 2 orcs, Xuan and Yang, who had turned into beasts in the pit. There was no extra space for more food, so he could only give them 2 days at a time. Before entering Yang's power range, he took off a small piece of meat and slowly walked into the range. After making sure that the violent force would not blow the food away, he brought all the food in with confidence. In addition to food, Xiao also brought a lot of animal skins, and even the water was boiled. He knew that Meng Yuqing had the habit of boiling water before drinking it, and gradually many sub-beasts in the tribe also developed this habit. Meng Yuqing explained to them that this is similar to how sub-beasts are more suitable for eating cooked food. They thought about it, and it made sense. Sub-beasts who could only follow the orcs and eat raw meat to supplement salt were more likely to get stomach upset than sub-beasts who ate cooked food. Xiao walked to the edge of the pit with his things, and Xuan jumped up to pack up when he saw him. As soon as Xuan left, Meng Yuqing curled up into a ball. It was still too cold outside. No wonder the people here were so afraid of winter. It might be okay for orcs, but it was really terrifying for sub-beasts. He raised his head and looked at Xuan eagerly. Feeling his gaze, Xuan quickened his movements and quickly took the things down one by one. He continued to hold Meng Yuqing under his belly to keep him warm. Meng Yuqing checked the situation inside Yang's body almost every 2 hours. You go to sleep first. I'll call you if anything happens. At night, Xuan looked down at Meng Yuqing, who kept yawning but still refused to go to sleep, and said, Meng Yuqing leaned close to Xuan. Can you feel it? If there is a problem, the energy in his body will definitely become more violent. I can notice it. Xuan touched him lightly with his claws. Meng Yuqing thought about it, and it was true. Yang has just started now, and it is not the most dangerous time. The most dangerous time is the final stage when there are more and more external capabilities. He would have to keep an eye on it until then, but but now he could rest. Because Yang's breakthrough required Meng Yuqing's supervision, the day of rest after the exam was extended, and many orcs came here every day to check on Yang's situation. Relying on their own strength, they slowly approached. In just a few days, several orcs advanced several meters, which meant that they had become stronger. Lai also stayed where he could and never left, and tried to move forward every day. His food was brought by Mu and Ya. Xia did not stop his tribesmen from coming within the range of Lai Yang's power. He himself had already benefited from it, and he hoped that other members of the tribe could also benefit from it. This also gave him a clearer understanding of the strength of the tribe members. The closer to the sun, the stronger it is. On the 5th day, it was still snowing heavily, and the tribesmen came to this area as usual. Suddenly, a painful groan came from the pit. It was Yang's voice, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Muhea reacted extremely quickly and pounced on Lai, fearing that he would rush over without caring about anything. Meng Yuqing's voice followed immediately. It's the final moment. Everyone, get away from here. You may not be able to withstand the energy fluctuations that will come. What about you? Will you get hurt? Asked the other tribesmen. They were the ones closest to Yang, and if the energy rioted, they would face the strongest impact. We will be fine. You guys retreat first. Xian answered, his whole body tense, always keeping an eye on Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing no longer needed to have contact with Yang. He drew energy from his space and wrapped himself tightly. He mobilized the energy that had entered his body and concentrated it on his eyes, staring at Yang intently. This is the method of using energy that he has researched in the past few days. The system can only give him some hints from time to time and cannot explain it directly. But this is also good. Compared with others, the system can ensure his safety when necessary. The energy in Yang's body is already full, and the external energy occupies most of his body. He is trying hard to control his own energy. The two energies competed fiercely, and the external energies began to riot completely. It rushed around in Yang's body, and Yang began to tremble, and his body even began to bleed. But Meng Yuqing knew that the pain he was enduring inside was greater than what appeared on the outside. Otherwise, Yang would not have been able to help but groan. Xia was still standing at the edge of the pit, but he had ordered everyone to leave. He also stared at Yang intently. Yang was his own brother, and he had to see him out of danger and onto a higher level. He didn't care if he got hurt. He felt that he had the ability to resist, and even if he got hurt, it wouldn't be serious. Xian found that he had not left, so he looked up. Their eyes met. Xian nodded slightly and continued to pay attention to Meng Yuqing. Chapter 191. Okay. As the energy struggle within the Yang body became more and more intense, the surrounding snow and rocks were blown away again. Although the energy could not hurt Meng Yuqing, the impact still made him a little unstable. In front of Yang's huge beast form, Meng Yuqing was like a bean sprout. Xian walked to his back and used his claws to hold him in place so that he would not fall to the ground under the impact of the energy. Meng Yuqing had no time to respond to Xian, and he didn't dare to let his guard down now. This energy riot lasted for a day and a night, and the entire leopard was dyed black with blood, and the color and pattern could not be seen. When Lai smelled Yang's blood outside, his eyes turned red, but he didn't dare to move. He saw Xia still standing at the edge of the pit without any movement. He kept comforting himself that his father must be fine. Uncle Xia didn't move, so he must be fine. Yuqing said that he could help his father escape from danger, so nothing would happen. Meng Yuqing was already very close to Yang, and the animal skin on his body was stained with Yang's blood, but he still did not move to help Yang. He found that Yang's own power had gained the upper hand, and now it was the dying counterattack of the external force, fierce but still under control. Except for Xia, everyone else retreated again and again. The range of energy influence doubled than before. They could no longer see Yang and Xian, and could only see Xia standing at the edge of the pit. There were scars on Lien Xia's body that looked like knife cuts, and blood dripped down his body onto the snow, looking extremely glaring. The entire square within 500 meters centered on Yang had been destroyed beyond recognition, and a hollow humming sound was heard in the empty square. Almost everyone in the tribe gathered together, waiting for the final result. Suddenly, Xia seemed to deflate and fell to the ground. Just when everyone thought something had happened, the next second, all the violent energy stopped. Then Xian jumped out of the snow pit with Meng Yuqing on his back. His movements were calm, and if you looked closely, you could see a look of joy in his eyes. Meng Yuqing lay on Xian's back and waved to everyone who was paying attention to them. He succeeded. He succeeded on his own. After saying this, the scene was still quiet. Meng Yuqing thought that their voice was too soft, and they didn't hear clearly. He forced himself to stand up and prepare to say it again loudly. Ah! 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 There were earth-shaking roars in the square. Many beastmen roared in human form, and several of them turned into beasts and ran around happily. The flying orc even flew right above the pit to check on Yang's condition. His tail moved. I saw it. His claws are moving too. He's opening his eyes. They reported Yang's situation in real time. Xia even collapsed in the snow, wagging his tail, looking very happy. Qiuyi ran towards him and pounced on him, touching the wounds on Xia's body. He still needs a while to recover. Prepare enough food for him. He hasn't eaten for a while. He will probably feel hungry when he comes to his senses. Meng Yuqing said to Lai, who was running towards them. Lai was speechless and just nodded frantically while holding back his tears. Lai, take good care of your father, beast. I'll take Yuqing back first. He stood the whole day and night and didn't eat anything. Xian walked to Lai and reminded him softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang jumped out of the pit, shook off the snow on his body, and walked towards Xia. Lowering his head, he gently licked the wounds on Xia's body. Xia raised his paw and touched Yang's head. It's all healed. Yeah, my leg is healed. Yang replied. Only then did the others react and look at Yang's originally lame leg. The bones are no longer deformed and have completely recovered to their original state before the injury. Lai, Mu and Yu were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Xia and the others had not publicly mentioned this function of the stone tablet, because not every orc could reach this step, but they did not intend to hide it. Instead, they were waiting for the day when Yang successfully broke through so that everyone could see it with their own eyes. Yang walked a few steps in front of them, jumped a few times, then looked at his leg and said, I haven't used it much in so many years. Now that it's healed, I'm a little uncomfortable. I guess it will take some time to get used to it. He looked at Xian and said with a smile, When I get used to it, we can compete. I know you haven't used your full strength so far. He lowered his head so that no one could see his eyes. I want to know if I can kill it directly now. Everyone knew that the it he was talking about was the shadow beast. Okay, Uncle Yang, when you feel ready, just come to me. Xian agreed without hesitation. I won't hold back when fighting you. No need to hold back. Just go for it as hard as you can. After saying that, Yang walked in front of Lai and rubbed Lai's forehead. Xian took Meng Yuqing without staying any longer and ran straight back home. He asked Meng Yuqing to sit on the chair, filled the bathtub with water, then went outside and took off the fiery sparks he had brought back and threw them into the bathtub. After finishing all this, he pulled the exhausted Meng Yuqing to the bathroom and said, Let's take a hot bath first. Didn't you say that if you get caught in the rain or snow or get wet, you should take a hot bath immediately to prevent getting sick? Looking at the warm bath water in front of him, Meng Yuqing rubbed his face and forced himself to cheer up. Okay, I understand. After stripping himself naked, he quickly jumped into the bathtub. The heat made him even more drowsy. I am hungry. Meng Yuqing looked at Xian, who was bringing him a change of animal skins, and whispered, I'm so hungry that I could eat 10 bowls of rice. Xian put the clothes on the stool next to the bathtub. Although he didn't know what rice was, he knew that he should get something to eat quickly. Meng Yuqing had always eaten less than others, and her meals were very regular. She would occasionally say she was hungry, but it was always when it was time to eat. She had rarely been so frank as now about being hungry enough to eat so much. Take a shower first. I'll get something to eat. Don't fall asleep in the tub, or I'll have to fish you out. There are sparks in the water, and as long as you don't take the flowers out, the water won't get cold. Soak well, and don't run around. Wait for me to come back. Xian reached out and pulled him out a little, until the water didn't even reach his mouth. Don't choke on the water. Do you hear me? Yeah, I heard it. Meng Yuqing changed his posture to sit higher. After making sure that he had heard everything, Xian left the bathroom and went to the food storage room to get the ingredients. Xian himself was not very hungry. The food that Xia brought was sufficient. He could eat enough food almost every day, even in beast form. Although he didn't eat anything during the last day and night, it didn't have much of an impact. Because the food was only from Meng Yuqing and the portion was not large, Xian cooked 2 potatoes, made a bowl of vegetable soup, and stir-fried some side dishes. I learned all these from Meng Yuqing during this period. He took the food directly into the bathroom and placed it on the small stool next to the wooden barrel. In the bathroom, Meng Yuqing was lying on the edge of the wooden tub, waiting eagerly for Xian to feed her. She looked extremely pitiful. Qian put the vegetables and potatoes into a bowl and handed it to Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing took the bowl and began to eat voraciously. He felt extremely hungry. He had not eaten for a day and a night before, but he had never been so hungry. He suspected that it was because he himself mobilized the energy, especially the energy that had already entered his body. When he felt less hungry, he slowed down his eating. This time, guarding Yang's breakthrough did not cost much energy, and now he can exchange it for some things. He tried to continue absorbing energy from the energy space, but failed. The system's explanation was that he couldn't absorb it directly and needed to mobilize his own energy for defense or attack, and there was a chance that a small amount of energy would be integrated into his body. Most of the energy will be consumed as he uses it. This put Meng Yuqing in a difficult position. He roughly calculated that he could only use about 1/20th of the energy he could integrate into his body. It is impossible for him to waste a lot of energy to integrate himself. He also needs to exchange things and needs energy for emergencies, but these are not the most important things. Most importantly, he can attack with energy, just like that air wave. When he and Qian encounter danger in the future, he will be able to shoot sneak attacks better. Recovering his thoughts, he opened them all and began to look through the products. Chapter 192 Plans for the coming year. Although winter is a time for rest, it is not a good idea to stay bored all day. He has seen several little beastmen having fun in the snow and then being caught and beaten. Many of the little sub-beasts that escaped were pinned on their knees by their sub-fathers and spanked, crying loudly. Those who had small sub-beasts at home brought their children to watch and told them that they would be beaten if they ran around. Thinking about how Qian had sheltered Yang from the wind and snow during the days he had been guarding him, he had an idea in his mind. Make a tent. Here, going out is calculated by the day, and spending the night in the wild is commonplace, so making a tent will make it much more convenient. After exchanging the method of making a tent, Meng Yuqing looked at the seeds and livestock again. Potatoes and sweet potatoes can already meet the food needs of the sub-beasts, and the ingredients can be enriched appropriately, such as rice or something like that. He really wants it, and there are some seasonings that have not been found. Maybe he can replace them with some that can be grown. Also, Qian said that even if there was enough food, the orcs could not abandon hunting, but Meng Yuqing was not going to really let the orcs take on all the meat. In daily life, a large part of the orcs' labor force is used for hunting, which makes it impossible to carry out some construction in the tribe. He wanted to alleviate the pressure of orc hunting appropriately and free up some labor to engage in infrastructure construction. He wanted to build a city belonging to the Qingshan Tribe. As for weapons for defending the city, he has already taken a fancy to several, but the size still needs to be modified. Many things in this world are much larger than the current world. There is no news about iron or yet, but he wants to try making it with animal bones and wood, using animal bones to temporarily replace iron, especially the bones of large wild beasts, which are definitely not worse than refined iron. City defense weapons do not need to be produced in large quantities like personal weapons, and the frequency of use is not that high, so the loss rate is within an acceptable range. But all this was still in his plan. What he had to do now was to wait until spring and move some large livestock here for captivity. He had given up hope of raising wild beasts in captivity, and had asked the flying orcs to help hatch some of the black-beaked bird eggs he had brought back. But even these newly born beasts are wild and difficult to tame, and it is impossible to raise them. In the end, I could only eat it all. After closing them all, Meng Yuqing yawned, handed the empty bowl to Qian, and then stood up shakily, holding on to the edge of the wooden barrel. Seeing this, Qian put everything in his hands aside, picked up the animal skin hanging on the chair, wrapped Meng Yuqing up, and carried him to the bed, not caring that the water on his body was still wet. After putting him on the bed, Meng Yuqing grabbed the animal skin and rolled over twice. Qian wiped his hair while pulling the animal skin to wipe his body. Meng Yuqing let Qian move as he pleased. He was so sleepy that he didn't want to move at all. Qian said softly, "Okay, go to sleep." Meng Yuqing kicked off the wet animal skin on his body, then pulled the quilt over himself, rubbed the pillow gently, and closed his eyes with peace of mind. Meng Yuqing slept exceptionally long this time, from the afternoon until the next afternoon. Qian stayed by his side the whole time, touching his forehead from time to time, and only felt relieved after confirming again and again that he was just asleep. Lai came to see Meng Yuqing at night. After learning that Meng Yuqing was sleeping, he put down his things and left. After Xia arranged the affairs of the tribe, he and Shouyi also came over, put their things down, and left. When Meng Yuqing opened his eyes, he was the only one in the room. After being dazed for a while, he sat up and put on all the clothes on the bedside table and walked from the room to the living room and then to the kitchen. There was no sign of Xuan, and he was a little confused about where Xuan could go in such a cold weather. There was food warming on the stove in the kitchen, and he could tell at a glance that it was left for him by Xuan. After washing up and finishing the food on the stove, he took out the tent blueprint from the space and began to study it. The drawings are quite comprehensive, both simple and complex, and Meng Yuqing usually chooses the most practical ones. Nothing fancy is useful here. Practicality is the bottom line. There was a noise outside the house. Meng Yuqing walked to the window, opened it, and looked out. Xuan would clear the snow in front of his house every day to prevent it from blocking the doors and windows, making it easier for Meng Yuqing to enter and exit. Outside the window, Qingshan was walking towards them, holding a wild beast the size of a domestic pig. The beast looked as if it had been killed not long ago. Xuan did not go into the house, but dealt with the beast outside. Meng Yuqing couldn't help but shout, "Xuan, what is that beast?" Hearing his voice, Xuan turned around, his face still stained with blood, looking a little dangerous, but his tone was very happy. "I caught it today. The meat at home has been sitting around for ages. It's not bad, but it's not as tasty as fresh meat. I went out to try my luck today, and I didn't expect to catch this. Put away if you can't finish it. I remember where you keep your things, so there shouldn't be much fresh meat left." "You ran away?" Meng Yuqing asked. "Not far. I met it just after leaving the patrol area." Xuan turned his head and continued to deal with the beast. Meng Yuqing crossed his arms, looked at Xian's back, and snorted, not disturbing him anymore. Chapter 193, Let's Go Fishing. Xuan walked into the house, carrying the processed meat, and found that Meng Yuqing was staring at him. He turned his head away, feeling guilty. He had gone out specifically to look for this beast, not just encountering it outside the patrol area. He knew he couldn't hide it from Meng Yuqing, but he still wanted to do it. He knew Meng Yuqing preferred to eat fresh food. After staring at Xuan until he felt uncomfortable, Meng Yuqing let him go and said, "You cook tonight." After a while, he added, "Don't do that next time. It's too dangerous to go out alone to hunt wild animals in winter. I know you are very strong." "Yeah, there won't be a next time." Xuan nodded obediently. After letting Xuan divide the portion for tonight's meal, Meng Yuqing put the rest into the space. Then he took out the tent blueprint he had chosen and said, "I changed this production blueprint. Take a look." Xuan took the drawing and looked at it carefully, while Meng Yuqing quietly explained to him the parts that Xuan didn't quite understand. "It's very suitable for the wild. If you use waterproof animal skins to make it, it doesn't matter if you can't find a cave on a rainy day. The bones of wild beasts in the water are also suitable for making this, and bird bones are also fine." After understanding the drawings, Xuan immediately began to think about what materials to use to make it. After much thought, he found that the bones and skins of aquatic beasts were the most suitable. As for the skins of land beasts, they would need to be de-haired and tanned, which was more troublesome. Hearing Xian's words, Meng Yuqing frowned. "We don't catch many wild animals in the water. I was planning to make this during the winter when everyone is relatively free. I can use it myself or trade it. The skins of the python beastmen from the Qingshan Tribe are also fine, but we don't have many in our tribe." Xuan sat in a chair thinking of a solution. "Host, if possible, please store more food for the winter and don't waste it all." Just as the two were quietly thinking of countermeasures, the system suddenly spoke. "What do you mean? Stock up on food for the winter?" Meng Yuqing was a little surprised by the system's sudden request. "Is something going to happen?" "I can't say anymore. Just stock up on more." After saying this, the system stopped talking. Meng Yuqing's actions caught Xian's attention. "Yuqing, what's wrong? Is that what the system is saying?" Meng Yuqing came back to his senses. He looked at Xuan with a puzzled expression. "The system told me to find a way to store some food during the winter, and not just consume the stored food." "Stockpile food for the winter?" Lian Xian was completely confused. "Stockpile food in the winter is difficult. We have to work very hard to find wild animals. Maybe the animals we catch won't even cover the consumption of our beast form. And it's so cold, we can't even plant anything we want. The plants will freeze to death." "I know." Meng Yuqing rubbed his forehead. "I don't think the system would make this request for no apparent reason. It must be to prevent something, but it seems it can't say it explicitly. Let me think of a way." Meng Yuqing walked back to the room and climbed into bed, his mind frantically thinking about how to store food for the winter. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he slapped his head. Seeing this, Qian immediately grabbed his hand to stop him from taking pictures of himself. Meng Yuqing grabbed Qian's hand and said excitedly, "I figured it out. I should have thought of it earlier. I have a way to catch the beast." "What's the solution?" Qian also climbed onto the bed, and the two sat facing each other. "Do you remember what I said before? That if we didn't save enough food for the winter, I would take you to the river to catch fish? I remember that you have a way to catch wild animals in the water in winter. The big rivers and lakes where wild animals live are frozen in winter." Qian said, "It's easier to catch them when they're frozen." Meng Yuqing sat up straight, gesturing and saying, "The water surface is frozen, and the animals underwater will be deprived of oxygen to a certain extent." Seeing Qian wanted to ask, Meng Yuqing stretched out her index finger and put on Qian's lips. "Don't worry about what hypoxia is, just listen to me." Qian nodded obediently. "We'll dig a big hole in the water, preferably one big enough for a medium-sized beast to jump out of, and then send people to guard it nearby. The beasts in the water will soon gather here in the ice pit and stick their heads out to breathe. Then we can catch them all. But it's best to let the flying orcs and the more agile orcs do this job. If we attract large beasts and destroy the ice beneath our feet, it will be dangerous." Excited, Meng Yuqing took out a pen and tree bark and drew the whole process for Qian. Although his painting skills are average, they're full of soul and the essence is captured. Qian looked at it for a long time and finally understood what was going on. "So, Yuqing, what you mean by lack of oxygen is not enough air to breathe, right?" Putting down the drawing, Qian looked at Meng Yuqing and asked seriously, "Are you focusing on the wrong thing? The key point is the method of catching the wild beast. Based on your understanding of aquatic beasts, do you think it is feasible?" Meng Yuqing pinched Qian's face and forced him to answer his question. There was a smile in Qian's eyes, and Meng Yuqing knew at a glance that Qian was teasing her on purpose. "This is so abominable. I used to tease him, but I didn't expect that he would dare to tease me now. It seems that I am too good to him. It's time for him to feel the majesty of his elders." Seeing Meng Yuqing becoming a little angry, Qian immediately put away his smile and spoke seriously. "I think we can give it a try. I've heard from older beastmen that when the winter is too long or the water freezes over for a long time, wild beasts in the water will often crash into the ice, breaking it and poking their heads out. In the past, they didn't understand what the beasts were doing, and they were usually far away from the shore, so they never thought of catching them. Now that I've heard you say this, I understand." After saying this, he looked at the tent blueprint in his hand and continued, "Now we have the materials to make the tent." Meng Yuqing then realized that to make a tent, he needed the skins and bones of wild animals in the water. Now was the perfect time to catch the wild animals in the water. Wasn't that perfect? He touched his chin. Could it be that the system was doing this on purpose? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that just when he was about to build a tent, it told him to store food? Thinking of this, he smirked and ran to ask the system. "System, are you deliberately giving me hints?" "No, the host is just storing food anyway." Then no matter how Meng Yuqing harassed it, it didn't answer a single word. After confirming that the system would not tell the reason, Meng Yuqing looked at Qian and shrugged. "It can't say, we'd better pay more attention. I'm worried that something might happen." Qian lowered his head and thought for a while. "I don't have any clues either. I will go find Lien first and ask him to pay attention to the situation nearby when he is free. I will discuss the matter of catching wild beasts with the father beast tomorrow and see when to arrange the trip." After they discussed the matter, they stuck together and played for a while. When it was getting dark, Meng Yuqing curled up in the quilt and kicked Qian lightly twice. "Go cook. I said you would cook today. Make a big meal. I want to eat good food," Meng Yuqing said in a somewhat arrogant tone. Qian grabbed his restless feet, squeezed them twice, and then stuffed them into the quilt. "Lie down. I'm going to cook. Go quickly, I'm hungry." Meng Yuqing kicked Qian lightly again, then turned over to face the wall and ignored him. After Qian pulled the quilt for him, he walked into the kitchen. Chapter 194. Ice Hole. Generally speaking, Meng Yuqing is only responsible for coming up with ideas and then discussing the practicality with Qian. He doesn't need to worry about the follow-up matters. Qian and Xiao will arrange everything properly. He just needed to quietly be a technician, and this time was no exception. After Qian proposed the idea of the tent, the tribe quickly arranged it. The matter of catching aquatic wild animals in the river was also put on the agenda. Learning matters cannot be neglected, especially Chinese. Before going out, Meng Yuqing wrote some commonly used words on the blackboard, marked with pinyin and some simple word groups. The entire blackboard was filled with words. She read it with them several times and then asked them to memorize it by themselves. Then he wrote 100 math problems on another board and asked them to practice them every day. He then picked out 2 people who had learned pinyin best from the selected candidates, taught them individually for 2 days to pass the test, and asked them to lead everyone in reading new words every day. After arranging everything, Yang Xuan and Meng Yuqing led 10 agile orcs and all the flying orcs to the frozen river outside the patrol area. A tent was made using the existing materials in the tribe, and this time Meng Yuqing happened to bring it out. Along the way, there were only the sounds of falling snow and the sound of people stepping on the snow. No trace of wild animals was seen, and even their own footprints would be covered by the snow after a while. We're here now. What should we do? Yang led everyone to a flatter place by the river. Meng Yuqing got off Xian's back and sank into the snow with one foot. Can you pull me out first? Meng Yuqing supported himself on the snow with his hands and tried hard to lift his legs. The moment Xian saw that he was trapped, he turned into a human form. No one knew how he did it. Although he was in human form, his legs did not sink into the snow like Meng Yuqing. With Xian's help, Meng Yuqing came out of the snow, then lay flat on the ground, not daring to stand up for fear that he would fall into it again. You better stay on my back. I'll take you to the ice. Xian changed back to animal form beside him, wrapped him up in his tail, and put him on his back. You command, we'll do it. Thinking that he could hardly move in the snow that had not been cleared by the orcs, he did not force it, and just lay obediently on Xian's back. We need to dig a hole in the ice. The hole must be large enough for at least medium-sized beasts to pass through. Otherwise, even if the beasts come, we won't be able to catch them. We also need to choose a location in the middle where there are more beasts. As Meng Yuqing finished speaking, the flying orcs had already flown to the center of the river. Yang asked the other land orcs to stay on the shore first, and he walked towards the center of the river. Xian wanted to protect Meng Yuqing. He was the strongest here, so he went to the ice first to see the situation. Be careful when digging the ice hole. We don't have special tools. We must always pay attention to the ice under our feet to prevent it from breaking. Meng Yuqing said loudly as he watched Yang walk to the middle of the river. Yang stood still on the ice and said a few words to the flying orcs around him. Then all the flying orcs left the ice and circled low above Yang. After Yang turned around twice and chose a suitable place, he raised his claws, exposed his nails, and then slapped the ice surface hard. Ice crystals flew everywhere, and traces of sharp objects appeared on the ice surface where he hit it. Yang cautiously took 2 steps back, and when he felt that the ice under his feet was still solid, he continued to slap the ice in the direction of the original spot, his nails scraping off a string of ice flowers. After hitting it for more than 10 times, the ice was finally broken by Yang's nails, and the water surface could be seen. Then he used both claws to make the hole bigger and bigger. The land orcs who were originally on the shore also walked onto the ice and came to Yang to help him continue to expand the ice cave. As they walked over, Meng Yuqing saw that several of them were slipping. If they were not driving 4-wheel drive, they would have fallen directly on the ice. Xian, Yi took Meng Yuqing onto the ice. Learning from the lessons of the previous people, he did not slip on the ice and met up with everyone steadily. After the ice cave they had dug was expanded to a diameter of about 5 meters, Yang told everyone to stop. Small beasts are generally about 2 meters long, and medium-sized beasts are generally no longer than 5 meters. The speed of excavating the ice surface is a bit slow. Yang Xuan stood 3 meters away from the ice cave and looked at it. We need to dig a few more ice holes, and the distance between them cannot be too close. Meng Yuqing suggested. We can go dig a hole in the ice over there. We just tested the hardness of the ice. If we swoop down from the sky and dig with our mouths, it should be faster than what we're doing now. Lian said from about 50 meters in the sky. This height should be enough. Well, you guys go and try it first. If it doesn't work, just go slowly and don't get hurt. Yang reminded them, recalling the feeling when he hit the ice. After the breakthrough, he clearly felt that he had become much stronger, but he was not so sure about the strength of other tribesmen. He didn't know whether the things that he found easy would be difficult for his tribesmen to do. Got it. Let's take a few people over there first. Lian took most of the flying orcs away, leaving only 3 to guard here to prevent any accidents. If the ice breaks, these flying orcs can rescue everyone else in time. There are wild beasts coming. Xian took a few steps back, away from the ice cave. Meng Yuqing was still on his back. He couldn't fall into the water, even if any of these people fell into the water. The other land orcs around also retreated a little distance, and the flying orcs also increased their altitude, but Yang still stayed at the edge of the ice cave and watched the movements inside. Meng Yuqing saw that Xuan and the orcs around him were moving their ears flexibly, probably listening to the movements under the ice. He also slowed down his breathing and listened carefully. Unfortunately, he is not an orc and can't hear anything. Puff! The sound of bubbles bursting. Yang's body moved with the sound, and Meng Yuqing didn't even see clearly what he did. In a flash, a 4-meter-long, slippery medium-sized beast was dragged onto the ice by Yang. The beast was still struggling, its mouth wide, open, revealing rows of terrifying teeth, its tail swinging vigorously and hitting the ice, sending ice chips flying everywhere. Chapter 195, Fishing. On the beast's chest, the pectoral fins that are said to be those of fish are more like claws. There is a big difference in appearance between the fish in the modern world and those in the modern world. Yang dragged the beast away from the ice cave to prevent it from breaking free and jumping back into the ice cave, then slapped the beast on the head. Meng Yuqing also trembled with his movement. I hope his head will not be smashed. The scene he imagined did not happen. Yang just knocked the beast unconscious and then threw it to several other tribesmen. This method works fine for catching medium-sized beasts. They're basically defenseless, and they're weaker than before. Yang summarized his experience. It'll be easier to catch flying beasts. If a large beast appears in an ice cave, we'll just abandon that cave. They're smarter than small and medium-sized beasts, and if they attack the ice below us, it'll be troublesome. One land orc and one flying orc will guard each ice cave. We should catch more aquatic beasts during the winter. Once the ice melts, it will not be so convenient for us to catch them. Xuan walked to Yang's side, and the two discussed in a low voice. The teeth of these aquatic beasts are too sharp, and their strength is too great. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to catch fish. Meng Yuqing curled up into a ball and muttered softly. Fishing? How to fish? Yang asked curiously. We tie a hook on one end of a rope, hang meat on it, and put in the water. The other end of the rope is tied to a long wooden stick and held in our hands. The beasts in the water will eat the meat we put in, and their mouths will be caught by the hook. Then we can drag them up directly. Meng Yuqing roughly explained the process of fishing. After listening to his story, Xuan and Yang both thought about it. And then Xuan spoke. It's not impossible, but this method can only catch small aquatic beasts. It's a bit difficult to catch medium-sized ones. Yes, with the strength of a medium-sized beast, it is easy to break free with an injured mouth, and the bones used to make hooks must also be good bones. Yang also nodded in agreement with Xian's opinion. However, we can combine this fishing method with the current method of making holes in the ice, which will make it easier for us to catch medium-sized wild animals. We can hook their mouths with hooks, and while they are busy struggling to break free, we could directly catch them. It will be easier than catching them directly. Xuan stretched out his claws and gestured on the ice with his nails. Yang quickly understood Xian's meaning. That makes sense. Once we catch more beasts here, even the dumbest beasts will be more alert. It will be harder to catch them directly. Other tribesmen may not be able to catch them as accurately as we do. If we let one go, it's unlikely that the beast will be fooled a second time. So are we going to make fishing gear now? After listening to their analysis, Meng Yuqing also felt that it was very feasible. With the abilities of the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe, they don't have to worry about food shortages in spring, summer, and autumn, and they basically won't think of hunting aquatic beasts. That is, they only come in winter when there are no other wild animals to catch, and there are good ways to catch aquatic animals. The three were just about to tell the others and leave to make tools when Xuan Huyang's ears moved again. Are there more wild beasts coming? Meng Yuqing asked in a low voice. The two of them didn't say anything, but nodded at the same time, and then the three of them looked at the tribesmen who were ready at the edge of the ice cave. This time, it was the serval orc who took action. His two big ears were turning like radars, and his whole body was tense as he stared at the ice cave. The beast that came this time was not as cautious as the previous one. Even Meng Yuqing heard the noise when it broke through the water and exposed its head to breathe. The serval orc's movements were as fast as lightning. The sound of rushing water was heard. The serval orc bit the beast back tightly and dragged it onto the ice. After a while, he dragged the beast out. The entire hunting process was not as fast as Yang's, but it was also quite successful. The beast caught this time was also a medium-sized beast, slightly larger than the previous one, and looked very ferocious. Meng Yuqing looked at the appearance of these aquatic beasts and thought of the large aquatic beasts he and Xianlai had seen at the riverside before. He couldn't help but think, this is still a river, it is not as deep as the sea. Why do the beasts look so casual? When I go to the seaside in the future, will the beasts in the sea look even more sloppy? Seeing that the tribe members had successfully hunted, Yang and Xian felt relieved. The people selected this time were all good players of the hunting team. As long as they could succeed once, there would not be too many problems next time. Lien just happened to come back. We dug 4 more ice holes. I left people guarding them. When we came here, they had already caught 3 wild beasts. You guys should disperse and guard the ice caves first. Lien, you continue to lead the men to dig. We will have 2 people guarding each ice cave, and then leave 3 flying orcs to keep an eye on them and provide direct support if there is any situation. Xian, Yuqing, and I are going to make some tools. Yang gave the instructions. Everyone automatically divided into teams. After 2 hunting attempts, they have determined that catching small and medium-sized wild animals is completely possible and not dangerous. They just need to be careful not to target large wild animals and prevent the ice under their feet from breaking. Moreover, each land orc is equipped with a flying orc. If there is any situation, just let the flying orc take the lead, and there will basically be no accidents. After arranging things, the 3 of them left the ice with the first beast. Using local materials, a rod is naturally the easiest to find. After all, it is just a tool to assist in catching fish. It does not need to be made too precisely, as long as it is strong. Meng Yuqing originally wanted to make the fishing line out of animal tendons, but Xian got a bunch of vines from somewhere and handed them to him. Let's use this. It's strong and there are plenty of them. We use this vine to tie up wild animals. The beasts we caught now are not particularly powerful, and their tendons are not stronger than this. Anyway, we don't need to rely on vines to pull them up. We just need to stop them from running away immediately. Meng Yuqing thought about it and realized that this was the truth. He also used this kind of vine frequently, which could be regarded as an enhanced version of hemp rope. So the material of the fishing line was also determined. Finally, the only thing left is the hook, which is easy to make. Just animal bones or hardwood will do. After the 3 of them worked hard, a tool that could not be considered a fishing tackle was finally born. To be honest, Meng Yuqing didn't even dare to say that this was a fishing tool. If his father, who loved fishing, knew that he had made such a thing, he would hit him on the head. After finishing, the 3 men also dealt with the beast they brought and divided the food into 34 portions in total. 1 medium-sized beast is definitely not enough for these 30 orcs who have transformed into beasts to eat, but it is better than nothing. Chapter 196 Too Much. Carrying food, the 3 returned to the ice surface. At this time, there were 2 orcs guarding the first ice cave. There were more than a dozen stunned wild animals lying on the ice surface far away from the ice cave. Half of them were medium-sized beasts, so their capture efficiency was quite high. The 3 of them walked over and took out 2 portions of food for them, and then Yang guarded the ice cave for them for a while they ate the food. Then the 3 of them delivered the food one by one according to their instructions, and took the opportunity to check on the hunting situation in other ice caves. Lien and his men are digging the last ice hole, and the tribesmen in charge of this ice hole are also ready. Meng Yuqing roughly counted the wild animals that had been caught, and the total number was close to 100. Although half of them were small beasts, the number was still considerable. It's only been a few hours, and the river is so wide. If Xian hadn't said it was a river and he had tasted the water in the river and found it wasn't salty, he would have suspected it was the sea. So there's no need to worry about the lack of wild animals in the river, nor is there any need to worry that the wild animals will not come here after catching them for a long time. At worst, we can just move to another place and continue. After the last ice cave was dug, Xian told them not to rush into hunting, but to try out the tools they had made first. Yang changed into human form and took out a small piece of raw meat that had been reserved in advance and hung it on the hook. Then he asked his tribesmen to hold the fishing rod. He walked to the edge of the cave and put the hook with the meat on it into the ice cave. The vines that enter the water are not long, which makes it easy to quickly control the beasts. When you feel the rod in your hand move, pull it up hard, and Uncle Yang will cooperate in catching the fish. Xuan explained the method of use to the tribesmen holding the rod. The tribesmen listened attentively. Because of the raw meat, they heard the sound of the wild beast swimming towards them soon after. Meng Yuqing stretched his neck to look at the ice cave. The beast was very alert. It was not in a hurry to eat the bait or to expose its head to breathe. Instead, it was wandering 3 meters underwater. Yang stood 5 meters away from the ice cave and lowered his body to prevent the beast from seeing him. The beast lingered underwater for about 10 minutes before tentatively approaching the surface, poking its head out to breathe, and then quickly dived back into the water. It tried to breathe several times before approaching the bait. Here it comes. Meng Yuqing subconsciously held his breath. Whether he could defeat such a cautious beast depended on this one time. The tribesman who was holding the pole suddenly pulled the pole and ran back a few steps. Because he was in human form, he almost fell down. Fortunately, he stood firm in time. Another flying orc also flew down and grabbed the vines and pulled back. The originally calm water surface splashed with huge splashes, and the beast struggled underwater to dive deeper. But he swallowed the meat and the hook in one gulp. Because it was tied with vines, it couldn't swallow it completely and was stuck neither up nor down. As it struggled, the hook caught on the soft flesh in its mouth. It wanted to swim away, but it couldn't escape before breaking the vines. Yang waited for his opportunity, circled around the beast's back, and attacked with his front claws and teeth. Before the beast could break through the vines, most of its body was pulled out of the water. Fuck, this one is so big. As Meng Yuqing's voice rang out, the chain rushed down, and its claws dug into the beast's back, helping Yang drag the beast. It's a large beast cub. No wonder it's so smart. After pulling the beast out of the water, Xuan saw its full appearance and said to the tribesmen around him, "It looks no more than 3 years old. If it's bigger, you'd better give up on catching it." He and Yang would definitely have no problem catching a bigger one, but that was not the case for their tribesmen. Meng Yuqing also looked at the beast that was dragged up by Yang and Lian together. It was larger than the largest medium-sized beast they had caught before, and was almost 6 meters long. What Xuan meant by this was basically setting a size limit for the aquatic beast that the tribe could hunt this time. Naturally, others were very convinced of him. After Yang knocked the beast unconscious and pried open its mouth, Meng Yuqing finally understood why the beast hadn't been able to bite off the vines directly. Because of its large size, the vines got stuck between its teeth, and it was difficult to bite. After taking the hook out of the beast's mouth, Xuan walked over with Meng Yuqing. If the beasts we encounter are all of this strength, one vine should be able to be used 3 or 4 times. What if we encounter wild beasts with straight teeth? Can't they easily bite through the vines? Meng Yuqing asked. There are not many aquatic beasts like this, and they like to eat grass in the water and are not very interested in meat. Yang answered Meng Yuqing directly. Meng Yuqing nodded and opened the encyclopedia to look up information about aquatic beasts. Seeing that herbivorous aquatic beasts like to live in places with dense aquatic plants, he thought that the oxygen in the water is also produced by photosynthesis of aquatic plants. Wild animals living in areas with dense aquatic plants should not feel short of oxygen and run to ice holes to breathe, which greatly reduces the possibility of them running to destroy fishing gear. The trial results of the fishing gear were quite satisfactory, so the 3 of them made several more fishing gear and distributed them to the caretakers of each ice cave. It was not until the evening, when Yang asked them to finish their work, that they realized that they had caught so many wild animals without realizing it. We need to call some people from the tribe to transport the fish back. Xuan felt a headache when he looked at the results of today's fishing. One day, he actually had a headache because there was too much food in winter. It was fun to catch them, but keeping them and transporting them back became a problem. The weather is cold now, so there's no need to worry about the meat going bad. However, winter is almost half over now, and many wild animals are hungry, so they are inevitably attracted here. It's okay if the number is small, they can handle it and even hunt them. But if the number is too large, it will be troublesome. Hungry beasts will become more ferocious than before. Meng Yuqing's tent had been set up, covered with thick animal skins. He dug a groove on a stone and burned charcoal inside. Xuan opened the tent door and walked in, looking around the environment inside the tent. If you feel cold, come out and find me. Okay. Meng Yuqing nodded in agreement. He could actually curl up under Xian's belly and sleep, but it would affect Xian's rest. Xuan had to keep him warm, and he also had to be careful not to crush him when he turned over. This made sleeping next to Xian's beast form in winter not as convenient as in other seasons. Outside the tent, after the orcs finished their meals, Yang and Xuan discussed it and decided to let the 2 flying orcs take some prey back and notify the tribe to send people to transport the food, while the others would continue to stay here and hunt. They originally just came out to try it out, but they didn't expect this method to be so effective. Chapter 1, 97 Transport Team. After everything was arranged, everyone surrounded Meng Yuqing's tent in the middle, closed their eyes, and prepared to rest. Yang and Xuan were responsible for keeping watch. After the 2 flying orcs ate half of a small wild beast, They carried some supplies and rushed back to the tribe overnight. Meng Yuqing slept soundly that night. Although she was not as warm as when she was leaning against Xuan, she did not feel cold either. Meng Yuqing opened the tent and walked out tentatively. The snow was still above his ankles, and he felt that he was still slowly sinking. He quickly sat down on the snow and crawled back to the tent, looking extremely embarrassed. Xuan saw his little action, changed into human form, and followed into the tent. He smiled at Meng Yuqing, who was patting the snow off his body, walked over, hugged Meng Yuqing, pecked him lightly, and said, "Don't come out yet. I'll pick you up after I'm done packing." "Okay." After shaking off the snow on his body, Meng Yuqing sat in the tent, boiled some hot water to wash up, and stopped thinking about running around. I originally thought that after the system upgrade gave him air waves, he would be able to travel freely, but it turned out that he couldn't even go out the door without orcs to clear the snow in winter. On the other side, the 2 flying orcs who were sent back to the tribe were also flying nonstop, rushing back to the tribe with some prey as quickly as possible to convey the news of the harvest to Xia. After seeing that the 2 of them brought back a lot of food and understanding their actual hunting situation, Xia didn't say anything more and directly sent another 30 orcs out to continue transporting food back. The 2 flying orcs rested for a day and then took 30 of their tribesmen to the river. On the river, Yang, Xuan, and the others were no longer in the same place. On the second day, the original 15 holes were still able to catch a lot of wild animals. On the morning of the third day, it was found that the number of wild animals had obviously decreased. The river is so big that it is unlikely that all the wild animals have been caught. It is only possible that the wild animals nearby have noticed something unusual, become alert, and are unwilling to come over. After figuring this out, Xuan and Yang discussed it and left arrow marks on a nearby tree trunk before taking their people to another place. They also decided not to come to this place to catch wild animals for at least 2 years. Lian took 10 flying orcs and took part of the prey to fly directly along the river, digging holes in suitable places in advance, while the others walked slowly over with the remaining prey. There were too many preys, and Xuan was carrying a lot of them on his back. Meng Yuqing didn't want to sit among the corpses of the beasts, so in the end, he could only lie on Xian's neck. Fortunately, Xuan had enough heat and covered himself with several layers of animal skins, so he was warm all over. When they caught up with them with their prey, they had already dug out 10 ice holes. 3 people were left on the shore to guard the prey, and the others were skillfully divided into teams, with 2 people in each ice hole. Just when they were about to change location for the second time, 2 flying orcs returning to the tribe found them with a transport team. Seeing the prey piled up on the shore, the tribesmen who came later excitedly circled the prey several times, and many people walked on the ice to watch how they caught the beasts. With so many, I definitely can't carry them all on my back. I can only tie them up with ropes and drag them back. Li squatted beside the prey, feeling a little worried. I originally thought that by sending out 30 orcs, we should be able to bring back all the prey, but now it seems that there are not enough people. Meng Yuqing patted Xuan and motioned him to go to Li's side. "I'll think of a way." Seeing Xuan and Meng Yuqing coming over, Li's eyes lit up. "You came just in time. I was just wondering how to take all these guys back. Try making a cart." Meng Yuqing asked Xuan to put him down and cover him with animal skin. He lay directly on the animal skin to prevent himself from sinking into the snow, and then took a branch and drew on the snow. Chopped the trees into the shape of boards and put them together. Put a few pieces of wood in the middle as beams, and then tie them up with vines. Pile the beasts on the side with the beams and secure them with vines. Put the flat side underneath and let it slide on the snow. It should be easier to drag it this way. Meng Yuqing did not prepare to make wheels. The snow was too thick and the force-bearing area was small, so it was easy to sink into the snow. He said the thing he drew was a flatbed truck, but it actually looked more like a giant snowboard made of pieces of snow. But this can only be dragged on relatively flat ground. You still need to carry it yourself up and down steep slopes, or one person can push and the other pull. The vines also need to be tied more to prevent them from breaking. He added the pros and cons of this tool. After Li and the other bear beast man figured out what Meng Yuqing was talking about, they said directly, "Let's make one and try it out first. It's just chopping wood anyway, so it's not difficult for us. If this method works, we don't mind time." Li acted immediately and called together the tribesmen he brought with him to start cutting down trees and making means of transportation. Xuan did not take Meng Yuqing back to the ice, but kept following Li and the others so that Meng Yuqing could give them technical guidance. It took them no more than an hour to complete the work. Because they needed to carry heavier prey, The wooden boards had to be cut very thick. Fortunately, the trees in this world were very sturdy, which saved them a lot of trouble. Li transformed into his beast form and lay on the wooden board, signaling another bear beast man to try to pull him up. Following Li's instructions, the other tribesmen put vines on the bear beast man. "Hey, it's moving." "He really pulled me to move," Li said in surprise on the wooden board. "How do you feel? Is it hard?" Meng Yuqing turned to look at the bear beast man pulling the cart. "It's okay. It's easier than carrying a large beast directly. With this thing, I can carry more prey than before." The bear orc recalled the feeling just now and replied, "Let another person go up and try it. It should be heavier." Xian said to the other tribesmen, "Then let's get another bear beast man." Li moved his position and waved his claws at another bear beast man. "Let's try another orc to pull the cart. Bear orcs are good at strength." Meng Yuqing added in time, "Let me do it. It's difficult for me to carry two large beasts with my strength. If I can pull them, then there will be no problem for the others." A squirrel orc walked forward. They're not orcs who are good at strength, but they are particularly good at climbing trees and sudden attacks. In Meng Yuqing's words, they are assassins. As for those rat orcs from the Greystone tribe, they are just bastards. The bear orc untied the vines from his body and put them on the squirrel orc. The bear orc was slightly larger than the squirrel orc, but not by much, so there was no need to change the size specially. After checking the vines on his body, the squirrel orc nodded to Li and the other bear orc on the board and began to pull the board with force. The vines were stretched so straight that they even made a creaking sound, but the plank did move. Two bear orcs were on the plank, being pulled by a squirrel orc. The squirrel orc was not satisfied with just pulling. He continued to pull the two bear orcs forward and stopped after walking 200 meters. After untying the vines, he said excitedly, "I can pull it. It's a bit hard to get started, but once it's moving, it'll be easier. If it weren't for the uphill slope, I could pull it straight back to the tribe." Li walked over to him, raised his paw, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Not bad. You are very strong." The squirrel orc was a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his fluffy tail. Meng Yuqing, let's increase the number of vines to 8. 6 vines can also pull it, but 8 vines is more stable. Okay. Li agreed and organized the tribesmen to make more carts, while he himself added vines to the existing carts. They were busy until the next afternoon, when they finally loaded all the prey into the car and set off back to the tribe. "Let's go to a flatter place and try not to climb mountains or slopes. Save as much energy as possible," Meng Yuqing said casually before leaving. Li thought about it and thought so he led his people to walk on a flat road. For the next half-month, Xian and Yang kept changing their positions to dig holes in the ice to catch wild animals. Their current position was far away from the place where they first dug the ice hole. Li and Shu were divided into 2 teams of 30 people each, who kept going back and forth between the river and the tribe to transport prey. Chapter 198 Beast. I'll fuck you. After the 6th transport team took away all the prey, Yang and Xian left behind 30 agile land orcs and asked the flying orcs to go back with them first, leaving only Lian behind. They planned to capture another wave and bring them back directly by themselves. The flying orcs' carrying capacity was not as good as that of the land orcs, and they were not as cold-resistant as them, so they let them go back and rest early. They moved to another place and stayed there for 2 days. After catching enough prey, they packed up everything and prepared to return. They were the last group, and everyone wanted to get back to the tribe as soon as possible, so they chose the shortest route. Meng Yuqing woke up from Xian's back, frowning. He had not slept well that night. When he opened his eyes, he saw a vast expanse of white. After staying in this snowy place for so long, if the orc's animal forms were not quite colorful, he felt like he was about to suffer from snow blindness. So every time I open my eyes, I look for Lian. After all, his color is the brightest, his mouth is orange, and his whole body is emerald green with a little blue and red. Just as he looked up to find the chain, he found that the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe were going up the mountain. All his sleepiness was instantly awakened, and he immediately spoke out to stop them. "Xian, let's take another route, not up the mountain." "Anything to say?" Hearing his words, Xian and Yang stopped at the same time, and the other tribesmen also looked at him. "It's hard to say. The mountains here are too steep and the snow is too thick. If there are wild beasts screaming, it is easy to cause an avalanche." Meng Yuqing said. He didn't know whether there would be an avalanche, but his intuition told him that with such thick snow, it would be best to take a detour instead of going up the mountain, especially since they had a lot of prey with them. There had been wild beasts trying to target them during this period. It's just that the scale is not large, And with the presence of two super fighters, Xian and Yang, they actually delivered food to them. Avalanche. It was the first time the orcs heard the word avalanche and had never seen such a scene before, so they didn't quite understand what it was. Meng Yuqing thought about it and realized that they didn't know that there were only two possible causes for a disaster like an avalanche. One reason is that they rarely left the tribe in winter before, and this kind of thing had never happened near the tribe. But they go to the market every year. With so many tribes, there will always be some that they have seen, but they have never heard of them. Then it is very likely another situation that no one who encountered an avalanche survived. He couldn't believe that there had never been an avalanche in the winter in this world. Meng Yuqing briefly explained to his tribesmen what an avalanche was. After listening, Xian and Yang looked at each other and decided not to cross the mountain. They had only just reached the top of the mountain and were not far from the foot of the mountain, so descending would be easy. Then let's take a different route. Yuqing, cover yourself with some animal skins to avoid getting cold. Just as they turned and walked down the mountain for about 10 minutes and could see the foot of the mountain, they suddenly heard the howling of wild beasts. Meng Yuqing immediately looked over and found that there were several wild beasts not far away from them, staring at the prey they were carrying. They seemed to be calling their friends, and even the howling of wild beasts could be heard halfway up the mountain. Fuck, whatever I said came true. I have a bad mouth, and this stupid beast. Meng Yuqing slapped his mouth hard with his hand and rarely cursed. Hurry up, he urged his people. Lien, take Yuqing to the sky and show us the way ahead. Xian moved his ears, then his face changed, and he yelled at Lien. He felt the road beneath his feet shaking. Seeing Xian's reaction, Meng Yuqing also realized that something was wrong. It's a fucking avalanche. Beast, I'll fuck you. Lien didn't dare to delay for a moment and landed next to Xian. Xian used his tail to roll up Meng Yuqing and put her on Lien's back. Lien then flew directly into the sky with Meng Yuqing. Everyone, drop your things and escape. Meng Yuqing shouted to the tribesmen below. If you lose your prey, you can catch it again, but if you lose your life, it's gone for real. Everyone instantly turned back into human form, broke free from the vines on their bodies, then pounced forward and turned back into beast form, running forward like an arrow. Meng Yuqing lay on the back of the chain, and from the sky, he could see the avalanche scene more clearly. Starting from the top of the mountain, the snow rushed down like an overwhelming mass, covering the entire sky, like a huge monster with its huge mouth open, wanting to swallow everything. There were more howling beasts than expected, and they were particularly scattered, which resulted in more than one avalanche across the entire mountain. The usual method of escaping to the side might not be applicable to the current situation, because he didn't know whether avoiding this avalanche would lead him into the range of another avalanche. Another way is to find shelter on the spot, but you will definitely be buried in the snow. This is not the modern world with satellites and various communications that can quickly transmit information to let people know that there's an avalanche and come to rescue people. If they are really buried, when Lien finds someone to dig them out, I'm afraid they will only be able to dig out corpses. Moreover, there are 32 land orcs here. Even if they turn into human form, the chain can only take about 10 of them at most, and some orcs cannot leave with the chain. We could only take a gamble and let them run directly out of the range of the avalanche. They were about to reach the foot of the mountain, where the terrain was flat, and if they ran a little further, they would be able to escape. The orcs here are all fast and agile. Even if the avalanche runs at full speed, it may not be able to catch up with them. Chapter 199 Run. System, can you help them avoid the potential dangers on the route and run away quickly? Meng Yuqing poked the system frantically. He didn't want anyone to get into trouble. Lien could observe the situation from the sky and give directions, but who knew if there would be a pit somewhere in the direction they were heading, or if a tree would fall down and block their progress. If you were a second slower, you may be buried in the snow, and you cannot change direction drastically. You have to run in a straight line. With the speed of the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe, they can leave the range of the avalanche and run to a safe place. Start extracting energy continuously. Show the host a safe route. Avoid danger. And after 10 seconds at their running speed, everyone will turn left and run for 5 seconds before returning to the right direction. At the critical moment, the system did not ask whether to use energy and started extracting directly from Meng Yuqing's energy space. Lien, listen to my command. I can lead them out safely. Because of the avalanche, all kinds of wild animals in the mountains ran out, screaming in panic. Meng Yuqing grabbed the feathers of the chain and crawled forward, shouting at the top of his voice. The chain immediately responded with a cry, and Qian and Yang on the ground also responded with a beast roar at the same time. Meng Yuqing nervously watched the countdown in the void, while calculating in his mind how much time he should give Qian and the others to react. "Turn left," he shouted with all his might. As soon as he finished speaking, the chain began to chirp. Qian Heong took the lead in turning, and just after everyone had turned, the route they were originally heading towards suddenly went down. As expected, the pit was over 4 meters wide. Tree branches intertwined on top, leaving the snow covering it lightly, making it look like flat ground. If you're stepped on by a running orc, the consequences will be disastrous. Lian was watching this thrilling scene in the sky and felt a little scared. Meng Yuqing's attention was now entirely focused on the information and countdown provided by the system. He had no idea how dangerous a trap the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe had avoided thanks to his command. Return to the original direction and run straight. The second command was issued. Lian Fei, who was at the front, directly returned to the original direction according to Meng Yuqing's instructions, while continuing to call to notify the tribesmen on the ground. Qian and Yang have been paying attention to Lian's movements. They can vaguely hear Meng Yuqing's voice, but other tribesmen may not be able to do so. They can only obey Lian's commands or observe their running routes. Just when all of them returned to the right direction, ran forward for a few seconds, and completely left the returning position, a large rock covered with snow fell to that position from the side. "You must follow us closely and run the route we ran." Yang turned around and reminded the tribesmen behind him again. "A tree will break and fall along this route in 30 seconds. Tell them to be prepared in advance," the system said hurriedly. Meng Yuqing directly conveyed this news. Others didn't know, but Qian, who had the most contact with him, had a certain concept of time. Yang had retreated behind Qian, and Qian was leading the way. Qian was also calculating the time in his mind. 5 seconds left. Meng Yuqing shouted. 3 seconds. He started counting down for Qian directly in the sky, and Qian also made timely sounds to communicate with the tribesmen behind him. Without stopping, Qian and half of his tribesmen ran past that location before the tree fell, while the other half of the tribesmen had already made preparations after being reminded by Qian and Meng Yuqing. They jumped high and jumped over the tree. Their movements were so smooth that the fallen trees couldn't stop them at all. The system reported several commands in succession, with intervals of no more than 20 seconds. These instructions were conveyed by Meng Yuqing in a timely manner, and with a tacit understanding between Qian and him, they narrowly avoided them all. There is no potential danger ahead. Maintain direction and speed. In 1 minute, they can escape the avalanche and reach a safe place. As soon as the system said this, Meng Yuqing couldn't wait to convey it. Everyone below was shocked and ran forward with determination. Even after running to the safe place mentioned by the system, he did not stop. He continued running forward for a minute before slowing down. At this time, they were standing on a small slope, watching the collapse scene in the distance. "This is too scary. Fortunately, we ran fast," a cat orc said in fear. "There are also 2 mountains near our tribe. It seems that it is still a bit dangerous in winter," said another leopard beast man. "The mountains in our tribe are not so high and steep, and the distance between us and the avalanche mountain is also farther than the distance between us now. This kind of thing should not happen. Our tribe has lived there for a long time, and nothing like this has ever happened. We should still be relatively safe there. But be careful next time. Don't yell or scream in the winter. I don't want to be buried in the snow. Yes, and drive away any barking beasts." Meng Yuqing returned to Qian's back and felt fortunate to see them run such a long distance in a short time. It only took a few minutes from the time they noticed the avalanche to the time they ran to a safe place. But Meng Yuqing felt that it was more difficult than a century. He had read information before that the speed of an avalanche would increase as the snow fell, from 20 to 30 meters per second at the beginning to a maximum of 97 meters per second at the end. The average speed is about 200 kilometers per hour, and the speed of the Qingshan Tribe orcs running at full speed is no less than 200 kilometers per hour. This is also the reason why Meng Yuqing dared to take the risk and let them run directly out. Avalanches require some time to accelerate, but the orcs of the Qingshan Tribe do not need it. They can reach their maximum speed within a few seconds. If he were alone and encountered such a huge avalanche, he would probably be buried no matter how he ran. "We have been working in vain these days," an orc said dejectedly while lying on the ground. Hearing his words, several orcs began to sigh, and a negative atmosphere spread among the crowd. "You can't say that." Meng Yuqing noticed the situation and spoke up in time. We have never encountered such a disaster before, and you probably haven't heard of it. This time we have seen it and know how it was formed. We have experienced it and survived, so we have experience. From now on, we will know how to avoid such situations, and if we do encounter them, we will know how to escape. This experience is much more important than the food we threw away. The orcs, who had been feeling somewhat discouraged, lowered their heads and thought for a moment after hearing what Meng Yuqing said. Wu is right. Compared to knowing about a disaster and having the experience and methods to deal with it, the food lost this time is nothing. The few orcs who had been lying down quickly stood up again. Now that everyone is alert, let's take a look around, Yang said while squatting on the ground. The people who were reminded by him began to look around, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Groups of wild animals were resting at the foot of the hillside where they were standing, either standing or lying down. Some of the beasts were running towards this side along the route they had taken before, and they looked like they were about to be caught up by the avalanche. All the orcs on the hillside watched this scene nervously. Even though they were not in the same camp as the beasts, they couldn't help but worry for the beasts that were still trying to escape. The speed of the avalanche will become faster and faster. Some of the wild animals running towards a safe place will be caught up by the avalanche, while some will run out of the range of the avalanche at the last moment and survive. These beasts closest to us are the ones that followed us, Chain said as he transformed into a human form and landed on the back of an orc. The speed of flying orcs is only faster than that of land orcs. Compared with others, he is quite comfortable flying in the sky with Meng Yuqing. Meng Yuqing needed to concentrate on listening to the system's instructions and calculating the time, but he could always pay attention to the situation of his tribesmen and naturally discovered the wild beasts that were fleeing behind them. At the beginning of the avalanche, the wild animals were running around everywhere. They could only rely on their instinct to escape. Many of them ran in the wrong direction or stepped into a pit. Naturally, these animals could not escape the fate of being buried. I don't know when it started, but a large wild beast saw this group of fleeing orcs while running around. I don't know what it was thinking, but it just followed behind the group of orcs and ran the same path they had run. Its actions attracted the attention of a small group of medium-sized wild beasts, and a leader of the herd actually led the tribe to follow the beasts. Then more and more wild beasts followed them. Now, at a rough glance, there were nearly 1,000 wild beasts following them. Chapter 200. Why are you following us? With so many of them, if they attack us, we'll be in trouble. Someone said stiffly. If there were 100, even 200, I wouldn't be afraid, but there are too many of them here now. We'll be exhausted to death. Another person also whispered, looking at the beasts vigilantly. Xuan, however, sat on the ground and scratched his ear with his back and said, they probably won't attack us for the time being. If they were hostile to us, we wouldn't have been standing on the hillside talking for so long without feeling any danger. Yes, if so many beasts were hostile, we should have been furious long ago. Yang also agreed with Xian's statement. They looked at the wild beasts. Some were carnivorous, some were herbivorous, some lived alone, and some lived in groups. There was a mixture of large, medium, and small beasts, all living in harmony in such a relatively safe place, and no beast had any conflict with its neighbors. Some of the weaker beasts got up and left after resting for a while the stronger beasts just took a look and continued to lie there and rest. This area became a ceasefire zone under the inexplicable tacit understanding of the beasts. The orcs were paying attention to the wild beasts, but Meng Yuqing was attracted by the energy space. While the system was guiding the way, it was frantically extracting energy from it. When it was about to reach the safe zone, the energy had run out. But after all of them entered the safe zone, another wave of energy immediately poured in. However, compared to the energy used for guiding the way, this energy was only a drop in the bucket. If it were just this, it would not have attracted Meng Yuqing's attention. This should be the energy obtained by the people of Qingshan Tribe to survive. What surprised him was that after the wave of energy belonging to Qingshan Tribe poured in, it paused for a while and then began to flow in again. He was a little confused at first. Until Lien told him about the beasts he saw while fleeing, he began to understand where the energy came from. Does the survival of these beasts count as energy? But when the orcs were hunting wild beasts, the system didn't deduct their energy. Meng Yuqing supported his chin and thought. Although the beasts were ferocious and not in the same camp as the orcs, they were still creatures on the continent. He felt that his understanding was correct. However, these beasts were rescued by them accidentally, And although they were counted as energy for him, he was not going to deliberately save the beasts or persuade the orcs to eat vegetarian food for the sake of energy. He was also not going to go against the system and do things to exterminate the beasts. That would be too stupid. The system has never mentioned that energy can be gained by saving wild animals, which proves that the system's attitude towards this matter is neither encouraging nor opposing, but rather taking things as they come. However, the system's operation made him more certain about the system's origin. What should we do now? Should we go back directly, or catch some more, or go and retrieve the lost prey? Someone asked while looking at the scene at the bottom of the slope. Everyone looked at Meng Yuqing, waiting to hear his advice. Don't bother looking for the lost ones. It will take as long as it takes to catch them again. Besides, this mountain is so big and the snow is still falling. Once these beasts leave, things probably won't be so peaceful anymore. Besides, none of us knows if there will be any more wild beasts roaring. Anyway, let's leave here first. If nothing works, we can go back to the river and catch them for 2 days. Meng Yuqing thought for a moment and continued. I'd also like to tell you about how to escape an avalanche. We ran all the way down this time because the situation was quite special. We definitely wouldn't run like this under normal circumstances. Then, Meng Yuqing explained to these orcs the causes of avalanches and how to escape when encountering an avalanche under normal circumstances. He also used the example of wild beasts halfway up the mountain to explain what they should do if they were halfway up the mountain to escape or protect themselves to minimize damage. The orcs nodded repeatedly. It's a good thing which stopped us from going up the mountain in time. Otherwise, if we really encountered an avalanche halfway up the mountain, we would be finished. Meng Yuqing nodded secretly when he heard them say this. When he was doing the science popularization, he deliberately skipped the fact that the orcs' running speed was not slower than an avalanche. Even if they really encountered an avalanche halfway up the mountain, they would have a great chance of escaping. He kept emphasizing the horror of avalanches, fearing that some people might not believe it and think that orcs were strong enough and fast enough to not take such a disaster seriously. However, when he looked at Xuan, who kept wagging his tail, he knew that he was definitely not among those who were fooled. There are still wild beasts following us. An orc walking behind them suddenly spoke up. Meng Yuqing looked back and found that there were nearly 100 wild beasts following them. If it weren't for the ice and snow with nothing to hide, and if his body hadn't been strengthened, he might not have been able to see the small black dots far behind them.